Within the magnificent palace of the Dragon Ball world, adorned with the character chin, a petite figure is enveloped in a flowing gown of pure pink and white. The hem and cuffs of the robe shimmer with vast star maps, while 12 diamond-shaped crystals gracefully hover beneath its hem. Each crystal bears the weight of a universe's existence. At this moment, the Omni-King playfully sways the young man's arm, teasingly exclaiming, "It has been 500 years, Luoya. I have missed you dearly." I was nearly beside myself with worry. The Grand Priest mentioned that you returned gravely injured. The young man gazes at the innocent and exuberant deity before him, his thoughts drifting back a millennium. Back then, he was merely an ordinary individual on Earth, unexpectedly transported to this merciless realm where planets could explode at any moment. Upon his arrival, he transitioned from confusion and joy to utter despair, believing he was destined to perish in this world. Just when he was on the brink of hopelessness, a delightful and melodious electronic voice resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on arriving in the Dragon Ball world." In the next instant, a wild grin spread across the young man's face at last. "My system has arrived." He then excitedly addressed the system. "Oh, system, I missed you so much, Sob. You have no idea how I've been scavenging food from dogs and dealing with vagabonds. After eagerly waiting for what felt like ages, you've finally come. Ah, Sobi. Love you, system. Moi. A kiss is necessary to express my overwhelming longing for you." The system replied, "Host, please maintain your distance. Your sentimentality is rather excessive. Kindly refrain from harboring any peculiar thoughts towards me, as I am quite serious." "Come on, system, I'm just a bit too excited." The system interjected, "Ding. Considering you are merely a novice in the Dragon Ball world, I hereby grant you a Bloodline Lottery Grand Prize and a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to try your luck? Must you be so stingy, system? Why not simply bestow upon me invincible power, or even the strength that surpasses the Omni-King?" The system responded, "Ding. You may first conduct the lottery, and then open the grand prize pack." The lottery screen appeared. Namekian Bloodline, Frost Demon Bloodline, Three-Eyed Race Bloodline, Kaioshin Bloodline, Ancient Saiyan Bloodline, Angel Bloodline. Luoya contemplated the bloodlines with growing anticipation. Wouldn't it be splendid if he could draw the Angel Bloodline? The system asked, "Will the host draw?" Luoya exclaimed, Draw. Without a care for the consequences. The pointer spun on the wheel at this moment. Luoya was on edge. Finally, it came to a halt at the Ancient Saiyan Bloodline. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Ancient Saiyan Bloodline." Luoya was left in a state of bewilderment, but he quickly realized that this was the strongest bloodline of the Saiyans. Ha. I, Luoya, am ready to soar high. Forget Son Goku. Forget Super Saiyan. At this moment, Luoya was overjoyed beyond measure. "Ding. Will the host integrate?" Yes. Subsequently, an excruciating agony coursed through my body, as if every sinew, flesh, and bone were on the verge of being ripped apart. It felt as though my entire being, including my vital organs and even my veins, were poised to explode from within. In that moment, I succumbed to the overwhelming pain and lost consciousness. 10 hours later, I awoke, clutching my chest, and struggled to sit up, only to discover the astonishing emergence of a tail behind me. Yet, I felt no surprise. Ding! The fusion of the Ancient Saiyan Bloodline has been successful. System, open the Novice Gift Package. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the White God form, Kamehameha, and the Flight Technique. Mental Time Chamber 1:1000. Given the host's current weakness, transformation into the White God form is not attainable. Please cultivate diligently to enhance your strength. The host may also allow their power to grow autonomously. The Ancient Saiyan Bloodline will multiply in strength over time. Oh, how splendid! A direct entry into the White God realm. The system will remove the tail. Thus, over the course of 10 relentless years of arduous training, augmented by the rewards from the system, my strength gradually solidified from Ancient Saiyan Level 1 to the potential of transforming into the White God form. Upon attaining the White God stage of the Saiyan system, the Grand Priest sensed a vast divine power within the 7th universe and came to investigate, returning to the palace of the Omni-King. By virtue of my eloquence and formidable strength, I ascended to the divine position of an inspector, becoming aware of the demonic realm's insidious movements. Thereafter, I continued to enhance my power through boundless training. Upon mastering the third tier of the white god form, I boldly plunged into the dark universe, nearly shattering it entirely, though I was ultimately injured by a denizen of a dark realm from the upper universe. This narrative is entirely conceived from the author's imagination, offering a unique take on Dragon Ball. Please refrain from overly conflating it with the original Dragon Ball storyline. I then returned to a dedicated planet, not far from the palace of the Omni-King, and fell into a deep slumber to recover 500 years passed before I finally awakened. Upon my awakening, I made my way directly to the palace of the Omni-King. Little Omni-King, do not worry. I am no longer in grave danger. My strength is yet to be fully restored, and I have pressing matters to attend to. Furthermore, I shall seek a companion for you, if that pleases you, little Omni-King. The young Omni-King appeared troubled and replied, 500 years have elapsed without your company. Now that you have finally awakened, you cannot even indulge and play with me. However, considering your pressing tasks and the promise of a companion, I shall refrain from burdening you further. Then, I approached the Grand Priest, saying, Little Foam, accompany me for a moment. I lightly tapped the void with my fingertip, and starlight wove itself into a barrier of separation. I shed the carefree demeanor I had displayed before the Omni-King, as 12 cosmic crystals glimmered with a ghostly blue light beneath my robe. The rift in the time-space corridor has expanded by 15 cosmic standard units. With a wave of my hand, I unfurled a celestial chessboard, myriad galaxies swirling in projection between us. This marks the third attempt by the Dark Demon Realm to breach your angelic seal. The Grand Priest gazed intently at the crimson energy tides on the chessboard, his staff tapping the ground with authority. The vibrant hues cascaded along the checkerboard patterns, only to shatter abruptly upon reaching the core vortex. His once unyielding expression finally revealed cracks. How can such filth erode my order's power? Because they have acquired this. Loya withdrew a pitch-black crystal from his bosom, within which swirled mist that dimmed the stars. I discovered the tainted core of time in the crevices of space-time. Suddenly, the corridor trembled violently, and the 72 celestial pillars ignited with warning red lights simultaneously. Loya swiftly cast the crystal into the starry chessboard, transforming it into a black hole that devoured the light. As darkness threatened to engulf the entire space, 12 cosmic crystals erupted in dazzling silver radiance, forcibly compressing the aberrant energy into a palm-sized nebula. It appears the demon gods have learned to wield counter-authority, Loya remarked, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his tattered sleeve revealing skin marred. With cracks 0.5 centuries ago, they could only resort to brute force to breach seals. Yet now, they comprehend the use of angelic powers to counter the angels. The High Priest suddenly grasped Loya's wrist, pure angelic energy surging into him. You are forcibly utilizing an unhealed guardian authority? These scars of time and space. How many causal lines have you crossed? Enough to witness 72 different apocalyptic outcomes. Loya grimaced as he withdrew his arm, starry blood oozing from the fissures in his skin. In the bleakest future, Shao Kuan's cleansing authority is twisted into a devouring power, annihilating all universes amidst the fireworks of a birthday banquet. The corridor fell into a profound silence, the nebula within the protective shield hissing like a viper tasting the air. Suddenly, Loya turned the chessboard, magnifying the projection of the seventh universe 20-fold. Somewhere in the Orion arm of the Milky Way, an imperceptible purple-black vortex was beginning to take shape. I need you to modify the physical constants of the seventh universe. Loya's fingertip hovered over the vortex's location. Compress the Planck scale to 100,000th for 30 seconds. This will trigger a quantum foam runaway. The crystal atop the High Priest's scepter began to spin, unless you intend to unfold the domain of divinity in the microscopic dimensions. The gift from the Dark Demon Realm must, of course, be repaid in kind. The star map on Loya's robe suddenly came to life, with 12 crystals arranging themselves into a counterclockwise rotating ring. When they deploy the invaders through this anchor point, the compressed time-space will rebound the viral program to all connected dark nodes. As their gazes met, the starry chessboard automatically generated 9,000 layers of encrypted divine script. When the final rune vanished into the void, a marvelous double image appeared in the starry sky of the seventh universe. as if invisible titanic hands were folding the entire cosmos into a meticulous origami of time. Chapter 2. Weiss in the present moment. The dark demon realm of the grand universe begins to stir ominously, and the situation grows increasingly tense. In order to confront this impending crisis, I find myself in urgent need of nurturing a formidable force capable of resisting the dark demon realm. This endeavor is not solely for the protection of our world, but also to uphold the peace and tranquility of the entire universe. At this critical juncture, it is imperative that you maintain silence. Revealing this matter could lead to unnecessary panic and chaos. Loya, at this moment, was wholly absorbed in scrutinizing the high priest, his gaze piercing as if attempting to penetrate the surface to glimpse the innermost thoughts of the high priest. However, after a thorough examination, a flicker of disappointment crossed Loya's countenance. He shook his head and sighed, addressing the high priest, Xiaofeng. It is truly regrettable that your strength has seen no advancement over these 5 centuries. Given your current state, it will be challenging for you to play a significant role in the struggle against the dark demon realm. At this point, Loya paused momentarily before continuing. Nonetheless, the time has come for you to strive for the latter stages of the priesthood. Only by transcending this realm can you genuinely elevate your power and emerge as a more formidable priest. The high priest nodded slightly, indicating his understanding of Loya's words. Loya cautiously removed a ring from his finger, treating it as a priceless treasure. He extended the ring to the high priest, explaining, "This is a storage ring, concealing within it a time chamber. You may enter it for training. The passage of time within is significantly accelerated. 1 day outside equates to 10 years inside." Loya continued, "Only upon breaking through to the advanced stage of the priesthood can you hope to contend with the dark demon realm within this microcosm." His tone revealed a hint of concern, as though he harbored uncertainties regarding the outcome of this confrontation. Loya furrowed his brow, a troubled expression adorning his face as he spoke to the high priest. "Luo, do you truly believe that you alone possess the strength to defeat that formidable adversary from the grand universe? He is indeed incredibly powerful, and I am not entirely confident in my ability to overcome him." He sighed, adding, "Moreover, my physical condition has yet to fully recover, and my strength has been somewhat compromised. However, he too requires time to recuperate. After all, he was gravely injured when I struck him with the divine judgment of fire." Loya gathered his resolve and remarked, "Even if his strength returns, he would think twice before daring to enter this microcosm again. Following our last encounter, he violated the rules of the grand universe, and the chief law priest beside the supreme ruler has since imprisoned him." His thoughts drifted back 500 years, and vivid memories began to resurface in Loya's mind. On a vast, desolate plain, fierce winds howled and dust swirled. Loya stood still, his gaze fixed on the imposing figure of the chief law priest not far ahead. Clad in a long black robe, the priest exuded an aura of awe-inspiring authority. The chief law priest spoke slowly, his voice resonating like thunder across the barren landscape. "Young man, I await you in the upper realms." Having spoken, he swept his hand with great force, instantly enveloping the demon realm king in a formidable power. The demon realm king struggled, yet he was unable to break free from this binding force. The chief law enforcer effortlessly took the demon realm king away, preparing to present him to the supreme king for judgment. Just before departing, he suddenly turned to face Luoya, a glimmer of expectation flickering in his eyes. "Young man, the dark divine realm of the grand universe is stirring." The grand law enforcer's voice echoed once more, asserting that the grand universe requires your strength. Your prowess remains unrecognized in the upper realms. I hope you will grow swiftly to resolve the crises above. Luoya listened quietly, a profound sense of duty swelling within him. He understood that he bore significant responsibilities. His thoughts gradually withdrew from reminiscence and returned to the present. Taking a deep breath, Luoya steadied himself, realizing he could no longer dwell in the past, but must courageously confront the challenges of the future. "I must go to the 7th universe," Luoya murmured, "where a few scions might be nurtured properly." At this point, some may argue that many aspects lack clarity, attributing it to the author's limited expressive capability. In summary, I shall endeavor to write well. The author wishes to get straight to the point. If readers have thoughts, they may convey them through comments, and the author will heed them. Luoya stood amidst the void, his figure somewhat indistinct, as if he could be swallowed by the emptiness at any moment. Nevertheless, his movements were resolute. He gently pointed towards the void, and the seemingly indestructible expanse was torn apart like paper. From the fissure in the void emanated a powerful allure, akin to an infinite black hole, drawing everything nearby into its depths. Fearless, Luoya stepped into the rift, his form vanishing in an instant, as though he had never existed at all. Meanwhile, in another realm, Whis stood upon a desolate expanse, suddenly sensing a chill that sent shivers down his spine. Why do I feel that something significant is about to transpire? Whis murmured, his brow furrowing tightly, an inexplicable unease creeping into his heart. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing no peculiarities, yet the chilling sensation lingered ominously. How strange. Whis shook his head, attempting to dispel the peculiar feeling. However, the sense of apprehension only intensified, as if unseen eyes were watching him intently. Ding! A child of destiny has been detected in the 7th universe. Please proceed to Earth in the 7th universe to take the child of destiny as your disciple. Reward: restoration of cultivation to the late stage of the white god level. Luoya exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be Sun Wukong? System: is the child of destiny Sun Wukong? System: indeed. Luoya, is it? System: host: you are quite the flirt. Luoya: system: you exude a certain manliness. System: Luoya: system: take your time eating, don't choke. Ha ha ha. Then, Luoya naturally let his hands fall behind him, stepping confidently from the void. Whis, witnessing this, turned pale, panic etched across his face as he exclaimed, Inspector, why are you here? His voice was laden with fear and unease, as if he had encountered something truly dreadful. Immediately, Whis stammered, Lord Omen, have you not been slumbering all this time? What has caused your sudden awakening? Moreover, you arrived without prior notice. How are we to manage? At this moment, Whis's mind was in disarray. He quietly pondered the fact that Lord Beerus was still asleep, while also worrying about the repercussions should the god of destruction discover Beerus's negligence in his duties, which would surely lead to a harsh reprimand. However, in response to Whis's terror and explanations, Lord Loya merely replied with a nonchalant hum, and then, with an impassive expression, retorted, Do my movements require your report? This statement struck Whis like a thunderclap, and he hastily waved his hands, incoherently clarifying, And no, that's not what I meant, Lord God. I merely feared that your unexpected visit might lead to inadequate hospitality on our part. Chapter 3. Journey to the Kaioshin Realm. Enough of the flattery. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. Is that lazy Beerus napping again? Upon hearing this, Whis's face contorted into a grimace as he quickly responded, Indeed, my lord. You are unaware that Lord Beerus spends his days either sleeping or scouring for delicacies, entirely neglecting the responsibilities of a god of destruction. Whis inwardly thought, Oh, Lord Beerus, please do not hold this against me. I am left with no choice. Indeed, it appears to be the case. He mused silently, then suddenly turned serious, fixing Whis with a grave look and stating, Listen, the matters that follow pertain to the safety of the 12 universes. We must not be careless. Whis, initially flustered, instantly adopted a grave demeanor upon hearing the mention of the 12 universes' security. He stared intently at Loya and asked earnestly, Lord God, does this mean that the Dark Universe is exhibiting unusual activity? A smirk crept onto Loya's lips as he crossed his arms and regarded Whis with a teasing expression. Hey, Whis, I hear there's a girl from the dark magic realm who specifically wishes for you to train with her in fusion techniques. Upon hearing this, Whis's face turned pale with panic, and he quickly waved his hands in protest. Lord God, please do not jest. How could I possibly be involved with anyone from the dark magic realm? This must be a misunderstanding. Whis's hands flailed in a desperate attempt to convey his innocence. Loya, rather than ceasing his teasing, only laughed harder, placing a hand on Whis's shoulder and continuing, Haha, Whis, you are truly amusing. The way you panic is simply delightful. Although Whis felt somewhat exasperated internally, he dared not show it. Instead, he forced a smile and said, Lord God, if you feel the urge to strike me, please just say so. There is no need for such mockery. Yet, Loya seemed oblivious to Whis's discomfort, continuing to chuckle and occasionally patting Whis's shoulder, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed and helpless. In his heart, Vis silently lamented, reflecting on how tasteless the high priest was to make such a jest. What a fool. He cursed the priest 1,000 times internally, yet maintained a facade of forced cheerfulness to avoid offending this dignitary. Ah, merely a small jest, the priest exclaimed. But one must always be prepared for the sudden incursions of the dark cosmos. Do not neglect your training. With that, Luoya traced his fingertips through the void, deep violet energy rippling like silk in his wake. Before departing, he glanced back at the small cat curled up on the soft cushions of the palace, its fluffy tail swaying unconsciously, before he tore through the fabric of space and vanished. The sound of the rending space startled the distant North Kai, who was engaged in quantum observation using the 2 cables atop his head. The blue glowing energy conduits extended from his instruments, currently focused on a specific location. The North Kai hastily retracted his observational apparatus, and upon recognizing the suddenly appearing silver-haired youth, instinctively took a half-step back. The young man was enveloped in an ethereal, faintly white energy aura, a mark of a transcendent deity. However, the barren archives of the North Kai's memory could not retrieve this unfamiliar visage. Luoya offered a courteous nod, revealing a diamond emblem that floated at his wrist as his sleeve slipped. The intricate runes swirled in the void. No need for alarm, North Kai. I come with no ill intent. It appears you are monitoring energy fluctuations on a certain planet. I am observing the battle between Goku and Majin Buu in the Kaishin realm. Why should I divulge this to you? Who are you? How did you arrive here? How do you know I am the North Kai? The North Kai scrutinized the individual before him with wariness. Flashes of the Dragon Ball animation flickered through Luoya's mind, memories racing like lightning. He quickly discerned that he was situated within the timeline of Majin Buu. Without hesitation, Luoya extended a finger and lightly touched the void before him. In an instant, the fabric of space seemed to tear, slowly revealing a narrow rift. I shall explain further next time, but for now, I must take my leave. With that, he turned and stepped into the breach. Upon entering the void, Luoya found himself in a distinct realm, where he could clearly observe the fierce battle between Goku and Majin Buu in the Kaishin realm. At that moment, Goku appeared to be struggling against Majin Buu, his Super Saiyan third-grade form already reverting. Nonetheless, Goku remained undaunted, engaging in an intense confrontation with Majin Buu. Their combat was fiercely dynamic, each move imbued with immense energy that elicited concern for their safety. Fortunately, this battle transpired within the Kaishin realm, where the stability of the space could withstand such powerful energy shocks. Were this conflict to unfold on Earth, the ground would likely crumble beneath the intensity of their clash. Obliterated in an instant, Luoya stood quietly in the void, observing the battlefield where Goku and Majin Buu fought valiantly. He witnessed Goku being struck by a terrifying energy sphere unleashed by the fiendish Majin Buu, his body hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. Not far away, atop a towering mountain, the millennia-old second-in-command, Vegeta, anxiously observed this scene and bellowed at the fallen Goku. "Hey, Kakarot, tag out, take a breather, and regain your strength," Luoya remarked. This is indeed the millennia-old second-rate Vegeta. Goku responded to Vegeta, "You are no match for him. You will surely meet your demise. He is far too powerful, instilling a sense of despair within me." At that moment, Goku felt his blood surging, yet the remnants of his strength and stamina were dwindling. Vegeta, resolute in his intent to enter the fray and allow Goku a moment to recuperate, faced Majin Buu, who regarded him with disdain, pounding his chest to demonstrate his might. Vegeta scoffed, "I am the Prince of Saiyans." In a fit of rage, Vegeta unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan and launching a barrage of energy spheres. Anyone well-versed in the Dragon Ball saga knows the adage, "Where there is smoke, there is no harm." Majin Buu emerged from the haze and struck Vegeta with a punch, forcing him to evade hastily, only to be met with a relentless onslaught of energy blasts aimed at Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu stood steadfast, allowing the energy spheres to pummel him before swiftly countering and knocking Vegeta to the ground. The impact left Vegeta feeling as if his insides were churning violently, expelling a mouthful of bile, as Majin Buu pressed him down mercilessly, tormenting him in a manner most grievous. In the void, Luoya observed the battle with a detached demeanor, akin to a child watching a game. This Vegeta was indeed the famed Supreme Vegeta of the internet, leaving Luoya speechless. Subsequently, he stepped forth from the void, instantly appearing before Majin Buu, raising a hand to flick an energy sphere, which, upon contact with Majin Buu's form, disintegrated him into a heap of flesh. Goku, his face a mask of astonishment, his mouth agape. Vegeta, struggling to glance at Luoya, standing before him. Chapter 4. Taking on a disciple regaining his senses. Goku assumed a battle stance as if confronted by a formidable foe, his eyes fixated on the unfolding scene, filled with disbelief and alertness. The recent event had been so surreal, resembling a dream, yet Goku was acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. In the blink of an eye, the entity that had instilled such profound despair within him had been vanquished with such ease. Goku's eyes widened, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like raindrops. His body trembling slightly from tension. His gaze gradually shifted to Loya, who stood beside Vegeta. He scrutinized Loya, searching for any sign of vulnerability, yet discovered that Loya exuded an aura of invulnerability. A growing unease settled in Goku's heart as he realized that the individual before him possessed an overwhelming strength. Instilling a sense of dread, Goku trembled uncontrollably. Having never encountered someone so formidable, this unprecedented pressure rendered him nearly breathless. In that moment, the air itself seemed to congeal, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. In the distance, a person and a dog stood, both wearing expressions of astonishment as they beheld the sudden appearance of Roya. The individual was none other than Satan, the world champion who had saved the world during the Cell Saga. Roya gazed quietly at Sun Wukong, secretly relishing the moment. Huh? Am I not impressive? I never imagined I would have the chance to show off in front of his favorite character. This feeling is utterly exhilarating. Amidst the suffocating silence, Roya broke the stalemate. With a smile adorning his face, he extended his hand toward Vegeta and gently stated, "Do not misunderstand. I am not your enemy. In fact, I am also a Saiyan. Just like you." At that moment, Vegeta lay on the ground, laboriously lifting his head to fix his gaze on the figure standing before him. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grasped Roya's hand, using his strength to gradually rise to his feet. Seeing this, Roya immediately raised his hand. A green light shimmering from his palm, a manifestation of the healing technique granted by the system. The verdant glow flowed over Vegeta's body like a refreshing spring, and wherever it passed, pain vanished instantly, restoring Vegeta to his peak condition. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong stared wide-eyed at Roya, their faces etched with disbelief. As if witnessing something extraordinary, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, "What?" His voice was filled with shock and confusion. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure, slowly lowering his fighting stance and relaxing his body. Observing this, Roya displayed a friendly smile, waved to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and said, "Greetings. I harbor no hostility towards you. On the contrary, I am here to assist you." Roya then proceeded to briefly introduce himself to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, revealing his identity as a Saiyan. However, he chose to conceal his role as an overseer in the divine realm and his solo venture into the dark demon realm. Upon hearing this, excitement sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes, and he eagerly inquired, "Roya, you are incredible. How did you cultivate your strength? I see you haven't even transformed into a Super Saiyan, yet you possess such power. How is that possible? Can we spar? You wish to challenge me?" Roya looked at him with a resigned expression and sighed. "Sun Wukong, it would be wise for you to enhance your own strength first. Once you become stronger, we can certainly engage in a match. However, if you are willing, I could take you on as my pupil, helping you to grow stronger at a faster pace." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? That is fantastic, Roya. I was just thinking the same. You're incredibly powerful. You can easily defeat Majin Buu. If I had a master like you, I would surely become tremendously formidable." At that moment, a sudden, clear chime rang out, followed by the system's notification echoing in Roya's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully taking Sun Wukong, the child of destiny, as your disciple. The host is rewarded with the restoration of White God Stage 1, late phase." In the heart of Luoya, a flicker of joy ignited as his strength returned to that of the White God. However, before he could revel in his elation, the system's voice echoed once more, "Ding. Teach Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Reward, Time Chamber. Time flows. 1 day in the outside world equals 30 years inside." Luoya gazed at this reward, unable to suppress a mixture of laughter and tears. The duration seemed exceedingly brief. He couldn't help but voice his grievances to the system, exclaiming, "Oh, dear system, could you not bestow something more substantial? My current strength is perilously inadequate in this world. I feel as though I could be crushed at any moment." The system remained silent for a moment before responding, "Host, do you possess no sense of shame? In this small universe, Who could possibly pose a threat to you? This system is going to sleep now. Please refrain from disturbing it. With that, the system ceased its responses to Luo Ya's entreaties. Stingy. If you won't help, so be it. Just wait until I get the chance to teach you a lesson with my poison dragon drill. At that moment, Vegeta's heart began to stir. His gaze fixated on Luo Ya, overwhelmed by a fervent desire to take him as his master. After a tumultuous internal struggle and self-persuasion, Vegeta finally mustered the courage to step before Luo Ya. Leaning slightly forward, his head bowed, he exhibited a demeanor of humility and respect, then spoke, "Please, accept me as your disciple. I yearn to grow stronger." Nearby, Wukong let out a series of chuckles, as if he had anticipated Vegeta's actions. He teased Vegeta, "I knew you would seek Luo Ya as your master." However, Vegeta was unfazed by Wukong's words. Instead, a flicker of anger crossed his face. He glared at Wukong and shouted, "Kakarot, this is not because of you. I simply refuse to be left behind. I must surpass you and ultimately defeat you." Witnessing the quarrel between the two, Luo Ya felt a sense of helplessness. Looking at Wukong and Vegeta before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These two truly are a pair of lively characters. Nevertheless, he resolved to take their requests seriously. Taking a deep breath, he slowly addressed them. "You both wish to grow stronger, do you not?" Wukong nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains, while Vegeta fixed Luo Ya with a determined gaze, signifying his resolve. Observing this, Luo Ya offered a slight smile and continued, "However, attaining my level of strength is no trivial endeavor. I have endured countless arduous trainings to achieve my current prowess." Eagerly, Wukong inquired, "What must I do to become as powerful as you?" Luo Ya chuckled softly and replied, "It may not be an easy path. However, if you are truly committed, I can indeed guide you towards a way." At this juncture, Luo Ya's tone shifted to one of solemnity as he regarded Wukong and Vegeta intently, stating, "Do you wish to become Super Saiyan gods?" The two stood in bewilderment, their expressions clouded with confusion. What exactly is a Super Saiyan god? Vegeta scratched his head, pondering aloud that he had once glimpsed the legend of the Super Saiyan god in an ancient tome. But how, he wondered, could one transform into a Super Saiyan god? Subsequently, Luo Ya divulged the method of becoming a Super Saiyan god to the two of them, contemplating a return to Earth. At that moment, on the distant planet Namek, the Supreme Kai and the Elder Kai were murmuring, "Earth and humanity have been restored to their original state, thanks to the Namekian Dragon Balls." Just as Luo Ya and the others were about to head back to Earth, the Elder Kai and his companions suddenly appeared before them. Chapter 5, Super Saiyan God. The Elder Kai scrutinized Luo Ya with a serious expression, his sharp eyes seeming capable of piercing through Luo Ya's very soul. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the Elder Kai was astonished to discover the divine energy emanating from Luo Ya, dense and powerful like a surging torrent. A wave of bewilderment surged within the Elder Kai as he rapidly sifted through his memories of various deities, attempting to identify the mysterious figure that was Luo Ya. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not ascertain which divine entity Luo Ya truly represented. At that instant, Luo Ya appeared to sense the Elder Kai's thoughts. He smiled faintly and, through telepathy, conveyed to the Elder Kai, "If you perceive anything, it is best not to speak of it. I am indeed a deity, and I have recently ascended to the position of inspector after nearly a millennium." Upon hearing Luo Ya's transmission, the Elder Kai's confusion deepened. He replied, "In my recollection, there seems to be no such divine rank as inspector." Before the Elder Kai could finish his words, Luo Ya suddenly unleashed a formidable pressure that bore down upon the Elder Kai like a mountain, causing him to collapse to the ground. The Elder Kai had not anticipated Luo Ya's sudden display of power, and his body involuntarily knelt under the immense weight. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai and Jebbit were engaged in conversation with Goku when they witnessed the Elder Kai suddenly fall to his knees, leaving them both astounded. They rushed forward, eager to assist the Elder Kai to his feet. However, despite their utmost efforts, they found the Elder Kai's body seemingly nailed to the ground, immovable. The Supreme Kai anxiously called out, "Elder Kai, what has happened? Why are you kneeling? Please rise." Jebbit, witnessing the scene unfold, was filled with panic and confusion. His eyes widened as he tremulously asked, "Elder Kai, what is wrong? Why are you on the ground? Please do not frighten me." Nevertheless, the Elder Kai offered no response to Jebbit's concern. His body trembled slightly, as if burdened by an overwhelming force. Luo Ya regarded the Elder Kai with an impassive expression. snorting coldly as he stated, "You need not question me. As a Supreme Kai, you ought to know what you should say next, and which words must remain unspoken." Upon hearing Luo Ya's words, the Elder Kai's fear intensified. He hastily nodded, stammering, "The young deity understands. The young deity understands." At that moment, the Elder Kai's dignified demeanor was utterly shattered, replaced by a visage of sheer terror and unease. The mere presence of the profound divine power exuded by Luo Ya enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of oppression, a force that could not possibly belong to an ordinary deity. The Elder Kai couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for committing such a rudimentary error. This weight of pressure was reminiscent only of the formidable destroyer god, Beerus. Just as the Elder Kai was engulfed in unease, Luo Ya suddenly retracted the oppressive aura he had projected. The Elder Kai felt an immense relief wash over him, letting out a long breath. "Please help me up. I was genuinely terrified just now, nearly fainting," he exclaimed, as he gradually rose with the support of Jebet. Once steadied, he addressed Goku and the others, saying, "At last, the matter concerning Majin Buu has reached a conclusion, and I believe it's time for me to rest." With a nod to Luo Ya, he indicated his intention to take his leave. Luo Ya, in turn, nodded slightly in agreement. Subsequently, he turned with Goku and the others, heading back to Earth. After Luo Ya's departure, the Elder Kai's heart remained turbulent, still unable to find calm. His hands trembled slightly, as if he could still feel the shock from their earlier encounter. Taking a deep breath, he strived to stabilize his emotions. Then, with a face marked by astonishment, he instructed the Supreme Kai and Jebet, "You two youngsters must hold the utmost respect for that individual, Luo Ya." The Supreme Kai and Jebet exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting confusion. They could not fathom why the Elder Kai was so serious, even somewhat fearful of the young man named Luo Ya. "Ancestor, what troubles you?" The Supreme Kai couldn't help but inquire. "Why do you perceive us as being fearful of Luo Ya?" The Elder Kai shot the Supreme Kai a sharp glance and retorted, "In any case, you two must exhibit profound respect towards him. There must be no hint of negligence. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, do not involve me." The Supreme Kai, upon hearing the Elder Kai's words, became even more perplexed. He struggled to comprehend how an apparently ordinary young man could invoke such trepidation in the Elder Kai. Could he also be a deity? The Supreme Kai speculated. Yet he wondered if there could exist a deity higher than a Supreme Kai. The Elder Kai shook his head, sighing, "How foolish your generation of Supreme Kais has become. His divine rank far surpasses ours, to the point that I cannot even discern which deity he truly is." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Earth, Luo Ya and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Goku, brimming with excitement, eagerly pulled Gohan, Goten, and Trunks along, eager to commence their plans. However, just as they were about to proceed, Luo Ya unexpectedly approached, interrupting their discussion. "Hey, you 5 Saiyans seem to be missing one, don't you?" Goku blinked in bewilderment, looking at Luo Ya with suspicion. "Isn't it necessary to gather 5 Saiyans to become a Super Saiyan God?" Luo displayed an expression of helplessness as he looked at them and said, "To create the legendary Super Saiyan God, we require 5 Saiyans, pure of heart, to infuse their innermost energy into a single Saiyan. In total, we need 6 pure-hearted Super Saiyans, and currently, there are only 5 of you." At that moment, realization dawned upon everyone, and they lamented, "But how can we find the 6th Super Saiyan? Planet Vegeta has been utterly destroyed by the vile Frieza." Goku, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "How frustrating it is to know the way to grow stronger, yet be unable to do so." Vegeta then approached the oblivious Goku, furiously exclaiming, "Kakarot, what on earth is wrong with you? Isn't Loya also a Saiyan?" Upon hearing this, Goku suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Yash, Loya, with you. We have just the right number." Just as Loya was about to refuse, Goku quickly interjected, "I knew you would agree." He then gathered everyone into a circle, standing in the center, and shouted, "Let us begin." With a reluctant expression, Loya was compelled to join in. Everyone placed their hands upon each other's shoulders, channeling their energies together. A peculiar light flowed among them, culminating in a brilliant beam shooting skyward. As the light dissipated, Goku radiated a golden glow, his aura becoming overwhelmingly powerful, marking his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Feeling the surge of power within him, a look of astonishment graced his face as he clenched his fist, causing the surrounding air to seem as if it were being torn asunder. However, just as they were reveling in their success, Chapter 6 unfolded with Beerus' arrogance. Vegeta shouted, "Hey, Kakarot, now it's my turn." His face gleamed with excitement. But Loya interrupted, "Your energies can no longer summon a Super Saiyan God." Vegeta frowned, his expression filled with frustration. So close. I was almost a Super Saiyan God. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Kakarot reassured him, "Don't worry, Vegeta. Let us wait until everyone has regained their strength." At that moment, Bulma approached with energy supplements in hand. "Everyone, drink this to replenish your energy." They eagerly accepted and began to drink. As their energy gradually returned, their spirits brightened. Vegeta gazed at the empty bottle in his hand, determination rekindling in his eyes. "Once I recover, I shall become a Super Saiyan God." Loya patted him on the shoulder, saying, "All right, we'll help you achieve that transformation." Thus, they turned their attention to Goku's new form. Under their watchful eyes, Goku once again showcased the power of the Super Saiyan God form. He emanated a red glow, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Vegeta fixed his gaze on Goku, filled with desire and an indomitable spirit, muttering to himself, "I will be stronger than you." The following day, Vegeta realized his wish and became a Super Saiyan God. Subsequently, the confrontation between Vegeta and Goku ensued, and Luoya reluctantly cast an energy shield to encompass both fighters. Once the battle concluded, Luoya addressed Goku and Vegeta, stating that in 4 years, a formidable being would arrive on Earth, the god of destruction, Beerus, and that they must diligently train to protect their planet. "I am not from this universe, so do not expect me to safeguard it," he cautioned. Goku scratched his head and, with a carefree smile, replied, "No problem. I will train hard and definitely defeat that guy 4 years from now." Vegeta, however, wore a serious expression, his eyes revealing determination. "I, Vegeta, shall not be afraid. I will become even stronger." From that moment onward, Goku and Vegeta embarked on rigorous training. Goku often trained intensively in the wilderness, challenging various powerful opponents, while Vegeta remained in his training chamber, relentlessly pushing his own limits. Time flew by, and 4 years swiftly passed. On a particular day, everyone gathered on a ship to joyously celebrate Bulma's birthday. Luoya had also arrived early to join Goku and the others, mischievously declaring, "Prepare yourselves for a grand surprise." Shortly thereafter, the North Kai spoke to them about the god of destruction and his terrifying abilities. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence descended upon Earth, as Beerus and his attendant Whis materialized before them. Beerus yawned lazily and remarked to Whis, "Is there truly a Super Saiyan God here who poses a threat to me, as foretold by the prophecy fish?" Whis replied with a chuckle, "Oh ho ho, I cannot confirm the existence of a Super Saiyan God, but there is indeed someone who could threaten you." With a mischievous grin, Whis noticed Beerus's previously lethargic demeanor sharpen into keen interest as he surveyed the crowd. "Oh, someone who can threaten me? I must see who it is." At that moment, Vegeta casually stepped forward from the crowd, arms crossed, his gaze steady as he looked at Beerus. "It is I, the god of destruction, Beerus. I will not stand idly by while you destroy Earth." Beerus appraised Vegeta from head to toe and erupted into a fit of arrogant laughter. "You? Just look at yourself." At that moment, Beerus recalled the time he had trampled Vegeta's father on planet Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression darkened, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Charging forward, witnessing this, Whis promptly flew over to Luoya and respectfully greeted him. Vegeta's aura surged dramatically, golden blue lightning coiling like chains around his taut muscles. His light golden pupils narrowed into pinpricks amidst the golden radiance, and he slammed his right foot into the ground, reducing the surrounding rocks to dust within a 100-meter radius. "Damn it!" he roared, his voice tearing through the sky as he became a shooting star hurtling towards his enemy. The energy sphere he condensed at his fingertips grazed the opponent's ear before exploding, leaving a scorched trail several kilometers long on the ground. Just as the enemy raised an arm to defend, Vegeta had already closed the distance, landing 3 devastating knee strikes to the opponent's chest, causing the air to crackle with sharp explosions. Beerus was sent flying, crashing into a mountain peak, yet suddenly appeared behind Vegeta amidst the swirling dust. With a gentle tap, he sent Vegeta hurtling away. Vegeta trembled internally, astonished by his overwhelming strength. "Is this the extent of your fear?" Beerus taunted, inciting Vegeta's wrath. He crossed his palms to gather energy, his aura surging threefold. Final flash. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the clouds, fracturing the space around it with a web of cracks. The enemy hastily raised a protective shield, only to be consumed by the beam upon contact, the explosion reverberating through the earth. As the smoke billowed like a dense fog, Vegeta caught a glimpse of a shadow darting towards him like lightning. Beerus appeared before him like a specter, raising his hand to unleash an energy wave that struck Vegeta's chest like a cannonball. In the face of such immense power, Vegeta was powerless, unable to withstand Beerus' assault. The energy sphere detonated, blooming like a resplendent firework in the night sky. Vegeta collapsed, unconscious, and upon witnessing this, Goku was filled with agitation. "Hey, Beerus, are you here to destroy Earth?" Beerus replied dismissively, "I could kill you all before destroying the planet." Lawyer turned to Whis, saying, "Whis, even this little cat has learned to show off. Should I teach this disobedient little kitty a lesson? Lord God, should I inform Lord Beerus of your presence?" "Ha. No need, let us just eat." "Oh, Whis, this sushi looks delightful. Care for a taste?" "Ah, thank you, Lord God, I shall indulge." Beerus suggested, "Let us find a deserted island." After locating one, Goku immediately charged forward. "Hey, aren't you going to transform into that golden-haired form?" Goku chuckled, then propelled himself forward, only to be flicked back by Beerus' finger. Realizing he needed to showcase his true abilities, he roared, "Super Saiyan 3rd grade, here I come." Goku fixed his gaze on Beerus, declaring, "Beerus, this is my current mastery of Super Saiyan 3rd grade." Beerus scoffed, merely waving his finger, beckoning Goku to attack. Goku focused his energy into a Kamehameha, the blue beam carving a 100-meter trench in the air, debris floating weightlessly around it. Beerus' long purple ears quivered slightly as he flicked his right index finger, transforming his energy into a myriad of luminous points, capable of obliterating a planet. "Is this Super Saiyan 3? Beerus remarked, brushing off the dust from his robe, finding it as beautiful as fireworks. Chapter 7. The Reckless Little Kitty with a Fierce Roar. Goku unleashed a surge of golden flames, resembling a volcanic eruption, as he appeared like a flash of lightning to Beerus' left. His fist, imbued with the force of thunder, struck towards Beerus, the punch slicing through the air with a series of explosive sounds. However, in the face of such a ferocious assault, the purple-clad deity Beerus remained remarkably composed. He merely tilted his head slightly, and Goku's fist grazed past his ear. In that fleeting moment, Beerus's elongated fingers extended with a ghostly swiftness, deftly seizing Goku's wrist. Instantly, a searing pain radiated from Goku's shoulder as he realized he had been forcefully slammed into the granite altar by Beerus in a shoulder throw. Amidst a cascade of shattered stones, Goku's vision blurred, yet he discerned a purple orb of light coalescing at Beerus's fingertips, emanating a brilliance that seemed capable of devouring all surrounding hues. Despite the excruciating agony, Goku summoned his strength to unleash his signature Kamehameha wave. A blue vortex began to gather in his palm, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. However, just as he prepared to unleash his Kamehameha, Goku was taken aback to find his voice transformed into an ethereal whisper, as if echoing from a distant realm. Concurrently, his Super Saiyan form began to disintegrate, the once blazing golden aura receding like a receding tide. Goku's pupils constricted sharply, a surge of emotion surpassing mere fury erupted within his chest. In the next instant, his golden aura shifted to a deep crimson, his skin glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, while the tips of his hair danced like flames. Observing this transformation, Beerus's expression turned serious for the first time. He slowly raised his arm and effortlessly tore open a rift in space as if it were a mere sheet of paper. Dark red destructive energy surged forth from the fissure like a roaring dragon, exuding an air of inexorable annihilation. Unfazed, Goku thrust his right palm forward, unleashing a torrent of blazing divine red flames that surged forth like a phoenix taking flight, colliding head-on with the dark red destructive energy. At the moment of impact between the two formidable powers, the entire island began to tremble violently. It was as if the very fabric of space was being shredded into countless fragments, the island rapidly quantum disintegrating, on the brink of being engulfed by this terrifying energy. In this critical juncture, Whis swiftly brandished his staff, tapping the ground lightly. An emerald-hued barrier materialized, enveloping the entire battlefield like an indomitable shield. Through the distorted energy field, Whis was astonished to witness Goku, for the first time, directly withstand the force of Beerus's fist. Red and blue arcs of electricity erupted between them, intertwining like lightning in the air, instantly tearing open numerous rifts in space. Seeing this, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, having mastered its full power under the tutelage of Whis over the past 4 years. Lord Whis, if they continue to battle like this, Earth may soon be unable to withstand their might. Whis exclaimed anxiously. Before he could finish his sentence, Loya appeared before them, shouting, "Cease this at once. This universe cannot bear the magnitude of your energies." However, Beerus paid no heed to Loya's warning, his hand still gathering potent destructive energy, aiming directly at Loya, uttering a single word through clenched teeth, "Leave." As Whis beheld this scene, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, and he silently cursed, "Lord Beerus, are you courting death?" Due to his habitual slumber, Beerus was unfamiliar with Lord Loya. He had only heard from Whis that Loya was an inspector, but they had never met face to face. At this moment, Loya's countenance darkened like the bottom of a pot, his fierce gaze fixated on Beerus, as if it could tear him to shreds in an instant. Gritting his teeth, Loya articulated each word with palpable fury. "What did you say, little kitty?" His voice, imbued with wrath and authority, sent shivers down the spine. After speaking, Loya began to stride toward Beerus, each step heavy as if the entire world trembled under his wrath. As Beerus watched Loya approach, a flicker of fear surged within him. Instinctively, he hurled a destructive energy sphere toward Loya, hoping to thwart his advance. The explosion of the energy sphere enveloped the area in smoke. When the haze cleared, a shocking sight emerged. Loya's once black hair had transformed into a brilliant white, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Beerus stared in disbelief at the white-haired youth before him, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Whis was already consumed by dread, internally lamenting, "Goodness, I can hardly bear to contemplate what comes next." He exclaimed, "Lord Beerus, the individual before you is the very inspector who single-handedly pierced through the dark demon realm a millennium ago. You must exercise utmost caution." With tears welling in his eyes, Whis implored, "Take care of yourself, my dear Lord Beerus. I shall cherish your memory." Subsequently, he chose to ignore the gravity of the situation and hungrily devoured a fragrant hairy crab before him. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus became flustered, panic coursing through him, abandoning any semblance of his previous aloof demeanor. The notion of someone who could penetrate the dark demon realm was terrifying. Even the Grand Priest would face near certain death there. With a face full of fear, Whis shouted at Beerus, "Lord Beerus, you must be exceedingly cautious. The individual standing before you is the inspector who annihilated the dark demon realm single-handedly 1,000 years ago." His voice reverberated in the air, tinged with trembling dread. Whis's eyes brimmed with tears, his concern for Beerus unmistakable. As he spoke, he wiped away a tear and continued, "Lord Beerus, you must take care of yourself." His dear friend, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere, resumed devouring the delicious crab before him as if it were his last supper. At that moment, Beerus, upon hearing Whis's words, was utterly disoriented. His hands trembled like leaves in the wind, completely losing the composure and authority he typically wielded. His heart was shrouded in fear, as if the entire world were collapsing around him. Someone who could invade the dark demon realm? Beerus muttered to himself. This news struck him like a bolt from the blue. He was acutely aware of the terrors of the dark demon realm and the man who had turned it upside down. Even the High Priest's personal intervention would likely result in a near-fatal outcome. Yet, this inspector, standing before him, not only emerged from that realm unscathed, but bore only minor injuries, an astonishing display of power. Vivid scenes of the inspector battling fiercely in the dark demon realm flooded Beerus's mind, the bloody images sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 8. Timeline. The horror of the dark demon realm transcended human imagination. It was a domain suffused with endless darkness and malevolent forces. The fact that this inspector could walk away unscathed was a testament to his formidable strength. However, Loya seemed utterly indifferent to Beerus's pleas for mercy, launching a relentless assault upon him. Beerus was mercilessly battered, his mind spinning in confusion, his bones and organs feeling as though they were shattered, as if his very being was on the verge of disintegration. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. Loya subsequently unleashed a powerful healing spell, forcing Beerus to endure continuous suffering as he healed only to be battered again. This brutal torment persisted for an entire day and night. and this was merely Loya utilizing a fraction of his power. Had he exerted even a modicum more strength, Beerus would likely have been instantaneously obliterated. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions had just uncovered a staggering truth. Having known Loya for many years, they had always assumed he was merely an ordinary friend, only to realize that his status was extraordinarily elevated. This revelation left them all in utter shock, yet simultaneously filled with joy. Piccolo mused that he had long suspected Loya's identity was extraordinary, exuding an aura reminiscent of divinity. Little did they know, he was even more formidable than the god of destruction, Beerus. Indeed, had Loya been an adversary, the earth would have ceased to exist long ago, for no one could have stood against him. At this moment, Loya continued to rain down blows upon Beerus, showing no signs of abating. The once arrogant god of destruction now found himself in such a lamentable state, a sight that elicited profound sympathy. Whis, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Lord Inspector, I implore you to show mercy. If you continue this way, Lord Beerus may truly meet his end." Upon hearing Whis' plea, Loya ceased his assault, casually casting a healing spell that landed precisely on Beerus. Astonishingly, that healing spell seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly burrowing into Beerus's wounds. And in the blink of an eye, his injuries began to mend at a visible pace. Just moments ago on the brink of death, Beerus stood up as if he had never been harmed, revitalized and more agile than before. In a flash, he darted behind Whis like a bolt of lightning. With a face full of terror, Beerus gazed at Luoya, his legs giving way beneath him as he fell to his knees with a thud. Pleading fervently, he implored, "My esteemed inspector, I beseech you to show mercy and spare this humble deity just this once. I truly did not intend to offend you. Please do not hold it against me." In his desperation, he tugged at Whis' sleeve, seemingly hoping for a few kind words in his defense. Whis, noticing the situation, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, esteemed god of justice, might you overlook this transgression of Lord Beerus? It was mere ignorance that led him to offend you. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime." Luoya, having already vented his anger, found himself swayed by the sincerity of both Whis and Beerus's pleas. He conceded, "Very well. In consideration of Whis' intercession, I shall temporarily spare you, little feline. However, remember this, should you dare to behave so arrogantly again, I will show you no mercy and will utterly dismantle you." Beerus, as if granted a reprieve from death, nodded vigorously, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Yes, yes. Thank you, esteemed god of justice, for your leniency. Thank you." Upon receiving Luoya's forgiveness, Beerus transformed into a compliant little cat, bowing and nodding in utter humility. "Oh, by the way, Whis, I would like to request your guidance for Goku and Vegeta," Luoya stated with a tone of seriousness. Whis promptly replied, "Of course, Lord Luoya, I shall dedicate myself to their instruction." Luoya then elaborated on the appropriate training methods for Goku and Vegeta, explaining that Goku would benefit from the mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, while Vegeta should focus on refining his own Ultra Instinct. Though Whis felt a tinge of confusion regarding Luoya's profound knowledge of their training needs, he refrained from questioning further, merely bowing slightly to indicate his understanding. Satisfied with Whis' response, Luoya approached Beerus, his gaze scrutinizing. After a moment, he remarked, "And as for you, your strength is simply inadequate. I have pressing matters to attend to, and during my absence, Whis, you must diligently instruct them. When I return, should there be no discernible progress, I trust you understand the consequences that will ensue." Whis swallowed hard upon hearing this, promptly affirming, "Yes, esteemed god of justice, I will give my utmost effort." Luoya's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he cast a knowing glance at Beerus, teasingly admonishing, "Especially you, little feline, do not allow yourself to become lazy. Upon my return, I shall seek you out for a sparring session." Finally, Luoya turned to Goku and Vegeta, encouraging them, "You both must train diligently, continually enhancing your strength, and strive to become ever more formidable." Just then, the system announced the initiation of the task to recruit Goku and Vegeta along the timeline. With a deft motion of his fingers, Luoya tore through the fabric of reality, and a black fissure opened like a mirror. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Before embarking on the new quest to recruit Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the moment the time-space rift tore open, the entire universe emitted an unbearable hum. The chaotic currents of the seven-colored dimensions surged, with Luo Yi suspended within, gazing down upon the tragic battlefield on the planet's surface. The Super One-Star Dragon radiated a dark purple energy, leaving desolation in its wake, as it toyed with Sun Wukong and Vegeta with overwhelming might. The Earth's core had been tainted, a thick darkness spreading through the ley lines, transforming cities into ruins amidst the thunderous roars. Vegeta and Wukong, bloodied and battered, struggled to gather their energy into a spirit bomb within a crater. Countless citizens raised their hands in desperation, their feeble light flickering under the oppressive presence of the One-Star Dragon. Despair loomed like a dark cloud over the globe, the cries of survivors mingling with the Earth's lament, tearing through the air. Suddenly, Luo Yi raised his hand and waved gently. In an instant, the space distorted violently, and a brilliant white light erupted from the rift. A thunderous roar shattered the heavens, silencing the One-Star Dragon's cries. The dark purple energy dissipated like melting ice, the cracked earth swiftly healing, and the polluted sky regaining its pure azure hue. Chapter 9. Subjugation. The smoke of battle had yet to clear. As the remnants of shattered buildings rustled in the fierce winds, and 7 Dragon Balls fell from the sky, Sun Wukong lay in the pit, his body smeared with blood, while Vegeta's black battle suit bore similar stains. Everyone's tense spines froze upon seeing that figure. There it hovered in the twisted purple glow of the clouds. A silver-haired youth surrounded by a tide of silvery energy, each breath causing the space around him to quiver, as if a deity had descended. How incredibly powerful! Trunk's voice trembled, and the others behind him gazed up at Luo Yi in unison. Just as they were captivated, Luo Yi suddenly appeared before Wukong, and a sphere of healing energy coursed through the young warrior's body. Looking at the malicious wish made by the Pierf trio with the Super Dragon Balls that transformed Sun Wukong back into his juvenile form, Luo Yi's face was filled with helplessness. His silver hair floated upwards as he looked down at the curled-up figure at the bottom of the pit. Sun Wukong's turtle school GI was covered in dirt, yet his youthful face bore an indomitable resolve that was far from childlike. In his deep black eyes, the intricate patterns of energy swirling around Luo Yi were vividly reflected. Cough. I feel power surging through me. Sun Wukong gently leapt, landing steadily before Luo Yi. He tilted his head, curiously examining the silver-haired figure before him, his tail flicking cautiously behind him. What you just used was not the King Kai's healing technique, nor the power of the dragon. You possess a divine energy. Are you a deity? The energy surrounding Luo Yi stirred slightly, realizing that this young warrior from a parallel world was even more perceptive than he had anticipated. He curled his fingers and gently flicked away the probing digit of Sun Wukong, his expression grave as he declared, "To be precise, I am both human and a deity." At that moment, the 7 Dragon Balls in the distance suddenly radiated a blinding golden light. Within this luminescence, a dragon soared skyward, revealing its majestic form, exuding an air of authority. "Wukong, it is time for us to depart. You are no longer the person you once were. Now, you and I are one. Where shall you take me?" Wukong inquired. "To the place you are destined to be, or rather, to the place you have always existed." The dragon elaborated. "The Dragon Balls and you are intrinsically linked. Your mission has been fulfilled, and it is now time to return." Wukong pondered this revelation. It was no wonder he had felt a connection to the Dragon Balls for so long. He turned to Xiao Fong and said, "Xiao Fong, take good care of yourself. Grandfather may be gone for a long while." Then he added, "Let us go, Sun Wukong. This time, it is truly a farewell. Might I make another wish?" Wukong asked the dragon. "The events leading to this have stemmed from my encounter with Bulma, yet the people of Earth are innocent. Please, resurrect humanity." The dragon's enormous eyes gleamed with a crimson light as humans on Earth began to revive. "The people of Earth have returned. We must depart now," Wukong stated. Luo Yi rose slowly from the crowd, his figure towering and regal, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet. He emanated an aura that was both mysterious and potent, a presence only a deity could possess. The dragon stared at Luo Yi in astonishment, its eyes wide as if they might pop from their sockets. It was utterly intimidated, having never encountered such a formidable being. "Why, you are a deity?" the dragon stammered, its voice quaking with fear and reverence. "I am unsure of your identity, as there seems to be no record of you in the ancient texts of Planet Mech." Luo Yi regarded the dragon with an impassive expression and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. I was appointed a millennium ago. Do you have a problem with that?" The dragon shook its head vigorously. "And no, I dare not question, my lord. However, Luoya was not inclined to let the dragon off lightly. His tone abruptly shifted to one of severity. I have found your presence irksome for quite some time. You are a deity, and so am I. I remain intact, yet you flaunt yourself before me? Luoya's words thundered in the dragon's ears, causing it to tremble. Even a mere minnow dares to overstep its bounds. Wukong, you shall leave on your own. Otherwise, you may remain confined within those orbs. The dragon opened its mouth to explain, but was cut off by Luoya's furious shout. Silence, or face annihilation. Faced with Luoya's threat, the dragon dared not utter another word, hastily carrying the Dragon Balls away like a shooting star, scattering them across the earth. Subsequently, Luoya smiled and waved to the crowd, introducing himself. Greetings, everyone. I am the overseer from another dimension. The crowd exchanged glances. Though unfamiliar with the concept of the inspector, no one dared to inquire further into its true meaning. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of astonishment surged within them. After all, to tear apart the fabric of time and space and traverse it at will requires an extraordinary power. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a look, both recognizing the surprise reflected in each other's eyes. Observing this, Luoya smiled and beckoned them over, saying, Goku, Vegeta, come here for a moment. Although Vegeta felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Luoya's strength, he complied and approached. Luoya regarded them and slowly posed the question, do you wish to become even stronger? Goku and Vegeta exchanged another glance, anticipation flickering in their eyes as they replied in unison, yes. Luoya nodded in satisfaction and continued, I possess a method to enhance your power, potentially allowing you to surpass Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, but to transform into Super Saiyan 4 requires a tail. And I no longer have one. Can I still achieve Super Saiyan 4 and surpass it? Luoya smiled knowingly and replied, this is not a difficult matter. As long as we acquire the Dragon Balls from Namek, the issue can be resolved. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances once more, excitement and expectation evident in their eyes. Noticing their enthusiasm, Luoya's lips curled into a slight smile as he asked, so, are you willing to take me as your master? After a brief look at each other, Goku and Vegeta nodded slightly and called out in unison, Master. Notification, congratulations, host has accepted Son Wukong and Vegeta as disciples. Reward, restoration of strength to White God Level 2. Host, are there any tasks available to obtain a time machine? Notification, host can venture into the timeline of Black Goku to eliminate him, restoring the timeline to its proper course. Goku, you and Vegeta must head to Namek. I have an old friend who has been waiting for me for quite some time. In the King of All's palace, the Grand Priest was accompanying the King of All in a game of Match 3. With each sphere eliminated, a planet would vanish from the mirrored surface. The King of All was thoroughly enjoying himself when the Grand Priest suddenly turned his gaze outside the palace, his eyes reflecting a ripple of concern. Someone was forcefully tearing through the fabric of time and space to arrive here. He respectfully addressed the king, My lord, please excuse me for a moment. In an instant, he departed the palace, standing on the celestial body outside, his gaze fixed in the direction from which the energy of the rift emanated. Chapter 10. Breaking the Angel's Chains. 2 minutes later, Luoya arrived at the King of All's palace. Greetings, Grand Priest. Do not be alarmed. As you can see, I am also a deity. The Grand Priest, filled with wariness, replied, As a deity, do you not understand the prohibitions against traversing time and space without permission? Luoya smiled gently, unruffled as he stated, Grand Priest, my journey through time and space is necessitated by urgent matters. In my timeline, the Dark Demon Realm continually assaults the barrier established by the King of All. 500 years ago, a significant breach occurred, prompting me to single-handedly invade the Dark Demon Realm and eliminate nearly all of its formidable forces. However, the rules governing the Dark Demon Realm in the vast universe led to my injury when it crossed into our smaller universe. In summary, it not only threatens the peace of that dimension, but also harbors the potential to transcend time and space, impacting our realm. The High Priest furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. Is what you say true? What evidence do you possess? With a flourish of his hands, Luoya conjured an image, revealing the devastation wrought by a malevolent force in his own dimension 5 centuries prior. The High Priest's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Even so, you should not act unilaterally. At this moment, the High Priest's demeanor towards Luoya underwent a transformation, a mark of respect for strength. You do not belong to this universe. If, as you claim, there is a place for you in our dimension, I remain unaware of it. High Priest, everyone harbors their own secrets, do they not? Luoya replied, I shall say no more. I trust in the version of myself that exists in your dimension. Even he would find it challenging to navigate the dark demon realm as you have. However, if this matter is indeed as you assert, it cannot be delayed. I must report to the Sovereign and seek a resolution. In my dimension, the Sovereign is already informed. Thus I require the assembly of forces across dimensions to combat the dark demon realm. At that moment, the cheerful voice of the Sovereign rang out. High Priest, who has arrived? The High Priest promptly bowed, saying, My Lord Sovereign, this individual hails from another dimension and bears urgent news. The Sovereign, intrigued, turned his gaze to Luoya and inquired, What urgent matter do you bring? Pray, share it with me. Luoya respectfully bowed to the Sovereign and stated, My Lord Sovereign, in my dimension, the dark demon realm assaulted the barrier, which was breached 5 centuries ago. I valiantly fought against the invaders. However, you need not harbor any concerns, simply speak the truth. To my knowledge, that vast and boundless universe's demon realm has audaciously flouted the rules, descending upon our realm without authorization and brazenly wielding the powers of the higher realm to launch attacks against me, resulting in grievous injuries. Now, that malevolent force not only shows no signs of retreat, but grows increasingly formidable, akin to a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws, brimming with menace. It will not be long before it returns, presenting an even greater threat to us. Even more alarming is the extensive reach of this evil power. It endangers not only my dimension, but may very well transcend the boundaries of time and space, affecting you as well. Therefore, I sincerely hope to rally the strength of various dimensions, uniting our efforts to collectively resist the encroaching darkness of the demon realm. Upon hearing this, the Sovereign's eyes sparkled with bright enthusiasm, his face alight with excitement. Like a child, he clapped his hands in exhilaration and exclaimed, Wow, this sounds so thrilling. Let us go and defeat it. However, the High Priest, standing nearby, frowned slightly and earnestly advised, My Lord Sovereign, we must not take this matter lightly. Before we take action, we must possess a clear understanding of the dark demon realm's true capabilities. The Sovereign appeared unconcerned by the High Priest's apprehensions, casually waving his hand and dismissively replied, Oh, worry not. With so many formidable individuals among us, we shall undoubtedly vanquish it with ease. The High Priest, albeit reluctantly, complied with the summons to gather the formidable beings from various realms. At that moment, the gaze of the Grand King fell upon Roya, who was scrutinized with great curiosity. The Grand King then inquired, Roya, would you care to indulge me in some playful activities? Roya, with a pained expression, promptly bowed and replied, I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency. As you are aware, I am here on a pressing mission and regrettably cannot spare the time for leisure. The once eager and youthful visage of the Grand King was instantly shrouded in disappointment, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction. However, Roya quickly added, Nonetheless, once I have resolved my matters, I would be delighted to take you to my realm. There, I shall introduce you to an extraordinarily fascinating companion, one I am certain you will find delightful. Upon hearing this, the Grand King's eyes sparkled with excitement, his exuberance manifesting in animated gestures as anticipation and joy filled his countenance. Is that truly the case? Then you must hasten to complete your tasks. And do not forget to bring me to your realm once you are finished. The Grand King urged impatiently. With a smile, Roya nodded in agreement, then turned to the High Priest with a serious demeanor. High Priest, I seek your counsel on a pressing matter. The current crisis is dire, and we may require the assistance of the angels. Thus, I implore you to lift the binding rules that restrain their powers, granting them the freedom to unleash their full potential. The High Priest furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Lifting the restrictions on the angels was no trivial matter. I am well aware of your concerns, yet you need not fret. I possess unwavering confidence in our ability to subdue this threat. Gazing into the resolute eyes of Roya, the High Priest, though still harboring some apprehension, recognized the urgency of the situation that allowed no room for doubt. After a moment of internal struggle, he ultimately acquiesced, nodding slowly as if having made a momentous decision. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Before his words faded, The high priest swiftly formed intricate hand seals and began to chant an ancient and enigmatic incantation. As he performed the ritual, a potent and mysterious energy rippled outward from him, distorting the surrounding space ever so slightly. The binding rules that confined the angels began to dissipate under the onslaught of this mystical force, melting away like snow under the warm sun. Simultaneously, the high priest commenced a unique summoning of the powerful beings from various realms. Soon, warriors of unparalleled valor, enigmatic sorcerers, and formidable scions began to arrive at the Grand King's palace. Roya elucidated the situation, and all present expressed their willingness to unite against the dark demon realm. Subsequently, Roya entrusted the time chamber to the assembled warriors, where time flowed differently, one day outside equating to 10 years within. The warriors entered the chamber, diligently honing their combat skills, while the sorcerers delved into the study of new spells, and the scions relentlessly pushed their limits. To the outside world, it may seem like only a fleeting few days have passed, but within the time house, decades have indeed gone by. When the individuals emerge from the time house, each has experienced a profound leap in their abilities. At this very moment, the newly emerged angels and the Grand Priest radiate an aura of immense power. Chapter 11. Super Saiyan 5. In this instant, the Grand Priest shines like a resplendent sun, exuding a dazzling brilliance that captivates all who behold it. Who could have imagined that a mere few decades within the time house could lead to such remarkable achievements for the Grand Priest? In comparison, although I have attained the second tier of white god strength, I still seem to fall short beside the Grand Priest. Moreover, with the enhancement of my ancient Saiyan bloodline, my strength should ostensibly surpass his. Yet, the Grand Priest's astonishing progress in such a brief period is truly awe-inspiring. His talent is undeniably formidable. At present, he likely ranks among the top 3 strongest beings in the world. Noticing my admiration, the Grand Priest chuckled heartily and humbly remarked, "Brother Luo, you flatter me. I sense that you harbor immense energy within. You possess the Saiyan bloodline, do you not? If I am not mistaken, you must be concealing an even more powerful form, correct?" Luo Yi smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed by the Grand Priest's astute observation. He inwardly mused, this old rascal, regardless of the time or space, is ever so cunning. At that moment, Luo Yi raised his voice, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, the demon realm has repeatedly sought to invade us, attempting to enslave us. How shall we respond to such foes?" Before he could finish, the crowd erupted in fervent outrage, chanting in unison, "Eradicate the demon realm. Kill, kill, kill." From his elevated position, Luo Yi surveyed the impassioned throng below, feeling a surge of gratification. He saw hope and fervor shining in their eyes, filled with anticipation for the future. However, in that moment of contentment, a barely perceptible shadow of concern crossed Luo Yi's face. This fleeting frown, like a shooting star in the night sky, was swiftly detected by the Grand Priest standing beside him. The Grand Priest gazed intently at Luo Yi and inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Luo, what troubles you so?" His voice was deep and soothing, as if it could penetrate the depths of Luo Yi's anxieties. "Oh, it is nothing, merely reminiscing about the past," Luo Yi replied. He then requested the Grand Priest to lead everyone in their continued training, subsequently retrieving the time communication device awarded by the system from his spatial ring and presenting it to the Grand Priest. Upon receiving the device, the Grand Priest's eyes widened with astonishment. Despite his high status and vast knowledge of the universe, he had never encountered such an extraordinary instrument. "Brother Luo, what is this marvel?" The Grand Priest inquired with curiosity, gazing at the device in Luo Yi's hands. With a slight smile, Luo Yi explained, "This is a remarkable treasure. It is called the time communication device, capable of transmitting messages across time and space. With it, even during a demon realm invasion, we can maintain contact with one another at any moment." Upon hearing this, the High Priest's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, and he nodded cautiously, delicately stowing away the temporal communication device as if it were an exceedingly precious artifact. "Rest assured, Brother Luo, I shall lead everyone in relentless training to continually enhance our collective strength," the High Priest solemnly declared. At that moment, Sun Wukong strode toward Luo Yi with purposeful strides. His entire being was enveloped in a coat of white fur, his wild, beast-like eyes exuding an untamed aura. His bare upper body was adorned with a white fur belt, radiating an overwhelming presence. It was revealed that Sun Wukong had devoted several decades to rigorous training within the time chamber, successfully transcending the Super Saiyan 5 realm and elevating his base combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Master Luoya, I have now broken through to Super Saiyan 5. Sun Wukong exclaimed with exuberance, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy, his powerful aura seemingly stirring the very air around him. Luoya gazed upon the transformed Sun Wukong, his face alight with a gratifying smile, genuinely pleased for Wukong. Wukong, you have performed exceptionally. Your strength has taken a qualitative leap. And when we confront the demon realm in the future, we shall possess greater confidence. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Master, I will continue to improve, striving to become a formidable warrior like you. Despite Wukong's remarkable breakthrough, he remained oblivious to the true extent of Luoya's current power. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. For now, follow the high priest in your training. I have matters to attend to. Luoya replied with a nod of satisfaction. He then approached Vegeta with a serious demeanor, stating, You have successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 5, an extraordinary achievement. If you and Sun Wukong were to merge, you might indeed stand a chance against me. Luoya's tone grew more grave as he continued, When the demon realm invades, I hope you can fuse with Sun Wukong. The warrior born from your fusion will be pivotal in this battle, potentially turning the tide. Contemplating, he mused that it was time for the Dragon Ball Super versions of Wukong and Vegeta to explore the pure Saiyan path. With those words, Luoya unhesitatingly tore through the fabric of time, instantaneously returning to the timeline of Dragon Ball Super. In the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Sun Wukong was enveloped in a shimmering silver aura, while Vegeta was shrouded in a deep purple mist. Both were intensely focused on their training, utterly immersed in their own realms. Remarkably, within the span of a mere month, Whis had successfully guided Sun Wukong and Vegeta to the initial forms of Ultra Instinct and Self-Mastery, showcasing their astonishing talent and potential as their fortunes appeared to defy the heavens. Suddenly, Luoya's figure materialized, his white robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. Your progress is truly remarkable, he proclaimed. His gaze swept over the two individuals. They had a mission to retrieve Frieza from heaven. Frieza? Vegeta's brow furrowed, a surge of purple energy erupting violently around him. Was that scoundrel truly worth it? Goku, however, stroked his chin with a chuckle. I am curious to see his expression now. In Dragon Ball Super, Goku appeared somewhat naive, preoccupied solely with the thrill of battle, utterly neglecting his domestic responsibilities, much to Chi-Chi's plight, who had to play both mother and father. Such a pity. The two then set off towards heaven. The clouds of paradise shimmered with a pearlescent glow. Frieza sat ensnared in a web-like cocoon, and upon the sudden appearance of the two, his black pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 12. Golden Frieza. Vegeta let out a derisive snort, his right hand suddenly coalescing a sphere of purple energy. Enough with the pleasantries, Frieza. We are here to escort you back to the mortal realm. Escort. Frieza theatrically clutched his chest. Since when has Prince Vegeta become a lackey for others? Before he could finish, Vegeta had already materialized before him, his fist enveloped in a white aura, hovering perilously close to Frieza's nose. The violent air currents forced Frieza to squint, as the clouds behind paradise were rent asunder, creating a fissure stretching for miles. Utter one more word. Vegeta's voice was as frigid as ice, and I shall grant you another death. Goku placed a calming hand on Vegeta's shoulder. No need to be so agitated. He turned to Frieza, his silver-white gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Come with us. We have something exciting to share. This once malevolent overlord, who had brought untold calamities to the universe, was now being threatened by the two, emanating a chilling aura, his eyes betraying boundless hatred and ambition. At that moment, Whis was prepared to resurrect Frieza. Beerus, leaning against the divine tree, appeared somewhat apprehensive. If the Grand Minister discovers that I sent Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta, oh dear, will I be struck down by the Grand Minister? What should I do? He discreetly beckoned Whis over. Whis, if the Grand Minister learns of my involvement in Frieza's marriage proposal to planet Vegeta, will I face dire consequences? Whis replied, Oh ho, fear not, Lord Beerus. The Grand Minister is unlikely to be from planet Vegeta. Loa silently emerged behind the two. What are you up to, little kitty? Whispering sweet nothings about me. Whis then commenced the resurrection of Frieza. Beams of multicolored light cascaded from the heavens as Whis's staff gently tapped, the angelic power surging like a tide. In the name of the seventh universe's angel, I bestow new life upon the deceased. Frisia's ethereal form was enveloped in golden light, his flesh and bones reconstituting at a visible pace. As the radiance dissipated, he looked down at his golden palms, savoring the tumultuous power coursing within. This body was even stronger than before. Once resurrected, Frisia flexed his fists, and upon confirming his restoration, he finally felt at ease. This long-lost sensation was indeed nostalgic. Oh ho ho ho. Then, suddenly, Frisia erupted into maniacal laughter, his golden aura soaring skyward. Fools! You think resurrecting me grants you control. In an instant, two beams of blue light erupted simultaneously. The silhouette of Wukong became indistinct, as if merging with the very essence of the air. Vegeta, on the other hand, resembled a sword unsheathed, his pure combat while manifesting as a palpable force. Before Frisia could unleash his assault, he found himself pinned to the ground. Wukong's fingers lightly tapped the nape of his neck, a blue aura enveloping him with an air of divine indifference. Vegeta's foot pressed upon his back, the weight of purple energy akin to a 1,000-pound burden. This is impossible, Frisia struggled, only to realize he could not even move a finger. This is the realm of the divine, Whis remarked with a smile. They have merely grazed the threshold in a month. And you, Frisia, now faced two choices. Beerus, who had appeared nearby with his mouth full of pudding, chimed in, either submit, or I shall return you to hell. Frisia's pupils quivered violently. He sensed the auras of the two behind him were utterly distinct from that of mortals. The oppressive sensation was akin to bearing the weight of the entire cosmos. Ultimately, he bowed his head, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. It seems the game has become intriguing. Luoyu approached the group just in time to overhear Frisia's murmurs. Oh, intriguing? What do you find interesting? What sort of amusing gameplay do you desire? I advise you to refrain from harboring any thoughts of ruling the universe, or I shall end your existence in a rather brutal manner. The moment Frisia witnessed the god of destruction bowing and scraping before this young man, he understood that this individual must be a higher deity, the superior to Beerus. And thus he had no choice but to feign compliance. You may seek vengeance against the two at any time, or even slay them. But, should you entertain any other notions regarding me, I welcome you to act upon them. Upon hearing he could avenge himself against the two, the wildness within Frisia stirred even more vigorously. His submission was merely superficial. Although currently subdued by Wukong and Vegeta's overwhelming power, the ambition within him remained unquenched. When Luoyu entrusted him to Whis for special training, Frisia's lips still bore that elusive, cold smile. Oh, you wish for me to undergo training from an angel? Frisia narrowed his eyes, his tone flippant. What an honor indeed. Whis maintained his gentle smile. Mr. Frisia, your potential extends far beyond this. The paradisiacal realm of the god of destruction had now transformed into Frisia's hell. Whis's methods proved to be more rigorous than anticipated. On the first day, Frisia was required to engage in physical training using only his most basic form, forbidding any amplification of energy. What nonsense! Frisia roared. How could this king partake in such menial training? However, when he attempted to resist, Whis merely lifted a hand, and an invisible force pinned him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Mr. Frisia, Whis said with a cheerful demeanor, to surpass the Saiyans, one must first surpass oneself. Day after day, Frisia was pushed to his limits. Under Whis's guidance, his body continuously broke through barriers, muscle memory was reshaped, and energy control achieved unprecedented precision. A month later, Frisia could unleash power nearing his golden form even in his normal state. 2 months later, his speed was barely sufficient to keep pace with Wukong's Super Saiyan Blue. On the final day of the 3rd month, Whis finally nodded. It's nearly time. Frisia stood at the heart of the god of destruction's realm, radiating a brilliant golden light. However, this time, his aura was far more pure and stable than that of the former golden Frisia. He chuckled softly. It seemed the time had come for him to express his gratitude to those Saiyan monkeys. I respectfully inquire, Lord Whis, may I spar with Son Goku? At that moment, Frisia had already learned that Loa was one of the supreme deities among many. Loa found the situation amusing. It appeared Frisia was quite eager. He then turned to the two and said, do not employ Ultra Instinct or Self-Mastery just yet. At this point, Son Goku had already mastered the 2nd stage of Ultra Instinct. Over the past 3 months, Loa had guided them to train within Whis' staff and temporarily suppress their ultra instinct and self-mastery, intending to keep a trump card for the ultimate purpose of shattering Frisia's confidence. Black Gold Frisia? Intriguing. I am rather curious to see if he can transform into Black Gold Frisia after his defeat. Very well. Goku had long awaited in the training arena, where blue flames flickered quietly. Upon witnessing the revitalized Frisia, he grinned broadly. Hey, you've certainly grown stronger. Frisia elegantly adjusted his wrist. Son Goku, this time, I shall make you truly experience what despair feels like. In an instant, the battle erupted. Chapter 13. Golden Frisia's Ultra Instinct Frisia hovered silently in the high skies, his form gleaming with a chilling radiance under the sun, his crimson eyes burning like flames, fixated intently on Son Goku below. At last, this day has arrived, Son Goku. A cruel smile crept onto Frisia's lips. I will let you personally experience true despair. In the face of Frisia's taunt, Goku merely smirked, showing no hint of fear. His body suddenly erupted with powerful energy, blue flames shooting upwards like a volcanic eruption. Hey, that is not a certainty. Goku shouted confidently, his voice resonating through the air, as if the entire world could hear his challenge. Soon after, both combatants unleashed their most formidable techniques, initiating a breathtaking showdown. The power of Super Saiyan Blue clashed against the might of Golden Frisia. Boom! The two vanished simultaneously, only to collide midair. As their fists and feet met, shockwaves erupted, causing the ocean's surface to churn like waves. Frisia moved with lightning speed, golden afterimages tracing countless paths in the sky, while death beams rained down like a torrential downpour. Goku utilized instant transmission to evade continuously, countering with powerful punches each time he reappeared, but Frisia's defenses were equally formidable, sparks flying as their arms clashed. Is this all you can do? Frisia sneered, suddenly altering his attack, his tail whipping towards Goku like a steel whip. Oof! Goku was violently struck, soaring through several mountain peaks. Yet, in the next moment, he gathered energy for a Kamehameha wave, a torrent of blue energy surging directly towards Frisia. Ridiculous! Frisia, with one hand, forcefully erected an energy barrier to withstand the impact, while his other hand gathered a colossal sphere of death energy, slamming it down to the ground. The earth fractured, magma erupted, and the entire battlefield was reduced to scorched earth. Amidst the smoke and dust, Goku slowly rose, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained fervent. It was not over yet. He let out a low roar, his aura surging once more. The King Kai fist amplified 20-fold. Intertwining red and blue energies began to warp the very fabric of space. What? Frisia's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. Sneering at the desperate struggle, the two charged towards each other again, this time surpassing the speed of light. The shockwaves from their colliding fists and feet shattered the clouds. The final blow. Seizing Frisia's opening, Goku delivered a powerful elbow strike to his abdomen, followed by a firm grip on his head, driving his knee forward with ferocity. Ack! Frisia roared in pain, but soon retaliated with fury, wrapping his tail around Goku's neck and slamming him forcefully into the ground. It's over. Frisia raised his hands high, condensing a supernova explosion powerful enough to annihilate a planet. As the dust slowly settled, Goku's figure stood tall once more. His eyes remained tightly shut, breathing eerily steady. The silver-white aura enveloping him flowed like water, devoid of any rage, yet brimming with an oppressive force that shook the space around him. Frisia's pupils contracted sharply. The supernova explosion trembled in his palm. Is this the ultra instinct that Lord Beerus possesses? His voice quivered for the first time. Goku gradually opened his eyes, the silver pupils void of any emotion, embodying pure combat instinct. Come on, Frisia. His tone was calm to the point of indifference. The second round. Frisia's murderous intent erupted instantaneously. He let out a furious roar, hurling the supernova explosion with tremendous force, the destructive energy wave engulfing the entire battlefield. However, Goku's figure merely flickered, effortlessly traversing through the torrent of energy. His movements were devoid of any forewarning, as if the attack had never existed. What? Before Frisia could react, the silver-white afterimage had already appeared before him. Bang! A seemingly casual straight punch sent Frisia's golden form hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing through 3 mountain ranges. Cough! Frisia spat blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. My defense. Goku did not pursue. He simply stood still, the silver aura gently swaying. I can see your movements clearly. His voice echoed in Frisia's ears, despite the distance of 1,000 meters. It felt as if it were whispering right beside him. Frisia's hair stood on end, instinctively turning to deliver a tail whip, but it struck only air. Too slow. Bang. Another punch came from an inconceivable angle. The sound of Frisia's ribs breaking was unmistakable. Bastard. Frisia was utterly enraged, his golden aura burning wildly. His power reaching its zenith. His speed suddenly accelerated, death beams pouring down like a torrential rain, each strike capable of obliterating a city. However, Goku's figure moved like a phantom. All attacks passed through his afterimage, landing on nothingness. The art of evasion in the realm of ultimate mastery transcends mere reaction. It is an instinctual response, where the body instinctively maneuvers away from impending attacks. Futile, Frisia. Goku's voice resonated from all directions. Your murderous intent is overwhelming. Silence. Frisia bellowed hysterically, suddenly clasping his hands together, as a terrifying purple energy coalesced into the death supernova. This was his ultimate technique, capable of reducing an entire planet to dust. The energy sphere expanded to a diameter of 100 meters, and Frisia, with a sinister grin, thrust it towards the ground. Let us see how you evade this. However, Goku merely raised a finger. Whoosh! A slender silver beam pierced the center of the energy sphere, causing the colossal death supernova to dissipate like mere foam. Frisia stood in a daze. Goku's form finally became clear, the silver aura gradually retracting. It is over, Frisia. He spoke calmly. Now you cannot prevail against me. Frisia knelt to the ground, his golden form beginning to crumble, revealing his originally pale skin. His eyes brimmed with reluctance, but more so with an unprecedented shock. This is the power of a god, he rasped. Goku remained silent, simply extending his hand. Do you wish to continue fighting? After a prolonged silence, Frisia suddenly chuckled. Interesting. He staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Next time we meet, I shall show you true hell. In a flash of silver light, which suddenly appeared between the two. Training concluded. Mr. Frisia performed admirably. Vegeta scoffed from a distance. A waste of time and a farce. The silver aura enveloping Goku gradually dissipated, restoring his customary smile. Hey, that was exhilarating. Frisia cast a deep glance at Goku before turning to depart from the God of Destruction realm, his golden cloak fluttering in the wind. This battle would become his new obsession. An obsession often serves as the most potent driving force. Let him go. It seems Goku has left quite an impression on him. Goku watched Frisia's retreating figure as the silver aura completely vanished. He scratched his head and turned to Whis. Do you think this fellow will cause trouble again? Whis replied with a mysterious wink. Who knows? However, the universe is on the brink of greater turmoil. Having an additional combatant is always beneficial. At that moment, Vegeta erupted in a deep purple aura, his fighting spirit surging. Kakarot. Let us engage in battle. Self-mastery versus ultimate mastery, which is truly superior. Chapter 14 Vegeta's son, Goku Kakarot. Let us engage in battle. Self-mastery versus ultimate mastery, which is truly superior. Luoya, what a pair of characters. Vegeta's roar echoed throughout the God of Destruction realm, the deep purple aura soaring into the sky like a volcanic eruption. His fighting spirit was so intense that the surrounding space began to warp and ripple. Whis smiled and retreated to the sidelines, tapping his staff on the ground to delineate the battlefield for the two. Goku turned around, the silver light in his eyes still not entirely faded. Upon witnessing Vegeta's blazing fighting spirit, a familiar smile crept onto his lips. Hey, this suits me perfectly. The silvery aura surged once more, and Wukong's form became indistinct, as if merging with the surrounding air. Two distinctly different divine energies clashed in the realm of destruction, rending the clouds in the sky asunder. Do not disappoint me, Kakarot. Vegeta charged forth, his purple aura trailing behind him like a comet's tail. His right fist, imbued with devastating force, aimed directly at Wukong's face. The gust from his punch carving deep furrows into the ground. Wukong's silver eyes flickered momentarily, at the critical instant when the fist was about to make contact. His body instinctively shifted 3 inches to the left, as fluid as water. Vegeta's fist grazed his hair, the unleashed energy obliterating a distant mountain into mere powder. That was close, Wukong remarked, though his countenance betrayed no hint of tension. His body naturally executed the optimal response, and while evading, his right elbow surged towards Vegeta's ribs. Vegeta snorted dismissively, pressing down his left hand to block as his purple aura erupted violently. "Do not underestimate me," he exclaimed, spinning around to deliver a sweeping kick aimed at Wukong's waist. The speed of this strike far exceeded the ordinary, the wind from his leg tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. However, Wukong's reaction was swifter, or rather, he seemed to have no need for a conscious response. His body, embodying the essence of instinctual mastery, anticipated the trajectory of the attack, leaning back well before Vegeta's leg had extended. The silvery aura traced an elegant arc through the air, Wukong's form drifting back as light as a feather. "Damn it!" Vegeta pressed on, his fists morphing into a multitude of afterimages, each strike potent enough to shatter stars. His assault was both cunning and ferocious, targeting vital points while occasionally feinting, leaving ordinary opponents bewildered. Yet, Wukong maintained an ethereal calm. His evasions were devoid of superfluous movements, each time avoiding attacks with minimal shifts. The silvery aura weaving through the tempest of purple. Occasional counterattacks were terrifyingly precise, forcing Vegeta to adopt a defensive stance. "Is this the essence of instinctual mastery?" Vegeta muttered through gritted teeth during a brief lull in his relentless assault, hiding like a coward. Wukong's voice resonated from all directions. "It is not evasion, it is harmony. Your intent is all too apparent, Vegeta." Suddenly, Vegeta ceased his offensive, his purple aura retracting. Standing amidst the ravaged battlefield, his chest heaved heavily, yet his gaze sharpened with intensity. "Very well, if you thrive on harmony, I shall render it impossible for you to harmonize." Deep purple energy began to flow in an unusual manner, and Vegeta's form underwent a subtle transformation. His aura ceased to be wild and outwardly explosive, instead flowing over his body like liquid. This was a manifestation of his self-mastery elevated to new heights, concentrating all his willpower into a singular point. "Prepare yourself, Kakarot." Vegeta advanced once more, but this time his movements were entirely different. What appeared to be a straightforward attack inexplicably changed direction mid-strike, his punches exhibiting an erratic pattern. More alarmingly, each blow carried a potent intent to disrupt Wukong's instinctual mastery. For the first time, Wukong hesitated. The silvery aura fluctuated, his evasive maneuvers no longer as fluid. Vegeta's right hook grazed his cheek, leaving a crimson mark. It worked. In Vegeta's eyes, a brilliant light surged forth. Seizing this opportunity, he unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks, each punch imbued with an intense fighting spirit, akin to invisible blades piercing Goku's mental realm. Goku was compelled to adopt a defensive stance, his silvery aura flickering incessantly. The flawless evasion of Ultra Instinct began to reveal cracks, necessitating his active blocking of certain strikes. The collisions between the two warriors generated shockwaves, causing the very ground of the God realm to tremble. "What's wrong? Where's your adaptation?" Vegeta taunted, landing an uppercut that broke through Goku's defenses, striking him squarely on the jaw. Goku was sent flying, but steadied himself at a distance. "I see." Goku wiped the corner of his mouth, a flicker of enlightenment crossing his silver pupils. "You are using your will to disrupt my instinctive responses." Vegeta smirked. The essence of self-mastery lies in absolute control of will. Did you think only the body requires training? The mental contest is the crux. Goku inhaled deeply, his silvery aura stabilizing once more. "Interesting. Then I shall take this more seriously." The two figures collided again, entering a new phase of combat. Goku no longer solely relied on the automatic evasion of Ultra Instinct. Instead, he began to consciously anticipate Vegeta's willful interferences. His movements became more agile and varied, at times flowing like water, at others striking like thunder. Vegeta, on the other hand, maximized his fighting spirit. His attacks no longer adhered to fixed patterns. Each move was infused with creativity. The violet aura coalesced into blades or expanded into nets, attempting to sever all of Goku's escape routes. Death Flash. Vegeta suddenly altered his approach, unleashing dozens of violet beams from his fingertips. These beams did not travel in straight lines, but instead traced bizarre arcs, encircling Goku from all angles. Goku crossed his arms before his chest, forming a perfect shield of silvery energy. The beams collided with the shield, igniting dazzling sparks. At the peak of the energy's brilliance, Vegeta had already breached Goku's defenses, driving his knee forcefully into Goku's abdomen. Bang! With a deep thud, Goku bent forward from the impact. Yet, almost simultaneously, his right palm struck toward Vegeta's chest. Vegeta, caught off guard, managed to block, yet was still pushed back several hundred meters by the force of the blow. Nice counterattack. Vegeta steadied himself, a thrill of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. Now that's more like it. Goku chuckled in response. You're not too shabby yourself, managing to breach my defenses. The auras of both warriors surged once more, preparing for their final clash. Just at that critical moment, Whis' voice rang out. That's enough, you two. With a gentle tap of his staff upon the ground, an invisible barrier separated them. Whis smiled widely. If you continue fighting, Lord Beerus will be furious. Besides, he gestured around. The God Realm is nearly in ruins due to your skirmish. Only then did Goku and Vegeta notice the once beautiful God Realm now lay in disarray. The ground was fissured, mountains crumbled, and even the sky bore the scars of energy shockwaves. TCH. Vegeta retracted his aura, though the fighting spirit in his eyes remained undiminished. Next time, we shall determine the victor, Kakarot. Wukong also relinquished the state of utmost freedom as the silver-white aura gradually dissipated. I am always at your service. However, he scratched his head, acknowledging, your self-ultimate state is indeed impressive, for it has managed to uncover the weaknesses of the state of utmost freedom. Vegeta crossed his arms, retorting, Humph, your state of utmost freedom is not without merit either. But remember, no realm is flawless. He turned to walk away but paused, declaring, next time, I shall unravel it completely. Wukong gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. He understood that this sparring session was merely the beginning. The clash between self-ultimate and utmost freedom would propel them to unprecedented heights. Whis observed their interaction, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his eyes. It seems the defenders of Universe 7 have made further progress. Chapter 15. Bestowing the apprentice god position. Loya stepped out of the Beerus temple, his pristine white robe billowing gently in the divine breeze. He turned his gaze toward the duo who had just concluded their spar, a faint smile gracing his lips. Remarkable, he softly applauded, his voice flowing like a clear spring trickling through stones. Your current strength is quite commendable. Wukong, suddenly invigorated, teleported before Loya, exclaiming, Master Loya, do you think I can spar with you now? Loya's face displayed a hint of exasperation as he ruffled Wukong's tousled hair. Wukong, you must strive a bit harder. He pointed towards Beerus, who was leisurely licking his paws. Until you can defeat even that little cat, it would be wise to refrain from challenging me. Wukong followed his gaze and met Beerus's warning eyes, instantly recalling the scene of Loya having nearly defeated Beerus in their last encounter, causing him to instinctively retract his neck. All right. Loya waved his hand, summoning an exquisite tea set and chairs from his spatial ring. Please, take a seat. It is time to discuss your next course of action. The system suddenly chimed in his mind. Host, you truly know how to enjoy life. Silence. This is called elegance. Loya mentally retorted while gracefully pouring tea for the three of them. There are 3 paths you may choose from, Loya stated, delicately sipping his tea and raising his first finger. The first path is that of the gods. His fingertip emanated a silvery light, embodying the state of utmost freedom unique to deities or the self-ultimate state possessed solely by destroyers. The luminescence split into 2, forming ethereal silhouettes of Wukong and Vegeta. You have currently mastered the preliminary stage, yet achieving complete mastery is still exceedingly challenging as the light becomes increasingly unstable. Vegeta furrowed his brow, inquiring, what do you mean? Loya set down his teacup. To put it simply, the state of utmost freedom requires a completely tranquil mind, while the self-ultimate state demands an unwavering fighting spirit. He glanced at Wukong, noting, one is too impetuous, then shifted his gaze to Vegeta, adding, while the other is overly fixated. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, while Vegeta merely scoffed. The second path, Loya raised his second finger as a blood-red energy vortex materialized above the tea, representing the pure Saiyan path. Within the swirling vortex, a faint silhouette of a swishing tail became discernible. This is the most arduous path, yet it grants the most primal strength. Luoya's expression turned grave. To traverse this road, one must reclaim the Saiyan's most fundamental trait, the tail. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously reached for the base of their spines, their faces etched with confusion. Beyond Super Saiyan 3 lies an even higher realm. With a wave of his hand, Luoya conjured 4 gradually transforming Saiyan forms from the swirling vortex, Super Saiyan 4, and ascending to 5. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. I have already witnessed the prowess of Super Saiyan 5. The tea suddenly boiled, only to freeze instantaneously into ice. The third form, Luoya raised a third finger, a pure white light enveloping the tea table, the path of the white god. Within the radiance, the ethereal shadow of Luoya emerged, far more imposing and powerful than his current self. This is not overly challenging for you at present, he continued, but then clenched his fist, causing the white light to tremble violently, necessitating immense fury, greater than the sorrow of Krillin's demise. Goku's expression instantly froze, the teacup shattering in his grasp. Even I, at that time, Luoya's voice lowered, barely survived on this path. Suddenly, the system interjected, "Host. When have you ever faced such dire circumstances?" It was clearly me. Silence. This is called rhetorical flourish. Luoya reprimanded internally. Vegeta humbly inquired, "Which path is the strongest?" Luoya chuckled lightly, as 3 beams of light simultaneously dissipated. "There is no strongest path, only the one most suited to you." After a pause, he added, "However, should you wish to challenge your limits, you may attempt my path, but my bloodline differs from yours. My opportunities are also not the same." He rose, his pure white robe billowing without wind. "I suggest you pursue the second path first. Seek to reclaim your tails. After all, the essence of the Saiyans is your greatest advantage." Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, igniting a familiar fighting spirit within their eyes. "Think it over well. I shall visit the King of All's palace." Just as Luoya stepped into the rift, he turned back. "Weiss, accompany me." Then he vanished into the fissure, leaving behind 2 contemplative figures and a table laden with fragrant tea. System. Host, you could simply inform them directly. That would be far too mundane. Luoya's voice gradually faded into the void. Big Brother System. I wish to assist Goku and Vegeta in merging the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan forms. Is that feasible? System. Ding. Theoretically unfeasible. Merging 2 different powers would overwhelm the body, resulting in explosive disintegration. However, allowing them to inherit divine status, with divine power within, would increase the success probability. Luoya pondered, stroking his chin. "I see. It seems I must wait for them to master Super Saiyan 4 first." The spatial rift slowly closed amidst a cascade of colorful light, Luoya's white robe rustling in the chaotic dimensional currents. The system muttered in his mind, "Host. What grand scheme are you concocting this time? Let's prepare a designation for those 2 Saiyan lads." Luoya chuckled softly to himself. After all, to merge divine power, one must hold an official title, right? The golden gates of the Omni-King's palace swung open at the instant they sensed Luoya's presence, causing the high priest to momentarily halt his teacup. "Luoya," the high priest set down his cup, his voice gentle yet tinged with curiosity. "What brings you here?" Luoya casually leaned against the divine throne, nonchalantly grabbing the freshly brewed divine tea from the high priest's hands. "I'm here to arrange a couple of divine positions for some fun." The high priest's eyelids twitched slightly. "Are you implying?" "Those 2 Saiyans from the 7th universe," Luoya replied, blowing away non-existent foam from his tea. "Let's arrange for them to have a trial divine post." System. Ding. Detected. Host is abusing authority, deducting a point from the white god's pretentious value. The high priest pondered for a moment. "In principle, divine positions require assessments." "Assessments?" Luoya suddenly grinned broadly, a unique glow emanating from him. "Is my personal guarantee not sufficient?" The air thickened with tension. All 12 angels retreated a step, the last time Luoya smiled like that. The reset plans for 6 universes had been forcibly transformed into a culinary competition. "It is indeed sufficient." The high priest elegantly wiped away non-existent sweat. "But what type of divine position do you desire? A trial king of all, or a candidate destroyer god?" Luoya set down his teacup, making a shocking statement. With a loud crash, one angel knocked over the tea table. The high priest's fingers trembled ever so slightly. "2 candidate destroyer gods? It's about time someone helped that lazy cat Beerus with his duties." Luoya, as if performing magic, produced a packet of spicy strips and tossed it to the Omni-King. "Besides, don't you think it would be amusing to have Saiyans as destroyer gods?" The Omni-King chewed enthusiastically on the spicy strips, nodding vigorously. "Fun. Approved." The high priest sighed, seeing his master easily swayed by a mere 50-cent snack. "What is the specific process?" "Simple." Luoya snapped his fingers, and 2 beams of divine light descended, temporarily assigning roles. Once they passed the test of defeating a destroyer god, they would be officially recognized. Suddenly, the entire palace shook violently. The 12 angels changed colors simultaneously. The laws of the universe were resisting the unconventional granting of divine positions. Troublesome, Loya frowned. Unleashing the power of the white god. Amidst the grating sounds, it seemed as though invisible chains in the void were being forcefully severed. System warning. Host is violently altering the laws of the universe. Silence. This is a special case. As the brilliance faded, 2 diamond-shaped crystals adorned with the destroyer god insignia floated in the air, exuding a chilling pressure. All set, Loya clapped his hands, turning to the astonished high priest and winking. Whis, make sure Beerus properly trains the newcomers. Even in my absence, he must not act out of line. Chapter 16. A new path to fusion. As the spatial rift reopened, the system could no longer contain its sarcasm. Host. Did you just casually modify the roster of the 7th universe? Not at all. I merely added 2 slots after the candidates. Loya's form gradually became ethereal. Now, it's time to return and surprise those 2 youngsters. Goku was practicing his balancing, using his tail to curl around a massive boulder, when suddenly, he stumbled and fell into the river. Vegeta's training was abruptly interrupted as both he and Goku sensed a familiar oppressive force descending from the heavens. Oh, busy are we? Luo Ya's figure emerged amidst a golden radiance, casually tossing forth 2 crystals. Goku clumsily caught them, and the moment the crystals touched his skin, dark, purple divine patterns spread from his wrist throughout his entire being. Meanwhile, Vegeta's crystal transformed into a streak of light that penetrated his chest, inscribing the mark of the god of destruction upon his battle suit. What is this? Goku felt a surge of divine power within him. Temporary candidate for god of destruction, Luoya remarked, scratching his ear. 3-month probation, with full benefits upon confirmation. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. You went to the king of all's palace for this. From a distance, a thud echoed as Beerus, just awakened, tumbled from a tree. What? I do not consent. It's not about replacing your position. Why are you panicking? Luoya continued. And make sure to properly train the newcomers. Even in my absence, do not think about bullying them. Suddenly, Luoya adopted a serious demeanor, and the power of the white god transformed into 2 chains that ensnared the 2. Now, feel the flow of your divine energy within, he instructed. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously groaned as they sensed their divine energies swirling and merging around them. All right, all set. A brilliant light flickered, and a new tail sprouted from each of them. Huh, what the? Goku exclaimed. A large hand smacked the top of Goku's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop interrupting. Luoya withdrew his hand, looking contentedly at the newly grown tails of the 2. Excellent. Now you finally resemble proper Saiyans. Vegeta frowned, his tail instinctively swaying. This thing hasn't grown in decades. It feels quite unfamiliar. Goku, however, was thrilled, curling his tail as if he had discovered a new toy. Wow. Vegeta, look. I can use my tail to grab stones. Luoya facepalmed. Can you 2 show a bit of maturity? With a wave of his hand, the sky of the god of destruction realm darkened abruptly, and a blood-red artificial moon rose slowly. Listen carefully. Luoya's voice turned grave. The breakthrough to Super Saiyan 4 requires you to absorb blood's waves with your tails, first transforming into a great ape, then regaining your sanity, and compressing your power to revert to human form. Goku gazed up at the artificial moon, his golden pupils dilating. Wow, this feels so strange. His body began to swell, first sprouting wildly, bones cracking as, in an instant, a towering golden great ape emerged, roaring ferociously. Kakarot, control yourself, Vegeta shouted. The great ape pounded its chest in a frenzy, eyes glowing red. Yet soon, Goku's voice struggled to emerge from the roar. I can do it. The golden light began to contract, and the great ape's form gradually collapsed. As the blinding radiance dissipated, a brand new Goku stood proudly, Super Saiyan 4 Goku. At this moment, Goku was enveloped in red fur, symbolizing the remnants of the great ape genes, with black hair, distinguishing him from other Super Saiyan forms characterized by golden locks, and red eyeshadow and pupils, enhancing his wild demeanor. Retaining the tail, the Ultra 4 form must rely on the tail for maintenance, was achieved. Sun Wukong observed the transformation within himself. This form appeared rather fierce. However, as he clenched his fist and felt the surge of his own power, he recognized an overwhelming energy, rivaling even that of the Super Saiyan Blue. In the distance, Vegeta's veins bulged. He was displeased with Wukong's new form. His entire being was cloaked in crimson fur, with black hair cascading down to his waist, wild and formidable. Remarkable. Wukong clenched his fist, reveling in the tumultuous power within. Vegeta scoffed. Humph, it's my turn. Following the same process, Vegeta's great ape form became increasingly ferocious, but under his unwavering will, he quickly completed his transformation. Next, Luoya sat cross-legged in midair, his fingers lightly tapping. A holographic image unfolded before everyone, showcasing the complete evolutionary chain of the Saiyans from their ordinary state to the Super Saiyan God. Listening intently, he snapped his fingers, and the image paused at the Super Saiyan 1 form. Your current power system is too fragmented, he explained. The original Super Saiyan, the effortless realm of the divine, and the self-aware essence, along with the newly mastered Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta crossed his arms, asking so? Luoya grinned. It is time to merge these two paths. Starting from the very basic Super Saiyan 1, Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances and simultaneously roared, "Ha!" A golden light erupted, and their hair instantly transformed to gold, their energy surging violently. Luoya shook his head. No, it's not merely a transformation. He waved his hand, compressing their energy back into their bodies. Feel the divine power within you. Attempt to resonate it with the power of the Super Saiyan. Wukong closed his eyes, silver-white light particles dancing around him. Vegeta furrowed his brow, deep violet energy flickering amidst the golden glow. Suddenly, a hint of crystalline blue shimmered in Wukong's golden hair. Oh! He gazed at his hand in astonishment. It seemed that. Luoya nodded. Exactly, the divine power is beginning to respond. Continue. Vegeta snorted and erupted. Ha! Amidst his golden aura, blue divine patterns emerged like veins, and the Super Saiyan form began to evolve. His hair remained golden, yet his pupils transformed into a pale blue of the divine realm. The energy was no longer merely chaotic. It bore the oppressive weight of the Super Saiyan God Blue. Is this the Super Saiyan 1 divine form? Vegeta clenched his fist, sensing the balanced power within. Luoya smiled with satisfaction. Very good, but it's still not stable enough. Now, attempt to fully integrate the divine aura into the bloodline of the Super Saiyan. Wukong took a deep breath. The silver-white light particles and golden light intertwined until finally, boom. His Super Saiyan 1 form underwent a metamorphosis. The hair remained golden, but the tips were tinged with divine blue, and the aura transformed from a jetting stream to a flowing embrace around his entire being, resembling divine armor. Wow, this feels incredible, Wukong exclaimed, throwing a punch. And a wave of blue-gold energy instantly pierced through the distant mountains. Vegeta, refusing to be outdone, growled as he completed his final adjustments. His form became more formidable. With golden hair interspersed with deep blue glimmers, his aura was as sharp as a blade. The essence of Super Saiyan Blue seamlessly merging with the innate combat instincts of the Saiyan race. Bravo! The divine fusion of Super Saiyan 1 is complete, exclaimed Luoya, clapping his hands. Next, you shall replicate this fusion across all forms. Super Saiyan 2, 3, 4, and even the future 5. Goku leaped up with excitement. Fantastic. Vegeta, let's continue. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, yet a glimmer of battle spirit danced at the corners of his mouth. Humph, do not hinder me, Kakarot. You must stabilize your current form before advancing to the fusion of Super Saiyan 2. Do not aspire to leap to the pinnacle in a single bound. In the distance, Beerus munched on dried fish, muttering, these two monsters. Whis smiled. It seems that the 7th universe is on the brink of a new legend. Chapter 17. The martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes. Suddenly, the sky of the God of Destruction realm split open, revealing a resplendent rift in space-time, from which two figures descended. The God of Destruction from the 6th universe, Kampa, swaggered forward, followed closely by his angel, Bardos. Beerus, napping lazily in a tree, suddenly twitched his nose and opened his eyes wide. That loathsome aura. Kampa. Oh, Beerus, you remain as disheveled as ever, Kampa grinned, casually snatching a treat that Whis had just arranged and popping it into his mouth. Quite delightful. Beerus instantly exploded with fury. You fat cat. That was my pudding. Bardos elegantly covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Lord Beerus, it has been a while. Whis inclined his head slightly. Welcome, Lord Kampa and Lady Bardos. Kampa surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice. Hey, Beerus, That Loya isn't around, is he? Taken aback, Beerus revealed a sly smile. What? Are you afraid of him? Nonsense. Kampa's plump face flushed. I simply wish to avoid unnecessary complications. At this moment, Loya was invisibly seated on a nearby rock, munching on sunflower seeds. As the system silently remarked, "Host, your mischievous tendencies have resurfaced." Kampa cleared his throat, forcibly adopting an air of authority. Beerus, I have come to propose a formal martial arts tournament between our 7th universe. Beerus raised an eyebrow. Oh, what do you wish to wager this time? Last time you lost everything, even your undergarments, did you not? Kampa fumed. This time is different. I have found a super warrior. Bardos added. Lord Kampa has recently unearthed several remarkably talented contestants in the 6th universe and wishes to spar with the 7th universe. Beerus stroked his chin. Very well, but... He grinned mischievously. Should you lose, the culinary planet in your collection will belong to me. Kampa began to sweat. That one is off limits. Let us choose another. Oh. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Could it be that you are afraid? Who is afraid? I'll wager. Kampa slammed the table. But if you lose, the Earth of the 7th universe will be mine. Just as tensions escalated, a gentle voice floated from behind. Oh dear, what a lively commotion. Xiang Pa was momentarily frozen, mechanically turning his head, only to discover that Luo Ye had appeared behind him, holding a tray of freshly baked sunbae cookies. Lord Supreme Kai. Xiang Pa's voice cracked. Why, how did you get here? Luo Ye smiled warmly and offered the cookies. Would you care to try? They are freshly baked. Trembling, Xiang Pa took the cookies. Cold sweat pouring down his back. Thank you. Beerus stifled his laughter to the point of turning purple. Aren't you supposed to be focused on the 7th universe? The Supreme Kai is here, but it seems he has developed a fondness for Earth and its cuisine. Perhaps you should consider the Supreme Kai's opinions? Xiang Pa's hand shook as he gripped the sunbae, sweat soaking through the back of his destroyer robe. Beerus leaned in, relishing the moment. Hey, fat cat. Did you just mention the planet called Earth in the 7th universe? Luo Ye leisurely offered another cookie. How about the matcha flavor from Earth? Care to try? Earth. Xiang Pa's ears perked up, a sudden realization hitting him. Bardos. Quickly, bring me that box of limited edition instant noodles from the spaceship. With a flick of her staff, Bardos conjured a cardboard box adorned with a panda design. Trembling, Xiang Pa presented it to Luo Ye, Lord Supreme Kai. This is the most precious collection from the 6th universe. System remarks. Host, you just dripped saliva into my database. Luo Ye's fingertips grazed the packaging, and the noodles began to cook automatically, filling the realm with a rich aroma. He took a sip of the broth, squinting in delight. The broth is rich, and the noodles are perfectly chewy. Xiang Pa, you have quite the taste. Xiang Pa knelt down. I implore you to be the judge. Set the stakes for the match. Luo Ye wiped his mouth. Very well, a best-of-3 series. The stakes? He snapped his fingers, and a light screen unfolded. If Xiang Pa loses, all rare ingredients produced by the 6th universe for the next century will be supplied to the 7th universe. If Beerus loses, Earth will be annexed into the 6th universe's cafeteria. Beerus jumped up in protest. Wait, this is not equitable. Luo Ye smiled. Let us add one more condition. The losing destroyer shall give the victor a back massage for a century. Xiang Pa and Beerus exchanged horrified glances. The arena, a celestial coliseum suspended between the stars, crafted by Luo Ye. Rules. Each round consists of 11 matches. Participants cannot repeat. Referee. Luo Ye, munching on the chocolate bars gifted by Xiang Pa. First match, number 18 versus Wobuli. The werewolf warrior from the 6th universe launched a surprise attack. Wobuli's claws tore through the air, frenzied wolf claw. Number 18 casually placed a hand in her pocket, her pupils gleaming with blue light. She sidestepped, raised her knee, and delivered a blade-like strike to his neck. Thud. Wobuli's face met the arena floor. Luo Ye raised a sign. Time. 7 seconds. Take a deep breath. Deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Xiang Pa pounded the ground. This robot is cheating. Second match, Piccolo versus Frost. The hypocrite from the 6th universe initiated with a sneak attack. Frost shot a poison needle. Apologies. Piccolo's cape billowed as he unleashed his special beam cannon. Boom. The poison needle vaporized, and Frost found himself pinned against a barrier. Dirty soul, Piccolo declared, withdrawing and exiting the arena. Luo Ye flicked away the remnants of the poison needle. Frost, banned from 3 tournaments. Luo Ye called out, Beerus, go. Frost's demise. The third battle, Gohan. Gabe, please instruct me. In a mysterious form, platinum flames swirled around. In the scholar mode, Gohan lightly tapped Gabe's forehead. Energy should flow this way. The third battle, Gohan versus Hit. Hit's fist tore through the air, producing a sharp crack that struck Gohan's crossed arms with ferocious force. It was not the dull thud of bone meeting flesh, but rather the sound of a colossal hammer crashing upon tempered steel, a shattering noise that sent shivers through the soul. Agony surged through him like a high-voltage current piercing his nerves. His vision was abruptly stained crimson, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming darkness. Gohan plummeted like a meteorite, irresistibly pulled by an immense force from the heights above. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his cheeks, yet it felt infinitely distant. Fragments of his shattered orange martial arts uniform mingled with splattered droplets of blood, trailing behind him like a mournful red line. The earth below rapidly enlarged. There was no cushion, no miracle. Boom. The deafening impact resonated, accompanied by the earth's anguished groan. Gohan's body crashed violently into the surface, unleashing a perfect circular shockwave that sent everything within dozens of meters soaring, pulverized into dust. A cloud of smoke and dust surged skyward, forming a gray-yellow mushroom cloud that obscured the dimly lit starry sky. At the bottom of the crater, Gohan lay contorted, embedded in the scorching rubble, with much of his body cloaked in dark soil and his own congealed blood. He struggled to open his swollen eyelids, his vision filled with hazy crimson shadows. Each feeble breath pulled at his shattered body with excruciating pain, and every heartbeat resonated like a drum within his chest, clouding his consciousness. He attempted to move a finger, but was met only with piercing numbness and uncontrollable tremors. The golden aura of his Super Saiyan form had long extinguished, akin to a candle doused with cold water. Not even a spark remaining. The Saiyan blood that surged within him now felt as frigid as polar ice. The spectators below held their breath for Gohan. Vegeta, pathetic. Chapter 18, The Tournament of Power. Super Saiyan. Hit's voice was low and steady, cutting through the swirling dust, each word stabbing into Gohan's eardrum like an icicle. Merely an empty Fade. Gohan's golden aura once erupted like the sun, his furious roars shaking the very heavens. Each punch he threw was imbued with the power to rend space, and each kick could shatter mountains. Yet, all his attacks were futile, not blocked, nor countered, but as if Hit had never truly existed at the point of impact. His fists only penetrated the remnants of air, and his kicks shattered only illusory shadows. Hit's movements were stripped down to the essence, devoid of any excess. A barely perceptible sidestep, a minuscule withdrawal. Even just an almost imperceptible shift of his shoulder caused Gohan's full-force lethal strike to merely graze the hem of his garment, falling short. The movements flowed with a fluidity that suggested they had been rehearsed countless times before, imbued with a sense of despairing precision and composure. Then came the counterattack, swift enough to surpass the limits of perception, striking with a force capable of shattering all defenses. Luoya, seemingly deep in thought, remarked, "It is time for the slumbering tiger to awaken." Goku, leaning on his knees, attempted to rise, yet his body swayed weakly from exhaustion. He lifted his gaze towards the void where Hit had vanished, and on his face, streaked with blood and sweat, a grin slowly twisted into a near-monstrous smile. His teeth were stained crimson, but his eyes shone like burning stars. "Wait for Hit," he roared into the desolate ruins, his voice hoarse yet resonant with penetrating strength. "Next time, my fist will." Before he could finish, an overwhelming wave of dizziness crashed over him. The world before his eyes began to spin wildly, darkening, while the sound of the wind faded rapidly. His overexerted spirit and grievous injuries had finally exceeded the limits of his endurance. His body weakened, and he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the cold, scorched earth of the ruins. Without a doubt, Hit triumphed in the fourth match. "Kakarot, are you up next?" "Ah, yes." The fifth battle, Son Goku versus Hit. Goku tossed a Senzu bean to Hit, explaining it would restore peak stamina. On the stage of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament, Son Goku stood in confrontation with Hit. In the audience, Kampa, Beerus, Whis, and the gods of destruction all watched intently as this pinnacle clash commenced. The duel began with Hit, hands in his pockets, his gaze indifferent. "Your energy is formidable, but not sufficient." Goku grinned, his body erupting in a brilliant azure aura as he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The battle ignited. Goku attacked with the speed of Super Saiyan Blue, his punches and kicks striking like lightning. However, Hit's time skip ability allowed him to anticipate Goku's attacks with a 1-second advantage. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists colliding and energy surging. Remarkable. Hit is managing to hold his own against Goku. The spectators murmured. Vegeta clenched his fists. That fool is making the same old mistakes again. Yet, Hit gradually adapted to Goku's rhythm, using his time skip to launch a counterattack, landing a punch squarely in Goku's abdomen and forcing him back several steps. Humph, still lacking a bit. Goku wiped the corner of his mouth, his fighting spirit ignited. Let us try this. Goku roared, his blue aura swelling dramatically, now tinged with a fierce crimson. Tenfold kick in super blue. What? Kampa's eyes widened in disbelief. He could still escalate his power. Hit's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained composed. Goku's speed and strength surged, compressing Hit's advantage with each passing moment. Boom, boom, boom. Goku unleashed a barrage of attacks, forcing Hit to retreat repeatedly, and for the first time, Hit displayed a serious expression. Your strength is truly astonishing, he murmured. It's not over yet. Goku shouted, his energy spiking once more. 20-fold Kaioken Super Blue. This is impossible. Kampa sprang to his feet, astonished that Son Goku had been trained to such strength by the god of destruction. Whis smiled slightly. Goku's talent has even garnered praise from the god of destruction. At long last, Hit could no longer evade completely and was struck by Goku's powerful punch, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing against the edge of the arena. Victory had been determined, declared Loya. Gasping for breath, Goku extended his hand with a smile. Hit, let us battle again next time. Rising to his feet, Hit, rarely displaying a hint of a smile, replied, next time, I shall grow stronger. Kampa, gritting his teeth in frustration, exclaimed, damn it. How can those from Universe 7 be so formidable? Beerus, reclining with a self-satisfied smirk, playfully swung his tail and taunted Kampa. Ha! You fat fool. Go ahead and envy us. All the rare ingredients produced in your Universe 6 over the next century will be supplied directly to our Universe 7. Kampa trembled with rage, his chubby face turning crimson. You will not get away with this? On what grounds? Beerus narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly taking on a menacing edge. Oh? Do you dare to disregard the words of the Grand Priest? Kampa was instantly silenced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He turned sharply to glance at the Grand Priest standing nearby, who maintained his gentle smile. Yet the invisible pressure emanating from him rendered Kampa unable to retort. Stammering, Kampa could only growl through gritted teeth. Despicable. You from Universe 7 rely on the Grand Priest's support. Beerus erupted in laughter, lazily reclining on a floating chair conjured by Whis, and waved dismissively. A bet's a bet. Kampa. Oh, by the way, you are to come and massage my back for 100 years, as per the Grand Priest's instructions. Just as Beerus reveled in his triumph and Kampa seethed with indignation, the atmosphere of the arena abruptly stiffened. An overwhelming pressure descended, silencing the two clowns in an instant. Wow, it's quite lively here. A youthful voice chimed in. Everyone looked up abruptly to see the supreme ruler of the multiverse, the Omni-King, floating in midair, flanked by two attendants. The Omni-King. Both Beerus and Kampa broke into a cold sweat, hastily kneeling in reverence. Loya smiled gently and approached with respect. Omni-King. What brings you here personally? The Omni-King blinked his large eyes innocently and said, I find your fighting entertaining. I want to play too. A chill ran down Beerus's spine. This is bad. With the Omni-King's enthusiasm palpable, Loya smiled and announced, in that case, let us host a tournament of power. Each universe shall dispatch 10 of their strongest warriors to engage in a chaotic battle, and the last standing universe shall receive a reward, while the defeated universe. He paused, maintaining a gentle tone, shall be erased by the Omni-King. The arena fell into a profound silence. Return to select your participants. The event will commence in 3 days. Following this, Loya approached the Omni-King and said, Omni-King, please have the Grand Priest prepare the arena. Then turning to the others, he continued, remind the Omni-King. Yes, they replied. Gohan, kneeling on one knee, pounded his fist deeply into the ground, pondering, why am I still so weak? The image of Hit's swift punches replayed in his mind, and the memory of his father's invincible form during battle only deepened his anguish. Once a brilliant warrior who shone in the Cell games, the protagonist now finds himself in a disheartening state. Chapter 19, Training Gohan. Are you angry? A chilling voice suddenly echoed. The silver-haired man had appeared atop a broken pillar without Gohan's notice. Gohan abruptly looked up. Can you guide me in my training? You are filled with reluctance. Loya's figure materialized before him, his fingertip pressing against Gohan's brow. Is this reluctance enough to pierce through your very soul? Agonizing pain erupted. An avalanche of fragmented memories surged forth. The weeping self on planet Namek, the furious roars during the Cell Games, the abandoned training during the Majin Buu saga, culminating in the moment when Hit defeated him, while the audience gazed upon him with concern and disappointment. I refuse to lose again. Gohan's roar shattered the surrounding stones, an azure blaze erupting uncontrollably. Please, teach me how to grow stronger. Loya withdrew his finger, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Prove it to me. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, the stars above suddenly froze in time. Loya rent the void, leading Gohan into a realm of silvery brilliance. Here, time flowed at a fraction of the outside world's pace. Loya returned to his normal state, summoning 7 orbs of light, yet the agony would be magnified tenfold. Even his normal energy was beyond Gohan's endurance. The moment the first orb sank into his chest, Gohan's screams reverberated through the space. His muscle fibers felt as if they were being devoured by countless ants, while his bones cried out under the unbearable strain. More terrifying was the sensation of energy continuously draining from him. Loya's voice resonated from all directions. Before your energy is entirely siphoned, you must uncover a power deeper than Ki. As day and night cycled 3,000 times, Gohan's training attire had long since tattered. Upon being pierced by his own energy wave for the 700th time, he suddenly discovered that the fluid seeping from his wound was not blood, but silver specks of light. Do you feel it? Loya's true form finally emerged. What lies dormant within you is the mysterious potential awakened by the old Kai many years ago. It is the primal essence of the Saiyan, untouched even by Super Saiyan God. Injured yet resolute, Gohan gradually ascended, his hair transforming to a white state, enveloped in a silvery aura that made the very space tremble. Fascinating, Loya remarked, a serious expression finally gracing his features as he observed the burn marks on his palm. Softly murmuring, Gohan, no, this is merely the nascent form of the White God. 2 days had passed in the real world. When Gohan reappeared before everyone, Gohan? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide. Piccolo clenched his fists, a mixture of shock and relief crossing his face. What has this boy endured? Vegeta frowned, while Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement, trembling with enthusiasm. Incredible, Gohan. This sensation is even purer than Super Saiyan Blue. Perhaps it could rival Ultra Instinct. Let's have a fight. Gohan. Kakarot. Now is not the time. Vegeta barked. Meanwhile, Beerus was troubled by the absence of the 10th fighter. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Time is running short. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. If it comes to that, let Yamcha step in. From a distance, Yamcha jolted awake. Wait, I'm not ready to die yet. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, Eureka! We can seek out Frieza. A profound silence enveloped the room. Tension creased Piccolo's forehead as he questioned incredulously. Are you serious, Wukong? That fiend may be malevolent, but his strength is undeniably formidable. Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. Besides, if he loses, he will be erased by the Omni-King. He certainly wouldn't wish for his own annihilation, would he? Beerus narrowed his eyes, contemplating. That is indeed a viable strategy. Just as the crowd hesitated, the previously silent Luo suddenly raised his hand. In a swift motion, he returned with something in his grasp, specifically, the nape of a certain cosmic tyrant. Frieza's current state was utterly pitiable. The first to burst into laughter was Krillin, triggering a ripple of mirth among the others. Oh dear, Whis remarked, concealing his mouth with his staff. Mr. Frieza's appearance today is quite unique. Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering coldly. Humph, serves him right. Frieza stiffly turned his neck, and upon seeing the circle of warriors suppressing their laughter, his face shifted from pale to green, then to purple. You all, he began, suddenly erupting. You lowly, smack. What are you lowly? Nothing, nothing. Luoya interjected. All right, all combatants have gathered. Let us depart. Ah, you may proceed. But due to my status, I cannot accompany you, he stated, before a rift in the void opened behind him, and he vanished within. The others were summoned by the Grand Minister, heading towards the arena of the power tournament. At last, they arrived at the venue. With a blinding flash, The warriors of Universe 7 materialized upon the colossal stage of the Void Realm. Surrounding them, the spectators, deities of various universes, cast either disdainful or wary glances. Humph. Has Universe 7 finally arrived? Torb from the 11th universe surveyed them coldly. Oh dear, they don't look particularly impressive, Brianna from the 2nd universe giggled behind her hand. As her teammates joined in mockery, Frisia's temples throbbed with tension, yet, under Luo Ya's intimidating presence, he could only chuckle darkly. Soon you shall comprehend what true terror entails. Wukong, brimming with excitement, looked around eagerly. Wow, so many formidable opponents. That red-haired giant appears extraordinarily powerful. He pointed at Jiren. His eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. Vegeta scoffed. Do not underestimate them, Kakarot. Our adversaries this time are no trifles. Gohan took a deep breath, his silvery pupils flickering slightly. In his true vision, the energy flows of each universe's champions were vividly apparent. He whispered to Piccolo, Uncle Piccolo, some of their auras feel quite off. Piccolo nodded solemnly. It seems this will not be an easy contest. Welcome, contestants, to the Universal Power Tournament. The Grand Minister floated high above, his voice gentle yet commanding, resonating throughout the arena. The rules are simple. The universe that remains on the stage within 48 minutes will be declared the victor, while the vanquished shall be erased by the Omni-King. An instant silence fell over the crowd, the atmosphere thick with tension. As the competition had yet to commence, Beerus lowered his voice and addressed the group. Listen, this is not the time for solitary endeavors. We must collaborate. Collaborate? Frisia scoffed, arching an eyebrow. With this band of scion monkeys? Silence, Frisia, Vegeta replied coldly. If you wish to meet your demise, you may do so on your own. Goku scratched his head, chuckling. Well, let's just try our best not to be eliminated. By the way, Gohan, can you discern anything with your newfound abilities? With a serious expression, Gohan responded. Some individuals exhibit peculiar energy fluctuations, as if forcibly enhanced by some power, particularly that red-haired warrior from Universe 11. His strength is unfathomable. At that moment, the Grand Priest smiled and raised his hand, signaling the commencement of the match. Chapter 20. The Fusion of Jiren Boom. In an instant, the arena erupted into chaos. The formidable quintet of Goku, Vegeta, Android 17, Android 18, and Frisia surged toward the adversaries like arrows released from a bow. Goku led the charge, resembling a blazing meteor as he hurtled toward Toppo. His speed rivaled that of lightning, and within the blink of an eye, he was upon Toppo. However, just as Goku was about to engage, an unexpected swarm of intruders emerged. They appeared like phantoms, obstructing Goku's path. Upon witnessing this, Goku frowned slightly but did not halt his advance. In a flash, he evaded the enemy's assault and deftly maneuvered through the throng, dispatching each of those who attempted to intercept him. After vanquishing those foes, Goku finally stood before Toppo. Yet, as his gaze fell upon Toppo, he was struck by a staggering revelation. Toppo's strength was indeed formidable. While Goku marveled at this realization, his peripheral vision caught sight of Jiren not far away. Jiren, with a mere glance, sent one enemy hurtling out of the arena. Goku was taken aback, instantly recognizing that Jiren was undoubtedly a terrifying adversary. Consequently, he halted and locked eyes with Jiren. Their gazes collided like two bolts of lightning striking the air. They scrutinized each other, attempting to glean insights from one another's eyes. A slight smile graced Goku's lips, igniting a fervent desire for battle within him. He lunged at Jiren, his fist propelled by a gust of wind, crashing down toward him. Jiren sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the blow, and countered with a swift palm strike aimed at Goku's chest, moving with the speed of lightning. Goku reacted with alacrity, leaping backward to create distance. At that moment, having dispatched his own opponent, Vegeta noticed the standoff between Goku and Jiren and entered the fray. He gathered a formidable surge of energy in his hands, transforming it into a blue beam directed at Jiren. Unperturbed, Jiren raised his arm, and an invisible force promptly rebounded the beam back toward Vegeta. Vegeta hastily sidestepped, the reflected beam narrowly grazing his attire and detonating with a resounding explosion at the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, the formidable duo of Android 17 and 18 engaged fiercely with their adversaries across the arena, while Frisia cunningly sought an opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to his opponents. Observing the unfolding chaos, Toppo awaited his chance to act. At that moment, Vegeta had caught Toppo's attention, prompting him to soar into the fray and separate the two combatants, locking eyes with Toppo in a silent challenge. With a huff, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Toppo flying. Reacting swiftly, Toppo regained his composure and launched himself at Vegeta, resembling a fierce tiger as he exploited the opening left by Vegeta's evasive maneuver. Just as Vegeta steadied himself, he sensed a formidable energy approaching from behind. He quickly pivoted, his fists clenched in readiness to counter Toppo's assault. Their fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings, sending the lesser foes reeling. Simultaneously, the battle between Android 17 and 18 raged on. An enemy, taking advantage of 17's distraction, attempted a surprise attack from behind. However, 18's reflexes were sharp. As she swiftly kicked the assailant away, shouting, "17, be careful." With a grateful glance back at her, 17 rejoined the fray. Amid the tumultuous skirmish, Frieza slithered through the chaos like a deceitful serpent, stealthily inching closer to Jiren. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he could already envision Jiren's imminent defeat. As Jiren remained focused on his other opponents, Frieza seized the moment to strike, unleashing a violet beam of energy that shot toward Jiren's back like a bolt of lightning. Yet, Jiren, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, deftly sidestepped the lethal attack, the beam merely singeing his attire. With an impassive expression, Jiren turned his gaze toward Frieza, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for an insignificant insect. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged toward Frieza like a cannonball. Frieza, quick on his feet, evaded the blast, refusing to retreat. Instead, he continued to maneuver across the arena, searching for fresh opportunities to strike. At that moment, the arena erupted with a cacophony of exchanges, each blow resonating with immense power and skill. The intensity of the battle escalated, with neither side willing to yield, each combatant steadfast in their refusal to concede. As time slipped away, the countdown to the match's conclusion grew ever shorter. With the elimination of other competitors, only 6 remained on the stage: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Frieza, Jiren, and Toppo. Each face radiated pride and confidence, representing the pinnacle of strength within this contest, unwilling to surrender easily. At that juncture, Goku and Vegeta exchanged a knowing glance, their unspoken understanding guiding them toward Jiren. "Vegeta, let's go?" Goku called out. "Don't command me," Vegeta retorted, albeit without a hint of hesitation in his stride, as he charged alongside Goku toward Jiren. Kakarot. At this moment, a radiant white and purple aura illuminated the entirety of the void. Sun Wukong was enveloped in a shimmering silvery light, his hair dancing as if moved by an unseen breeze, each movement flowing with an effortless grace. In a state of absolute freedom, he discarded all thoughts, allowing his body to instinctively counter Jiren's tempestuous onslaught. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed a deep blue energy, his attacks brimming with primal ferocity, each punch embodying the will to shatter stars. Jiren remained expressionless, yet a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. His punches quickened, tearing the very fabric of space with dark fissures. The shockwaves generated by the clash among the three reverberated along the edges of the arena, as the evasive maneuvers of absolute freedom complemented the fierce assaults of self-absolute, allowing them to match the mightiest warrior of Universe 11 in a stalemate. The audience gasped in awe. "Incredible. Kakarot, did you notice the earrings on Jiren's ears?" Vegeta suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Kakarot's gaze fell upon Jiren's ears, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "Ah, I had already noticed he is a fusion warrior. Vegeta, Jiren has yet to unleash his full power." Just then, Beerus exclaimed, "Belmod, how cunning. With the Patera earrings, Jiren's strength has surpassed that of a god of destruction. This match is fundamentally unfair." Upon hearing Beerus's words, the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of gravity. The Grand Priest's demeanor also changed slightly as he began to scrutinize Jiren's earrings. After a brief moment, the Grand Priest turned to search for the presence of Zeno, only to be astonished to find that Zeno had vanished. Seeing this, the Grand Priest quickly explained to Zeno, "Someone has utilized the Patera earrings." Zeno, however, appeared quite unperturbed, smiling as he replied, "Ah, it's quite all right, Grand Priest. It looks splendid." Relieved by Zeno's nonchalance, the Grand Priest announced loudly, Everyone may use the Patera earrings in this competition. Upon hearing this, the Kaishin promptly removed his Patera earrings and offered them to Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta, what do you think? Shall we use the earrings? Wukong asked as he regarded the earrings in his hand before turning to Vegeta. After a moment of hesitation, Vegeta replied, Roa mentioned that fusion makes us invincible. A dazzling white light illuminated the entire void, revealing an invincible silhouette before the onlookers. Chapter 21, Vegeto's Dominance Overall. The Radiant White Light. A fusion of the silvery brilliance of absolute freedom and the deep purple glow of self-absolute, resembled the first rays of dawn at the genesis of creation, instantly engulfing all colors of the void. The light, though not blinding, emanated an absolute pressure that resonated with the very essence of the cosmos, as if the universe itself held its breath for this newly birthed existence. As the light retracted, a figure hovered at the center of the dissipating brilliance. Vegeto. He was not merely a simple amalgamation of two beings. Silver and deep violet strands of hair flow like liquid stars, each glimmering with the pure brilliance that transcends consciousness. The profound purple aura, akin to the boiling essence of the cosmos, envelopes him, carrying the violent will of self-determination that shatters all. These two opposing forces, extreme calm and utter rage, perfect harmony and total destruction, achieve an unprecedented unity within him. His gaze is striking, the left eye, a silver that perceives all, deep as the starry sky, while the right, a fierce violet burning with martial spirit, wild as the earth's core. Simply standing still, the surrounding space emits a low hum, burdened by an invisible aura that suffocates even the gods observing from afar. Jiren speaks, his voice a perfect amalgamation of Goku and Vegeta's tones, calm yet imbued with a power capable of tearing apart galaxies. Come, let me witness the limits of your despair. Upon hearing this, Jiren inhales deeply, his crimson radiance surging violently, resembling an enraged beast. His gaze sharpens, martial intent manifesting as a storm that rages within the void. Come, I shall not be easily defeated. Jiren growls, vanishing from sight in an instant. Almost simultaneously, he appears before Vegeta, his right fist enveloped in destructive power, striking fiercely. Vegeta does not flinch. His left eye flashes with silver light, precisely predicting Jiren's attack trajectory, while his right eye swirls with violet energy, his palm meeting Jiren's fist. The collision of their formidable forces echoes through the void, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous roars, as the space tears apart, with deep fissures. Jiren's onslaught is relentless, fists and feet raining down upon Vegeta. Yet Vegeta glides through the assault with grace, each movement meticulously timed, effortlessly dissipating Jiren's attacks. Suddenly, seizing an opening, Vegeta accelerates, ghosting behind Jiren, and strikes down upon his back. This blow sends Jiren crashing, incapacitated, directly into the mountainside. Lord Beerus, do you think you can best Vegeta? The clown god of destruction from Universe 11 bellows, his complexion darkening. Jiren rise. Knock this Vegeta out of the ring. Jiren, taken aback, realizes their combined strength is astonishing. Despite merging with his future self from 20 years hence, he feels utterly inadequate before them. Hey, Jiren, I'm getting tired of waiting. How infuriating. Jiren roars, his aura surging once more. Enduring his wounds, he thrusts his feet against the ground, launching himself towards Vegeta like a cannonball. With both hands clenched into fists, he brings them crashing down upon Vegeta's head. Vegeta smirks, crossing his arms to effortlessly block the strike. The tremendous force distorts the surrounding air. Is this all the power you possess, Jiren? Vegeta mocks. Jiren grits his teeth, closing his eyes to concentrate, compressing and consolidating his strength. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and two piercing beams of light shot forth, enveloping his entire being in a more resplendent, deep crimson glow, elevating his power to an unprecedented level. Jiren launched another attack, this time amplifying his speed and strength several-fold, his fist striking like phantoms towards Vegeta. Vegeta's expression turned solemn. He began to confront Jiren's onslaught with utmost seriousness, as their battle escalated to a feverish intensity, the void echoing with thunderous roars. The two figures moved with blinding swiftness, simultaneously unleashing a punch, resulting in a red silhouette crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the already precarious arena as if struck by lightning. Jiren clutched his chest in agony. Meanwhile, Toppo struggled against Gohan's relentless assault, gasping for breath. Toppo soared to Jiren's side, hastily supporting him, while Gohan and Frieza approached Vegeta, the three of them fixating on the disheveled duo. With Toppo's assistance, Jiren managed to rise, though the searing pain in his chest made every breath feel like fire. Vegeta's seemingly casual punch contained a force that far exceeded Jiren's expectations, surpassing even the limits he envisioned for his future self. The strength and will he once took pride in appeared fragile in the face of Vegeta. Observing his partner's pale and pained visage, Toppo felt a surge of sorrow and responsibility wash over him. He straightened his back resolutely. Despite his own battle with Gohan, leaving him battered and his god of destruction form dimmed, his voice rang with unprecedented determination and clarity. Jiren, look at me. Toppo's words cut through the fading roars of the arena, capturing everyone's attention. You are the strongest warrior of Universe 11. You are the backbone of our proud team. Your strength has never stemmed from hatred, but from the desire to protect, to safeguard our universe, to uphold the very essence of our existence. He gestured towards the void representing the audience of Universe 11, as if he could perceive countless hopeful and prayerful gazes. Look at them. Look at those who place their hopes upon you. No matter how formidable Vegeta may be, he is merely a fused warrior, and his power is time-bound. But you, Jiren, your strength emanates from your heart, from your unyielding warrior spirit. Stand tall. Ignite your pride. Cast this despair, along with Vegeta, from the arena. For Universe 11. Toppo's words ignited like flames, striving to rekindle the nearly extinguished fighting spirit within Jiren. Jiren's gaze trembled intensely. Toppo's remark struck at the very core of his belief in protection. Gritting his teeth, he felt his body quiver slightly, attempting to extract every ounce of potential within him. The deep crimson light flickering feebly, struggling to reignite. However, Toppo's impassioned and poignant speech struck Vegeta's ears as nothing more than an incessant noise, eliciting his impatience. TSK, Vegeto. Visibly irked, absent-mindedly dug at his ear, the signature smirk that once adorned his face evaporating, replaced by a chilling indifference that emanated from his lofty disdain for the disturbances around him. The lamentations of the defeated were grating on his nerves. He cast a fleeting glance at the struggling Jiren and the impassioned Toppo, his gaze rife with contempt for the weak's futile struggles. What guardianship or pride could stand against absolute power? Such trivial slogans were hardly worth a speck of dust in his eyes. Lacking even the interest to adopt a fighting stance, he casually raised his right hand, fingers splayed, pointing at the two who were desperately supporting one another, attempting a final stand. The tiresome farce was destined to conclude. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as he declared, Kamehameha. Chapter 22. The terror of power without any build-up or shout. It was as if he merely tossed aside a trivial trinket. A blindingly brilliant blue beam erupted from his palm in an instant. Though not overwhelmingly large, this beam was imbued with a soul-quaking, terrifying energy. Its velocity surpassed thought itself, the sheer force causing the very fabric of space to groan under the weight, distorting and tearing as it passed. At its core, the beam was a profound azure, while the edges crackled with divine golden arcs, embodying an ultimate energy that transcended mere destruction, belonging to the realm of angels. What? Toppo's pupils constricted, scrambling to gather the remnants of his destructive energy before him in a hasty attempt to form a barrier. Jiren's eyes widened in desperation as he forcibly channeled the scant power he had just coalesced into his palms. Yet, this hurried resistance was no match for Vegeto's casually unleashed Kamehameha, infused with angelic energy, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Boom! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull roar as space was forcibly erased, and energy was utterly annihilated. Toppo's dim energy barrier shattered like fragile glass, and Jiren's feeble crimson aura was consumed without even stirring a ripple. The two felt an incomprehensible, unimaginable, and irresistible force crash upon them, as if their very beings were on the verge of being utterly disassembled. Oh! Jiren and Toppo could only emit a brief, desperate scream before their forms were completely engulfed by the overwhelming blue tidal wave. The blue beam did not pause, sweeping away the last hope of Universe 11 as if clearing away refuse, forcefully expelling the two from the arena of strength, transforming them into two fleeting meteors that vanished into the abyssal darkness of the void. On the arena, only the slowly dissipating blue light trail remained alongside the platform, which trembled violently once more, a large chunk crumbling away from the impact of energy. Dust filled the air, yet it could not obscure Vegeto, who casually withdrew his hand as if merely brushing off dust, embodying an effortless nonchalance. Ah, tranquility restored. Vegeto blew at the non-existent residue on his fingertips, a playful smirk returning to his face as he appeared to have merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Frieza emitted his signature low chuckle, his eyes gleaming with a mix of schadenfreude and cunning. Gohan gazed at Vegeta's nonchalant, yet overwhelmingly powerful strike, his heart shaken into silence. In the audience, the god of destruction of Universe 11, Belmod, appeared not merely darkened but utterly drained of color, his body rigid, his furious roar trapped in his throat, leaving only boundless despair and an almost palpable fear. Lord Beerus, the gentle yet sly voice of Whis, echoed once more. You see, I was not mistaken, was I? It seems that Vegeta has indeed brushed against the threshold of angelic prowess. A chilling laugh followed. Beerus's roar reverberated through the divine spectators' arena, but this time, alongside his impotent fury, there was a subtle tremor of disbelief in his voice. On the stage, Vegeta stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze drifting elsewhere, as if in search of a challenger who could pique his interest. The two most formidable warriors of Universe 11, along with their sacred convictions, were effortlessly swept away by his casual energy wave, leaving the stage entirely cleared. Belmod's anguished scream abruptly ceased as he watched his universe's final hope, the strongest warrior Jiren and the substitute god of destruction Toppo, reduced to mere specks of dust, obliterated by Vegeta's casually unleashed Kamehameha, infused with angelic might, and sent spiraling into the abyss of nothingness. The rules of the Tournament of Power were merciless. As Jiren and Toppo crossed the boundary of the stage, the bell tolling the elimination of all participants from Universe 11 resonated mournfully across the void. The vibrant hue drained from Belmod's face, leaving it ashen and lifeless. He futilely reached out, as if grasping for something, emitting a rasping sound from his throat. His attendants, the Supreme Kai, all crumpled to the ground, their faces as pale as death. The remaining members of the Pride Troopers let out desperate wails. The calm, unwavering voice of the Grand Minister echoed throughout the void, declaring the final verdict. All participants from Universe 11 are eliminated. Upon the high platform, the Supreme Being, Zeno, slowly raised his delicate little hand. There was no anger, no hesitation, only an indifference so pure it chilled the soul. With a simple grasp, everything was erased. There was no explosion, no screams, not even a ripple of energy. Belmod, his angel, the Supreme Kai, the surviving members of the Pride Troopers, and all that represented the countless lives of Universe 11 in the audience. All concepts of their existence vanished under the gentle sweep of two beams of white light, as though they were mere pencil sketches erased from existence. It was as if nothing had ever existed there. Whis sighed softly, his signature smile fading, replaced by a hint of gravity in his eyes. Such a cruel end. On the stage, Vegeta, hands still in his pockets, coldly surveyed the direction from which Universe 11 had been eradicated, the irreverent smile on his face diminishing slightly. Even he, formidable as he may be, felt a flicker of instinctual trepidation when confronted with the incomprehensible and irresistible ultimate power of the Omni-King. Frieza's sinister laughter vanished entirely, his golden pupils constricting in a display of apprehension towards absolute might. Just as the weighty silence threatened to engulf the entire realm of nothingness, a sharp crack echoed, resonating like the shattering of glass, abruptly erupting above the seventh universe's resting area. The fabric of space there split open without warning, revealing a vast, irregular rift of inky blackness. This fissure was not born of an energy attack. Rather, it appeared as if the very essence of space had been violently torn apart by an unfathomably brute force. Turbulent temporal currents surged forth like a tangible gale, scattering debris around the edges of the arena. Following this, an indescribable aura, a terrifying amalgamation of divine sanctity and chaotic destruction, unfurled from the rift as if an ancient behemoth had awakened from slumber. The potency of this presence instantly dispelled the silence and chill wrought by the Omni-King's intervention, causing visible ripples to spread throughout the realm of nothingness. What on earth is that? Beerus sprang to his feet, instinctively gathering destructive energy, his gaze fixated on the rift with uncertainty. Whis narrowed his eyes, the tip of his staff glowing faintly. Oh dear? Amidst the astonished stares of all present, A figure stepped forth from the violent rift in time and space. Silver-white flames blazed around him, his hair transformed into a similar hue, cascading down to his waist, each strand standing upright as if ignited by the silver fire. His pupils glowed with an intense golden radiance, within which stars seemed to flicker, embodying an unimaginable pressure. Indeed, it was none other than Loya, even more ostentatious than Vegeta. However, unlike when he had entered the hyperbolic time chamber, Loya now radiated an aura of profound transformation. Within the silver flames, a deeper, more subdued dark silver halo subtly emerged, suggesting that his power had undergone yet another extreme compression and sublimation. The oppressive force he emanated left those closest to the seventh universe's resting area, Krillin, Tien, and others, gasping for breath, nearly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 23. The Revived Cleansing of the Universe Ding. Congratulations, host. During your ultimate training in the hyperbolic time chamber, you have successfully stabilized the third stage of the White God realm. You have achieved a near-death breakthrough hidden achievement. System reward issued. Unlocking the fourth stage of the White God. The core of divine power has completed its final metamorphosis. Current status. The fourth stage of the White God has just emerged. Purity of divine power increased by 300. Overall combat power enhanced by 500. Affinity with the laws of time and space significantly elevated. As the cold system notification resonated in Loya's mind, he felt an overwhelming power surging within him. As if he could shatter stars with a single punch, a proud smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. The fourth stage of the White God. This strength surpassed his expectations. He disregarded the astonished gazes of everyone in the arena and paid no heed to the devastation recently inflicted upon the 11th universe. Loya, you have finally arrived. Wow, that last battle was absolutely riveting. I was completely captivated. The Omni-King, with a bewildered expression, remarked, wait, why do I feel as though you have grown even stronger? Incredible. Indeed. I have not only fully regained my strength, but have ascended to an even higher level. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Lo, you have finally arrived. Has the tournament concluded? Indeed, the competition has wrapped up, and the results are in. The seventh universe has emerged victorious. This contest was truly exhilarating, igniting a fervor within all who witnessed it. The Grand Priest inquired of Vegeta what reward he desired. The voice of the Grand Priest, calm yet resonant, penetrated the depths of every consciousness present. You have demonstrated extraordinary power in the tournament of power, swiftly eliminating the 11th universe. According to the rules, you may make a wish to the Eternal Dragon. Any wish, as long as it lies within the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon, can be granted. The Grand Priest's words fell like cold water into boiling oil, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Any wish. The Eternal Dragon. The legendary ultimate wish-granting dragon. What will Vegeta wish for? Immortality? Invincible power? Or perhaps to ascend directly to divinity? In the audience, Beerus, the Kaioshin, the angels, and even those on the arena such as Frieza, Gohan, and Loa, all fixed their gaze intently upon Vegeta. Frieza's golden pupils gleamed with avarice and cunning. Calculating how to exploit this wish, Beerus clenched his fists anxiously, and even Whis displayed an unusual focus. This wish would determine the future trajectory of the seventh universe and all surviving universes. Under the scrutiny of the masses, Vegeta, with his hands still tucked in his pockets, wore a somewhat subdued smirk, yet in the depths of his gaze lay an inscrutable calm. He slightly tilted his head, gazing at the immense, radiant eternal dragon suspended above the void, shimmering with 7 colors of divine light. The majestic dragon lowered its formidable head, its vast eyes locking onto Vegeta, emanating a deep, resonant voice. Speak your wish, Victor. My power can fulfill your heart's desire. The entire void descended into absolute silence. Even the currents of time and space seemed to freeze. All held their breath, awaiting Vegeta's decision. Vegeta surveyed the arena, his eyes drifting over the positions once occupied by the eliminated universe warriors. Ultimately, his gaze appeared to penetrate the emptiness of the void, landing upon the desolate area representing the 11th universe, erased by the Omni-King. He slowly began to speak, his voice low yet imbued with unwavering resolve, resonating clearly in every corner. My wish is. He paused, locking his eyes with the immense pupils of the Eternal Dragon, articulating each word with conviction. Restore all the universes that have vanished in this tournament of power due to the Omni-King's decree, along with all their lives, planets, histories, and civilizations intact. What? Gasps of astonishment swept across the entire void like a tsunami. Whether it was Beerus, the Kaioshin, the angels, or the remaining warriors on the arena, their faces were etched with disbelief and horror. Beerus's jaw nearly dropped to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. He desires no power, no immortality. He wishes to resurrect those who were erased. This was utterly beyond Beerus's comprehension of the Saiyan warrior's fervor. For the first time, Whis' eyes genuinely widened, his gentle smile frozen. The tip of his staff flickering with a subtle glow, revealing the tumult within, restoring those erased by Lord Zeno. You continue to surpass my expectations. Friesia's expression of schadenfreude instantly solidified, transforming into sheer astonishment and a furious sense of being mocked. What nonsense is this arrogant Scion monkey thinking? What benefit could resurrecting those useless universes possibly bring him? Ha ha ha. The Grand Priest suddenly burst into light-hearted laughter, shattering the profound shock enveloping the scene. He gazed at Vegeta with an unprecedented admiration and a hint of profundity. What a remarkable desire. Vegeta, your heart shines even brighter than your power. He turned to the Eternal Dragon. Then, Eternal Dragon, grant his wish. In that erased, void space of Universe 11, radiant colors began to coalesce from nothingness, constructing anew, like a reversed image, as if the divine brush of creation were redrawing. The figures of the God of Destruction, the Supreme Kai, all members of the Proud Team, and the audience representing billions of souls who had been erased, swiftly and clearly reappeared in the kaleidoscope of divine light, as if they had never vanished. The entire void realm, the erased universes, were completely restored. The radiant colors gradually receded. The Eternal Dragon fulfilled its mission, its colossal form dissipating into countless starlights, vanishing into the intangible. A profound silence enveloped the scene, one even more absolute than when Lord Zeno had erased them. All those resurrected were left speechless, engulfed in the enormity of the shock. The survivors stared in disbelief at this miraculous sight. Upon the dais, Lord Zeno tilted his head curiously, clapping his tiny hands, his innocent voice ringing out, "They're all back. How fun." Vegeta appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task, brushing off non-existent dust from his trousers, the irreverent smile returning to his face. He disregarded the myriad gazes surrounding him, filled with shock, gratitude, awe, confusion, jealousy, and anger. "Congratulations, Vegeta. You made the right choice. Had your wish not been to resurrect the entire universe, Lord Zeno would have erased all of existence." Everyone was astounded, deep within realizing they were merely toys of Lord Zeno, yet dared not voice their anger. At this moment, the entire void realm brimmed with various forms of discontent. Luo stepped forward, declaring, "Everyone, do not be disheartened. I intend to organize another battle amongst the gods of destruction. What do you all think? Hooray, hooray. Another spectacle awaits." In this match, losing does not mean death. A profound silence enveloped the area. Those unwilling to participate could voluntarily relinquish their divine status and return home to their farming. Chapter 24. The Tournament of Power Among the Gods of Destruction. Luo suddenly spread his arms wide, an invisible wave of power rippling outwards from him. The entire realm of nothingness appeared as if a colossal stone had been cast upon the surface of a lake, causing the very fabric of space to warp and tremble violently. The sheer divine might, vast as the Milky Way and heavy as countless stars collapsing simultaneously, poured forth unreservedly. The remnants of shattered stones at the edge of the arena were instantaneously reduced to dust, and even the nearby destroyers and angels instinctively took a step back, their faces betraying expressions of solemnity. The voice of Lord Loa, akin to a divine oracle, resonated through the cosmos, proclaiming the resumption of the Tournament of Power. Yet this time, the protagonists are you, the destroyers wielding both annihilation and order. A chaotic melee ensues. The rules are simple. To lose is not to perish, but to win, one must do so in a manner visible to all. He paused slightly, his icy gaze cutting through the air like a tangible blade, sweeping across the faces of the destroyers, some displaying shock, others hesitation, and some igniting with the fervor of battle, ultimately resting upon a few figures whose auras clearly trembled with trepidation. As for those who would not participate, Loa's voice turned sharply cold, each word striking down like an icicle. Relinquish your divine position and return to your own universe to toil. Boom. The suffocating silence was ignited. Hooray! Hooray! The Omni-King clapped his tiny hands, his large eyes glimmering with pure excitement. The destroyers in combat would undoubtedly be more exhilarating than before. Let the battle commence. At that moment, the destroyers felt quite helpless, as they could hardly conceive a viable solution to the current predicament. Suddenly, a voice arose. Esteemed Inspector, may I partake in the contest among the destroyers? The crowd turned to see the speaker was a formidable presence. However, the inspector responded without hesitation. You may not. Your realm has transcended that of the destroyers, reaching the domain of angels. At that instant, a shocked voice from the audience exclaimed, Why have Goku and Vegeta not yet unfused? The old Kaishin chuckled and clarified, they can no longer naturally unfuse. For they are now apprentice destroyers, having ascended to divine status. For deities, utilizing the Patera earrings will not lead to unfusion, but for mortals, there is a time limit. He then added, if you wish to reforge Vegeta, it must be through other means, such as the Dragon Shinron. Before his words could settle, Chi-Chi and Bulma stormed over in fury, tugging at the old Kaishin's ears and nose, vociferously reprimanding. You old lecher, why didn't you say so sooner? The old Kaishin yelped in pain, hastily pleading for mercy. Oh dear, you didn't ask. As the old Kaishin was reprimanded by Chi-Chi and Bulma, the destroyers began to murmur amongst themselves. Some perceived this contest as an excellent opportunity to showcase their prowess, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Others, however, were apprehensive about sustaining injuries in battle, their expressions betraying concern. At this juncture, Beerus crossed his arms and scoffed disdainfully. Humph, I shall not lose this match. Instantly, purple flames ignited around him, brimming with combat fervor. Observing this, the other destroyers began to summon their own powers. The auras of the destroyers within the realm of nothingness intertwining and clashing, the atmosphere thick with impending tension. The Omni-King, filled with exuberance, leapt from his seat, urging, Commence! Commence! Meanwhile, Luoya stood to the side, coldly observing the proceedings to ensure the match unfolded smoothly. After venting their frustrations, Chi-Chi and Bulma fell silent, their curiosity piqued by the impending chaos of the gods of destruction. Luoya then turned to the Grand Priest, requesting, Might you repair the arena? With that, he beckoned. Let all participants ascend the stage and prepare. At Luoya's command, the gods of destruction surged toward one another like unleashed tigers, and in an instant, the arena was ablaze with energy, its brilliance nearly blinding. Each deity unleashed their signature techniques, as fists howled through the air and legs danced like shadows. Each clash sent ripples through the very fabric of space. Beerus was the first to strike, darting toward his opponent like a bolt of purple lightning, delivering a punch so powerful that it ignited the air itself. The other gods of destruction, refusing to be outdone, joined the fray. Some summoned colossal meteors to rain down upon their foes, while others wielded dark energies that transformed into razor-sharp blades. Each of Beerus's actions carried the weight of thunder and fury. The angels watched anxiously from the sidelines, ever ready to intervene should an unforeseen mishap occur. The Omni-King continued to bounce in his seat, his cheers ringing out in joyous abandon. As the battle intensified, the wounds on the gods of destruction multiplied, yet none faltered. They fought with every ounce of strength for victory. In the realm of nothingness, this clash among the gods of destruction resembled a cataclysmic storm, engulfing the entire arena. In a blinding flash, Beerus, embodying a tear in the void, propelled himself toward the nearest and massive bear god of destruction. The bear roared, striking with a paw strong enough to shatter celestial bodies, but Beerus deftly sidestepped the attack. A glint of purple lightning flashed in Beerus's eyes as he precisely tapped the joint of the bear's massive arm, channeling the pure essence of destruction. With a sickening crack, the bear's sturdy limb crumbled to dust from the point of contact, while searing pain and the tremors of its energy core sent its vast form spiraling off balance. Without hesitation, Beerus spun around, delivering a ferocious kick infused with destructive power to the bear's side. The bear's massive body was sent tumbling like a victim of a supernova shockwave, howling in agony as it crashed through several large floating rocks that the Grand Priest had just repaired, scattering sparks of destruction as it flew beyond the boundaries of the arena. In a flash of light, the Grand Priest safely transported the bear back to the audience. Thus, the first elimination was realized. This thunderous beginning left many in awe. However, the fervor of battle had been ignited. Kampa roared, his corpulent form erupting with astonishing speed. Enveloped in pinkish-purple destructive energy, as he engaged in a fierce struggle with a cat-like god of destruction known for agility, their claws and spheres of energy intertwining, unleashing storms of chaotic energy. Meanwhile, several weaker gods of destruction, already anxious, instinctively clustered together, seeking to form alliances. Yet, their hesitance appeared utterly feeble in the face of overwhelming power. The reticent figure of the Wolf Destroyer surged into their midst like a specter, his claws slicing through the air, leaving behind ominous, emerald rifts that were both precise and savage. One destroyer, attempting to shield himself with an energy barrier, found it torn apart as if it were mere paper, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. The destructive energy surged into his body, rendering him instantly incapable of fighting, and he was subsequently hurled away by the following shockwave, eliminated from the contest. Another destroyer, slightly slower in his reaction, was met with a fierce shoulder throw from the Wolf Destroyer, crashing violently against the edge of the arena, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. He was then swept away by the residual chaos of the battle between Xiangpa and the Cat Destroyer, screaming as he was flung out of the ring and eliminated. Chapter 25. The ultimate freedom of Beerus. The ferocity of the Wolf Destroyer drew attention. Beerus and the Mouse Destroyer Katra almost simultaneously fixed their gaze upon him. The small, green eyes of Katra glimmered with a cunning and dangerous light. Instead of charging directly at the Wolf Destroyer, he flickered and seemed to meld into the folds of space, reappearing bizarrely at the side of the fierce clash between Xiangpa and the Cat Destroyer. Annoying rodent, Xiangpa roared, distracted. He was caught off guard as the Cat Destroyer's sharp claws sliced into his thick side, the destructive energy seeping in and causing him to grimace in pain. Yet, Katra wore a sly smile. His slender tail, akin to a venomous steel whip, silently coiled around the Cat Destroyer's hind leg, yanking it with sudden ferocity. The Cat Destroyer was caught unawares, his balance shattered in an instant. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Xiangpa channeled his full destructive energy into a punch, delivering a devastating blow to the Cat Destroyer's unprotected abdomen. With a gasp, the Cat Destroyer's eyes bulged, his body curling like a shrimp. As destructive energy ravaged within him, he expelled radiant points of divine power from his mouth, and like a severed kite, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several layers of spatial barriers, vanishing outside the arena, eliminated. Foolish cat, Xiangpa panted, just ready to mock Katra for his underhanded attack, only to realize that the Mouse Destroyer had already vanished from sight. The Wolf Destroyer sensed a lethal threat. He growled, his body surging with dark green destructive energy, transforming into countless sharp energy arrows that shot in all directions, attempting to repel any who approached. Beerus snorted coldly, his violet aura swelling, forming an indomitable barrier that extinguished all incoming arrows. In a flash, he darted into the blind spot of the Wolf Destroyer's attack, his fist imbued with the will to end, striking directly at the Destroyer's midsection. The Wolf Destroyer reacted with remarkable speed, twisting to block the blow. However, as he braced for the earth-shattering punch from Beerus, the space behind him rippled ominously once more. Katra's figure materialized like a phantom, his tiny claws coalescing with a chilling, corrosive destructive energy, silently imprinting upon the Wolf Destroyer's unguarded back. With a pained cry, the Wolf Destroyer trembled violently, caught between Beerus's powerful strike and Quitra's insidious energy encroaching within him. Under this dual assault, his formidable body could no longer withstand the pressure. The dark green light flickered and swiftly dimmed, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees upon the arena floor, rendered incapable of further combat and thus eliminated. On the arena, only 3 figures remained: the panting, blood-seeping Xiangpa, the fiercely burning purple aura surrounding Beerus, whose gaze was as sharp as a blade, and the hovering, scheming mouse god Katra, whose beady eyes glimmered with a cold, sinister light. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh, his slender tail swaying gently. "It's just us now, Beerus. Oh, and your useless brother," he sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Xiangpa. This disdainful gaze ignited Xiangpa's fury. "Damn that filthy mouse. You think you can gloat after your sneaky attack? I'll show you what true power is." He gritted his teeth against the pain, unleashing a surge of pinkish-purple destructive energy, charging towards Katra like an enraged beast. Beerus frowned. Fool. Don't be reckless. But it was too late. Katra stood his ground against Xiangpa's onslaught, a glint of triumph flashing in his small eyes. Just as Xiangpa's fist was about to land, Quitra's form blurred and vanished. Xiangpa's determined blow struck nothing but air, the immense force rebounding and causing him to stagger. Meanwhile, Katra reappeared behind him, poised to exploit the gaping vulnerability. His claw, imbued with a dark green energy that seemed capable of corroding space itself, approached Xiangpa's neck with a chilling smile. A successful strike would incapacitate the already wounded Xiangpa in an instant. Beerus's pupils constricted, and he roared, "Not on my watch." He transformed into a streak of purple lightning, racing to save Xiangpa, intent on hurling this treacherous mouse off the stage. The clash of purple destructive thunder and the venomous green glimmer instantly became the focal point of the arena, dazzling and intense. The Omni-King squealed with excitement, while the angels bore serious expressions, and the Grand Minister stood ready to intervene. Xiangpa seemed poised to become the first casualty of this final showdown, or perhaps the turning point. The purple destructive lightning collided with the green, poisonous radiance with a thunderous roar. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the void, energy surging like a tempest. Katra's claw, charged with malicious destructive energy, struck solidly against a hand enveloped in purple flames, yet possessing an extraordinary silver-gray sheen. Beerus had arrived just in time, precisely intercepting the lethal ambush. What? Quitra's beady eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed his corrosive energy, akin to a cow plunging into the sea, being fiercely resisted by the seemingly fragile, yet profoundly intricate aura emanating from Beerus's palm, even hinting at a backlash. In Beerus's purple-slit eyes, a cold fury burned, rippling with an unusual, almost silver luminescence. His aura underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from mere chaotic destruction to an indescribable blend of ethereality and absolute power. The foul mouse. Beerus's voice resonated with a deep, penetrating authority. Your tricks end here. As the words fell, Beerus abruptly seized the arm of Quitral, sending a tremor through it. An overwhelming force, far surpassing any previous terror, erupted with a cataclysmic intensity. No longer merely destructive energy, but a pure impact imbued with divine will and the laws of space. Ugh! Quitral felt an irresistible surge of power coursing through his arm, his diminutive form akin to being struck by countless stars. With a muffled groan, he was forcefully propelled backward, tumbling through the void for dozens of revolutions before barely regaining his composure, his slender tail thrashing anxiously, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Beerus. Just moments after a narrow escape, the panicked Kampa gazed wide-eyed at his brother's silhouette. Encircled by Beerus's purple aura, silver-gray specks flickered like stars, even the tips tinged with a hint of divine silver. A pressure so profound it sent shivers down Kampa's spine, permeated the air. The Ultra Instinct. In the audience, Whiss's eyes gleamed with a mix of satisfaction and understanding. They had indeed touched upon a deeper threshold. On the arena, Quitral shook his numbed arm. The emerald-green destructive energy surged once more, attempting to suppress his astonishment. He sneered mockingly, "Humph. Putting on a show. You merely deflected a strike from a god. Ultra Instinct. What of it? Let us see how long you can maintain it." He could not fathom that Beerus could genuinely master this legendary state. Suddenly, Beerus's figure vanished without a trace, not a mere afterimage of high-speed movement, but as if he had been erased from existence. Chapter 26. Beerus's overwhelming victory. Where? Quitral's hair stood on end, his small eyes frantically scanning the surroundings, his consciousness expanding like radar. Yet, Beerus's presence seemed to meld into the very fabric of the void, leaving no trace. In the next instant, the space above Quitral's head collapsed without warning. Like a specter, Beerus materialized, his feet enveloped in silver-violet flames, wielding the power to shatter galaxies, and stomped down fiercely. "Damn it!" Quitral screamed, hastily coalescing the emerald destructive energy into a thick, turtle shell-like shield above his head. Crack! Beerus's foot descended, and the shield, composed of 70% of Quitral's strength, shattered like fragile glass upon impact. The ferocious force continued unabated, crashing against Quitral's hastily raised arms. Ugh! Quitral felt as though his arms were being torn apart, as if the weight of the entire universe had struck him. His tiny body was mercilessly slammed down onto the arena's surface like a meteor. With a thunderous roar, the incredibly sturdy arena, reinforced by the power of the Supreme Kai, was gouged to form a massive pit, spiderweb-like cracks radiating wildly. Coughing amidst the cloud of dust, Quittrell clumsily rose, his arms trembling slightly, a trickle of emerald blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. True fear finally reflected in his green bean-like eyes. No, it's impossible. How could the disparity in power be so vast? From the dust, Beerus descended slowly, hovering at the edge of the pit, his silver-violet aura resembling a divine halo. His gaze cold and indifferent as he looked down upon Quittrell at the bottom of the crater. The frog at the bottom of the well knows not that there exists a sky beyond its own. Do you truly believe that those despicable sneak attacks can contend with me, the divine? His voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated with an overwhelming sense of oppression. With utmost freedom, his heart moved with intent, and his body flowed with divine grace. Every thought, every surge of energy from you appears to me as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Arrogance. Ketra was utterly incensed, fear morphing into a frenzied desire to kill. I shall rend your very skin. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thick, ink-like cloud of venomous mist, exuding a nauseating stench. This toxic haze not only harbored lethal poison, but also eroded divine power and corroded the fabric of space. It was his ultimate, insidious technique, swiftly engulfing most of the arena, warping and consuming even the light. Beware! A gasp arose from the audience. Yet, at the heart of the noxious fog, Beerus remained unfazed, his silver-purple figure gliding through the dense mist as though strolling leisurely. The toxic vapor, before even approaching within 3 feet of him, was silently purified and obliterated by an enigmatic aura surrounding him. His movements flowed like water, devoid of any superfluous action, as if he had already foreseen the trajectory and intent of the toxic assault. A trivial technique, and you dare to flaunt your skills before me? Beerus's voice pierced through the mist, clear and tinged with disdainful mockery. Infuriating. Space strangulation. Ketra succumbed to madness, his beady eyes bloodshot, claws thrashing wildly. He summoned all his divine power, instantly weaving countless nearly imperceptible, hair-thin spatial rifts around Beerus. These rifts, sharp as the finest blades, could silently shred a divine body into fragments. It is over, rodent. Beerus's indifferent voice resonated, just as the multitude of spatial rifts were about to converge and slice. His form blurred, not vanishing, but leaving behind a lingering image composed of pure, liberated energy. The true Beerus, in that fleeting moment as Ketra launched his attack, had instinctively followed the ultimate guidance of battle, traversing through the singular, ephemeral safe passage within the network of spatial rifts with a speed surpassing thought. In Ketra's horrified gaze, Beerus appeared before him as if he had teleported, mere inches apart. What? Ketra could only emit a half-formed cry of shock. Beerus's fist, enveloped in silver-purple flame, executed no flamboyant motions, but rather struck with a primal, terrifying force, directly imprinting onto Ketra's distorted face, twisted by fear. The divine will of ultimate freedom. This punch seemed to encapsulate the universe's will for annihilation. Time appeared to freeze in that moment. Thud. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a muffled sound, reminiscent of shattering decayed wood. The sinister grin on Ketra's face and the terror in his eyes instantly froze. His diminutive form disintegrated as if tossed into a shredder. At the moment of impact, his head and upper body crumbled silently into the finest cosmic dust, as though sculpted from weathered sand. Only the legs below the waist and the tail remained, frozen in a forward thrust, before collapsing helplessly, beginning to disintegrate. In a timely intervention, both Luo Ya and the Grand Priest unleashed a gentle golden light that enveloped Ketra's disintegrating form, halting its complete annihilation and transforming it into luminous particles, which were then transported back to the audience. Although its life was spared, the divine body had suffered such grave injuries that without an extensive period of recuperation, recovery was utterly impossible. The realm of nothingness was enveloped in a deathly silence. Upon the arena, the silver-purple aura gradually receded, and Beerus's figure regained clarity. He flicked his hand as if merely brushing off specks of dust. The sacred silver-gray radiance and his upright silver hair slowly faded, returning to their normal purple hue. He cast a cold glance at the spot where Ketra had vanished, disdainfully scoffing. Humph, too weak to withstand a blow. He then turned to the highest seats, where the Omni-Kings clapped in excitement, and Luo Ya maintained a calm demeanor, proclaiming with the pride of a victor, "I have triumphed." Is this victory not clear enough? Beerus asserted his dissatisfaction, declaring that he was no mere pawn. He was a deity, not a mere tool. His gaze swept over the audience filled with complex expressions, a mix of awe from the destroyers and angels, and finally settled on Kampa, who was being treated by Whis, his expression blank. The purple aura around him flickered one last time, signifying the ultimate victor of this chaotic battle of gods, the destroyer of Universe 7, Beerus. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred, not from the arena, but from the vast expanse of the realm of nothingness, which should have been an absolute void. 6 colossal, distorted outlines of universes, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and destruction, emerged in the void as if forcefully stitched together from a wound. Their hues were murky dark red, lifeless gray-black, and toxic deep purple, starkly contrasting with the brilliant radiance of the existing cosmos, reeking of decay and hatred. A wave of malice, far more immense, ancient, and pure than all previous battles combined, swept through the entire realm of nothingness like a chilling tide. The arena instantly became riddled with cracks, and the weaker human warriors in the audience, such as Krillin and Tien, were suddenly overcome with suffocation, as if an invisible hand were tightening around their hearts. Even the angel's expressions grew exceedingly grave. What is this? Kampa's flesh trembled as he sensed a fear emanating from the depths of his very bloodline. It was impossible. The purple aura surrounding Beerus surged ominously, as he warily gazed at the 6 cosmic phantoms that had appeared so abruptly. Recognizing that this malevolent presence belonged to the 6 evil universes that had long been eradicated by the Omni-King himself, now deemed taboo. The Grand Priest's soothing voice, usually calm and gentle, now carried an imperceptible hint of astonishment as he instantly appeared in front of the 2 Omni-Kings, conjuring an invisible barrier that shielded them from the terrifying wave of malice. His gaze was sharp as a blade, fixated intently on the core of those 6 cosmic apparitions. Meanwhile, Luo Ya, the enigmatic inspector, had quietly taken a position slightly ahead of the Grand Priest. The calmness on his face evaporated, replaced by a chilling, almost tangible intent to kill. Within his profound gaze, it seemed as if a tempest was brewing. His voice, though not loud, pierced through the tremors in the air with a bone-chilling coldness. How dare the decayed remnants crawl out from the grave? Haha, esteemed High Priest. It has been a long time, yet your merciless demeanor remains unchanged. A seductive yet venomous female voice echoed, as if whispering directly into the depths of every soul. The space rippled, and 6 figures emerged from the shadows of 6 malevolent universes, descending into the heart of the void realm, confronting the High Priest, Loya, and the King from a distance. Leading them was a female angel, her form strikingly graceful, nearly perfect. Her wings were not the purest white but a dark crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood, shedding specks of dark red luminescence with each subtle flutter. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet it carried an otherworldly, disquieting aura. Her lips curled into a smile that could ensnare hearts, while her gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice. Her presence was profound and vast, subtly rivaling that of the High Priest. Behind her stood 6 diverse destroyers, their tattered robes exuding an air of decay and violence. Their eyes filled solely with the desire for annihilation. Flanking these 6 destroyers were 6 angels, equally radiating an aura of malevolence, their halos dimmed, their staffs grotesquely twisted, their icy gazes sweeping over the denizens of the cosmos. The most astonishing reaction came from the High Priest, when his eyes fixated upon the crimson-winged female angel. The tranquility that had persisted for eons on his countenance fractured for the first time, revealing a tumult of incredulity, profound anguish, and a hint of a long-suppressed, nearly imperceptible nostalgia. Mavis. The High Priest's voice trembled ever so slightly as he uttered a name long sealed away for countless eons. This name reverberated like thunder within the hearts of ancient beings privy to the truth, such as Weiss. It was the name of the High Priest's wife, long fallen in the campaign to eradicate the evil universe. Dear crimson-winged angel Mavis. Her smile grew ever more enchanting, yet her gaze turned even colder. What a long passage of time it has been. To see you still intact, serving this infant, brings me both relief and revulsion. Her disdainful eyes flicked towards the king seated on his throne, who appeared somewhat perplexed, tilting his head. Lady Mavis, roared an evil destroyer resembling a colossal metallic golem, his voice booming like thunder, fixated on the High Priest, betraying him. Had it not been for your treachery, revealing our core plans to the infant. How could we have been eliminated by this ignorant embodiment of rules? Indeed, another destroyer, akin to a mass of writhing worms, screeched, "High Priest, you shameful traitor! In your eagerness to pledge loyalty to your new master, you have thrust us into eternal darkness. This blood debt shall be repaid today with your life and all that you hold dear." A traitor? The High Priest was once one of them? The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, countless inquisitive gazes fixated upon the High Priest. Beget and his companions were utterly astounded. They could scarcely fathom that this formidable and enigmatic figure harbored such a dark past. In the face of accusations that pierced to the core and a tempest of hatred, the High Priest exhibited no trace of panic or guilt. Instead, he let out a brief, icy scoff, reminiscent of shattering ice. Betrayal? Preposterous. He stepped forward. An invisible pressure akin to a mountain surged forth, momentarily stifling the aura of the 6 malevolent destroyers. Lawyer remarked, "It seems you have grown significantly stronger. I have never pledged allegiance to your distorted order, nor have I ever endorsed your lunatic scheme that drags all into eternal oblivion." The High Priest's voice was resolute, each word striking the barriers of space like a hammer. "I joined to unveil the decayed roots of your existence. I departed because you are beyond redemption. Revealing the truth to Lord Zenkai is the sole option to prevent you from plunging the multiverse into the abyss." His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced Mavis. As for you, a fleeting, unanticipated expression flickered in his eyes as he regarded her. The eradication of your kind was the ultimate judgment of order against chaos and malice. Today, returning with these souls that ought to have faded. What can change except to die once more? Arrogance. Mavis's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a deep-rooted resentment. Her dark red wings unfurled violently. An immeasurable malevolent power surged like a sea of blood. Order? Judgment? Today, we are here to shatter this hypocritical order. To make the lofty infant experience the taste of eradication. If you remain obstinate, her gaze coiled around the High Priest like a venomous serpent. I shall personally extract your divine essence, forcing you to wail in eternal torment, paying the price for your treachery. My dear husband, Mavis's eyes turned towards the High Priest, her voice suddenly adopting a peculiar softness, yet infused with deeper malice. Will you choose to remain alongside the betrayers and ignorant infants, a docile dog? Or will you return and join me in reshaping this decayed multiverse? Let true balance descend. She extended a flawless hand, shimmering with dark red light. The atmosphere in the realm of nothingness froze to a standstill. On one side stood the vengeful ancient Avengers, embittered by immense suffering and injustice, now returning with boundless hatred and resentment, determined to dismantle the existing order and plunge the world into chaos and destruction. On the other side stood the exalted beings safeguarding the current order, wielding immense power and authority, tasked with maintaining peace and stability in the universe. Amidst this confrontation of formidable forces, there existed a unique entity, his beloved. Though she had long departed, she returned in the most wicked guise, filling his heart with turmoil and anguish. His fingertips trembled imperceptibly beneath his voluminous robes, a subtle gesture that betrayed the unrest and struggle deep within his soul. However, the aura surrounding Luo Ye grew increasingly cold and sharp, his presence as an inspector akin to a sword unsheathed, firmly locking onto Mavis and the 6 elite warriors from the malevolent universe. Are you done with your meaningless chatter? Luo Ye's voice was frigid and authoritative, reminiscent of a judge from the depths of hell. A fleeting glance at Luo Ye, who stood before the omnipotent king, caused Mavis's enchanting smile to freeze, shattering like exquisite porcelain struck by a heavy blow. Is this your home? Did I allow you to look? Look again, and I shall obliterate you. Mavis's voice twisted into a sharp, furious tone, brimming with wrath and threat. Yet, Luo Ye's reply was like a chilling current that caused Mavis's dark red wings to shudder violently, as if thrust away by an invisible force. I will obliterate you. These 3 words, though succinct, carried a bone-chilling intent to kill and a tangible impact, causing Mavis's pupils to constrict sharply, her voice warping further in rage. Chapter 28. The War of the Gods. One ant. What audacity! A deity of destruction, resembling a colossal metallic golem, bellowed as it stepped forward, its aura of decay and ferocity surging wildly, launching a fist towards Luo Ye. The force of this punch seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space. Luoya let out a cold laugh, vanishing from his position in an instant, only to reappear behind the metallic golem, delivering a powerful palm strike to its back. The golem's massive form was sent hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into the ground of the void realm and creating a vast pit. "You dare harm my kin." Mavis, consumed by rage, flapped her dark red wings fiercely, unleashing countless crimson blades of light towards Luoya. With a single hand raised, Luoya conjured a transparent barrier that effortlessly deflected all the blades. Just then, several other malevolent deities of destruction joined the fray, attacking Luoya from various angles. Luoya's gaze sharpened, as the divine might of the fourth tier erupted around him, radiating like a miniature sun. He deftly maneuvered through the myriad of assaults, each strike imbued with formidable power, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks of the evil deities. The high priest stood nearby, vigilant for Mavis's next move. The battle in the void realm was on the brink of erupting. "My husband, high priest, I ask you once more, will you choose me or your juvenile self again?" The high priest's expression grew grave, his gaze flickering between Mavis and Luoya. "I have my mission, to safeguard the justice of the world. I cannot ally with evil. My choice remains unchanged." Upon hearing this, a fleeting semblance of resolution and anguish crossed Mavis's eyes. With a piercing scream, her dark red wings expanded dramatically, unleashing a more terrifying power. She quickly formed hand seals, and a massive dark red energy pillar surged towards the high priest and Luoya. Luoya scoffed, lightly raising his hand to cast a defensive spell alongside the high priest. The energy pillar collided with the barrier, erupting in a dazzling explosion of light and a deafening roar. Seizing the chaos, several evil deities of destruction stealthily circled behind Luoya, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, Luoya had already sensed the impending danger. He swiftly turned around, placing his hands on his waist, allowing the assailant's attack to strike him. Subsequently, he lifted his fingertips slightly, and with a mere gesture, sent the malevolent deities hurtling backward. The 6 wicked angels also recognized the extraordinary nature of the young man before them and promptly joined the fray. "How dull." Luoya yawned while evading the attacks of the evil angels. He then inquired, "Xiaofeng, when will you and your partner conclude your discussion? I'm quite bored with this affair. It seems to pertain to your domestic matters, so I shall refrain from interfering and leave it to you to resolve." As soon as the words left his lips, Luoya unleashed a formidable aura of the 4th tier of the White God, sending the 6 wicked angels sprawling. "Understood, Inspector." At that moment, the figure of the Grand Priest momentarily flickered in place. Boom! Without any warning, the Grand Priest had materialized before Mavis. His alabaster, elongated fingers converged like blades, radiating a divine power of unparalleled purity and sharpness, piercing directly toward Mavis's heart with no embellishment. The very fabric of space shattered inch by inch before his fingertips, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. "Humph! Incorrigible." The seductive expression on Mavis's face instantaneously morphed into a fierce snarl. With a sudden flap of her dark red wings, countless dark crimson crystal spikes, resembling congealed blood, materialized from thin air and surged toward the Grand Priest's hand strike like a torrential downpour. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp, ear-splitting sounds of collision echoed throughout the realm of nothingness like rain pelting against banana leaves. The pure white light clashed violently with the malevolent dark red energy, annihilating each other, with every impact generating a devastating shockwave. Even the residual force caused the grand arena of nothingness to tremble violently, the spatial structure groaning under the strain. "Engage. Annihilate them. Let the traitors pay the price." The metal monstrosity, known as the evil deity Grus, roared thunderously, its massive metallic arm wielding the power of decay and destruction, crashing down toward the audience. The target was none other than the king of all. "Protect the king." Both Beerus and Kampa bellowed in unison, their purple and violet divine powers soaring into the sky, coalescing into a massive energy sphere aimed at Grus's colossal fist. However, the other 6 evil deities and 6 wicked angels moved simultaneously. They descended like unleashed beasts, driven by eons of accumulated malice and a desire for annihilation. Lunging at the existing deities of destruction, the Kaioshin's, and warriors such as Vegeta. Beerus erupted in a silvery aura, instantly entering the Ultra Instinct state, delivering a punch toward an evil deity resembling a colossal bat, exuding a miasma of pestilence. Understood. With a keen gaze, Vegeta's silver hair danced in the Ultra Instinct aura. As he fluidly evaded a twisting shadow tendril attack, countering with a Kamehameha infused with divine energy directed at another target. Chaos erupted instantaneously. The realm of nothingness transformed into the most brutal battlefield of divine conflict. Energy storms raged, the brilliance of colliding laws tore through space, accompanied by incessant roars, howls, and explosions. The warriors of the existing universe felt an overwhelming pressure. These ancient malevolent entities, returning from the depths of time, possessed an eerie and formidable power, steeped in corrosive decay. As the colossal fist of Grus, imbued with the essence of decay, was about to collide with the destructive energy spheres of Beerus and Kampa, the terrifying shockwave threatened to engulf the throne area. Suddenly, an invisible barrier, seemingly woven from the most pristine of laws, enveloped the entire audience and throne area in an instant. Countless arcane runes swirled upon the surface of the barrier, exuding an undeniable aura of order. Boom! Grus's immense fist struck the barrier with tremendous force. The power capable of annihilating galaxies erupted forth, as the energy of decay frantically eroded the surface of the barrier, producing a nauseating hissing sound, while dark green corrosive energy spread like a relentless parasite. Yet, the transparent barrier merely rippled gently, the runes accelerating in their flow, instantly purifying and obliterating the corrosive force. The barrier remained steadfast. Unbeknownst to anyone, Luoya had already suspended himself within the protective barrier before the throne. His expression remained impassive, yet within his profound gaze, the storm had quelled, leaving only an icy focus akin to absolute zero. He pressed his hands forward, maintaining the stability of the barrier, observing in silence. Luoya's voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the ears of every startled individual inside the barrier. Carrying an undeniable authority, your battlefield does not reside here. His gaze swept over the eager warriors, including Vegeta, ultimately resting upon the pallid faces of the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebet, ensuring their absolute safety. Inspector, interfering fool, Grus roared, his single eye ablaze with rage. Abandoning his assault on the barrier, he joined forces with other malevolent destroyers to besiege Beerus and the others. Outside the barrier, a cataclysmic divine battle raged, while within, an eerie sanctuary had temporarily formed. Whis, Beerus, and the other angels watched the battlefield with bated breath, especially focusing on the clash between their father and mother, Mare Whis. In the core battlefield, the figures of the Grand Priest and Mare Whis had transformed into two entities of terrifying energy, entwined in a fierce collision. Each clash of white and dark red light seemed as if two universes were vying for dominance, annihilating one another. My dear, your power remains as captivating as ever. Merwis's voice, tinged with a twisted allure, echoed amidst their fierce exchanges. She conjured a dark red spiraling spear in her hand, its tip radiating a black aura that appeared capable of devouring all light, fiercely thrusting it towards the Grand Priest. But your heart has softened. You hesitate. You cannot bring yourself to slay me. The Grand Priest, like a wraith, evaded the black beam, which grazed his divine robe, rendering the space behind him into utter void. With fingers poised like a blade, he unleashed a beam of pure light, aimed directly at Merwis's brow. Hesitate? The Grand Priest's voice rang clear amidst the cacophony of energy. No, it is a farewell to the past. His gaze was cold as iron, unwavering and resolute. The beam and spear collided, erupting in a radiance that drained the color from the entire realm of nothingness. Merwis staggered back, her exquisite visage betraying a flicker of shock and fury for the first time. She acutely sensed that the last remnants of warmth, once belonging to her husband, had vanished entirely from the Grand Priest's attack. What remained was a pure, cold will to execute the laws. You. Mavis let out a fierce howl, her dark crimson wings flapping wildly, releasing a multitude of blood-red feathers that shot towards the High Priest like arrows, each one ablaze with the flames of curses. The High Priest traced an intricate arc with his hands, and in an instant, a complex geometric divine formation composed purely of white light took shape, devouring and purifying all the blood-red feathers. Mavis, your existence is a mistake, the High Priest declared, his voice resonating like the final judgment. The eradication of your kind was the result of the rules in motion. Your reappearance today is merely the echo of a grievous error. Disperse, Return to the eternal void. Such is your destined abode. With a sudden motion, he clasped his hands together. A blinding white light erupted from his core, not annihilating, but embodying an absolute force of negation and purification. Wherever the white light reached, the 6 floating malevolent cosmic phantoms trembled violently, their edges becoming blurred and dissipating. Meanwhile, the dark red glow surrounding Mavis began to melt away like snow, emitting a piercing sizzle. Ah! Mavis shrieked in agony, her flawless form seemingly distorting within the white light. Rules. We have come to shatter the rules. Do you think you have secured victory? Look behind you, foolish traitor. At that moment, as the high priest exerted his full power to purify, the malevolent deity Mose, a grotesque amalgamation of countless writhing worms, seized the opportunity while Beerus was preoccupied with another adversary, unleashing a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green pus. This noxious fluid did not target the high priest. Rather, it slithered like a living entity around the battlefield, crashing violently against the protective barrier maintained by Loa for the Omni-King and the spectators. The pus clung to the barrier, emitting horrific corrosive sounds, causing the runes upon it to dim and fluctuate violently. Mose cackled sharply. Rot away, O Inspector S. barrier. Inside the barrier, expressions turned grave. Loa's gaze sharpened, his hands momentarily faltering in maintaining the shield. In that fleeting moment, as the barrier's strength was compromised, a subtle, almost imperceptible rift in space appeared in the barrier's weakest corner, like a venomous serpent. From the rift, a claw covered in dark red scales shot forth with lightning speed, imbued with an evil force potent enough to pierce the very stars, aiming directly for the young Omni-King seated upon the throne. A lurking deadly strike. Its target aimed squarely at the heart of the rules. Watch out! Vis exclaimed in alarm, but the warning came too late. Just as the dark red claw was about to make contact with the diminutive form of the future Omni-King, a figure emerged, moving with a speed that transcended the perception of time, grasping the claw with a single hand. Indeed, it was Loa. He chose not to attempt to repair the momentarily weakened barrier, but in that minuscule fraction of a second, opted for the most direct approach, embodying the Omni-King's form. With a swift motion, time seemed to freeze. Everyone within the barrier widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle. A cold, almost chilling smile curled at the corner of his lips. Got you, rat. In the moment the voice fell silent, Luoya unleashed a burst of the rule light, purer and more terrifying than the previous purification light of the high priest from the hand that grasped the mouse. This radiance was not white, but rather an indescribable hue, akin to a chaotic essence that seemed to embody the very origins of all laws. What? The malevolent angel's sinister grin instantly morphed into sheer terror. He attempted to retract his claw, only to discover that his hand felt as if it were welded to Luoya's body. Even more terrifying was the fact that the chaotic light was surging up his arm, spreading uncontrollably, wherever it passed. His divine body, his divine power, his very existence were being dismantled, reformatted, and utterly erased. No, this is the source rule. The evil angel could only emit a half-hearted scream of despair before he, along with the crevice in which he had concealed himself, vanished silently within that chaotic light, as if he had never existed at all. His cold gaze swept over the horrified Mavis and other malevolent entities outside the barrier, his voice as chilling as a millennium of ice. Should you dare reach out again, you shall be annihilated. Beyond the barrier, Mavis beheld the unfaltering gaze of Luoya, along with his terrifying prowess. An unprecedented chill surged from the depths of her soul. This inspector was far more fearsome than the king of all. What on earth is he? The high priest also witnessed this scene. The last shred of doubt in his eyes dissipated, leaving only the purest intent to kill. The white light enveloping him blazed even more intensely, akin to the sun of judgment, bearing down upon Mavis, who was shaken to her core by Luoya's exhibited power. Mr. Luoya is astonishingly powerful. Within the barrier, Vegeta observed Luoya's silhouette, his eyes flickering with shock and battle intent. The power that erupted in that fleeting moment far exceeded his comprehension. Beerus clenched his fists, cold sweat beading on his forehead. That was not combat. It was obliteration. That angel had been entirely erased from existence. He sensed a fate more terrifying than death. He had anticipated the high priest's strength, but never to such an extent. It seems the high priest had indeed cared for me. I had previously offended him so. He merely sought to teach me a lesson. Oh dear, high priest, I adore you. Suddenly, Luoya shivered, exclaiming, "Oh, it's so cold. Why do I feel this sudden chill? How strange." His bone-chilling declaration acted as an invisible shackle, instantly constraining all malevolent beings' restless thoughts. Witnessing a fellow evil angel of the same rank being so easily and thoroughly erased from the fabric of existence instilled a fear that penetrated to the marrow. The chaotic light represented an irresistible and incomprehensible supreme power of the rules, signifying a true end. Chapter 30. The High Priests passed within the barrier. The odd momentary sense of relief brought by Beerus's banter and Luo Ya's barely perceptible shiver was instantaneously shattered by the more intense clashes occurring on the core battlefield outside the barrier. Mavis's piercing shriek resonated harshly amid the High Priest's purifying white light. Her dark crimson wings, under the onslaught of white light, disintegrated like burning paper, turning into flecks of ash. On her flawless skin, black veins began to emerge, reminiscent of shattered porcelain, with wisps of decaying darkness seeping forth. The phantoms of 6 malevolent universes twisted and blurred under the brilliance of the white light, as if they might vanish completely at any moment. The High Priest's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice, his hands pressed together in a posture akin to that of a deity executing the final judgment, unyielding in resolve. His power surged like an unrelenting tide, the white light intensifying, aiming to cleanse the assembly of error, malice, and decay before him, leaving no trace behind. "Stop! Bardos! Stop!" Mavis's voice suddenly pierced the air, sharp and mournful, devoid of the previous allure or bitterness, transformed into a heart-wrenching lament that seemed to echo from the depths of her soul. The High Priest's movements faltered, if only for the briefest of moments. Bardos. This was his true name, long sealed away in the annals of time. A name only uttered in the most intimate of moments by those closest to him. Mavis seized upon this almost imperceptible pause as if grasping at the last thread of hope. Enduring the searing white light, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength, her exquisite visage contorting in agony as she struggled to conjure a trace of her former gentleness, the fractured black veins resembling tear stains. "Bardos, my husband." Her voice possessed an uncanny resonance, reverberating directly within the High Priest's heart and mind, laden with anguish, longing, and despair. "Do you truly wish to consign me to eternal void, just as you did back then, watching helplessly as I was devoured by the very rules we once held dear? Do you remember? Do you remember the sea of stars we created together? That resplendent garden composed of countless nascent universes, solely ours? Do you recall the eternal dawn we traversed, where even time lost its meaning? Do you remember the first time you taught me to weave the cosmic strings? When my clumsiness disrupted the harmony of an entire galaxy, and instead of anger, you smiled and said I had birthed a new possibility. You once said my chaos was the sole hue in your frigid order. We vowed to safeguard the balance of this multiverse, not through the brutal eradication of this infantile deity, but through genuine, all-encompassing equilibrium, the eternal cycle of life and death, order and chaos. Bardos. This was our original ideal." Her voice, like the most intoxicating poison, imbued with endless reminiscence and sorrow, sought to penetrate the cold shell forged by rules surrounding the High Priest, attempting to disturb the buried emotional imprints deep within him. She no longer mentioned betrayal or revenge, but instead evoked those shared memories, blurred by the passage of time, yet still warm with significance. "Look at who you are now." Bardos. Tears, formed of the decaying black mist, cascaded down Mavis's cheeks, her voice heavy with sorrow. "What have you become? The most loyal hound of this ignorant infant deity, a slave to the rules, erasing your past, obliterating our love, wielding the very power you once cherished to execute this most cruel purification. Is this your vision of eternity?" The High Priest radiated a blinding light akin to the sun of judgment, and under Mavis's blood-curdling accusation, the brilliance seemed to quiver ever so slightly. A fleeting frown crossed his eternally cold visage, a mere moment so ephemeral that it was almost imperceptible, yet it undeniably signified a stirring within. A flicker of unrestrained joy flashed in Mavis's eyes. It was effective. He was not entirely indifferent. Beneath that frigid exterior, a part belonging to Velaz had not perished completely. Just as she prepared to intensify her emotional assault, the High Priest's gaze abruptly shifted towards the floating figure of Loa, who had recently vanquished an evil angel. Without any forewarning, his voice, no longer the chilling judgment directed at Mavis, resonated with a peculiar tranquility, as if seeking confirmation or guidance. "Inspector," he inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of earnestness. The entire battlefield, from the anxious spectators within the barrier to the fierce combatants outside, and even the struggling Mevis attempting to turn the tide, was momentarily taken aback. The high priest was questioning Loa, still facing away from the core battlefield. Loa maintained the stability of the protective barrier, as though the harrowing assassination and obliteration had never transpired. He slowly turned his head, his profound gaze meeting that of the high priest's. There was no emotion in his eyes, yet they seemed to encompass the very principles governing the cosmos. Addressing the lingering toxicity of the past, the high priest's voice remained steady and unyielding, yet each word bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. "What do you believe should be done?" he inquired of Mevis. Probing the existence entangled in complex emotions and endless sins, questioning whether there remained even a shred of leniency under the rules. Mevis's heart leapt to her throat. All her hopes rested upon Loa. This enigmatic inspector seemed to wield a terrifying power that transcended all kings. His stance would determine everything. Would he show compassion? Would her genuine emotions sway him? Or at the very least, would there be a hint of hesitation? All eyes were fixed upon Loa. He gazed at the high priest, yet it seemed as though he pierced through him to meet Mevis's eyes, which held the last vestiges of frenzied hope. He remained silent for a moment, that brief stillness rendering the flow of time within the realm of nothingness thick and viscous. Then Loa spoke. His voice was soft, yet remained calm, imbued with an even more chilling and unequivocal coldness than the high priest's purifying light. Errors must be rectified. His gaze returned to the high priest, sharp as a blade capable of slicing through time and space. To disregard the rules for personal sentiment is to act with dereliction. To indulge past transgressions is to abdicate responsibility. Vilas, having chosen to uphold the existing order, must cast aside all wavering. Loa's voice resonated like a final decree, each word hammering upon the edifice of rules. Under the rules, there are no exceptions. Decayed entities must be utterly eradicated. Her very existence was the greatest mockery of balance. The final words of Loa seemed to penetrate the very soul of Mevis, to allow her, with her aspirations, to return to the void she so rightly deserved. This was the duty conferred upon you by the rules, and also the last act of mercy towards her. The flicker of lingering hope upon Mevis's visage was utterly shattered, replaced by the most frenzied resentment ignited by profound humiliation and despair. Mercy. What a benevolent overseer. What a heart of stone, this Varellus. Chapter 31. Loa demonstrates power. At the instant the high priest heard Loa's words, the last vestige of subtle turbulence in his eyes was entirely quelled. The complex emotions belonging to Varellus, forcibly stirred by Mevis, were instantaneously frozen and obliterated as if cast into flames of absolute zero. Loa's utterance was akin to the coldest spring, extinguishing the last flicker of hesitation within him, a flicker he had not fully recognized himself. Duty rules. An order constitute the path he had chosen, and it was the will he must uphold to the end. Understood. The voice of the high priest regained its initial, pure chill, even more resolute than before. He no longer gazed upon Mevis's twisted countenance of resentment, instead redirecting his focus to the decaying core, incessantly eroded by the white light. The radiance surrounding him transformed from mere intensity to an aura of absolute finality, a terminus of all things. The form of the light began to shift, no longer scattering but collapsing inward, coalescing into countless swords of pure negation and purification, nearly transparent in their essence. Where the blades pointed, the very fabric of space silently disintegrated. Mevis, the voice of the high priest resonated as if proclaiming a preordained judgment. The overseer is indeed correct. To return you to the void is both a rule and my final obligation to you. No. Mevis emitted a scream of utter despair, devoid of any charm, replaced solely by pure madness and a desire for destruction. You shall not cast me into darkness once more. Varellus, Loa, and that accursed progeny. Her form accelerated in its disintegration within the purifying light, yet a more profound, ancient, and pure essence of decay erupted from her soon-to-be vanishing core. That essence was malevolent and tainted, as if embodying the negative and decaying aspects of the entire multiverse. Since you offer no escape, let us all decay together. A grotesque smile spread across Mevis's shattered visage as her body detonated. This was not an explosion of energy, but rather a self-immolation, as she willingly became a sacrifice. triggering the complete detonation of the decaying cores sealed within the 6 dissipating evil cosmic shadows. Boom! An unfathomable darkness erupted. This was not merely an absence of light, but the decay of existence itself. A colossal, unmatched singularity of decay formed instantaneously, akin to a black hole, yet infinitely more terrifying. It ravenously consumed all surrounding energy, space, time, and laws. The formidable barriers of the realm of nothingness crumbled before this singularity of decay, collapsing in vast swathes, deteriorating into the dust of oblivion. The fierce battle involving Beerus, Vegeta, and others was abruptly interrupted, as everyone struggled against the terrifying gravitational pull and the stench of decay, their faces reflecting sheer horror. She has lost her mind. Gru's metallic form emitted a shrill screech amidst the miasma of decay, his single eye filled with dread as she detonated the core. She intends to drag us all into the eternal abyss of rot. The decaying singularity expanded rapidly, its core radiating malice and destruction, even beginning to assault the rule barrier established by Loa. The surface of the barrier creaked under the strain, and the runes shimmered violently. The high priest was at the forefront. The sword of condensed laws was being frantically eroded and warped by the power of the decaying singularity. He let out a muffled groan as the pure white light was suppressed, his form being drawn toward the singularity's center by that terrifying gravitational force. Bardos, let us decay together. Ha ha. Mavis's final, frenzied laughter echoed at the center of the singularity, filled with a sense of mutual destruction. The entire situation, due to Mavis's last desperate sacrifice, took a swift turn into an unprecedented, terrifying crisis. The power of the decaying singularity seemed poised to devour everything, dragging the entire void realm and the connected universe into eternal obliteration. The high priest steadied himself amidst the waves of decay, casting a grave and resolute gaze towards Loa. Meanwhile, Loa's hands, which maintained the barrier, remained steady, yet within his profound eyes, a cold flame ignited, as if fully provoked. He looked upon the rapidly expanding, decaying singularity as if it were a stain that needed immediate eradication. That dark singularity, capable of decaying the foundations of the multiverse, was as if it were an ice crystal cast into a furnace, silenced before it could even make its final struggle, returning completely to the void. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no residual energy release, only an absolute, heart-stopping disappearance, as if the horrific threat had never manifested in the void realm. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire void realm. Within the barrier, whether it was the Omni-King, the Supreme Kai, or the angels like Whis, they stood as if entranced, gaping at the core area that had instantaneously returned to calm, leaving only slight ripples in the space. Outside the barrier, Beerus, Kampa, and other gods of destruction maintained their combat or defensive stances, their divine power still intact. Yet their expressions were frozen in a state of bewilderment and disbelief after the calamity. The surviving evil gods of destruction and angels were, as if their spines had been removed, collapsed in the void, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and despair. Their greatest reliance, Mavis and the decaying core, had simply vanished, erased by that overseer as if dust were brushed away. The radiant white light surrounding the high priest gradually receded as he stood in the void, his divine robes still immaculate. Yet his gaze towards Loa's back was now imbued with a deeper complexity. That fleeting glimpse of chaotic power had instilled an ineffable sense of pressure even upon the existence of this managing angel. Whence did the overseer's power truly originate? Of course, from the diligent cultivation of his own endeavors. Loa slowly retracted his outstretched hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned to face the throne area, and the impenetrable barrier of rules dissipated like ripples in water. The threat had been neutralized. Loa's voice remained calm and unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as though he had merely erased a negligible blemish rather than averting a crisis capable of destabilizing the multiverse. His profound gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield of the void, surveying the defeated, trembling remnants of evil, finally resting upon the sovereign. The sovereign seemed to have finally regained composure from the earlier fright, pouting slightly, tears welling in his large eyes, so terrifying. That dark entity was truly frightening. He instinctively clutched the robes of 2 nearby guards. Chapter 32. Crisis Averted, War of Angels? Loa regarded the sovereign, particularly soothing him in the moment, and on his eternally icy visage, a fleeting glimmer of softness, almost illusory, passed. Then he spoke, his tone maintaining that calm, steady cadence, yet resonating clearly throughout the entire void. Your Majesty. Instantly, all eyes focused upon him. The remnants of the evil cosmos had been eradicated, and its source purified. Loya's tone resembled that of a report on a completed task. However, this incident also revealed the shortcomings and deficiencies within the existing order-maintaining system. He paused, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Vis, Bardos, and other angels, as well as the High Priest. The angels, as the direct guardians and guides of the multiverse's order, must possess strength, adaptability, and comprehension of the rules. For these are the cornerstones of stability. Loya's voice, though not loud, carried a unique weight that compelled all angels to unconsciously straighten their posture. In light of this incident, certain angels had exhibited sluggish responses to the sudden threat, their power application appearing somewhat awkward. His gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on certain angels, causing a tightening in the hearts of those observed, such as the angel who had been a beat slow in reacting when Mose spewed forth pus. To assess the efficacy of the angel's duty performance, enhance their responsiveness, and clarify the boundaries of the rules, Loya's gaze ultimately returned to the sovereign, calmly proposing an unexpected suggestion. I propose that we lift the restrictions on the angels here. Let us hold an exchange of skills among the angels. The dark demonic realm is stirring. The current confrontation between the angels and the dark demonic realm would be akin to courting death. Loya spoke in a tone just loud enough for the sovereign to hear. An exchange of skills? The sovereign tilted his head, seemingly intrigued by the term, repeating it. Indeed. Loya nodded slightly, with defined rules and limitations. The aim is to hone our skills, clarify our shortcomings, and simultaneously provide the sovereign with a touch of entertainment. His final words were delivered with an extreme nonchalance, yet they seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Entertainment. The sovereign's eyes instantly brightened. Akin to a child discovering a new toy, the earlier fright seemingly forgotten. He excitedly kicked his legs, exclaiming, "Angels fighting. It has to be far more entertaining than the previous villains." The All-King blinked his tear-filled eyes, exclaiming with childlike enthusiasm, "Fighting is splendid." The High Priest's brow furrowed slightly, for he understood Lord Roya all too well. This suggestion was far from mere entertainment or a simple test of abilities. The actions of His Excellency, the Inspector, undoubtedly held profound significance. What was he observing? Was he seeking to elicit something? Or perhaps expressing dissatisfaction with certain angels' performances during the recent crisis in a more tempered manner? The angels, including Ves and Bardos, exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and a hint of gravity. Battles between angels? Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in their recollections. The power of angels was primarily manifested in creation, guidance, and the maintenance of balance, rather than in direct, destructive confrontations. Moreover, Lord Roya's specific mention of the rules and adaptability clearly indicated deeper implications. Splendid, splendid. Now, the All-King was clapping his small hands with excitement, his youthful voice resonating with undeniable determination. Lord Roya is right. Let there be a battle. Show me the angels fighting. High Priest, make the arrangements. The High Priest collected his thoughts and bowed slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. He turned to Lord Roya, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of inquiry. Your Excellency, do you have specific suggestions regarding the format and rules of this skill exchange? Lord Roya's calm gaze swept across all present angels, including those belonging to the existing universe and the newly captured, ashen-faced remnants of the malevolent angels. Though their halos had dimmed and twisted, their essence remained unchanged. The format is flexible. Both individual duels and team collaborations are permissible. His voice conveyed the established rules, the core of which was twofold. First, no existential harm or permanent weakening of the opponent was to be inflicted. Second, the determination of victory or defeat would be based on one party voluntarily conceding or the All-King deeming the other unable to continue fulfilling their duty of maintaining order. He paused momentarily and added, to ensure fairness, newly minted apprentice angels may also be introduced to participate. Apprentice angels? The assembly was momentarily taken aback. The lineage of angels was exceedingly stringent, and newly appointed apprentice angels were a rarity. At that moment, the space behind Lord Roya shimmered, and two figures emerged silently. On the left stood a tall, slender youth, his silver hair flowing like liquid moonlight, with deep indigo eyes that seemed to encapsulate the orbits of stars. Clad in a simple silver angelic robe and holding a staff crafted from flowing starlight, he exuded a tranquil and introspective aura, embodying a rhythm that hinted at the passage of time. He bowed slightly, apprentice angel, Rhine, reporting at the behest of the inspector. On the right was a girl of strikingly different demeanor. Her fiery red hair resembled raging flames, and her golden eyes sparkled with vivacity and curiosity. The edges of her robe were adorned with flame motifs, and she wielded a long spear entwined with crimson golden fire. She appeared somewhat exhilarated, her inquisitive gaze sweeping over the void realm and the gathered assembly, her voice ringing clear. Apprentice angel, Sophia, reporting for duty. Inspector, are we to engage in battle? The appearance of these two new faces further nuanced the atmosphere. Lord Roya had secretly trained apprentice angels, and now, in this moment, he was introducing them. The so-called exchange of skills has become increasingly intricate. Loya, unfazed by the astonishment of those around him, calmly addressed the high priest. The selection shall be determined by the archangels of each universe, with the option for any present angels to voluntarily participate. The battleground will be the newly restored core of the Void Realm. He then turned his gaze towards the exuberant Zeno. What are your thoughts, Lord Zeno? Excellent. Let us commence without delay, Zeno exclaimed, his small finger pointing eagerly downwards. I wish to witness the mightiest angels in combat. High Priest, summon them forth. The High Priest took a deep breath, his golden eyes sweeping over the angels under his command, then glancing at the malevolent remnants of fallen angels confined in a corner. Their expressions filled with resentment and a tinge of sickly longing. What, Lord Loya, do you truly wish to observe in this exchange? The limits of the current angels? Or the potential aberrations that may arise from these decaying remnants in their despair? He suppressed his doubts and declared loudly, his voice resonating throughout the silent void realm. By the decree of Lord Zeno, we shall immediately commence the angelic skill exchange battle. Angels of all universes may voluntarily enlist. Chapter 33. The dichotomy of good and evil. As the High Priest concluded his announcement, the atmosphere of the void realm shifted from an eerie silence to an oppressive, bubbling tension filled with uncertainty. Vis gently tapped his staff, a customary gentle smile gracing his features, though his gaze sharpened. Bardos cast a contemplative glance at the two apprentice angels. The other angels also focused their minds, beginning their assessments. In the corner, the imprisoned malevolent angels, beneath their dim and twisted halos, exhibited flickering gazes, as if grasping at a thread of madness amidst the depths of despair. If they could prove their worth or incite chaos during this exchange, Loya stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his profound eyes calmly observing the burgeoning surges of divine power below, as if everything transpired according to his expectations. He slightly tilted his head and whispered to the somewhat anxious apprentice angel, Sophia, in a voice only she could hear. Pay close attention and learn well. This is another facet of how rules operate. Sophia tightened her grip on her fiery spear, nodding earnestly, her golden eyes alight with combat spirit and curiosity. Yes. Understood. Esteemed Inspector. The High Priest regarded Loya's serene profile, his internal question growing more pronounced. Inspector, what is your true intention in initiating this angelic battle? Is it merely to entertain Lord Zeno and assess capabilities? The High Priest's proclamation was akin to a stone cast into a placid lake, instantly stirring invisible ripples throughout the void realm. The oppressive silence was shattered, replaced by an atmosphere charged with heightened concentration and unknown tension. Vis exhaled softly, elegantly twirling his staff, and once again wore his signature gentle smile, though beneath it lay an unprecedented seriousness. It seems I cannot afford to be idle, he murmured to himself. Bardos, usually enveloped in her habitual languor, momentarily set aside her indolence, her beautiful eyes glimmering with the light of contemplation. Her gaze lingered briefly upon the two apprentice angels brought forth by Roya, particularly fixating on the vivacious Sophia with an added intensity. The intriguing newcomers prompted the archangels from other realms, such as Makalita and Kornik, to also gather their thoughts and commence evaluating their respective candidates. While the outcome of this exchange of skills might hold little significance, the display before the Inspector and the Supreme King, alongside the ability to discern the profound intentions of Lord Roya, was of paramount importance. Yet, it was a voice from the abyss of despair that first shattered this delicate equilibrium. A low, Distorted laughter echoed from the corner where the malevolent angel was imprisoned. It belonged to Mordian, a sinister figure resembling a gnarled wooden effigy, his halo dim and warped. His laughter was imbued with a morbid fervor and reckless madness. Exchange? Skills? Huh. What hypocritical mercy. He abruptly raised his head, the hollow depths of his eye sockets aflame with a ghostly green fire. Fixing his gaze upon the throne as he hoarsely bellowed, "Great Inspector, Supreme King, if we are to engage in an exchange, why not grant us remnants of the old era an opportunity? Allow us to partake in this grand feast. Let us prove that even decayed power can shine forth under your rules." His words slithered forth like a venomous serpent, rife with provocation and a distorted will to survive. The other imprisoned malevolent angels stirred restlessly, a flicker of morbid light rekindling in their dim gazes. This was perhaps the only chance they could grasp, even as mere decoration. Even if exploited, if they could demonstrate their worth in battle, they might just secure a fleeting breath of life, or even incite chaos. The high priest's golden eye sharpened to a razor's edge, an invisible pressure enveloping the space, silencing Mordian's manic laughter as if a hand had clasped around his throat. He was about to unleash a reprimand when a calm and unwavering voice interjected, interrupting the imminent clash. Roya's gaze swept over Mordian, seemingly appraising an item awaiting attention. Devoid of any emotion, under the framework of rules, there exists indeed the right to communicate, as long as the rules are adhered to, regardless of origin. He turned to the high priest, stating, "Your Excellency, you may lift their confinement and permit their participation in the battle. Should they violate the rules?" Roya's voice momentarily faltered. Imbued with a chilling resonance, "The rules shall impose their own sanctions, requiring no assistance from others." The high priest felt a shiver of resolve. Indeed, Lord Roya was awaiting this moment. He was compelling these decayed remnants to unveil their final strengths and trump cards within the confines of the rules, or perhaps driving them towards self-destruction? "Yes, Your Excellency," the high priest affirmed, no longer hesitating, and with a wave of his hand. The shackles binding Mordian and the other malevolent angels shattered at once. Yet, the invisible rules remained, confining them to the battlefield. Mordian flexed his withered arm, a flicker of triumphant madness flashing in his ghostly green eyes. He turned to Roya and rasped, "Thank you for your grace, esteemed Inspector. We shall give our utmost effort. Let the battle commence." Now the sovereign could scarcely contain his impatience, his small hands forcefully striking the armrests of the throne. "Who will strike first? Hurry." The high priest's gaze swept across the arena. For the first match, to ensure fairness, the newly appointed apprentice angel Sophia will face a volunteer. His eyes scanned the existing angels, clearly hoping someone would step forward voluntarily, both to test the newcomer and to maintain control over the situation. However, the angels exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of their decision. Their opponent was a novice angel brought forth by the esteemed inspector. Winning seemed to be an unfair advantage, while losing would be a disgrace. Moreover, who could ascertain Lord Loa's true intentions? In this brief moment of silence, a hoarse voice impatiently emerged. "I will. Allow me to provide some guidance to this delightful newcomer." Mordian stepped forward, his withered form emanating a foul aura, and a twisted halo faintly glimmered, exuding an unsettling malice. He fixed his gaze on Sophia, akin to a vulture eyeing tender prey. Sophia raised an eyebrow, her golden pupils devoid of fear, instead igniting with fierce determination. "Humph, decayed old timber, who guides whom is yet to be determined." Undeterred, she brandished her flaming spear towards Mordian. "Come, allow me to demonstrate the might of my flames." The apprentice angel Rhine furrowed his brow slightly, whispering a caution. He sensed an exceedingly ominous presence emanating from that malevolent angel. "It's fine, Rhine. I am confident. Just watch me." Sophia reassured him. Loa remained impassive, merely observing. The high priest sighed inwardly, recognizing the course of events was set. The first match, apprentice angel Sophia versus Mordian. "Begin." The moment the words were spoken, Mordian's emaciated figure suddenly blurred. It was not a swift movement, but rather as if decayed would merged with shadows, exuding an eerie sensation of spatial decay, as he abruptly appeared beside Sophia. A dry, claw-like hand, cloaked in dark green moss, wielding the potent essence of decay, silently reached for Sophia's arm that held the spear. The speed was unremarkable, yet it harbored a malign force capable of eroding the vitality of all things. "Be careful." Weiss's eyes sharpened, discerning the threat. Though Mordian's strike appeared ordinary, it directly targeted the fundamental life laws that sustain the angel's existence. Should that decaying force taint her, the repercussions could range from sluggish divine power to severe damage to her divine essence. It was an exceedingly insidious lethal move. He instinctively glanced at Loa, yet found the inspector still expressionless. Chapter 34. The dominant Sophia, so swift. Sophia felt a jolt of alarm, but her instincts, honed through specialized training under Loa, prevented her from panicking. She did not brace herself nor retreat. Instead, she shouted defiantly and thrust her flame-laden spear into the ground. Flame barrier. Boom. A circular wall of pure, golden divine fire erupted explosively from her feet, soaring into the heavens. The flames were not a chaotic destruction but rather embodied a sacred will of purification and protection, their heat distorting the very fabric of space. Sizzle. Mordian's decaying claws clashed against the firewall, emitting a piercing sound of corrosion. The dark green aura of decay fiercely clashed with the radiant golden divine flame, annihilating each other in a tumultuous struggle. The fiery barrier trembled violently, but remained unbroken. Oh, how intriguing! A flicker of surprise glimmered in Mordian's emerald eyes, swiftly transforming into a deeper greed. Such a pure flame of life is truly exquisite fuel. It shall belong to me. He clenched his withered claw tightly. Decay shall consume. The decaying force that opposed him on the fiery barrier instantly morphed into countless slender, living-like dark green vines, frantically entwining around the flame barrier, forcibly siphoning the divine fire power within. The crimson gold wall of fire dimmed at a visibly alarming rate. What? Sophia, sensing the rapid depletion of her divine power, altered her expression. The adversary's laws could actually corrode and absorb her divine flame? Ha! Little girl, your fire will merely serve as sustenance for my decay. Mordian cackled wildly. Humph, you wish to absorb? You shall choke on it. The flames danced in Sophia's golden pupils. Instead of retracting her divine energy, she infused even more power into her spear. Boom. Thunderous explosions erupted. The flame barrier, ensnared by the dark green vines and on the verge of fading, suddenly collapsed inward under Sophia's control, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. This was not a chaotic release of energy, but rather an implosion that compressed all purifying and destructive forces to their utmost limit before detonating. The terrifying waves of crimson gold flames instantaneously engulfed Mordian and his decaying vines. The ferocious purifying force incinerated the decaying tendrils inch by inch, and even Mordian's withered body was sent hurtling backward, charred in multiple places. The aura of decay now significantly disordered. Hiss! Mordian steadied himself, gazing at the charred marks on his body and the dissipating aura of decay. His emerald eyes filled with rage and disbelief. How could he, a seasoned being, be injured by a mere apprentice angel? Well executed. In the audience, Vegeta couldn't help but cheer, pumping his fist in approval. A glimmer of admiration also flashed in Whice's eyes, calm under pressure, intelligently leveraging the properties of power within the rules to counterattack. Though it consumed considerable energy, her response was commendable. The high priest nodded slightly. Indeed, Sophia's performance was praiseworthy. However, he was more concerned about Loya's reaction. Loya remained unperturbed, as if he had anticipated Sophia's tactics all along. You wretched little insect. You have enraged me. Mordian was utterly consumed by madness, his withered form swelling dramatically as the aura of decay erupted like a tsunami. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of decay. Return to dust. He forcefully pressed his hands against the void. Ultimate decay. All things return to the abyss. Buzz. A vast dark green domain, hundreds of meters in diameter, unfurled instantaneously around Mordian. Within the domain, the space groaned under immense pressure, spiderweb-like black cracks emerging as matter silently transformed into ash-gray dust. Even light itself seemed to be devoured. Decay. A suffocating, terrifying power that stripped away all vitality and existence permeated the area. This transcended the realm of mere technical exchange, imbued with a palpable will of destruction. This is bad. The high priest's expression shifted as he prepared to intervene. The rules are not to be transgressed. Loya's cold voice resonated like an iron decree, and simultaneously, an invisible force of regulation descended upon Mordian, forcibly suppressing the decaying power he unleashed, which could threaten the very foundation of Sophia's existence. It was as if he had been struck by an unseen hammer, letting out a muffled groan as his inflated form instantly deflated, and his domain trembled violently, its range drastically shrinking. You! Mordian glared at Loya, a tempest of fury and resentment surging in his eyes. In that fleeting moment of regulatory suppression and unstable domain, Sophia made her move. Rather than cower in fear of her opponent's eruption, she seized the ephemeral opening that had presented itself. Loya's regulatory force served not only as a restriction but also as a form of protection and a harbinger, indicating that her adversary's powers were constrained. Now was the moment. A brilliant light surged in Sophia's eyes as she poured forth all her divine energy into her flaming spear without reservation. She transformed into a blazing meteor of crimson and gold, imbued with the will to purify all, and aimed directly at the core of the tumultuous Mordian. The fiery spear pierced through. The tip of the spear, concentrated to a point of utmost refinement, embodied a pure white holy flame capable of incinerating all impurities. This was a testament to her profound understanding of the laws of fire. No. Mordian sensed the lethal threat and desperately mobilized the suppressed, decaying power in a frantic attempt to thwart her. With a swift thrust, the pure white holy flame pierced through the hastily assembled barrier of decay with ease, striking precisely at the core of Mordian's desiccated form, not his physical heart, but the source node of his corrupt divine energy. A piercing scream erupted from Mordian, a wail of utter despair. The pure white holy flame ignited within him, fervently purging the tainted essence of decay. The dark green luminescence surrounding him flickered like a candle in the wind, unstable and wavering. His entire being emitted thick plumes of black smoke, accompanied by a pungent, acrid stench as the flames seared him. I concede. I concede. Mordian cried out in a desperate howl, feeling the very foundation of his existence rapidly disintegrating under the purifying holy flame. If this continued, he would indeed be utterly cleansed. This was not a mere exchange, it was a sentence of execution. Upon hearing this, Sophia unhesitatingly withdrew her spear. The crimson gold flames swirling around her as she took a moment to catch her breath, her golden eyes fixed intently on the writhing, tormented Mordian, remaining ever vigilant. Loya's calm voice rang out. The victor has been determined. Sophia, you have triumphed. Wow. Incredible. That red-haired one has won. The entire assembly erupted in excitement, applauding. The white flames. Such beauty. Mordian lay slumped in the void, his body charred, and the aura of decay reduced to its nadir. His emerald eyes were filled with resentment, fear, and a trace of incredulous despair. He had been defeated by an apprentice angel. Moreover, this occurred under the constraints of regulation, where she had seized upon his sole vulnerability with a decisive blow. This was not merely a disparity in power. It was an absolute domination of understanding the rules and seizing the opportune moment in battle. The high priest observed the unsteady yet bright-eyed Sophia before glancing back at Loya. He finally comprehended a portion of Loya's intentions. Allowing Sophia to take the field serves not merely as a test of her abilities, but as a means to demonstrate, within the confines of established rules, a possibility, a way to wield power with precision and efficiency, and to utilize the very rules themselves as instruments of combat against all existing and malevolent angels. Loa instructs while simultaneously instilling a sense of apprehension. Upon returning to Loa's side, Sophia's countenance radiates with the thrill of victory, tinged with a hint of fatigue, yet predominantly illuminated by the light of newfound understanding. Inspector, I have succeeded. Chapter 35. The Battle of Good and Evil 2. Loa nodded slightly, uttering just 3 words that made Sophia's eyes shine even brighter. You are qualified. The first battle concluded with the stunning victory of the novice angel Sophia. However, the atmosphere in the Void Realm remained tense and grave. The presence of another novice angel, Rhine, brought by Loa, along with the flickering gazes of the existing angels and the sinister, frenzied stares of the remnants of the malevolent angels who had witnessed Mordian's catastrophic defeat, foretold that the tumult of this exchange of skills was only just beginning. The high priest's gaze swept across the arena as he proclaimed in a booming voice, "Who will step forth for the next match?" The echoes of Sophia's victory rippled through the air like a stone cast into a deep pool, yet the atmosphere in the Void Realm grew even more oppressive. Mordian's devastating loss doused the morbid fervor in the eyes of the malevolent angel remnants, leaving only deeper resentment and cold calculation. They realized that within the framework of rules established by Loa, a direct confrontation with the existing system, especially by the newly trained angels under the inspector's guidance, was tantamount to courting disaster. The expressions of the existing angels varied. Vis maintained a gentle smile, yet the light at the tip of his staff pulsed more rapidly, clearly analyzing the details of the previous battle with great haste. Bardos observed Sophia, who had excitedly returned to Loa's side, while casting a sidelong glance at the placid Rhine. The angel leaders, including Makalita and Konnik, were more cautious, assessing the situation while biding their time. Next match, the Sovereign, evidently eager for more, pointed insistently downward, demanding to see more. What of that newcomer with white hair? Let him fight too. The Sovereign's directive immediately drew the gaze of all upon the novice angel Rhine. His silvery, short hair shimmered under the unique luminescence of the void realm, and his indigo eyes remained tranquil, as if the earlier fierce battle had stirred no ripples within his heart. Holding a staff composed of flowing starlight, he slightly bowed and spoke in a cool, steady voice. Novice Angel Rhine, ready to accept instruction. The high priest's gaze scanned the ranks of existing angels, hoping that an experienced angel would step forward to provide the newcomer with appropriate pressure while also maintaining control of the situation, thus preventing a recurrence of the chaos exhibited by Mordian. However, having witnessed Sophia's remarkable performance, which clearly bore the influence of Loa, the existing angels grew increasingly cautious. At that moment, a voice emerged, deep and hoarse, akin to the rasp of sandpaper, imbued with a deliberately restrained calmness. Since the esteemed Lord of all wishes to observe a newcomer, allow this decrepit being to engage in discourse with the young time traveler. The speaker was none other than Salazar, a remnant of the imprisoned evil angels. His form resembled a constantly shifting mass of viscous shadow, with a halo distorted into irregular serrations, exuding an unsettling aura of temporal disarray. Unlike Mordian, whose madness was overt and chaotic, Salazar's voice carried a chilling, centuries-old resentment and calculation. He slowly oozed from the shadows, his shadowy body contorting slightly. The high priest furrowed his brow. Salazar had once been a time-managing angel from a purged universe, his powers enigmatic and unpredictable, particularly adept at manipulating the seams and dislocations of time, causing considerable trouble during the Eradication War. He was more dangerous and cunning than Mordian. As Salazar whispered his own name, a grave expression crossed his face. The entropy of time he wielded was exceedingly troublesome. Loya's gaze fell upon Salazar with tranquil acceptance, as if tacitly permitting his presence. Observing this, the high priest could only declare, in the second match, the apprentice angel Rhine will face Salazar. Commence. With a hum, the battle began instantaneously, devoid of any cataclysmic eruption. Salazar's viscous shadow suddenly expanded, akin to ink dispersing in clear water, swiftly saturating the surrounding space. An invisible, disorienting sense of displacement spread, rendering the very fabric of space viscous and sluggish, light warping and refracting within the shadowed realm, while the flow of time fluctuated erratically, exhibiting profound instability. Temporal entropy domain. Decelerate. Salazar's deep voice reverberated through the distorted space, exuding a nauseating stickiness. Rhine, positioned at the edge of this shadowy domain, felt an overwhelming force, rooted in the laws of time, entangle him with a sense of lethargy. He attempted to move, yet his actions felt akin to struggling in a quagmire of tenfold gravity, his thoughts becoming muddled. Salazar's attacks were silent, yet they directly impacted the most fundamental state of his opponent's existence. Oh no! In the audience, Beerus's brow furrowed. This temporal interference was utterly insidious. It rendered an earnest fight impossible. Rhine, Sophia whispered anxiously. However, within Rhine's indigo eyes, there remained a serene calm, even a hint of profound understanding. Unlike Sophia, who unleashed her divine power in a desperate bid to break free, he slowly raised his starry staff. The flowing starlight at the staff's tip accelerated abruptly, tracing complex and arcane trajectories. Temporal anchoring and calibration, Rhine's cool voice resonated, akin to clear spring water flowing over stone. As he spoke, a gentle silver halo, seemingly composed of countless intricate gear-like phantoms, rippled outward from his being. Wherever the halo passed, the viscous sensation of temporal lethargy met its nemesis, being instantly smoothed and dispelled. The space surrounding Rhine returned to its normal flow, and his movements regained their fluidity and grace. He seemed to have precisely cast an anchor point amidst the chaotic flow of time. Oh, the shadowy form of Salazar quivered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Rhine's ability to effortlessly unravel his temporal entropy domain. It appears you possess some skill, not merely the brute force of a young girl. Before he could finish his words, Rhine's silhouette suddenly became ethereal. It was not a matter of swift movement, but rather as if she had melded into the crevices of time, instantly traversing the distorted space to appear beside Salazar's shadowy form. The speed surpassed even Sophia's earlier burst. A temporal leap. Vis's eyes gleamed. This was an exquisitely precise, short-range temporal displacement. Mastery over the laws of time demanded an extraordinarily high level of control. The starlit staff in Rhine's hand resembled a spear of judgment, imbued with a sharpness that pierced through time and space, silently pointing towards a node at the heart of Salazar's shadow. The starlight coalescing at the staff's tip was not a violent surge of energy, but rather contained a peculiar power that solidified time and dissected existence. Salazar rolled, instantly leaving behind a distorted afterimage, while his true form slipped away like a slippery eel into another shadow. A temporal mirror double. Salazar's voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed from all directions. Young man, you are far from being able to lock onto my existence. However, before his mocking words could fully dissipate, the starlit staff Rhine directed did not miss its mark. As the tip of the staff pointed towards the afterimage, the starlight suddenly expanded. Temporal retrogression manifestation. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary of Two Apprentice Angels. Buzz. In the distorted space struck by the staff, time seemed to have been pressed on the rewind button. Salazar's recent actions of merging into the shadows and creating a double replayed vividly, as if in reverse. The trajectory of his integration into the shadows, the path of his true form's displacement, and even the energy fluctuations of his core node were all laid bare in the receding starlight. What? Salazar's voice trembled with genuine agitation for the first time. The temporal mirror he relied upon for survival was forcibly unraveled by the opponent's temporal retrogression, exposing his concealment. Rhine's indigo eyes precisely captured the exposed location of his true form and core node in the retrogressive image. Without a moment's hesitation, the starlit staff was raised once more. This time, the starlight at its tip transformed from a gentle silver to a profound point of indigo light, seemingly capable of devouring illumination. Temporal annihilation point breached. With a slight touch, that deep indigo light, disregarding the barriers of space, appeared instantaneously before the core node of Salazar, which had just revealed its true form. The radiance contained not a destructive burst of energy, but rather a pure denial and annihilation of the continuity of temporal existence. No. Salazar let out a piercing scream, his shadowy form twisting frantically in an attempt to evade or defend itself. Yet that indigo light seemed to have locked onto his temporal existence, rendering escape impossible. Hiss! The indigo light penetrated Salazar's shadow core. There was no explosion, no fire. The ever-shifting shadowy form of Salazar abruptly solidified, as if a pause button had been pressed. Immediately, the shadows comprising his being began to silently disintegrate from the core node that had been struck, dissipating like a sandcastle under the tide. It was not mere destruction, rather. Portions of the temporal imprint that constituted his existence were forcibly erased, rendering his very essence unstable and leading him towards disintegration. I concede. Please stop. Salazar's voice was filled with unprecedented terror and anguish, as he acutely felt himself fading away. Upon hearing this, Rain waved his staff lightly, and the profound indigo light vanished in an instant. The trend of Salazar's disintegration came to an abrupt halt, yet his shadowy form had become exceedingly thin and transparent, his breath waning to its utmost limits, with the distorted halo nearly extinguishing, evidently gravely injured. He gazed at Rain in horror, as though beholding a sovereign of time and space who wielded life and death. The victor was clear. Rain had triumphed. Wow, this white-haired one is remarkable. The young king clapped his small hands, eyes sparkling with excitement. Then that dark figure just froze. How amusing. The phrases temporal reversion and annihilation point echoed softly from Vis, who repeated the names of the techniques Rain had just employed, his eyes filled with awe and gravity. The comprehension and application of the laws of time were simply unfathomable, a level unattainable by an ordinary apprentice angel. Bardos, having shed his languor, now bore a serious expression, precise, efficient, devoid of any superfluous movements. Each step appeared meticulously calculated, employing the rules themselves to unravel the teachings of the rule inspector, a truly awe-inspiring display. The high priest observed as Rain calmly retracted his staff and returned to Luo Yu's side, feeling a tumult of emotions within. If Sophia's battle illustrated how to overcome cleverness with strength within the confines of the rules, then Rain's confrontation epitomized absolute understanding and mastery of those very rules. He returned the favor in kind, employing the laws of time to unravel the laws of time, dismantling his opponent's foundational existence with utmost economy and precision. This showcased a higher echelon of combat wisdom, a pure manifestation of overwhelming insight into the cosmic rules. Inspector, Rain inclined his body slightly, his voice still cool and steady. Luo Yu regarded him, uttering only 3 words, yet a glimmer akin to the depths of stellar movements flickered in Rain's indigo eyes. Still acceptable. 2 battles, 2 apprentice angels. 2 distinctly different styles, yet both achieved overwhelming victories. Particularly, Rain's seemingly effortless control over the fabric of time left a profound impact and pressure upon all existing angels. This was not merely a display of power. It was a stark demonstration of the depth of understanding and precise application of the core abilities required for guidance and maintenance inherent in the angelic duty. In the corner, the remnants of the malevolent angels were left with a chilling silence, steeped in despair and a bone-deep coldness. Even Salazar, a seasoned evil angel adept in the arcane laws, was so easily crushed within the confines of the rules. What hope could they possibly hold? The high priest took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the varied expressions of the existing angels, particularly focusing on the archangels Vis and Bardos. He was acutely aware that Lord Roya's teachings had reached a significant milestone. What remained was the time for the seasoned students to be tested. In the next moment, the high priest's voice, tinged with subtle anticipation and gravity, called for the existing cosmic angels to volunteer for battle. His eyes scanned the weakened remnants of the malevolent angels, finally resting upon one whose aura was relatively stable, yet whose gaze was as cold and venomous as that of a serpent. Ereg. You shall combat, he declared. Ereg, the malevolent angel, bore the form of a humanoid lizard adorned with dark purple scales, and beneath a distorted halo, his slit-like pupils glimmered with a frigid cunning. He licked his lips and hissed, delighted to oblige, High Priest. The High Priest then turned his attention to the ranks of the existing angels, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Vis, you shall take this round. The summoned Vis paused momentarily, then a familiar, ever-present gentle smile reappeared on his face. He stepped forward gracefully, lightly tapping his staff upon the void, and inclined his body slightly. At your command, High Priest. In the heart of the void realm, the atmosphere grew taut once more. Following the stunning performance of the apprentice angels, the representative of the seasoned angels, Vis of the 7th universe, was about to make his entrance. How would he respond? What hidden skills would he reveal? All eyes were fixed upon this angel, who always wore a smile, exuding an enigmatic depth. Even Roya's gaze now held a hint of clear, intrigued scrutiny. Vis elegantly stepped into the center battlefield of the void realm, his gentle smile seemingly etched upon his countenance, while the crystal orb atop his staff radiated a soft and steady glow. His opponent, Ereg, resembled a coiled venomous lizard, with his body slightly arched and his slit pupils locked firmly on Vis, the cold flick of his tongue hissing ominously, emanating an aura that was chilling, sly, and corrosive. The 7th universe's Vis, Ereg's voice rasped like gravel. I have long heard of your illustrious name. It is said you are the most versatile and leisurely among the existing angels. I wonder if your leisure can withstand my chaos-devouring poison. His tone dripped with provocation, attempting to incite anger within Vis. Vis maintained his smile, lightly tapping his staff against the ground. You overestimate me, Lord Ereg. I cannot claim to be all-encompassing. I merely fulfill my duties to the best of my abilities. As for my leisure, maintaining a calm mindset is indeed part of performing my responsibilities efficiently. His response was flawless, imbued with a gentle yet unshakable composure. Sharp-tongued. Chapter 37. Vis's power begins to emerge. Ereg clearly felt he had not gained the upper hand. With a low growl, he ceased his verbal sparring, his scaled hands thrust forward with force. Chaos erosion toxic miasma. A thick, ink-like, dark purple mist surged forth, exuding a pungent stench of sulfur and decay, as if it were a living entity, instantly enveloping a vast area. The miasma not only harbors lethal toxins, but is further terrifying due to the chaotic fragments of law intermingled within it, akin to countless minuscule, swiftly rotating blades, voraciously eroding and contaminating the very fabric of space, energy, and the rules themselves. Wherever it passes, the space emits a sizzling sound of corrosion, leaving behind charred marks reminiscent of strong acid's touch, even light itself twisted and devoured. This assault possesses an extensive range, infiltrating every nook and cranny, evidently aiming to compel Weiss into a protracted battle of attrition. Here it comes. Eric's signature move. Makalita's gaze sharpened, recognizing the miasma's tenacity, as it not only corrupts divine power, but also pollutes an angel's perception of law. Mr. Weiss, be cautious. Vijay could not help but exclaim. In the face of the surging chaotic miasma, Weiss's smile remained gentle, though his eyes sharpened with intensity. He chose not to confront it head-on, nor did he employ the intricate manipulation of law like Rhine. Instead, he merely pointed his staff gently toward the ground once more. A circle of pure, soft azure light radiated from the point where the staff touched the ground, spreading silently like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The ripples of the Order's purity. Though they seemed slow, in truth, they instantaneously enveloped an area of several dozen meters around Weiss. Where the ripples reached, a miraculous scene unfolded. The tumultuous and chaotic dark purple miasma, upon encountering the azure light, reacted as if ice met the warm sun. The chaotic fragments of law were forcibly untangled, smoothed, and restored to their ordered trajectory. The toxic substances were purified, decomposed, and transformed into harmless particles. The contaminating chaotic aura was dispelled and neutralized. The entire region covered by the ripples instantaneously regained clarity and order, as if it had never been tainted by the miasma. Eric's attack vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea, effortlessly erased by the seemingly gentle and innocuous ripples of purification. What? Eric's pupils constricted in disbelief. His chaotic miasma, which even required divine power to withstand the high priest's purifying light, had been so casually neutralized by Weiss. The audience erupted in astonishment. Vijay stared, dumbfounded. Is that it? Not a defense, nor a counter, but a reorganization? Beerus also felt astonished. He had forcibly untangled the chaos? A flicker of barely perceptible admiration crossed the high priest's eyes. Weiss's maneuver epitomized the most profound understanding and application of the principles of order, not in resisting chaos, but in guiding it back to order. This was a realm of exceptional skill. Quite a performance. Eric suppressed his shock, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, contemplating how Weiss would unravel this. He took a deep breath, his scaled chest swelling high, dark purple light furiously converging in the depths of his throat, radiating a devastating aura. He abandoned area attacks, instead concentrating all his chaotic divine power into a single point. The breath of chaotic annihilation, a beam of destruction, compressed to its utmost, resembling liquid dark purple crystal, erupted from Eric's mouth, exuding a terrifying aura that threatened to tear space asunder and obliterate the very fabric of rules. As the beam passed through, the space fragmented like fragile glass, leaving behind a dark fissure that could not heal for ages. This was an assault infused with the essence of chaotic laws, its power far surpassing the previous miasma. The speed of the beam transcended visual perception, directly aimed at Weiss's face. Weiss, Bardos exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment. This strike possessed the potential to threaten the very foundation of an angel's existence. However, Weiss remained unfazed, his smile unaltered in the face of this cataclysmic blow. He did not even raise his staff to block. He merely took half a step to the side with an elegant grace. Indeed, it was merely a subtle sidestep. Whoosh! The chaotic beam, capable of obliterating stars, grazed the hem of Weiss's garments, hurtling into the distant void behind him, ultimately vanishing at the edge of the realm of nothingness, leaving only a slowly mending rift in the fabric of space. Ereg? Everyone stood in stunned silence. He avoided it? Such a terrifying strike. And Weiss merely sidestepped as if on a leisurely stroll, effortlessly evading it? How could this be possible? Weiss appeared to treat the event as trivial, straightening his posture and regarding the bewildered Ereg with a gentle smile. My dear Ereg, the force of your attack is indeed formidable. However, your aim could use a touch more precision. You seek your own demise. Ereg erupted in fury, feeling an unprecedented humiliation. The dark purple scales adorning his body bristled, and chaotic divine power erupted wildly, his figure transforming into a blurred stream of dark purple light, accompanied by claws that tore through all, as he charged fiercely toward Weiss. He abandoned the notion of ranged assault, opting for close combat, intent on shredding this detestable foe with his chaos-infused form honed over Ian's. Chaos soul-rending claw. His claws, enveloped in an intense, tangible dark purple chaotic energy, left behind fine, nearly unhealable scars in the fabric of space wherever they passed. The power contained within this strike was enough to rend even the soul of a destroyer into fragments. Faced with Ereg's furious onslaught, Weiss finally made his move. He neither retreated nor braced himself. The staff in his hand traced an elegant arc like a conductor's baton. As it moved, the surrounding space seemed to breathe with life. Flowing spontaneously and precisely, space ceased to be a static frame. It transformed into a gentle stream, softly yet resolutely guiding Weiss's form, allowing him to narrowly evade each of Ereg's lethal strikes by mere inches. Ereg's claws descended with devastating force, yet always landed where Weiss had been an instant before, or were deftly deflected by the flowing space, merely brushing past his divine robe, with the resulting gust of wind failing to disturb even a single strand of Weiss's hair. Weiss's figure danced gracefully within the confines of a minute's space, as if performing the most elegant ballet upon a razor's edge. Occasionally, he would lightly tap his staff, striking at the critical nodes of Ereg's flowing attack or the core of the gathered chaotic energy. Wherever the staff touched, Ereg's frenzied chaotic divine power would falter, as if punctured like a balloon, instantly becoming chaotic and dispersing partially, stalling the momentum of his assault. Was space aiding him? Xiang Pa gazed in astonishment. Had Weiss truly transformed space into a compliant dance partner? Yet it was not merely space. The high priest perceived with greater clarity, his eyes ablaze with insight. It was order. He wielded the principles of order, deftly guiding the flow of space, while simultaneously discerning and disrupting the intrinsic order governing Ereg's formidable power. Ereg's seemingly ferocious assaults were rendered ineffective, ensnared as if trapped in an invisible mire. The more he fought, the more alarmed and frustrated he became. He felt not as if he were battling an adversary, but rather as if he were assaulting an expansive, yet pliable and yielding ocean of order. Each ounce of his strength was meticulously redirected, dispersed, and dissipated, rendering him incapable of unleashing a concentrated explosion of power. With each gentle tap of Weiss's staff, his rhythm was relentlessly interrupted, provoking an urge to spit blood in agony. Cursed be this. Break free. Ereg descended into utter madness, recklessly channeling all his chaotic divine energy into his claws, forcefully tearing at the fabric of space, launching a desperate assault that disregarded all defenses, aimed squarely at Weiss's core. The dark violet shadow of his claws surged forward in an instant, materializing before Weiss's chest. This time, Weiss did not evade. Chapter 38. The Battle of Bardos. He raised his staff, now upright, its crystalline orb aimed directly at the oncoming claws of Ereg. Within the crystal orb, the gentle radiance was replaced by the reflection of Ereg's menacing visage, along with the chaotic divine energy that surged uncontrollably within him. The corridors of order illuminated. Weiss's voice remained gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Buzz, a beam of pure, stable, and seemingly composed of countless runes of order, emanated from the crystal orb in a soft blue hue. This beam did not target Ereg's body, but rather precisely illuminated the claws that had amassed all of his chaotic divine energy. An even more bizarre phenomenon occurred. Ereg's claws, capable of rending souls, began to realign and restore order the moment they were struck by the soft blue beam, as if the rewind button had been pressed. Fragments of chaotic laws were forcibly drawn into the realm of order, and the tumultuous flow of energy was pacified, organized, becoming docile and stable. The destructive force capable of tearing space apart dissipated into nothingness beneath the radiant light of order, like a tamed beast. Ereg felt as if his claws were bound by invisible, unbreakable chains of order, unable to advance even an inch, as the gathered power swiftly faded like a deflated balloon. Terror gripped him as he beheld his now docile claws, glancing at the crystal orb atop Weiss's staff, which reflected his own disheveled form. An overwhelming sense of dread and helplessness engulfed him. This was not a battle. It was a unilateral suppression of order. No, this cannot be. Ereg emitted a desperate howl, attempting to retract his hands. Weiss's smile remained gentle, yet his gaze embodied the essence of a deity commanding all. My dear Ereg, chaos is not mere indiscriminate destruction. True chaos possesses its own intrinsic order. Alas, you have only perceived the facade of destruction, failing to grasp the core. He gently thrust his staff forward. The bonds of order constrained him. Clatter. Countless chains of pale blue, woven from the essence of pure order, materialized from the void surrounding Ereg. In an instant, they ensnared his limbs, torso, and even the twisted halo above him. Ancient runes flowed along the chains, firmly suppressing and imprisoning the residual chaotic divine power within him, rendering him as motionless as an insect encased in amber. Ereg could not muster even the strength to struggle, only able to emit whimpers of reluctance and fear. Tightly bound by the chains of order within the void, Ves withdrew his staff, the light of the crystal sphere softening once more. He slightly bowed to Ereg and, as if addressing everyone present, spoke gently. I concede, Lord Ereg. The entire realm of nothingness fell into profound silence. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling clashes of law. Ves's victory arrived with such tranquility, such inevitability. He resembled a masterful chess player, guiding his opponent into a corner with the utmost elegance and economy, then casually placing the final piece. Wow, that purple villain is all tied up. Like a gift. The king clapped joyously. Incredible, Vegeta murmured, utterly baffled by how Ves had achieved victory, yet the inscrutable quality left him with a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is this the true power of an angel? Not destruction, but control? The high priest observed Ves, who remained composed amidst the tension, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Ves's performance epitomized the profound understanding of the laws of order cultivated by the existing angelic system, showcasing precise control over power and wisdom in addressing threats within the framework of rules. This was distinct from Rein's almost instinctual mastery of a singular law. It was a more comprehensive and mature guiding stance. Loya's gaze fell upon Ves, and the curiosity he had harbored transformed into a subtle, almost approving curve of his lips. He nodded slightly and calmly declared, the outcome is clear. Ves, victorious. Ves's triumph set a tone for this exchange of skills. The apprentice angel displayed potential and vigor, while the seasoned angels exhibited depth and wisdom. The high priest's gaze swept across the remaining angels, whether the existing archangels or the utterly despondent remnants of evil. All grasped a singular truth, under the rules established by Loya and beneath the cold scrutiny of the overseer. Any actions that dared to transcend order or harbored ill intent would be ruthlessly corrected or eradicated. In the next match, the high priest's voice resonated with a calm that followed the settling of dust. The sixth universe angel, Bardos, shall take the field. Oh dear, it's my turn now. Bardos floated lightly into the arena, her angelic staff spinning idly in her hands, a languid smile gracing her features as if she had just awoken, starkly contrasting with the grim atmosphere created by the lingering chains of order and ripples in the space. Really, having just witnessed such a splendid performance by Brother Ves, the pressure is immense. Her opponent, the malevolent angel Ram, designated by the high priest, took the form of a dark red, pulsating mass of flesh, covered in oozing holes, with a twisted halo ensnaring its form like thorns. It bore no discernible facial features, only a multitude of minuscule eyes, glimmering with a malevolent red light, that opened and closed upon the surface of the tumor, emitting a disquieting, viscous murmuring sound. The aura it exuded was not merely one of decay or chaos, but rather an unsettling surge of entropy and decline, as if everything in proximity to it were hastening towards a disordered demise. The sweet essence of Gulu Badoth was greedily fixated upon by Rem's countless eyes, the thick sounds resonating directly on a psychic level, imbued with a consuming desire. Let me savor your decay. No sooner had the words left its mouth than Rem's massive tumor-like form quivered violently. The curse of entropy heralds the wilting of all things. Buzz, countless slender, yet exquisitely refined dark red rays shot forth from the orifices of its body, resembling a deadly rain of decay. These rays did not strike in a linear fashion. Instead, they twisted and refracted through the air like venomous serpents, enveloping every conceivable angle of escape for Badoth. Where the rays traversed, space itself seemed to lose its vitality, becoming pallid and fragile, emitting a faint, mournful sound akin to the cracking of withered leaves. Even the residual order locks of Weiss lost their luster upon contact with a single ray, becoming rusted and tarnished, as if eroded by the passage of eons. This was an erosion targeting the very essence of existence and order. Once struck, divine power would swiftly dissipate, the divine body would accelerate into decay and disintegration. And even the control over laws would wane. Rem's decay rays. Makalita's expression was grave as she disregarded defenses, directly accelerating the target's entropy increase. A most troublesome predicament. In the face of this overwhelming barrage, imbued with an aura of absolute decline, Badotha's languid smile remained unchanged. She did not, like Weiss, raise a defense or attempt to evade. Instead, with a gentle motion reminiscent of plucking flowers in a garden, she lifted her angelic staff. The pink crystal orb atop the staff emanated a soft and warm glow. A celebration of life heralds the rejuvenation of all things. Badotha's voice carried a peculiar rhythm, akin to a spring breeze caressing the earth. As her voice and the radiance of her staff spread, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 39. The fear of the malevolent angel. Those dark red rays, infused with a lethal aura of decay, upon encountering the radiant reach of the staff, seemed to meet their nemesis. The dark red light at the forefront, emblematic of decline and disorder, receded as swiftly as melting snow, purified. The energy of life source, forcibly extracted and distorted by Rem, albeit negative, did not dissipate, but rather, under the guidance of the staff's light, underwent an unfathomable transformation. The rays, shedding their decaying exterior, were not extinguished. Instead, under Badotha's guiding principles, they became infused with the purest vitality, rapidly condensing and reshaping. PFF, PFF, PFF. Vivid pink blossoms, exuding exuberant life, spontaneously bloomed along the trajectories traversed by those rays. The flowers exhibit a myriad of forms, some still in the bud, while others bloom with fervor. Their petals adorned with glistening dewdrops, the essence condensed from the purification of decaying energy. The lethal rays of decay, astonishingly, transformed into clusters of beautiful blooms that decorate the void with vibrant life at the mere gesture of Batos. What? The countless eyes on the meat tumor of Reem widened in disbelief, issuing a chaotic, incredulous hiss. The entropy curse that had earned it notoriety was treated as nourishment for cultivating flowers by its adversary. This absurdity incited greater indignation than the orderly arrangements of Weiss. Ah, such beautiful flowers. Batos appeared genuinely enamored with her masterpiece, lightly tapping her staff, causing the flowers, born from the decay rays, to sway gently, releasing a refreshing fragrance that starkly contrasted with the foul stench emanating from Reem. Alas, the nutrients were somewhat lacking, and the blossoms did not flourish as abundantly as desired. Her languid gaze shifted to Reem, whose aura fluctuated violently due to a failed attack, a sly smile curling her lips. My dear Reem, since you are so eagerly providing fertilizer, it is only fitting that I return the favor. Batos raised her staff, the pink crystal orb aimed at the massive, tumor-like body of Reem. The sweet echo of life ensnared in a trap. Buzz. A beam of pink light, thick and sweet like honey, surged forth from the crystal orb, not as an attack, but gently, wrapping around Reem like a silken ribbon. This beam emitted an intensely alluring aura, evoking the primal desire for consumption inherent in life itself. Reem instinctively sensed the grave danger, the tumor writhing madly in an attempt to evade or defend, releasing a potent decay aura to erode the pink beam. Yet, the beam seemed to possess a will of its own, gently sidestepping the most concentrated areas of decay, caressing Reem's body with precision, wrapping around the relatively active parts that had yet to succumb entirely to rot. Gurgle. No. Reem emitted a terrified hiss. The areas ensnared by the pink beam felt no pain. Rather, they were engulfed by an indescribable comfort that penetrated to the core, accompanied by an overwhelming hunger. It felt as though that portion of its body had transformed into an insatiable abyss, ravenously yearning for sustenance. The decay energy, the putrid matter, even the fundamental entropy that constituted its existence had become the most irresistible of feasts. Devour. Grant me consumption. Reem's will spiraled into chaos amid its terror. The parts entwined by the pink beam, driven by an intense hunger, spontaneously began to devour and assimilate the other parts of its own body with frenzied abandon. Splurt. Splurt. The insides of the tumor echoed with the horrifying sounds of tearing and consumption. A segment of its body consumed another. Dark red pus erupted like blood, as the decaying tissue was forcibly torn apart and digested. Reem's essence dwindled at a staggering pace, its colossal tumor-like form collapsing violently, as if hollowed out from within, beginning to wither. It was ensnared in an unstoppable cycle of self-consumption triggered by its own power. Bardos did not attack. Instead, she deftly exploited her twisted form of life and devouring instinct, igniting an insatiable, sweet hunger within. "Stop! I yield. Please cease." Rem's voice was filled with unprecedented agony and terror, as if he were being consumed by his own self. Bardos gently retracted her staff, causing the pink, sweet beam to dissipate in an instant. Rem's self-consumption abruptly ceased, yet his body had already diminished significantly, countless eyes dimmed and breath weak. The once massive tumor now shriveled and covered with horrific scars left by its own consumption. He lay limp in the void, devoid of strength to utter a sound, left only with boundless fear and a profound aversion to that sweetness. It appears that Lord Rem cannot quite endure this sweetness. Bardos retracted her staff, feigning a hint of regret as she shrugged, her face still adorned with that languid, harmless smile, conceding with grace. Silence enveloped the scene. This silence was more eerie than the one that accompanied Wiss's victory. If Wiss's triumph was the silent crushing of chaos by order, then Bardos's victory was imbued with a chilling sense of artistry and subversion. She transformed lethal attacks into blossoms, turning malevolent instincts into self-destructive traps. There was no clash of brute force, no collision of laws, only a profound comprehension of the essence of life's laws and their almost mocking, exquisite application. "Flowers! Look at those floating pink blossoms!" the king exclaimed, gleefully kicking his legs. "How beautiful! That red orb devoured itself. How amusing!" Sun Wukong and Vegeta were rendered speechless, their scalps tingling with disbelief. The angelic combat style surpassed their understanding of power entirely. The reversal and inducement of life's laws caused the gentle smile on Wiss's face to waver for the first time, deeply shaken. Had Bardos's grasp and manipulation of life's desires reached such heights? The Grand Priest observed Bardos, who wore a charming smile, his heart stirred with turbulent emotions. Bardos exhibited an ultimate insight into the essence of life's laws, wielding control with a playful finesse. She transformed destructive power into creativity, turning the enemy's most formidable instincts into weapons of self-destruction. This reflected a wisdom brimming with creativity and subversion. Loya's gaze fell upon Bardos, and for the first time, a faint, almost intriguing expression flickered across his otherwise serene visage. He nodded slightly, his tone remaining calm, yet imbued with a subtle rhythm, quite ingenious. "Victory." Bardos gracefully bowed and returned to the ranks of the angels, as if she had merely completed a trivial task. Yet the gazes of all the present angels towards her were imbued with a profound reverence. This seemingly languid sister possessed a depth of strength and understanding of the laws that surely surpassed their wildest imaginings. The mastery of order by Wiss and the life-induced essence of Bardos revealed the richness and diversity of the existing angels in this exchange. The gaze of the Grand Inquisitor swept over the remaining remnants of the malevolent angels, now utterly incapacitated, devoid of even the strength to harbor resentment, leaving behind only pure, desolate anticipation for the final judgment. Chapter 40. The True Purpose. In the next round, the Grand Inquisitor's voice resonated with a calm assurance that the outcome was already determined. As his gaze shifted to the angel from the ninth universe, the haughty and thorny Margarita, who would step forth to battle, his attention traversed the few remaining evil angels, ultimately settling on one whose presence was most elusive, resembling a constantly shifting cloud of colorful smoke. "Callisto, you shall combat." A hint of arrogant confidence curved Margarita's lips as she gracefully stepped onto the battlefield, her golden scepter radiating a sharp, gleaming light. "At last, my turn has come. Esteemed Grand Inquisitor, rest assured, I shall make this spectacle even more resplendent." Her gaze was firmly fixed upon the elusive, colorful mist of Callisto, a formidable entity skilled in illusions and mental erosion. At the heart of the void, the brilliance of new laws was on the cusp of illumination. Margarita's fight, much like her very essence, was imbued with both grandeur and lethal precision. Her adversary, Callisto, the master of illusions and mental erosion, wielded silent and subtle attacks capable of distorting perception, weaving the most authentic nightmares, and directly corroding the angelic bastion of mental order. Yet, Margarita's response shone like the most radiant diamond, hard, sharp, and refracting a light that rendered illusions powerless. She did not succumb to the intricately woven web of illusions that could ensnare even the destroyer. Her true vision, through her eyes of piercing clarity, pierced through all deception, targeting Callisto's heart, hidden beneath layers of illusions, fragile as a glass orb. As Callisto, in a desperate gambit, transformed into countless needles of mental erosion, attempting to dismantle Margarita's will from all angles, she unveiled the most disquieting power of her position as the Archangel of the Ninth Universe. Brilliant terminus, shattered kaleidoscope. Her golden scepter erupted into brilliance surpassing that of a star, unleashing innumerable beams of pure reality and sharp laws, tiny yet indomitable prisms, which filled every inch of space around her like precise surgical instruments. Each prism beam met a needle of obliteration with precision, refracting, deflecting, and even rebounding. Countless precise collisions transpired in an instant. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only the delicate fissures of space, like a shattered mirror, resulting from the extreme keenness of her power. Callisto's needles of obliteration were entirely dismantled, deflected, and some of their force even rebounded, piercing directly into its frail core of consciousness. A harrowing wail escaped Callisto, a sound so twisted it resembled the shattering of countless shards of glass. The colorful mist dissipated instantaneously, dimming to reveal an internally cracked and nearly extinguished glass core. It collapsed like a burst bubble, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Margarita gracefully retracted her scepter, the radiant light dimming as the rift in space swiftly mended. She lifted her chin slightly, exuding a proud composure. In the face of absolute reality, the ephemeral is but fragile glass. I concede, Your Excellency Callisto, came the calm voice of Loa, victory. Thus, all the named remnants of the evil angels, within the framework of rules established by Loa, either faced purification and devastation, Mordian, Salazar, were bound by order, Erig, succumbed to self-destruction due to their own distortions, Rim, or were shattered by the brilliance of reality, Callisto, losing all semblance of threat. The pervasive decay and rancor in the realm of nothingness were thoroughly cleansed by the brilliance of order, life, and reality displayed by the angels, leaving only a solemn silence reminiscent of a grand battle's conclusion. The surviving angels, whether the combatants Vis, Bardos, Margarita, or the onlookers Connick, Campbell, and others, stood in quiet reverence. The novice angel Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement and yearning, while Rhine remained tranquil, his indigo gaze seemingly calculating the application of rules from the recent battle. In the audience, Begetter and others were rendered speechless by the unprecedented level of combat. Begetter's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, a manifestation of the intertwining desire for greater power and a sense of helplessness. The All-King appeared somewhat weary, leaning back on the throne and stifling a yawn. The High Priest surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of further challengers, and prepared to announce the successful conclusion of this exchange of skills, its purpose fulfilled. A calm, unruffled voice, akin to a cold spring, flowed into the brief silence. Loa slowly began to speak, his gaze sweeping across all present angels before finally resting on the High Priest. He gradually descended from before the throne, landing slightly ahead of the High Priest, facing all the angels. His presence suddenly became strikingly clear, as if he were the very center of the realm of nothingness. This battle was not for amusement. Loa's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the consciousness of every being present, imbued with an undeniable authority, and its purpose was threefold. He raised his first finger, first, to test, to assess the existing angelic system's adaptability in times of crisis, the mastery of power, and the understanding of the boundaries of rules. The ambush by the remnants of Mevis exposed the delays and vulnerabilities within the system. This battle served as a pressure test. His gaze traversed Vis, Bardos, Margarita, and others, briefly lingering on a few angels who were slightly slower to react, causing a shiver of alarm in their hearts. The results were acceptable, flawed, yet the foundation remained intact. He raised his second finger, second, to cleanse. Loa's gaze shifted to the evil angel remnants sprawled on the ground, their breath shallow, his eyes as cold as ancient ice. Decayed remnants should not persist beneath the order of the present world. However, as they were granted the right to communicate by the rules, they must be purged within that framework. This battle served as the judgment platform for their final demise. Through your hands, wield the blade of rules, allowing them to perish within the confines of the law, with no cause for grievance. His words were cold and precise, revealing that the true intention behind permitting these malevolent angels to participate in battle was not to grant them a chance, but rather to execute a final purification within the confines of established rules. The last flicker of hope in the remnants extinguished entirely, leaving only utter despair. Finally, Loa extended his third finger, his gaze deepening profoundly, as if penetrating the barriers of the void, peering into the depths of the multiverse. Thirdly, it served as both a warning and preparation for the fundamental purpose. In Chapter 41, fraught with crisis, his voice assumed an unprecedented gravity, causing every angel's heart to race. The resurgence of Mavis in the 6 decaying universes was no mere coincidence. Behind it, there must be a more profound shadow at play, seeking to destabilize the very foundations of the multiverse upheld by His Majesty. To eradicate Mavis and obliterate the decaying core was merely to remove its visible minions. Loa's gaze was razor-sharp, sweeping over each archangel and the high priest. The true storm had yet to arrive, and its scale and threat might far exceed the turmoil of today. He paused momentarily, allowing this weighty message to settle in every angel's heart. The battle of today, what you witnessed, the vigor of the apprentice angels, the depth of the seasoned angels, served as the cornerstone of a new order. Yet, in the face of the impending storm, this alone was far from sufficient. Loa's gaze ultimately returned to the high priest, imbued with a sense of entrustment. Your Excellency, the existing angelic system must immediately transition into a wartime state. Enhance power control precision, deepen the understanding of the laws, strengthen inter-universal collaboration capabilities. Prepare to confront threats of a higher order, more bizarre and unpredictable. His voice was resolute. Today's exchange of skills marks the inception of this preparation. I urge you all, do not neglect your duties, do not betray His Majesty's trust. With those words, Loa ceased to elaborate further. He slightly turned, bowing towards the throne. Your Majesty, the entertainment has concluded. My purpose has been fulfilled. I await your command. The entire void fell into prolonged silence. The high priest's heart trembled. All previous suspicions and doubts suddenly became clear. So that was it. Lord Loa suggested this seemingly entertaining battle. Its profound meaning lay in this: to test, to cleanse, and more importantly, to issue warnings and mobilize for the terrifying unknown storm that was to come. He was sounding the alarm in the most direct manner, ensuring that all angels recognized the current situation and disparities through practical engagement. The gentle smile on Vissa's face vanished entirely, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and sense of mission. Bardos' languid demeanor also dissipated, with sharp brilliance flickering in her pink eyes. Makalita gripped her staff tightly, pride supplanted by determination. All angels, new and old alike, felt the heavy weight of responsibility upon their shoulders, along with the sword of impending storm hovering above them. Is it over? His Majesty rubbed his eyes, seemingly just awakened, and groggily inquired. Now, His Majesty tilted his head, as if striving to comprehend Loa's words, pointing below with a small finger. Storm? Is it going to rain? Loa? Loa raised his head, gazing at the All-King, whose face, as cold as ice, seemed to momentarily flicker with an almost imperceptible softness. He gently shook his head. It is not the unnatural winds and rains, my Lord All-King, but rather the chaotic tempests stirred by the enemies of order. His voice carried a unique, reassuring strength, supported by the presence of numerous angels, the Grand Priest presiding, and the All-King above. The light of order would undoubtedly dispel all shadows. The Grand Priest inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, and stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful, resonating throughout the void. We heed the warning of the Inspector. The existing angelic hierarchy shall, from this moment forth, enter a state of utmost vigilance. We shall elevate our efforts, remain ever prepared, and pledge to defend the order of our Lord All-King with our lives. To defend the order of our Lord All-King with our lives. All present angels, including Vis, Bardos, Makalita, Sophia, and Rhine, echoed in unison, their voices merging into a resolute torrent that reverberated through the void. Thus, an exchange of skills, cloaked in the guise of entertainment, yet wielding blood and laws as blades, ultimately pointing towards the storm of the future, drew its curtain. Yet, A far greater and more arduous battle for protection had quietly begun, heralded by Loya's frigid words and the steadfast oaths of the angels. Loya's pronouncement etched itself into the hearts of all angels like a chilling decree of law. The warning of the impending storm dispelled the momentary ease following the battle, replaced instead by a weighty foreboding, as if a mountain storm were approaching. With understanding comes the fulfillment of the final duty. Loya's gaze shifted towards the malevolent remnants of the fallen angels, Mordian, Salazar, Ireg, Reem, and Callisto, who lay sprawled on the ground. Their breath shallow, their eyes devoid of brilliance, resigned to await their ultimate judgment. Loya slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed. There was no dazzling light, no overwhelming surge of energy, only an intangible yet profound will of order that stirred the very souls of all existing angels. This will was frigid, pure, and devoid of emotion, as if the hand of cosmic law itself had descended to pass judgment. Your existence, which has strayed from order, embraced decay, and eroded the foundations of the multiverse, is no longer tolerated by the rules. Loya's voice rang out like the final decree, each word imbued with an irresistible authority. This prior exchange was but the final stage granted to you by the rules. To perish within the confines of the law is to bear no grudge. His fingers clenched. Buzz. Suddenly, beneath the 5 fallen malevolent angels, 5 miniature whirlpools composed of pure chaotic rule runes materialized. The whirlpools spun, emanating a formidable pull and a terrifying, formatted aura. No. Mordian let out a last, feeble wail. Salazar's shadow writhed in frantic distortion, yet remained ensnared. Ireg struggled futilely against the chains of order that bound him. Reem's withered flesh convulsed violently. Callisto's crystalline core emitted a sound teetering on the brink of shattering. But all resistance was in vain. Those 5 chaotic whirlpools, akin to the universe's reclamation site, unleashed a tremendous force of law, forcibly stripping away their remaining divine powers, the decayed marks of law, and the very essence of their twisted existence. Visible to the naked eye, 5 streams of energy, each possessing a distinct hue: dark green, ashen black, deep violet, dark red, and iridescent, emanated a potent aura of decay and chaos, akin to the tainted blood forcibly extracted from the bodies of 5 malevolent angels and injected into the vortex's core. Their forms rapidly became more ethereal and transparent, as the very essence of their existence was being ruthlessly erased. They could not even utter a sound of anguish, only experiencing the silent despair of being utterly reformatted into sheer nothingness. In the end, the 5 streams of energy were completely consumed, purified, and annihilated by the vortex. Only 5 wisps of faint, decaying green smoke remained, soon to be dissipated entirely by the spatial fluctuations of the void itself. Mordian, Salazar, Eric, Reem, and Callisto, the 5 wicked angels who had once unleashed torrents of bloodshed and had scarcely survived since ancient times, along with their decayed sigils of law, were obliterated by Loa through the most direct and merciless application of rules, leaving not a single trace of dust behind. The entire process was eerily silent, yet more chilling than any form of torture. This was a complete deletion at the level of the rules. The high priest observed in silence, a complex array of emotions flickering in his golden eyes, yet predominantly resolute. The eradication of decay and the preservation of order were duties to uphold. The angels, including Vis, Bardos, and Makalita, bore solemn expressions, gaining a deeper understanding of the coldness and necessity of the rules. Chapter 42. Full alert. Loa withdrew his hand, as if merely brushing away an insignificant speck of dust. His gaze swept over all the existing angels, and his voice resumed its undeniable authoritative tone. The threat has been eliminated, and the warning has been issued. Henceforth, you are to devote yourselves entirely to advancement. He recited the names of all the archangels: Vis, Bardos, Makalita, Cornic, and Campbell, integrating their cosmic powers to deepen the understanding and collaboration of the fundamental laws of order, life, truth, creation, and destruction. He aimed to construct a network of ordered corridors, enhancing interdimensional support and defense efficiency. Turning his gaze to Sophia and Rhine, he said, "Sophia, your fiery blaze has reached the realm of purification, yet your creative energy remains nascent. Study the transformation of the life flame with Vis to incinerate decay and foster vitality. Rhine, your mastery over the flow of time is exquisite, yet your foresight and protective power are lacking. Accompany Bardos in perceiving the rhythms of life's timeline, observing the celestial paths to predict and solidify time for protection. Finally, he addressed the high priest. Your Excellency, oversee the grand scheme, refine the system, and rectify any oversights. The foundation of the angelic order must remain steadfast. It is our first line of defense against the storm. I shall heed the command of the esteemed inspector. All present angels, including the apprentice angels, responded in unison, their voices resonating with an unprecedented sense of urgency and purpose. As for me, Loa, my gaze pierced into the abyss of the void, as if transcending the barriers of countless universes. The shadow behind the Mevis incident and its power level had approached the brink of primordial chaos. To prepare for the storms of the future, I must enter seclusion and strive to attain the fifth stage of the White Deity. The fifth stage of the White Deity. The high priest's pupils constricted sharply, a tempest of emotions surging within. As the pinnacle of the existing order, he was acutely aware of what the White God represented, a legendary tier that surpassed even the angels. Reaching into the realm of the All-King's authority, the fifth tier was unprecedented. Had Lord Loya truly ascended to such heights? What terrifying power was he striving to attain in his seclusion? This and the others displayed expressions of shock. They had a vague understanding of the White God's existence, but had never imagined that Lord Loya had reached a level that necessitated a breakthrough to the fifth tier. What kind of force would be required to counter the impending storm? During my period of seclusion, Loya's voice resonated with an undeniable resolve. The safety of the multiverse rests in your hands. Your Excellency, the High Priest, you are the Supreme Commander. Should an irresistible crisis arise? He paused, and before him materialized a diamond-shaped crystal composed of chaotic runes, seemingly imbued with boundless information of laws. It floated into the High Priest's hand, and he declared, "Crush this chaotic beacon. No matter where I am, I shall perceive it and forcefully break through." The High Priest solemnly accepted the warm yet weighty crystal, feeling the terrifying power of the laws contained within, and responded, "I shall not fail in this duty." Loya spoke no further and bowed once more toward the throne. "My Lord All-King, I must take my leave to engage in seclusion and self-cultivation. I hope for your auspicious response. Is Loya going to train to become even stronger? Go. The All-King waved his small hand, seemingly oblivious to the underlying peril, merely sensing that Loya was embarking on an important endeavor. The future All-King nodded in innocent agreement. Loya cast one last glance at the High Priest and the assembly of angels, his figure dissolving like ink in water, silently fading from sight, leaving behind a faint ripple of laws. With Loya's departure, the realm of nothingness seemed to lose a stabilizing force, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. The High Priest took a deep breath, his golden eyes sweeping across the gathering, and his voice resonated with gravity. "Act immediately. Angels of every universe, lead your respective angels and trainees back to our universe. Under the directives of the inspector, devote yourselves fully to cultivation and construct the order corridor." Yes, the angels responded in unison, transforming into streams of light, swiftly vanishing into the realm of nothingness. The High Priest, along with the two All-Kings and mortal warriors such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta, departed from this void that had just witnessed a battle and judgment. The realm of nothingness returned to its eternal silence, leaving only the residual fluctuations of combat laws and the faint glow emanating from the chaotic beacon tightly gripped in the High Priest's hand. Time flowed quietly in the operation of the multiverse. The angels entered an unprecedented period of intense training. In the seventh universe, at the edge of the God of Destruction's domain, whispered an unprecedented seriousness, the crystal ball atop his staff casting projections of intricate networks of order. Sophia, nearby, exerted her utmost to channel the blazing flames, attempting to transform the violent, purifying fire into a life-giving flame. The flames flickered between brilliant gold and soft pink, yet always fell just short of achieving balance. In the sixth universe, Beerus was no longer languid. She guided RHYN through a temporal garden composed of pure life laws. The flowers in the garden bloom, wither, bear fruit, and sprout seeds, accelerating the cycle of life a billionfold. In the Rhine indigo depths of her eyes, starlight dances, striving to decipher every subtle fluctuation of the temporal sequence of life, establishing a defensive barrier against time. In the ninth cosmos, the golden scepter of Makalita radiates an unprecedented brilliance as she constructs a tangible barrier enveloping the core region of the ninth cosmos. Countless delicate beams of prismatic light intertwine to form a net, instantly piercing through any illusion that dares to distort reality, causing it to rebound. The high priest presides over the temple of the All-King, his golden divine power spreading like an ocean, his will connecting with all the archangels of the universe, meticulously tending to every node of the Order Corridor network, mending the previously identified systemic vulnerabilities. The chaos beacon in his hand continually emits a faint glow, a reminder of the heavy responsibility he bears. Everything unfolds in a tense yet orderly manner. The power of the angels steadily rises through a profound understanding of the laws and collaborative efforts. However, the storm foretold by Loa approaches with a speed and ferocity beyond anyone's imagination, just as Loa secludes herself for what equates to 3 months in the mortal realm. The outer perimeter of the Temple of the All-King, an ostensibly indestructible multiversal barrier formed by countless cosmic crystal walls, begins to tremble violently, without warning. Thunderous roars echo. This is not a localized impact, but rather the entire barrier groans as though countless universes simultaneously collide against it. The once solid cosmic crystal walls are instantly riddled with vast spiderweb-like fissures, from which oozes a viscous, ink-like darkness, exuding boundless malice and an insatiable aura of devouring energy. Alarm. Highest level alert. The multiversal barrier is under assault from an unidentified force. The intensity is immeasurable. The high priest's eyes snap open, golden irises piercing through the temple, revealing a heart-stopping sight. He senses a colossal, frigid force, imbued with absolute destruction and chaotic intent, surging from beyond the barrier. This force is laden with pure malevolence and devouring attributes, starkly contrasting with Mavis's decaying power, more primal, more ferocious. Chapter 43. The Descent of Darkness, the Surrounding Space. Fragile as gossamer, is violently torn apart by a gigantic claw covered in menacing bone spurs, engulfed in ominous violet-black flames, creating a terrifying rift that cleaves through the galaxy. Beyond the rift lies not void, but a tumultuous abyss of endless darkness, flowing with sulfurous magma, filled with the frenzied roars of the dark demonic realm. This is no ordinary demonic realm. Its scale and presence far exceed any previous accounts. The overwhelming demonic energy instantly contaminates vast swathes of star domains, devouring the light of the stars and warping the laws of space. Roar. Accompanied by the roar that shatters galaxies. An unimaginably massive demonic shadow begins to emerge from the rift, half of its form slowly revealing itself. It resembles a twisted mountain, cloaked in heavy scales flowing with demonic blood, its head adorned with numerous contorted horns and eyes ablaze with the fire of souls. Merely the pressure it exudes causes the edge star systems of the seventh cosmos to begin to disintegrate. 500 years, you insignificant ants. The moment of reckoning has arrived. A voice, seemingly composed of the wails of countless vengeful spirits, reverberates throughout the cosmos, imbued with boundless animosity and a desire for annihilation. The debts of gratitude owed for the massacre of innumerable demon lords by the formidable Lord Sargeras in ages past shall be repaid with the very flesh and blood of this universe. Demon spawn. Slay. Devour all. Obliterate everything. In the name of the great Lord Sargeras. Vengeance. Then, a deeper voice emerged, as if resonating from the depths of the abyss, sharp and grating like the sound of metal scraping against metal, filled with absolute authority and a will to destroy. From the depths of the fissure, a relatively diminutive yet far more terrifying figure materialized, clad in a grotesque armor that seemed to flow with shadows. Wielding a colossal sword that appeared capable of consuming galaxies, 2 scarlet points of light shone from beneath the helmet, cold and merciless like stars of death. It was none other than the Dark Lord who had descended from the upper cosmos, the terrifying being known as Sargeras, who once battled fiercely with Lord Loya, leaving behind a near-fatal wound upon him. Not only had Sargeras returned to this universe, but he also brought with him the most elite forces of the abyssal demon army. The arrival of Sargeras caused the very laws of the universe to wail in lament. His aura was nearly indistinguishable from that of Loya, infused with the pure, annihilating will of the abyss. The dark forces of the demon realm surged forth like a flood of blackened chaos, carrying destruction and madness, pouring out from the rift. Their target was none other than the core of the seventh universe and the divine realm that upheld the order of all universes. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of the rift in the demon realm, the figure of the high priest appeared at the edge of the universe. His expression was graver than ever, tinged with a hint of disbelief. The dark demon realm, Sargeras? He was able to locate and tear open a passage to this place. The high priest understood in an instant. This was the deeper shadow foretold by Loya. The reappearance of Mevis was likely a probe conducted by Sargeras to ascertain the coordinates of this lower universe. Vis, Bardos, Makalita, all archangels, reinforced the seventh universe at once. Highest alert. Prepare for battle. The high priest's voice resonated through the angelic network, conveying an unprecedented urgency to the hearts of angels throughout the universe. His golden divine robe billowed without wind, and an immense, platinum-hued divine power erupted forth. He formed a seal with his hands, and a colossal barrier composed of countless runes of order materialized before the rift, endeavoring to impede the tide of destruction. Boom! The black tide of demons crashed violently against the divine barrier. The entire seventh universe quaked in response. The barrier emitted groans under the immense strain, its light flickering violently, quickly becoming riddled with web-like cracks. Sargeras merely cast a cold glance, casually swinging his abyssal sword. Swoosh! A dark purple blade of light, seemingly capable of severing causality and obliterating rules, tore through space and struck the barrier with great force. Crack! The divine barrier, resilient enough to withstand a cosmic explosion, shattered like fragile glass under the might of Sargeras' strike. The furious demonic energy and destructive force surged forth instantaneously. Poof! The high priest staggered violently, a trickle of golden divine blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. In a single clash, he suffered a considerable shock. How dare an insignificant insect obstruct me? The cold voice of Sargeras resonated like a death knell, as his colossal sword was raised once more, aimed directly at the high priest. Where's Loa? Let him emerge and meet his demise. Has he not yet recovered from 500 years of hiding? Ha! Impudent! The high priest bellowed, forcibly suppressing his injuries. With hands outstretched, a spear of pure light, composed entirely of negation and purification, instantly coalesced, piercing through the air towards Sargeras with a formidable force. Simultaneously, divine power enveloped him, transforming into countless purifying rays of light, cascading towards the surging tide of darkness in an attempt to slow its advance. Mere trifles. Sargeras' great sword swept horizontally, effortlessly deflecting the light spear, while the runes on his dark armor flickered, devouring and obliterating the purifying light. The demonic army behind him erupted in an even more frenzied roar, their assault surging like a tidal wave. At this perilous moment, the archangels Vis, Bardos, and Makarita finally arrived. They beheld the shattered barrier, the injured high priest, and the terrifying figure of Sargeras, their faces stricken with horror. Form up. Protect the high priest. Vis's gentle demeanor vanished entirely as he raised his staff, unleashing the brilliance of divine order. Praise of life, Thorn Garden. Bardos waved his staff, causing countless spiked pink energy vines to surge forth, attempting to ensnare and hinder the oncoming tide. True barrier prism guardian. Makarita's staff struck the ground, and a multitude of radiant prisms instantaneously formed a layered defensive shield. The archangels Konnik and Campbellai, among others, also unleashed their powers, reinforcing the space, redirecting energy, and disrupting the laws. Every ounce of their training erupted in unreserved force at this moment. Yet, Sargeras' might surpassed all expectations. With each swing of his abyssal great sword, he wielded the terrifying ability to obliterate all laws, shattering the defenses that the angels had constructed under the brilliance of his sword light. The abyssal demon army under his command charged recklessly, assailing the angels' ranks with unparalleled fervor. Sophia and Rhine joined the fray, their holy flames and blades of time and space slicing through the tide of darkness, vanquishing countless fiends. However, against the overwhelming pressure of Sargeras' demonic might and the vast sea of his army, their efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. The high priest led the charge, engaging Sargeras in a cataclysmic confrontation. The clash of platinum divine light and abyssal inferno ignited the starry sky, each collision extinguishing swathes of stars and causing the fabric of space to collapse. The high priest's power was boundless, the laws of order employed to their utmost. Yet Sargeras' annihilating force, derived from the very essence of the abyss, proved more tyrannical and uncanny. Moreover, the dark armor he wore seemed to absorb and reflect portions of the law's attacks. The high priest was gradually being overwhelmed, his wounds multiplying. Golden divine blood staining his robe. "Father!" Vis cried out, witnessing the high priest being sent flying once more by Sargeras's colossal sword. His eyes widened with fury, and without a second thought, he rushed forward to assist, only to be struck by a stray wave of sword light, nearly losing his staff, blood gushing forth. "Vis!" Bardos exclaimed in alarm, and in his moment of distraction, several powerful abyssal lords broke through the defenses, setting the life vines ablaze with demonic flames. "Hold the line." The prism barrier of Makalita was riddled with cracks, and blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Chapter 44. The Ascendance of the Supreme Deity. The entire Divine Realm's defense was on the brink of collapse. The angels fought valiantly, but in the face of Sargeras, the terrifying demon lord who had once severely wounded Loa, alongside his overwhelming army of destruction. The fruits of their 5 centuries of rigorous training appeared utterly futile against such a vast disparity in power. A sense of despair began to permeate the hearts of all the angels. The high priest wiped the golden blood from his lips, gazing at the encroaching Sargeras, whose flames of malice surged, and at the battered children who struggled to hold on. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in his eyes. He may not be able to vanquish Sargeras, but he must buy time for this universe, for the angels, and for Loa, who remained in seclusion. Just as the high priest prepared to ignite his essence and unleash the ultimate forbidden technique, a profound and indescribable vibration surged forth, seemingly emanating from the very origins of existence itself, penetrating countless spatial barriers and sweeping across the crumbling battlefield of the 7th universe. This tremor was faint, yet imbued with an unparalleled majesty and vitality. Its source appeared to lie deep within an unknown and unfathomable dimension. For a fleeting moment, the movements of the high priest, Sargeras, and all the battling angels and demons froze in place. The crimson glow beneath Sargeras's helm flickered violently, revealing for the first time a mixture of gravity and doubt. What is this? The abyssal greatsword hesitated in its motion, as a rare flicker of uncertainty and seriousness emerged from its cold, destructive will. Is this tremor the essence of the origin? Could it be that entity? The bloodied golden eyes of the high priest erupted with overwhelming ecstasy as he gazed toward the direction from which the tremor emanated, as if piercing through endless time and space to witness a colossal cocoon pulsating in the depths of chaos, radiating a pure white light reminiscent of the creation of the universe. "Lord Inspector, you have finally arrived." However, Sargeras's moment of astonishment was brief. The crimson light beneath his helm flared intensely, and his will to annihilate surged. Humph. Merely the dying struggles of embers. Before my descent into the abyss, all is but an illusion. First, I shall crush you irritating ants. The abyssal greatsword, wielding the terrifying power of obliteration, mercilessly slashed toward the battered high priest. This strike was swifter and more ruthless, as if intending to cleave the high priest along with the divine realm behind him. "Father!" Vis's eyes widened in horror, disregarding his grievous wounds, as he once more summoned the divine light of order in an attempt to block the assault. "Block it!" Bardos, Makalita, and other angels exerted their utmost strength, their rays of law flickering like a candle in the wind, igniting once again. Yet, all were aware that it was futile. The absolute disparity in power was laid bare in that moment. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a surge of indescribable light, encompassing all possibilities, suddenly erupted from the direction of the throne. Within that radiance, an ineffable being slowly rose. No longer were they 3 independent entities, but a singular, towering figure radiating light, embodying a powerful life form imbued with the essence of the universe. A chaotic aura, seemingly composed of the birth and demise of countless universes, swirled around him, defying direct gaze. He was adorned in an elaborate robe etched with myriad enigmatic geometric patterns, crowned with a diminutive yet commanding diadem radiating an aura of absolute authority. One of his eyes sparkled with the clarity of a child, imbued with innocent curiosity. The other, however, was as profound as the ancient cosmos, cold and unfeeling, harboring a will of rules that could instill dread even in the hearts of deities. These 2 starkly contrasting essences melded together in a perfect, yet eerie harmony. He extended a small finger towards the abyssal sword light unleashed by Sargeras, capable of obliterating deities, and gently tapped it. Silence enveloped the scene. There was no cataclysmic clash, no fierce confrontation of laws. The cataclysmic dark violet sword light, merely inches from the divine being, froze abruptly, as if a pause button had been pressed. The abyssal demonic energy composing the sword light, the laws of destruction, and the annihilation of will, all were as if cast into an invisible realm of nullification, swiftly disintegrating from the very foundations of existence, vanishing without a trace. It was not a matter of resistance or negation. It was the denial of existence itself. The sword light vanished, as if it had never been. The entire battlefield fell into an instant silence. For the first time, the crimson glow beneath Sargeras's helmet sharply contracted, his colossal demonic form recoiling slightly. Erasure of rules. You are not that ignorant infant. What are you? The All-King? The High Priest was equally stunned. He had never witnessed the All-King manifest in such a form. This amalgamation of existence and void, innocence and absolute will, was overwhelmingly powerful, yet imbued with an unsettling strangeness. Eradicate the threat, a chilling voice proclaimed simultaneously. The figure of the All-King, embodying unified will, vanished from sight, only to reappear before Sargeras's massive demonic head in the next instant. With both hands cradled, a minuscule yet universe-shaking singularity coalesced in his palms. All things returned to nothingness. The diminutive singularity was gently propelled forth. There was no sound, no light emanating. Yet, the space before Sargeras, the demonic energy, even the abyssal flames protecting him, transformed silently into absolute void the moment they encountered the singularity, as if a segment of the universe had been erased. Indestructible abyssal barrier. Sargeras roared, thrusting the abyssal great sword into the void, as countless jagged bone spikes, inscribed with shadowy runes, erupted from his armor, forming a barrier that seemed to sever all laws. Flowing with viscous darkness. Thud. The singularity collided with the dark barrier. This time, there was no instant erasure. The singularity appeared ensnared in a thick mire, engaging in a fierce, silent annihilation with the dark barrier. The space at their point of contact collapsed and twisted violently, creating a terrifying vortex that devoured all light. To everyone's astonishment, Sargeras's immense demonic form was pushed backward, carving two fiery rifts in the starry expanse. How remarkable! Exclaimed Vis and others, invigorated. The All-King's fused form was indeed this formidable. Patos was left in disbelief. However, the heart of the High Priest sank. His figure soared backwards like a kite severed from its string, surrounded by a chaotic aura that flickered violently, unstable and seemingly on the brink of disintegration. Even the small crown upon his head began to show faint cracks. The High Priest and all the angels were filled with despair. Ha! So fragile. Sargeras cackled. His massive sword pointed at the retreating king. Next, it shall be you, insect. Just as Sargeras prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the king, a blinding shaft of silver-white light suddenly erupted from a distant corner of the seventh universe, tearing through the dark clouds of demonic energy. Its radiance was so pure that it briefly illuminated the starry expanse consumed by darkness. A terrifying aura, imbued with indomitable will and infinite possibilities, exploded forth like a newborn star. Was this energy from Vegeta? Yet its intensity surpassed even that of the god of destruction sitting far away in the temple. The food in Whiss's hands tumbled to the ground. Within the light beam, a figure gradually ascended. It was indeed Vegeta. Chapter 45. Despair in this moment. His state was unprecedented. He was neither a Super Saiyan God nor Super Saiyan Blue. The flames enveloping him were of the purest silver, flowing like mercury and resembling burning stars. His hair stood upright, equally pure silver, while his pupils transformed into a cold hue, seemingly capable of perceiving the rules of all things in silver. The space around his body spontaneously twisted, conforming to his presence, as if he were an integral part of the very fabric of reality itself. Second stage of the White God. Witnessing the angels drenched in blood, the king injured, and the universe on the brink of destruction, Vegeta, the combat genius, finally broke through the shackles, forcefully entering a realm that even the likes of Zeno could only aspire to reach. Sargeras. Vegeta's silver pupils locked onto the colossal demon king, his icy voice laced with the fury to scorch the galaxies. Without uttering a single word, his figure vanished in an instant. Sargeras slightly tilted his head, instinctively raising his abyssal sword to block. Clang! A deafening metallic clash resonated through the soul. Vegeta materialized beside Sargeras' enormous sword, his fist enveloped in silver divine flames, crashing forcefully upon the spine of the massive blade. The purest force of freedom and destructive intent merged flawlessly, unleashing an unimaginable power. Sargeras' enormous, demonic form staggered from the impact of the blow, leaving a clear imprint of Vegeta's fist on the sword. What? Sargeras seethed with rage. This insignificant insect dared to shake him. So fast, so strong. Whis and the others gazed in shock at Vegeta's movements, which flowed beyond the realm of thought. The silhouette of Vegeto transformed into countless strands of silvery luminescence, launching a tempestuous barrage of assaults upon Sargeras from every conceivable angle. Each punch and kick was imbued with the utmost destructive force of the second tier of the White God, coupled with impeccable evasion and foresight. His movements, though devoid of any discernible pattern, flowed as if they were the very embodiment of cosmic rhythm. The silvery divine flames erupted continuously against Sargeras' massive demonic armor, leaving behind a trail of charred marks. For a moment, Sargeras found himself somewhat flustered by this rapid and unpredictable onslaught. While the abyssal greatsword wielded immense power, it appeared somewhat cumbersome against Vegeto's omnipresent and instinctual attacks that transcended perception. His armor illuminated with defensive runes, absorbing the impacts, yet the toll was substantial. "You have provoked my wrath, insect," Sargeras bellowed in fury, thrusting the colossal sword into the starry expanse. The realm of the abyss plunged into chaos. With a thunderous roar, a vast, viscous darkness unfurled around Sargeras, thick as ink. Within this domain, gravity distorted chaotically, the spatial structure became as sluggish as mire, and the flow of time fluctuated erratically. Even more terrifying was the multitude of intangible whispers from the abyss that could erode the mind and shatter will. This was the true power of Sargeras' domain, capable of forcibly dragging adversaries into the despair-laden laws of the abyss he commanded. For the first time, Vegeto's fluid and graceful movements encountered a palpable delay within this chaotic and viscous realm. The silvery divine flames seemed to be eroded by an unseen darkness, their brilliance significantly dimmed. He had been interrupted. A pang of anxiety gripped the high priest's heart. "I've got you now," Sargeras sneered, as the great sword, bearing the terrifying weight of the entire abyssal domain, swung down upon the sluggish Vegeto like a collapsing mountain. This strike locked the space and distorted time, rendering evasion impossible. "Vegeto!" The hearts of Whis and the others raced with trepidation. In Vegeto's silver pupils, the cold fire of battle reached a fever pitch. He did not retreat. Rather, he concentrated all his divine power, all his will to fight, and every moment of insight into the cosmic laws into his right fist. The silvery divine flames were instantaneously compressed to their utmost limit, morphing into a singular point that seemed capable of piercing through and creating everything. He met the descending abyssal greatsword with a punch that transcended his own limits. Boom! An indescribable explosion erupted. Silvery and dark purple light clashed violently, annihilating one another. The entire abyssal domain was torn asunder. Space fractured like a shattered mirror, collapsing in fragments. A terrifying energy storm swept across multiple star systems, reducing countless stars to mere dust. As the brilliance faded, Vegeto's form was hurled backward like a meteor, crashing violently into a colossal dead star. The silvery divine flames upon him were nearly extinguished, his silver hair stained with blood, his silver pupils dulled, and his body riddled with horrific cracks that exposed bone. His breath was at its lowest ebb, barely sustaining the second tier of the White God. Blood streamed from his mouth like a brook. As Sargeras merely took a half-step back, a profound imprint was left on his enchanted armor, surrounded by web-like fissures, from which dark purple demonic blood oozed forth. The crimson radiance beneath his helmet flickered violently, clearly indicating that he had sustained considerable injury. Yet it was far from a fatal blow. The disparity was evident. Coughing, Vegeta struggled to rise. But the grievous wounds to his body and the immense strain from his forced breakthrough rendered him completely immobile, his consciousness beginning to blur. "Humph! You dare to wound my demonic form." Sargeras' voice was filled with the fury of one stung by mere ants. "In retaliation, I shall bestow upon you the most agonizing annihilation." He paid no further heed to the barely breathing Vegeta, as the abyssal greatsword was once more raised, targeting the flickering, seemingly disintegrating will of the Omni-King. along with the high priest and the exhausted angels standing in its path. True despair had descended. The tremor of hope from Loya was but a spark, while Sargeras's abyssal greatsword was poised to utterly crush the last vestiges of resistance in this universe. The abyssal greatsword, imbued with the despair of annihilation, tore through the shattered starry expanse, wielding an indomitable will of death as it descended upon the quivering, near-dissolution will of the Omni-King. The high priest's eyes bulged in desperation, his golden divine blood and power nearly exhausted. He roared, positioning his battered form before the Omni-King, attempting a final, futile resistance. Angels such as Vis and Bardos, battered and drained of divine energy, could only watch helplessly as the destructive blade's light descended, despair flooding their hearts like a chilling tide. Vegeta lay amidst the ruins of shattered stars, his silver-white pupils dimmed, only able to vaguely perceive the arrival of destruction. Unwillingness and rage roared deep within his consciousness. Yet he could not stir his heavy body. Just as the end of this universe seemed inevitable, a humming. The faint tremor from an unknowable dimension suddenly transformed into a resounding pulse that traversed the multiverse. Boom, boom, boom. Each pulse resonated like the primordial heartbeat of creation, imbued with irresistible majesty and boundless vitality, sweeping across every corner of the seventh universe. The nearly shattered space was forcibly smoothed and reinforced. The starry lights polluted by demonic energy reignited. Even the depleted cores of the angel's divine power trembled slightly under this pulse, as if the parched riverbeds were feeling the rejuvenating flow of fresh water. What is this? Sargeras's descending giant sword abruptly faltered, the crimson light beneath his helmet flashing violently, betraying a true sense of astonishment for the first time. He sensed an incomprehensible, irresistible supreme will awakening. This will was older, purer, and more all-encompassing than that of the Omni-King's unified Zero. The bloodied face of the high priest erupted with tears of ecstatic joy. Loya, have you succeeded? With a resounding boom, the core region of the universe shattered like a fragile eggshell. It was not a destructive fracture, but rather as if some existence were to be birthed from within, forcefully tearing apart the veil of reality. Endless chaos light surged forth from the shattered core of space. This radiance was not the blinding white of brilliance, but rather the primordial hue of chaos, encompassing all colors and possibilities. Within this luminescence, a figure slowly emerged. It was none other than Loya. However, his current state was a stark contrast to that before his seclusion. He still donned the simple garb of an overseer. Yet upon his robes flowed chaotic runes that seemed alive, each rune imbued with the essence of a nascent universe. His silvery hair danced without wind, each strand emanating a soft, yet undeniable chaotic glow. His visage remained calm, yet his profound eyes transformed into swirling vortices, encapsulating the birth and demise of countless stars. The rise and fall of the cosmos. Merely standing there, he seemed to embody existence itself, the source of order, the origin and destination of all things. An indescribable pressure, transcending the mere concept of strength, swept over the battlefield like an invisible tide. This pressure was not a destructive force, but rather an absolute, unquestionable order. Under this immense weight, the roaring dark demonic army froze as if a pause button had been pressed. The grotesque abyssal creatures, regardless of their strength, became instantly rigid, their madness replaced by a primal terror born of instinct. Their infernal flames extinguished silently, their bodies involuntarily cowering, trembling as if in the presence of their creator's nemesis. The colossal abyssal greatsword of Sargeras, charged with destructive arcane energy, melted away like snow under the blazing sun, dissolving into nothingness. His immense demonic form trembled violently, the cracked armor groaning under the unbearable strain. The crimson glow beneath his helmet flickered wildly, filled with disbelief and a hint of forcibly suppressed fear. He felt his once proud abyssal power diminish before this pressure, as insignificant as a stream against the ocean. Mortally wounded, Vegeta sensed a warm, overwhelming surge of life flowing into him. The horrific fractures within him visibly healed at an astonishing rate, his drained strength rapidly replenished. Even the burdens of forced breakthroughs smoothed away. He gazed in astonishment at his own hands, feeling an unprecedented fullness and vitality within. The light flickered, and the near-death unified consciousness of the omnipotent king, under the illumination of that chaotic radiance, stabilized rapidly, the pain in his eyes dissipating. the glow within his icy gaze becoming constant, and the chaotic halo surrounding him solidifying, the cracks in his crown quietly mending. He blinked curiously, gazing at Loya with a dazed expression. The high priest, Bardos, and all the angels felt their exhausted divine power rejuvenate like a long-awaited rain after drought, healing their wounds at an incredible pace, even their weary minds receiving unprecedented nourishment and clarity. They looked upon that chaotic figure, their eyes filled with unparalleled shock and reverence. Akin to mortals gazing up at the deity of creation, the fifth order of the White God has arrived. Loya's gaze swept calmly across the battlefield, his chaotic vortex-like eyes betraying no emotion. His attention first fell upon the unified will of the All-King, to which he inclined his head slightly, transmitting a thought. "You have worked hard, my Lord All-King. Please rest assured." As his thought resonated, the luminous aura surrounding the unified will of the All-King swirled and reformed into the figures of 2 All-Kings and 2 Guardians, who returned safely to their thrones. With curiosity etched upon her small face, she gazed at Loya, her expression one of wonder. Next, Loya's attention shifted to Vegeta, who was struggling to rise amidst the ruins. A glimmer of minute approval flickered in his chaotic eyes. Vegeta had indeed demonstrated monstrous potential by breaking through to the second tier of the White God amidst destruction, a testament to his capabilities. Loya's voice echoed directly within Vegeta's mind, calm, yet imbued with a peculiar weight. Vegeta felt a jolt of shock. He realized that Loya's words were not mere pleasantries, but a true acknowledgement of his fighting spirit and his breakthrough. Finally, Loya's gaze settled upon Sargeras, who was gripped by fear, his demonic flames flickering erratically. Merely being scrutinized by Loya's chaotic vortex-like gaze sent tremors through Sargeras' abyssal soul, as if the very will of the universe were bearing down upon him. The crimson glow beneath his helmet flickered wildly, emitting a beastly growl. "Loya? How can you have attained this realm? Impossible. You were injured by me just a few centuries ago. How have you recovered? And grown to such an extent in so short a time? How can this small lower universe possibly harbor the power of origins?" Loya did not respond. He did not even adopt the posture of attack. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, palm directed towards Sargeras. This gesture mirrored that of 5 centuries prior when he obliterated those wicked demon lords in the Dark Demon realm. However, this time, the terror it evoked was of an entirely different magnitude. No intangible force of negation descended. Instead, the very essence of Sargeras was subjected to violent distortion. Sargeras emitted an unprecedented, soul-rending scream. His cracked demonic armor began to twist and melt as if cast into a furnace. The abyssal demonic energy that constituted his massive form, his solid bones, and flowing demonic blood all began to disintegrate and dissipate at the most fundamental particle level. It was as though an invisible hand had forcibly withdrawn the foundation of his existence. His once proud abyssal origin now appeared as fragile as a sandcastle before the chaotic power of origins. "No, I am the Abyss Lord Sargeras. I am the embodiment of annihilation. I am immortal." Sargeras howled in madness, trying to summon all his strength to resist, attempting to detonate the abyssal greatsword in a final act of mutual destruction. Yet all was in vain. Under the shroud of that chaotic power of origins, his will was suppressed, his strength stripped away, and his very existence was being formatted. With his last breath, Sargeras uttered, "The Lord of Demons will erase you." "He certainly will." Under the weight of rules, you are in error." "So it is. Even the demon you speak of will follow suit." The voice of Loya finally resonated, calm as if stating an established fact, erasing. With the final word spoken, Sargeras' resistance abruptly ceased. His colossal form, akin to a mountain, along with the abyssal greatsword that devoured galaxies, became as indistinct as a painting drenched in corrosive acid, blurring, turning transparent, and ultimately dissolving into countless flickering particles of primordial chaos, like stardust, silently vanishing into the void of the universe. There was no explosion, no release of energy, only absolute, complete disappearance. As though this once formidable demon, who had grievously wounded Loya and nearly annihilated the cosmos, had never existed beneath this celestial expanse. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the battlefield at the universe's edge. Chapter 47. Crisis averted. Journey to time and space. All the demon army lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear as they witnessed their supreme overlord being so effortlessly and thoroughly obliterated. The last vestige of resistance crumbled in an instant. They emitted desperate wails, akin to headless flies, frantically attempting to flee back into the torn rift of the demon realm. The high priest, Bardos, and all the angels, including the recently restored Vegeta, stood petrified in place. They understood Loya's might, recognized that his secluded ascension would undoubtedly be cataclysmic. Yet, they could not fathom such an overwhelming display of dominance. Sargeras, the abyssal demon whose terror had driven even the high priest to despair, found himself utterly devoid of any means of resistance before Loya, who had ascended to the 5th tier of the White God. Like ants before a creator deity, a mere gesture, a calm pronouncement, was all it took to erase his very existence. This was no longer a disparity of power, but rather a chasm of dimensions, a distinction between the creator and the created. Loya's gaze swept across the fleeing demon army, his expression remaining unfazed. He did not pursue them, merely raising his hand once more towards the vast rift in the demon realm. Order restored. A hum. The light of chaos swept over the rift. The spatial wound, forcibly torn by Sargeras and flowing with demonic blood and sulfur, was instantly sutured as if by the most skilled physician, healing and smoothing without leaving a trace. The slower demons were consumed and annihilated by the restored space, while those who fled back were completely isolated beyond the universe. Having accomplished this, the boundless brilliance of chaos surrounding Loya gradually receded, and the swirling chaos in his eyes calmed, returning to profound tranquility. It seemed as though he had merely performed a trivial act, his figure gracefully descending before the high priest. Your Excellency, the high priest, filled with fervor, deeply bowed in reverence, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion, congratulating the master on his triumphant return. Your divine power is immeasurable. Congratulations on your successful emergence, Your Excellency. All the angels, including Vegeta, bowed sincerely, their voices brimming with awe and gratitude for their survival. Loya nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield, lingering momentarily on the gravely injured Vegeta before finally resting upon the high priest. Sargeras has been vanquished, and the portal to the demon realm has been sealed. Yet, his profound eyes gazed into the depths of the universe, as if penetrating the endless void to glimpse an even more distant and darker realm. This mere pawn is but a precursor. The true shadow has awakened. The preparations for battle are far from over. Loya's voice remained calm, yet it cast a heavy shroud of foreboding over the recently relaxed crowd. If a terror such as Sargeras is merely a pawn, what then of the true shadow that looms? The high priest responded with solemnity, Indeed, I shall heed your command. The existing angelic hierarchy will remain ever vigilant. Loya's gaze finally settled on Vegeta, whose breath had steadied and whose silver hair shone once more, lingering for but a fleeting moment. You have done well. With this succinct commendation, Loya's form faded like ink dissolving in water, silently vanishing from sight. He did not return to the divine realm, but instead slipped once more into that unknowable dimension, as though his earlier monumental arrival had merely been a brief reconnaissance. Beneath the starry sky remained those who had survived the calamity, their hearts tumultuous, and a battlefield left utterly devoid of the demon's traces, awaiting reconstruction. The universe had been temporarily saved, yet Loya's final words hung like the sword of Damocles over the hearts of all existence. The high priest suppressed his inner shock and anxiety, his golden eyes scanning the devastated starfields as he began to issue commands with methodical precision. Bardos, immediately channel divine power to repair the damaged core of the star systems and stabilize the spatial structure. Makalita, Konik, and Campili, cleanse the residual demonic energy from the battlefield and purify the tainted laws. Sophia and Rhine assist Vegeta, ensuring his condition remains stable while monitoring the energy fluctuations throughout the cosmos. The angels sprang into action, the light of order rekindling as they began to mend the wounds of the universe. Vegeta stood upon the shattered stars, feeling the surge of second-tier divine power within him. His silver pupils gazing toward the direction Loya had vanished, reflecting a complexity of thought. That brief commendation was an acknowledgement. Yet Loya's final glance into the cosmic abyss made him acutely aware that his prideful strength may still be insignificant in the face of the impending storm. Vegeta remained there, his silver hair gently swaying in the cosmic breeze, the silver divine flames, second tier, coursing around him now subdued, yet exuding a more refined and perilous aura. His silver eyes fixed upon the direction of Loya's disappearance, silently processing his thoughts. The high priest's figure flickered and appeared beside Vegeta. He did not speak immediately, merely standing in silence as his golden eyes also gazed into the profound void. After a long while, Vegeta slowly broke the silence, his voice imbued with an unprecedented complexity. What he just said, "That simple you have done well," is etched deep within my soul, an acknowledgement, yet also an immense pressure. With all his might, even wagering his very life, he had only just touched the second tier of the White God, yet before Loya, before Sargeras, and in the presence of the true shadow as described by Loya, it appeared utterly insignificant and laughable. Great High Priest, do you believe I could become a pillar of support for everyone, akin to Master Loya? Vegeta, your Saiyan race embodies the spirit of battle, the strongest lineage in the universe. Loya has demonstrated to us all that you Saiyans can uncover a glimmer of hope even amidst despair. At that very moment, events unfolded on Loya's side. Suddenly, a crisp notification rang out. Ding. Temporal space is under attack by the Destruction Demon. Please, host, proceed immediately to the temporal realm and eliminate the Destruction Demon to rectify the course of history. Reward: transformation to White God Tier 6. Upon hearing this news, a look of bewilderment crossed Loya's face, and he inquired, System, what manner of demon is this? The Destruction Demon. This is absurd. I am the master of this world, wielding control over its narrative. How could a Destruction Demon suddenly emerge? The incredulity of the situation overwhelmed him. He had believed he possessed absolute dominion over the world's progression. How could such a demon arise? Could it truly be that his intervention had caused a deviation in the temporal flow? Doubt began to creep into Loya's mind. However, the system's notification chimed again. Due to the host's intervention, the course of this temporal space has indeed diverged. This only solidified Loya's suspicions. He realized that it was likely his actions that had instigated this unforeseen crisis. The system had summoned him to the temporal realm, indicating that even the mighty high priest was powerless against this destruction demon. Loya pondered silently. Wait, system, where's the Omni-King? Then, the system issued a crucial alert. Ding. The destruction demon possesses the ability to absorb divine power from others. The host must ensure a decisive strike. Otherwise, should the host perish, this system will automatically sever its connection. Ding. Please, host, proceed to the temporal realm. Upon hearing this, Loya's expression turned grave. He finally comprehended why even the high priest had succumbed to this destruction demon. It possessed a terrifying ability known as dark absorption. It appeared the Omni-King had also fallen victim. Without hesitation, Loya unleashed his destructive essence, tearing open a rift in the temporal tunnel, reverting to his normal state as he entered the temporal passage. Chapter 48. The Super Saiyan 7. In the face of despair, Loya's figure sped through the temporal tunnel, surrounded by a vivid, swirling cascade of distorted light and shadow. In his normal state, he reigned in the chaotic aura capable of shaking the universe, resembling a mere speck of dust silently gliding towards his target coordinates in the temporal realm. As he tore through the barriers of time and space and stepped into this star domain, a far more intense and desperate aura of destruction enveloped him, far surpassing that of the main universe battlefield. The scene before him, even for Loya, stirred a barely perceptible ripple within his deep, tranquil gaze. This place resembled hell itself, more so than the battlefield of the main universe after Sargeras' invasion. The space that unfolds before one's eyes appears as though it has been ruthlessly gnawed upon, marred by distortions, darkened patches, bloodstains, and fissures seeping with ominous, viscous fluids, reminiscent of a ragged cloth torn asunder and haphazardly stitched together. The remnants of the planet resemble the shattered bones expelled by a colossal beast, drifting in the profound silence of the void, exuding an odor of charred decay. Once resplendent stars have either extinguished completely, transformed into colossal, frigid tombstones of rock, or have been drained of their vitality, leaving behind only a thin, flickering orange halo, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Most strikingly, the battlefield is suffused with an almost palpable aura of death that permeates the entire star domain. This is not merely demonic energy, but a more primal, voracious will of annihilation. It entwines every inch of space like countless invisible tendrils, greedily siphoning the remnants of life force and the energy of the laws, producing a chilling hiss that freezes the soul. Is this the handiwork of the god of destruction? Loya hovers in the shattered void, his consciousness silently sweeping across the expanse. In an instant, he pinpoints the source of that deathly stillness and insatiable greed. In what was once the central star domain of time and space, an indescribably powerful presence looms. A being enveloped in a shroud of black gas, clad in an active armor forged from the dust of obliterated stars and solidified energy of destruction. The armor is adorned with mouths that open and close incessantly, and eyes that flicker with an unwavering desire for total annihilation. This being is engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the fused super warrior Gogeta, a combination of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yet what captures Loya's attention is the faint, nearly extinguished auras below the battlefield. The hollow chest of Super Saiyan Gohan, housing the Super Saiyan Goten and Trunks, reveals their incomplete forms. Their bodies exhibit an eerie state of withering, skin shriveled and cracked, muscles atrophied, as the once surging energy and unique vitality of the Saiyans have been nearly drained. Thick, dark energy tendrils, exuding deathly essence, extend from the god of destruction, piercing their bodies like intravenous tubes, steadily and slowly siphoning their last vestiges of strength and life force. They lack even the strength to struggle, their gazes vacant and hollow, with only faint life signs remaining to indicate their existence, akin to energy batteries deliberately preserved by the dark god. How infuriating! Scorching tears stream from the corners of Loya's eyes. His rage feels as though it has flayed the architect of this catastrophe. In the distance, the angels of time and space are nearly devoid of breath, and the realm of the Supreme Kai is shrouded in silence. The entire resistance of time and space has evidently been completely dismantled and absorbed. The fragments of will unconsciously emanating from the god of destruction, which Loya's consciousness captures, reflect a profound loathing for existence itself and a desire to devour. It appears that this being seeks not to conquer or dominate, but merely to reduce everything to nothingness, merging it into its own eternal darkness. No wonder even the Omni-King finds himself powerless. Loya comprehends the gravity of the situation. Faced with a creature capable of absorbing all forms of energy attacks, potentially even the very essence of order and existence itself, conventional powers, even the force of creation, would likely become mere sustenance for it. The High Priest's attributes lean toward order and creation, rendering him naturally restrained in the presence of such pure anti-existence. A moment's carelessness could inadvertently amplify the enemy's strength with his own divine power. The dark siphon is slowly devouring even the vitality of time and space itself. Luo Yu is fervently seeking the aura of the All-King. Subsequently, Luo Yu's gaze penetrates the superficial facade, revealing a deeper horror. The lifespan of this dimension is being hastened toward complete thermal death. The emergence of the destruction demon is akin to a chronic slaughter of the entire space-time continuum. Just as Luo Yu's divine consciousness brushed against the core of the destruction demon, a resonating hum echoed. Beneath the indistinct helmet, several eyes flickering with the will of annihilation suddenly turned toward Luo Yu. Their gaze transcended the spatial distance, instantly locking onto his position. There was no anger, no surprise. Only an icy, insatiable greed and curiosity, as if they had discovered a new source of sustenance. An indescribable, terrifying pull manifested instantaneously, not a physical tug, but a direct assault on the very essence of Luo Yu's being. It felt as though he were being forcibly extricated from the coordinates of time and space, dragged into an eternal void of darkness. The space surrounding Luo Yu collapsed and twisted, transforming into a stream of dark energy flowing toward the demon. A deep, chaotic sound, reminiscent of countless annihilated materials grinding against one another, erupted within the ocean of Luo Yu's consciousness, carrying an air of lofty scrutiny and avarice. A fresh source of energy? Is it not more delectable than humans? The destruction demon had discovered this uninvited guest, and its dark siphon had already been set in motion. An unusual sensation washed over him. He could distinctly feel a minute yet undeniably present sense of depletion within the boundless chaotic energy coursing through him. It was as if an invisible straw were attempting to forcibly extract his supreme essence. This sensation was exceedingly faint, like a gentle breeze caressing his face. Yet its nature was profoundly unsettling. It confirmed that the destruction demon's dark siphoning ability had indeed reached an unfathomable level of priority and dominance. A thunderous roar shattered the cosmos, enveloped in unparalleled ferocity, akin to a colossal axe cleaving through the despairing dead air that shrouded everything. A pillar of red light, so intensely radiant it defied description, erupted from the heart of the battlefield like an enraged cosmic river in reverse. Within this pillar, a figure broke free from several tendrils of viscous dark energy, charging toward the destruction demon with a speed that transcended thought. It was Vegito. Yet, in this moment, he was utterly transformed from his Super Saiyan 5 form. His hair, no longer purely white, blazed with a nearly transparent flame, its edges flowing with a liquid gold-like quality. Each strand seemed forged from the essence of solidified stars, standing defiantly, while arcs of frenzied energy danced wildly among them, crackling with explosive sounds potent enough to tear through the very fabric of reality. His physique has transformed into a more formidable form, muscles coiling with explosive primal strength. Enveloped in a shimmering aura of crimson gold that sparkles like diamond stars, yet possesses a metallic, unyielding quality. This aura no longer embodies restrained calmness. Rather, it erupts outward with the ferocity of a supernova, expanding with an untamed, indomitable force that crushes everything in its path. Most striking are his eyes, which have transcended mere blackness. Within the depths of his pupils burns a molten gold akin to lava, while the whites of his eyes are filled with a tempestuous red-gold energy, radiating a fury capable of tearing apart all and an unwavering battle spirit. Super Saiyan 7. This is Vegeta, in the dire straits of time and space, squeezing the Saiyan bloodline's potential to its utmost, unleashing an ultimate form unique to the fabric of time and space, a brutal synthesis of pure destructive power and the wild essence of the Saiyan lineage. Chapter 49. The sense of helplessness of Vegeta. Vegeta hovers above the shattered rifts of time and space, the crimson gold aura swirling like a tempest, forcefully dispersing the surrounding despair. He breathes heavily, clearly exhausted from the tremendous effort exerted to break free from his restraints and unleash a strike that shattered the temporal seams. The burden of his Super 7 form far exceeds his expectations. Yet, as he gazes at the god of destruction, his eyes blaze with the fire of combat and unmasked disdain. "You wretched pile of filth." Vegeta's voice, though hoarse, resonates like thunder, imbued with the innate arrogance of a Saiyan. "Do you dare treat this world as your sustenance? Cease your foolish delusions." At this moment, Vegeta appears exceedingly disheveled. The entire realm is suffused with an air of despair, and the rain falling from the sky seems to weep for this dimension. The once confident boy now exhibits profound helplessness. Perhaps he realizes he cannot triumph over the foe before him. "Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, I will avenge you." At that instant, a more potent pillar of crimson gold erupts from Vegeta, surging towards the god of destruction. "Scoundrel!" Ugh! Vegeta's body convulses violently as the once furious crimson gold aura visibly slows, dims, and begins to be forcibly siphoned away, flowing towards the god of destruction. His robust muscles appear to suffer from an invisible pressure, beginning to cave in and wither. The energy of Super 7 is being ravenously plundered. "You bastard!" Vegeta grits his teeth, blood seeping from his gums. He roars defiantly, attempting to contain and concentrate his power against this bizarre suction. Crossing his arms before his chest, the crimson gold aura retracts, forming a dense energy shield, desperately resisting the force that seeks to strip away the foundation of his existence. Where the shield collides with the suction, space continuously annihilates and regenerates, emitting a piercing wail. "Struggling? Futile. Your power is exquisite and delectable." The consciousness of the god of destruction relishes with a hint of greedy delight, becoming a part of me. "Dream on." Vegeta forces a roar through gritted teeth. Feeling his strength rapidly ebbing away, his body growing increasingly heavy. From the corner of his eye, he catches sight of the sudden appearance of Roy. "Am I to perish? I cannot believe I am seeing my master." "Master, have you come to guide us?" The voice of Loya, though not loud, possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality that disregarded the terrifying gravitational field created by the destruction demon god. It resonated clearly within the depths of Beerus' consciousness, akin to a stabilizing force cast into the eye of a storm. His voice, calm yet imbued with an undeniable will, seemed capable of soothing the tremors of the soul. "Steady your mind. Contract your power inward, condensing it to a single point." Do not resist this gravitational pull. It will perceive your dispersed energy as a flowing stream. Envision it as the core of a blazing star. Master? Beerus trembled violently, the soul-piercing voice carrying an indescribable stabilizing power that instantly pierced through the despair shrouding his fury. Contract inward? Condense? Instinctively, he clung to Loya's guidance as his last lifeline. His defensive posture shifted abruptly, and with a primal roar, he crazily compressed the nearly dissipated crimson-golden aura into himself. No longer attempting to resist the pull, he confined the wild energy, compressing it, further compressing it. Buzz. The crimson-golden aura, previously drawn out like flowing fire, suddenly halted and then collapsed inward violently. Beerus's body transformed into a miniature, tempestuous singularity. The diamond-like crimson-golden sheen on his surface becoming intensely restrained, solidified, as though enveloped in an impenetrable dark red crystal. Although he still endured immense pressure and the sensation of extraction, the rate of energy loss had sharply diminished. The invisible siphon seemed to be thrust against a cosmic singularity of infinite density, its effectiveness greatly reduced. "Ah, Master!" Beerus gasped heavily. Sweat mingled with blood trickling down his forehead, yet the fiery blaze of wrath in his eyes burned even more fiercely. He fixated intently on the repugnant living armor of the destruction demon god, particularly on the eyes of destruction that had shifted their focus to a new target after Loya's appearance. Seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the demon's diverted attention, Beerus rushed to Loya's side, crying out, "Master, you have come." Loya remained silent, embracing Beerus in his arms. The Master understands. The Master knows. The Master will save the Omni-King and the High Priest. The High Priest and the Omni-King are still alive, but their plight is worse than death. Beerus's voice was like a bleeding blade, each word carrying the excruciating pain of a soul being torn apart. That bastard has sealed them within the most violent vortex of the temporal rift, using their divine bodies, their creative essence as a perpetual battery, endlessly supplying strength to sustain this beast. Loya's deep, abyss-like eyes instantly narrowed, as if countless universes lay within, extinguished and reborn. The High Priest and the Omni-King have been sealed alive as a source of energy. Beerus's voice surged like a tidal wave of blood, each wave crashing against Loya's consciousness with suffocating images of despair. All angels, all angels. Beerus's divine consciousness trembled violently, as if the act of recalling memories itself had become a form of torment. Mr. Whis, Makalita, and all the angels sacrificed themselves to shield our retreat, only to be annihilated by the monster's destructive light that pierced through their very beings. The divine rings shattered, and the essence of their existence was utterly obliterated. They were stripped of even the right to return to the Tree of Angels, leaving not a trace behind. Loya's fingertips quivered imperceptibly. The total annihilation of dozens of angels? The erasure of their existence? Lord Beerus, Quitella, Lamzi, Kampa, Sidra, Legel, Mosca, Anate, Iwan Jean. Each name Beerus uttered felt like a dagger piercing his own heart. They were torn apart by that monster, their divine essences shredded. Their forms were cast into the eternal slumber of death, discarded like refuse into the remnants of devoured planets, clinging to the last vestiges of their dying cores, existing in a state worse than death. Beerus's thoughts abruptly ceased, replaced by an overwhelming sense of suppressed rage and humiliation that threatened to consume his very soul. The highest divine power in the continuum of time and space had been ravaged, desecrated, and exploited to such an extent. The final message from the Grand Priest conveyed Beerus's voice, laden with profound bitterness and a flicker of the faintest hope. This monster, it can devour and transform the very essence of order itself. The power of creation is the sustenance it craves most. Its core, located at the sealing point of the temporal turbulence, is its only relatively vulnerable spot. Yet, the Grand Priest proclaimed that only an absolute power transcending order and chaos could possibly breach the despairing prison constructed from his and the Omni-King's essence, striking at its very roots. Chapter 50. The Destruction Demon, the absolute power beyond order and chaos having imparted this invaluable intelligence. Garnered at the cost of countless divine lives, Beerus felt as if he had exhausted his last reserves of strength. He maintained his ultra-instinct form, resisting the incessant encroachment of the dark siphon, and gazed at Loya with an unwavering spirit inherent to psiots. though tinged with a plea for salvation that even he himself had not consciously recognized. Loya hovered silently in the shattered void, surrounded by the tainted, viscous rifts in time and space, the floating corpses of planets, and the extinguished graves of stars. The greedy, frigid eyes of the destruction demon, akin to the most malevolent celestial bodies, fixated upon him, while the dark siphon's power, like an invisible multitude of tentacles, persistently attempted to strip away and consume the boundless chaos within him. Yet it was as if a cow had plunged into the ocean, creating not even a single ripple. The wind seemed to die in that moment. Even the hissing sound emitted by the destruction demon as its siphoned energy appeared to be muted by an unseen force. Slowly, Loya lifted his head. His expression was devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as the void before the birth of the universe. With a sudden turn, Loya fixed his gaze upon the true instigator. The destruction demon froze in place. An unprecedented warning, stemming from the instinct of existence itself, pierced its chaotic consciousness like a cold steel needle. It felt it. Beneath the seemingly tranquil exterior of the human form lies not the delectable energy he presumed, but rather a profound abyss of darkness, inscrutable and unfathomable, capable of siphoning the essence of even the mightiest beings, such as Super Vegeto, and plundering the very core of the Omni-King and the High Priest. This individual instills within me a sense of dread. Yet what of it? He shall still serve as my sustenance. I then mockingly addressed Loa. Oh, another moth drawn to my flame? Your mental vibrations reek of thick mockery. You carry a familiar scent, perhaps that of the withered world tree, or those shattered halos. The eye of destruction swept over Loa as if savoring the moment, alluding to the tree of angels and the fallen seraphs. Seeking death, are we? Ha ha ha. Poor worm, have you come to mourn, or to accompany the dead? Your mental vibrations are saturated with an extreme disdain for life. Behold, how laughable that drop of scalding water is. Are you sorrowful? Angry? Before my ultimate obliteration, even dust holds no significance. I derisively mocked Loa's fallen tears, regarding profound emotions as mere meaningless impurities. Your power is indeed peculiar, like the frigid abyss. Yet, the abyss shall ultimately be filled by my insatiable hunger. Greedily sensing the chaotic essence, I regard it as a superior quarry, my words laced with possessiveness. Loa gazed up at the demon god and proclaimed, "You are but a slightly more formidable honeybee. You pride yourself on your power. You shall pay for your actions." Oh, is this a rebellion? Like that little red gold monkey beside you? How delightful it is to witness its struggles as an exquisite appetizer. I contemptuously referred to Vegeto, perceiving his agonizing resistance as a pleasurable seasoning. But how long can you endure? You shall ultimately become my nourishment. However, I sense a connection within your soul to those insignificant ants you hold dear. Their power screams in agony within my being. Would you care to listen? I malevolently probed into Loa's potential attachments, using the anguish of the Omni-King, the High Priest, and other beings devoured as a means of spiritual pollution. Kneel. Submit to me. Offer your essence to me. Perhaps I shall show mercy and allow you to become a shining ornament upon my armor, witnessing the end of all realms. I issued a brazen ultimatum, viewing submission as the greatest of boons, indulging in the utmost humiliation. The demon god continued to spew forth his repugnant words. Flames of white ignited upon Loa's form, gradually transforming into that of the white god for. Struggle, scream, your pain, your despair, they are the richest of wines to me. Sweeter by 1,000-fold than the divinity extracted from those batteries. The demon god, oblivious to his own demise, further illuminated the tragic fate of the Omni-King and the High Priest, regarding the potential suffering of Loa as a higher enjoyment. Come, let me taste the essence of your abyss. Let me see if your coldness can extinguish the insatiable flames that consume the ages. In the end, I provoked Loa, viewing him as a prey to satiate my ultimate greed, my words brimming with absolute confidence in my devouring abilities and a final denial of Loa's strength. The battle was on the verge of eruption. The demon god surged towards Loa with incredible speed. Now, let me thoroughly absorb your power. Ha ha ha. But, as soon as it touched the chaotic essence of Loa, it not only proved futile, but the intensity of the heat that reverberated back, so pure that it sent shivers through its very soul, caused the suction cup-like active armor to emit a mournful hiss of unbearable strain. The consciousness of the destruction demon, once thought indestructible, now experienced a clear tremor of fear for the first time. Yet, Loa granted it no time for contemplation or reaction. Silent, and without a ripple of energy, Loa vanished. It was not a swift movement nor a spatial leap. It was as though he had never existed at that location. Or perhaps, he simultaneously occupied every corner of this fragmented space-time. In the next moment, a palm, imbued with pure, gentle essence yet capable of freezing the very fabric of space-time, descended, enveloped in white flames, and gently pressed against the side of the colossal, distorted head of the destruction demon, which was shrouded in filthy, viscous slime and active armor. Thud! There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muted sound, akin to the universe's membrane being pierced. The head of the destruction demon, capable of withstanding temporal turbulence and devouring planets as if they were mere confections, along with the layers of active armor, was rendered as fragile as glass subjected to absolute zero, obliterated without a sound. It was not a shattering nor an explosion. It was a thorough erasure from the realms of matter, energy, and even the very concept of existence, executed by that palm ablaze with white flames. The enormous headless demonic body convulsed violently, spasming as chaotic energies of destruction erupted from the severed neck, no longer blood but a frenzied torrent of chaos, desperately attempting to reconstitute itself but failing to find direction. The remaining eyes of destruction whirled in madness, filled with overwhelming fear and agony. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Next, Loa's form appeared as a white specter traversing the interstices of time. He emerged behind the demon's body, delivering a powerful punch directly to its spine. Whoosh! The demon's spine, along with its active armor, was instantaneously pierced, vaporized, leaving behind a vast void, seamless in both directions, its edges ignited by unhealable white flames. He materialized beside the demon's claw, and with a forceful hand, he struck. Crack! Chapter 51, Regeneration? I shall instill fear in you. The claw, capable of rending divine essence, along with half an arm, shattered like dry twigs cast into an incinerator, disintegrating into ashes. He hovered before the demon's chest core, where it attempted to gather the energy for a fatal beam of destruction, calmly observing as the violent energy vortex began to take shape. Then, he slowly raised a finger, directing it towards the center of that vortex, gathering his energy. Boom! The core of the annihilating beam, potent enough to obliterate angels, along with a significant portion of the demon's active armor and internal structure, extinguished silently, leaving behind a charred pit that continuously exuded chaotic energy. With each appearance and every seemingly casual strike, he precisely and thoroughly dismantled a core part of the destruction demon structure. Dark siphoning. As the terrifying vacuum field made contact with the seemingly tenuous layer of white flames enveloping Roya, it encountered an insurmountable wall of despair, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Instead, its very structure began to disintegrate under the radiance of the white flames, emitting a mournful wail. The demon of destruction let out a soul-twisting scream of agony, writhing in a frenzy, attempting to retaliate, to escape, to unleash a cataclysmic assault of annihilating light. Yet all efforts were in vain. Roya's speed surpassed its perception, and his power transcended its comprehension. Its attacks either missed entirely, further shattering the already broken fabric of space-time, or collided with the white flames, vanishing as if a bull had plunged into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. What plunged the demon of destruction into the depths of despair was its once proud, nearly indestructible regenerative ability. Each time Roya obliterated a portion of its body, be it a head, an arm, internal organs, or its core of energy, the living armor and flesh would grotesquely writhe, voraciously drawing matter and energy from the surrounding rifts in space-time, remnants of planets, and even the dissipating destructive energy emanating from itself, regenerating at a visibly astounding pace. A minute? No, sometimes it required merely mere seconds. This should have been its invincible asset, a weapon to torment its adversaries. Yet, before Roya, it became the very source of its eternal nightmare. Roya's eyes, ablaze with white flames yet as cold as an abyss at absolute zero, keenly captured each moment of its regeneration. There was no surprise, no anger in that gaze, only a sense of control, a suffocating dominion, akin to a deity observing ants in their futile struggles. Roya, like a demon from the depths of hell, compelled the demon to regenerate its body. In the instant the demon had just reformed a new head, its consciousness not yet fully coalesced, bang. A hand of white flames swept across once more, obliterating the newly born head along with the nascent nodes of consciousness within it, reducing them to nothingness. Just as the demon expended tremendous energy to regenerate half a spine, striving to regain mobility, swish. Roya's fingertip struck the demon with pinpoint precision. The newly formed skin structure, along with vast expanses of surrounding flesh, was instantaneously annihilated, as the demon poured all its might into mending the grievous wound in its chest. Attempting a desperate gambit to detonate its essence and obliterate Roya, boom. Roya's finger unleashed another energy beam, piercing directly into the demon's chest, extinguishing the volatile destructive energy along with its core, leaving behind an even larger, deeper void. Destruction, regeneration, destruction, regeneration, an endless cycle. Roya's movements retained an eerie elegance and precision throughout. He did not resort to earth-shattering techniques. Rather, each assault was exquisitely calibrated to inflict maximum suffering and structural devastation while deftly avoiding the critical threshold that could instantaneously annihilate the demon. He transformed the demon's regenerative capacity into a tool for administering eternal torment. Time had long since lost its meaning within the chaotic consciousness of the demon of destruction. It could not grasp how long had elapsed. Was it a day, a year, or an entire epoch? It only knows that its body has been utterly annihilated and reborn countless times. Each rebirth is accompanied by heart-wrenching, soul-deep agony, and every destruction brings forth the ultimate terror of existence being negated. Its howls have long since changed tone, transforming from furious roars into mournful wails, then into despairing whimpers, and finally dwindling to fragmented, incomprehensible mental shrieks. Its chaotic and insatiable consciousness has been utterly crushed by this ceaseless cycle of torment. Fear, boundless fear has consumed it. It is a fear of incomprehensible power, a fear of absolute oppression that cannot be resisted, a fear of its once proud abilities transforming into torturous shackles, a fear of never-ending suffering. Its eye of annihilation no longer turns, leaving behind only a hollow, vacant light filled with purest dread. Its active armor no longer rides greedily. Instead, it carries an instinctive hesitance to retreat with each rebirth, as if the very flesh and blood of its new form is a tool of suffering. Finally, when Loa once again punctured the core of the recently reborn demon god, covered in fragile, nascent armor, with a fingertip creating an unhealable, burning white hole, the remnants of the annihilating demon god's consciousness collapsed with a resounding crash. It no longer attempts to be reborn, no longer strives to resist, no longer seeks to flee. The enormous, incomplete demon body, continuously exuding chaotic energy, convulses uncontrollably in the void, like a mass of flesh devoid of all bones. A spiritual wave that transcends pain and fear, embodying the most primal and humble yearning, spreads madly toward Loa like the dying wail of a beast. Kill me, I implore you, in my life. No more rebirths. The pain is unbearable. Finish me. Let me be utterly destroyed. The despair and pleading contained within that mental scream are so thick they cannot dissolve, even causing Vegeta, who struggled to maintain his Super Saiyan form while witnessing the entire scene, to feel a pang of anxiety. Vegeta had never imagined that the terrifying demon god, which devours deities, annihilates time and space, and reigns supreme, would descend to such a humble state, yearning solely for a swift death. Loa hovers before the frantically pleading remnants of the demon god, surrounded by pure white flames akin to a tranquil galaxy. He gazes down at the writhing, stinking, and despairing twisted creation, his expression remaining completely impassive. That ultimate anger and sorrow have long since settled into a frozen calm, an absolute stillness amidst the endless cycle of torment. The demon god's desperate cries for death, reduced to dust, still echo in the void. As Vegeta contemplates the utterly collapsed, sludge-like form of the demon, his heart swirling with indescribable complex emotions. The pleasure of revenge, the awe of his master's methods, and the infinite grief for fallen comrades intertwine within him. Vegeta, Loa's calm voice resonates once more, akin to a stone cast upon a silent lake, instantly drawing Vegeta back from his tumultuous thoughts to reality. "Ah, Master, did you call for me?" Vegeta suddenly regained his senses, his voice still trembling with the remnants of witnessing endless torment. He gazed at Luoya, whose eyes burned with white flames, seemingly harboring a frost far heavier than the shattered fabric of time itself. What is it, Master? Vegetto forced himself to concentrate. The crimson-golden aura of his Super Saiyan form subtly fluctuating. Luo Ya's gaze remained fixed upon the remnants of the destruction demon, yet his words were directed at Vegetto. Come. Deliver the fatal blow yourself. Chapter 52, A Final Farewell. He inhaled deeply, the despairing essence of the shattered time flooding into his lungs, rekindling the long-dormant Saiyan battle fire within his eyes. Good master. Vegetto's voice resonated with a deep and resolute tone. He raised his arm, the crimson-golden aura coalescing chaotically in his palm, compressing and condensing into an orb of terrifying destructive power, an energy sphere swirling with the essence of a galactic maelstrom. Its aim was precisely the core of the destruction demon, still weakly convulsing. At that moment, Luo Ya slightly tilted his head, his cold, white flame eyes sweeping over the demon's remnants. His voice, though low, carried an unwavering will that could freeze souls, penetrating the demon's chaotic consciousness. You wretch. If you think to absorb the energy of this final strike to mend your wounds, a strand of white flame, more refined and pure than any previous assault, ignited silently at Luo Ya's fingertips, as if it could obliterate the very essence of existence. I shall grant you a death 1,000 times more despairing than before, rendering your eternal existence nothing but pain itself. No. The remnants of the demon's consciousness emitted a final, piercing scream of distorted terror. Kill me. Quickly. It hurts. Grant me a swift end. It had utterly abandoned any hope, seeking only a swift demise. Farewell, filth. Vegetto roared, pouring all his grief, fury, and the will to avenge lost friends into the energy sphere in his palm. Ultimate flash. Boom. No longer was there silent annihilation. This time, it was a culmination of Vegetto's entire will and strength, the Saiyan's most ferocious finishing technique. The blinding crimson-golden beam instantaneously engulfed the last remnants of the destruction demon. The tainted active armor, the twisted flesh, the chaotic destructive energy were entirely dismantled, purified within the torrent of the ultimate flash, reduced to the universe's most fundamental particles, leaving not a trace of existence behind. The demon's final, faint mental wave, filled with a sense of release, dissipated entirely amidst the aftershocks of the energy explosion. As the light faded, all that remained in the void was a vast energy vacuum, slowly self-repairing, carved by the ultimate flash. The destruction demon, a terrifying entity that devoured deities and obliterated time itself, had finally perished. Vegetto panted heavily, gazing at the emptiness, the thrill of vengeance failing to alleviate the weight in his heart. He turned to Luo Ya. Master, it has completely vanished. Luo Ya nodded slightly, his gaze directed toward the depths of the turbulent time stream, where Vegetto had previously indicated. Yes, now go find them. The core of the chaotic vortex of the time stream possessed a turbulence and tearing force far beyond imagination. Even in his ultra-instinct form, Vegeta felt like a fragile boat amidst a raging sea, on the verge of being torn apart. Had it not been for the seemingly thin yet indestructible white flame force field emanating from Luo Ya, he would have been utterly incapable of penetrating this realm. The vortex's center was not an absolute chaos. Instead, it exhibited a bizarre and forcibly warped order. Two figures were ensnared by countless chains resembling living thorns, composed of pure destructive laws and dark siphoning energy, impaled and entwined at the singularity of the vortex. It was none other than the Omni-King and the Grand Priest. The Omni-King's iconic, innocent childlike visage had long since vanished. His diminutive form was withered and desiccated, as if drained of every drop of moisture. His once resplendent purple skin had dulled, the crown symbolizing the universe's supreme authority askew and shattered. His eyes, capable of erasing the cosmos, gazed emptily, filled solely with endless anguish and a numbing sensation of being drained. He resembled a discarded, tattered doll. The Grand Priest's situation was even more heart-wrenching. His elegant demeanor had dissipated, and his magnificent godly robe had transformed into ragged shreds. His handsome face was contorted in agony, his tightly clenched lips seemingly resisting the collapse of his final will. Most distressing were his chest and limbs, pierced deeply and rooted by those living thorn chains, with dark red light flowing from them, incessantly siphoning pure, faintly glowing creative primordial power from within him. This power was forcibly converted, serving as sustenance for the existence of the destructive demon god. My Lord Omni-King, my Lord Grand Priest. Vegeta's eyes widened in agony, his voice trembling. Witnessing this desecration, 100 times more brutal than death, rendered him nearly breathless. Luo Ya's gaze suddenly sharpened, and beneath the tranquility that froze time and space lay an inferno of silent rage, capable of incinerating all. Endure. Luo Ya's voice was terrifyingly deep. He extended his finger, the white flame dancing at his fingertip, precisely and delicately touching the living thorn chains that pierced the two deities, akin to the sharpest of surgical blades. As the chains made contact with the white flame, they emitted a piercing shriek, writhing like a living creature, attempting to resist. Yet wherever the white flame traversed, the destructive laws and dark energy composing the chains disintegrated and purified with the melting of ice and snow. There was no violent explosion. Luo Ya's control was exquisite to the utmost, fearful that even a hint of excess power might affect the two deities on the brink of collapse. The moment the bindings were released, the Omni-King and the Grand Priest fell helplessly from the singularity of the vortex, like marionettes with severed strings. Luo Ya and Vegeta moved in unison. Luo Ya gently caught the withered, frail Omni-King, while Vegeta cautiously cradled the Grand Priest, whose body was riddled with wounds and whose breath was faint to the extreme. The Grand Priest let out an exceedingly weak groan of pain, struggling to open his eyes, albeit only a fraction, as his blurred vision caught sight of Luo Ya, engulfed in white flames. An almost extinguished glimmer of light suddenly erupted from the depths of his eyes, faint yet undeniably real. Luo Ya? His voice, hoarse and fragmented, resembled a flickering candle in the wind, imbued with the profound shock of survival against all odds and a hint of inexpressible hope. Luo Ya gazed at the king of all, barely clinging to life in his arms, his consciousness fading, before shifting his attention to the gravely wounded high priest cradled by Vegeta. The simmering rage within him threatened to burst forth, overpowering the confines of the white flames. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the urge for annihilation, his voice resolute and unmistakable. Vegeta, hold the high priest tightly. We must leave this place at once. Yes, master. Vegeta responded, carefully enveloping the high priest's broken form in protective energy. With one arm embracing the king of all, Luo Ya extended his other hand towards the core of the violent temporal vortex, fingers splayed wide before clenching fiercely. A resonant hum echoed as the formless, boundless power of chaos erupted, not as an attack, but akin to the most tyrannical eraser, forcibly smoothing out the twisted core sustained by the essence of the king of all and the high priest. The raging temporal turbulence, deprived of this core node, instantly descended into disorder and chaos, yet at the very least, the torturous realm that relentlessly drained divine energy had been eradicated. With a flash of white flames, Luo Ya and Vegeta vanished from that desolate ruin, leaving behind the despair. Chapter 53. Revive, my beloved. They re-emerged in a relatively stable expanse of the seventh universe. Luo Ya gingerly laid the king of all and the high priest side by side upon a stable platform radiating a gentle white light, temporarily constructed from his own power. The condition of the two supreme deities was exceedingly dire, their divine energy depleted, divinity shattered, and essence severely tainted and siphoned, their very existence precariously hanging by a thread. Ordinary senzu beans or healing spells proved utterly ineffectual against beings of their caliber. Master, Vegeta exclaimed, observing the faint, nearly extinguished auras of the two deities, his heart racing with urgency. Luo Ya's gaze swept over the king of all and the high priest, as if piercing through endless time and space, beholding the erased angels, the dormant gods of destruction awaiting demise, and the countless lives consumed by annihilation. A flicker of resolution crossed his eyes. There was but one solution left. His voice, calm yet weighted with the gravity of the stars, proclaimed, "The Super Dragon Balls." Vegeta's pupils dilated in realization, igniting with a radiant spark of hope. Yes, the Super Dragon Balls, the dragon that can grant any wish. Master, we must seek them out immediately. Do you know their location? Luo Ya inquired, his eyes fixed on Vegeta. With fervent determination, Vegeta nodded vigorously, flames igniting in his eyes. Yes, during the pursuit by that monster, I sensed they were scattered across several relatively stable temporal rifts. I can find them. Just give me a moment. Act at once, Luo Ya commanded succinctly. I will maintain their state. He extended his hands, palms resting on the foreheads of the king of all and the high priest. Pure and gentle chaos essence coursing like a gentle stream, cautiously infusing their crumbling forms, temporarily sustaining the last flicker of life within them. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta erupted with crimson and golden flames, transforming into a streak of light that surged into the vast ocean of stars. In memory of fallen comrades. For the sake of this dying world, and in honor of his master's trust, he must prevail. The figure of Vegeta traverses the fragmented fabric of time and space with fervent determination, armed with the keen instincts of a Saiyan and a profound recollection of the unique, sacred energy emanating from the Super Dragon Balls. He resembles the most relentless of hounds. He navigates through a graveyard littered with remnants of shattered planets, plunging into the tempestuous edges of a time storm, searching within the chaotic rifts of reality for every faint ripple of Dragon Ball energy, each detection invigorating his spirit. The journey is fraught with adversity, temporal traps, errant currents of residual destructive energy, and even aberrant entities corrupted by demonic forces present formidable challenges. Yet, at this moment, Vegeta is driven by a singular conviction: to gather the Dragon Balls. He unleashes unprecedented power and resilience, shattering obstacles and painstakingly extracting the colossal Super Dragon Balls, each as immense as a planet and radiating a resplendent golden light from their concealed sanctuaries. Utilizing his formidable spatial abilities, he temporarily seals them for transport. Time slips away with mounting urgency. As Vegeta returns to his master, battered yet with eyes aglow, bearing the seventh and final Super Dragon Ball, he finds his master, Roya, still maintaining the fragile lives of two deities with unwavering steadiness. Master, I have gathered them. The 7 Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta's voice resonates with excitement and exhaustion as he arranges the 7 magnificent orbs, pulsating with vast sacred energy, according to the ancient star map in the void. In an instant, the 7 Dragon Balls burst forth with radiant golden light. The boundless, divine power, akin to the primordial brilliance of the universe, instantly dispels the lingering despair enveloping this star realm. The golden light converges, forming a colossal Super Shenron, whose immense body seems composed of countless galaxies, exuding an ineffable majesty and sanctity, emerging amidst the dazzling luminescence. Everyone, make your wishes. Its golden eyes, akin to blazing stars, gaze down upon the diminutive figures of Roya and Vegeta, as well as the 2 dying deities upon the platform. A voice, ancient and grand, resonating as if summoned from the echoes of billions of stars, reverberates through the cosmos. Oh, summoner of the 7 Super Dragon Balls, speak forth your desires. No matter the wish, I shall grant one. Vegeta, brimming with anticipation, turns his gaze towards Roya. Roya's eyes sweep over the King of All and the Grand Minister, traversing the infinite void, ultimately resting upon the towering form of the Super Shenron. His voice is clear and resolute, imbued with profound mourning for all that has been lost and fervent hope. In the name of chaos, I beseech, revive. Revive all beings that have been utterly annihilated or erased from existence by the destruction demon. His words resonate with the authority of cosmic law, each syllable invoking the immense power of the Super Shenron, including all the angels who have been obliterated, all the gods of destruction cast into eternal slumber, all innocent lives consumed and destroyed within the obliterated planets and civilizations, all warriors who sacrificed themselves in this calamity. Let their souls reunite, let their bodies be reformed, and let their existence return in its entirety, returning to the state that existed before the calamity, to the spatio-temporal nodes where they rightfully belong. Simultaneously, Luo Yu's gaze shifted toward the 2 faint figures on the platform, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Completely restore the King of All and the High Priest from all their wounds. Purify their tainted essence, replenish their plundered divine power, and reconstruct their shattered divinity. Let them return to their prime state. This is my wish. The blazing eyes of the Super Dragon erupted with an unprecedented golden radiance. The entire multiverse seemed to tremble slightly under the vast power of this profound desire. This wish, grand and weighty, was accompanied by the Super Dragon's solemn voice, addressing the restoration of the supreme deities, involving an extraordinary reversal of erasure by the concept obliterator. Its immense dragon gaze fixed upon Luo Yu, as if penetrating the endless chaotic essence within him. Summoner, your essence shall become the cornerstone of this wish. Do you consent? Master, Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. unprepared for the revelation that the price of the wish would require Luo Ye to sacrifice his essence. Yet, Luo Ye remained unfazed, calmly raising his hand with his palm upward, a pure and vast force, seemingly containing the essence of cosmic creation and destruction, surged forth like an offering to the dragon. Take it. Fulfill your mission. Luo Ye's voice bore no tremor. As you wish. The super dragon unleashed a roar that resounded through the heavens. The brilliance of the 7 super dragon balls instantaneously coalesced into a golden sea, devouring the vast chaotic essence released by Luo Ye. Following that, an indescribable power, transcending the boundaries of time and space, erupted with a thunderous roar. The golden light, akin to a primordial flood, swiftly engulfed all known and unknown dimensions of time and space. A miracle was unfolding. In Vegeta's astonished gaze, Chapter 54, A Day as a Teacher, a Lifetime as a Father. In the previously empty void, countless pure points of light began to emerge, coalescing into the shattered souls of the angels that had been completely erased. The figures of Whis, Margarita, and Konnik, along with all the fallen angels, materialized from the void, their fractured divine rings reconstituting in the golden light, shimmering. Their dazed expressions quickly regained clarity, filled with disbelief and the joy of rebirth. The destroyers abandoned in the depths of the desolate planet's wreckage, Beerus, Quitella, Ramsey, and Kampa, were enveloped in golden light, their torn divine fragments reassembling, shining. As their withered divine power surged forth like a sweet spring, their tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, emitting uncertain growls. Countless fragments of destroyed planets reformed, healed, as extinguished stars reignited. On the ruins of once thriving civilizations, innumerable points of light ascended, the souls of countless innocent deceased returning, reshaping their corporeal forms. The once dead starry sky was rejuvenated with life. On the platform, the horrifying wounds that penetrated the king of all and the high priest rapidly healed and vanished in the golden light. Their withered, desiccated bodies were infused with an endless fountain of life, quickly becoming robust and regaining their luster. The dull skin transformed once more into brilliance for the king of all, or warmth for the high priest. The exhausted essence has been purified and restored. The shattered divinity emitted a melodious sound, becoming whole and robust once more. A formidable and sacred pressure, akin to an ancient slumbering behemoth, began to awaken from within them. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully vanquishing the destruction demon god. The White God Form 6 has now been released. Please check your rewards. System. Love you. System. Host. Pretending to be someone else in the outside world while putting on a FAAD before this system is rather bothersome. Farewell. The king of all blinked his hollow eyes, bewilderedly gazing at his small hands, then glancing at the grand priest, who was also rapidly recovering. Finally, his gaze settled on Luoya, his childlike voice laced with the confusion of awakening and a hint of grievance. Luoya? I think I just had a long and terrifying dream where I played with a very wicked person, and it hurt so much. The grand priest had fully regained his consciousness. He felt the unprecedented surge of divine power coursing through him, observing the intact king of all before him. Then looking towards the angels being reformed in the void, the resurrected destroyers, and the rejuvenated cosmic stars. Ultimately, his focus landed on Luoya, who was slowly retracting his hand that had released the essence, his complexion seemingly a shade paler than before. Yet his upright figure remained as sturdy as the backbone supporting heaven and earth. The grand priest elegantly rose, adjusting the divine robe restored to its former glory by the golden light. He approached Luoya, placing his right hand over his chest, and, with a profound sense of reverence, bowed deeply, lowering his waist, an act that had never been bestowed upon any being, symbolizing the utmost dignity of the gods. His voice, no longer hoarse, regained its gentle strength, imbued with an unprecedented, soulful gratitude and respect. Lord Luoya, this grace and virtue shall be eternally remembered by all beings across the myriad realms, including myself and His Majesty the King of all. Vegeta observed the resurrection of the gods and the rebirth of all things before him, witnessing the grand priest's deep bow, then gazing at his master, who seemed to have single-handedly turned the tide. An indescribable warmth surged in his heart, and the hot tears finally overflowed. Hope had once again graced this war-torn universe, and the bearer of this hope was his master, Leia. The golden torrent of creation gradually subsided, the magnificent form of the super dragon dissipating into luminous specks, while the 7 super dragon balls lost their radiance, scattering into the depths of the cosmos. The scars of the universe were being healed by miracles, and vitality flowed anew. The angels surrounded the restored king of all and grand priest, while the destroyers congregated, still haunted, yet filled with a sense of relief after surviving calamity, whispering amongst themselves. Countless reborn beings gazed in bewilderment and delight at their rejuvenated homeland. Yet, at the center of this revival, Luoya floated silently. His complexion appeared even paler than before, a consequence of sacrificing part of the chaotic essence. Yet his stature remained as imposing as a mountain. His profound gaze did not linger on the resplendent scene before him, but pierced through the barriers of reality, casting its sight into the deeper, darker dimension of the demon realm. Vegeta stood beside Luoya, his Super Saiyan transformation now reverted to its normal state. He gazed in the direction where his master was fixated, sensing within that gaze a resolute chill, even more frigid than when confronting the destroyer demon. A faint realization stirred within him. The voice of Master Vegeta, tinged with inquiry, broke the silence. What do you see? The destroyer demon has been vanquished. It was merely a blade. Luoya's voice was deep and serene, akin to a frozen galaxy. The true wielders of this blade are those entities lurking within the abyss of the demon realm. They sense the variable I brought, exploiting my lapse, thus granting this blade an opportunity, culminating in this cataclysmic disaster. His words sent a tremor through Vegeta's heart. Was there a deeper malevolence behind the destroyer demon? Did his master believe that this calamity was manipulated due to his arrival? No, master. This is not your fault. Vegeta fervently protested. It is those demons who are too cunning. Luoya raised a hand to silence Vegeta's objections. His gaze remained fixed on the invisible entrance to the demon realm. His eyes sharp as blades. The responsibility lies with me. A lapse is a fault. Since the calamity arose because of me, it is my duty to bring it to an end. Those high-level demons who covet order and feast upon chaos and destruction must pay the price for their greed and schemes. He turned to Vegeta, a white flame quietly igniting in the depths of his eyes. Vegeta, follow me into the demon realm. This journey serves both as retribution and atonement. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta's eyes rekindled with the fire of battle. The Saiyan blood within him surged. Yes, master. From now on, through fire and brimstone, I, Vegeta, am steadfastly by your side. There was no earth-shattering portal that opened. Luoya simply extended a finger towards an obscure point in the void and made a gentle swipe. With a hiss, a slit, seemingly composed of pure darkness and edged with faint white flames, silently manifested. Within the rift churned viscous, tangible demonic energy, infused with an endless essence of chaos, corruption, and greed. Merely the leak of its aura caused the recently revived space to groan under the burden. It was a world, the demon realm, starkly opposed to the orderly universe. Steeped in malice, Luoya stepped forward, his figure instantly engulfed by the thick darkness. Vegeta took a deep breath, his crimson gold aura erupting once more to shield him, and he followed closely into the rift. Chapter 55. Entering the demon realm. For reckoning, the demon realm was not a planet, but an expansive, twisted dimension composed of chaotic laws and negative energy. The sky was a tumult of putrid blood and sulfurous flames, while the ground resembled a writhing, dark red carpet akin to visceral innards, oozing corrosive pus. Countless deformed demons roared, clashed, and devoured one another within the shadows. In the very heart of this chaos stood several colossal demon palaces, each distinct in style, yet exuding a suffocating aura of terror. The figures of Luoya and Vegeta abruptly appeared above this core region, akin to 2 droplets of water thrown into a boiling pot of oil, instantly igniting the silence. Roar! Creak! Countless low-tier demons, like sharks scenting blood, surged forth in a frenzied wave, forming a tide of filth that blotted out the sky. Vegeta's gaze intensified as he prepared to strike, yet he observed Luoya merely casting a casual glance at the tainted tide. A hum resonated. There were no fluctuations of energy, no motions whatsoever. Just a fleeting glance. Those monstrous creatures, be they ferocious beasts or cunning specters, were as if thrust into an invisible grinder, instantly reduced to the finest dust, not even a scream escaping their lips. The filth-ridden tide, spanning thousands of miles, was cleansed to create an utterly pristine spherical domain. An absolute silence enveloped the remaining monsters, who retreated in terror as if confronted by their natural predator. At that moment, a grand, avaricious sound, akin to countless mouths simultaneously swallowing, thundered from a demonic palace constructed of colossal bones. How delectable and enticing is the essence of chaos. Though the shadow of the voice remained unseen, its greedy intent almost materialized, manifesting as countless invisible tongues licking the space surrounding Luoya. How dare you willingly tread into our hunting ground? Have you come to offer yourself as a tribute? Luoya remained expressionless, his gaze not even directed towards the skeletal palace, merely uttering two words with indifference: noisy. He pointed his finger like a sword towards the palace and made a slight gesture. Uft. No earth-shattering explosion ensued. The immense palace, as towering as a mountain and formed from countless divine and demonic bones, exuding a terrifying pressure, along with the high-ranking demon god, the devouring maw, Gromar, who had just proclaimed his greed, vanished silently like a burst bubble, disappearing without a trace. The space that once existed there became a smooth, void patch, as if nothing had ever been present. Vijay gasped in astonishment. He knew his master was powerful, but he never expected that in the demon realm. Facing an evidently formidable demon god, it could be dealt with merely through a glance and a finger. This was no longer mere suppression, it was obliteration. From another palace, composed of twisted runes and writhing living flesh, a sharp, vengeful thought filled with the fury of a plan laid bare erupted. Gromar? How dare you? The embodiment of chaos. You have disrupted the balance. Do you not know we have long since set in place the scheme of annihilation, Salonin? Luoya coldly uttered its true name, his voice devoid of warmth. Your laughable traps and curses became ineffective the moment I stepped foot in this realm. He raised his hand, fingers splayed, directed at the living palace, then slowly clenched his fist. Crack, rumble. This time, it was no longer a silent obliteration. The palace appeared to be seized by an invisible hand that covered the entire dimension. The living flesh that constituted the palace emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The twisted runes flickered madly in a futile attempt to resist, yet were crushed and disintegrated in an instant by absolute power. Along with it, the demon god Salonin, adept in schemes and curses, was likewise crushed into a mist of foul blood and shattered fragments of laws. The piercing screams abruptly ceased. Vijay felt a shiver run down his spine. His master's methods were too direct, too tyrannical. This was retribution. The final magic palace, the most magnificent and imposing of all, is composed of pure crystallized darkness, resembling an inverted black peak. A deep, authoritative voice, imbued with the undeniable wrath of a sovereign, emanates from within, as if the entire demonic realm trembles in response. Enough. Embodiment of chaos. The voice of chaos, the Lord of the Abyss, reverberates like a multitude of thunderclaps rolling through the void, accusing, you have slaughtered my realm's demon gods, trampling upon the dignity of the demon world. Do you believe that with your solitary strength, you can defy the will of the entire abyss? The massive gates of the dark crystalline palace burst open, revealing a towering figure cloaked in a dense, almost tangible aura of dark magic, crowned with thorns. Its oppressive presence far surpasses that of the previous two demon gods. As if the abyss itself were staring down, countless high-ranking demon generals surge forth from the palace like a tidal wave, surrounding it, the air thick with malevolent energy. Luoya finally cast his gaze upon this demon lord. His expression remained tranquil, yet beneath that calmness lay a chill deeper than the abyss itself. Abyssal will? A hint of derision tinged Luoya's voice, barely perceptible, yet potent enough to freeze the soul. It is merely the cacophony of chaos. He stepped forward, just a single step. The seemingly thin white flames erupted around him, pure, frigid, imbued with the intent to extinguish all chaos and existence. Wherever the white flames reached, the roiling dark magic emitted a hissing lament, rapidly dissipating and melting away. The high-ranking demon generals, akin to a black tide behind chaos, were swept away by the brilliance of the white flames, unable to even utter a scream before being reduced to ash, as if they had never existed in this world. Chaos's form trembled slightly under the pressure of the white flames, the dense magic enveloping it fluctuating violently, revealing a grotesque body covered in pitch-black scales, adorned with lava-like magical patterns. The abyssal fire burning in its eyes flickered wildly, revealing astonishment for the first time. Your voice, Chaos, trembles with disbelief. How can your power suppress the very essence of the abyss? Luoya offered no reply, merely raising his hand once more. This time, his palm was directed at the Abyssal Lord Chaos. The reckoning has only just begun. Luoya's voice resonated like the final judgment. You have exploited my negligence, resulting in catastrophe. Now, it is time for your greed to bear the consequences. Suppression. Buzz. The white flames in Luoya's palm transformed from their fiery form, instantaneously collapsing into a beam of purest white light, as if capable of piercing through all dimensions and concluding every concept. The beam shot forth silently, its speed surpassing the perception of time and space. Chapter 56. Reckoning in the Demon Realm 2. The Abyssal Lord Chaos let out a deafening roar, summoning the abyssal powers from the entire palace and the surrounding vast areas, coalescing before him into a dark magical shield capable of withstanding the explosion of a galaxy. However, the moment that white beam made contact with the magical shield, a hissing sound erupted. There was no stalemate, no explosion. The abyssal shield, touted as impervious to all attacks, was pierced through like thin ice under sunlight, vaporizing instantly. The white beam did not falter, precisely striking Chaos's chest. Chaos emitted an unprecedented wail, a harrowing blend of excruciating pain and terror. Its once proud, pitch-black form, capable of withstanding the tumult of time and space, was pierced by a beam of white light, transforming it into a wax figure cast into a furnace. A gaping void, rimmed with an unquenchable white flame, was seared through its torso. The immense body of Chaos was propelled backward by the horrifying power contained within the beam, crashing violently into its own dark crystal fortress. The earth-shattering roar echoed. The grand fortress trembled violently under the tremendous impact, countless dark crystals fracturing and plummeting. Chaos was firmly pinned in the depths of the fortress, atop the abyssal throne that symbolized its supreme authority. The burning white flame acted as the most formidable seal, not only scorching its corporeal form, but also penetrating the very essence of its demonic soul, relentlessly suppressing all of its power. It could only emit a roar of anguish and despair, utterly immobilized. The entire core of the demon realm lay in eerie silence, as all surviving demonic beings trembled and cowered in fear. Their exalted master, subdued in a single strike, nailed to its own throne like a specimen. Luoya slowly lowered his hand, the surrounding white flames receding. He cast a cold glance at Chaos, struggling in agony upon the throne, and at the two regions of the fallen demon gods, completely obliterated. Let this serve as a warning. Luoya's frigid voice resonated throughout the core of the demon realm, etching itself into the very souls of all demonic creatures. Should anyone dare to meddle with the cosmic order and invoke the harbingers of catastrophe, they shall face utter annihilation, their forms and spirits obliterated, and the demon realm sealed forever. His words bore an absolute will, akin to an irrefutable decree, deeply inscribed within the foundational laws of the demon realm. Vegeta stood behind Luoya, witnessing this mythic spectacle. His master had entered the heart of the demon realm alone, effortlessly obliterating two great demon gods and subduing the abyssal lord in a single blow, instilling dread throughout the entire demon realm. This was even more awe-inspiring than the previous slaughter of demon gods. Such formidable power, such overwhelming dominance. Luoya turned, his gaze settling on Vegeta, the chill in his eyes slightly dissipating. Let us depart, Vegeta. Luoya's voice regained its usual calmness. The matter at hand was concluded. It was time to return. Yes, Master. Vegeta's voice brimmed with unprecedented reverence and excitement. He took one last look at the now silent core of the demon realm, subdued by his master's unparalleled might, and followed Luoya into the slowly closing, white flame-tinged rift. Under the absolute suppression of formidable power, the demon realm fell into a prolonged, chilling silence. The image of the abyssal Lord Chaos pinned to the throne became an eternal nightmare for all demonic beings. Luoya's name transformed into the deepest taboo within the temporal demon realm, as the white flame rift sealed behind them. The nauseating stench of sulfur and the desperate wails of despair were completely shut away. Luoya and Vegeta reappeared in the starry expanse of the seventh universe, a realm stabilized by Luoya's power. In the distance, the high priest was conveying instructions to the resurrected angels, while the king floated curiously beside a newly revived, shimmering planet, playfully poking it with his tiny finger. The destroyers congregated, their murmurs of debate faintly audible, yet the atmosphere was distinctly different from the previous despair. Vegeto gazed at the vibrant scene before him, recalling the immense power his master had wielded in the demon realm, akin to the divine wrath of a creator. His emotions stirred and difficult to contain. He turned his gaze to Roya, noticing that his master appeared even paler than after the sacrifice of his essence. Yet his tall figure stood firm like a stabilizing pillar. The voice of his master, Vegeto, resonated with the exhilaration of surviving calamity and boundless reverence, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words to express the overwhelming awe he felt. Roya merely responded with a faint acknowledgement, his eyes sweeping across the revived starry sky, confirming that all was progressing favorably. His tone revealed little emotional fluctuation. Merely a few pests have been eradicated. The demon realm would not dare to act recklessly in the near future. A few pests? Vegeto nearly exclaimed, recalling the 2 high-level demons that had been instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind, and the Abyssal Lord, pinned to his throne like a specimen, now referred to as merely a pest by his master? He scratched his head, the Scion blood still boiling within him. Master, you are truly formidable. That Abyssal Lord summoned the entire power of the Demon Palace, and yet you simply dealt with it in a single blow. With a swift motion, he gestured excitedly to illustrate the scene. At that moment, the elegant figure of the High Priest materialized before them. He keenly detected a trace of exceedingly pure, yet tainted and chaotic, demonic essence lingering on Roya and Vegeto. Along with a hint of undeniable weakness from Roya, his expression grew gravely serious. Lord Roya, the High Priest's voice remained gentle, yet tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Where have you just been? This aura is from the core of the demon realm, and his gaze fell upon Roya, laden with deep concern. Your essence seems to have been depleted? Whis soon followed the High Priest's arrival, his angelic staff flickering softly, and his usual calm demeanor replaced by gravity. Oh dear. This residual pressure of abyssal will and the vengeful remnants of the obliterated demons. Lord Roya, you and Mr. Vegeto Haven T just raided their lair, have you? Vegeto immediately interjected, his tone filled with pride. Not just raided their lair. High Priest, Mr. Whis, you should have seen it. My master charged straight into the core of the demon realm. 2 foolish demons jumped out to chatter, and my master merely cast them a glance. And with a single finger, poof, they were gone without a trace. Not even remnants remained. The last one, the Abyssal Lord Chaos, looked quite intimidating, summoning the entire power of the Demon Palace to counter my master's strike. But what happened? My master simply remarked, noisy, and then, whoosh, a beam of white light. It pierced straight through him, creating a gaping hole from front to back, like nailing a bug to a board, and with a resounding thud, he was pinned to his own throne. Master also said, Chapter 57, The Parting Entrustment. Beijite Luoya calmly interrupted his disciple's vivid description. Yes, Master. Beijite immediately fell silent, yet the excitement and admiration in his eyes remained undiminished. The High Priest and Weiss exchanged glances, each recognizing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. To obliterate high-tier demons as if they were mere ants? To suppress the Abyssal Demon Lord upon its throne with a single strike? This transcended their understanding of power. The High Priest inhaled deeply, bowing profoundly to Luoya, his tone laden with complex emotions. Lord Luoya, this is to atone. Luoya's voice remained calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The calamity of the demon gods stems from the covetousness deep within the demon realm. They exploited my negligence, which led to this disaster. This journey is to settle accounts and sever future calamities. The High Priest straightened, his eyes filled with genuine admiration and a hint of trepidation. Settling accounts and severing future calamities, Lord Luoya. Your action is akin to daringly venturing into a den of dragons and tigers, cutting off one of the most perilous routes of disaster for our orderly world. Such a grace, such a virtue. He once again found words inadequate. Weiss gently shook his staff, regaining some semblance of his usual elegance, though his tone remained solemn. Truly a breathtaking feat, however, Lord Luoya. His gaze fell upon Luoya's somewhat pale visage, his angelic insight keen. The forceful suppression of the primordial will of the demon realm and the subsequent obliteration of demon gods. The cost of this endeavor is surely not as simple as mere exhaustion of breath, is it? Your chaotic essence. Luoya slightly shook his head, interrupting Weiss's inquiry. A trivial cost, it matters not. As long as this realm is at peace, it is worthwhile. Master. Beijite grew anxious. How can it be trivial? You previously sacrificed your essence to revive everyone, and now, Beerus. Luoya cast a reassuring glance at his disciple, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable calm. The essence of power lies in protection. Exhaustion can be replenished, but if one allows disaster to fester out of fear of depletion, then power loses its significance. Beerus opened his mouth, gazing into his master's serene yet resolute eyes, ultimately swallowing his words, though his fists clenched unconsciously. He silently vowed to become stronger, strong enough to share his master's burdens. Just then, the diminutive figure of the Omni-King zipped over, curiously circling around Luoya, his large eyes sparkling. Luoya? You smell funny, like spoiled candy. Did you go fight bad guys? Worse than the bad guy who played pain games with me? The innocent words shattered the solemn atmosphere. Luoya looked down at the innocent and curious eyes of the Omni-King, and deep within him, the frozen ice seemed to thaw slightly. He extended his hand, gently ruffling the Omni-King's round head, his voice softer than ever. Yes, I went to fight the bad guys. From now on, no bad guy will dare to bully a Quan and everyone else. Yay! The Omni-King clapped his small hands joyfully. Luoya is the strongest, stronger than the High Priest. The bad guys have all been chased away. The High Priest and Weiss observed this scene, their faces breaking into relieved smiles. After the tempest has passed, hope is rekindled. What has brought forth this transformation is none other than the enigmatic embodiment of chaos before us, Loa. His name has become a taboo in the demon realm, and shall undoubtedly be etched into the hearts of the awakened beings across all realms as an eternal legend and a symbol of protection. The carefree laughter of the Omni-King resonates throughout the starry expanse, while the Grand Priest and Whis were expressions of relief, having survived the calamity. The destroyer gods seem to have resumed their debates over who is mightier. The gears of the universe appear to have begun turning anew, infused with vibrant life. Vegeta stands by Loa's side, observing the scene with profound respect for his master and a glimmer of hope for the future. Yet, Loa's gaze pierces through this resurgent panorama, reaching into the profound depths of the cosmic essence. Although his aura remains vast, the sacrifices made and the toll of suppressing the demon realm have left invisible marks, detectable only by those of the highest caliber. He understands that this chapter has concluded, and the variables he has introduced are considerable. It is time for him to depart. He turns to Vegeta, his voice calm, yet imbued with a subtle weight of expectation. Vegeta, Master? Vegeta immediately focuses his attention. This realm has been restored, and the roots of calamity have been eradicated. His gaze, profound, reveals Vegeta's boundless potential. The blood of the Saiyans intertwined with your spirit holds immeasurable possibilities for the future. Remember, the essence of power lies in protection, not destruction. Diligently cultivate your abilities, and you shall harness even greater strength. Vegeta feels the gravity of his master's words and nods earnestly. Yes, Master. I will certainly remember your teachings. I will safeguard this place, protect Gohan and everyone else, until I become strong enough to seek you out. A faint smile plays upon Loa's lips, a barely perceptible expression of satisfaction. He makes no promises. Next, he turns to the Grand Priest. Grand Priest. The Grand Priest bows gracefully, placing a hand over his heart. Lord Loa, please command us. Though order has been restored, the wounds remain. The Omni-King possesses a pure heart. The balance of this realm still requires your vigilant care. Loa's words, serene yet laden with acknowledgement of the Grand Priest's capabilities, convey that while the demon realm is subdued, chaos is boundless, and potential threats may linger. Remain vigilant against the unknown and uphold the fundamentals. The Grand Priest's expression grows solemn as he bows deeply once more. I shall heed your teachings, Lord Loa. Maintaining the balance of this realm and ensuring the peace of His Majesty the Omni-King and all beings is my duty. With the foundation you have laid today, we shall exert our utmost efforts. Whis, standing nearby, also bows elegantly. Please rest assured, Lord Loa. While the path may encounter minor obstacles, we angels shall fully support the Grand Priest. Finally, Loa's gaze settles upon the approaching Omni-King, who seems to sense something, his face adorned with a look of innocent curiosity. Omni-King, Loa's tone softens. Loa? The Omni-King floats before him, blinking his large eyes. Are you leaving? Like last time? To a very faraway place? Indeed, Loa gently nods, extending a finger. A faint yet pure spark of chaotic light, embodying the will of protection, silently merges with the small forehead of the Omni-King. In the face of insurmountable adversaries, it shall assist you. The Omni-King gently touched his forehead, feeling no peculiarities, merely a warmth blossoming within his heart. He pouted slightly, imbued with a child's reluctance. Will you still come back to play with me? Next time, shall we engage in games that do not cause pain? Perhaps. He remained silent, offering no definitive answer, instead tenderly tousling the Omni-King's violet hair, urging him to heed the words of the Grand Minister. As this atmosphere of farewell permeated the air, Chapter 58, Journey to the Upper Realm of the Cosmos commenced. Buzz. Without warning, the entire star domain's space rippled violently, as if a stone had been cast into still waters. An immense, majestic pressure, far exceeding any existence within the Dragon Ball universe, including the Grand Minister and the Omni-King at that moment, descended with the force of an invisible firmament. This pressure was not malevolent, but rather a manifestation of purest order, rules, and power. It bore an air of aloofness, surveying all realms and adjudicating the heavens with an unparalleled authority. The sky appeared to rend apart as a dazzling, indescribable silver-blue beam of light pierced downward. Within this beam, space parted like waves of water, and a figure stepped forth with measured grace. The newcomer was tall and stately, clad in a form-fitting uniform that shimmered with the brilliance of flowing galaxies, adorned with an extraordinary badge woven from countless delicate star rings. His visage seemed youthful, yet carried an ancient indifference, his silver-white hair meticulously styled. Most unsettling were his eyes, devoid of pupils, replaced by a radiant galaxy that perpetually flickered and calculated endless laws. His arrival silenced the previously disputatious gods of destruction, rendering them mute as if grasped by an unseen chokehold. Beerus and the others' pupils constricted, their muscles tensed, instinctively sensing an existential threat. The Grand Minister and Whis too underwent an immediate transformation in expression, as if confronted by a formidable foe. This overwhelming pressure made them feel as insignificant as mere specks of dust. The Omni-King instinctively retreated behind the Grand Minister, gazing at the newcomer with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The entire reawakened universe seemed to be muted at that moment, leaving only the suffocating pressure exuded by the silver-blue figure. Vegeta instantly ascended into his Super Saiyan God form, red hair ablaze, red eyes fierce, and his aura erupting to its zenith, positioning himself protectively in front of Roya. Who are you? He could sense that this individual was infinitely more terrifying than the abyssal demon Lord Chaos. Merely the aura emanating from him sent his Saiyan blood into a frenzy of alarm. The newcomer's starry gaze casually swept over Vegeta, devoid of any emotion, as if brushing past an inconsequential pebble. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon but one individual, Roya. Disregarding the vigilance of the deities and Vegeta's hostility, he addressed Roya, extending his right hand in an exquisitely precise manner, embodying supreme principles, gently resting upon the star ring badge upon his left chest, and nodding slightly. His voice resonated like the harmonious chorus of countless stars, cold, precise, devoid of any emotion, yet reverberating clearly within the depths of every soul. Designation: Grand Cosmic Order Inspection Court. Level 1 Chief Enforcer, codename Star Law, acting under the supreme decree of the All-King, here to execute the summoning procedure. His gaze, reminiscent of a galaxy, fixed upon Luoya, and his voice delivered a final verdict. Anomalous entity, Luoya. Identity confirmed, master of chaotic origins. Behavioral assessment, elimination of significant temporal threats, Doomsday Demon. Restoration of the Order's core, All-King High Priest. Eradication of secondary dimensional hazards, Abyssal Demon Lord, etc. Energy level, exceeding the current threshold of the microcosm's capacity. In accordance with Chapter 0, Article 7 of the Fundamental Law of the Pan-Cosmic Order, any singular entity whose power surpasses the carrying limit of its originating universe and possesses uncontrollable variable characteristics must be immediately summoned to the upper realm of the Grand Cosmos for direct governance and evaluation by the All-King. Summoning the Chaos Master of the Microcosm, Luoya, please follow me to the upper realm. Star Law's words, akin to the icy edicts of law, instantaneously froze the thoughts of all present. The upper realm of the Grand Cosmos? The All-King? Surpassing the cosmic carrying limits? Uncontrollable variables? Direct governance? Each term harbored a depth of information far beyond their comprehension. The High Priest's expression shifted dramatically, It was the first time he had heard of the All-King's existence. The oppressive aura of the Enforcer suffocated even him, the chief among deities. He instantly grasped the implications of Luo Ya's power level. It was something this universe could scarcely accommodate. Vegeta was struck as though by lightning, incredulously gazing at Luo Ya, then at the cold, machine-like Enforcer. Wait, what did you say? Summoning. Master, save this world. On what grounds? Luo Ya's calm voice emerged, imbued with an unusual soothing power that swiftly overshadowed Vegeta's agitation and the pressure exerted by Star Law. He stepped forward, passing his apprentice who stood in his way. Luo Ya's gaze met Star Law's starry eyes in serene confrontation. A knowing smile spread across his face. Oh, we meet again. Haha, indeed. I never imagined you would grow so swiftly. Young one, my strength pales in comparison to yours. Ha ha ha, let's dispense with the pleasantries. Come now. My Lord Inspector, are you truly departing? Beerus knelt, his feline visage awash with tears. Inspector, I implore you, do not leave. Whis elegantly covered his mouth with a laugh. Lord Beerus, are you afraid that the All-King will saddle you as a steed? Ha ha. Lord Beerus, perhaps you should consider how to prepare a farewell banquet for the Inspector. His white hair swayed with laughter, though a fleeting trace of unnoticeable regret flickered in his eyes. The 12 gods of destruction knelt in unison, their expressions solemn. Kampa of the 6th universe deliberately squeezed out tears. The departure of the Inspector is a loss for the entire cosmos. We shall pray day and night for your safety. The other gods of destruction echoed his sentiments, though their energy fluctuations betrayed their eagerness to see this formidable presence depart. All right, let us cease this charade. You all are eager for my departure, aren't you? Ha ha ha, Chief Enforcer. I am now aware. Loya's voice remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable sense of authority. Let us proceed. He commanded. Master, Vegeta exclaimed in haste, his crimson hair billowing as he yearned to advance. The High Priest could no longer contain himself and interjected, Lord Loya. Without turning back, Loya simply raised his hand and gently gestured towards Vegeta and the High Priest. An irresistible yet gentle force enveloped Vegeta and all those eager to move forward, anchoring them in place. Words were unnecessary. Loya's voice resonated clearly within their consciousness. Safeguard this realm. My path does not lead within this universe. He cast a final glance at the anxious and reluctant Vegeta, at the High Priest and Whis, whose expressions were laden with complexity, and at the bewildered Zeno, whose wide eyes reflected innocence and confusion hidden behind the High Priest. Then, he turned to face the silver-blue beam of light leading to the unknown upper realm and stepped forward. The Grand Enforcement Officer, expressionless, followed closely behind. In an instant, the silver-blue beam constricted, the ripples of space settled, and the silhouettes of Loya and the formidable officer vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only the desolate starry sky remained, accompanied by a group of bewildered gods and warriors, their hearts heavy with endless questions and profound sorrow. Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the place where Loya had disappeared, his fists clenched, nails digging deeply into his palms. The Master has ventured to a world so unfamiliar, vast, and unknown, murmured the High Priest of the upper universe, staring into the empty void, his gaze steeped in complexity. He understood that Lord Loya's journey would likely confront him with an even grander and more unfathomable future. And now, in their recently revived universe, how would they fare without the presence of this chaotic sovereign? The cosmos resumed its operation, yet a monumental enigma regarding higher existences, the Grand Zeno. And the upper universe loomed like a heavy shadow, indelibly marked in the hearts of all aware. Loya's name had become a true myth in this universe, one that none could aspire to reach. Author's warm reminder. The Dragon Ball story will pause here for now. What follows will delve into a cosmic structure even grander than the Dragon Ball universe. Those interested may continue reading. As we approach the grand conclusion, the narrative will circle back to the Dragon Ball world for closure. Also, the author is human, not a machine. Some typographical errors may still occur, so please refrain from overly focusing on them. Thank you all. Chapter 59. The Chaotic Universe Overseer. The silver blue beam was not merely a simple teleportation passage. It was a bridge constructed from the purest force of law. As Loya stepped into it, he felt as though he were traversing layer upon layer of the universe's membrane. The surroundings transformed from stars into flowing, tangible fragments of the temporal and spatial river, interspersed with countless flickering cosmic bubbles. The Grand Enforcement Officer walked silently beside him, his star-like eyes filled with a torrent of data, seemingly engaged in an ongoing calculation of Loya's state. Time became an enigma. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. Suddenly, the light ahead swelled to an unimaginable grandeur, pure and imbued with an all-encompassing yet supreme will. The beam of light dissipated. Loya found himself enveloped in an indescribable singularity, a realm devoid of orientation, where no material form existed, only an endless expanse of luminous order, flowing with myriad hues. At the heart of this ocean of light hovered an immense throne, composed of countless interwoven rings of stars, vast beyond imagination. The throne itself seemed to embody the very laws of the universe, emanating a pressure that resonated even within Loya's chaotic essence. Upon the throne sat a figure, his form indistinct, as if woven from the luminous shadows of countless cosmic births and deaths. At times, he appeared as a majestic giant, at others, as an encompassing galaxy, and at yet other moments, he transformed into the pure, curious essence of a child. This was the embodiment of the ultimate will of the Great All, governing not only Loya's home universe, but also the higher realms of the grand cosmos. Surrounding the throne were beings of diverse forms. Some, clad in the uniforms of order like starry sentinels, possessed cold, rational gazes. Others resembled ancient nebula giants, exuding a formidable life force, while still others appeared as pure aggregates of law, their auras swirling. These were the core deities of the upper cosmos, the grand justices, and the supreme overseers of various universes. At this moment, countless eyes, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, reverence, or a subtle hint of disdain, were fixed upon Loya. One of the starry sentinels stepped forward, addressing the throne of the Great All with the utmost formality, bowing and placing a hand over his heart, his voice resonating like the echo of law. "I report to your majesty, the Great All, that the chaos controller of the small universe, Loya, has been brought to the holy temple of order." The figure composed of light and shadow seemed to turn his gaze upon Loya, a gentle yet all-seeing will sweeping over him. Loya felt acutely aware of his entire existence, from birth to growth. From the suppression in the demon realm to the sacrifice of his essence, all laid bare under this will, not an intrusion, but in a higher understanding and affirmation. "Brother Tongzi, can he perceive you? I feel as though I stand before him like a naked child," Loya whispered. "Rest assured, host, they cannot detect my presence. They refer to you as the anomaly, yet they know you do not belong to this cosmic order." Then, a grand and gentle voice, akin to the chorus of countless universes, resonated within the consciousness of Loya and all present deities. "The seed of chaos sprouts in desolation, grows amidst destruction, preserves order, and purges the source of calamity. His heart is commendable, and his strength reliable." As the light and shadow swirled, a decree composed of pure order light materialized before the throne, inscribed with intricately complex runes of law. "By this decree, we appoint Loya as the first Grand Justice of the Order Inspection Court of the Grand Universe, equal in rank to the Starry Sentinels. He is granted the title of Chaos Overseer, entrusted with the oversight of chaotic variables in the 1st to 36th universe clusters, the eradication of secondary dimensional threats, and the maintenance of the boundaries of order." The decree transformed into a stream of light, merging into Loya's being. In an instant, Loya sensed a remarkable connection between his chaotic essence and the vast cosmic order of the upper realms. A uniform akin to that of the cosmic inspectors, yet predominantly obsidian with edges pulsating with chaotic starlight, enveloped him instantaneously. A star ring insignia manifested on his left chest, adorned by a swirling chaos vortex that flickered in and out of existence. A more lucid and expansive vision of the universe unfolded within his consciousness. "Congratulations, esteemed Chaos Overseer." Most deities, including the Star Law, bowed slightly in reverence. The ceremony was meant to proceed in such a manner. However, an extremely discordant sound, imbued with a tumultuous wave of power, abruptly shattered the solemnity of the Order Sanctum. A figure stepped forth from the ranks of the deities, towering like a mountain. He was clad in a fearsome armor of molten gold, resembling solidified lava, with only a pair of eyes ablaze with the flames of destruction visible beneath his helmet. He emanated a terrifying aura, as if poised to incinerate the very fabric of order, starkly contrasting with the rationality and calm of those surrounding him. "Ember." The voice of the Star Law carried a chilling warning, its gaze locking onto the imposing figure. The deity known as Ember disregarded the admonition, his searing gaze piercing toward Luoya, his voice a rumble akin to the core of the earth. Preposterous. A mere aberration from the lower realms, having recently ascended, dares to equate himself with us after eradicating a trivial pest and mending a shattered vessel? How audacious to even presume to surpass me and become a first-level law enforcer of the inspection court, overseeing 36 universes? His presence surged violently, distorting the light within the Order's sanctum as if consumed by his flames of annihilation. Star Law? Allowing him to ascend is one thing, but to elevate him to a first-level law enforcer, making him my superior in presiding over the Inferno Tribunal of Universes 19 to 24. I refuse to accept this. Ember's colossal, lava-like finger pointed menacingly at Luoya, destruction flames coalescing at its tip, the very space around it lamenting under the scorching heat. Boy, if you wish to secure your position and command my Ember, then show your true capabilities. Let me witness whether your so-called chaotic essence can withstand my cataclysmic flames. Defeat me, and I shall bow in submission. Fail, and return to your pitiful realm. A blatant provocation. The atmosphere within the Order's sanctum plummeted to an icy silence. The shadowy throne of the Grand Ruler remained inscrutable, seemingly acquiescing to this challenge. The other deities also fell into silence, evidently eager to discern the true measure of this newly appointed Chaos Overseer. The Star Law cast a glance toward Luoya, an inquiring glimmer evident in its gaze. Luoya maintained a tranquil demeanor, though a deep, dormant white flame began to stir within his eyes. Very well. His voice, calm yet resonant, cut through Ember's roar. It is time to stretch my limbs. No sooner had he spoken than Luoya's figure vanished. Ember's pupils flared with the flames of destruction, arrogant. He clenched his massive fist, engulfed in fire capable of incinerating entire star systems, and unleashed a tremendous strike toward the space before him. He sought to reduce this audacious youth to cosmic dust. Chapter 60. If you're dissatisfied, strike until you are satisfied. The two found themselves in an abyss of darkness, enveloped by an impenetrable void, as if they were submerged in the depths of the universe. Youngster, if you were to resign from His Majesty the Great All-King, claiming you are unworthy of the rank of a Level 1 Chaos Inspector, I might just spare you a few blows. A haughty voice reverberated through the emptiness, laced with disdain and mockery. A surge of indignation welled up within him. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the source of the voice, where a figure slowly materialized. Ding! This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. A task is hereby issued. Please teach this individual a lesson. Reward: a unique Chaos Divine Dragon produced by the system. I can no longer tolerate this. Host, do strike him. The voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chaos Divine Dragon. What manner of entity is this? Could it be akin to the next generation's Wishball Super Divine Dragon? Ding! Indeed, host. Proceed. Unleash the hounds. The system seemed to sense Luoya's confusion and promptly offered clarification. A spark of determination ignited within Luoya, with such a generous reward. What was there to hesitate over? System, you are rather incorrigible. A smirk played at the corners of Luoya's mouth, revealing a hint of cold amusement. At that moment, the figure surged forth like a bolt of lightning, its speed akin to that of a meteor, enveloped in raging flames, evidently intent on tearing Luoya apart. Is that all? Unfazed, he deftly evaded the conflagration's assault. Simultaneously, a brilliant light flickered in his hand, revealing a long sword that gleamed with a chilling radiance. Yet, his fist struck only emptiness. Luoya's figure materialized like a wraith beside the colossal head of the Inferno. Instead of a cataclysmic energy explosion, there was merely an exquisite restraint, a pure white flame so pristine it seemed capable of freezing souls and suspending time itself. This white flame had transformed from its prior form into an almost translucent state, within which countless universes of creation and annihilation were suspended, the threads of logic frozen in a peculiar state. Behold, you grotesque entity. He raised a finger, enveloped in this extraordinary white flame, and gently tapped the temple of the Inferno's lava-covered helmet. Buzz. Time appeared to elongate infinitely, solidifying in that moment. The raging flames of destruction, potent enough to disrupt order, upon contact with that delicate layer of white flame, seemed as if cast into absolute zero, instantly losing all vitality and the concept of annihilation. It ceased to burn, to rage, and even the attribute of heat was forcibly stripped away, frozen. It transformed into an utterly meaningless, cold, gray-white stone sculpture. This freezing was not merely a physical immobilization, but a profound and absolute stasis of existential state and energy logic. For the first time, unparalleled astonishment flashed in the Inferno's eyes, which burned with destructive flames. He felt his thoughts, his power, even the very logic of his existence being invaded and frozen by an incomprehensible, irresistible chill. He wished to roar, but the sound waves were trapped within his throat. He sought to resist, but the logical chain of divine power was forcibly interrupted, rendering it frozen in time. The cataclysmic fire he took pride in, capable of incinerating all, now resembled a paralyzed serpent within him, rigid and silent. Loya's fingers, like the pen of a concluding decree, disregarded the solidified defenses of the Ashen and gently tapped upon his temple. With a soft crack, it was not the sound of tangible shattering, but rather the breaking of a certain state of existence. The Ashen, colossal as a mountain and clad in a lava-like armor, toppled backward like a shattered ice sculpture. As he fell, the frozen armor of catastrophic fire disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into cold dust and revealing beneath it a once mighty form now rendered dull and rigid by the same logic-induced freeze. He struck heavily against the ground of the Order Temple, composed of the light of laws, producing a muted thud, yet he could not muster even a flicker of struggle. Only his wide, terror-filled eyes, brimming with disbelief, bore witness to the remnants of his consciousness. Silence. An oppressive silence. All deities, including the star law with its galaxy-like gaze, flashed with unmistakable astonishment. The Ashen's power ranked among the most formidable in the judgment of the 36 universes, renowned for its ferocity and destructiveness. How could he have failed to withstand even a single blow? Nay, it could be said he lacked even the qualification to resist. He was utterly frozen by that exceedingly bizarre white flame, stripped of his power. What manner of force was this? The freezing of concepts? The solidification of logic? The Chaos Observer was indeed aptly named. Star Law stepped forward, gazing at the Ashen, now motionless like a vast ice sculpture, his eyes only reflecting terror. In a cold voice, he declared, "Challenge result. Chaos Observer Loya, victory." The Ashen Judicator, having defied the decree of the temple and provoked his superior, is stripped of his position for 3 epochs, 3 cosmic eras, and confined within the abyss of order to reflect upon his transgressions. He raised his hand, and a chilling chain of order materialized, ensnaring the Ashen's immense form and dragging him into the void, making him vanish from sight. The Order Temple returned to its solemnity. No gaze of doubt was cast toward Loya any longer. The shadow of the great All-King flickered momentarily, seemingly imbued with a hint of satisfaction, before gradually fading away. The sealing ceremony continued, progressing with remarkable smoothness. When the final procedure was completed, Loya was officially recognized as the Chaos Observer, and a grand resonance of laws echoed throughout the Order Temple. After the ceremony concluded, the deities dispersed. Star Law approached Loya, a complex expression flickering within his galaxy-like gaze. "Follow me, Observer," he said, his voice softened, shedding some of its formerly formulaic chill. "There are potential crises concerning your jurisdiction that require your prior awareness." Star Law led Loya away from the core of the Order Temple to a platform suspended in the endless light of order. At the edge of the platform, one could overlook the 36 cosmic bubbles below, twinkling like stars. Loya could distinctly perceive that the 7th was the Dragon Ball universe of his origin. "The realm you are familiar with, the demon world," Star Law's voice took on a serious tone, "is not an isolated existence. It is under the shadow of our 36 cosmic order system that we find a vast and ancient conglomerate of chaotic dimensions, which we refer to as the Abyssal Demon Realm. The galaxies within its gaze undergo violent transformations. As if predicting a terrifying future, the Demon of Destruction is but a trivial minion testing the boundaries of order on behalf of the Abyssal Demon Realm. Deep within the abyss, the truly fearsome ancient deities lie in slumber, coveting the essence and beings of the ordered universe, yearning to plunge the entire dominion of the Supreme Monarch into eternal chaos and annihilation. The Abyssal Demon Lord Chaos, whom you previously subdued, along with the 2 deities you eradicated, merely represent mid-tier lords within the realm. The true threat lies in the existence that looms behind them. Chapter 61. At the dawn of chaos, behold. Below, the panorama of the 36 universes reveals ominous, web-like shadows cloaking the edges of several realms. Look, the borders of universes 15, 22, and 31 already show signs of the abyssal demon realm's insidious encroachment. Corrupted planets, distorted laws, and civilizations that have inexplicably vanished. These are all harbingers of an impending invasion by the abyss. They have been gathering strength, awaiting an opportunity, a chance to upend order and overthrow the reign of the supreme monarch. He turned towards Loa, a grave light flickering in his eyes. Chaos Overseer Loa. You possess a unique essence capable of restraining or even obliterating the powers of the abyss. Your duty extends beyond mere oversight of the variables within these 36 universes. You must remain vigilant against the encroachment from the abyssal demon realm, and when necessary, take proactive measures to extinguish threats in their infancy. Loa, I know you do not belong to this world. You have matured too swiftly, as if an unseen hand guides your path. While I cannot discern your origins, I am certain you are not of this realm, are you? Huh. What are you saying, Grand Lawgiver? How could I possibly not be from this world? Do not jest with me. Brother, your silence is inconsequential. In any case, you are the hope of this world. Safeguarding the order and tranquility of these 36 universes will be the core of your protracted divine vocation. The shadows of the abyssal demon realm are far more colossal, profound, and perilous than what you have encountered in the lower realms. Loa listened quietly, surveying the vast expanse of the 36 universes below, as well as the dim shadows lurking at their fringes. Deep within his eyes, the pure white flame burned silently, more profound and colder than before. A new journey, new challenges have already commenced. This time, his battlefield encompasses the vast territories of all 36 universes, including his homeland, the abyssal demon realm. I shall see whether their chaos surpasses his own, or if his chaos is more absolute. The cosmic law pointed towards the scene of the 36 universes, where several realms were shrouded in ominous, web-like shadows. Look at this universe. The cosmic law's fingertip once again traced the image formed by the light of order, as the bubble of the first universe gradually unfolded before them. The radiance of primordial origin. The voice of the star law regained its cold precision, as streams of data flowed through the starlit gaze. The laws of this universe are remarkably stable, with a singular and pure energy form, dominated entirely by spiritual energy. Its core star domain is composed of a pure conglomerate of mental energy, and the forms of civilization tend towards spiritual transcendence and consciousness resonance. Physical forms are exceedingly rare. Subsequently, the chaotic essence of Luoya stirred slightly, perceiving the peculiar universe almost devoid of material particles, filled solely with endless luminosity and spiritual ripples. In a world where spirit exists in such purity, any contamination by the whispers of the abyss would lead to catastrophic collapse. Indeed, the abyssal demon realm has repeatedly attempted to project spores of spiritual corruption into this universe, luring its pure consciousness to fall. Monitoring focus. Any anomalous collective consciousness fluctuations or noise in spiritual energy resonance. Just as preparations were being made to explain the second universe, suddenly, a figure appeared on the platform. As the crowd focused their gaze, they were astonished to find it was the Great Sovereign. Your Majesty, the Great Sovereign. The crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing across the platform. The Great Sovereign smiled and nodded, saying, The law enforcement officer promptly stepped forward, respectfully inquiring, Is the law enforcement officer discussing the 36 universes with the inspector? In response to Your Majesty, the Great Sovereign, the law enforcement officer replied, Indeed. The inspector is relatively new and naturally needs to understand the situation of our upper realm. The Great Sovereign nodded in satisfaction, saying, Then you may continue your discussion. I am merely passing through to take a casual look. Yes. The law enforcement officer and the inspector responded in unison, then respectfully saw the Great Sovereign depart. The Great Sovereign slowly turned and walked away, his figure appearing particularly grand in the sunlight. The two watched as he gradually faded from view, until his silhouette completely vanished from sight. Law enforcement officer, may I ask how strong Your Majesty the Great Sovereign is? The starry eyes of Star Law deepened immeasurably when Luoya inquired about the strength of His Majesty the Great Sovereign, as if reflecting the radiance and destruction from the birth of the universe itself. The surrounding light of order flowing across the platform seemed to dim momentarily, replaced by an ancient and weighty pressure. How strong? The voice of Star Law lost its coldness. Inspector, oh no. Luoya, what you see in these 36 universes. This boundless realm of order, the fundamental laws sustaining the operation of myriad worlds, are manifestations of His Majesty, the Great Sovereign's will. He is the embodiment of order, the foundation of all realms, the ultimate definition of existence. His power cannot be measured by our standards of strength. It is the very authority of creation and maintenance. His words struck Luoya's heart like a heavy hammer. It seems that there are indeed greater beings beyond comprehension. It appears that Star Law is not exaggerating. Merely mentioning the essence of the Great Sovereign caused this platform, composed of the light of order, to resonate in response. That is a grandeur surpassing the realm of power, touching the roots of existence. However, the tone of Star Law suddenly turned somber, as if plummeting from the peak of light into the depths of darkness. Beneath this magnificent order lies a lurking ultimate darkness, originating from the same source, yet moving towards complete opposition. That is the true master of the abyssal demon realm, the Lord of Entropy. Entropy. Loya keenly grasped the essence of this name, laden with finality, chaos, and disorder. Indeed, entropy. The voice of the Star Law resonated with a chilling profundity, invoking a name deliberately shrouded in obscurity, a chapter of forbidden history buried by the sands of time. Loya, do you know that billions of epochs ago, when time and space had yet to differentiate, and all was subsumed in a singularity of chaos, His Majesty the Great All and the Lord of the Demon Realm, Entropy, were once brothers? What? Even Loya, with his steadfast heart, could not suppress the tumult of his spirit at this revelation. The Great All and that source of malevolence, the Lord of the Demon Realm, were indeed brothers. What a melodramatic tale is this? A rift between brothers? A story of jealousy and rivalry? With a wicked smile, Loya leaned in to listen. Then, within the starry gaze of the Star Law, it was as if an ancient scroll unfurled. It revealed a forbidden memory from the deepest sanctum of the Order's South Holy Court. In that primordial chaos, two supreme beings were born from the sea of original source. His Majesty the Great All embodied order, the will to create and sustain, while entropy represented chaos, the inevitability of evolution and termination. Initially, they were not adversaries, but rather devoted brothers. They coexisted in the void. His Majesty sought to illuminate the void with the light of order, while entropy aimed to shape the foundation of change with the power of chaos. Together, they envisioned a perfect cosmic tapestry that embraced order and change, life and death, creation and conclusion. Yet, as the first embryonic universe took form, their divergences soon manifested. His Majesty the Great All believed that order laid the foundation for civilization and was essential for the continuity of life, asserting that the forces of chaos should evolve gently within the framework of order. Conversely, the Lord of the Demon Realm, Entropy, found his ambition and obsession with the dominion of termination swelling uncontrollably. He contended that only absolute chaos and finality encapsulated the essence of the universe and represented its ultimate destination, viewing order merely as a stumbling block restraining all existence, a fetter delaying the inevitable end. No longer content to be merely a cornerstone of change, he yearned to become the ultimate devourer of all, returning everything to the void. He sought to bring the universe they had co-created entirely under the dominion of his destructive will. The tone of the Star Law grew heavy with indignation. The clash of ideologies ultimately evolved into an irreconcilable schism. Entropy accused His Majesty of betraying the essence of chaos, imprisoning all within the confines of order. His Majesty mourned the degradation of his brother, whose mind was utterly warped by the authority of termination. Following their rupture, Entropy retreated into the shadowy realm beyond the radiant light of His Majesty's order, the nascent form of the Abyss Demon Realm. The initial conflict did not erupt immediately. Entropy gathered strength in the shadows, distorting the laws of order crafted by His Majesty, birthing the first abyssal creatures. He even extended his malicious claws towards the original deities, who were born of the order upheld by His Majesty. The voice of the Star Law dripped with venomous hatred, assassination, corruption, betrayal. Those resplendent original deities, who emerged alongside the birth of the universe like brilliant stars, fell, corrupted, or were twisted into servants of the abyss, all orchestrated by Entropy's meticulous schemes. That was the darkest and most harrowing era of the Court of Order. Loa seemed to glimpse that dreadful scene, the magnificent court shrouded in shadows, trust torn asunder by betrayal, and the resplendent deities wailing in anguish as they fell into unfathomable terror. The pain resonated through the eons, conveyed by the voice of the celestial laws. The wrath of His Majesty finally transformed into the judgmental light that incinerated the void. The tone of the celestial laws suddenly ascended, imbued with a sense of heroic valor akin to clashing steel and galloping steeds. The fraternal conflict had warped into an unavoidable eruption. That war, Loa. I cannot begin to describe even a fraction of its brutality. It was a direct collision of godly powers of cosmic proportions. The ultimate confrontation between the laws of order and the demise of chaos. The battlefield was not confined to a single universe, but engulfed all known dimensions of that era. Where the light of order prevailed, the galaxies were reshaped, and the laws redefined. Where chaos reigned, the cosmic bubble shattered, and the fabric of time and space disintegrated into nothingness. His Majesty wielded the Staff of Order, embodying a torrent of myriad stars, while Entropy brandished the Scythe of Annihilation, unleashing a storm of oblivion that devoured all. Each clash heralded the birth and obliteration of countless worlds. This conflict endured for millennia. The voice of the celestial laws seemed to carry a profound weariness, as if it had personally inhabited that lengthy epic. There were no days or nights, only an eternal struggle between light and darkness. Divine blood stained the crevices of dimensions, and the remains of gods became drifting graveyards. The Court of Order, under His Majesty's dominion, paid an unimaginable price, as countless powerful primordial deities fell forever. His Majesty's brilliance once dimmed under the weight of entropy, whose chaotic form was pierced multiple times by the Staff of Order, suffering grievous wounds, while his elite abyssal legion was nearly annihilated. Ultimately, in a dimension utterly shattered, where even time lost its significance, His Majesty and entropy engaged in one final, decisive clash. The eyes of the celestial laws burst forth with resplendent light, as if replaying that earth-shattering moment. The collision between the Staff of Order and the Scythe of Annihilation produced no sound, for the very concept of sound had been erased. There were no shadows, as all perception was drowned in an overwhelming torrent of energy. Only pure existence clashed with nothingness. The outcome of millennia of battle was mutual devastation. The voice of the celestial laws lowered in tone, as His Majesty, at the cost of shattering his staff, severed a portion of entropy's scythe and inflicted grievous wounds upon its essence, casting it into the eternal abyss of slumber. Yet, due to the staff's destruction and his own injuries, His Majesty fell into a prolonged silence and recovery. Thus, that cataclysmic war finally ceased, temporarily marked by a pause. The platform lay in utter stillness. Only the silent flow of order's light remained, as if mourning the cataclysm that had transpired. Loa could feel the chaotic essence within him trembling slightly, shaken by that epic and tragic history. Eons of armistice had passed. The voice of the celestial laws drew Loa back to reality, imbued with unprecedented gravity. His Majesty had long since awakened, though the Staff of Order had not fully restored. His Majesties will still reign over all realms. Yet entropy, that formidable sovereign of the abyss and master of the demonic realm, appears poised to awaken from its slumber. It gestures toward the darkened shadows that stretch like a web at the fringes of the 36 universes, pointing at the corrupted planets and vanished civilizations. Its voice resonating like a tolling funeral bell. Behold, this is the portent. The stirrings of the abyssal demonic realm in recent years have escalated beyond previous measures. They are no longer content with mere small-scale incursions and probes. They are systematically and extensively hunting our deities, especially the new generation of gods guarding the cosmic periphery and maintaining crucial nodes. They are amassing power, sowing chaos, and laying the groundwork for the complete revival and ultimate revenge of their sovereign, the lord of the demonic realm, entropy. He turns to Loya, his starry eyes ablaze with resolute flames, bearing a weighty charge. Chaos Overseer Loya. That long-buried history, that nearly cataclysmic fraternal war, may very well replay in our era. The shadow of Lord Entropy has already enveloped all realms. And you, possessing a source of chaos more potent than the abyss itself, may be the chosen force of His Majesty's will to combat this ultimate darkness. System, are you the manifestation of the will of the great All-King, or a product of the divine artifacts upon him? Ding. Please refrain from belittling the superiority of this system. This system bears no connection to this minor universe. Do not mistake this system for a trivial entity. Thank you. Loya, ahem, I am listening. To safeguard these 36 universes is not merely for the sake of present order and life, but to prevent the cataclysmic end that threatens to engulf everything from reoccurring. I comprehend now, my eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Ding. Mission activated. Please engage in discourse and exchange with the star law. Reward, Chaos Time Chamber. Time flow rate, 1100. I was just intending to do so. Chapter 63. The Great Lawkeeper's Manifestation of Order's Power. The epic tale of the Great All-King and Lord Entropy weighs heavily upon Loya's heart, akin to a colossal boulder. That brotherly rift spanning eons, the cosmic war that engulfed all realms, and the looming threat that stirs in the shadows, poised for revival. All these stir the dormant chaotic essence within Loya, igniting an unprecedented fervor for battle and a yearning for strength. He gazes upon Star Law, the supreme deity and great lawkeeper of the 36 universes, one of the cornerstones of the Holy Court of Order. His power must be unfathomable, the strongest being I can access, aside from the Great All-King. To confront the shadow of entropy in the future, I must ascertain the extent of my disparity from the pinnacle of existence. Great Lawkeeper. Loya's voice shatters the heavy silence, imbued with a pure, nearly piercing combat spirit. I wish to know how far I am from you at present. Star Law's starry gaze shifts to Loya, data streams swirling within, as if instantly deciphering Loya's intent. He seems unsurprised, almost as if he anticipated Loya's inquiry. To assess your current strength? Star Law's voice resumes its usual cold precision. Yet it carries an imperceptible acknowledgement. Very well. In the face of the impending storm, a clear self-awareness is paramount. Thus, follow me. The figure of Xinglu transformed into a streak of light, instantly departing from the platform. Loya closely followed, and the two traversed layers of intertwining order light, arriving at a more expansive battlefield composed of pure law's power. Here, the spatial structure is remarkably stable, capable of withstanding the collisions of the highest levels of power. Surrounding them were enormous runes, akin to stars, emanating a formidable field of binding and stability. The two stood opposite each other at the center of the void battlefield. Loya took a deep breath, and the dormant chaos within him was ignited in an instant. A hum resonated. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only an absolute purity that caused space itself to solidify. A pristine white flame surged from Loya's surface, enveloping his entire being. This white flame did not resemble conventional fire. Instead, it manifested in a nearly transparent form, as if countless universes were being born and extinguished within it, and innumerable logical chains were forcibly frozen in a peculiar state. His form underwent subtle changes, becoming more upright and elongated, cloaked in a crystalline armor, radiant and frigid like diamond stars, with smooth and perfect lines that contained the absolute power to freeze all things. An enigmatic vertical mark, akin to ice crystal, appeared on his forehead, while pure white flames burned in the depths of his eyes, capable of freezing souls. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to freeze concepts and solidify logic, swept forth, causing even the divine to tremble. Is this your strongest transformation thus far? Xinglu's voice remained calm and unperturbed, his eyes reflecting Loya's current stance. The data streams surging at an unparalleled pace. Indeed, you are not one prone to haste, nor will you grant your opponent an opportunity. Now, allow me to witness the limits of your power enhancement through transformation. Xinglu made no move, merely standing there silently. However, just as Loya completed his transformation, a cold voice echoed, like the final pronouncement of the cosmic laws, emanating from Xinglu's lips. There was no radiance, nor any energy fluctuation. Loya felt an indescribable, irresistible force of order enveloping him in an instant. This force was not an attack, but akin to the essence of conceptual divinity. The white flames that burned fiercely upon his surface, the absolute chill capable of freezing the cosmos, upon contact with this defining power, felt as though they had been cast into a furnace of a higher dimension. The very essence of his bodily power was forcibly analyzed, deconstructed, and redefined. It was no longer freezing. Instead, it was redefined as a relatively mild low-temperature domain. Its might diminish layer by layer. I feel as though my connection to the chaos source has been severed by an invisible barrier, composed of pure order laws. This Xinglu, the Grand Lawgiver, is truly an ancient being, rendering me utterly immobile. The power of my proud white god at the 5th tier, akin to a tiger deprived of its claws, has drastically diminished. Loya's heart trembled violently. This was the first time he encountered such a capability to effortlessly unravel the essence of his 5th tier power. Your speed is too slow. Xinglu's voice was as cold as a verdict. He remained utterly still, as a fleeting stream of data flickered within his starry gaze. Luoya felt the surrounding space grow impossibly dense, as if he were ensnared in a gravitational mire of unfathomable depth. Each of his movements became excruciatingly arduous, and his thoughts seemed to stagnate. Let us see how well this works. Just as he endeavored to initiate a spatial jump, he discovered that the coordinates of space had been utterly disturbed and locked. The power of cosmic order directly influenced the very spatial logic upon which his actions relied. The force scattered. The star law spoke once more. Just as Luoya prepared to condense the ultimate power of the white god into his fist and unleash it. In that very moment of gathering, it felt as though an unseen pair of hands had forcibly flattened and diluted his concentrated might. The terrifying force, initially gathered into a singularity capable of piercing dimensions, was redefined and dispersed into a vast area of ordinary low temperatures, devoid of threat. He gritted his teeth, striving once again to summon the quintessence of the fifth tier of the white god. He attempted to break through the very logic of the star law. The white flames enveloping him transformed into an invisible torrent, surging toward the star law. The majestic figure of the star law remained motionless, calmly observing the oncoming torrent of freezing white flames. In the depths of his starry gaze, the rushing stream of data seemed to materialize into a solid shield. Futile. The chilling syllables fell. The torrent of white flames, potent enough to freeze logic itself, disintegrated upon reaching a mere foot from the star law, as if crashing against a wall of size, instantly dissipating into nothingness. They were deemed ineffective energy, wholly negated by the laws of order, obliterating the very foundation of their existence. An absolute suppression, a comprehensive annihilation. The fifth tier of the white god, which Luoya once held in high esteem, was rendered as inconsequential as a child's toy before the almost omnipotent authority of the Grand Lawgiver, who defined all. How infuriating! The ability I take pride in has been effortlessly dismantled by a force of higher essence. The chasm between us is insurmountable. This is truly a dimensional strike. Subsequently, a figure was thrust backward in the void by the invisible force of order, the white flames upon his surface undergoing intricate transformations. At this moment, his breath became erratic. He knelt in the void, gasping heavily, his eyes filled with shock and defiance. The star law regarded Luoya, who knelt in the void, and spoke with that same icy voice. Luoya, now, you should comprehend the disparity between you and the apex of existence. However, your courage and fighting spirit are commendable. Luoya slowly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. Star law, I concede that I am far from your match at this moment, yet I shall not surrender. I will relentlessly strengthen myself, bridging this chasm. Yet, a smile of bittersweet irony graced his lips. Chapter 64. The Manifestation of the Grand Lawgiver's Power of Order, Part 2. Luoya gradually raised his head, the white flames in his eyes burning ever brighter. Not extinguished, but rather intensified. This was not anger. It was a deeper yearning and awakening ignited by the absolute power of the star law. The crushing force exerted by the star law did not shatter him. Instead, it acted as a whetstone, sharpening the edge of his chaotic essence to an even keener point. He slowly rose to his feet, the white flames cascading from his form. A presence, far more profound and vast than the fifth-tier energy of the white deity, surged from within him. Rules can indeed be reshaped, Luoya murmured, echoing the words of the star law, his gaze deepening with intensity. What if I were to shatter the very definition itself? He roared with a low, thunderous voice. No longer was it the restrained coldness of the fifth-tier white deity, but a roar that seemed poised to rend the fabric of order, as if to reshape chaos itself. The primordial power of chaos within him was compressing and coalescing in an unprecedented manner. The pure white flames transformed from transparency into an absolute void, a concept that transcended all existence and non-existence, logic and chaos. Within this absolute void, it appeared that the most primal essence of existence was being nurtured. Buzz. Luoya's entire form underwent a dramatic transformation. The crystalline armor that enveloped him vanished, replaced by a layer of swirling chaotic star flames, akin to a living cosmic membrane, draped in an enigmatic black battle attire. The ice crystal scar upon his forehead shattered, morphing into a peculiar chaotic rune that perpetually manifested and dissipated, seemingly containing all logical beginnings and ends. The white flames surrounding him completely disappeared, supplanted by an invisible force field that distorted the very void of the battlefield, causing it to wail. Where this force field passed, the concept of distance and space vanished, time seemed to lose its meaning. and even the lines of laws that constituted the foundational authority of the star law began to blur and stagnate. Most astonishing were his eyes. No longer blazing with white flames, they had transformed into two swirling vortices of chaos, devouring all light. At the center of the whirlpool, a point of pure, exquisite white radiance was faintly visible, reminiscent of a cosmic singularity. The concept of the white deity at the sixth tier had returned to the source. Freeze the foundational definitions that interfere with order. In the unchanging gaze of the star law, astonishment erupted for the first time, unabashedly evident. Could he truly be the legendary genius? The invisible field of order surrounding him exhibited clear fluctuations and ripples for the first time. Under the corrosive influence of Luo Ya's conceptual return to the source, the previously data-driven surge of speed escalated dramatically, as if striving to fully comprehend this unforeseen power. Come, fight. Luo Ya's voice seemed to emanate from the very source of chaos, imbued with an entirely new indifference and combat fervor that commanded all things. The astonishment in the star law's eyes swiftly transformed into a chilling battle intent. Excellent. Now this feels right. No longer passive in defense. The eyes of the starry river ignited with fervor. The stripping of order definitions began. The invisible power of order morphed into countless chains of law, not aimed at attacking Luo Ya's physical form, but directly piercing towards the force field of his conceptual return to the source. The star law sought to forcibly analyze and strip away the core of this new form of Luo Ya's power. However, as those chains, imbued with the highest definitions of order, touched the force field of the conceptual return to the source, they vanished into the void like a cow sinking into the sea. Their inherent definitions were forcibly consumed, deconstructed, and returned to nothingness by that chaotic vortex-like force field. The chains themselves dimmed and weakened, as if they had lost all meaning of existence. What? The pupils of the star law constricted. His definition was unexpectedly stripped away, rendering it ineffective. Now, it is my turn. The voice of Luo Ya resonated. He slowly raised his hand towards the direction of Xinglu. His fingers splayed open, then gently clenched into a fist. The concept of the void solidified. There was no surge of energy, no visual spectacle. Yet, the space surrounding Xinglu, along with his very existence, seemed to be thrust into an absolute conceptual vacuum. He felt the logic of his own power falter, his authority over the laws of order waver. And even the concept of his own existence began to grow sluggish and indistinct, as if he were being forcibly solidified, reverting to the most primordial state of nothingness. In the starry depths of Xinglu's eyes, streams of data erupted in a chaotic explosion. He let out a low growl. The reconstruction of the source of order. A renewal of all things. Buzz. A light of order, far purer and more ancient than before, erupted from within him. This radiance was not an attack, but rather a forceful redefinition of a realm of absolute order, impervious to the influence of the void. Like a solitary island of law forcibly erected amidst a chaotic ocean, two invisible yet profoundly potent forces clashed violently in the void, shaking the very foundations of the universe, annihilating each other. The space twisted silently, shattered, and then was forcibly mended under the light of order. Those immense, stabilizing symbols flickered uncertainly, emitting a burdensome hum. Luo Ya's figure appeared like a specter at the edge of the ordered domain reconstructed by Xinglu, his fist enveloped in chaotic star flames, wielding the absolute power of the void, and struck fiercely against the barrier of the domain. Boom! This time, it was not a silent annihilation. The barrier of the ordered domain trembled violently, developing spiderweb-like cracks. For the first time, Xinglu was shaken, sliding back slightly. Although the domain repaired itself instantaneously, the starry brilliance in his eyes exhibited a noticeable fluctuation. Seizing the advantage, Luo Ya unleashed a flurry of attacks with his fists, now mere afterimages, imbued with the power of the void, pouring down upon the ordered domain like a torrential storm. Each collision sent the realm into violent tremors, cracks appearing and mending incessantly. Xinglu's figure darted within the domain, evading and parrying. Though still composed, he no longer held absolute dominion. With each counterattack, the light of order, capable of defining all things, was forcibly weakened and mostly consumed by Luo Ya's surrounding field of the void. The battle reached a fever pitch. The void battlefield groaned under the clash of two supreme powers. Luo Ya's sixth-tier conceptual god of the white deity, the void, revealed a terrifying power capable of shaking the very foundations of Xinglu's authority. However, Just as Liao was about to unleash his ultimate strike, the stars in Xinglu's eyes abruptly ceased their flow, transforming into a realm of absolute tranquility. Enough. That is sufficient. A cold syllable, akin to the rest node of the universe. An indescribable power, transcending Liao's current comprehension of order's origin, swept over the entire void battlefield like an invisible cosmic tide. Chapter 65. The Battle of the Chaotic Overseer of the Path to Truth. The tumultuous force of the concept of chaos was subdued before this primordial power, akin to snowflakes melting instantly under the fierce rays of the sun. The tumult within him was forcefully redefined back to a state of stability, as the boiling essence of chaos was gently, yet irresistibly calmed. The sixth-tier form of the White God was instantly relinquished, and Luo Ye, now in his normal state, floated wearily in the void, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He had done it. He had compelled the Star Law to utilize a higher order of power. The figure of Star Law materialized before Luo Ye, and on that icy visage, a rare hint of appreciation graced his lips, however faint it may be. The sixth tier of the White God, is it? Star Law's voice carried a note of astonishment. To freeze definitions and interfere with the foundational order, touching the very essence of concepts. Luo Ye, you have once again surpassed my expectations. He extended his hand, and a surge of pure order essence flowed into Luo Ye's being, swiftly alleviating his exhaustion. At this moment, Star Law gazed intently at Luo Ye. Your comprehension and application of rules and concepts rank among the finest within the enforcers of the 36 universes. Your current strength poses a lethal threat to any entity aligned with either order or chaos, including the Abyssal Lords. He paused, his tone turning grave. But remember the power I just wielded. That is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to truly touching the essence of order. The power of entropy is derived from the same source as the chaotic end. Your present strength is sufficient to serve as a bulwark against the abyss. Yet you remain far from confronting entropy directly. Feeling the calming essence within him and grasping the profound implications of Star Law's words, Luo Ye felt no discouragement. Rather, the flames in his eyes blazed even more fervently. He had discerned the direction of the gap and recognized the potential of his own strength. System. How can this child speak such nonsense with his eyes wide open? Have you not put in effort over the years? Has your power truly increased? You are merely at the sixth tier of the White God, and you think you see your potential. I understand, Great Enforcer. Luo Ye's voice was resolute. The sixth tier of the White God is merely the beginning. One day, I shall wield the power capable of obliterating the very essence of the end. Star Law regarded the indomitable spirit reflected in Luo Ye's eyes, a flicker of satisfaction passing through the cosmic depths of his gaze. I eagerly await that day, Luo Ye. Now, go fulfill your duties. The emergence of a counterforce in the 15th universe is a matter you can resolve with ease. Whether through destruction or persuasion, your strength will be proven. That place will serve as the first whetstone for your abilities. While you serve, the myriad supreme beings within the palace may regard you with disdain, but your strength will not fully sway them. Star Law's words rippled through Luo Ye's heart like pebbles tossed into a tranquil lake, soon replaced by a deeper resolve. Whether those within the sanctum acknowledge me or not, I shall shatter the doubts cast upon me. Yet, he remained oblivious to the intricacies of the position of the chaotic overseer. It was not a title that could be secured merely through decree. The 15th universe is my proving ground, my response to all skepticism. I understand. His voice calm. He echoed Star Law's sentiments. The obsidian uniform of the Chaos Overseer shimmered with flickering starlight, seemingly resonating with the surging power within him. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, traversing the rift into the 15th universe. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by the starkly oppressive atmosphere that distinguished this realm from the 7th universe. Here, the starlight appeared shrouded in a veil of gloom, and the very fabric of space carried a viscous lethargy. The laws governing this universe were no longer clear or stable. Instead, they rippled like a water surface disturbed by thrown stones, creating subtle yet perilous eddies. In the distance, the edges of the star realms bore a haunting resemblance to an expansive spider's web, casting a disconcerting shadow. Where could the rebel stronghold be? He pondered, before returning to the temple platform to seek clarity from the Star Law. The Star Law, already beleaguered, wondered how this individual could plunge headlong into chaos without inquiry. Was he truly fit to bear the mantle of a Chaos Overseer? With a precise target in mind, he set forth. The destination was the Scorched Earth system. Nestled within the core of the Ashen Arm, the principal stronghold of the Twilight Sun rebels, and one of the areas most ravaged by the Abyss's encroachment. According to intelligence, the leader of the Twilight Suns, the Prophet of Ash, Mograz, was a formidable psychic ensnared by the Abyss's whispers. He had distorted the already fragile laws of the Twilight Star domain, preaching that embracing annihilation was the path to liberation, inciting a multitude of desperate citizens and some corrupted lesser deities to join the rebellion. His silhouette silently emerged above a planet ravaged by warfare, its surface cloaked in a bizarre purple-black fungal carpet. Below, a colossal fortress, constructed from warped metal and living abyssal organisms, loomed over the desolate landscape, serving as one of Mograz's lairs. Patrolling like a swarm of ants were the deformed abyssal creatures and corrupted rebel soldiers, the air thick with the sense of sulfur and despair. To destroy or to persuade. Loa's gaze turned icy. The likelihood of coaxing surrender from such deeply corrupted forces, dedicated to spreading despair and distortion, was almost non-existent. His duty was to purify the threat. He did not conceal his presence. The unique oppressive aura of the Chaos Overseer erupted like cold water splashed into boiling oil, instantly igniting the nest below. The piercing alarm sounded, mingling with the anguished roars of the abyssal creatures, echoing through the skies. Countless beams infused with corruptive energy, distorted tendrils, and psychic impacts empowered by twisted laws descended upon Loa like a torrential downpour. In the face of this cataclysmic assault, he swiftly ascended to the 6th rank of the white deity. He then slowly raised his right hand, conceptual void of annihilation. There was no earth-shattering explosion nor blinding radiance, only an intangible force, as if to erase the very foundations of existence, silently emanating from Loa at its core. The incoming beams, tendrils, and psychic impacts, upon making contact with the force field, found their imbued corruption, attacks, and energy concepts frozen and disintegrated, as if cast into a flame of absolute zero. Reverting to their primordial void, they vanished from existence as if they had never been, dissipating at the edge of the force field. The entire torrent of attack collided with an invisible wall of size, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The abyssal creatures and rebel soldiers beneath emitted terrified shrieks, their fighting spirit utterly negated by a mere flick of the opponent's hand. In Chapter 66, taking a female disciple, deep within the fortress, a powerful and twisted surge of spiritual energy erupted dramatically. A figure clad in tattered gray robes, with eyes ablaze like the green flames of the abyss, soared into the sky. It was the Prophet Glass. Surrounding him was a viscous energy, seemingly intertwined with countless anguished faces, roaring in anger. You dog of order! You shall not prevent the twilight's descent. Embrace the end. A chilling laughter resonated ominously. Mograz raised his hands high, forcibly extracting the planet's ley line energy, merging it with abyssal power, transforming into a colossal claw, shrouded in the souls of the tormented and tainted energy. With a terrifying might that could rend the very fabric of reality, thrusting fiercely towards Loya, this strike was potent enough to crush a small star. Loya's gaze remained unfazed. Faced with this world-destroying claw, he did not even budge. Seal. A cold syllable escaped his lips. He summoned the 6th tier of the white goddess power to its utmost. This time, rather than erasing on a grand scale, he concentrated the power into a singular, invisible, absolute command that froze the very essence of existence, precisely targeting the core of Mograz's forcibly distorted law node. Crack! It was as if an invisible shackle had been forcibly placed. The colossal claw, composed of tortured souls and tainted energy, suddenly froze within 100 meters of Loya. The concepts of suffering, filth, and energy that formed it were instantaneously frozen in an irresistible chill, solidifying. The claw itself, along with the raging souls within, was transformed into a lifeless, gray-white stone statue, which then disintegrated inch by inch in the vacuum of space, turning into cold dust. Puff! Mograz, as if struck hard, violently spat out a foul-smelling black blood, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. No, it cannot be. How can the end power bestowed upon me by my master be like this? His form seemed to teleport in an instant before Mograz. A hand enveloped in chaotic star flames, disregarding the hastily erected abyssal shield, which was as fragile as paper under the conceptual void force, gently pressed against his forehead. Purification. The pure essence of chaotic origins surged into the depths of Mograz's soul, carrying an absolute will to obliterate all filth. The abyssal whispers, distorted beliefs, and corrupted powers, akin to maggots at the bone, emitted a piercing wail as they were forcibly stripped away, purified, and annihilated. Mograz let out a heart-wrenching scream. The green flames in his eyes extinguishing rapidly, replaced by an endless suffering and bewilderment. His immense spiritual energy deflated like a punctured balloon, and he plummeted from the sky like a broken sack, lost to life and death. Having lost their leader and core strength, the fortress and the rebels below were instantly plunged into chaos and collapse. Loya hovered in the air, coldly surveying the rapidly disintegrating rebel stronghold beneath him. The power of a sixth-tier white god was overwhelmingly effective against such lowly abyssal minions, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. He was poised to thoroughly cleanse this stronghold, erasing all traces of the abyss. At that moment, a faint yet fiercely defiant cry, filled with profound fear, emerged from the ruins at the edge of the fortress. "No, please don't kill me. I am not a monster. I beg you." His gaze swept over the scene, and he beheld a frail figure struggling to emerge from a pile of twisted metal and shattered abyssal organization. It was a girl who appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, clad in tattered garments stained with dirt and blood. Her small face was pale, her hair disheveled, yet her amber eyes shone brightly, filled with terror at Loya's power, but also a fierce desire to survive. What caught Loya's attention most was the faint yet exceptionally pure glimmer of order energy that enveloped the girl. On this planet, heavily tainted by the abyss, within the heart of the rebels' lair, this flicker of order energy stood out like a pearl amidst mud, seeming out of place, yet valiantly resisting the surrounding corruption. The girl was evidently terrified, trembling as she gazed at the indifferent Loya, who resembled a deity, and the abyssal monsters and rebel soldiers effortlessly disintegrated by his might. She shivered but managed to hold herself up, her stubborn amber eyes fixed intently on Loya, repeating, "I am not a monster. I was captured. I beg you." His figure silently descended before the girl. The terrifying pressure receded, yet the vast chasm of life-force disparity still left her breathless. "What is your name?" His voice was calm and devoid of emotion. The girl flinched at Loya's sudden proximity, but mustered her courage to respond, "Iria, my lord. Why are you here?" Loya's gaze lingered on the pure glimmer of order energy emanating from her. Though faint, its essence was remarkably high, resonating subtly with the chaotic source within him. Tears welled in Iria's eyes, filled with immense fear and grievance. "My village was destroyed by those monsters. They captured my parents and took me, saying my light is special and must be offered to the prophet. I hid in the ruins to avoid being completely turned into a monster." She pointed to the weak glimmer of energy on her, as if it were her sole talisman of protection. He fell silent for a moment, sensing that the girl was truthful. Though her soul bore the taint of the abyss, the core of her order energy was strikingly pure and resilient, able to spontaneously resist corruption even in such an environment, a talent exceedingly rare. Wasn't this a quintessential protagonist trait? Or perhaps that of a heroine? Surely, she would not possess a system? System. Provide a detailed introduction of the girl before me. Does she possess a system? Ding. There is no system on her. Such a high-level divine entity. All right, divine entity. Impressive. Do you wish to survive? Loya turned to ask. Elia nodded fervently, tears streaming down her cheeks. I want to be strong. I can no longer endure being captured. I cannot bear to witness my loved ones suffer. Her words were laced with profound hatred and helplessness. Observing the intense will to survive and the fervent desire for strength in the girl's eyes, he was momentarily reminded of his own past, when he was weak and scavenging like a dog. He raised his hand, a gentle flicker of chaotic starlight appearing at his fingertip, and softly touched Elia's forehead. Elia, startled, closed her eyes, bracing for pain that never came. The starlight seeped into her brow, and a warm, boundless energy surged through her body. She felt the faint flicker of order within her soul infused with an inexhaustible vitality, suddenly becoming radiant and stable. The oppressive aura that surrounded her shrieked in despair, as if encountering its nemesis, swiftly purified and dispelled. An unprecedented sense of ease and empowerment flooded her heart. When she opened her eyes in astonishment, she gazed at her now clean hands, feeling the genuine warmth coursing through her veins. Turning to look at Loya, her eyes brimmed with incredulous gratitude and admiration. You saved me? Your light should not extinguish here, nor should it be sullied by the abyss." Loya's voice remained calm, yet bore an imperceptible warmth. "Do you wish to grow stronger? Then follow me. Elia was momentarily taken aback. Then overwhelming joy engulfed her. She fell to her knees with a thud, her excitement rendering her speechless. Thank you, my lord. I am willing. I am willing to follow you. Please teach me. Teach me to become strong. Teach me how to vanquish those monsters. Seeing the girl kneeling in the dust, her eyes shining with extraordinary brilliance, Loya nodded slightly. Rise. From now on, call me master. Yes, master. Elia's voice trembled with emotion, yet it was resolute. She struggled to stand, disregarding the dust on her clothes, closely trailing behind Loya, like a fledgling bird that had finally found its refuge. Her amber eyes sparkled with hope for the future and an unwavering dependence on her powerful master. Chapter 67. Elia's two mentors casting a glance at the little tail behind her, he said nothing further. He raised his hand toward the chaotic rebel lair below and unleashed the concept of return to the void once more. An invisible force swept across, erasing the remnants of abyssal creatures, decayed structures, and twisted nodes of law as if they were smudges wiped away by an eraser, leaving behind only a purified, relatively normal ruin. The presence of Mograz had completely vanished, his fate uncertain. The outcome of the first sharpening stone of the universe was now clear. Beside the chaotic Inspector Loya stood a new companion named Elia. A fresh bond was quietly forged in this twilight star domain, shrouded by the shadows of the abyss. Subsequently, he brought Elia back to the Hall of Order, causing quite a stir in the solemn, hierarchical atmosphere of the inspection court. A girl, tainted by the abyss, was unexpectedly accepted as a disciple by the newly appointed chaotic inspector. Many skeptical gazes were cast in their direction, but Loya appeared oblivious to them all. He directly placed Elia in a side chamber of his observatory palace, where he commenced her meticulous instruction. A year later, in the training grounds of the chamber. Focus your mind. Elia, Loya's voice resonated calmly as he observed the young girl, her hair tied back, her small face flushed with concentration. Perceive the light within you. Guide it, and do not attempt to grasp it. It is you, and you are it. With her eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat forming on her brow, Elia endeavored to sense the faint, orderly luminescence within her. Master, I feel it, she exclaimed. It dances like a flickering flame. Excellent, Loya replied, as a gentle wisp of chaotic starlight touched her forehead, assisting her in stabilizing the restless luminescence. Remember this feeling. Now, attempt to condense it at your fingertips. Envision it as a glowing needle. Elia followed his guidance, her fingertips trembling as a light, weaker than a candle flame, flickered into existence, wavering uncertainly. Suddenly, the light extinguished, and Elia lowered her head in frustration. Master, I have failed again. Ah, fret not, Loya chuckled, his tone softened by a newfound tenderness towards the little one after a year of companionship. It is commendable that you managed to produce light on your first attempt. Take a quarter hour to rest and hydrate before continuing. At that moment, a silver-blue streak of light descended, revealing the figure of Zingolf. His starry eyes swept over Elia and Loya, and his cold, formulaic voice broke the silence. Chaos Observer, when you have the leisure, you may address the encroachment at the edge of the 22nd universe. Loya nodded slightly, acknowledging, I understand, and will make arrangements promptly. Turning to Elia, he said, Little one, I must attend to matters in the 22nd universe for a while. Practice diligently here in the sanctum. A flicker of disappointment crossed Elia's eyes, yet she resolutely nodded. Do not worry, master, I will strive to improve. Zingolf's gaze then settled on Elia. Your fundamental energy guidance efficiency is lacking, and your mental focus fluctuates. I recommend increasing your meditation duration and mental resilience training. Elia shrank back, intimidated by the formidable presence of the law enforcer. Elia, this is the Grand Enforcer Zingolf. Greetings, Lord Zingolf. Elia hurriedly bowed. Zingolf remained expressionless, merely gesturing with his fingertip as a small, stable rune composed of pure data flowed into Elia's body. This rune will assist in stabilizing your spiritual energy core fluctuations, enhancing your meditation efficiency by approximately 20%. Should your focus fluctuations exceed 10% in the next training session, you will be subjected to triple the physical training. Elia felt a cooling force integrate into her being, her mind instantly clearing. However, upon hearing the prospect of increased physical training, her face fell. Yes. Thank you, Lord Zingolf. After issuing his directives, Zingolf transformed into a silver-blue streak of light and departed. Loya, observing Elia's dejected demeanor, could not help but chuckle. Do not worry, little one. With the rune bestowed by Lord Zingolf, your meditation efficiency will improve, and the training will become less arduous. Elia nodded vigorously, rekindling her fighting spirit. During Loya's absence as he addressed matters in the 22nd universe, Elia devoted herself to rigorous training in the side chamber every day, guided by the runes. She found her psychic core remarkably stabilized during meditation, and her focus significantly enhanced. However, during one training session, she inadvertently lost concentration, causing her focus to fluctuate by more than 10%, just as she contemplated increasing her physical training threefold. She received unexpected news. The situation of the 22nd universe's corruption was far worse than anticipated, and Luo Yu would be unable to return for the time being. Gritting her teeth, Elia resolved not to disappoint her master and voluntarily intensified her physical training. Through arduous practice, her strength steadily improved, and the light at her fingertips grew increasingly bright and stable. Months later, Luo Yu finally returned from the 22nd universe. As he stepped into the auxiliary hall, he sensed the formidable aura radiating from Elia. There she was, fully immersed in concentrating the light at her fingertips, which had transformed from a flickering glow into a dazzling brilliance. Luo Yu smiled with satisfaction, softly remarking, "Little one, you have made great progress." Elia opened her eyes in surprise, and upon seeing Luo Yu, her eyes instantly welled with tears. "Master, you have finally returned." Luo Yu approached her, carefully assessing her condition, and discovered that not only had her focus greatly improved, but her strength had also undergone a qualitative leap. "You have worked hard during this time. I never imagined you could grow so quickly." Elia shyly replied, "I was afraid of disappointing you, so I practiced diligently." He patted her head gently, saying, "You have done exceptionally well. From this moment on, you possess a certain level of self-defense capability, little one." Elia's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will definitely become a formidable chaotic overseer, just like you, master." 9 years later, Elia had blossomed into a graceful young woman. Adorned in a fitted uniform of the Monitoring Officer Reserve, special approval from the Star Law, exuding an air of elegance. Pure and powerful orderly light coursed around her, subtly infused with the profound essence of Luo Yu's chaotic origin, a system reward, her gaze resolute and wise. At this moment, she stood beside Luo Yu and Star Law, together gazing down upon the vast panorama of the 36 universes. "Master, Uncle Star Law," Elia pointed to a newly emerged, exceedingly subtle gray shadow at the edge of the 31st universe, noting that the corruption fluctuations there bore a resemblance to the remnants of entropy's origin, specifically 003. Although faint enough to be nearly disregarded, it warranted attention according to the abyssal tracing method you taught me. A glimmer of surprise and pride flickered in Luo Yu's eyes. Data streams surged rapidly in Star Law's starry gaze, and after a moment, he nodded. "The little one's judgment is quite accurate. The Monitoring Bureau's standard scanning threshold has been set too high, neglecting such weak signals. Elia, your perceptual acuity has surpassed the standard value. This area will be entrusted to you for preliminary investigation and risk assessment. Your authority has been granted." "Yes, I will ensure the task is completed." Elia straightened her back, her eyes shimmering with the confidence of independence. Luo Yu looked at his pupil, who had transformed from a frail girl emerging from the ruins into a warrior capable of discerning subtle threats from the abyss, and a warm, indescribable feeling surged within him. He raised his hand and gently patted Elia's shoulder, saying, "Proceed with caution. Retreat at the first sign of danger. Your safety surpasses the task at hand." Elia felt the warmth of her master's palm and the concern in his words, her eyes slightly reddening as she nodded earnestly. "Yes. Rest assured, master." Chapter 68. The final sprint in seclusion. Xinglu observed from the side, the corners of his lips seemingly lifting ever so slightly. He raised his hand, revealing a silver pendant adorned with intricate protective runes, and handed it to Elia. "Wear this. It contains 3 barriers of order and the coordinates for spatial leap. In times of peril, it can withstand a full-force strike from a lord and transport you back to the sanctuary." Elia received the pendant with delight, its cool touch warming her heart. She gazed at Xinglu, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Uncle Xinglu. You are the best." Xinglu appeared somewhat uncomfortable with such overt praise, his gaze drifting slightly as he cleared his throat. "It is my duty. Go on." As Elia transformed into a streak of silver light, soaring towards the mission area, Luoya and Xinglu stood side by side. 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Luoya murmured, Her rate of growth surpasses all predictive models in your antiquated database. Xinglu's voice remained calm, yet it carried a hint of barely perceptible pride. You have taught her well. Luoya turned to Xinglu, a rare gentle smile gracing his lips. Without your training assistance and data optimization suggestions, she would not have achieved such heights today. Thank you, Xinglu. Xinglu offered no reply, but the data light flowing in his starry eyes seemed softer than usual. The two remained in silence, gazing at the direction where Elia had disappeared. Atop the solemn order sanctuary, an unspoken bond of mentorship and familial ties flowed quietly, warm and resolute. As Elia's silver light vanished completely from the cosmic vista, the warmth in Luoya's heart, born from his disciples' growth, gradually solidified into an even more steadfast strength. Over the course of 10 years, Elia had transformed from a flicker amidst the ruins into a star capable of standing on her own, while he, the chaotic overseer Luoya, bore the weighty responsibility of combating the shadows of entropy, leaving no room for complacency. Although his power at the sixth order of the White God had been firmly established and could even momentarily shake the foundations of Xinglu's order, he remained distant from the level that touched the very essence of order, and even further from confronting the chaotic source of entropy. Xinglu withdrew his gaze from the star map and turned to the chief enforcer beside him. I, too, must depart for a time. At present, my own strength is insufficient to contend with that individual. I entrust the forthcoming matters to you. When the young one returns, simply relay the truth to him. Rest assured, you can focus on your training. I will handle everything. After more than 10 years of companionship, the two had become close friends. It is time, Luoya said to Xinglu, his gaze sharp as a legendary weapon poised to unsheath. Xinglu's starry eyes scanned Luoya. Your condition has reached a critical point. Your sixth order foundation is stable, and touching the logical base is the only path to explore the next step. However, this path is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to the collapse of your own logic, resulting in irreparable devastation. I understand. Luoya's demeanor remained tranquil, yet infused with an unyielding resolve. The shadows of the abyssal demon realm would not wait for him, nor would entropy. After a moment of silence, Xinglu raised a finger, and a silver blue rune, imbued with spatial coordinates, descended into Luoya's palm. System reward. The interior of your chaotic temporal chamber has been optimized to its utmost according to your desires, with the flow of time and the laws of the environment adjusted accordingly. 1 day in the external world equates to 100 years within. Good luck, chaotic overseer. Luoya tightened his grip on the rune, nodded slightly to Xinglu, and his figure transformed into a profound stream of light, vanishing into the portal that led to an independent realm of time. Inside the chaotic temporal chamber, this was not a material space, but rather an extraordinary domain composed of pure chaotic essence and distorted temporal laws. There was no up or down, no stars or earth. Only an endless tide of chaotic energy flowing with a spectrum of colors, alongside a river of time that was forcibly stretched and compressed to its limits. Luoya hovered at the core of the energy tide. Upon entry, the violent and overwhelmingly concentrated chaotic essence pierced his body and soul like a myriad of steel needles. Had he not achieved the pinnacle of the White God's sixth order, both his corporeal form and spirit would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. A wave of intense pain surged over him like a tide, yet Luoya's gaze remained as cold as ancient ice. He willingly relinquished his body and mind, guiding the tempestuous chaotic energy to wash over him, refining every inch of his being. The layer of flowing chaotic starlight that adorned his dark battle attire had long since vanished, as his body continually fractured under the impact of the energy, only to rapidly reconstitute itself due to the formidable regenerative power of the chaotic essence. Each instance of fracturing and reformation felt as though his very soul was being crushed and reshaped anew. Boom. At the moment the power of the White God's sixth order concept of the void touched upon the logical foundation of his being, his consciousness seemed to be cast into an endless storm of logic. Countless paradoxes, fragments, and truths concerning existence, power, order, and chaos surged forth like an uncontrollable torrent, violently bombarding his core of awareness. He felt his thoughts being torn apart, reassembled, memories fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, and his understanding of self wavered. In the chaotic temporal chamber, time lost all significance. It could have been but a moment or an eternity. Luoya's body floated within the energy tide, sometimes crystallizing with the brilliance of a diamond, other times distorting and disintegrating like boiling lava. The chaotic rune upon his forehead, representing the concept of the void, flickered erratically, its internal structure seemingly in a constant state of collapse and forced cohesion. His consciousness wrestled within the storm of logic, sinking and yet resolutely reconstituting itself time and again. He beheld the singularity at the dawn of the universe, witnessed the weaving of the laws of order, and experienced the roar of chaos and the silence of its eventual end. Countless fragments of information sliced through his soul like blades. Yet he steadfastly clung to a glimmer of light, the unwavering will he guarded, the relentless pursuit of the essence of power. The foundational logic is neither fixed nor immutable. It is fluid and malleable, akin to the very essence of chaos. To freeze, it is not the objective. Rather, mastering the core of its transformation is paramount. On the precipice of logical disintegration, at the moment when consciousness teeters on the edge of being overwhelmed by the deluge of paradox, a faint yet resplendent insight emerges. Akin to a dawn piercing through the interminable darkness, illuminating the depths of Loa's chaotic awareness. No longer does he strive to forcibly freeze the tempestuous flow of foundational logic. Instead, he channels the power of conceptual annihilation into the most exquisite of chisels, seamlessly integrating it into the rhythm of that flowing foundation. To comprehend, to guide, to reshape. Time becomes irrelevant, whether it be a decade, a century, or a millennium. Through endless cycles of understanding, guiding, and reshaping, he perseveres. Buzz. The energy tides within the chaotic temporal chamber come to an abrupt halt. Instantly, like rivers converging into the sea, they surge towards Loa with fervor. The once flickering chaotic rune upon his forehead erupts in an unprecedented brilliance. The structure of the rune transforms entirely, becoming increasingly intricate and arcane, as if composed of countless flowing, self-evolving chains of logic. His body ceases to disintegrate, suspended at the center of the energy tide, enveloped in an indescribable essence, radiating a pure white light that embodies the ultimate rationality of the cosmos. This luminescence is no longer frigid. It emanates an absolute majesty that perceives all and masters logic. As his eyes open, the depths of his pupils no longer reveal a chaotic vortex, but instead present a dynamic matrix of logic, perpetually evolving with infinite possibilities. Chapter 69. Breakthrough to the seventh tier of the White Deity. He slowly raises his hand, a strand of white light dancing at his fingertips. This white light transcends mere energy. It embodies a highly condensed existence imbued with specific logical commands. He gently points towards the distorted river of time before him. Flow rate, unification. The tempestuous torrent of time, as though a pause button has been pressed, instantly transforms into a placid mirror, obediently swirling around him. It is done. Loa's voice, calm and unruffled, resonates with an authority that seems to dictate the very laws of existence. He stands still, eyes closed, wholly immersed in the pulsating logic within him, akin to a river in perpetual motion. These foundational points intertwine and collide, continuously igniting new sparks and forces, resembling the most minuscule yet formidable energy source in the universe. As time progresses, this sensation intensifies. He can distinctly perceive these foundational points coalescing into a formidable dominion, a power that reigns over the cosmos, omnipotent and nearly boundless. Finally, at a certain moment, he abruptly opens his eyes, a flicker of ecstatic triumph illuminating his gaze. The seventh tier of the White Deity. He has successfully transcended. System, did you witness that? Even without your assistance. Through my own efforts, I have achieved this breakthrough. He muses triumphantly, yet the system seems unimpressed, responding, "Shall I take my leave?" A subtle smile graces his lips, radiating confidence, and without hesitation, he steps forth from the chaotic temporal chamber. At that moment, the starry law senses a presence of power stronger than its own surging towards him. The deities of the temple hurriedly gathered at the center of the grand hall. Luoya stepped in with a steady gait, while Xing El's eyes widened in disbelief. The gods exchanged whispers, their murmurs filled with astonishment. How could this be possible? He was even stronger than before. This aura was overwhelmingly potent, rivaling that of the formidable Grand Lawmaker. It could even be said to surpass it in might. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to a figure in the distance. It was a graceful young woman, darting towards them like a delicate butterfly, her speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, She dashed into his embrace like a gust of wind. "Master, master," she called out, her voice brimming with excitement and joy. "Oh, master. It has been 3 years. Yer has missed you so much." She clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face like a flood, soaking his garments. Xing El hurried to Luo Yu's side, a beaming smile on his face. He excitedly remarked, "This child has been incessantly speaking of you. Ever since we returned from our mission and learned of your seclusion, she has been worried about your safety, tossing and turning every night, unable to sleep, not even able to eat or drink. Yet, he added, a hint of urgency in his voice, are you hurt anywhere?" Yet quickly shook her head. "Master, I am fine. But you, master, you must have endured a great deal inside. After all, it has been thousands of years for you. In the temple, 100 days equate to a year." Luo Yu gazed at Ye, a flicker of pride in his eyes. She had grown and learned to care for him. The three engaged in lively conversation, oblivious to the presence of others around them. Their dialogue was filled with warmth and concern, as if time itself had momentarily halted. They soon entered a side hall, where Xing El's expression suddenly darkened. He spoke gravely, "A presence akin to yours has emerged in the 7th universe." Initially, this aura was faint, barely perceptible, like a wisp of smoke in the wind, easily overlooked. However, in recent days, it had intensified, blazing forth with an increasingly fierce and potent force. Luo Yu raised an eyebrow, a look of surprise crossing his face. This was indeed intriguing. His tone carried a hint of curiosity and anticipation, as if he had stumbled upon something fascinating. Just as his words fell, a dazzling white light erupted from the 7th universe, soaring like a silver dragon, piercing through the dark expanse of space. This brilliant light surged forward at an astonishing speed, tearing through the void in its wake. In the 7th universe, within the Dragon Ball world, the realm of the destroyers, at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, a serene atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Ever since Luo Yu ascended to the higher realms, Vegeta had been diligently studying how to attain the form of the White God. Whis floated elegantly in midair, his angelic staff lightly touching the ground as he gazed at the ancient door connecting to the dimension beyond, a rare sentiment flickering in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, are you truly not going to take a look? Mister, Vegeta has spent what equates to 12 years in the outside world." Whis's voice remains gentle, yet carries an almost imperceptible concern. Deep within the temple, the god of destruction, Beerus shifts in his cat bed, grumbling impatiently, "What are you staring at? That cultivation fanatic has been at it for over a decade. Aside from the occasional foray to replenish his senzu beans and hydration, he hasn't shown his face. Does he think of anything other than becoming stronger? He doesn't even sleep well anymore." Nevertheless, Beerus's ears perk up slightly, indicating he is not entirely indifferent. Whis smiles subtly, the crystal atop his staff reflecting the blurred image within the time chamber, an endless expanse of pure white, with a crimson golden point of light emanating a terrifying energy that nearly blends with the white space. His tenacity is indeed awe-inspiring. I can sense that within him. His energy is undergoing an ineffable transformation. What he is pursuing is likely the supreme realm known as the White God, left behind by Lord Zeno. The White God. Beerus scoffs, yet a flicker of apprehension glimmers in his eyes. That Zeno fellow is a monster. As for Vegeta, even if he practiced for another 100 years, his words were abruptly cut off as the door of the time chamber jolted violently. A chilling, pure pressure, as if capable of freezing souls, surged through the door, instantly permeating the entire realm of destruction. Whis's smile froze in an instant, the image within the crystal fluctuating violently. Beerus sprang from his cat bed, wide awake, his purple feline features etched with shock. What is this aura? Inside the time chamber, centuries have slipped away. There are no sun, moon, or stars, only an eternal expanse of white and an oppressive silence. Time is warped here, elongated. Every second weighs heavily, akin to a century. Vegeta's silhouette hovers at the center of this space. At this moment, he is no longer the spirited figure who first stepped inside. His martial attire is tattered, stained with dried blood and sweat. His robust physique is marred with overlapping scars, some deep enough to reveal bone. Though the Saiyan's formidable constitution and senzu beans aid in his recovery, the marks tell tales of countless brushes with death. He maintains his Super Saiyan form, the crimson golden aura flickering like a candle in the wind, intensely burning, swaying, yet imbued with a near-desperate resilience. His eyes are bloodshot, and within the depths of his pupils burns an unquenchable flame known as determination. His gaze is fixed unwaveringly upon a phantom before him, not a tangible entity, but a projection forcibly coalesced from his powerful will and countless experiences on the brink of death. This specter is not Zeno's true form, nor does it possess even a fraction of his might. However, it perfectly replicates the terrifying essence of Zeno's combat, freezing concepts and solidifying logic. The mere existence of this apparition emanates an intangible chill, causing the space around Vegeta to groan under the weight of its presence, the flow of time itself becoming sluggish. Each breath feels as though millions of icy needles pierce his lungs. Coughing, Vegeta expels blood mixed with crystalline frost, his body trembling violently from the extreme cold and the strain of his powers. Chapter 70. Vegeta's Obsession. Before him, the ethereal figure of Loa slowly raised its finger, the tip enveloped in a chilling, pure white radiance that made Vegeta's very soul tremble. Here it comes again. Vegeta's pupils constricted. A torrent of memories flooded his mind. Countless times he had been frozen, vanquished, teetering on the brink of death. The sheer terror of his thoughts being paralyzed, his power rendered inert, and his very existence denied was a torment far more profound than any physical pain. No, Vegeta emitted a guttural roar, forcibly suppressing the fear and excruciating agony coursing through him. He could not retreat. His master had achieved it. I shall too. He fervently summoned the tempestuous crimson and gold flames within him, striving to unleash an overwhelming torrent of energy to clash against that frozen will, just as he had done before. However, the magnificent aura, capable of shaking the very stars, encountered the intangible chill emanating from the specter and, as if striking an impenetrable wall of size, it instantly dulled, became sluggish, and began to freeze and shatter. Feudal Vegeta, a cold, composed voice, reminiscent of Loa himself, reverberated deep within his consciousness, a simulation of his master's combat will, laced with an indifferent insight into the essence of power. The accumulation of energy, in the presence of the White God, was akin to attempting to submerge an iceberg with a flood. You shall never comprehend the realm of rules. Vegeta struggled to endure amidst the violent backlash of energy and the piercing cold, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. For centuries, he had endured in this white hell for centuries. From initial despair to unwillingness, and then to a frantic imitation, he had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan God. Even brushing against the threshold of the White God, he managed to condense a flicker of weak white flame, the initial stage of the White God, progressing to stabilize the powers of the second and third stages of the White God, enduring torment beyond what a Saiyant's bloodline could bear. Yet, the power of the fifth stage of the White God loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. The energy and strength he took pride in appeared so pale and powerless before that higher essence of power. With a mere touch of the specter's fingertip, not a tangible attack, yet that will to freeze existence precisely penetrated Vegeta's defenses. He felt his thoughts instantaneously solidify, the energy within him like a river frozen in time. Utterly stagnant, his Super Saiyan form dissolved in an instant, and he plummeted to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, spewing forth a copious amount of golden blood laced with ice shards. Agony and an all-consuming chill enveloped him, as Vegeta curled up on the frigid ground, his consciousness fading. Failure, once again a complete failure. Centuries of arduous training, innumerable challenges, countless struggles on the brink of death. Yet he still could not shake even a fraction of this simulated mastery of his master. Despair slithered through him like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his will. Give up. Vegeta. The simulated will of Loa echoed once more. Boundaries are boundaries. You have touched the pinnacle of mortal existence. This is your limit. Limit, you say? In Vegeta's unfocused gaze, the pure white ceiling reflected back at him. He recalled the earth, the memories of Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, the concerns of Bulma, the incessant nagging of Chi-Chi, and most importantly, the towering figure of his master, Lord Royer, who had rescued him from the clutches of destruction and granted him a new lease on life. No, a fierce flame of indomitable spirit, rising from the depths of his bloodline and the essence of his soul, erupted violently from the waning consciousness of Vegeta. The Saiyan knows no limits. The heights that my master has reached, I, Vegeta, shall also attain. With every ounce of his remaining strength, he struggled to lift his shattered body, no longer attempting to summon the frozen energy, nor resisting the biting chill. He compressed all his will, all his persistence, all his yearning for power, and the boundless admiration for his master's silhouette into a singular force. Not merely the condensation of energy, but the very essence of will itself. Freezing is not merely ice. As my master once said, it is a will of negation. It is the direction of the heart and the reach of strength. It is not about freezing with power, but defining freezing with will. Boom. It was as if something deep within Vegeta's soul had exploded. An unprecedented will, cold to the extreme, yet pure to the core, erupted like a dormant volcano that had slumbered for eons. The chaotic, futile red-gold flames that enveloped his form were instantly extinguished, as if cast into a furnace of absolute zero. In their place emerged not a blinding radiance, but a faint yet profoundly solid and pure white aura. This aura, as delicate as a cicada's wing, enveloped his battered body, emanating an undeniable, absolute will to freeze all. The space around him, once gripped by the chilling shadows, cracked audibly at the moment the white aura manifested, and the sense of sluggishness diminished abruptly. Was this the initial stage of the white god? No, that was not it. He felt within him a new, transformative power, and his eyes blazed with incredulity. This power was far more refined than what he had previously encountered at the initial stage of the white god, drawing closer to its essence. He had successfully stabilized the initial stage of the white god and had touched upon a deeper threshold. But this was merely the beginning. Centuries of accumulated foundation and countless insights from the brink of death surged forth like a flood unleashed. Not enough. I demand more. Vegeta roared, shattering the very fabric of space. No longer on the defensive, he lunged toward that shadow. He pushed the frozen will he had just grasped to its utmost limit, compressing and refining it fervently. He aimed to emulate his master's form and surpass his own limits. Buzz. The thin layer of white light enveloping Vegeta suddenly blazed brilliantly. No longer an aura, but a solidified force. A layer of crystalline armor, shimmering like diamonds and flowing with the cold starlight, instantly covered his entire being. Upon his forehead, a blurred vertical mark, reminiscent of ice crystals, flickered in and out amidst the violent energy fluctuations. A chill far purer, deeper, and colder than that of the third stage of the white god radiated from Vegeta, expanding explosively outward. The pristine white expanse of the Spirit Time House was suddenly veiled in a delicate layer of frosty azure. The very structure of the space emitted a groan under the weight of an overwhelming force, as the flow of time was forcefully twisted into an almost viscous state. What is this? Vegeta felt within him a vast torrent of power, terrifying enough to freeze the stars, and sensed the impenetrable starry crystal armor that contained the will to freeze. Ecstasy surged within him like a tsunami. He had succeeded. After enduring in the Spirit Time House for centuries, he had stepped into the realm of the Fourth Order White God, driven by the indomitable will of the Saiyan bloodline and the infinite potential it harbored. I have touched my Master's realm. Flames of unyielding joy burned in his eyes. Although he had just entered the Fourth Order, there remained a chasm between him and the profound might of the Fifth Order of Roya, yet he finally stood upon that once unattainable threshold. He abruptly raised his head, gazing at the looming visage of Roya, still exuding a freezing pressure, devoid of any trace of fear, replaced only by the blazing fire of battle. Again, Vegeta roared, raising a finger adorned with diamond-like starry crystal armor. At the fingertip, a white radiance, compressed to an extraordinary degree, coalesced, embodying the absolute will to freeze existence. Akin to the first glimmer of cold light at the dawn of the universe, precisely locking onto the freezing finger of the apparition. There was no cataclysmic explosion, but rather, two wills of freezing power collided silently in the void, annihilating and wrestling. The once unstoppable freezing force of the Roya apparition exhibited a noticeable delay upon contact with Vegeta's radiant fingertip for the first time. Although the apparition's strength still prevailed, Vegeta was no longer without means to retaliate. Huh, huh, huh. Vegeta roared with laughter, his voice brimming with exhilaration and the joy of having endured trials to finally glimpse the light of dawn. Chapter 71. The god's astonishment. He dissipated his energy, breathing heavily, and lowered his gaze to his palm, now adorned with resplendent crystal armor, feeling within him a new-found, boundless power. A sense of achievement unlike any he had ever known filled his heart. He lifted his gaze towards the end of the pure white space that had imprisoned him for centuries, as if piercing through endless dimensions. He beheld the figure that guards all beings in the higher cosmos. Beerus took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and shouted into the void. A thunderous cry imbued with endless longing, reverence, and pride. Master, do you see me? Your disciple Beerus has not let you down. This fourth-order white god is the answer I present to you. This shout, infused with the pressure of a newly ascended white god and an indomitable will, pierced through the barriers of the spirit-time house, echoing like thunder in the realm of the destroyers. The crystal sphere of Whis' staff cracked with a faint sound, revealing a tiny fissure. For the first time, an unmistakable shock appeared on his elegant face. Deep within the temple, Beerus froze entirely, his purple feline eyes wide with disbelief. His mouth agape, even forgetting to sway his tail, as a single thought spiraled wildly in his mind. The white god? That brat has truly touched the realm of Roya? How is this possible? The fourth order of the white god. The voice of Beerus was dry and piercing, as if he were being choked. How could that young man have spent merely a few years inside, yet emerged after several centuries? How could he have grasped the threshold of that monstrous entity, Loya, in such a short span? What cosmic jest is this? He abruptly sprang to his feet, pacing wildly within the temple, his feline visage a blend of astonishment, envy, disbelief, and a hint of reverence he scarcely wished to acknowledge. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Buzz. The very fabric of the god of destruction realm abruptly solidified. A force far more profound and vast than Vegeta's divine might, akin to the gentle power of the universe's will itself, spread forth without warning. The stars in the sky appeared to cease their motion, and the flowing clouds crystallized into a resplendent tapestry, a beam of indescribable brilliance. Seemingly forged from the light of countless stars, thundered down from the boundless void. Within this luminous column, a figure clad in resplendent divine robes, possessing a gentle countenance yet exuding unparalleled authority, slowly emerged. It was none other than the Grand Priest, the foremost among the deities. The Grand Priest. Both Whis and Beerus exclaimed in unison, hastily bowing in reverence. Even Beerus quelled his tempestuous demeanor, his face now etched with awe. The Grand Priest's gaze did not linger on Whis or Beerus. His deep, all-encompassing eyes pierced through the spatial barrier of the hyperbolic time chamber, landing upon Vegeta, who had just broken through and whose aura was still settling. For the first time, the Grand Priest's visage betrayed unmasked astonishment. The will that freezes rules and solidifies existence bore a striking resemblance to the essence of Lord Loya. The Grand Priest's gentle voice resonated with unprecedented tremors. Could it be that Vegeta has truly taken this monumental step? The Grand Priest's appearance signaled a momentous event. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Columns of radiant light, exuding an overwhelming divine aura, cascaded into the god of destruction realm. King Kai Shin and his attendant, Jebet, wore expressions of bewilderment and profound shock. Shin nearly plummeted from the sky, exclaiming, "Is that Vegeta's aura? My heavens! This sensation surpasses even that of the god of destruction." The elder Kai, his vision blurred, suddenly sparkled with clarity, his beard bristling with excitement. Incredible. Truly remarkable. I have lived countless years and have never witnessed such pure, primordial power so close to the essence of creation. The potential of the Science is indeed boundless. Angels such as Margarita from Universe 6 and Conic from Universe 10 also arrived in unison, their beautiful faces reflecting disbelief. Margarita, no longer composed, covered her mouth in shock. How is this possible? The aura of Mr. Vegeta has even sent chills down my spine. Conic, her gaze sharp, seemed intent on piercing through the time chamber. How has he achieved this prototype of frozen rules? Other gods of destruction from various universes, such as Kampa from Universe 6, Quitella from Universe 4, and Lomsi from Universe 10, were also stirred by this earth-shattering breakthrough, hastening their arrival through their respective channels of authority. They gazed at the piercing, ice-blue luminescence and the ethereal forms resembling diamond stars that penetrated the barriers of the time chamber, feeling an oppressive force that rendered their divine powers sluggish. Their faces changing dramatically. The rotund figure of Pat pattered with tremors, pointing towards the time chamber and shouting at Beerus, "Hey, Beerus, what on earth is happening? Has Vegeta consumed some cosmic elixir? What is this power?" His eyes brimmed with jealousy and disbelief. Quietly, Quitra's expression darkened. His lips pressed tightly together. He has truly inherited the power of the white god, Loya? Cursed seventh universe. I sense an immense threat. Meanwhile, the relatively composed Ramses. The elephant god of destruction exhibited a grave demeanor mixed with a hint of admiration. Incredible will transcends the boundaries of mortals and deities, touching the power of creation. Vegeta, remarkable. In an instant, the usually desolate realm of the gods of destruction transformed into a divine assembly. All the deities gathered, their gazes fixated on the ancient door. Their faces a tapestry of shock, confusion, reverence, and jealousy. The door of the mental time chamber slowly creaked open beneath the collective scrutiny. A chilling yet pure and vast coldness surged forth, causing some of the weaker deities, such as the Kais, to shiver involuntarily. Then, a figure stepped forth from the depths. It was indeed Vegeta. His martial attire remained tattered, stained with blood, a juxtaposition of fresh wounds and centuries-old scars narrating unimaginable hardships. Yet, his upright form resembled a divine iron forged through eons of icy trials, emanating an ancient coldness and resilience. Most strikingly, he was adorned with a layer of diamond star crystal armor. This armor was not metal, but rather a crystallized embodiment of cosmic ice and starlight. Translucent and shimmering with a cold yet resplendent brilliance. A faint blue crystalline mark appeared on his forehead, reminiscent of a third divine eye, exuding the will to freeze all things. An invisible force field enveloped him, rendering the space around him thick and sluggish, the light slightly distorted. He stood there, his breath somewhat weak from his recent breakthrough and prolonged battles. Yet as his eyes, ablaze with an indomitable flame, scanned the assembled deities, they conveyed an air of authority that looked down upon the world. That was the majesty of the white god. Vegeta? The voice of the Supreme Kai trembled with uncertainty. Chapter 72. The pursuit of that great one. Vegeta's gaze first fell upon Whis and Beerus. Noting the cracks in Whis' staff and the ghostly expression on Beerus' face, he grinned widely, revealing a fatigued yet exhilarating smile imbued with the unique pride of a Saiyan. "Hello, Mr. Whis, Lord Beerus, long time no see. I have emerged." His voice, somewhat hoarse, resonated like the clash of ice, clearly reaching the ears of every deity present. At long last, Beerus emerged from his petrified state, swiftly darting towards Vegeta. His violet feline eyes wide with astonishment as he meticulously scrutinized the crystalline armor adorning Vegeta's form, even gingerly prodding it with his claws. Feeling the bone-chilling coldness and the indomitable texture, he gasped in awe. Is it truly the white god? This armor, this aura, how did you achieve this? Speak at once. Whis gracefully floated closer, his gaze layered with complexity as he regarded Vegeta, his tone imbued with genuine admiration and a hint of disbelief. Mr. Vegeta, congratulations. You have ventured into a realm truly touched by Lord Roya. The fourth tier of the white god exemplifies the boundless potential of the Saiyan lineage. Should Lord Roya be aware of this, he would be immensely gratified. Upon hearing the name of his master, Vegeta's pride swiftly morphed into profound longing and concern. He turned to the Grand Priest, bowing respectfully yet with urgency. Great Priest, do you possess any news of my master? Is he well in the upper realm? Eager to learn of his master's well-being, he yearned for him to witness his achievements. The Grand Priest, observing the pure admiration and thirst for strength in Vegeta's eyes, offered a gentle smile, akin to that of a guardian beholding a child who has finally matured. He raised his hand slightly. A vast and warm surge of life energy enveloping Vegeta, swiftly mending his wounds and replenishing his stamina. Lord Roya is in good health. The Grand Priest's voice flowed like a gentle spring breeze. He thrives in the upper universe, shouldering the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the infinite order. His strength has surpassed former limits, reaching heights beyond our comprehension. Pausing, he regarded the icy crystal mark upon Vegeta's forehead and the resplendent armor he wore, eyes glimmering with admiration. Vegeta, your dedication and breakthroughs are truly moving. Though Lord Roya may be far away, you have firmly set foot upon the path he once tread. This fourth tier of the white god is your finest tribute to him and an immensely significant gift to the entire seventh universe. The Grand Priest's words, akin to the highest form of recognition, stirred within Vegeta a profound warmth and sense of pride. The other deities, upon hearing this, displayed a myriad of expressions, envy, reverence, and an intricate mix of emotions. Suddenly, an inopportune yet unmistakably familiar voice, laced with tears and fury, shattered the solemn atmosphere of the divine assembly. Vegeta, you scoundrel! A rift in space tore open above the god of destruction realm, and Bulma emerged, piloting a small capsule craft with fervor. She leapt from the vessel, completely disregarding the formidable deities surrounding her, charging towards Vegeta like an enraged lioness, tears brimming in her eyes as she struck his crystalline chest with her fists, which, of course, felt like hitting a wall to her. 15 years. A full 15 years without a word. No communication whatsoever. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Do you know how much Goten and Trunks miss their father? You training fanatic. Bulma, a tempest of anger and concern, gazed at Vegeta's battered form and tattered clothing, and finally, her tears cascaded down her cheeks. Look at you. What have you turned yourself into? Come home with me. First, let us have a hearty meal. Heal your wounds. We can discuss everything else later. Without allowing any room for dissent, she insisted on pulling Vegeta towards the spaceship. Vegeta, gazing into his wife's tear-filled eyes of concern, anger, and compassion, felt the warmth of her powerless yet reassuring fists. In an instant, the cold pride of a warrior within him melted away, leaving only deep guilt and tenderness. He shed his crystalline armor, revealing his battle-scarred, yet warm-smiling self, and gently embraced Bulma, his voice remarkably soft. It's all right, Bulma. I'm perfectly fine, see? I've grown stronger, and with this newfound strength, I can protect you all even better. Bulma, sobbing in his embrace, sensed his tangible presence. After years of tension, her heartstrings finally relaxed. Though her words remained sharp, strong or not, you still need to eat and sleep. Let us go home. Gohan and the others are waiting. Witnessing this lively scene, the previously solemn god of destruction realm, steeped in the weight of divine pressure, suddenly transformed into a vibrant tableau. Whis stifled a chuckle, while Beerus rolled his eyes, muttering about troublesome women, and the other deities displayed warm smiles. The Grand Minister, observing the affectionate embrace of Vegeta and Bulma, smiled gently and raised his hand. A silver ring, formed from pure light of order and shimmering with starlight along its edges, gently landed in Vegeta's palm. Vegeta, this order ring is bestowed upon you. It will assist you in stabilizing your nascent power of the White God, deepening your understanding of the rules, and providing a shield of order when you protect what is important to you. The Grand Minister's voice carried blessings. With you safeguarding the future of Universe 7, I feel assured. Now go, your family awaits you. Vegeta clenched the warm ring, feeling the vast and gentle power within, then gazed at his wife and the distant, faintly visible earth. His eyes brimmed with an unprecedented resolve and warmth. In the chaotic cosmos above, suddenly, a resonance stirred within him, akin to the core of the universe operating in stable harmony, surfacing without warning. Vegeta's shout, imbued with the pressure of the fourth tier of the White God, pierced not only the barriers of the hyperbolic time chamber, but also resonated through the currents of fate like a stone cast into a river. It created unique ripples in the vast rules of the universe. This force, carrying the distinct mark of the chaotic essence of Loa, conveyed its formidable power and familiar aura precisely to its destined source. Buzz. Loa abruptly opened his eyes. The logical matrix deep within his pupils came to an abrupt halt, replaced by an indescribable shock and relief. Though the source of that resonance, the familiar power wave ingrained in his very soul, was still nascent and far from his current realm. The essence at its core, the embryonic will that froze the rules, was undeniably that of the fourth tier of the White God. His voice trembled with a hint of realization he himself had not perceived. He instantly locked onto the faint yet crystal-clear resonance coordinate of Universe 7. Vegeta couldn't help but smile broadly at this moment. Indeed, he is a man favored by fortune. This indomitable, proud, and unyielding disciple of the Saiyan race, the very boy he rescued from the clutches of the annihilating demon, has truly transcended the chasm of existence and reached the realm of the White God, achieving the fourth tier. An immense joy surged through the stillness of the chamber, dispelling its icy grip like a warm current. However, this elation was swiftly accompanied by a profound sense of responsibility. Vegeta's entry into the domain of the White God signifies that he possesses the power to disrupt the fabric of cosmic order. Yet it also marks him as an even more coveted prey in the eyes of the abyssal demon realm. The laws of Universe 7 can no longer sustain or guide the path that lies ahead of him. He requires a broader expanse and the guidance of prodigies like myself to truly master this power and play a pivotal role in the impending cataclysm of entropy. Chapter 73. A Return to the Next Realm. Welcome, Vegeta Starlaw. His thoughts were instantly conveyed. Almost simultaneously, a silver-blue streak of light coalesced outside the chamber, revealing the figure of Star Law. The data streams in his starry eyes surged incessantly, evidently capturing the faint resonance that transcended the boundaries of the universe. "Did you sense it too?" Luo Yer inquired, his tone tinged with an imperceptible excitement. "Indeed," came the cold and precise response, yet the flickering of the data streams quickened. Universe 7, coordinates confirmed. The energy signatures align with the essence emanating from your body, and the core fluctuations share a 999 resonance with your chaotic origin. Another formidable contender. This potential is immense, qualifying for advancement to the first-tier combat sequence of the Oversight Court. Let us proceed to assist in Universe 7, within the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Onward. Without a hint of hesitation, Star Law's starry gaze erupted with brilliant light as he swiftly traced patterns in the void, conjuring countless silver-blue runes imbued with the laws of space, rapidly constructing a spatial coordinate leading to the distant lower realm. Luo Yu observed the emerging passage with a complex glimmer in his eyes, gratitude, pride, anticipation, and a hint of urgency for their impending reunion. He stepped forward, merging his form into the silver-blue stream of light. In Universe 7, within the realm of the Destroyer Gods, Vegeta had just calmed Bulma, carefully cradling the warm Order Star ring, feeling the vast and gentle power within, his heart brimming with expectations for the future and affection for his family. Beerus, the Grand Priest, and other deities gazed upon the reunited couple with kind smiles. Suddenly, a resonant hum filled the air. A force far more magnificent and profound than Vegeta's breakthrough descended without warning, as if imbued with the ultimate laws of the universe. This pressure was not destructive, but bore an absolute will that transcended all, redefining the very rules of existence. The entire space of the Destroyer God realm was instantly rendered motionless. The flow of time was forcibly unified, and even the flowing light seemed to have been pressed into a state of pause. All deities, including the Grand Priest, were taken aback, their expressions transforming dramatically. With a graceful smile frozen on her face, Weiss felt a shiver run through her, while Beerus's fur bristled. Bulma, overwhelmed by an instinctive reverence born from the essence of life, instinctively tightened her grip on Vegeta's arm. The Grand Priest's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance as he exclaimed, "Is this overwhelming pressure emanating from Lord Roya?" No sooner had he spoken than the space above the God of Destruction realm shattered silently like fragile glass. A dazzling silver-blue beam of light, indescribably radiant and seemingly woven from countless chains of orderly laws, disregarded all spatial barriers and descended with a thunderous roar. At the edges of this luminescence, fragments of space swirled like cosmic dust, gradually dissipating. At the heart of the beam, two figures emerged slowly. To the left stood the familiar Star Law Chief Enforcer, his expression impassive, his starry eyes surveying the scene like a cold machine. To the right was another figure, clad in a dark uniform adorned with chaotic star flames, his stature upright, as if he were the very backbone of the universe. His visage retained a youthful appearance, yet bore the tranquil weight of ancient epics. Most disconcerting were his eyes, no longer the abyssal whirlpools of yore, but rather two shifting matrices of logic, embodying endless possibilities. He radiated an absolute authority that seemed to comprehend all things, govern logic, and define rules. Merely his existence caused the laws of this universe to hum in submission. It was their long-lost acquaintance, the chaotic overseer, Roya. Master. Vegeta's mind went blank at the sight of that figure. All fatigue, all scars, all yearning transformed into an indescribable wave of overwhelming joy and excitement in that moment. Instinctively, he shed the diamond star crystal armor that enveloped him, revealing his battered, yet beaming form. Like a child finally reunited with a parent, his voice trembled with emotion. "Master, it really is you." He instinctively attempted to rush forward, yet was halted by the natural, cosmic resonance of Roya's supreme pressure. Instead, he stood transfixed, his burning gaze fixed on Roya, filled with admiration, pride, and a yearning to prove himself. In an instant, Roya's attention locked onto Vegeta. He observed the multitude of scars narrating centuries of arduous cultivation, felt the nascent yet remarkably pure and resilient power of the fourth tier of the white god within him, and recognized the unmasked longing and desire for validation in his eyes. Deep within the cold depths of Roya's logic matrix-like gaze, a ripple of warmth finally spread. He stepped forward. As though traversing the distance of space, appearing before Vegeta in an instant. Ignoring the awestruck deities around them, he raised his hand, not to touch, but to channel a pure, gentle essence of chaotic primordial energy, which silently surged into Vegeta's being. In a heartbeat, the old and new scars, which ran deep to the bone, began to heal at an astonishing rate, vanishing before the naked eye. The once depleted energy flowed back into him like a thirsty river rejoicing in the arrival of rain, instantly revitalizing him. Even the mental fatigue dissipated completely. The entire being seemed to be infused with boundless vitality. "You have worked hard, Vegeta." The voice of Lord Loa resonated, no longer exuding the cold authority of traversing the universe, but instead imbued with a long-lost warmth and affirmation akin to that of a benevolent elder. "You have done remarkably well to attain the 4th stage of the White God on your own." His gaze fell upon the faint blue crystalline mark upon Vegeta's forehead, his eyes shimmering with unabashed admiration. "Truly impressive, as expected of you, Vegeta." "Master." Receiving the Master's direct affirmation, Vegeta felt that the centuries of hardship and countless moments of despair, teetering on the brink of collapse, were all worthwhile in this instant. His eyes reddened, nearly brimming with tears. He stifled his excitement, standing tall. "I have not disappointed your expectations." At that moment, the Grand Priest, Beerus, and other deities emerged from their profound shock, respectfully bowing to Lord Loa. "Greetings, Lord Loa." Bulma also recognized Loa, although pale with fear from the overwhelming pressure. She mustered her courage and exclaimed with a quivering voice, "Mr. Loa, are you taking Vegeta away? He has just returned." Loa's gaze shifted to Bulma, and within his logic-defying, matrix-like eyes, a hint of gentle understanding flickered. He turned back to Vegeta. "Vegeta, your strength has now touched the realm of rules. The laws of Universe 7 have become shackles for you, unable to provide further guidance or protection for your advancement. The gaze of the abyssal demon realm will also converge upon you due to your power." His voice was calm, yet burdened with foresight. "Come with me to the upper realm. There, a broader battlefield awaits, along with challenges you must face and your true stage for the future. I will personally guide you to master the power of the White God until you can stand on your own." Chapter 74, Yara. The precious disciple of Vegeta, a tremor coursed through Vegeta. In an instant, he comprehended his master's profound intent. To the upper realm, to follow in his master's footsteps. He abruptly turned, gazing at Bulma, who was clinging tightly to his arm, tears glistening in her eyes, her face a portrait of reluctance and concern. Looking towards the distant earth, there resided his other wife, Chi-Chi, his son Goten, Trunks, his companions Gohan, Krillin, and Tin, every bond he cherished. "Master." Vegeta's voice was laden with internal conflict. He yearned for power, for the chance to follow his master, for the opportunity to battle in a more expansive realm. Yet, the ties of family were equally a weight of life he could not forsake. Loa observed the struggle in his disciple's eyes, offering no urging. He simply waited patiently for Vegeta's choice. The Grand Priest interjected at the opportune moment, his tone gentle and wise. "Vegeta, what Lord Loa speaks is profoundly true. Your strength can no longer be contained or nurtured within this realm. Going to the upper realm is not merely for your own future, but also for the long-term peace of Universe 7 and beyond. You must grow stronger to protect all that you wish to safeguard from the calamities that may arise in the future." He turned to Bulma. "Miss Bulma, this brief separation is for a longer-lasting protection and reunion. Please trust Lord Loa and have faith in Vegeta." Whis elegantly added, "Mr. Vegeta, this is your opportunity to ascend to a higher dimension. The Earth and your family are under the protection of our angels and the Kaioshians, so you need not worry." Beerus scoffed, his displeasure evident at Vegeta's ascendancy, yet he muttered, "Humph, go ahead. At least it spares me from your incessant dismantling of my temple. But remember, lad, do not bring shame to Universe 7. If you find yourself at a loss, do not forget to invoke my name." The words of the crowd flowed like a gentle stream, gradually soothing the turmoil within Vegeta's heart. He turned his gaze to Bulma, his eyes brimming with guilt and reluctance, yet more so with unwavering determination. Vegeta grasped his wife's hand tightly, his voice low but imbued with strength. "I am sorry to leave you and the children once more. However, my master speaks true. I must grow stronger. Strong enough to protect all that we hold dear, strong enough to stand before any calamity that may befall us, strong enough to truly assist my master." He raised his hand, gently placing the Order Star ring bestowed by the Grand Minister upon Bulma's finger. This you shall wear. It will safeguard you in our home. Wait for my return. Once I am powerful enough to traverse the cosmos freely, I will visit you often. I promise. Bulma gazed into her husband's eyes, where an unprecedented blend of tenderness and warrior's resolve shone brightly. Feeling the warm and vast power emanating from the ring, she understood that she could neither stop him nor should she. Biting her lip fiercely, she fought back tears and suddenly threw herself into Vegeta's embrace, striking him playfully. You idiot. Come back alive. Come back whole. Otherwise, I shall persuade Chi-Chi to remarry, finding someone 1,000 times more handsome than you. Vegeta held his wife tightly, cherishing this final warmth. All right, I promise you, I will return unscathed. He released Bulma, turning towards Whis, his eyes now devoid of hesitation, filled solely with the pure fire of a warrior and the thirst for higher realms. Master, your disciple, Vegeta, is willing to follow you to the upper realms. Whis observed the scene before him, the glow of the logical matrix in his eyes softening slightly. He nodded, very well. Raising his hand, he gently sliced through the void. A colossal spatial passage, far more stable and profound than the one opened by the Star Law, emerged above the Destroyer realm, its edges flowing with chaotic star flames and orderly silver light. At the other end of the passage, the vast expanse of celestial seas and unimaginable grand architectural shadows became faintly visible. It was the supreme world beyond the comprehension of beings from Universe 7. Go forth. Whis's voice resonated calmly. Vegeta took one last deep look at Bulma, then at Whis, Beerus, and the Grand Minister, as well as in the direction of Earth. As if etching this moment into the depths of his soul, he inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. The diamond star crystal armor of the White God fourth stage enveloping him in an instant. Without looking back, he strode purposefully towards the passage leading into the unknown and to the pinnacle of his potential. Master, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice pierced through Alicia. A silver light burst forth from the passage Whis had traversed, revealing Alicia, just returning from her mission. She beheld Vegeta, a flicker of surprise flashing through her amber eyes, which swiftly transformed into a fervent spirit of combat and curiosity. Eagerly, she addressed Loa. Master, I wish to join. This must be senior brother Vegeta, right? We can spar along the way. Loa nodded slightly, granting his tacit approval. Vegeta regarded the suddenly emerged, powerful young woman with a pure aura, sensing a latent strength within her that resonated with his master's essence. A grin spread across his face, igniting the Scion's combative spirit. Oh, little junior sister? You wish to spar? I am at your service. Starry remained expressionless as she followed suit. Loa cast a final glance at the deities of the seventh universe and Bulma below, his gaze lingering momentarily on the Grand Priest before he subtly nodded. He then turned, leading Vegeta, Elia, and Starry into the magnificent space corridor. The passage gradually closed, completely engulfing the four figures, leaving behind only the fading silver-blue starlight, and the gods of destruction, who gazed longingly into the distance, their hearts filled with awe, reluctance, and infinite yearning. Inside the celestial fortress at the edge of the Order's sanctum, the surroundings were far from the cold, unfeeling metallic bastion Vegeta had envisioned. A vast expanse was illuminated by a gentle yet omnipresent silver-blue radiance. Energy streams flowed like living rivers of stars along the walls, and the air was fresh, imbued with a peculiar, invigorating energy. After escorting them to the core residential area, Starry transformed into a beam of light, vanishing to attend to the mountain of cosmic surveillance data. As the brilliance of the corridor completely dissipated, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and a subtle hint of excitement. This was his master's domain, the place where he would fight and live in the future. The diamond star crystal armor upon him glimmered slightly, adapting to the denser and purer cosmic energy of this realm. Hey, senior brother Vegeta. A clear voice, brimming with unmasked combativeness, shattered the tranquility. Elia appeared before Vegeta like a streak of silver lightning, her amber eyes shining brightly as she scrutinized him up and down, as if evaluating a novel weapon. She had been eager to ask since they were in the corridor, what about that level 4 white god? It looks quite impressive. How does it perform in battle? Vegeta's lips curled upwards, the Scion's innate competitive spirit igniting instantaneously. He removed his helmet, revealing his signature confident smile. Impressive? Little junior sister. Would you care to experience it firsthand? I assure you it will leave a lasting impression. Huh, that's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Elia exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands, her silver locks moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze. Master, Master, can we go to the training ground? Right now? Immediately. She turned to Loa, who was hovering nearby, quietly observing the fortress's data through the logical matrix eye. Chapter 75. The Duel of Apprentices. Loa withdrew his gaze from the intangible stream of data, resting it upon his two eager disciples. The cold matrix oscillated slightly, seemingly engaged in some form of deduction. All right, the deep training ground of the fortress is now accessible. Elia, be mindful of your limits. Vegite, attune yourself to the differences in celestial energy. His voice remained calm and steady, yet it carried an invisible permission. Yea, Master is the best, Alia exclaimed with exuberance, eagerly transforming into a silver streak that darted down the corridor. Senior brother, keep up. Don't lose your way. Her voice echoed through the vast passage. Vegito chuckled helplessly and respectfully bowed to Luoya, saying, Master, the disciple shall take his leave. In an instant, the brilliance of his crystalline armor flared, morphing into a swirling blend of blue and white light as he pursued her. In the depths of the stellar fortress, the expansive simulated training ground stretched beyond imagination. The ground and dome shimmered with energy runes, emulating various cosmic environments. At this moment, an infinite void unfolded before them. With distant nebulae swirling in the backdrop, two figures floated 1,000 meters apart. Alia, adorned in silver armor that flowed with starlight, stood with her hands on her hips and chin slightly raised. Senior brother, let us make this clear. I am not one of those hapless beings from Universe 7 who cannot even grasp the rules. While my stellar radiance battle body has yet to reach the level of Master S logical control, defeating you should pose no significant challenge, she teased, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. Such confidence, junior sister, Vegito replied, crossing his arms, the diamond-like crystalline armor reflecting cold, brilliant light under the simulated starlight. It seems Master has spoken highly of you. However, I, Vegito, have never believed in what should be. The truth is revealed beneath the might of my fists. Just as I like it, Alia retorted playfully, her figure suddenly vanishing. Not merely a swift movement, but a genuine spatial flicker. She instantaneously reappeared at Vegito's right side. Her fist enveloped in silver starlight, emitting a piercing shriek as it hurtled toward his temple. Humph! Vegito reacted with astonishing swiftness, his armored forearm precisely blocking the incoming fist at the last moment. Boom! A thunderous impact reverberated through the air. The violent shockwave emanated from the two of them, sending the simulated nebulae swirling chaotically. Vegito felt a tingling numbness in his arm as he was propelled backward by the immense force, leaving a faint burn mark on his crystalline armor. Such formidable strength. Such rapid spatial jumps. The fire of battle ignited in Vegito's eyes. He shook his arm, intrigued. But the excitement was only beginning. Alia, having landed her initial blow, did not relent. She swiftly formed seals with her hands, conjuring countless intricate silver runes that materialized before her into dozens of unmatched and sharp blades of order. Ripping through space, akin to a silver tempest aimed at Vegito. Freeze! Vegito commanded, thrusting both palms forward. The absolute zero frost of the Fourth Order erupted. In an instant, the space around him solidified and froze. The silver blades hurtling toward him seemed to crash into an invisible, viscous mire, their speed drastically diminishing, with ice crystals even forming upon their surfaces. A freezing rule? It truly has some merit. Alia's eyes flickered with surprise, yet her movements were swifter. She brought her hands together, causing the slowed light blades to suddenly ignite with blinding silver brilliance, shattering the icy surface and accelerating once more. But my blades of order sever the very fabric of rules. Can they be cut through? Vegito advanced relentlessly, his crystalline armor radiating a blinding blue-white luminescence, resembling a humanoid comet as he barreled directly into the torrent of silver blades. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosions as Vegito, leveraging the astonishing defense of his crystalline armor and his own formidable strength, forged a path through the rain of blades, swiftly closing in on Elia. Close combat. Just as I wished. Elia, undeterred, unleashed a ferocious power that belied her petite frame, as the starlight upon her silver armor surged to life. Without employing any weapon, her fists, aglow with silvery brilliance, bore the might to shatter celestial bodies, clashing violently against Vegeto's diamond star fist. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike resonated like the collision of two asteroids, a frenzied contest of raw power and energy. The training ground trembled violently, energy alarms flickering silently. The two figures moved with the swiftness of intertwining beams of light, blue-white and silvery brilliance flashing, colliding, separating, and colliding again. What exhilaration! Vegetto grew increasingly thrilled as he engaged in this fierce exchange, distinctly sensing the uniqueness of Elia's power. Her energy was more refined, pure, imbued with a penetrating insight into the structure of space, each of her attacks seeming capable of unsettling the very nodes of his power's operation. This indeed was a stark departure from the combat style of Universe 7. Junior sister, did you acquire such prowess from Master? Absolutely. Elia deftly performed a backflip to evade a heavy punch from Vegetto, countering with a silver whip of light that cleaved through space. Master told me I possess a natural affinity for spatial order, and the Starlight combat body is the path most suited to me. Senior brother, while your frost energy is formidable, your application is rather crude. Behold my star law binding. She pressed her hands downward with great force. Instantly, the space surrounding Vegetto became as tangible as glue, and countless silver chains of order materialized out of thin air, disregarding his frost energy defenses and ensnaring his limbs. Vegetto felt a sudden weight, his movements turning sluggish, as those chains seemed to directly impact his energy core. Spatial confinement? But that is not all. Star explosion. A radiant silver light surged in Elia's eyes as she extended her hand toward the bound Vegetto. Boom. The very fabric of space where Vegetto stood appeared to detonate. A colossal silver energy sphere expanded instantaneously before erupting. The terrifying shockwave hurled him away, the diamond crystalline armor on his body groaning under the strain. Fissures appearing across its surface. Cough. Vegetto steadied himself, feeling the tumult within and the damage to his armor, yet rather than despair, his eyes ignited with even greater fervor. Impressive. That move packs a punch. But do you think you can defeat me so easily? He inhaled deeply, the icy crystal mark on his forehead glowing with a profound blue light. A wave of ice colder and more absolute than before enveloped the area. The domain of absolute zero unfurled. Centered around Vegetto, a realm of frigid cold with a radius of 1 kilometer materialized in an instant. Space froze. Energy froze. Even Elia's intangible chains of spatial confinement were solidified by the terrifying chill, fracturing inch by inch. Everything within the realm is shrouded in a layer of ethereal blue ice crystals. Elia felt her body stiffen, as if her thoughts had momentarily lagged behind. The starlit armor adorning her form flickered wildly, resisting the terrifyingly frigid temperature that threatened to engulf all. A frozen domain. It can even affect my spatial perception? Senior brother, this tactic seems somewhat unfair, she exclaimed, her voice betraying her urgency, yet her actions were swifter. She formed hand seals, endeavoring to forcibly carve out a stable spatial bubble within the icy confines. Unfair? In battle, there is only victory or defeat. Vegeta laughed heartily. Within the realm of absolute zero, his speed appeared unaffected as he charged toward Elia once more, a flurry of ice crystals trailing behind him. Take another punch from me. Chapter 76. Vegeta's insatiable appetite in a vast circular dining hall. A colossal energy core projection floated at the center, casting a gentle glow. The air was suffused with a unique, soothing energy aura and the enticing aroma of food, which was not crafted through traditional cooking methods, but synthesized from pure energy and special materials into nutritional blocks, efficiently replenishing the warrior's energy reserves. Vegeta and Elia sat side by side at a floating energy table. Both bore the marks of their recent battle. Vegeta's crystalline armor had been mended, though his aura seemed slightly ethereal. Elia's silver battlesuit bore several evident dents and frost marks, her hair slightly disheveled, yet her amber eyes remained bright, radiating a hint of satisfaction after the excitement. I'm utterly exhausted. Vegeta glanced at the food, his eyes widening in astonishment. He could distinctly sense the immense life energy contained within these dishes, surpassing any delicacies found in the 7th universe. Wow, is all of this edible? The purity of the energy is astounding. Vegeta resembled a child in a candy store, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Elia, however, seemed unfazed, adeptly approaching a control panel and swiftly tapping a few buttons. A hovering tray automatically flew to her side, adorned with a small piece of softly glowing green energy crystal clusters and a transparent glass filled with a shimmering energy liquid. My Dawn Dew and Life Source Crystal. Standard portion. She gracefully lifted the tray, choosing a table to sit down at, elegantly sipping the energy liquid as if savoring the finest wine. The restaurant attendant turned to Vegeta. Please select your desired energy replenishment options. As per the Overseer's directive, permissions have been elevated to the highest level. Vegeta scrutinized the bizarre array of food, scratching his head. Everything here appears quite upscale. However, do you have something more substantial? Like meat? Or rice? Something that can fill me up. The energy purity can be lower, but quantity is paramount. He gestured expansively. The attendant paused for a moment, seemingly processing the primitive concepts of meat and rice. Elia nearly spat out her energy liquid, setting down her cup. Her amber eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Vegeta as though he were an alien. Meat? Rice? Are you a primitive being? This is the upper realm. Energy replenishment prioritizes efficiency, purity, and lack of impurities. Those items have low conversion rates and high impurities. They have long been obsolete. The highest standard of energy meals is right before your eyes, and you dare to request meat? Vegeta declared with unwavering confidence. What is the significance of high energy if it cannot satisfy one's hunger? The consumption during battle is immense. Merely sipping dew is of little use. In our 7th universe, true warriors feast heartily on meat and consume copiously. That is the essence of energy replenishment. Absurd. Elias seemed to hear the universe's most ludicrous fallacies. Energy supplementation is fundamentally about the energy density per unit volume and the absorption and conversion rates. Your primitive needs are nothing short of an affront to logic and efficiency. Brother, provide him with the highest grade energy gel so he may witness true efficacy. The restaurant attendant silently operated the panel. Soon, a hovering tray floated before Vegeta, adorned with 3 fist-sized energy gel blocks radiating a rich golden-red glow, reminiscent of exquisite amber. The adjacent display showcased astonishing energy values. The highest grade stellar core gel. 3 standard portions, the attendant explained, sufficient to replenish the energy expenditure of a level 1 combat sequence member enduring high-intensity battles for an entire week. Vegeta picked up one of the blocks. It felt warm and heavy in his hand, the energy fluctuations vigorous. He took a tentative bite. The texture resembled exceptionally resilient jelly. The flavor was mild, yet an overwhelming surge of pure energy, akin to concentrated sunlight, surged through his limbs, enveloping him in a warm, comforting sensation. Oh, the energy is indeed ample. Vegeto's eyes sparkled as he consumed the block in a few bites. Satisfaction registered in his stomach. Yet it felt as though this was merely the beginning. Not bad. Let us have 10 more. Elia nearly choked, coughing violently, her face flushed with disbelief. 10 portions? Do you think these are mere candy beans? 1 portion suffices for a week's consumption. 3 portions are already the maximum supply for the highest authority. Do you not feel stuffed? She gazed incredulously at Vegeto's flat abdomen. Vegeto smacked his lips, assessing stuffed. This is just the beginning. I reckon I could manage. 50 portions? He calculated his present hunger and the Scion's black hole-like stomach capacity. 50 portions? Elia's voice soared, as if she had heard a prophecy of cosmic doom. She sprang up, pointing at Vegeto, her finger trembling. What manner of monster are you? This is utterly impossible. How can your body accommodate such vast energy without collapsing? This defies the fundamental laws of physics. Vegeto stood proudly with his hands on his hips. Little junior sister, have you witnessed the might of the Science? This is true efficiency. The body is the finest energy furnace. Hurry, brother, fulfill my request. I am ravenous. Oh, and ideally, it should have a texture akin to meat. If that is not feasible, large portions of energy blocks will suffice. The restaurant attendant paused for a full 5 seconds, seemingly redefining the meaning of the highest grade energy meal. He contemplated high-density compressed energy clusters and malleable energy matrices. Activating energy cooking units, 7 to 12. Expected preparation time, 15 standard hours. Suddenly, the kitchen area of the entire energy replenishment center illuminated with blinding brilliance. The indicators of the energy transfer conduits flickered, and the power surged to full capacity. In the culinary unit, the high-energy particle stream, originally intended for refinement and purification, is now relentlessly bombarding the vast energy substrate. It endeavors to mold them into a form palatable enough to satiate the appetites of the Scions. With sparks of energy erupting as if to stain the transparent force field wall crimson, The entire area is permeated with the acrid scent of energy overload. Though no actual smoke is present, the chefs in the back kitchen are moving their arms with such fervor that they appear to leave traces in the air, continuously transporting boxes of raw, unrefined compressed crystal clusters brimming with exuberant energy, along with unstable energy, dough still radiating a shimmering glow. Vegeta sits at a colossal dining table, temporarily expanded by an energy force field, observing as floating trays methodically deliver towering piles of food before him. His eyes gleam with excitement as he swiftly seizes massive chunks of crystal clusters pulsating with astonishing energy fluctuations, crunching them with a delight akin to devouring compressed biscuits. He also grabs a steaming mass of energy substrate, barely molded into the shape of a meat patty, and devours it eagerly, chewing with his cheeks puffed out like a hamster. The pure energy surges into him like a rushing river, causing the diamond star patterns on his skin to subtly glow with vitality. Opposite him, Alea cradles her untouched cup of morning dew, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her delicate jaw hangs open, and her amber eyes reflect the shock of a shattered worldview. She watches as the empty plates, remnants of the energy substrate consumed, pile up like small mountains before Vegeta, glancing towards the back kitchen where alarm lights flicker and sparks of energy erupt, feeling her logical core groan in protest. 27th plate of high-compression crystal clusters, Alea counts mechanically, her voice drifting off. The 8th serving of stellar core gel, and those unshaped energy clumps. Oh my. This is nothing short of a cosmic energy storm. Is his stomach connected to a different dimension? Unable to resist, she touches her flat abdomen, contrasting it with Vegeta's seemingly bottomless appetite. For the first time, she questions her own existence as an embodiment of the Order Star core, realizing that in terms of energy consumption efficiency, this primal brother has utterly surpassed her. Finally, Vegeta lets out a resounding belch of satisfaction, patting his slightly rounded belly, which has finally acquired a hint of curvature, and gazes at the mountainous pile of his culinary conquests, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Phew, I've finally come back to life. Although the flavor is somewhat monotonous, the energy is potent enough. Alea, at last shaking off her stupor, stands abruptly, pointing at Vegeta with her face flushed from excitement and some inexplicable exhilaration, perhaps having discovered a new subject of study. Brother, you must be the reincarnation of the starving ghost spoken of by Master. You eat far too much. You're like a pig. I have nothing left to eat. Chapter 77. Vegeta's longing. Alea takes a plate and sits down before her, grasping a block of radiant green energy. He took a large bite without any semblance of decorum and mumbled, "Senior brother, your last move, the field expansion, was utterly devious. If Master hadn't called it off, I would have nearly become an ice sculpture." He flashed a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Likewise, your spatial detonation was truly fierce. Had it not been for my crystal armor's resilience, I would likely still be lying down." He gestured towards the dent on Elia's battle armor. "That punch was quite formidable, wasn't it? Humph. Don't get too smug. Next time, I shall surely breach your turtle shell." Elia huffed in defiance, yet curiosity soon drew her closer. "Hey, senior brother, how did you cultivate that absolute zero technique? It feels remarkably different from our power application methods in the upper realm, particularly. So raw and direct. Yet, the potency is astounding. Master says you possess exceptional talent, but your methods are rather wild." "Wild?" Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "This is what one might call power. After struggling at the brink of life and death for centuries, every ounce of strength is earned through sheer will." He surveyed the intricate energy environment around them, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "Uft, as if only you have faced life and death," Elia scoffed, a flicker of darkness briefly flashing in her amber eyes. "When Master rescued me from the brink of annihilation, I was left with barely a breath." Her voice lowered, carrying a weight beyond her years in the upper realm. "Insufficient power only hastens death." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this vibrant young girl had such a past. Annihilation tide? He furrowed his brow, the term sounding ominous. Yes, a cosmic-level disaster, a precursor to the collapse of spatial structures, truly terrifying. Elia seemed reluctant to delve deeper, quickly regaining her vitality as she nudged Vegeta with her elbow. "Let us not dwell on that. By the way, senior brother, share with me stories of your wife and family from Universe 7. Elia looked at Vegeta with a gleeful expression. Upon mentioning family, Vegeta's stern visage softened instantaneously, his gaze turning warm, Ah, Bulma, Chi-Chi, my wife, and our 3 sons, Goten and Trunks. Bulma is a genius scientist, albeit a bit temperamental. A gentle smile graced his lips as he instinctively touched an inconspicuous universal capsule at his waist, which Bulma had insisted he take. Filled with her various inventions and earth snacks she believed he might need. A scientist? Elia's eyes widened in curiosity. In the upper realm, there are many masters who manipulate the rules, but few focus on foundational material technology. Is she formidable? What can she create? Can she make spaceships? Weapons to combat abyssal beasts? Vegeta chuckled at her rapid-fire questions. Her greatest achievements are the gravity chamber and the hyperbolic time chamber, which allow me to grow stronger swiftly. As for weapons, some of her creations are so powerful that even I find them daunting. He recalled Bulma's whimsical yet formidable inventions with a blend of exasperation and pride. Wow, the gravity chamber, the time chamber, they sound amazing. Elia gazed with longing, eager to witness the wonders beyond. Although the training grounds of the upper realm were equipped with formidable capabilities, they felt cold and devoid of humanity. Brother, do you miss them? She inquired cautiously. Vegeta tightened his grip on the energy block, his gaze drifting toward the vast, simulated starry sea outside the restaurant. After a brief silence, his voice emerged. Low yet resolute. I do. Very much. But Master is right. I must grow stronger. Strong enough to protect them. Strong enough to traverse the cosmos freely and return to them whenever I wish. That is my purpose here. Elia, observing the weight of responsibility and yearning in Vegeta's eyes, nodded in a semblance of understanding. Having grown up in the Temple of Order, where her master was her only family, she found it challenging to fully comprehend the complexity of Vegeta's bonds. Then next time, when you ask Master, take me with you to Universe 7? I want to see your home and Sister Bulma. I want to see how incredible she is. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of adventure. Vegeta chuckled at her childlike enthusiasm. Take you? Master would surely punish you. You should focus on how to defeat me in our next sparring match. Humph. Who do you look down upon? Once I master Uncle Starry's traversal technique, you'll see me outmaneuver you, Elia declared, her small fists waving in excitement as she began to devise new strategies. The Star Fortress, an observation deck beneath a vast, transparent dome, unveiled the boundless spectacle of the upper realm's cosmos, revealing a breathtaking tapestry woven from countless brilliant star rivers, vividly colored nebulae, and diverse cosmic structures. The immense interstellar fortress traversed the stars like mere dust, its ordered light pulsating steadily against the deep cosmic backdrop. Standing alone at the edge of the observation deck, Vegeta had shed his crystalline armor in favor of a black training suit provided by the fortress. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed up at the completely unfamiliar starry sky. The arrangement of stars and the flow of energy here were starkly different from those in Universe 7, exuding an aura of grandeur, antiquity, and rigid order. The images of Bulma, Chi-Chi, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks surfaced in his mind, imbuing this magnificent starry sea with a hint of distant nostalgia. Hey, brother, sneaking off to watch the stars? Elia's cheerful voice broke the silence. She had also changed out of her battle armor, donning a silver-gray casual outfit, bouncing over with 2 pieces of softly glowing energy snacks in hand. Here, try this. Star Essence candy. It replenishes mental energy and tastes delightful. Vegeta accepted a piece, feeling its warmth and faint sweetness. Thank you, as he bit into it. The crisp texture melted in his mouth. A refreshing wave of energy surged through his limbs, revitalizing his weary spirit. Indeed, it is quite good. Right? Right? Elia beamed, her eyes narrowing in delight as she took a generous bite of her own piece, her cheeks puffed. Following Vegeta's gaze toward the starry sky, she mused with a hint of longing. Isn't it magnificent? When Master first brought me here, I was utterly mesmerized. However, upon prolonged observation, one begins to feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the presence of such magnitude. Vegeta gazed at the lively yet occasionally melancholic girl beside him and suddenly inquired, Elia, have you always followed Master? Do you not have any other family? Elia paused in her chewing, her amber eyes drifting towards a slowly rotating blue giant star in the distance, and fell silent for a moment. Well, Master said my birthplace was tainted during a massive abyssal incursion. He discovered me at the edge of the annihilation tide while performing a purification task. At that time, I was newly born and knew nothing, driven only by instinct. Her voice was calm, yet her fingers, clutching the Star Essence candy, tightened slightly. Master is my family. Although Xinglu is as cold as a machine, he too is family. And now there's you, my troublesome senior brother. She turned her head and made a face at Bijite, attempting to dispel the lingering sadness. Bijite understood. No wonder she was so obsessed with power and fervent about battle. Beneath that vivacity lay a profound sense of rootlessness from loss. He reached out, affectionately ruffling Ilia's silvery short hair as he would with his son, Goten, and assured her, "Do not worry, little one. Your senior brother will protect you. If anyone bullies you, I will make them pay." His tone exuded the characteristic confidence and bravado of a scion. "Hey, who are you calling little? Don't mess up my hair." Ilia sprang back, pouting cutely as she swatted Bijite's hand away, though the shadows in her eyes seemed to have dissipated significantly. She adjusted her hair and muttered, "Umph. Who's protecting whom is yet to be seen. Once I perfect my starlight combat body, the first to be knocked down will be you. Anytime you wish." Bijite laughed heartily. Just then, a calm and emotionless voice resonated behind them, akin to cold logic infiltrating the warmth of the starry sky. "It appears you two are getting along well." Chapter 78. The Fundamental Theory Room. They both turned simultaneously. Luoya had silently appeared on the observation deck, his dark inspector's uniform flowing with chaotic star flames at the edges, his matrix-like eyes gazing at them with tranquility. "Master." Ilia immediately stood at attention. "Master." Bijite also restrained his smile and bowed respectfully. Luoya's gaze lingered on Bijite for a moment. "Bijite, your power is rapidly adapting to the rules of the upper realm, yet your application still overly relies on instinct and brute force." His attention shifted to Ilia. "Ilia, you have made progress in utilizing space, but you are too reliant on talent, lacking a deeper understanding of the essence of power." Both held their breath, knowing Master was about to issue instructions. Fundamentals. Luoya's voice brooked no argument. "Starting tomorrow, Ilia, you will be responsible for guiding Bijite to familiarize himself with the fortress's fundamental rules, the energy operation core, and the universally applicable combat information recognition system of the upper realm. Bijite, you must systematically learn the preliminary applications of chaotic origins and master the foundational methods of rule analysis, rather than relying solely on brute force. Ilia, you will audit." "Huh, I'm teaching him." Ilia pointed at herself, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief at Master's jest. "I'm learning rule analysis?" Bijite was equally taken aback. This sounded far more challenging than fighting. Mutual learning. The gaze of Roy's logical matrix seemed to flicker with an almost imperceptible glimmer. Elia's foundational theories were robust, while Vegeta's instinct and resilience regarding power were discernible advantages. To capitalize on each other's strengths was imperative. His tone was unadorned yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Elia and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of resignation interspersed with a spark of determination. "Yes, Master." Elia puffed out her small chest, striving to assume a serious demeanor. "Yes, Master. Your disciple understands." Vegeta replied in a deep voice, yet a new fervor ignited in his eyes. "Learning the rules? It sounds like an entirely new challenge." Roya nodded slightly, his figure gradually fading as if merging with the space around him, leaving behind a single command: tomorrow morning, in the foundational theory chamber. Do not be late. On the observation deck, only Vegeta and Elia remained, exchanging wide-eyed stares. "Hey, senior brother," Elia broke the silence first, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. "I look forward to your guidance tomorrow. I will thoroughly explain the foundational rules to you." Vegeta gazed at his eager junior sister, clearly sensing her intent for personal retribution, and rubbed his brow, revealing a sinister grin. "Likewise, dear junior sister. I shall study diligently, and when I encounter uncertainties, I shall seek your counsel." In the foundational theory chamber of the Star Fortress, the room was not a conventional classroom, but resembled an immersive center of holographic star maps. Gentle light cascaded from all directions, as countless tiny points of light drifted slowly through the air, forming intricate star charts and energy circuit models. Several interactive silver-blue screens hovered in the center. Elia, hands clasped behind her back and chest puffed out, endeavored to present herself as an authoritative figure while pacing before the rows of floating energy seats. She donned a silver-gray training outfit adorned with simple patterns, which lent her an air of scholarly refinement, albeit one could not overlook the glint of mischief in her eyes. Conversely, Vegeta sat somewhat awkwardly upon a floating chair. Attired in the fortress-provided black training uniform, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with a primal aversion to the flickering lights and complex models before him. He was far more accustomed to sweating it out in the gravity chamber than sitting idly, gazing at the stars. Ahem. Elia cleared her throat, attempting to capture her student's attention. Senior brother Veget, please pay close attention. Today, I, Elia, the most distinguished, affinity practitioner of spatial order under Master, shall guide you in familiarizing yourself with the foundational rules of our star fortress, the core of energy operations, and the universally applicable combat information recognition system of the upper realms. Veget raised an eyebrow. Most distinguished? Who was it yesterday that I nearly froze into calling for help? Elia's face turned crimson instantly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. That was an accident. Moreover, Master called a halt. It doesn't count. Right now, I am the teacher, and you are the student. You must respect your elders. Do you understand? She pointed an indignant finger at Veget, declaring, the first lesson, the foundational rules of the fortress. The Star Fortress is a vital outpost established by the Chaotic Watcher at the edge of the Order's sanctuary, and its operational core is. Vegetto interrupted her, gesturing towards a complex, three-dimensional model composed of countless luminous points gently swirling in the air. What on earth is that? It's dizzying. That is a simplified energy circuit model of the logic point stabilizer. Elia replied tersely, one of the crucial elements that maintains the stability of the entire fortress and anchors its structure. Don't digress. Its purpose is to prevent this place from bursting like a balloon. Vegetto attempted to grasp the concept in his own way. Elia rolled her eyes. Though the analogy is exceedingly crude and inaccurate, it does touch upon the essence. It ensures that the internal spatial structure of the fortress remains stable. The energy flow is orderly and is not directly affected by external cosmic storms or abyssal disturbances. To put it simply, it transforms this place into a secure haven. A haven? That sounds acceptable. Vegetto nodded, satisfied with the explanation. And the energy? I feel an overwhelming density of energy here, far surpassing that of the destruction realm. Humph. At least you have some perception. Elia regained a bit of her composure. This is the core of our energy operation. Follow me. With a flick of her hand, the largest light screen in the center illuminated, revealing a cross-sectional view of the fortress's core area. Behold, this is the Order Star Core, the very heart of the entire celestial fortress. Elia's voice carried a hint of pride. It draws the essence of order from the upper cosmos, undergoing purification and transformation through multiple logic points, providing an inexhaustible supply of pure energy for all the fortress's functions, defensive fields, simulated training grounds, life support systems, and even the energy blocks we consume. It's akin to an oversized senzabean. Vegetto stroked his chin, striving to find a comparison. Elia nearly choked on her own saliva. Senzabean? Brother, that is a low-grade energy supplement from Universe 7. The Order Star Core is a tangible manifestation of cosmic rules. The energy hierarchy and structural integrity it embodies surpasses that of a billion senzu-beans. It sustains the fortress in a state of negative entropy against the backdrop of an increasing entropy universe. Do you understand? Vegetto looked utterly bewildered. Increasing entropy? Negative entropy? What is that? Can it be eaten? You infuriate me. Elia, exasperated, ruffled her silver hair. Master was right. Teaching you is like playing music to a cow. No. It's like trying to converse with a stone. Is there nothing in your mind besides fighting and muscles? Of course there is, Vegetto replied nonchalantly. There's Bulma, Goten, Trunks, and how to become stronger to protect them. Elia was momentarily speechless, confronted by Vegetto's self-evident reasoning. She took a few deep breaths, forcing herself to calm down. All right. Let us set aside the theory and discuss something practical. What does the energy operation core mean to you? It means that training here allows your recovery speed to exceed that of Universe 7 by more than tenfold. It means you can push yourself to the limit without hesitation, as the Order Star Core will replenish you instantly. It means that every strike you deliver will receive a hidden enhancement from the ambient energy. Do you comprehend, my battle-crazed brother? Chapter 79. The Tranquil Chamber of Chaotic Origins. Veget's eyes gleamed with excitement. Tenfold recovery? Energy enhancement? This is splendid. I comprehend this. Why didn't you mention it sooner? He rubbed his hands together with enthusiasm. Why wait? Shall we head to the training grounds and test it out? Test what? Elia exclaimed, her frustration palpable. The most crucial combat information recognition system has yet to be explained. This is vital for survival. Fuming, she summoned another holographic screen, which instantly displayed a torrent of densely packed, rapidly scrolling symbols, data streams, and intricate three-dimensional diagrams. Behold, this is the foundational information repository for abyssal creatures, universally applicable within the Chaos realm. It connects to the main database of the Oversight Bureau. When you encounter an enemy, be it an abyssal creation or a fallen being of order, your personal terminal. She pointed to the silver bracelet that had been forcibly affixed to Vegeta's wrist by the Star Law, will immediately scan and match the database, projecting critical enemy information onto your visual interface. This includes species, level, estimated energy intensity, core weaknesses, resistance to rules, common attack patterns, danger ratings, and so forth. As Vegeta gazed at the cascading information, his head began to throb. How could anyone possibly read this much? Who has time to look at this during a fight? Foolish senior brother. Ilya scolded, exasperated. Why are you reading it word by word? The system intelligently filters the most crucial information and presents it in the most intuitive manner. For instance, weaknesses will be highlighted. Dangerous attacks will be preemptively warned a fraction of a second in advance. The position of energy cores will be marked in red. She paused, contemplating, and offered an analogy Vegeta might grasp. It's akin to someone in the seventh universe whispering directly into your mind during a battle, guiding you to strike where it hurts the most and indicating which moves to evade. This time, Vegeta truly absorbed her words, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Is it akin to an enhanced combat instinct? A form of foresight? Precisely. That's a fitting interpretation. Ilya finally sensed a glimmer of hope, exhaling in relief. This is the crystallization of countless predecessors' experiences, won through sacrifice. It will help you avoid pitfalls and greatly enhance your survival rate, especially when facing the unknown abyssal entities. Information is life. Thus, you must learn to allocate a portion of your focus during combat to receive and comprehend these information streams. This is fundamental. Vegeta fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing the ever-shifting data stream, his gaze sharpening. Understood. Before my fist lands upon an adversary's visage, I must first ascertain where to strike for maximum efficacy. This is crucial. Ah, at last, you've come to your senses. Ilya felt as though she had fought a formidable battle, utterly exhausted. Well then, I have completed the foundational guidance portion. Now, a mischievous smile crept across her face. It's time for the master to provide you with specialized instruction on the preliminary application of chaotic origins and rule analysis. Hee, brother, I wish you the best of luck. I will be right here, attentively listening. She emphasized the word attentively. At that moment, the door to the theoretical chamber slid open silently. The figure of Loya appeared in the doorway, clad in the traditional dark uniform of an officer, his logically patterned eyes calmly surveying the two. Master. Ilya immediately stood straight. Master. Vegeta also rose to his feet. Loya's gaze fell upon Vegeta. Come with me, Vegeta. Ilya. Remain silent and observe. The Chaos Origin Meditation Chamber stood in stark contrast to the brightness of the theoretical room, cloaked in a dim, profound light. The ground and walls appeared to be composed of flowing, unfathomable dark nebulae, with countless minuscule points of light, emanating chaotic star flames, drifting and flickering within the nebula. The air was thick with an ancient, vast essence, reminiscent of the genesis and eventual demise of all things. At the center hovered a shadowy orb, a constantly shifting mass formed of pure chaotic energy. Loya and Vegeta sat cross-legged before the orb, while Ilya perched on a nearby energy platform, her hands propping her chin, her amber eyes curiously observing, unusually quiet. Vegeta, Loya's voice resonated as if echoing through the silent cosmos. You have touched the fourth stage of the White God. You're being imbued with the chaotic essence that derives from me. However, your application resembles a child wielding divine weaponry, possessing only its form without grasping its spirit. You rely on the freezing attributes bestowed by your bloodline, driven by brute force, which proves to be immensely consuming and inefficient. Vegeta nodded earnestly. Yes, Master. In Universe 7, strength is paramount. Being strong, swift, and resilient suffices. In the higher realms, power embodies a flowing logic, a set of analyzable rules. Loya calmly expounded. The Chaos Origin is not merely energy of destruction. It represents the embodiment of nothingness, the wellspring of possibilities, and the foundational cornerstone that underpins the evolution of all order. It encompasses creation, annihilation, chaos, and the infinite aspects of reorganization. Your freezing ability is but an extreme manifestation under specific rules. Vegeta furrowed his brow, striving to comprehend. Cornerstone? Possibility? Master, your words are rather esoteric. I sense it within me as an immensely powerful, frigid energy capable of freezing everything. Feeling is the beginning, yet not the end, Loya replied, raising his hand toward the ever-shifting chaotic orb. Observe. What form does it take? Vegeta concentrated and gazed intently. It resembles a mass of black fire? Or perhaps flowing water? No, it shifts, sometimes like a vortex, at other times like a crystal. It seems devoid of a fixed form. Precisely, Loya nodded. The chaos origin is formless and intangible, yet it can manifest into myriad shapes and substances. Its freezing does not merely diminish molecular motion. Rather, it reduces the potentiality of the target's movement to its logical minimum, achieving a state akin to a pseudo-absolute zero. Your brute force attempts to forcibly distort the rules, incurring the costly toll of depleting your own essence and facing backlash from the rules themselves. True application lies in understanding the foundational logic of its operation, guiding it rather than coercing it. From Loya's fingertips, a thread of exceedingly fine but hauntingly pure chaotic star flame ignited silently. It emitted no chill. Instead, it exuded a peculiar warmth that embraced all. Feel it, Vegeta. Do not oppose it with your freezing aura. Instead, use your will to listen to its internal logical structure and comprehend why it possesses the ability to freeze. Vegeta closed his eyes, striving to cast aside distractions, immersing his spirit into the vast, frigid source of energy within him. He ceased his attempts to manipulate or control, choosing instead to heed Loya's counsel and listen. At first, there was nothing but a profound silence, a frigid stillness. Yet gradually, from the depths of this icy void, he seemed to perceive an exceedingly subtle, yet extraordinarily intricate hum. It resembled countless tiny gears operating in a manner that transcended comprehension, interlocking with one another. Each rotation of a gear appeared to correspond with a halt or deviation of some external rule. The crystalline frost upon his forehead flickered gently, attempting to cautiously delve into the convoluted structure of the hum. A soft grunt escaped Vegeta's lips, his body trembling slightly. The sensation was akin to trying to nudge a precisely calibrated atomic clock with a single hair. His intent was instantly repelled by the vast and frigid structure, the backlash of coldness seemingly freezing his very soul. Foolish. To attempt to decipher the foundational logic with brute force? Do you think this is a simple arm wrestling match? Alita could not help but mutter under her breath, though she received a sharp glare from her master for her insolence. Just then, Loya's voice resonated. Like a clear spring flowing through Vegeta's chaotic thoughts. Do not resist. Observe. Seek the nodes and circuits within the structure. The expression of chaos's fundamental rules possesses its own intrinsic language. Your frost is merely its external manifestation. The internal logic chain supports this expression. Attempt to analyze one of the smallest, most stable units of frozen logic. Vegeta gritted his teeth, refocusing his concentration. This time, he refrained from recklessly assaulting the entire structure. Instead, he narrowed his perception to the utmost, akin to searching for a specific, minuscule ice crystal upon a frozen lake. He recalled the freezing sensation he was most familiar with, the instinctual feeling of freezing air, freezing energy. Chapter 80. Tactical Simulation Training. Ground time passed gradually. In the meditation chamber, only the silent transformations of the chaotic light orb and Vegeta's somewhat labored breaths filled the air. Alita, growing slightly bored, began to toy with her fingers. Suddenly, the crystalline frost upon Vegeta's forehead blazed with brilliance. He did not raise his hands nor summon energy, yet before him, a small portion of the void abruptly condensed, silently solidifying. It took the shape of a palm-sized, translucent, diamond-like ice crystal with edges so precise it seemed as if it had been meticulously cut. The chill emanating from this ice crystal was remarkably subdued, almost imperceptible in its energy leakage, yet it imparted an uncanny sensation as if even the very space itself had been pinned in place. Oh! Alita gasped in astonishment. A flicker of barely noticeable approval glimmered in Loya's logically piercing gaze. Vegeta opened his eyes, staring at the floating diamond ice crystal, filled with incredulous delight and a hint of fatigue. Master, I seem to have grasped a fragment of understanding. I did not exert force. I merely envisioned it freezing, and it crystallized into that small structure I imagined. Moreover, it felt like it consumed significantly less energy. Excellent. His voice remained calm, yet the affirmation was unmistakable. You have preliminarily captured and guided a fundamental unit of spatial solidification logic. This is the first step in rule analysis. Remember the sensation. The power of chaos's origin is not a torrent of brute force, but a programmable rule engine composed of countless intricate logic units. Your will is that of a programmer, not a laborer. Vegite gazed at the small ice crystal, as if it had opened a gateway to a new realm. So, power can be wielded in such a manner? This is far more intriguing than mere brute force clashes and infinitely more profound. Yet, this is merely the most fundamental unit. Loya shifted his tone, revealing that the true might of the primordial chaos lies in the combination, nesting, and the infinite possibilities of evolution. A one-on-one freeze, when confronted with the true enemies from the upper realm, is akin to a drop in the ocean. You must learn to construct more intricate chains of logic. For instance, he lightly flicked the strand of chaotic star flame at his fingertips. Snap! The diamond-shaped ice crystal, frozen by Vegite, disintegrated instantaneously, vanishing without a sound, leaving no trace of energy, as though it had never existed. Immediately, at the sight of its annihilation, a minuscule point, radiating a soft white glow, was born from thin air. Though faint, it exuded a pure essence of order. Annihilation and creation are two sides of the same coin. Loya's voice resonated like a cosmic aphorism, urging one to comprehend its logic and master its transformation. This, indeed, is the quintessence of the preliminary application of primordial chaos. Rather than merely existing in the superficiality of freezing, Vegite stood in awe. Destruction and creation flowed in the hands of his master as naturally as breathing. This utterly subverted his understanding of power. An unprecedented light of curiosity ignited in his eyes. Master, teach me. This is incredible. Alia, too, was captivated, murmuring, "Is this the realm of our master?" The mastery of logical foundations is truly impressive. Loya observed the flames igniting in the eyes of his two disciples, the logical matrix gently shifting. Today's lesson concludes here. Vegite, solidify the foundational units you have grasped. Attempt to analyze their internal structure and comprehend why they can solidify space. Alia, your task remains unchanged. Guide him to familiarize himself with the system, and in your listening, reflect upon whether your understanding of the essence of the stellar combat body's power has remained superficial. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, Loya's figure slowly dissipated as if merging with chaos. In the meditation chamber, only the chaotic light orb continued to shift, accompanied by two disciples brimming with excitement. Vegite looked at the spot where he had just condensed the ice crystal, then at the place of Loya's annihilation and creation. His gaze fervent. The logic unit of the rule engine is fascinating. It is so intriguing. This is far more challenging than fighting, yet it seems even more engaging. Alia leaped down from the platform and approached Vegite, her amber eyes sparkling. "Hey, senior brother, quickly tell me, how did you manage that? How did you freeze such a perfectly shaped piece?" "My usual method of spatial solidification involves simply pressing down a large area. I never considered such precise control was possible." Vegite scratched his head, attempting to articulate the sensation. "It's as if I didn't think of freezing, but instead perceived the small gears within. The logical units that Master spoke of. Then, just like using a key to unlock a door, I found the corresponding keyhole, and with a gentle twist, it froze into the shape of that unit. It requires little physical effort, but demands great mental focus." "Key and lockhole." Alia pondered thoughtfully, raising her hand, her fingertips shimmering with silver light, attempting to perceive the internal structure of her own power as Vegite had described. In a matter of seconds, what coalesced at her fingertips was not a spatial blade, but an exceedingly minute, yet remarkably smooth and sharp silver point of light. "Wow, it truly works. Although it's so difficult to control, I feel like my brain is about to fry," she exclaimed with excitement. Vegite gazed at the luminous point, grinning broadly. "It seems the Master's lesson on mutual learning holds some truth, doesn't it?" "Humph, don't get too cocky. I will undoubtedly learn faster than you." Alia retracted the light point and resumed her role as the little teacher. "Come on, senior brother. I still have to teach you the practical simulation of the combat information recognition system. Don't think that just because you've grasped a fraction of it you can slack off. Essentials for survival must be mastered." In the tactical simulation training ground, the scene was set upon the surface of a fragmented planet, ravaged by the abyss. The sky was a murky dark red, the ground cracked and oozing a viscous black substance, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench of sulfur and decay. In the distance, distorted silhouettes of monstrous creatures writhed. Vegite and Alia floated midair, as the silver bracelet on Beerus' wrist glimmered faintly. Pay attention to your visual interface, foolish senior brother. Alia's voice crackled through the communication device. The enemy has appeared. No sooner had she spoken than the ground erupted violently ahead. A massive creature, resembling a multi-legged beetle, emerged, its shell festooned with writhing tendrils and bizarre eyeballs, emitting a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, several translucent information windows popped up at the edge of Beerus' vision. Target identification: Abyss Corruptor, larval form. Energy intensity: planetary level, low tier, threat level. Yellow, core weakness, third joint beneath the head, highlighted. Resistance rules: moderate physical resistance, high corrosion resistance, low spatial resistance, extremely low order freeze gas resistance. New annotation: attack pattern warning. High-frequency acid spray, trajectory predicted by red line, tendril entanglement, highlighted range, shell collision. Did you see that? Alia shouted. Weakness, resistance, attack warnings. Don't just stand there like a fool. The Corruptor's enormous mandibles gaped wide, unleashing a torrent of dark green acid, radiating a potent corrosive aura, hurtling towards Beerus like a high-pressure water jet. In his field of vision, a clear red trajectory line predicted the path of the acid. A mere parlor trick. Beerus instinctively considered either to dodge or withstand, but recalling Alia's admonitions and the information displayed, he forced himself to suppress the impulse. His gaze locked onto the highlighted weak point, a nondescript gap beneath the head's third joint. He did not unleash a broad area freeze, but instead concentrated his thoughts. Recalling the basic logical units he had captured in the meditation chamber, his intent acted like a precise scalpel, swiftly guiding a strand of chaotic primordial power to the core point of the weak area, executing an exquisite point-to-point spatial solidification. Sizzle. The anticipated acid spray was precisely blocked by an invisible, frigid barrier just 1 meter before Beerus, instantly freezing into a chunk of dark green ice that plummeted to the ground. Almost simultaneously, puff, the massive form of the Corruptor abruptly stiffened. Beneath its head, a fist-sized, impeccably smooth crystalline cavity emerged, seemingly excavating space and matter instantaneously, freezing and erasing all in its wake. There was no explosion, no scattering of flesh, only an eerie silence, obliterated by an absolute chill. The Corruptor emitted a brief, mournful cry before its colossal body crashed to the ground, its core annihilated in an instant. Splendid. Ilia couldn't help but exclaim, a precise strike. Minimal expenditure. Brother, you are quite the quick learner. Veget's gaze shifted from his fingers to the lifeless creature on the ground, excitement shimmering in his eyes. This sensation is quite delightful, far more efficient than haphazard attacks. This informational prompt is rather useful. Of course, Ilia replied with a sense of pride. I told you it was a life-saving asset. Onward. This time, we face a cluster of smaller winged fiends. Be mindful of their energy interactions and linked vulnerabilities. In the training ground, Veget's figure darted through a myriad of warning signals and attack trajectories, dodging with each strike, becoming increasingly precise and efficient. He no longer relied solely on brute force and widespread frost, but instead integrated the information provided by the visual interface, striving to dismantle the enemy's structure and core with minimal power and the most exacting logical units. Though still far from mastery, the clumsiness of a novice lingered in his movements. Yet the transformation from sheer strength to precise control was becoming distinctly evident. Ilia observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering pointed advice, her demeanor shifting from mockery to earnestness. She discovered that witnessing her brutish brother awkwardly learn to wield intellect and strategy was perhaps more engaging than her own practice. Moreover, he appeared to absorb this knowledge at an astonishing pace. Energy restaurant, evening. Once more, Veget and Ilia found themselves seated at the floating table, energy blocks laid before them. Veget appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Ilia wore an expression that conveyed exasperation at the effort of teaching a fool, though her lips curled into a slight smile. Exhausting, Veget exclaimed as he popped an energy block into his mouth. Who knew that fighting with one's mind could be so taxing? It feels more draining than battling 100 foes. Now you understand its intricacies, do you? Ilia nibbled on her energy block, yet remarked, your performance in the simulation this afternoon was rather lackluster. At least you no longer resemble a rampaging bull as you did at the start. Hey, I managed to take down dozens of fiends. Veget protested. In that last move, I attempted to stack 2 freezing units together for a more potent strike. did it not yield significantly greater power? Though I nearly short-circuited my brain in the process. Humph. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Elia retorted, though inwardly she acknowledged the remarkable intuition and rapid progress Veget exhibited in harnessing his strength. However, your method of combining freezing points with information on vulnerabilities is indeed highly efficient. Xinglu just secretly transmitted an analysis to me, stating that your average energy utilization this afternoon improved by a noteworthy 0.7 compared to the morning, though it is still rather low. She exaggerated her tone for effect. 0.7. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Really? An improvement in just half a day? If I master this, wouldn't that be something to boast about? But Elia interjected, don't get ahead of yourself. The journey is still long. As Master said, understanding the rules and constructing logical chains is fundamental. You Haven T even grazed the surface. Moreover, she lowered her voice, the technique of annihilation and creation that Master wants you to learn? You haven't even approached its boundaries. That is the true weapon. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's enthusiasm waned slightly. That indeed seems exceedingly difficult. It feels like a completely different realm. When Master casually demonstrated annihilation and creation, I stared at that sphere of light for quite some time, and apart from feeling dizzy, I sensed nothing. That's normal. Elia waved her hand dismissively. Do you think everyone can be like Master? After years of practice, I can barely manage a small-scale spatial annihilation under the enhancement of the starry body. Even thinking about creation is out of the question. Mastery of the rules requires profound understanding and control. For now, being adept at manipulating the basic freezing units is already commendable. In the Star Fortress, within Vegeta's personal resting pod, the door slid open to reveal a metallic box emblazoned with the logo of the Universal Capsule Corporation. Sitting quietly at the center of the room, Vegeta opened the box. Inside, there were no weapons or high-tech devices. At the top was a three-dimensional holographic projection of Bulma, hands on her hips, wearing an expression that seemed to challenge anyone to disobey her. Beside the projection were several tightly sealed snack packets, labeled with enticing words like chocolate, energy drinks, and spicy snacks. Additionally, a few comic books lay nestled within. Elia couldn't help but chuckle at the assortment of terrestrial delicacies. Chocolate, drinks? Bulma is quite amusing. Are these all for eating? Are they delicious? Vegeta picked up a packet of the spicy snacks, glancing from Bulma's commanding image to the treats in his hand. And a tender, almost silly smile broke across his resolute face. He tore open the packaging, releasing a strong, piquant aroma that filled the air. Here, little sister, try our Earth's specialties. Vegeta offered a shiny red spicy stick to Elia, declaring, Bulma's goodwill is to be shared. Curiously, Elia accepted it and cautiously took a small bite. In an instant, her face flushed crimson, and her amber eyes welled with tears as she gasped for breath, fanning herself with her small hands. Water, water, so spicy, so painful. What is this? Is it corroding my energy circuits? Is Bulma trying to murder me? Ha ha. Vegeta laughed heartily at Elia's plight, popping a spicy stick into his own mouth, savoring it with delight, warmth filling his eyes. Now this is flavor. When I miss home, one of these does wonders to awaken the senses. He picked up one of the comic books and flipped through it, revealing familiar adventures of the Dragon Ball warriors. Bulma's sentiment transcended the cosmos, warming the cold confines of the Star Fortress in the most mundane yet quintessentially Bulma manner. Hey, brother, this stuff is terrifying. Are you sure it's safe to eat? Elia gulped down several sips of energy water, finally regaining her composure as she eyed the remaining spicy snacks with trepidation. Of course, this is the romance of man. Vegeta proudly waved the spicy strips in his hand, then reverently set Bulma's photo as the ambient light in the room. Having indulged in snacks and reminisced about home, it was time to get to work. His gaze sharpened as he focused on the energy platform in the corner designated for meditation. Little Master Sister. Vegeta flashed a battle-ready smile at Elia. Tomorrow we shall continue to unravel the rules. Tonight, I must thoroughly contemplate the logical units imparted by Master. I cannot be underestimated by you, you little brat. Who's afraid of whom? Elia wiped away her tears from the spice and ignited her fighting spirit. I, too, shall delve into the structure of my Star Radiance battle body. Tomorrow in the simulation arena, watch me shatter your turtle shell with my new techniques. She made a face and dashed toward her room. Vegeta sat cross-legged on the energy platform, gazing at Bulma's projection while feeling the vast and cold chaos essence within him. He closed his eyes, no longer resisting the complex hum, but rather attempting to actively listen and understand the logical language flowing beneath that icy power. Chapter 82. The God-Eater's Ambush in the depths of the Star Fortress's simulated training ground. The environment was set to resemble a silent star graveyard. Countless remnants of shattered stars floated in the frigid void, exuding an aura of decay. Vegeta and Elio were engaged in intense combat training. Star Law traversed the 1,000 stars. Elia exclaimed as her figure instantaneously split into dozens of silver streaks, shooting towards Vegeta like a meteor shower from all directions. Each streak contained the sharp power to tear through space. Frozen crystal barrier. Vegeta roared, slamming his palms against the void. Instead of a broad release of freezing energy as before, a multitude of precisely arranged, interlocking microspace solidification logical units instantly formed around him. Layers of complex, honeycomb-like defensive barriers made of azure ice crystals emerged. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense impacts rang out. Elia's star radiant streaks violently collided with the crystal barrier, most of them freezing, deflecting, and annihilating. Yet a few managed to break through the outer defenses, leaving deep scratches on the diamond star crystal armor enveloping Vegeta's body. Oomph. You've grown stronger, senior brother. Elia's figure reformed not far away, her amber eyes glimmering with excited battle intent, but not fast enough. Behold my star collapse singularity. She cupped her hands. A highly condensed silver point of light, radiating terrifying gravity, appeared in her palms, drawing the surrounding star remnants towards it with invisible force. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. He hesitated no longer. His body transformed into a blue-white streak as he swiftly retreated, simultaneously moving his hands rapidly in front of him. No longer on the defensive, but now on the offensive. Dozens of tiny freezing units were guided by his will, akin to precision-guided miniature missiles, accurately targeting the weak points of the gravitational field marked on the information interface, shooting towards the silver singularity in Elia's palm. Freeze interference. Stop. Puff, puff, puff. Tiny ice crystals instantly solidified on the surface of the singularity, only to be torn apart by the overwhelming gravity moments later. Yet each instance of condensation caused that silvery light point to oscillate violently, disrupting its stable energy circuit, freezing it, and interrupting its flow. Elia gasped, her singularity energy spiraling out of control, erupting into a chaotic torrent of silver energy. The backlash propelled her backward. Success. A glimmer of delight flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he prepared to pursue her. Boom. A sound erupted, far more terrifying than any assault Elia could muster, tearing apart the very fabric of the simulation training ground without warning. It was not an explosion born of an attack, but rather the anguished wail of the spatial structure itself, forcibly ripped asunder by an unimaginable force from the outside. A blinding, ominous dark golden light surged in like a deluge from that vast spatial rift. Where it passed, the simulated remnants of star corpses vanished silently, as fragile as glass. The once solid rules of the simulation space were violently distorted and tainted, emitting groans of unbearable strain. The entire training ground was instantaneously enveloped in a thick, foul dark golden hue. Suddenly, Vegeta sensed an immense, malevolent power. What is that? Just as Elia steadied herself, she was nearly suffocated by the terrifying dark golden radiance and the distorted rules. The starry battle form enveloping her flickered wildly, resisting the pervasive sense of corruption. Vegeta, too, felt as though he had been struck hard. He sensed the chaotic essence within him boiling violently, as if thrown into a cauldron of scalding oil. An instinctive, primal fear of a formidable adversary seized him. The abyss and order intertwined. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. This contradicted everything Master Loya had taught him. The abyss was the absolute nemesis of order. A figure emerged slowly from the rift, flowing with dark golden light. Cloaked in a grand mantle that seemed woven from molten dark gold, the figure's face was obscured by an impenetrable darkness. Save for 2 points of crimson light flickering like heated iron, no distinct aura emanated from this entity. Yet its mere existence caused all the rules of this space to wail, twist, and collapse. A cold, insatiable will, seemingly intent on devouring all life and order, bore down upon Vegeta and Elia's very souls. The devourer of gods. Elia's voice trembled uncontrollably as she recognized the most clandestine and terrifying legend within the oversight court. It was the ultimate weapon cultivated from the tainted essence of order by the abyssal demon realm, specifically designed to hunt high-tier divine beings. But how could it appear within the fortress? The crimson gaze beneath the dark golden cloak swiftly locked onto Vegeta. An invisible, overwhelmingly oppressive will pierce through Vegeta's mind like countless cold steel needles. Chaotic essence, fresh and potent, devouring evolution. A raspy, overlapping voice, as if innumerable souls were screaming, echoed directly in the spiritual core of Vegeta and Ilia. It was not language but a pure desire to consume. "Brother, run!" Ilia screamed, unleashing the mightiest power of starlight without hesitation. Banishment of space. She formed seals with her hands, striving to forcibly expel the terrifying devourer into the chaotic currents of space. A colossal silver vortex materialized beneath the devourer, a terrifying force capable of banishing a planet in an instant. However, the dark golden cloak merely flickered slightly. The molten glow cascading from its edges flashed ominously. Crack! The vortex, potent enough to expel a planet, shattered like a fragile mirror. The backlash struck Ilia as if she had been dealt a heavy blow, blood gushing forth as her body careened away like a severed kite. Crashing violently against the distant energy barrier, her fate uncertain. Ilia. Vegeta's eyes widened with rage. Fury swiftly eclipsed his fear. The Saiyan blood coursed through him like wildfire. The power of the white goddess fourth tier erupted without reservation. The diamond star crystal armor radiated an unprecedented brilliance of blue and white. Bastard. Freeze for me. No longer was it a precise strike. Faced with this incomprehensible horror, Vegeta instinctively unleashed his most ferocious and direct power. Clenching his fists tightly, he unleashed the vast chaos essence within him like a torrent bursting through a dam. Centered around Vegeta, an absolute domain of icy coldness. 10 times larger and 100 times colder than during his battle with Ilia, unfolded with a thunderous roar. The extreme frost spread wildly, attempting to encase the dark golden filth along with the terrifying figure in ice. The space groaned under the unbearable strain of freezing. The training ground's surface and barriers were suddenly enveloped in several meters of ethereal blue ice. A scarlet gaze flickered beneath the dark golden cloak, seemingly tinged with mockery. It did not even budge. It merely raised a hand, clad in dark golden armor, or perhaps a claw, and gently grasped the oncoming, star-freezing frost with ease. Buzz. An invisible ripple, imbued with absolute devouring and annihilation properties, emanated from that hand. Like a searing iron plunged into ice and snow, the terrifying frost, unleashed with all of Vegeta's might and capable of freezing star realms, silently dissolved upon contact with the dark golden ripple. It was not merely countered or shattered, but directly devoured, annihilated, rendered into nothingness, as if it had never existed. What? Vegeta felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The power he had released felt like a cow sinking into the sea, instantly severing all connection. Even more terrifying was an irresistible force of consumption, following the thread of his power, eroding inward, frantically tearing and devouring the chaos essence within him. His crystal armor dimmed at a visible pace. Ugh! Vegeta groaned in pain, feeling as if his very soul was being torn asunder, devoured. The power of the devourer was innately restrained against the essence of order, especially the chaos power of the same origin, which was the most delectable nourishment for it. Chapter 83. The Devourer 2 Chaos is delicious a raspy. Overlapping voice resonated with a greedy satisfaction. The God-Eater stepped forward, disregarding the frozen space, and instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, clad in dark golden armor. Its claws exuded a terrifying aura capable of obliterating all order and rules, tearing through the fabric of space, and plunging directly toward Vegeta's heart. The swiftness and potency of the attack far surpassed Vegeta's limits of reaction, exerting a pressure greater than that of a fourth-level white god. Death. An unprecedented shadow of demise enveloped him in an instant. Vegeta's pupils constricted to their utmost. He seemed to glimpse Bulma's tear-filled eyes, hearing Goten and Trunks' desperate cries. No, he could not perish here. Roaring in defiance, the Saiyan's indomitable spirit erupted in its entirety. The crystalline frost etched upon his forehead radiated an unparalleled blue light. He ceased any attempts at defense or evasion, instead channeling every shred of his remaining power, every ounce of his will, every fragment of his rage and unwillingness, frantically compressing and coalescing it into his right fist. The diamond-like star crystal armor encasing his fist began to fracture under the strain. Break for me. The culmination of all Vegeta's essence, spirit, and will surged forth in a single, devastating punch, radiating a fierce momentum that sought to collide head-on with the dark golden claw. As his fist surged forward, space itself was forcibly frozen, creating a straight crystalline passageway. This was the pinnacle of strength he could muster at that moment. Boom! The fist and claw collided. There were no earth-shattering explosions, only an excruciatingly intense friction and sound of annihilation resonating from the very fabric of reality. The blue and white chilling aura clashed violently against the dark golden waves of obliteration, consuming and erasing all in their path. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the diamond star crystal armor on Vegeta's right arm was engulfed in a web of cracks before shattering into pieces. His fist met the dark golden claw with an undeniable impact. Puff! Vegeta violently spat a mouthful of blood mixed with shards of ice crystal. He felt as if his fist, along with the bones and meridians of his entire arm, were being systematically destroyed and devoured by the overwhelming force of annihilation upon contact. The agony surged within him like a tsunami. His body was propelled backward as if struck head-on by an interstellar battleship, crashing through several layers of energy barriers before finally embedding itself into the depths of an alloy wall at the edge of the training ground, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation. Blood stained the cold metal. Cough, cough, cough. Embedded within the wall, Vegeta's right arm hung limply, mangled and bloodied, with the stark white of shattered bone protruding through the skin. The diamond star crystal armor lay in ruins, revealing a similarly battered body beneath. His breath waned to its nadir, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Just a single blow. The essence of power's restraint had utterly crushed him. The God-Eater slowly retracted its claw, the dark golden cloak now stained with a trace of Vegeta's blue and white blood. It appeared somewhat surprised. The will and strength this prey had unleashed at the final moment had made the process of devouring less than smooth. Its scarlet gaze flickered, locking onto the gravely injured and near-death Vegeta as it raised its hand once more. This time, the target was Vegeta's head. It aimed to completely consume his essence and soul. Vegeta gazed at the re-raised claw of death, his consciousness beginning to blur. Agonizing pain, frigid cold, and that terrifying sensation of being consumed surged over him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him entirely. Was this the end? Bulma, Goten, Trunks, forgive me. At that moment, through his blurred vision, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a small fragment of a red plastic wrapper emerging from the shattered gaps of his crystalline armor. It was a photograph of the Dragon Ball protagonists. A faint yet resolute warmth erupted within the depths of his icy despair, akin to the final spark of a dying ember. No, I cannot die. I promised Bulma. I must return alive. Unscathed, I vowed to my master. I will grow stronger. I will fight alongside them. I must protect Elia. Ea. The near-death Vegeta let out a primal roar, a sound reminiscent of a beast. An overwhelming will, transcending the limits of life and death, erupted from his broken form like a volcanic eruption. This will was so intense that it temporarily suppressed the agonizing pain of his body and the consuming dread of his soul. The fragmented crystal mark upon his forehead, the core symbolizing the power of the white god, did not extinguish under the impetus of this desperate will. Instead, it burst forth with an unprecedented, profound, nearly pitch-black azure glow. Within this radiance, countless intricate and complex logical matrices were seen to be forming and dissolving in a frenzied dance. Chaos essence, the analysis of rules. The words of Luoya echoed like thunder within his tumultuous mind. The power of chaos essence is indeed wondrous. Annihilation and creation, two sides of the same coin. Grasping its logic, mastering its transformation, at the brink of life and death, propelled by the unyielding ferocity of a Saiyan's spirit and the ultimate drive of their protective vows. The fragments of knowledge regarding rule analysis and the essence of chaos that Luoya had forcibly implanted within Vegeta began to be understood at an unprecedented speed, as if being forged in a high-temperature furnace. An understanding, primal and instinctive, arose from the depths of life itself in this dire moment. He no longer sought to command the vast, frigid chaos essence. Instead, with this final blaze of will, as fervent as a star, he sought to command it, to analyze the all-consuming dark gold annihilation power, to construct a logical chain capable of countering it, even dismantling it. Annihilation. Vegeta's cracked lips moved, each syllable accompanied by blood. He fixated on the dark golden claws that had once again grasped him. The depths of his pupils reflected not fear, but a swirling, azure logic matrix. Structural core logic reversal. His shattered left hand, with great difficulty, lifted, fingers splayed, aimed at the deathly claw. No energy radiated from his palm, only an invisible will, piercing through the facade, coalescing. The movements of the devourer seemed to falter momentarily. In its crimson gaze, a clear wave of emotion, named suspicion, emerged for the first time. This prey, which should have been utterly consumed, now emanated a will and a rapidly constructed analytical thought targeting its very essence, causing it to sense a hint of threat. Annihilation. Vegeta's voice rasped like a torn windbag, yet it bore an undeniable resolve, the very essence of creation's inception. Turn from me. At the critical moment when the ominous golden claws of the devourer were about to make contact with Vegeta's head, a peculiar distortion rippled through space before his outstretched left palm. There was no cataclysmic explosion, nor blinding radiance, only a singular point, an infinitesimally small, pure void. Under the absolute command of Vegeta's will, born from his meticulous analysis and targeted construction of the annihilative essence of the devourer, this void emerged. It was not an offensive strike, but rather a forcibly opened logical breach leading to nothingness. The devourer's claws, capable of obliterating stars, underwent a shocking transformation the moment they brushed against this minuscule void. The concentrated annihilative power at the tips of its claws seemed to find an outlet or was forcibly extracted and consumed by that void. More terrifyingly, that power was not merely siphoned away. As it passed through the void, the inherent rules of annihilation were violently twisted and inverted. A thread of energy, exceedingly faint yet pure as a nascent star, emerged from the opposite end of the void, radiating a gentle white light. Although weak, it bore the essence of a nascent. Sacred Order. Chapter 84. The betrayer of order. A roar of anguish, laden with disbelief, erupted from the devourer for the first time. Its once unstoppable claws of annihilation began to dissolve and disintegrate, as if corroded by a potent acid upon contact with the void. This was not mere physical destruction. The annihilative logical constructs that constituted its existence were forcibly dismantled by the void, transformed into their opposing order. This directly destabilized the very foundation of its power. Although Vegeta had only reversed a minute fraction of energy, resulting in minimal damage, the sensation of his essence being suppressed and overturned instilled in the devourer a profound sense of threat and instinctive revulsion. It instinctively retracted its claws. Its crimson gaze fixated on Vegeta, brimming with fury and lethal intent. This prey must be eradicated immediately. No chances could be afforded. With a forceful strike that transcended its own limits, reaching the core essence of chaotic origins, Vegeta expelled another torrent of blood, his already faltering body further deteriorating. Consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness. Yet, a faint, yet immensely satisfying smile curled at the corner of his lips. It seemed he had grasped a glimmer of hope, just as the devourer, in its wrath, prepared to unleash a devastating blow to obliterate Vegeta in this very space. The pervasive, viscous, dark golden light within the training ground solidified and dimmed as if plunged into icy water. Time appeared to have been pressed on pause. Space, reminiscent of an insect trapped in amber, was utterly frozen. All chaotic energy fluctuations, the jarring alarm sounds, and even the devourer's enraged psychic roars, all of it was forcibly solidified in that instant by a will of even greater magnitude, depth, and absolute authority. A voice, tranquil yet imbued with the power to freeze all logic and define every rule, resonated like the cornerstone of the universe within the stillness of space. In my domain. Touch my disciples. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Buzzing. In the center of the training ground, at the torn fissure in space, the void silently mended, smoothing over as if it had never been marred. Between Vegeta and the devourer, a figure emerged as if stepping out from the ancient silence. It was Roya. Clad in a dark black inspector's uniform, the edges now flowed with chaotic starlight, radiating a chilling wrath. His eyes, no longer matrices of life and death, transformed into two slowly rotating whirlpools, seemingly capable of devouring all light and heat. Pure chaotic vortices. The oppressive aura emanating from him transcended mere authoritative gravity. It was an absolute zero that rendered all things to silence, causing logic to collapse. This was a more profound and terrifying point of frozen logic than Vegeta's absolute zero. He paid no heed to the gravely wounded Vegeta, nor to the oblivious Ilia in the distance. His eyes, swirling like chaos, gazed placidly and devoid of emotion at the devourer, cloaked in dark gold. Merely under this gaze, the molten dark gold light coursing over the devourer's surface instantly solidified, dimming. Its crimson pupils throbbed violently, emitting a voiceless shriek. It yearned to move, to flee, to strike. Yet, all rules surrounding it had been frozen. Space was solidified steel. Time was a stagnant glacier. Even the wild annihilation force within it struggled to operate, becoming dreadfully sluggish. It seemed as if it had been pinned within an invisible amber that froze all possibilities. The creations of the abyss, traitors to order. Roya's voice was eerily calm, each syllable piercing the soul like an icy spike, revealing the hidden while cloaking the truth. He slowly raised his right hand, his index finger directed at the utterly frozen and immobile devourer, gently tapping. No light, no energy fluctuations, only an intangible intention, freezing all logical foundations, traversed the solidified space. Crack! A sound, exceedingly faint yet trembling through the entire frozen realm, reverberated. A hole, the size of a fingertip, materialized at the chest of the devourer, covered in dark gold armor. The edges of the hole were smooth as a mirror, reflecting an absolute void devoid of any residual energy. It was as if all the rules, all matter, all energy, and all information constituting that part of existence had been utterly erased by Roya's mere gesture, returning to the primordial nothingness. Roar! The devourer emitted an unprecedented, voiceless shriek tinged with agony, terror, and rage. The rules of sound had also been frozen, only perceivable through mental awareness. No blood flowed from the wound. Only an even richer dark gold filth attempted to surge forth for repair. But the residual power of Roya's logic, freezing all possibility of restoration, like a maggot gnawing at bone, frantically hindered any chance of healing, even slowly spreading and corroding. Its scarlet pupils fixated on Luoya, brimming with malice and trepidation. It recognized that it had gravely underestimated the power of this chaotic overseer. Engaging in direct confrontation was a futile endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, the dark golden radiance beneath the God Eater's cloak ignited with fervor. It ignited the essence of its core at any cost. A terrifying force of annihilation, far exceeding anything before, erupted, not as an attack, but as a forceful impact that polluted and tore apart the logical foundations surrounding Luoya. The sound of tearing fabric resonated through the realm of rules as the solidified space was forcibly rent asunder. The God Eater transformed into a streak of dark golden light, heedless of its surroundings, plunging into the gaping rift in space, vanishing in an instant, leaving behind a scene of devastation, a chaotic training ground, and the lingering, nauseating stench of dark golden corruption in the air. Luoya did not pursue. His chaotic, vortex-like gaze returned to a frigid, logical matrix, sweeping over the place where the God Eater had vanished, a flicker of solemnity flashing in the depths of his eyes. To escape right beneath his watchful gaze indicated that the God Eater's origins and strength were anything but simple. He turned and took a step, instantly appearing before the wall embedded. Breathless Beerus. Master, Beerus managed to crack open a sliver of his eyes, catching sight of Luoya, attempting to muster a smile, only to expel a mouthful of blood. Luoya remained silent, his logical matrix-like gaze scanning Beerus' grievous injuries, particularly the horrific wounds on his right arm and chest, ravaged by the force of annihilation. He extended a finger, not touching, yet a pure, gentle, and life-renewing essence of chaotic power silently surged into Beerus' body. This force was of the same origin as Beerus' own, yet was more profound and esoteric. It precisely targeted the dark golden power of annihilation that was voraciously devouring Beerus' vitality and, akin to the most skilled of surgeons, enveloped, decomposed, and reversed it into nourishing energy of order. Subsequently, a gentle yet potent life force surged forth, causing Beerus' shattered bones, torn muscles, and damaged organs to heal at a visibly rapid pace, experiencing rebirth. Even the chaotic essence he had depleted began to slowly revive under the nurturing of this power. Chapter 85. The abyssal demon realm assault. Beerus felt as though he were submerged in a spring of life. The excruciating pain rapidly dissipated, and his icy body rejuvenated with vigor. He struggled to extricate himself from the wall. "Do not move." Luo Ya's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. His gaze fell upon the icy crystal mark on Beijite's forehead, which still faintly glimmered with a deep blue logical matrix. "You have forcefully activated the foundation of annihilation, encroaching upon the core taboos of chaotic essence. Your mental core is severely strained, and your essence has suffered damage. Rest and contemplate the insights gained today." On Ilia's side, Xinglu is attending to matters. Only then did Beijite recall Ilia, laboriously turning his head to look. He saw Xinglu's silver-blue figure, having inexplicably appeared beside Ilia, as data streams wildly flickered in the cold depths of her starry eyes. With both hands pressed upon Elia, a steady stream of silvery order energy flowed forth, stabilizing her injuries. Master Vegeta gazed at Luoya, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions, a blend of survival and an uncontainable excitement. "It seems you have brushed against the very essence of annihilation, albeit merely the surface, at a tremendous cost." Luoya interrupted him, asserting that the logical matrix revealed no signs of joy or anger. In the face of despair, one must forcibly wield their will to drive the essence, decipher the rules, and reverse the logic. Such courage is commendable, yet utterly foolish. His tone carried a hint of sternness. "Were it not for the chaotic essence within you being of the same origin as mine, and had I not been at the fortress, you would have already become a meal for the devourer, your soul scattered." A shiver ran through Vegeta, and he bowed his head. Disciple acknowledges the error. Is it wrong to possess insufficient power, yet attempt to shake the tree like an ant? Luoya regarded him and replied, "No. The fault lies in your failure to integrate what you have learned. Your combat adaptability remains superficial, merely an interpretation of the rules. It is not a life-or-death struggle, but rather an instinctive battle. You are still leagues away from this state." Vegeta fell silent, reflecting on the previous battle. Indeed, he had been intimidated by the opponent's power and aura, falling into a passive and fearful state from the outset, only to be forced to unleash his potential at the last moment. The master was right. The disparity was all-encompassing. However, Luoya's tone shifted, and a faint glimmer seemed to flash within the logical matrix. To be able to, amidst life and death, forcibly decipher and reverse the annihilation power of a fifth-tier devourer with a mere fourth-tier body, constructing the logical foundation of annihilation. Your will and potential exceed my expectations. This battle is not your fault. It is the internal monitoring court that harbors a traitor." "Traitor?" Vegeta exclaimed, abruptly lifting his head, causing pain to flare up. Gritting his teeth, "Master, are you implying that someone can accurately locate the training grounds within the fortress and evade the core forces of the Holy Temple? To tear through space and deploy the Devourer is beyond the capabilities of an external enemy." Luoya's voice was as cold as ancient ice. "It must be someone at the higher echelons of the Holy Temple, colluding with the Abyss, wishing to eliminate us swiftly. This villain must be apprehended and eradicated." A chilling murderous intent, though fleeting, caused the temperature of the entire training ground to plummet. Vegeta had no doubt that once his master locked onto a target, a tempest would ensue. "Vegeta," Luoya's gaze returned to his disciple, "the humiliation of today, the wounds of today, remember them. Recall the power of that devourer. Remember the fear of nearing death, and remember the sensation of reversing the rules at the last moment. This will be your ladder to a higher realm. Once you have healed, Elia's guidance must continue. The essence of the rules requires double the effort. Next time, I wish to see you standing as you defeat it, not lying down waiting for your master to save you." "Yes, master." Vegeta's eyes ignited with fierce flames, a yearning for power and a remembrance of today's shame. "I shall surely achieve it." Luoya nodded slightly, his figure slowly fading. "Starlaw, I hope you keep today's events confidential, marking them as the highest secret of the Holy Temple. Elia shall return for deep recuperation. Vegeta will take her back to the meditation chamber, under my personal watch." "Understood," came Starlaw's cold voice. Luoya's figure vanished completely. Xinglu approached Beijite and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Beijite, please cease your resistance and initiate spatial transfer." Beijite relaxed his body. A silvery blue radiance enveloped him, swiftly extracting him from the recess in the wall, whisking him away from the ravaged battlefield. Within the meditation chamber, the chaotic light orb continued its silent metamorphosis. Beijite sat cross-legged upon the energy platform, though his injuries stabilized and rapidly healed under the influence of Luoya's power. The fatigue stemming from the exhaustion of his spirit and essence surged over him like a relentless tide. He closed his eyes, replaying the harrowing moments of the God Eater's terrifying pressure, the excruciating pain of his destroyed right arm, the extraordinary sensation of insight experienced during the reversal of the rules, and the absolute might of his master that froze all logic. Whispering the words the beginning of annihilation, he unconsciously mimicked the actions of that final moment with his shattered left hand. A faint glimmer, imbued with the gentle light of nascent order, flickered at his fingertips before extinguishing. Though ephemeral, it marked the dawn of an entirely new beginning. The Star Fortress continued to patrol the vast expanse of the starry sea, the light of order pulsating steadily. Yet beneath this tranquil facade, turbulent undercurrents brewed. The emergence of the God Eater was akin to a boulder cast into a lake, inflicting severe wounds upon Beerus and Alia, while simultaneously exposing the dreadful shadow of betrayal lurking within the Order's sanctum. The wrath of Luoya, Beerus' metamorphosis, Alia's recovery, and the lurking menace of an enemy poised to reveal its fangs once more all contributed to the storm brewing above. Inside the meditation chamber of the Star Fortress, the chaotic light orb flowed silently, reflecting Beerus' calm and focused visage. Seated in meditation, he was enveloped in a faint, flickering azure halo. The crystalline scar on his forehead appeared deeper than ever, with minuscule logical matrices subtly ebbing and flowing within. Some time had passed since the God Eater's assault, and under Luo Ya's vigilant care and the nurturing essence of chaos, his injuries had healed significantly, with his shattered right arm restored to its former state. More crucially, the profound essence of annihilation he had forcibly touched in that life and death moment had sown a seed within his heart. Under Luo Ya's guidance and his own repeated contemplation, it was now struggling to break through the soil and sprout. He endeavored to direct a faint stream of chaotic essence, not to freeze or attack, but rather to act as the most delicate of probes, cautiously analyzing the structure of a small portion of space before him. Where his focus lay, the space seemed magnified billions of times, revealing countless intricate interwoven threads that sustained its existence. His aim was simple: to induce a transient transformation of annihilation and creation within the tiniest of those threads, without disrupting the overall structure. This seemingly straightforward operation demanded an unimaginable level of concentration and a profound understanding of the rules of logic. Before his fingertips, space subtly warped, and a point smaller than the tip of a needle flickered into existence and faded almost instantaneously. Simultaneously, a faint glimmer, as delicate as a firefly, was born and extinguished. Beerus' forehead beaded with fine droplets of sweat. Though his spirit experienced a wave of intense fatigue, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Just a little more progress. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic and almost ferocious knocking resounded like thunder against the heavy alloy door of the meditation room, shattering the hard-earned tranquility and focus. Beget, brother, open the door quickly. Something terrible has happened. Elia's sharp, terrified voice pierced through the door, filled with an unprecedented panic. Beget's eyes flew open, his azure aura retracting instantaneously. In a flash, he appeared behind the door, pressing the release button. Outside, Elia's face was as pale as parchment, her amber eyes filled with bloodshot veins and sheer dread. The silver-gray training uniform she wore was marred by ominous, charred stains, with several tears evident. Her breath was ragged, clearly the result of high-speed flight or combat. Elia, what has happened? Beget's heart sank, an ominous premonition gripping him. Although Elia was lively and energetic, she had never displayed such a state of disarray. The Abyss. It is the Abyss demon realm. Elia's voice trembled with disbelief and desperation as she seized Beget's arm, her nails nearly embedding into his flesh. They have initiated their attack early. This is not a probe, it is a full-scale assault. Their target is the very core node of the chaotic universe, the Sea of Order Stars. Chapter 86. To the rescue. Elia's words struck Beget's heart like an icy dagger. The Sea of Order Stars. The lifeblood of the chaotic universe. How dare the Abyss Demon Realm launch a direct assault there? Where is Master? What of the Star Law Enforcer? Beget's voice came out hoarse, an unrecognized strain evident. Master and Lord Star Law immediately tore through space to respond. Master has sent out a message throughout the entire sanctuary, commanding all combatants to rush to aid at any cost. Elia spoke rapidly, her voice sharp with fear. But I was just transported back from the outer sentry station. It was horrific, brother. The tide of demons. An endless tide. Space fissures opened like a spider's web. The patrol fleet was instantly engulfed. I saw I saw a life planet swept away by a dark purple light. Gone. Everything is gone. As she spoke, her body trembled violently, tears blurring her amber eyes, the hellish scene evidently leaving her profoundly shaken. Traitor. Begit's mind was flooded with the chilling words of Loa and the blood-red pupils of the devourer. This was no coincidence. It was a meticulously orchestrated ambush. Rage swiftly overpowered his horror. The scion blood within him roared and boiled. Their homeland was destroyed, lives extinguished. This vendetta could not go unpunished. What about the people in the sanctuary? We must depart immediately. Beget growled, as Diamond Star crystal armor enveloped his entire body. The azure glowed deeper and more subdued than ever, imbued with a chilling essence that pierced through the very fabric of reality. The ice crystal scar on his forehead shimmered with resolute light. Elia, can you still fight? Yes. Elia forcefully wiped away her tears, suppressing her fear. The silver starlight surged around her, reigniting her fighting spirit. The Starshine battle body is ready for action. The two burst from the meditation room. The interior now engulfed in ear-splitting alarms, blinding red lights casting the corridor in a hue reminiscent of blood. The chilling mechanical voice reverberated through the narrow confines. Imbued with an unprecedented urgency, attention all combat sequences. Maximum war status. Repeat, maximum war status. Objective, Order Star C. Abyssal full-scale invasion. All non-combat personnel. Proceed to the core shelter. Combat personnel, immediately head to Hangar 7. Prepare for a forced spatial incursion. Now. In the corridor, fully armed Order warriors surged toward Hangar 7 like a silent torrent of steel. Their faces bore grim determination, eyes resolute. As the air was thick with the acrid scent of energy overload, the sharp tang of metal friction, and an overwhelming, poignant sense of tragedy. Beerus even witnessed a soldier with a severed arm being dragged away by a medical robot, still shouting the name of a squad. As they burst into the vast Hangar 7, the atmosphere of war struck them like a physical force. Hundreds lay in pools of blood, the wounded on the ground, clearly just pulled back from the brink of hell, struggled in agony. The stench of blood mingled with the bizarre scent of scorched energy filled the air, accompanied by the groans of the injured and the urgent commands echoing around them. Beerus, Ilea. Zinglev's cold voice pierced through the chaos like ice dropped into boiling water, instantly capturing their attention. His silver-blue figure appeared specter-like before them, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent, clearly managing an overwhelming influx of battlefield casualties and command operations. Zingleve, what is the situation at the front? Beerus inquired urgently. At the edge of Order Star C, amidst the Annihilation Star dust belt, he replied, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation, yet heavier than any roar. The Abyss has deployed its main forces, the Devourers and the Corrupt Nests. Confirmed, 3 abyssal throats are continuously distorting the laws of space, generating strong interference fields. Most of the outer defense personnel have gone dark, including the Rock and the Watcher Bastion. In the peripheral areas of the Order Star C, casualties exceed 50%, leading to mass extinction. The cold figure struck Beerus and Ilea like a hammer to the heart. How many planets does that encompass? How many billions of lives? Ilea swayed slightly, her complexion growing paler. What about Master? Ilea's voice trembled. He has arrived at the core combat zone of the Anchor of Order, currently engaged in battle with high-ranking abyssal lords. The situation remains tense. Zingleve's gaze swept over Beerus and Ilea. The fortress's main forces will execute one final spatial fold jump, forcibly breaching the outer interference of the Annihilation Star dust belt. The jump point will be highly unstable and faced with heavy interception. You are to be assigned to the Blade Team 7, serving as the Spearhead Assault Group. Your mission, upon completion of the jump, eliminate high-threat targets near the jump point to carve a passage for subsequent forces. It is perilous, a venture with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Do you accept? Accept. Beerus and Ilea responded without hesitation, voices in unison. Zingleve raised his hand, tearing through the void, bestowing a wish for their survival. He paused for a rare half a second before vanishing like a shooting star, plunging into the surging tide of chaos. The colossal central gate thundered open, revealing a universe distorted beyond recognition, no longer a dazzling river of stars, but shrouded in a filthy, dark purple energy storm. In the distance, toward the Order Star C, countless beams of destruction sliced through space like the brushstrokes of death, frantically painting a trajectory of annihilation. A vast fissure in the fabric of space resembled an unsightly scar, continuously opening and closing, spewing forth an uncountable number of grotesque shadows. In the distance, three colossal, suffocatingly dark purple vortices, known as the Abyssal Maw, slowly rotated, their emanating force field causing the very space around them to ripple with a sickly distortion. Beget and Elia exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with a fervent battle spirit and unwavering resolve. Accompanying them were three formidable warriors, their gazes as steely as iron. Without a word, they acknowledged one another with a nod, an atmosphere of impending slaughter enveloping them. They were the daggers poised to pierce the heart of the abyss. Suddenly, a violent sensation of spatial tearing enveloped them. He could distinctly sense the agonizing wails of the forcibly folded laws of space and the pervasive, insidious miasma of abyssal corruption attempting to seep through his skin, cold, filthy, imbued with a frenzied malice. Time lost its meaning. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. With a thunderous roar, they all safely arrived. However, what met their eyes was not the anticipated edge of the battlefield, but rather a seething infernal furnace. It felt as though they had plunged directly into a sea of dark purple energy magma. A tempest of violent, filthy energy lashed at their skin like a multitude of frenzied whips, producing a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Their vision was engulfed in explosive flames. In the distance, a decaying nest of corruption, resembling a mountain of rotting flesh, loomed, continually birthing new monstrosities, while a gargantuan abyssal beast, exuding a terrifying pressure, swung its colossal claws capable of rending the stars, engaging in brutal combat with the individual warriors. Frozen cadavers of corrupted creatures and countless floating fragments of shattered silver armor composed the backdrop of this deathly star domain. A heavy realization settled in Beget's heart as he comprehended the dire situation. Yet, the boiling combat instincts of his scion blood and his resolute will to protect his homeland drove him to cast aside all distractions, entering an unprecedented state of absolute combat. Everyone follow me. Target the nearest corrupted nest. Destroy it and diminish the source of these monstrosities. He bellowed, his voice cutting through the howling energy storm. Exuding an undeniable leader's charisma, he transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing through the filth as he charged towards the massive nest that resembled a decaying tumor. Kill! Elia cried out, her voice ringing with authority, the brilliance of her starry armor radiating like the dazzling tail of a comet. She conjured two blades of light pulsating with high-frequency stellar energy, charging alongside Beget. Chapter 87. A dashing rescue. The three warriors of the Blade 7 team showed no hesitation, erupting forth like cannonballs from different directions, unleashing powerful order energy as they rushed headlong into the surrounding horde of demons. A nearby abyssal beast immediately sensed the threat posed by this suddenly emerged strike force. It let out a roar that shattered the void, its massive form crushing the floating debris as it charged towards Beget like a moving mountain. Its claws, encased in a magma-like shell, descended with the force to rend space itself. Even before the claws arrived, the overwhelming pressure and corrupt aura had already left Beget gasping for breath. Humph! Beget's eyes blazed with an unprecedented azure light, the crystalline mark on his forehead gleaming with clarity never before seen. He chose not to engage directly, but, at the critical moment, his form glided past the edge of the cataclysmic claw in an arc filled with esoteric trajectories, akin to a wraith. Simultaneously, he struck back with a punch, not merely relying on brute force. The tip of his fist was concentrated with a highly compressed, ethereal blue chaos essence, embodying the power of logical stasis. A resounding thud echoed. The gigantic claw, capable of shattering stars, was violently struck by Vegeto's fist. The highly concentrated chaos essence erupted instantaneously, not as physical destruction, but as a freezing and eroding force at the level of rules. The magma patterns coursing along the monstrous claw dimmed and solidified, while the weighty shell emitted a cacophony of cracking under immense strain. The beast let out a pained roar, its colossal body momentarily thrown off balance by the power of that punch. Yet, more fiends surged forth like piranhas sensing blood, rushing from all directions. Twisted abyssal blade worms, corrosive dragons spewing foul acidic liquid, and smaller yet swift shadow blade demons capable of short-range spatial flickers surrounded the 5 members of Team Blade with unrelenting ferocity. Form a formation, back to back, shouted an experienced blade warrior. The 5 swiftly contracted, forming a tight defensive circle. Vegeto and Elia took the center to support, while the other three positioned themselves in a triangle. The battle reached a fever pitch. Elia, the starry battle armor shimmered, and high-frequency star blades danced in her hands, creating an impenetrable curtain of light. Not only did she block attacks, but she also utilized her spatial affinity to create small-scale spatial folds, causing the monster's trajectories to deviate and collide. Her figure moved like a dancer traversing the tips of blades, each flicker accompanied by the wails and shattering of monsters. Vegeto, his combat style was even more lethal and efficient. The ethereal blue chaos essence no longer froze wide areas, but coalesced into fine, yet indomitable icy lines, precisely targeting the energy cores or rule nodes of the fiends. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, pierced through the fragile rule threads in the monster's assaults. His intent was like the sharpest blade, slicing in an instant, freezing, and reversing. A shadow blade demon leaping towards him became rigid mid-air, its body silently disintegrating from within. A corrosive dragon spewing acidic liquid had its own mouthparts corroded by the reversed rules at the moment of expulsion. The three-blade warriors, equally valiant. One wielded a massive Order Rune warhammer, each swing generating a shattering shockwave. Another controlled a floating energy cannon, precision targeting the airborne dragons, while the last, akin to a phantom assassin, dual-wielded high-frequency particle knives, weaving through the throngs of monsters to strike at vital points. The five operated in perfect harmony, like a high-speed rotating death mill, continuously shredding the incoming fiends. Filthy blood and shattered limbs piled around them like a mountain. Yet, the abyss seemed inexhaustible. The corrupted nest continued to spew forth new monstrosities without end. Even more terrifying was the fact that the abyssal beast, wounded by Bejite, had already regained its strength. Its crimson, monstrous eye fixated intently on Bejite, as it opened its cavernous maw, capable of devouring meteorites, while deep within its throat, a cataclysmic, dark red energy was furiously accumulating. Beware of the beast's breath. Elia cried out in alarm, sensing the dreadful annihilation principles embedded within that energy. Cover me. Bejite's gaze sharpened. Rather than retreating, he advanced. He understood that he must interrupt this lethal onslaught. The azure glow surrounding him instantly converged into his right fist, while the icy crystal mark upon his forehead erupted with an unprecedented radiance. He endeavored to simulate the fleeting sensation of annihilation he had touched upon in the direst moments of training. He aimed to decipher the very rules constituting this foul breath and attempt to reverse its origin. In this critical moment, a piercing scream echoed from the flank. A blade warrior, wielding a warhammer, had been brutally pierced through the chest by a shadow blade demon that had suddenly emerged from the spatial rift, sacrificing himself to shield his comrade from a lethal ambush by multiple demons. The dark purple toxin spread instantaneously, causing his robust form to convulse violently as the warhammer flew from his grasp. A gap appeared in the defensive formation. Several shadow blade demons surged forward, akin to sharks detecting blood, ravenously pouncing upon the fallen warrior. No, another blade warrior's eyes widened in desperation, yearning to save his fallen comrade, but becoming ensnared by even more demons. Damn it! The warrior controlling the artillery bellowed, redirecting the cannon, but it was already too late. In this perilous moment, a chilling voice rang out, "Get back!" It was Elia. She forsook her own defense, her figure transforming into a silver starlight, surpassing her limits to shield the fallen warrior. The high-frequency starlight blades wove into an impenetrable curtain of defense, with a series of hissing sounds. Several shadow blade demons collided against the starlight barrier, instantly obliterated. However, Elia was also violently shaken by the tremendous impact, her blood surging within her as deep claw marks marred her starlight armor. She let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Elia! Bejite's heart tightened. Meanwhile, the abyssal beast's destructive breath was poised to unleash. The dark red beam of annihilation was on the verge of erupting, targeting Bejite and Elia, who had momentarily lost their optimal evasion position in their attempt to rescue. In this moment of despair, a resonating hum echoed, an indescribable, soul-freezing coldness, imbued with an absolute will of order, swept across the battlefield from the very heart of the Order Star Sea, akin to the explosion of a supernova. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The raging energy storm halted in mid-flight. The frenzied demons, caught in mid-attack, were frozen in place, their grotesque forms suspended in time. The distant corrupted lair, spewing demonic insects, became motionless. Even the abyssal beast, poised to unleash its destructive breath, found the terrifying dark red light within its throat frozen, resembling solidified magma, trapped within its gaping maw. The entire boiling, clamorous, and death-laden battlefield fell into an absolute silence in an instant. Only that sweeping, cold pressure emanating from a higher dimension silently proclaims the arrival of the Supreme Sovereign. Vegeta, Alia, and the surviving Blade Warriors felt their souls tremble under this oppressive force, their bodies stiffening, nearly unable to breathe. With immense shock and hope, they gazed towards the source of this pressure, the core of the Order Star Sea, the anchor of order. In the next moment, they beheld an unforgettable sight. Against the backdrop of a dark purple star domain filled with filth and destruction, a figure floated quietly. It was Loa. He was no longer the calm and composed visage they were accustomed to. His silver hair danced wildly in the still void, not due to physical phenomena, but rather the violent energy and disturbances of rules surrounding him, creating ripples in space. His signature robe, flowing with a chaotic aura, was stained with large patches of viscous, oil-like dark purple spots, exuding an ominous presence. This was the tainted blood of the Abyss Lord. In several places, the robe was torn, revealing skin that shimmered with an ethereal blue logic matrix beneath, marred by corrosive scars that were rapidly being healed by the formidable essence of chaos. The most disconcerting aspect was his eyes. Those orbs, once brimming with the vastness of the cosmos, had transformed into two frenzied whirlpools, composed of countless intricate and unfathomably complex azure logic matrices. Absolute coldness. The light of the matrices pierced the void, chillingly analyzing, reconstructing, and even negating all surrounding rules. As his gaze swept by, the frozen demonic creatures began to silently disintegrate and vanish, as if erased by an eraser from a pencil drawing. He wielded no weapon, for his very existence was the most terrifying weapon of rules. Around Loa, space presented a bizarre spectacle. On one side, the filthy, viscous dark purple abyssal energy sought to erode everything, twisting and encroaching like parasitic maggots. On the other, an utterly cold and pure azure chaotic order, exuding an undeniable will of existence, firmly isolated the abyssal corruption, freezing and even annihilating it in reverse. The clash of these two supreme rules formed a terrifying vortex of force with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers. Space shattered and reformed within the vortex. The flow of time became chaotic, and light twisted into bizarre beams. Before Loa, three colossal entities, each with distinct forms, yet radiating a terrifying aura that froze the souls of Vegeta and the others, were caught in a strange stalemate. To the left, a being resembling a mass of decaying tentacles and wailing souls, the dominator of filth. Its massive body writhed continuously, emanating a maddening wave of whispers capable of polluting minds and distorting reality. Yet at this moment, those whispers, potent enough to cause stars to fall, froze upon contact with the azure force field surrounding Loa, dissected and shattered into fragile shards like glass, vanishing into nothingness. Countless rotting tendrils, attempting to ensnare and attack, are held fast in the void by invisible chains of logic, their tips visibly disintegrating into ash. To the right, a heart-devouring tyrant, seemingly composed of living metal and molten lava, adorned with numerous spiked cannons. The spikes, capable of piercing planets, now shimmer with an unstable dark red glow, evidently gathering terrifying power for an assault, yet their mouths are sealed by a constantly shifting azure logic matrix. It emits a silent roar, its molten form writhing violently, each struggle fracturing the surrounding space, yet it cannot escape the intangible matrix's grip. At the center, an entity of the most peculiar nature, seemingly formless, akin to a shadow weaver composed of pure darkness and malice. It incessantly attempts to merge with the fabric of space, launching attacks from higher dimensions, but Loa's eyes, constructed of a logic matrix, coldly track each of its dimensional leaps. Whenever it seeks to extend a shadowy claw from a dimensional rift, that very space is instantaneously frozen by azure logic crystals, sealing it off completely. It resembles a trapped insect encased in solidified amber, struggling in vain. The three abyssal overlords, capable of effortlessly obliterating star systems, find themselves forcibly subdued and confined in the void by Loa alone, wielding the sheer power of pure logic. He appears as a chilling embodiment of cosmic order, reconstructing the fundamental laws of this battlefield with his individual strength, forcibly imposing order upon chaos, transforming destruction into a frozen logic. Master Elia's voice resonates with indescribable shock and excitement, tears once again blurring her vision. But this time they are tears of exhilaration and reverence. This is the pillar of the Temple of Order. This is the master of chaotic logic. Vegeta feels a tremor and resonance deep within his soul. The icy crystal mark upon his forehead pulses violently, as if responding to the gaze of Loa's matrixed eyes. He perceives the omnipresent, cold, and precise rules manipulating not through brute force, but through an absolute analysis of the universe's underlying logic, reconstructing and controlling it. Each time Loa freezes or annihilates, it is a fundamental negation of the abyssal rules. This scene is a million times more shocking than he had ever envisioned of his master's power. The will of chaos beckons Vegeta, whispering to him, as the dormant seed of annihilation within him begins to sprout with unprecedented vigor under the overwhelming might of Loa's rules, stirring within him. At this moment, the imprisoned Lord of Filth seems unwilling to remain so subdued. Its core, composed of wailing souls, suddenly erupts with a blinding, sickly green light. A more ferocious and chaotic wave of ultimate filth, entirely negating the meaning of existence, surges forth like a flood breaching a dam, forcefully colliding with Loa's azure force field. The azure order field and the vile green wave clash violently, annihilating one another. The space shatters like a broken mirror, revealing vast cracks. The figure of Luoya wavered slightly, the corners of his mouth seemingly spilling forth a minuscule, nearly imperceptible glimmer of silver-blue light. Was that the highly concentrated essence of order? Around him, the domain under his absolute control manifested a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple. Although Luoya swiftly restabilized the force field, forcibly obliterating the ghastly green fluctuations. That ephemeral ripple acted as a beacon in the darkness, instantly detected by the two other abyssal sovereigns. The weaponry on the back of the heart-eating tyrant ignited simultaneously with a devastating crimson glow. It recklessly detonated some of its own cannons, unleashing annihilation energy that transcended limits, breaking through portions of the logical matrix's confinement. A dark red beam, concentrated to its utmost, embodied a destructive will piercing through the cosmos, tearing apart the shackled space and directly targeting Luoya. Simultaneously, the Shadow Weaver seized upon that billionth of a second flaw. It abandoned physical assault, its entire shadowy form roiling like boiling water. An intangible essence, directed at the very source of the soul, evoked all negative emotions and cognitive disarray as a whisper from the shadows, akin to the most lethal of poison needles. It silently penetrated the weak points in Luoya's defensive field, ruthlessly stabbing at his spiritual core. The desperate counterattack from the three abyssal sovereigns erupted in an instant, aimed squarely at the solitary embodiment of order that suppressed all. Master! Both Vegeta and Elia cried out in heart-wrenching alarm, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. Faced with a lethal combined assault capable of reducing any peak fifth-tier powerhouse to ashes in an instant, there was not a hint of disturbance in the swirling logical matrix that comprised Luoya's eyes. Only an absolute chill remained, accompanied by an indifference that seemed to comprehend all rules. He did not even alter his stance. Yet, that voice, cold enough to freeze the soul, resonated clearly within the consciousness of every ordered being, as if declaring the final verdict of cosmic law, noisy. Herein, the rules are defined by me. Existence, frozen. Logic, reconstructed. In this domain, all of you are fallacies. When erased. The moment the words fell, Luoya's matrix eyes surged with brilliance. Chapter 89, Danger Averted. His cold gaze, composed of countless ethereal blue logical matrices, erupted into an absolute radiance capable of piercing the darkness of the universe at the moment of judgment. In this domain, all of you are fallacies. When erased. This was not merely a release of energy. It was the ultimate rewriting of the fundamental rules of the cosmos. Time lost its meaning at that moment, yet seemed infinitely elongated. The soul core of the corruption sovereign, radiating a ghastly green light, resembled fragile glass plunged into absolute zero. The ultimate foul waves it released, attempting to negate all existence with chaotic will, upon contact with the brilliance of the matrix eyes, were not merely neutralized or extinguished. They were reconstructed. The foundational chaotic, negating, and polluting logical points constituting its ways were forcibly analyzed, frozen by his will, and then replaced with units of order, existence, and purification. The ghastly green radiance swiftly dissipated the filth, transforming into a realm of purity, ethereality, and even a soft, sacred white light. This energy, thoroughly reconstructed by logic, did not assault Luya. Rather, it flowed gently like a docile stream, merging with the azure force field surrounding Luya, becoming an integral part of his power. The dark red ray, born of the heart-devouring tyrant's destructive intent and willing to sacrifice its own barrel, traversed the void. And in the infinitesimal moment before it was to touch Luya, all spatial rules along its trajectory were instantaneously frozen and solidified. The inherent destructive logic of penetration, annihilation, and entropy contained within the ray was directly negated by Luya's gaze. The microscopic logical chains sustaining the ray's destructive attributes shattered inch by inch. The dark red light, as if stripped of its very soul, dimmed instantly, dissipating into a realm of meaningless, pure energy points, which were then consumed and assimilated by the surrounding vortex of rules. The remnants of the self-destructing barrel, under the same logical principles, vanished silently as if they had never existed. The shadow whisper of the shadow weaver, intangible and ethereal, piercing the soul, faced complete obliteration. It penetrated a weak point in space, akin to a most concealed serpent. Yet at the moment it was about to reach Luya's core of consciousness, it collided with an absolute barrier composed of pure existential logic. This barrier was not an energetic defense, but an absolute enhancement of Luya's self-definition. Any attempt to deny, distort, or confuse his existence was deemed erroneous. The malicious shadow whisper, whose logic was intended to invoke fear, disrupt understanding, or erode willpower, was utterly dissected for its logical paradox at the moment of contact with the barrier, and then, like precisely deleted redundant code, was entirely erased from the cosmic logical framework. It left not even a ripple, vanishing as if it had never been woven into existence. The desperate counterattack of the three-headed abyssal sovereign melted away silently under the watchful gaze of Luya's matrix eyes, akin to snowflakes cast into a blazing sun, returning to nothingness. The entire process unfolded with a swiftness that transcended the speed of thought. Before the exclamations of Vegeta and Elia had fully faded, and as the pupils of the surviving Blade Warriors widened in shock, everything had already concluded. The suffocating stillness on the battlefield dissipated. Yet, what followed was not a cacophony, but a profound, breathless silence that enveloped all. The colossal form of the three-headed abyssal sovereign maintained its posture of attack or struggle, yet its very existence was undergoing a bizarre and terrifying transformation. The corrupted sovereign's myriad decaying tentacles ceased their writhing, and the wailing souls solidified in expressions of anguish. Its body began to exhibit a peculiar state of logical disintegration from the core, as the chaotic logical chains constituting its existence spontaneously unraveled and dissipated, without explosion or radiance. Its form crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, disintegrating from the minutest logical strata, scattering into countless specks of dust, each shimmering with an azure glow of logic. Ultimately returning to the void, the heart-eating tyrant, the molten body ceased its flow, the living metal lost its luster. The remnants of the cannons on its back, along with its colossal form, appeared to be gradually erased by an invisible eraser. The contours blurred, details vanished, ultimately leaving behind a vast, smooth-edged, mirror-like indentation, a testament to its former existence. The Shadow Weaver executed this erasure with utmost thoroughness. The ever-shifting shadows and malice, akin to subpar data thrown into a logical furnace, were instantaneously and completely formatted. Not a trace remained, no dust, no dent. It vanished into thin air, as if it had never graced this universe. Erasure. This was a true and profound obliteration, executed from the logical realm of cosmic existence. Not a single remnant of its presence was spared from the relentless purification of Loa's will. On the battlefield, all the creatures that fell under Loa's frozen gaze, regardless of their size or strength, simultaneously followed in the wake of the Dominators, silently transforming into logical dust or completely vanishing. The foul, dark purple energy storm seemed to be pressed on pause, and then rapidly diluted and purified under the strict rules of absolute order. The fractured space began to self-repair, and the distorted light regained its normalcy. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the battlefield, belonging to the three-headed Dominators, vanished in an instant. The dark purple star domain, previously twisted and tainted by their power, was rapidly purified and dispelled, as if receding like the tide, by Loa's cold and pure azure force field. The chaotic battlefield, momentarily enveloped in a suffocating cleanliness due to this absolute strike, left Vegeta standing in place, as though his very blood had congealed. He bore witness to the rewriting of rules and the denial of existence in its entirety. This was no longer a mere difference in power. It was a crushing of dimensions, a stark contrast in the understanding of the universe's essence. The icy crystalline scar on his forehead burned intensely. The dormant seed of annihilation within him throbbed wildly, yearning to break free from its confines, yet was forcefully suppressed by a power beyond imagination, only able to emit a reluctant hum. Shock, awe, and countless emotions surged within him. "Master has won," murmured Elia, tears silently streaming down her face. A blend of euphoric relief and boundless reverence for absolute power. She gazed at Loa, suspended within the purified star domain, as if looking up at a deity that upheld the heavens and the earth. Yet, Loa did not relent. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield. With the fall of the three-headed dominators, the remaining abyssal tide appeared to have lost its backbone, its assault noticeably faltering, even descending into chaos. However, their numbers remained vast. The foul source, the abyssal maw, still slowly swirling in the distance. Loa's figure shifted slightly. It was not a teleportation. Rather, space itself folded under his will, instantly transporting him above the shattered platform where Vegeta and Elia stood. The terrifying azure force field surrounding him had receded considerably, yet the coldness in his logic matrix-formed eyes remained. The intricate and profound crystalline scar on his forehead clearly visible. The deep abyssal blood staining his robes was a shocking sight, with several wounds still emanating faint, dark purple breaths, struggling against the chaotic source's attempt at repair. Chapter 90, The Great King. "Master!" Vegeta and Elia shouted with fervor, while the surviving Blade warriors struggled to stand, their eyes alight with zeal. Roya's gaze fell upon them, sweeping over Vegeta's more concentrated azure glow and the fierce pulsation of the vertical mark on his forehead. It then passed over Elia's battle armor, marred with scars and stained with blood at the corner of her mouth, ultimately resting on the remains of the fallen warriors. "Clear the battlefield and hold the line for reinforcements." His voice remained calm, yet bore an imperceptible weight of fatigue, not from physical exertion, but rather the profound burden stemming from the intense operation of his mental essence. "The Starry Law will take over the subsequent actions." No sooner had he spoken, a silver-blue figure, akin to a precisely aimed meteor, appeared beside Roya in an instant. It was the Starry Law. His silver-blue hair appeared slightly disheveled, with a few strands clinging to his polished yet dust-streaked forehead. The once icy demeanor of his exquisitely crafted visage had given way to an atmosphere of extreme suppression and gravity. Within his starlit eyes, the frenzied streams of data had subsided, leaving behind not tranquility, but a cold fury reminiscent of the depths of the ocean post-storm. Coupled with profound fatigue, his silver-blue officer's uniform bore several tears, edged with signs of energy burns, clearly having endured a brutal battle. His gaze swiftly locked onto the blood and wounds adorning Roya's robes, causing his starlit pupils to contract sharply, a tangible chill sweeping through them. This chill was not directed at the enemy, but rather at the source of this devastation. He pressed his lips together, refraining from immediate speech. Yet his taut physique and the almost palpable frostiness of his aura caused both Vegeta and Elia to feel a pang of trepidation. "Roya." The voice of the Starry Law remained frigid, yet beneath that coldness lay a forcibly suppressed, volcanic rage and concern. "Your essence is still wounded." He keenly sensed the heaviness enveloping Roya's mental state, as well as the lingering, stubborn aura of abyssal corrosion upon his wounds. "It matters not," Roya interjected. The eye of the Matrix turned towards the Starry Law, seemingly reading the emotions he was striving to suppress. "Casualties." Taking a deep breath, the Starry Law forced himself to divert his gaze from Roya's wounds, shifting it to the battlefield, his voice laden with sorrow. "The outer defense line has crumbled. The Watchers have been annihilated. Within the obliterated Stardust Zone, all forward outposts and patrol fleet signals have vanished by over 90. Preliminary assessments indicate that over 100 billion Order beings have fallen. The initial estimate of casualties among the Temple warriors stands at 40%. Each chilling statistic struck him like a dull blade, slicing through his reason. He was not a cold machine. He was the guardian of order. And behind every figure lay lives he had once known or indirectly commanded. This burden of responsibility and anguish weighed heavily upon him. Bijite and Elia listened to these harrowing figures, their fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into their palms. Over 100 billion beings. With 40% of the warriors lost, what a cataclysm. The intensity of interference from the abyssal throat is exceptionally high, far exceeding our estimates, the starry law continued. His voice coldly analytical, though his knuckles turned white from the grip of his clenched fists. They can accurately deploy their main forces, bypassing our established deep space early warning network. To generate sufficient interference capable of displacing the main fleet's jump coordinates is a feat that cannot be perfectly achieved by the Abyss itself. There must be high-ranking traders within, who assist, manipulate, or even directly provide the logical keys to the core defense nodes. The term traitor, uttered from the lips of Zingle, carried a chilling aura and boundless intent to kill. This is no longer mere speculation, but an ironclad proof forged from the lives and blood of billions. Loya fell silent for a moment, his matrix-like eyes shimmering with a deep azure light, as if processing vast amounts of information and logical deductions. The icy crystalline mark upon his forehead flickered subtly. This battle stems not from the strength of external foes, but from the venom of internal treachery. Loya's voice was as cold as the frost of millennia, capable of interfacing with the core logic of the Stardust Early Warning Network. Understanding the precise space-time coordinates of the anchor of order, and possessing the authority to alter the parameters of the Abyss interference field. The scope is now locked. His words, akin to a chilling blade, precisely delineated the range of suspects within the highest decision-making circle of the Order-S sanctuary. Evidence is required. Zingle immediately interfaced. His gaze sharp as a knife. The traitor, being cunning, must have erased all traces. Any rash action could alarm the snake and potentially incite internal turmoil. His concerns were profoundly realistic. At such a critical juncture for survival, internal purges that lead to division could yield unimaginable consequences. Yet, without eliminating the traitor, the next act of betrayal could be imminent. Evidence will emerge. His voice bore an unwavering certainty. At that moment, the space before him rippled unanticipatedly, unveiling a pure, gentle golden halo imbued with an ineffable supreme will. The halo was not blinding. Rather, it emanated a soothing tranquility. Yet its depth and pressure made both Bijite and Ilea feel the insignificance of their souls and a sense of reverence. Even the azure force field surrounding Loya subtly acknowledged this radiance. At the center of the halo, a figure gradually coalesced. His stature was not imposing, appearing somewhat rounded and endearing, enveloped in pristine, flawless purple crystal, as if embodying the primordial order of the universe's inception. He bore no distinct facial features, save for a golden diamond mark at the center of his forehead, seemingly reflecting all realms and exuding an air of eternity, completeness, and supreme authority. He merely hovered there in tranquil suspension, embodying the very center of the cosmos, the source of all principles and laws, the supreme overseer of the chaotic universe, the ultimate embodiment of order. Loya Zingle. A serene, ethereal voice resonated, echoing deep within the soul, devoid of discernible emotions, yet imbued with a profound understanding of all things. This tribulation, I am aware of it. Loya nodded slightly in respect to the exalted presence. My lord. Zingle promptly bowed, her demeanor radiating utmost reverence, yet her tightly clasped hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Great lord of the all-encompassing. The abyss stirred restlessly, traitors schemed, and order wept blood. The voice of the great lord remained calm, yet each word seemed to carry the weight of the universe. I observe the river of fate. The cause of this battle is not born of a single day's chill. The roots of betrayal are deeply planted in the poison of arrogance and despair. Seduced by the void of the abyss, forsaking the vow of guardianship. His gaze, if that golden mark could indeed be considered a gaze, seemed to pierce through the vast expanse of time and space, settling upon Loya and Zingle. Loya, you have subdued the three sovereigns, valiantly turning the tide. Yet the source remains in turmoil. The abyssal filth clings to you like a parasite and requires nurturing. Zingle, you orchestrate the grand design, leading from the front. Your heart burdened by losses, your fury scorching the soul, you too must find tranquility. His words directly unveiled Loya's injuries and Zingle's suppressed emotional state. Thank you for your concern, my lord, Loya replied calmly. Zingle's body trembled slightly as he murmured, it is my duty, and I dare not falter. The king's perceptive remarks nearly shattered the dam of Zingul's repressed anger and sorrow. Those lost lives, those traitors. The extraction of the malignancy is urgent, yet it requires caution. The king continued, his voice resonating with the gravitas of cosmic law, imbued with guiding strength. The traitors are cunning, adept at leveraging external forces to erase their traces. However, every action leaves a mark. When they tampered with the throat of the abyss and disrupted parameters, they briefly linked with the will of the abyss, leaving behind a thread of logical contradiction. Logical contradiction. Chapter 91, Tracing the Traitor. The matrix eye of Loya ignited with brilliance. This contradiction is not a physical trace, nor an energy remnant. It is a transient discord born from the forced coupling of his own soul's logic with the chaotic will of the abyss. The king elucidated. Like oil dispersing in clear water, even if the oil dissipates, the momentary repulsion and incompatibility have imprinted upon the fabric of fate and rule. This mark can only be distinctly perceived and traced by those who command the essence of chaotic logic. His gaze, the light of the mark, fell upon the violently pulsating icy crystal scar on Loya's forehead. Loya, your eye of chaos is the key to discerning this mark. In your battle, you forcibly defined the rules, eradicating the sovereign of the abyss. This process has meticulously unraveled and reconstructed all chaotic logic within the battlefield's time and space. The logical contradiction left by the traitor, under such comprehensive reordering, is now as exposed as fireflies in the night. Loya understood immediately. In annihilating the sovereign of the abyss, he had imposed absolute order, meticulously filtering the heavily tainted time and space, akin to using the highest precision sieve to strain chaotic silt. Any impurity not belonging to the original order of this universe, including the logical contradictions left by the traitor's connection with the abyss, would be brought to light. And this trace could only be accurately captured and interpreted by him, the master of chaotic logic. Pray, my lord, reveal where the traces point, Zingulf inquired eagerly, her voice tinged with an undeniable aura of resolve. Finally a lead. The king's ethereal voice seemed to carry a hint of a sigh. This trace leads to the highest access privilege node of the Eternal Star Map within the core database of the Temple of Order. The last anomalous deep access occurred 73 standard universes prior to the eruption of the Abyssal Tide. The visitor disguised their identity, circumventing the triple soul imprint verification, but... He paused, the golden mark's radiance subtly shifting. That logical contradiction trace has generated an irreconcilable conflict with the perfect logical camouflage left during the visit, intended to conceal their own soul's fluctuations. Like the most exquisite counterfeit, beneath the absolute knowledge, there always lies an irreproducible unnaturalness. The voice of the great monarch shifted towards her. As the enforcer, you hold dominion over the access logs of the Eternal Star Map. The traitor's logical camouflage, though impeccably veiling their own soul's characteristics, cannot obscure the inherent logical resonance bound to their true identity embedded within the permission sequence invoked during access. This resonance, typically undetectable by conventional means, becomes evident under the reflection of the scars of logical contradictions, akin to a resonating tuning fork whose source is now unmistakably clear. In an instant, the eyes of the star law glimmered with a terrifying brilliance. She comprehended. The traitor may masquerade their soul's fluctuations and erase access records. Yet the very act of invoking the permission sequence inevitably leaves a logical resonance tied to their true identity at the highest level of authority. This resonance usually lies deeply concealed, but under the specific reflection of the logical contradictions left by the traitor, it resonates like a tuning fork struck in the dark, revealing its singular source. My lord, I request the immediate retrieval of the underlying logical resonance records of the highest permission sequence at the anomalous time point, and to compare the soul logical states of all individuals possessing this authority during that interval. Star Law's voice was resolute, imbued with an undeniable severity. She had finally discovered the breakthrough to tear apart the traitor's disguise. However, the great monarch's voice carried the weight of permission. Loya, you can perceive the specific temporal coordinates and fluctuation characteristics of that logical contradiction, providing Star Law with an exact resonance activation key. Understood, Loya replied succinctly. His matrix eyes locked onto an invisible point in the void, a slender, ethereal azure beam, infused with specific order rules, emanated from the crystalline mark on his forehead. Instantly penetrating a precision instrument on Star Law's wrist, that shimmered with silver light. This was the key to activate and capture the logical resonance. Star-Law promptly closed her eyes, her silver blue hair billowing as if caught in a tempest. Her formidable mental energy connecting instantaneously with the instrument on her wrist and the distant core database of the eternal star map. Countless streams of intangible data surged wildly within her consciousness, and amidst the vast sea of authority sequence records, she pinpointed the aberrant time point. Then, guided by the key provided by Loya, she thrust like an accurate probe into the depths of the concealed logical resonance. Time seemed to freeze. Vegeta and Alia held their breath, anxiously watching. They knew the truth was on the cusp of revelation. Moments later, Star-Law abruptly opened her eyes. In those starry eyes, the cold fury ignited entirely, transforming into a murderous intent capable of incinerating the stars. Her body trembled slightly from the intensity of her rage, her silver teeth clenched. Nearly forcing the name from between her lips, permission sequence, soul logical resonance match, 99999. The traitor is. Her voice, akin to millennia-old ice, carried a deep-seated hatred and an incredulous sorrow, articulating with deliberate precision the earth-shattering name, the Holy Arbiter Omega. Omega. This name struck like thunder, crashing down upon Vegeta and Alia's hearts. The Holy Arbiter Omega, one of the 7 titans of the Supreme Council of the Order Sanctum, the supreme authority governing the laws of the sanctuary, overseeing judgment and internal inspections, stands just below the sanctuary master, Loa, and the enforcer, Xinglu. An embodiment of order, a synonym for justice. He is an idol revered by countless sanctuary warriors. Yet he is a traitor? How is this possible? Even Loa's icy matrix eyes momentarily displayed a fleeting, almost imperceptible pause upon hearing that name. Clearly, this revelation exceeded the bounds of his initial deductions. Omega Loa's voice sank to a somber timbre, akin to an abyss brewing a storm of annihilation. So it is. His arrogance in the purity of order, coupled with despair over the inability to wholly cleanse the abyss through the ages, ultimately led to his capture by the allure of nihilism. How ironic that in the name of purification, he wrought destruction. The golden mark of the great sovereign shimmered subtly, its ethereal voice tinged with a trace of compassion and lethality. Power has blinded the eyes, and despair has corroded the soul. Omega has forsaken his oath of guardianship. His heart must be punished. The fury of Xinglu surged, almost manifesting as tangible frost fire around her. She recalled Omega's usual demeanor of authority and fairness, his fierce disdain for the abyss. She remembered his cold pronouncements during internal trials. It was all a fade. He had opened the gates of hell with his own hands, leading millions of compatriots to their doom. It was one of his most trusted colleagues who dealt the most devastating blow from behind. The anger and anguish stemming from this betrayal nearly tore her reason asunder. Great Sovereign, please issue the order. I shall immediately venture to the core of the sanctuary to apprehend this villain. Let his soul be cast into the logic furnace. Eternally scorched, Xinglu's voice brimmed with bloodthirsty intent, ready to spring into action. Yet hold on. Loa's cold voice fell like a bucket of ice water, momentarily tempering Xinglu's fury. Loa's matrix eyes turned toward Xinglu, the cerulean light seemingly piercing through her boiling wrath and sorrow. Omega is no ordinary traitor. He occupies a high position, wielding the power of law and oversight, with followers scattered throughout the sanctuary. His own strength is formidable, especially adept in soul defense and logical traps. At this moment, he must already be aware of the fall of the sovereign and is likely on high alert. The ethereal voice of the great sovereign echoed at the right moment. The strings of fate have been plucked. To act rashly may force him to resort to desperate measures, detonating the logic bombs hidden throughout the sanctuary or triggering a preordained abyssal summoning ritual, leading to mutual destruction. There may also be deeper shadows lurking behind him. Loa nodded slightly. What you say is entirely correct. Omega is merely a knife pushed to the forefront. The true peril lies in those who have promised or controlled him, compelling him to betray his faith and serve as an agent of the abyss. This villain must be drawn out. Draw out. Xinglu forced herself to regain composure. Yet her murderous intent remained undiminished. How to draw him out? Loa's gaze swept over the battlefield, now gradually under control by the sanctuary reinforcements, before settling back on Xinglu. In his matrix eyes, the cerulean light ebbed and flowed, a cold and intricate plan seemingly taking shape. Let us take the bait. Display weakness to the enemy. and await their movements. Chapter 92. A calm before the storm. Luo's cold and meticulous plan unfurled like an invisible net, quietly spreading within the core area of the Order Sanctuary. The tumult of the battlefield has not yet completely subsided in the dawn of victory. The air is still thick with the smoke of gunfire and the sorrow of sacrifice. Yet within the sanctum, a more oppressive and perilous storm is brewing. The injuries of Luo Ye have been deliberately exaggerated and dramatized. He is being personally escorted by Xing Lu. Placed in the deepest recesses of the temple within the chaotic tranquility chamber, an absolute domain constructed from the purest essence of chaos, isolating it from all external scrutiny. It has been publicly declared that Inspector Luo Ye, in his endeavor to suppress the three abyssal sovereigns, forced the operation of the logic of chaos beyond its limits, resulting in severe exhaustion of his mental core and a backlash from the encroaching abyssal will, plunging him into a deep slumber for restoration, with his fate uncertain. The entire chamber is fortified with layers of logical chains and defensive matrices meticulously arranged by Xing Lu himself, prohibiting any approach, under his vigilant guard. The news has fallen like a boulder into a tranquil lake, stirring tumult among the high echelons of the temple and the remaining forces. Panic, anxiety, and sorrow permeate the atmosphere. Luo Ye is the pillar of order. His downfall is a devastating blow to morale. An emergency convening of the Supreme Council is called. The seat once occupied by Luo Ye now hangs vacant. The atmosphere is heavy as lead. Xing Lu, as the enforcer, presides over the meeting. He sits beside Luo Ye's empty chair, his silver-blue hair impeccably arranged, his countenance remaining cold, yet within the depths of his starry eyes lies an overwhelming weariness and sorrow, with a barely perceptible hint of redness around the edges. His voice retains its clarity, though it has lost its former sharpness, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Esteemed colleagues, the situation is dire. Luo Ye, in his valiant defense of the Order's star sea against the three sovereigns, has suffered grave injuries and has fallen into a deep slumber. Although the abyss has been severely wounded, the threat persists, and the three abyssal throats are slowly recovering. Our immediate priority is to solidify our defenses, reorganize our forces, and uncover the root cause of this calamity, the traitor concealed within the core of the temple. His words resonate powerfully, his gaze sweeping across each of the assembled leaders. When his eyes flit over the figure of the Arbiter Omega seated across from him, a fleeting glimmer of cold, lethal intent passes through his gaze, swiftly masked by a deeper layer of fatigue and concern. Omega sits with composure, draped in the silver-gray robes of absolute justice, his visage stern and solemn, his eyes deep as ancient wells, revealing no sign of turmoil. He nods slightly, his voice steady and forceful, imbued with a perfectly measured weight. What the enforcer has stated is indeed correct. The sacrifice of Lord Luo Ye is a tragedy for order. Until the traitor is apprehended, the sanctum shall know no peace. I propose that we immediately initiate the highest level of the purification investigation, with myself at the helm, conducting an in-depth examination of the soul imprints of all individuals with access to the Stardust Warning Network and the coordinates of the anchors of order. Better to err on the side of caution than to overlook a threat. His proposal is both reasonable and imbued with an urgency to unearth the traitor. Had the truth not been known, Xing Lu might have been swayed by Omega's righteous demeanor and evident concern. What the Arbiter has articulated is indeed true. Another leader concurred. We must swiftly identify the traitor to honor the spirits of the fallen. However, the breadth of the investigation, concerning soul imprints, raises fears of internal panic, potentially further diminishing the already waning morale, as another leader voiced their apprehensions. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Omega's voice resonated with undeniable resolve, asserting that for the sake of order, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. To allow traitors to lurk in the shadows out of fear is the greatest desecration to those who have sacrificed. His words rang with conviction, infused with a compelling sense of justice. Xing Lu's heart harbored a cold smile, yet her demeanor betrayed a hint of hesitation and inner turmoil, as if she were swayed by Omega's determination while still apprehensive of internal discord. After a moment of silence, she slowly articulated, "The Arbiter Omega speaks with reason. Traitors must bear the consequences. However, the scrutiny must be conducted with caution to avoid wrongful accusations. This matter shall be led by the tribunal, with the enforcement court providing full cooperation." By relinquishing the reins to Omega, she appeared to compromise, yet in truth, She propelled him into the spotlight. "I shall not fail your trust." Omega rose with solemnity, bowing slightly to Xinglu and the assembled dignitaries. His gaze resolute as if burdened with the monumental task of saving the sanctum. The meeting concluded in a stifling atmosphere. Weary, Xinglu rubbed her temples. And with the support of her attendants, she departed the council chamber, her steps weighed down by a palpable heaviness. She retreated directly to the guardian room adjacent to the chaotic tranquility chamber, sealing herself within, conveying only the faint signs of the Master's life to the outside world. Exhausted, Xinglu rejected all visitors. Beneath the radiant facade of the sanctum, dark currents surged. Omega's investigation unfolded with unyielding swiftness. The tribunal's powers were fully mobilized, issuing cold decrees of scrutiny, summoning and isolating numerous mid- to high-ranking officials for profound soul-level examinations. An atmosphere of dread enveloped the sanctum, with everyone on edge. Omega's figure frequently appeared at various scrutiny points, his demeanor grave, meticulously administering justice, and his image of impartiality and sternness was further solidified amid the prevailing panic. Yet, within Xinglu's guardian room, a chilling calm prevailed. Before her floated several luminous screens, vividly displaying Omega's every action, including his clandestine interactions with certain individuals, which were cleverly disguised as routine scrutiny exchanges or intelligence transmissions. In Xinglu's starry eyes, there was no sign of fatigue, only a cold calculation and anticipation. She awaited the moment when Omega would confirm the grievous injury of Luoya, to then reach out to his true master behind the scenes or to take the next course of action. Bajit and Elio were secretly positioned in a secure area near the Tranquility Chamber. They had been informed of part of the truth, their hearts brimming with fury towards Omega and concern for their master. Bajit seized every fleeting moment, fervently absorbing the dense essence of chaos surrounding the sleeping Luoya, honing the profound principles touched upon in the interstice of life and death. The crystalline mark upon her forehead radiated an unprecedented brilliance. Time flowed in oppressive silence. 3 days later, a top-secret intelligence report, transmitted through an exceedingly discreet soul-link channel that circumvented the sanctum's conventional surveillance network, reached Omega's private meditation chamber. The content of the intelligence was both concise and shocking. Target: chaotic tranquility chamber. Confirmation: Luoya's primordial essence is in violent upheaval. The eye of chaos lies in complete silence. The flame of life flickers like a candle in the wind, and Xinglu's protective strength is exhausted. The defensive matrix exhibited periodic fluctuations, coordinates, 7, 19, 3, time window, the next cosmic timestamp on the dot, lasting 0.007 microseconds. The abyssal will indicated. This is the opportune moment. Initiate the seed of annihilation, utterly obliterating its existential foundation. Operation Codename: Oblivion. Omega silently perused this intelligence report. His dignified visage revealed no change in expression, as if he were merely attending to an ordinary document. Yet, beneath the surface of that deep, ancient calm lay a tumultuous undercurrent, a blend of unutterable rapture, insatiable greed, and a barely perceptible thread of dread. Chapter 93. Machinations at long last. The moment had arrived. He whispered softly, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold surface of the table, leaving faint marks behind. The newcomer, Luoya, who loomed above him, represented an eternity of absolute order and logic, was finally on the brink of complete disappearance. If he could successfully execute this final step, the position of the newly promised Lord of Order by the Abyss would be his. He would wield power and authority that transcended all. He refrained from immediate action. The old fox's caution compelled him to conduct a final confirmation. He rose, adjusting his judgment robe, his countenance regaining a grave solemnity tinged with heavy concern. Exiting the meditation chamber, he proceeded directly towards the area housing the Chamber of Chaos. As anticipated, at the entrance to the corridor leading to the core of the quiet chamber, he was intercepted by the elite enforcers appointed by the Star Law. Lord Omega, the esteemed Star Law has issued an order. No one is permitted to approach the quiet chamber. The captain of the guard stated respectfully, yet firmly. I empathize with the sentiments of the Star Law enforcers. Omega's voice bore a profound compassion. Lord Luoya has sacrificed everything for the sanctum, and I resonate with that. However, our investigation has uncovered critical clues potentially related to Lord Luoya's injuries that must be reported to either him or the Star Law enforcer in person. This matter concerns the very survival of the sanctum and cannot be delayed. His tone was earnest, his gaze filled with worry and a sense of duty. The captain of the guard appeared troubled. But, my lord, the esteemed Star Law at that moment. The door to the guardian chamber swung open. The figure of the Star Law emerged at the threshold, looking even more haggard than a few days prior. His pallid complexion, silver-blue hair seemingly dulled, and his eyes filled with bloodshot fatigue spoke volumes. He regarded Omega, his voice raspy and feeble. Lord Omega? What pressing matter brings you here? Lord Loya requires absolute tranquility. Omega keenly sensed the exhaustion and frailty that the Star Law desperately attempted to conceal, yet could not fully mask. He internally scoffed, while outwardly appearing increasingly concerned. Star Law Enforcer, I apologize for the interruption. However, our investigation has revealed that the traitor may have employed a particularly insidious abyssal curse targeting the essence of chaos during the attack. This curse will persistently erode the essence, and without immediate resolution, the repercussions could be dire. I must urgently assess Lord Loya's condition to obtain samples of the residual curse for analysis. Otherwise, I fear he unveiled the ominous information regarding the abyssal curse, striking at the heart of the Star Law's deepest dread regarding Loya's safety. The body of Zingolf trembled visibly, as if struck by the weight of this news, her complexion growing even more pallid. She bit her lower lip, the struggle in her eyes intensifying, as though caught in a tormenting dilemma between the imperative to protect Loya and the hope of saving him. Ultimately, the desire to rescue seemed to overshadow the command of guardianship. With great difficulty, she turned slightly, her voice quivering with an almost imperceptible crack. You can only take a fleeting glance, and you must proceed with utmost caution. Moreover, you are permitted to enter alone. The defense matrix surrounding Lord Loya is exceedingly sensitive, particularly the logical nodes near the spatial coordinates 7, 19, 3. It is currently in a state of periodic instability. Do not approach it lest you trigger an alarm. Though her words appeared to be a warning, they inadvertently revealed the crucial temporal window of opportunity. Omega's heart surged with elation. The intelligence aligned perfectly. The state of Zingolf and the vulnerability of the sanctuary's defenses were all in concordance. He suppressed the overwhelming excitement within. Nodding solemnly, I understand. Thank you for your trust, Officer Zingolf. He advanced cautiously, as if genuinely concerned about disturbing the patient, and stepped into the sanctuary. Casting a worried glance at the tightly closed door, engraved with countless azure logical runes, Zingolf followed closely behind, seemingly fatigued, yet within the depths of her drooping starry eyes. A chilling intent to kill simmered like a volcano on the brink of eruption. The prey had finally fallen into the trap. Standing before the sanctuary door, Omega refrained from immediately demanding entry. He closed his eyes, as if attuning to some unseen force, and a subtle wave of soul energy, imbued with judgment and insight, cautiously extended towards the sanctuary door like intangible tendrils. This was his probe, known as soul resonance sensing. Ostensibly for assessing wounds, it was, in truth, an exploration of Loya's life state and the integrity of the defense matrix. His soul tendrils navigated carefully around the unstable nodes Zingolf had warned about, akin to the most cunning of serpents, weaving through the gaps of the defense matrix. Soon, he perceived within the sanctuary a formidable yet chaotic essence, flickering like a candle in the wind, rife with a sense of corruption and imminent collapse. Loya's chaotic eye had fallen completely silent, devoid of any signs of logical operation. As expected, the flame had burned out. The last vestige of doubt within Omega dissipated entirely, replaced by fervent exhilaration. The moment had arrived. He slowly opened his eyes, a mask of profound sorrow adorning his features, and turned to Zingolf. The situation is far worse than anticipated. The curse's corruption has penetrated deeply, Officer Zingolf. I require an immediate sample of the emanating essence. For this, I need you to momentarily ease the logical suppression near the door, particularly around that unstable node. It will only take an instant. His words were laced with urgency and expertise, his fingers seemingly inadvertently indicating the coordinates 7, 19, 3 that Zingolf had previously mentioned. Zingolf's gaze fell upon the location he indicated, her pupils dilating sharply, and a fleeting expression of panic and regret crossed her face, as if she realized she had inadvertently revealed too much. Instinctively, she wished to refuse. Yet upon meeting Omega's hopeful gaze, though it was indeed a coercive one, and glancing back at the sanctuary door, her eyes brimmed with the anguish of her inner turmoil. Her voice trembled, as if she were faced with the most arduous decision in the world. For Lord Loa. For order. The voice of Omega approached with a captivating power. Starry Law seemed to exhaust all her strength, reluctantly nodding. She raised her hand, and the instrument on her wrist gleamed with silver light, seemingly engaged in operation. I can only provide you with a window of 0.05 microseconds, no more than that, and I can only collect the dissipating aura without ever touching her. Her words were laden with reluctance and concern. That is sufficient. Thank you for your trust. A fierce glint burst forth from Omega's eyes. Now is the moment. With his hand positioned behind him, his fingers moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving a bizarre and ominously glowing dark purple sigil within the voluminous sleeves of his judgment robe. A chilling, tainted force, imbued with an absolute will of annihilation, coalesced at his fingertips. This was the end seed bestowed by the abyssal will, intended to utterly obliterate the foundation of Loa's existence. Meanwhile, his other hand feigned readiness to collect the aura, diverting Starry Law's attention. All of his focus was locked onto the coordinate node opened by Starry Law. The 0.05 microsecond window passed in the blink of an eye for mortals, but for one at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, it was ample time. In that billionth of a second when the time window opened, just as Omega's end seed was about to be unleashed toward the coordinate node, an anomaly abruptly erupted. The tightly sealed door of the Chaos Tranquil Chamber, inscribed with ethereal blue runes, opened silently and without warning, as if it had never posed an obstruction. Inside, the scene was not as one might envision, a sickbed of slumber. Loa's figure floated serenely within a pure sphere of chaotic light. His silver hair danced without wind, and the long robe stained with dark purple blood had vanished, replaced by a battle garb that shimmered with profound, deep blue logic matrix light, seemingly woven directly from the essence of order. The previously torn wounds on the robe were rapidly mending, healed by an even more vibrant and pure chaotic essence, emanating threads of purifying light to cleanse the abyssal taint. Most disconcertingly, his eyes, those cold orbs, composed of billions of intricately woven, deep blue logic matrix strands, now gazed steadily, unperturbed, at Omega, who was poised to launch a lethal strike at the doorway. In those eyes, there was no anger, no murderous intent, only an all-encompassing insight and control, an absolute indifference akin to overlooking struggling ants in a petri dish. Loa's state bore no semblance of exhaustion or dwindling light, nor any sign of a candle flickering in the wind. The overwhelming, pure essence of chaotic origin filled the space, akin to the awakening cosmic will, even deeper, more restrained, and far more terrifying than when he annihilated the abyssal sovereign on the battlefield. The mask of compassion, urgency, and righteous justice on Omega's face froze instantly, as if gripped by the coldest of currents. In his eyes, ecstasy and calculation were instantly supplanted by an overwhelming dread, disbelief, and a marrow-deep terror. His finger, pointing towards the coordinate node, froze mid-air, and the dark purple glow of the seed of demise coalesced in his cuff flickered like a snuffed candle, dimming and dissipating in an instant. A chill, emanating from the depths of his soul and perceived by higher-dimensional beings, engulfed him like falling into an ice cavern. No, it cannot be. He gasped in shock, his voice twisted and distorted by sheer terror. The intelligence was false. The weakness of the Star Law was a fade. This is a trap, a meticulously crafted, lethal snare designed for him. Your seed of demise seems to have failed. The cold voice of Luoyu resonated, akin to the clash of cosmic laws, each word striking against the fraying nerves of Omega. His gaze swept across Omega's frozen fingers and cuff, as if he had already discerned everything. Omega abruptly turned to behold Star Law behind him. The once weary and exhausted law enforcement officer now stood tall and straight as a javelin. All traces of fatigue, sorrow, struggle, and panic vanished without a trace. In their place surged a chilling, murderous intent, as formidable as ancient ice, capable of freezing the very soul. In his silver-blue starry eyes burned a fury potent enough to incinerate galaxies, coldly locking onto Omega, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cruel and gleeful smirk. Omega, the Arbiter? Such great authority you wield. Star Law's voice, like an ice pick, dripped with piercing mockery and resentment. Or perhaps, traitor Omega, have you finished your performance? You conspired against me. Omega grasped the situation completely, unleashing a beast-like roar, as fear was swiftly replaced by a frenzy of rage. His power erupted without reservation. The judgment robe billowed, and the silver-gray energy of order transformed into a dark purple aura brimming with destruction. He ceased to feign innocence, tearing away the mask of order to reveal the grotesque visage of the abyss. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Conspiracy? Luo Ya's voice remained calm, yet carried the chilling essence that could freeze all existence. I merely reconstructed your logical trajectory, guiding you towards an inevitable conclusion. As his words fell, his matrix eyes flared with brilliance. In this realm, betrayer Omega, your existence is a fallacy. When erased, it shall be. The cold judgment resonated like the final toll of a death knell. Chapter 94. Awakening. Luo Ya's eyes, formed from countless azure logical matrices, surged with light. The supreme authority to freeze existence, reconstruct logic, define fallacies, and ultimately erase was about to descend upon the traitor Omega. Omega's roar was stifled by an invisible terror gripping his throat. He felt his very existence being forcibly stripped and deconstructed by an irresistible will. His peak power appeared fragile as a sandcastle in the wind before Luo Ya's absolute rule. No, abyssal will. Save me. Omega emitted a final, desperate wail, attempting to invoke the abyssal brand deeply rooted in his soul for one last struggle. However, just as Luo Ya's erasing force was about to touch the core of Omega's existence, poised to completely render him to naught, buzz, an indescribable force, seemingly originating from the primordial chaos and disorder at the dawn of the universe, awakens like a slumbering behemoth of ancient times. This will is not of Omega, but transcends the bounds of time and space, descending with a thunderous roar from the deepest, darkest core of the abyssal demon realm, the abyss of entropy. The entire chaotic sanctuary, as well as the core of the Order Temple, experiences a violent distortion and tremor in its very fabric. This is not merely a physical vibration. Rather, it is the foundational rules that constitute reality itself, groaning under the overwhelming impact of this ultimate chaotic will. The intricate web of logical chains and defensive matrices laid by Luo Ya scream in agony, akin to metal corroded by a potent acid, producing a piercing hiss of annihilation. For the first time, the chilling gaze of Luo Ya's matrix reveals a subtle fluctuation, not of fear, but of gravity when confronted with an entity of equal caliber. His forcibly summoned erasure power is stymied and disrupted by this chaotic will that transcends time and space. Omega, like a being ensnared in a viscous mire of chaos, teeters on the brink of collapse, yet remains unvanquished, temporarily frozen in protection by this tumultuous will. Luo Ya emits a muffled groan, not from injury, but from the immense recoil upon his spiritual core. The effort of forcibly defining rules to obliterate this entity is already a colossal drain, and being interfered with by a higher-level chaotic will imposes an additional burden. The crystalline scar upon his forehead flickers with luminescence as he strives to stabilize his domain. Xing, too, recoils as though struck, taking a half-step back, his countenance paling instantaneously. Though formidable, he finds himself pierced by the piercing needles of chaos. Confronted with the assault of this ultimate cosmic will, the abyssal demon lord of entropy, he has awakened. Xing's voice trembles with incredulity and dread. The upheaval within the chaotic sanctuary reverberates like a boulder cast into the cosmic abyss, instantly stirring the highest of existences. Within the core of the Order Temple, in a realm seemingly detached from the flow of time and space, a soft and pure golden light pulsates gently, akin to breath. The all-encompassing king, enveloped in a veil of pristine purple crystal, hovers within, and the golden diamond insignia upon his forehead suddenly illuminates, reflecting the tumultuous events unfolding in the chaotic sanctuary. At last, you have awakened. A voice, ethereal and laden with gravity, resonates. Meanwhile, at the very heart of the abyssal demon realm, at the depths of the abyss of entropy, where light and concept are utterly devoured, there exists neither matter nor energy, nor even conventional notions of space and time. Only the endless, roiling chaos, embodying the ultimate source of disorder, exists in this absolute void, in this center of utter nothingness, where even deities risk losing themselves to be assimilated as fodder for chaos. An indescribable entity stirs from eternal slumber. Lacking a fixed form, it resembles a chaotic singularity, constantly collapsing, expanding, distorting, and reorganizing, an embodiment of chaos, the ultimate law of the universe. It is the supreme sovereign of the abyss of entropy, the very source of chaos and disorder. With its awakening, the entire abyss of entropy erupts into a fervor. In the boundless abyss of chaos, the primordial darkness has seemingly found its backbone, surging with even greater ferocity. Across the various layers of the abyssal demon realm, countless formidable abyssal lords and ancient titans of the demonic domain, regardless of their location or activity, simultaneously felt a tremor deep within their souls, an echo of a summons. Their absolute sovereign has returned. At the heart of the abyssal demon realm, within the eternal silence throne hall, the sanctuary of all demons, the atmosphere is not one of opulence, but rather is constructed from solidified chaotic storms, twisted fragments of space, and the bones of innumerable powerful demon gods, exuding an oppressive aura that is suffocating. In this moment, the hall is filled with a multitude of diverse forms, each exuding a terrifying presence that causes the very stars to tremble. These are the supreme rulers of the abyssal demon realm, each possessing the might to annihilate entire star systems. At the center of the hall, upon the eternal silence throne, formed from countless warped chaotic laws, a shadow of chaos, profound to the utmost degree, begins to coalesce and stabilize. Though it lacks distinct facial features, two eyes, seemingly capable of devouring all order and logic, skin slowly over the prostrate demons below. Merely the sweep of its gaze causes these proud abyssal titans to feel their souls freeze, their heads bowing even lower, not daring to breathe. "Welcome back, our lord." A voice, like the anguished wails of millions of souls amalgamated, resounds from the depths of the shadow, a figure shrouded in writhing darkness, known as the high priest of the abyssal demon realm, the Wailing Shade. "Welcome back, our lord." The multitude of demons roar in unison, their voices reverberating, shaking the very fabric of the distorted space. The entity of entropy remains silent. Only the shadow of chaos slightly stirs, as if savoring the long-lost essence of the demonic realm. After a moment, a voice, resonant with the echoes of boundless chaos and seemingly emanating from the very depths of the souls of all abyssal titans, proclaims, "The sacred order of the slumbering temple remains disturbingly loud." Each syllable contains the power to shatter rules, causing the souls of the demons to lament. "My lord." Another titan, General Ball, a colossal figure akin to a mountain, encased in a black shell flowing with molten lava, raises his head, his voice roaring like the core of the earth, filled with fury and frustration. "During your slumber, that accursed order temple has grown ever more audacious. Especially that newly appointed overseer, Loa? Loa?" The shadow of entropy seems to ripple slightly, the chaotic voice tinged with a hint of intrigue. "It is he. It is indeed he, my lord." The Wailing Shade interjects, his voice laden with venom. This individual wields the essence of chaotic logic, employing ruthlessly cruel methods. He has established the Annihilation Starlight Belt, akin to shackles, tightly sealing our demonic realm's avenues of expansion. He dispatches Order Watchers, like hounds, mercilessly hunting down our progeny lords venturing out for sustenance. Furthermore, he has deployed logical anchor points at core nodes, continuously eroding our demonic borders, aiming to completely imprison and purify chaos. Chapter 95, The Offering of Souls. Not only that, another titan, the Blade Demon Lord Skila, whose form resembles a vortex of countless sharp blades, emits a piercing metallic screech. The enforcer beneath him, known as Starlaw, is akin to a chilling slaughtering knife. He executed the ultimate purification protocol, utterly erasing several formidable vanguard lords of my kin, along with their legions, from the very fabric of existence. Not a shred of opportunity for a return to chaos was granted. This is extermination, a desecration of the principles of chaos. Most abhorrently, General Ball, the Devourer, bellowed, his lava-like blood seeping from the fissures of his armor, evidently bearing the scars of past wounds, only recently suffered. He dared to venture alone into the corrupted nebula at the border of my demonic realm, wielding that accursed eye of chaos, forcefully freezing and annihilating our three abyssal sovereigns who sought to impede him. The wretched utterances, the heart devourers, the shadows, they could not even emit a cry of anguish before being completely negated, erased. "My lord, this is a profound humiliation, a trampling of your supreme majesty." The multitude of demons, in a fervor, voiced their grievances, depicting Loa as a merciless tyrant intent on the total annihilation of the abyssal realm. The grand hall of the eternal silence throne resonated with overwhelming resentment and murderous intent. Entropy listened quietly as the shadows of chaos swirled slowly. Upon hearing of the obliteration of the three abyssal sovereigns, a miniature singularity, seemingly capable of devouring all, emerged at the center of that chaotic shadow, emanating a terrifying aura that rendered all abyssal titans breathless. The voice of the obliterator, Entropy, grew exceedingly somber, imbued with a chilling wrath amidst the chaotic echoes. Loa, you have crossed the line, my lord. The demonic shadows mourned, prostrating on the ground, their voices laced with blood-curdling pleas. Loa, emboldened by the power of chaotic logic, trampled upon the principles of chaos, slaughtering the strong of our kin and compressing our space for existence. If this continues, our abyssal domain shall be wholly imprisoned and purified by him. I beseech you, my lord, to take action and completely eradicate this beast of order as a warning. Restore our freedom and dignity in the abyss. We implore you, my lord. Annihilate Loa. The chorus of demons roared in unison, the sound threatening to overturn the very hall built upon chaos. The chaotic shadow of Entropy fell silent for a moment. The all-consuming singularity gradually receded. The echoes of chaos resounded once more, yet now carried an ineffable quality, as if it had glimpsed some ancient causality. Erasing is no simple task. Chaos logic is intriguing. His voice paused, seemingly piercing through endless time and space, locking onto the direction of the Temple of Order. It appears that an old friend of order needs to have a word. With those words, Entropy's chaotic shadow suddenly thinned, as if merging with chaos itself. In the next moment, an invisible, intangible will of chaos, causing all rules of the abyss to warp and evade, tore through the barriers of time and space, crossing towards the very core of the Temple of Order. In the core of the primordial, the sovereign of all floated within a pure golden radiance, the diamond mark upon his forehead calmly reflecting the figures of Loa and the Star Law, as well as the Omega, temporarily frozen and safeguarded by the will of chaos. It seemed he had long anticipated Entropy's arrival. The space rippled silently. There was no earth-shattering might, no reality-distorting phenomena, only a shadow of chaos so profound it appeared capable of consuming all light and order, coalescing slowly before the sovereign of all, manifesting like ink diffusing into water. There were no pleasantries, no formalities. Two supreme entities, embodying the ultimate dichotomy of the universe, stood face to face once more after an unfathomable silence spanning countless millennia. The ethereal voice of Entropy, the omniversal monarch, resonated first. Akin to the whisper of cosmic laws, you have awakened. The chaotic echo of order responded, each syllable causing the primordial golden light between them to quiver. As if assailed by an invisible turmoil, you remain an eyesore. A simple opening, yet it harbored an irreconcilable fundamental opposition. Your minion, Omega, has betrayed order, summoning the abyssal tide, leading to the annihilation of countless beings, while the seas of order weep. The voice of the omniversal monarch, calm yet imbued with the weight of cosmic judgment, declared, Loa enforces the rules, destined for obliteration, in accordance with order. Order? The voice of Entropy dripped with unabashed mockery as the shadows of chaos surged. Your order is but a lifeless cage. It binds all to a stifling silence. Omega has discerned the essence, seeking vitality within chaos. What wrong is there? The chaotic resonance reverberated through space. Loa, your hound. You bind my kin in shackles, ruthlessly erasing my three sovereigns. This is a declaration of war, a sacrilege against chaos, against the supremacy of Entropy. Chaos is not vitality. It is the source of all evil, destined to return to void. The omniversal monarch's voice remained ethereal, yet contained an undeniable resolve. The obliteration of stardust serves as a barrier against contamination. The Order's wardens are tasked with eradicating transgressions. The annihilation of the abyssal sovereigns is imperative to halt their encroachment upon the ordered universe. Loa's actions are encompassed within the framework of order, a duty of protection. Protection? The mockery intensified, as if within the shadows of chaos swirled countless vortices of disorder, thriving on the stifling grip of your frigid, rigid order that quashes all potential. Preposterous. Life emerges from chaos. Evolution springs from turmoil. Destruction is merely the inception of rebirth. You fear chaos, fear change, fear true existence. The voice sharpened. Imbued with a soul-piercing chaotic might, Loa must pay the price. Surrender him, or I shall consign his existence to chaos. Otherwise, the shadow of chaos abruptly swelled. A terrifying will potent enough to plunge the multiverse into ultimate disorder erupted forth. I shall upend your stagnant game board. A threat, a stark and ultimate menace. Faced with entropy's terrifying will, capable of inciting a cosmic tide of chaos, the pure crystalline form of the omniversal monarch radiated an unprecedented brilliance from its golden diamond emblem. A similarly vast force, representing the ultimate existence and stability of the universe, surged forth to meet it. There was no cataclysmic collision, only the silent confrontation of two fundamental cosmic laws within this unique realm of primordial essence: annihilation and reconstruction. Space ceased to be space, time ceased to be time. Everything transformed into a pure contest of laws. The golden light of order and the intangible shadow of chaos eroded one another, obliterating yet maintaining a fragile equilibrium at a higher plane. The voice of the entropy omniversal monarch resounded amidst the clash of laws. Still ethereal but now tinged with gravity, you must understand that chaos begets all things, and all things ultimately return to order. This is the foundation of the universe. Should you incite ultimate chaos, you too shall lose the foundation of your existence. Order, the chaotic echoes of entropy resonate with a hint of madness and resoluteness. If existence ultimately leads to your defined demise, then returning to complete nothingness is indeed liberation. Chapter 96. The clash of supreme beings. His will showed no sign of retreat. The encroachment of chaos grew ever more ferocious. Clearly, the annihilation of the three sovereigns had infuriated this lord of the abyss to the utmost. He was willing to incite ultimate chaos for the sake of revenge. The clash of laws in the primordial realm intensified, and the fragile balance appeared poised to shatter at any moment. Should it break, the aftermath would be an unimaginable cosmic catastrophe. The golden diamond mark of the great All-King shimmered, seemingly calculating countless possibilities at an astonishing speed. He understood that the wrath of entropy was genuine, and its threats were far from mere rhetoric. For the sake of a single Luoya, albeit critically important, was it worth risking the universe to plunge into ultimate chaos? Especially in light of Omega's betrayal, as the Temple of Order had just endured a devastating blow and was gravely weakened? After a moment's consideration, which may have been simulated billions of times at the level of laws, the ethereal voice of the great All-King resonated once more. Imbued with a subtle hint of concession and profound contemplation, order necessitates stability, and chaos requires equilibrium. His voice pierced through the clash of laws. Luoya's act of obliterating the abyssal sovereign was excessively rash. He must temporarily withdraw from the front lines. Upon these words, the tumultuous will of entropy momentarily faltered. Clearly, while this outcome did not fulfill its ultimate goal of relinquishing Luoya, it represented a substantial concession and punishment. Withdraw from the front lines? The chaotic echoes of entropy questioned, "Are you merely being perfunctory?" Not so. The great All-King's voice remained calm, originating from the suppression of sovereigns and the eradication of traitors, though it bore tremors. The abyssal corruption had yet to be cleansed. Time for quiet contemplation and distancing from conflict was necessary. His golden mark shimmered slightly, seemingly conveying a deeper significance. There remains an unfinished bond that must be resolved by itself. The shadow of chaos surged, as if digesting the hidden implications within the great All-King's words. That fierce chaotic will gradually subdued. It was not that it did not comprehend the great All-King's considerations, nor did it genuinely wish to incite ultimate chaos at this juncture, which would also entail significant consumption and unknown risks. Luoya's temporary withdrawal from the front lines, losing direct control over the abyss, was indeed a substantial advantage for the realm of magic. Moreover, an unfinished bond, entropy seemed to catch a glimpse of an intriguing possibility. Humph! A sound of indistinct chaotic resonance escaped entropy, signifying an acceptance of this outcome. Order shall remember your concession. Chaos shall never cease. Luoya, we shall meet again. Leaving behind this statement laden with threats and foreboding, the coalescing shadow of chaos instantly thinned, retreating like a receding tide. And the terrifying will of chaos vanished without a trace. In the void, only the serene figure of the great All-King, radiating a gentle golden light, remained, alongside the chaotic ripples that lingered in the space, slowly being smoothed by the laws of order. The great All-King floated quietly, the golden diamond mark regaining its tranquility. His gaze, the direction of the mark, penetrated layers of space, landing within the chamber of chaos. At this moment, within the chamber of chaos, as the will of entropy receded, the protective chaotic force surrounding Omega dissipated instantaneously. Omega lay on the ground, as if all the bones had been extracted from its body. Rendered utterly helpless, its face reflecting a dazed expression akin to that of a survivor escaping a cataclysm, infused with a profound terror that penetrated to the very marrow. The brief clash between the two supreme entities had unleashed a mere ripple, yet it threatened to shatter its very soul. It was devoid of the merit to be a pawn, merely a speck of dust on the precipice of a tempest. Loya remained suspended within the chaotic luminosity, the calm, matrix-like eyes fixed upon Omega, as though the cosmic confrontation had never transpired. Yet, the Star Law could distinctly sense an aura of absolute control emanating from Loya, which seemed to have retracted slightly. Was it due to the threat of entropy or the decree of the Supreme Being? At that moment, a gentle yet irresistible golden beam of light descended, penetrating the layers of defenses surrounding the chaotic sanctuary, directly materializing before Loya. Within this beam, the ethereal visage of the Supreme Being, composed of pure purple crystal, materialized. Loya, the celestial voice of the Supreme Being, resonated directly within Loya's consciousness. Master. Loya inclined his head slightly, the radiance of his matrix eyes steady. The abyssal demon Lord Entropy has awakened. His wrath, incited by your obliteration of the three sovereigns, is immense, and he has come to negotiate. The Supreme Being's tone was devoid of emotion as he laid bare the facts, asserting that, to avert ultimate chaos, order must temporarily withdraw from the fray. Loya remained silent, data streams coursing silently through his matrix eyes, and he comprehended. Your essence has indeed experienced upheaval, and the abyssal taint requires purification. The Supreme Being continued, the duty of frontline oversight shall be temporarily assumed by the Star Law. Upon hearing this, the Star Law immediately knelt, proclaiming, I accept the command. I shall exert every effort to safeguard the Order's defenses. His voice was resolute. Yet a flicker of concern for his master crossed his gaze. Loya continued to remain silent, though a fleeting and intricate azure glow momentarily flickered within his matrix eyes. You, the Supreme Being's voice paused, imbued with profound significance. Henceforth, relinquish your role as frontline overseer. Return to the origin vortex to contemplate and await the path of fate. The mention of the origin vortex elicited a notable fluctuation within Loya's otherwise tranquil matrix eyes. It was a place so unfathomably deep and mysterious that even he felt overwhelmed. Rumored to be one of the birthplaces of the chaotic universe, it was saturated with the most primal, tempestuous energies and temporal distortions. The ultimate sanctum for deciphering the logic of chaos, yet also a realm of extreme peril. To send him there for meditation? This was far from a mere respite. By your command, Master, Loya's voice remained cold, yet it bore an ineffable complexity. He understood that this was both a protective measure to evade the wrath of entropy, in a form of exile, or perhaps a deeper orchestration. As for this traitor, the Supreme Being's ethereal form turned toward Omega, who lay prostrate on the ground, resembling a defeated creature, clutching at the last vestige of hope. Omega struggled to rise and plead for mercy. Master, Supreme Being, spare me. I was coerced. It was the abyss that betrayed order, inviting calamity, and is utterly unforgivable. The Supreme Being's voice conveyed a chilling verdict akin to the laws of the universe, declaring, this matter shall be referred to the Court of Justice, stripping you of your judicial authority, casting you into the logical crucible, where your soul shall be scorched until your very existence is imprinted back into the essence of order. No. Omega emitted a wail of despair that resonated to the very depths of anguish. The logic furnace, a punishment more terrifying than the fragmentation of the soul. It subjected a being's essence and consciousness to the unrelenting flames of pure order and logic, eternally scorching and dissecting them until every individual imprint was obliterated, transforming into sustenance for the very essence of order. It was the true essence of eternal damnation. In Star Law's eyes, a cold delight and murderous intent ignited. As you command, I shall execute it personally. With a wave of his hand, several silver-blue chains of order ensnared Omega like a lifeless dog, dragging him away. Omega's anguished cries ceased abruptly under the chain's confinement, leaving only the echoes of desperate whimpers. After dealing with the traitor, the phantom of the great sovereign turned once more to Luoya, the golden diamond insignia seemingly gazing deeply into him, the eye of chaos. Your path has not yet reached the origin of the vortex. Perhaps therein lies the true beginning you seek. With this cryptic utterance, the phantom of the great sovereign gradually dissipated. Chapter 97. Becoming stronger in the chaos still chamber, only Luoya and Star Law remained. Star Law gazed at Luoya, suspended within the swirling chaos, his lips parted, yet unsure of what to say. The burden of resignation and exile from the vortex weighed heavily upon him. Luoya descended slowly, the ethereal blue glow of his logic battle robe subdued, the icy crystalline mark on his forehead regaining its tranquility. He looked toward Star Law, his matrix-like eyes still cold, yet seemingly imbued with an unfathomable depth of contemplation never before witnessed by Star Law. Star Law? Luoya's voice shattered the silence. Yes, Star Law responded immediately. The front lines are entrusted to you. My words are succinct. The abyss will not relent, nor will entropy. Exercise caution. Understood. Star Law nodded, his gaze resolute. Luoya inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. His eyes seemed to pierce through the barriers of the still chamber, gazing into the cosmic depths of the ultimate chaos known as the origin vortex. The final words of the great sovereign echoed in his matrixed core of thought. See clearly the true beginning. The threats of entropy, the betrayal of Omega, the unrest of the abyss, and the elusive mysteries concealed beneath it all, so profound that even the great sovereign dared not speak of them, indicated that the storm was far from over. Furthermore, his journey appeared to have only just unveiled a deeper layer of the veil. He stepped forward, his silhouette silently merging into the chaos, vanishing within the still chamber, embarking on an unknown journey towards the origin vortex. In the chaos still chamber, only Luoya and Star Law remained. The heavy door, adorned with the luminescent blue logic runes, slid open soundlessly. Star Law emerged, his silver blue hair sweeping past the cold metallic threshold. The expression on his face no longer bore the weariness of guarding the chamber or the overwhelming murderous intent faced with Omega. It reverted to its usual coldness and solemnity. Yet beneath that solemnity lay a deeper layer of fatigue, akin to having endured an invisible, exhausting battle. In his starry eyes, the flow of data remained steady. Yet the absolute sharpness of the past had dulled, replaced by an indescribable weight. Outside the door, Beerus and Elia waited anxiously, akin to ants on a hot stove. They witnessed the tragic scene of Omega being dragged away by Star Law, ensnared in the chains of order, and felt the fleeting yet intense clash of a supreme will within the silent chamber, a resonance that sent shivers through their very souls, albeit merely the faintest remnants. At that moment, seeing only Star Law emerge, a pang of dread struck both their hearts simultaneously. Lord Star Law, Illyria was the first to rush forward, her amber eyes brimming with urgency and unease. What of our master? That traitor Omega, what has become of him? Her voice trembled, a mixture of curiosity about the traitor's fate and deep concern for her master's well-being. Beerus followed closely, his body taut beneath the diamond-studded armor, the crystalline ridges upon his forehead flickering with unstable, ethereal light. He fixed his gaze upon Star Law, his tone grave and straightforward. Lord Star Law, is our master safe? Just moments ago, I sensed something truly terrifying. His scion lineage endowed him with a keen perception, making him acutely aware of the lingering aura from the cosmic confrontation. Star Law halted, her gaze sweeping over the two youthful faces etched with worry. Instead of responding immediately, she raised her hand, enveloping the area in a silver field of order, isolating their conversation from prying eyes. The traitor Omega, her voice was as cold as metal, imbued with an undeniable sense of judgment, has been brought to justice. His soul and existence have been stripped of the authority of judgment, cast into the crucible of logic, enduring the eternal flames of the essence of order until he is utterly obliterated and returned to the order. This is the price of his betrayal, as well as a solace for the sacrificed souls. At her words, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Illyria's eyes, quickly overshadowed by deeper concern. But what of our master? Is he injured? That power we felt. She dared not think further. Beerus clenched his fists, the muscles beneath his armor taut. Is our master healing after suppressing the ruler and vanquishing Omega? Has he exhausted his essence? Is he recuperating in the silent chamber? Star Law regarded them, and in the depths of her icy, starry gaze, there seemed to be minute ripples, akin to stones cast into a tranquil pool. After a few moments of silence, as if weighing her words or calming the tumult within, she spoke again, her voice still cool, yet now tinged with an imperceptible weight. Lord Loya has temporarily departed. Departed. Vegite and Illyria gasped in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. Where has he gone? Where could our master be? Illyria pressed urgently, her voice wavering with a hint of desperation. In her heart, her master was a pillar of omnipotence. How could he leave so suddenly? Especially in such tumultuous times? Vegite's pupils constricted, the crystalline markings on his forehead pulsing violently. Has he left the front lines? Why? Was it because of that terrifying power? The abyssal demon, Lord Entropy? Star Law inclined her head slightly, affirming Vegite's speculation. The abyssal demon, Lord Entropy, has awakened in fury, incensed by Lord Loya's annihilation of 3 abyssal rulers. His will has descended, threatening to unleash ultimate chaos. Her words pierced Vegite and Illyria's hearts like icy daggers. A confrontation among supreme beings. Merely imagining such a spectacle sent tremors through their very souls. Their master had faced such an entity directly? To prevent the orderly universe from descending into irretrievable chaos, and due to the profound disturbance of Lord Roya's essence, compounded by the lingering corruption of the abyss. A period of tranquil reflection upon the celestial laws is required. The name that echoed in their hearts with profound shock was that of the great All-King, who decreed that Lord Roya must immediately relinquish his position as the frontline inspector and proceed to the Vortex of Origins. The Vortex of Origins. Vegite gasped in disbelief. He had glimpsed this name in the ancient records of the sanctuary. It was one of the very points of origin for the birth of the chaotic universe. Legends spoke of it being filled with the primal and violent energies of chaos and tumultuous temporal currents. A perilous realm where even the mightiest of Tier 5 beings could become disoriented and torn asunder. How could his master be dispatched there? Alia's complexion turned as pale as parchment. The Vortex of Origins. That place, her master, she dared not continue. As terrifying images of her master struggling amidst that raging chaos flooded her mind. This was not a mere period of recuperation. It was clearly banishment, a form of exile. Lord Celestial Law? Vegite suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with urgent confusion. How could the great All-King do this? His master had eradicated the abyssal sovereign to safeguard order. He had expended great effort to root out the traitors. Why should the threat of entropy burden his master? The Vortex of Origins is far too perilous. His master's current state, Vegite. Star Law's voice rose sharply, imbued with an unyielding authority that instantly interrupted Vegite's impassioned words. The gaze of the Star River was as cold as a searchlight, locking onto Vegite. Speak with caution. The will of the great All-King is the will of cosmic order. Its profound implications are beyond our feeble conjectures. His sternness calmed Vegite in an instant. Though the fire in his eyes did not extinguish, it merely simmered beneath the surface, transformed into a repressed magma. Star Law's gaze swept over the agitated and worried pair. Her tone slightly softened, yet still frigid. Lord Roya's journey to the Vortex of Origins is not merely a punishment or exile. It is the ultimate source of chaotic logic, the sacred ground for comprehending the essence of rules. The great All-King has proclaimed, "The Eye of Chaos may serve as your path," and the Vortex of Origins could well be the true starting point for uncovering reality. She recounted the enigmatic words of the great All-King, a flicker of confusion and contemplation crossing her eyes. Lord Roya's path may necessitate finding true direction amid that chaotic origin. It serves both to evade its sharpness and to present a new opportunity. But it is far too dangerous. Alia remained deeply concerned. Her master is alone. Lord Roya is the master of chaotic logic. Starlaw's voice exuded unwavering confidence in her master. The fury of the Vortex of Origins spells destruction for others, yet for him, it may serve as a crucible of refinement. He has the power to define rules and annihilate sovereigns. Thus, he possesses the capability to establish his own order within that chaos. Her words were resolute, akin to persuading Vegite and Alia, but also a means of convincing herself. Observing the lingering unease on the faces of the two, her tone grew even more solemn. Rather than fretting here, transform your concerns into motivation for growth. Vegite and Alia simultaneously turned their gazes toward her. Chapter 98. Training the Abyssal Demon Lord, Entropy, has awakened, and his wrath remains unquenched, posing a greater threat than ever before. Though the Omega has been vanquished, its remnants remain unpurged, and the Abyss's infiltration within the Order has yet to be eradicated. A cold, piercing light flickers in the eyes of the Star Law. The tempest is far from quelled, and a greater crisis may descend upon us at any moment. The weight of his gaze falls upon Vegeta, palpable and intense. Vegeta, you have brushed against the threshold of Annihilation's dawn, the very genesis of Lord Roya's path, filled with boundless potential. Yet, you are still too weak, so weak that even a mere vanguard of the abyss could easily crush you. If you wish to safeguard what you hold dear through the impending storm and perhaps one day venture into the maelstrom of origins to seek your master, you must cultivate strength. You must transform that understanding into instinct, into your very own decree. Vegeta trembles, the gravity of Star Law's words striking his heart like a hammer. He acknowledges his frailty. Before the sovereign of the abyss, he can only stand as a spectator. Against the will of entropy, he is akin to an ant, powerless even when his master was compelled to depart. The crystalline scar upon his forehead seems to resonate with his master's unyielding resolve, erupting in an unprecedented azure glow. Star Law's gaze shifts to Elia. Elia, your spatial talents and the power of starlight are extraordinary. However, your application relies too heavily on instinct, lacking a profound comprehension and deep exploration of the essence of the rules. In the battles that lie ahead, what you require is not merely evasion and slicing, but the ability to manipulate the battlefield's dynamics. You must gain insight into your adversary's attack trajectories and even disrupt their energy flows. It is imperative that you delve deeply into the roots of your power. Elia bites her lip, her amber eyes shimmering with tears, yet more so ignited by a fierce determination. She nods vigorously. I understand, Lord Star Law. Lord Roya has entrusted the front lines to me. My duty is to fortify our defenses and restore order. With a heavy sense of mission, Star Law declares, your responsibility is to seize this precious moment of respite and, at all costs, grow stronger. He steps forward, his icy gaze softening with a rare expectation akin to that of a stern mentor, before Lord Roya departed. His final words were, the abyss will not relent, nor will entropy. Exercise caution. He trusts me, and he trusts you. Vegeta, Elia. Star Law's voice becomes gravely serious. The journey to the maelstrom of origins is an inevitable path for Lord Roya. Your battlefield lies here, within the Temple of Order, amidst the approaching tempest. Train diligently. Transform your anger, your dissatisfaction, and your apprehensions into power. For soon, in the not-so-distant future, the reflection of blood-red smoke from a battle yet to come will be mirrored in the eyes of Star Law. There will be a final confrontation that determines the fate of the Order. At that moment, I hope to witness not two children, burdened by worry beneath their master's wings, but rather two blades of order, capable of rending the darkness of the abyss. As her words resonate, Star Law speaks no more, dissipating the force field and turning away, his silver-blue silhouette merging seamlessly into the frigid metallic corridor, leaving behind a steadfast and solitary figure. Vegeta and Elia stood still, enveloped in silence. The peril of the origin vortex and the uncertainty of their master's path weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to a massive stone pressing down upon them. Yet, the words of Star Law served as a key, igniting the flames of determination within them. The ultimate battle that would decide the fate of Order, the Blade of Order. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, the diamond star crystal armor producing a resonant sound as it rubbed together. The icy crystal mark on his forehead glowed with an intense radiance, a newfound resolve tinged with the essence of annihilation blazing in his eyes. Master, wait for me to grow stronger. I will venture into the origin vortex, he vowed. Abyssal entropy, prepare yourself. Elia wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. The amber hue of her gaze shone with unprecedented brilliance and resolve. She silently tightened her fists, feeling the flow of stellar power coursing within her. Master, I will not disappoint you in the realm of spatial laws. Lord Starlaw, just wait and see. The two exchanged glances, recognizing the unwavering determination reflected in each other's eyes, akin to a ship setting sail, without hesitation. No longer daunted by uncertainty, they turned to stride purposefully toward the core training arena of the Temple of Order. Training, becoming stronger, to protect, to pursue, for the inevitable final battle that awaited them. At the end of the cold metallic corridor, they encountered not a conventional training ground, but rather a colossal door radiating an ethereal blend of deep blue and dark purple hues. Beyond this door lay the most central and dangerous training ground of the Temple of Order, the chaotic corridor. This was not the true origin of chaos, but a specially constructed space modeled after the edge of the origin vortex, where the sages of the temple had extracted and tamed strands of chaotic energy. raging energy currents, distorted temporal laws, and simulated erosion fields of abyssal pollution coalesced to form a harsh yet efficient crucible for honing one's skills. Vegeta stood at the entrance of the corridor, his diamond star crystal armor enveloping him completely, while the icy mark on his forehead shimmered with a profound azure glow, almost alive. He inhaled deeply, sensing the chaotic and annihilative energy currents seeping through the door's crevice, stirring the dormant essence of chaos within him and awakening the slumbering seed of annihilation. "Are you ready?" The cold voice of Star Law echoed from behind him. Her silver-blue figure stood resolute like a javelin, her eyes devoid of emotion, merely observing with pure scrutiny. The chaotic corridor was divided into 9 levels, with the intensity of energy currents and the degree of rule distortion increasing with each tier. Your goal is to maintain stability at the annihilation focal point in the core area of the 3rd level for over 1 standard universe duration. Remember, stability, not explosion. Vegeta did not turn back, merely tightening his fists, the crystal armor humming softly. "Understood. Enter. Survive." Star Law's voice remained unperturbed as she gestured toward the door. The ethereal blue and dark purple light surged violently, the door sliding open silently, unleashing a chaotic energy storm potent enough to rend apart ordinary 4th-tier powerhouses. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of azure light, boldly plunging into the tempest. The door closed behind him, sealing the outside world away. Xinglu stood silently outside the door, a miniature device on his wrist casting a real-time energy map of the corridor along with Vegeta's vital signs. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated on the flickering light representing Vegeta, struggling to navigate through the chaotic spectrum. In the depths of the chaotic corridor, a grotesque entity formed entirely of dark purple chaotic energy lunged at him with a ferocious roar. This entropy beast lacked a fixed form, its claws, tentacles, and fangs shifting erratically in the energy flow, emanating a nauseating aura of corruption. Vegeta did not confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly maneuvered like a fish, evading the beast's assault amidst the turbulent energies. A faint glow flickered from the mark on his forehead as his eyes swiftly locked onto the most chaotic strands of energy at the beast's core, threads representing the very foundation of its existence. "Analysis freeze," he commanded, his will piercing through the logical nodes of those strands with the precision of the finest probe. The entropy beast's assault abruptly faltered. Its claws and part of its body rendered rigid and dim. Though not completely frozen, it experienced a significant delay. Yet, it was not enough. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he seized this fleeting moment, his right fist coalescing chaotic essence into a highly compressed form, imbued with the aura of freezing and annihilation, and struck fiercely at the beast's delayed form. A thunderous explosion echoed as a portion of the beast's body disintegrated into a stream of dark purple energy, emitting a wretched howl. However, its core remained intact and rapidly began to recover, replenished by the surrounding chaotic energy. The rule's analysis was too slow, the freezing force insufficient. The core could not be annihilated in one blow. Vegeta felt a surge of alertness as he dodged the increasingly frenzied attacks of the entropy beast and the relentless energy maelstrom around him. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he focused intently, striving to pinpoint the target's rules with greater precision and speed, injecting a more potent will of freezing and annihilation. The essence of annihilation was not brute force, but rather the insight into negation. Loya's cold words echoed in his mind. Vegeta compelled himself to remain calm, abandoning the pursuit of a single fatal strike. Instead, he became the most patient of hunters, continuously using subtle freezing forces to erode and weaken the structural rules of the entropy beast, seeking the most lethal flaw. The battle transformed into a brutal exercise of attrition and refinement. In the Order Sanctuary, the astral meditation chamber stood in stark contrast to the chaos of the corridor. It was a serene microcosm of the universe. Elia floated in the center of the room, beneath her feet a slowly rotating galactic disk composed of pure starlight energy. Countless minute points of light swirled around her, tracing intricate and profound trajectories. Before her hovered a massive spatial structure analysis diagram, woven from countless delicate strands of light. These strands twisted, folded, broke, and reformed, simulating the various states of spatial change. Xinglu's figure appeared beside her like a projection, his voice resonating directly within her consciousness. Cold and clear, space is not a domain of void. It is the foundation that bears all things. Its structure possesses its own logic and rules. Your innate talent lies in the instinctive perception of its folds and nodes. However, instinct is like a wild stallion, requiring a bridle to be tamed. Observe here. The intent of the star law points towards a severely twisted region in the analytical diagram, as if a filament of light is on the verge of rupture. This is a singularity of spatial stress, resulting from energy overload or conflicting regulations. Instinct may urge you to retreat, but understanding its cause, whether it is the peak of energy tides or the loosening of dimensional anchor points, is essential to anticipate its trajectory of eruption, and perhaps guide its energy to counteract adversaries. Alicia tightly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly, her entire being immersed in the analytical diagram before her. She endeavored not merely to sense the distortion of space, but to comprehend the logical rules represented by that distortion. Here, the frequency of the energy tides resonates with the seventh stellar orbit. She murmured, her thoughts cautiously probing towards that singularity, no longer fearful, but attempting to analyze the internal flow of energy. If a counteracting stellar wave were introduced here, could it neutralize the stress? Her thoughts stirred. A delicate yet pure force of starlight streamed from her fingertips, akin to a precise scalpel, piercing the thin interface of the established rules at the singularity within the analytical diagram. Buzz. The filaments of light on the diagram abruptly fluctuated violently. The singularity poised for rupture did not explode, but, under the intervention of the starlight force, the twisted filaments were partially straightened, forming a relatively stable energy vortex. Success. A surge of joy welled up in Alicia's heart, but was immediately interrupted by the cold voice of the star law. A mere fraction off. The emotionless intent of the star law pointed out that the phase shift of the starlight force you injected deviated by 0.003 radians, leading to a loss in neutralization efficiency of 178. Residual stress may still be exploited by higher-tier enemies. Precision, Alicia. The application of spatial rules. A slight miscalculation can lead to catastrophic consequences. Start over. Alicia's previously elated expression instantly fell, yet the fighting spirit in her eyes burned even brighter. Yes, Master of Star Law. She took a deep breath, plunging once more into the nearly rigorous analysis and manipulation of spatial structure. Each attempt, every failure, and every minuscule advancement reshaped her understanding of space. The origin vortex, the sea of chaos. This is the true edge of the universe, the source of chaos. There are no stars, no light or darkness, not even the concept of up or down. Only the endless, roiling primordial chaos. It resembles a living, viscous ocean, sometimes coalescing into a colossal vortex that devours all, at other times erupting into energy storms that tear dimensions apart, and occasionally collapsing into miniature singularities from which light cannot escape. Fury, chaos, and disorder are the sole laws here. Loya's figure floated like a solitary vessel amidst this tumultuous sea of chaos. The deep blue logic robe upon him exuded an aura of utmost restraint, resembling a thin, ever-shifting matrix of light that enveloped him, struggling to withstand the incessant assault of primordial chaos from all directions. The icy crystal mark upon his forehead no longer shimmered but instead displayed a profound darkness, as if capable of consuming everything. He was no longer the absolute definitor of rules. Rather, he had become the observer and bearer of those very rules. Logic manifests here as a luxurious yet frigid voice of Luoya, resonating directly within the core of thought, akin to an annotation upon this chaos. His cold eyes, composed of myriad logical matrices, now operate at an unprecedented velocity. They fervently dissect and record every violent transformation of the chaotic essence surrounding him, observing fluctuations of energy and the primordial, fundamental laws of motion concealed beneath the veil of extreme disorder. A torrent of dark purple energy, coalesced from chaotic essence and potent enough to effortlessly rend stars asunder, silently surged toward him. Wherever it traversed, even the void of space was marred by black fissures. Unlike his usual approach of defining rules to freeze or obliterate, Luoya merely inclined his body slightly. This minute motion, though subtle, precisely positioned him at the periphery of the energy radiation's blind spot within the torrent's core. The ferocious energy grazed the edges of his logical battle robe, causing the matrix to vibrate intensely, emitting a sound of overwhelming strain, with minor cracks appearing in certain areas, yet it remained unshattered. Evading submission, he discerned the inevitable flow within the chaos. His core of thought recorded it with unwavering calm. He had not resisted by brute force. Rather, he analyzed the energy distribution of the torrent and the intrinsic tendencies of the chaotic essence at high speed, identifying a relatively tranquil seam amidst the destructive tempest. Just then, a portion of chaotic essence before him inexplicably collapsed inward. A miniature chaotic singularity, exuding a terrifying gravitational pull, formed instantaneously. The dreadful attraction acted upon Luoya, threatening to drag him into the core of the singularity that represented utter annihilation. The brilliance of his matrix eyes surged dramatically. This time, he could not entirely evade. Define the locale. The cold voice erupted within the core of thought. The ice crystal scar upon his forehead burst forth with a blinding azure radiance. Not a broad reconstruction of rules, but rather the entire will coalesced into a minuscule point before his body. Existence, stability, logic, anchored, a minuscule, nearly imperceptible yet exceedingly solid azure logical matrix, akin to the most steadfast anchor, was instantaneously driven into the chaotic essence poised to be engulfed by the singularity. The harsh sound of tearing rules pierced the air. The miniature singularity's terrifying gravitational force acted upon the logical matrix, akin to colossal waves crashing against rocks. The matrix trembled violently, its light flickering, with edges beginning to disintegrate. Luoya felt his mental core struck as if by a heavy hammer. Waves of pain coursing through him. Yet he steadfastly maintained that matrix anchor point. A standoff ensued. The terrifying gravitational force contended with the absolute anchor of order in a primordial struggle within the ocean of chaos. Chapter 100. The Training Storm of Two. Luoya's cognitive core operated like an overburdened furnace, frantically calculating the energy peak of the singularity, its decay period, and the limits of his logical matrix's endurance. Sweat, composed of highly concentrated ordered energy, seeped from his temples, only to be obliterated by the surrounding chaotic essence. The decay peak had surpassed, and the core stability plummeted by 127. Cold analytical data flowed through his consciousness. Now is the moment. The brilliance of the matrix in Luoya's eyes suddenly crystallized. The determination to maintain the anchor point not only remained steadfast, but, at the very moment when the singularity's power began to wane, a surge of chaotic primordial force imbued with the intent of analysis and assimilation was injected in reverse through the established conduit connecting the anchor point and the singularity. It was akin to a droplet of water introduced into a boiling pot of oil. The previously tumultuous energy within the miniature singularity erupted into further chaos. Its core stability disrupted and dismantled by the chaotic essence infused by Luoya, which bore the power of order and analysis. A dull sound of obliteration resonated. That terrifying miniature singularity, under Luoya's precise interference, collapsed silently like a burst bubble, seamlessly merging back into the surrounding ocean of chaotic primordial matter. The logical matrix before Luoya dissipated in kind. He exhaled softly, his spirit momentarily strained, as the cracks in his azure battle robe began to mend under the influence of the chaotic essence. The immense exertion required for that fleeting confrontation and resolution was taxing, yet the rewards were equally monumental. Chaos is not an absolute disorder. Its birth and demise adhere to an intrinsic logic. Beneath its violent surface lies a deeper principle of motion, which Luoya's cognitive core now recorded as a new insight. He gazed upon the increasingly tumultuous sea of chaos, seemingly enraged and roiling in response to his earlier provocation. Within his matrix-like eyes, a flicker of exploratory flame ignited in the cold depths. The words of the true comprehensive great king echoed within his core. Luoya advanced once more, willingly stepping into the next, even more terrifying storm of chaos. His cultivation was a genuine dance on the edge of life and death, a direct confrontation with and analysis of the ultimate chaotic essence of the universe. In the third layer of the chaotic corridor, a pained roar escaped Vegeta as his body was violently hurled away by a turbulent stream of dark red energy. Akin to a torn sack, his diamond star crystal armor was marred with cracks and charred burns, the icy vertical mark upon his forehead flickering erratically, and a trickle of blood, laced with crystalline fragments, escaped from the corner of his mouth. He crashed heavily onto a floating black reef composed of solidified chaotic energy, which instantly fractured under the impact. Surrounding him was chaos tenfold more violent than that of the first layer. Countless bizarre and powerful entropy beasts lurked within the turbulence, emitting greedy howls. He had been embroiled in this third layer of battle for an indeterminate duration. The task of maintaining the obliteration foundation had yet to commence. Merely reaching the core area had left him battered and bruised. Too weak, still too weak. Struggling to rise, Vegeta wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes igniting with an indomitable flame. A massive, decayed bat, its wingspan covering dozens of meters, screeched as it dove downward, its foul breath cascading like a waterfall. "Get away!" Vegeta bellowed, no longer evading. His eyes blazed with an ethereal blue light, the vertical mark on his forehead shining brighter than ever before. He concentrated all his spirit on the core of the bat demon's putrid breath, identifying the point where the energy was most concentrated and the rules most fragile. Analysis. Denial. The foundational anchor of obliteration. He thrust his hands forward with great force. There was no massive eruption of energy, only an exceedingly refined, needle-like beam of ethereal blue light, imbued with the cold will to pierce through rules and negate existence, that precisely struck the target he had locked onto. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The vile breath, potent enough to corrode the very stars, upon contact with the slender, ethereal blue beam, disintegrated as effortlessly as butter meets a hot knife. From the point where the beam pierced, an absolute void swiftly expanded. The breath was forcibly annihilated, erased, creating a continually enlarging cavity with edges as smooth as glass. This void rapidly spread before the bat demon, whose decayed membranous wings and grotesque visage crumbled into nothingness upon encountering the annihilation point, dissipating silently, without even a scream. In a thunderous roar, the annihilation point sustained itself for less than half a second before collapsing due to Veget's mental exhaustion. Yet the destruction it wrought was nothing short of astonishing. Not only was the bat demon obliterated, but a vast expanse of chaotic turbulence behind it was momentarily cleared. Success. Veget knelt, panting heavily, a profound emptiness gnawing at his spirit, yet his eyes sparkled with euphoria. He had, at last, begun to grasp the power of annihilation's inception. Though still nascent, fleeting in duration, and exorbitantly taxing, it undeniably represented a qualitative leap forward. Duration maintained, 0.47 seconds. Annihilation radius, 178 meters. Energy dissipation rate, 683. Unsatisfactory. The cold voice of the Star Law echoed like icy water through the corridor's embedded communication, but it was, at least, a semblance of progress. The objective remained unchanged. Maintain the stability of the base point for over 1 standard cosmic hour. Continue. The joy on Veget's face stiffened, quickly morphing into a deeper ferocity. Understood. Again, he swallowed several sacred temple elixirs to restore his mental fortitude, forcibly suppressing his fatigue, and once more plunged into the chaotic turbulence. This time, the glimmer in his eyes was no longer sheer audacity, but a profound yearning for and mastery over the rules. In the Star Dome meditation chamber, Elia floated above the celestial disk, her complexion pale, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. The spatial structure analysis before her had become so intricate it was almost bewildering, simulating a battlefield rife with 3 intense spatial storms, 2-dimensional rifts, and an unstable spatial transfer node. Her hands danced rapidly in front of her, fingers fluttering like butterflies. Each point she made sending a subtle beam of starlight precisely into a key node of the analysis diagram. The colossal spatial structure, under her deft manipulation, unraveled like a tangled thread. The violent turbulence was guided to cancel each other out, the dimensional rifts temporarily mended, and the unstable transfer node forcibly reinforced and stabilized. The space folds overlapped in reverse, forming a stable triangular zone. The 7th wave peak of the energy tide was directed towards the northeastern quadrant's eye of the storm, and the dimensional anchor's reinforcement was completed, achieving a near-stable closure of the rifts. Elia murmured incantations, her focus unwavering, her amber eyes reflecting countless flickering star trails and data streams. Her movements grew increasingly swift and precise. Her comprehension and application of spatial rules underwent a transformative evolution. Finally, as the last ferocious spatial turbulence was successfully channeled into the designated annihilation zone, the exceedingly intricate spatial structure temporarily regained a relative state of stability. Though still fragile, it was no longer a ticking time bomb poised to collapse at any moment. Elia exhaled deeply, her body swaying slightly, nearly succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, A radiant smile of relief illuminated her face. Time spent, 47 standard minutes. Overall stability coefficient of spatial structure, 0, 85, passing line 0, 8. Energy utilization rate, 72. 1. Residual fluctuations of dimensional rifts, below threshold. The projection of star law reappeared, its icy voice announcing the data, highlighting a significant enhancement in control precision and compliance with the depth of rule comprehension. The first phase of spatial mastery training concluded. Elia turned to Star Law with delight. "My lord Star Law, do not be complacent," Star Law interrupted, its gaze from the galaxy remaining cold. "This is merely the foundation. In a true battlefield, the enemy will not afford you the luxury of time to establish nodes, and the environment will only grow harsher. Next, the second phase, maintain and repair the pre-established spatial structure under dynamic attack interference." Difficulty increased by 300. With a wave of its hand, Star Law conjured a simulation in the analysis diagram, depicting dozens of energy attacks of varying attributes converging from different directions, all directed towards the freshly stabilized spatial structure. Elia's smile froze instantly, yet her eyes sharpened with resolve. "Bring it on," she exclaimed, plunging once more into the tempest of rigorous training. Chapter 101. Comprehension of the Vortex of Origin. Manifestation of Law. Loya floated within a relatively tranquil sea of chaotic primordial essence. The chaotic substance in this region no longer churned violently. Instead, it flowed like a viscous liquid, exuding an ancient, weighty aura as if imbued with the primordial memories of the universe. Before him, chaotic atoms gradually coalesced and took shape, ultimately forming a blurred, ever-shifting humanoid figure. It lacked discernible facial features, its body composed of flowing chaotic runes, emanating an ineffable and pure essence of law. This was not life, but rather a manifestation of some ancient rule within this chaotic sea. A nonverbal, non-auditory thought wave directly impacted Loya's core of consciousness. Akin to the whisper of the universe itself, why does the embodiment of order step into the source of chaos? Loya's matrix. I calmly regarded this manifestation of law, a cold voice responding within his core of thought, to pursue the truth. Order arises from chaos. Chaos is also the shadow of order. The manifestation seemed to ponder for a moment, the chaotic runes constituting its body swirling with increased velocity. Shadow? Chaos is the mother, the source. Order is a lifeless prison. A rebellion against the mother. Rebellion? Loya's thought carried a hint of icy skepticism. Without order, all returns to utter nothingness. Chaos would also lose the foundation of existence. The runes surrounding the law manifestation surged violently, as if incensed. Existence? Ridiculous. Existence itself is a constraint. Only utter nothingness is the true home. Only that is the embrace of the mother. You, the lackeys of order, fear true freedom. With this sentiment, the surrounding chaotic primordial essence erupted once more into turmoil. Countless chains of law imbued with the will of annihilation in return surged forth like venomous serpents from all directions towards Loya. This was a more terrifying assault than turbulent energy. It directly targeted the very foundation of existence. Loya's gaze sharpened. This time, he chose neither to confront nor evade. In the depths of his matrix-like gaze, data streams flickered wildly, locking onto the fundamental essence of the chains of law that constituted the will of annihilation. The most primitive rules of chaotic motion. The intent of chaos, embodying an eerie declaration, moved with its own intrinsic rhythm. With both hands poised in front of him, a crystalline mark upon his forehead erupted with an unprecedented, profound luminescence. An exceptionally intricate, ethereal blue matrix, composed of countless delicate logical runes, unfurled before him in an instant. However, this matrix was not a stable shield. It spun rapidly, transforming and reorganizing in a whirlwind of activity. It did not define rules. Rather, it simulated chaos. Each rotation and transformation of the matrix corresponded precisely to the motion of the core of the encroaching chains of law, much like a masterful dancer synchronously dissolving the rhythm of an opponent's attack. The chains of law, imbued with the will of annihilation, collided fiercely against the rapidly shifting simulation matrix. There were no cataclysmic explosions, only the intense friction and obliteration across myriad layers of rules. The power of the chains was continually guided, diverted, and even partially assimilated by the synchronously changing matrix. Loa's body trembled violently, his core of consciousness bearing unimaginable pressure. Simulating chaos proved more perilous than confronting it, like walking a tightrope above an abyss. Yet he persevered. The rotations of the matrix accelerated and sharpened with increasing precision. Gradually, the ferocious chains of law appeared to be drawn into the chaotic vortex simulated by Loa, their energies dissipating and dissolving. Ultimately, when the last vestige of the power from the chain of law was completely neutralized and merged into the simulation matrix, the ethereal blue matrix abruptly contracted inward, transforming into a highly condensed point of light that exuded a mingling essence of chaos and order, which then gently dissipated. The colossal figure of law fell silent, the chaotic runes that formed its body swirling slowly, seemingly imbued with a hint of confusion, or perhaps acknowledgement. Loa gradually withdrew his hands, the radiance of the mark upon his forehead dimming slightly, yet within his matrix-like gaze, an unprecedented illumination of understanding flickered. Chaos and order are not opposites, but two facets of the same essence, their rhythm akin to the breath of the universe, he murmured softly, as if he had touched upon some cosmic pulse. He gazed at the colossal figure of law, refraining from words, merely nodding slightly, before advancing once more into the deeper unknown of the origin vortex. At the core of the sanctuary, the guardian of stellar laws stood before a vast strategic star map, his silver-blue hair reflecting countless twinkling points of light. His gaze swept over the increasingly stable vital signs and energy graphs of Vegeta within the chaotic corridor, and the increasingly intricate spatial manipulation data of Elia in the starry meditation chamber. Finally, his eyes pierced through layers of spatial barriers, seemingly settling upon the distant, uncharted direction of the origin vortex, which even the star map could not delineate. The cold corners of his mouth appeared to curl ever so slightly upward. A storm brewed. Warriors were evolving. Though the final battle had yet to arrive, the seeds of hope had quietly begun to sprout amidst the most rigorous trials. In the Origins Vortex, the realm where all things converge to the abyss, Roya has delved deep into this chaotic source, transcending the simulated corridors of chaos and the realms defined by law, reaching a final domain where even chaos itself seems to succumb to utter nothingness. Here, the primordial essence of chaos no longer resembles a tumultuous ocean, but presents an eerie stillness, akin to a solidified, viscous dark purple amber, emanating an absolute aura of annihilation that freezes the soul. The concepts of time and space dissolve into obscurity, leaving behind an eternal, absolute, that trends toward the void. This is a prelude to the cosmic heat death, the ultimate manifestation of the law of entropy, the antithesis of existence itself. Roya floats in this desolate void, his once ethereal blue logical raiment now tattered, with only the core matrix runes flickering defiantly, much like a candle flickering in the wind. The icy crystalline scar on his forehead has lost its luster, now riddled with minute cracks. His cold eyes, composed of countless logical matrices, now move at an excruciatingly slow pace, as if they might cease to function entirely at any moment. In this realm, any attempt to define rules or uphold order is akin to igniting a match at absolute zero, instantly extinguished and assimilated by the endless will of annihilation. Roya feels as though he is a drowning soul, dragged into eternal slumber by the boundless, frigid void. His cognitive core emits a painful lament under the extreme pressure. The very foundation of his existence slowly and resolutely eroded and disintegrated by this abyssal land. The chilling notion of annihilation crosses his nearly stagnant thoughts. The words of the great monarch, revealing the true origin like distant starlight, are on the verge of being consumed by darkness. He attempts to maintain a fundamental matrix of existence, but as soon as it forms, the surrounding solidified essence of annihilation silently erases it. Akin to words washed away by the waves on a shore, repeated attempts meet the same fate. Power rapidly dissipates. Consciousness slips towards the edge of darkness. The once mighty chaotic logic that lorded over the abyss and defined rules now appears so minuscule, so fragile in this land of convergence. Is it despair? No. Within Roya's cognitive core, the notion of despair has long been discarded as an ineffective emotion. Only the cold calculations and final deductions remain. Order arises from chaos, and chaos ultimately leads to annihilation. The meaning of existence opposes the void, yet this very opposition accelerates the consumption towards the abyss, creating a logical deadlock. A chilling analysis points toward a cruel conclusion. In this land of convergence, any act of existence hastens one's own demise. Struggle is futile. Just at the moment when his cognitive core is about to be completely frozen, a forgotten insight, originating from the deepest recesses of the chaotic corridor, cleaves through the fog like a lightning bolt in darkness. The order of chaos is not antagonistic, but rather two sides of the same coin. Its rhythm embodies the breath of the universe. This duality of rhythm and breath is akin to an enlightening revelation. His previous understanding remained at the level of order and chaos as two distinct forces. Yet now, on the brink of extinction, a deeper realization bursts forth. Order is not an external entity, nor is chaos an adversary. Existence itself is the intricate dance of order intertwined with chaos. The struggle against annihilation does not stem from imposing order upon chaos, but rather from becoming the very rhythm of that dance. This thought is akin to a colossal stone cast into stagnant waters. The eye of the matrix, on the verge of complete stagnation, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. No longer the ghostly blue light of order, nor the dark purple of chaos, but a pure, primal incandescent light that seemed to encompass all possibilities. He no longer sought to define rules to combat annihilation, nor to analyze annihilation to evade extinction. He chose to merge. In this realm, the cold voice of Luoya resonated, as if piercing through the barriers of time and space, echoing across this desolate land of return. Or perhaps merely a silent proclamation within the core of his thought. I am neither order nor chaos. I am the rhythm of existence. Annihilation is but a part of the rhythm. I shall resonate with it. Boom. Chapter 102. Seeking old acquaintances, an indescribable transformation occurred within Luoya. His tattered logical battle garb, adorned with fissured ice crystal marks, and the eye of the matrix, on the brink of stagnation, instantaneously disintegrated and vanished. In its stead arose a form composed of pure, fervent energy, akin to the first glimmer of light at the dawn of the universe. This form bore no fixed shape, flowing like a luminous flame, yet resembling a solidified star, exuding an aura that transcended the dichotomy of order and chaos, embodying absolute existence. His eyes, no longer the frigid matrix, transformed into two slowly rotating incandescent wheels, crafted from the most primal runes of law. Within these wheels, the birth and demise of the universe, the ebb and flow of starry rivers, the construction of order, and the surging of chaos. All the evolutions of law silently unfolded. Eighth realm, the realm of the white deity, becoming the path, embodying the primordial rhythm of the universe. The solidified chaos, exuding the aura of annihilation, upon encountering the rhythmic energy radiating from Luoya's incandescent form, ceased its attempts to erase him. Instead, it found a resonant melody and began to flow slowly, adhering to a deeper, more profound rhythm. The absolute silence was shattered. In the land of return, the breath of the universe echoed. Luoya, or rather, the newly reborn white deity Luoya, gradually raised a hand composed of flames, gently brushing against the flowing primal essence of annihilation. The essence obediently entwined around his fingers, no longer corrosive, but instead conveying an ancient and pure joy of existence. Upon glimpsing the true visage of the white deity Luoya, formed of law runes, a serene smile, one of ultimate understanding, seemed to materialize. So this is how it is. The Temple of Order, the exit of the Chaos Corridor. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening explosion and the chaotic surge of violent energy. The heavy doors of the seventh layer of the Chaos Corridor were forcefully breached by a raw power. Vegeta stumbled from within, crashing heavily onto the cold alloy floor. His diamond star crystal armor was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, many parts shattered, revealing a body beneath that was battered and covered in ice crystals and charred remnants. The crystalline scar on his forehead had dimmed to its nadir, with subtle fissures beginning to appear along its edges. Blood mingled with shards of ice crystal oozed continuously from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. He gasped violently, each breath bringing with it a searing pain and an icy chill, his vital signs dwindling to the brink of oblivion. Yet in his grasp, he clutched a fist-sized core composed of highly condensed azure chaotic energy, within which innumerable minute points of annihilation pulsated like a crystalline nexus of destruction. This was the testament of his exhaustion, having forcibly stabilized this energy beyond the standard cosmic time in the most tempestuous core of the seventh layer. In an instant, the silver-blue silhouette of Star Law appeared beside him. Her frigid gaze swept over Vegeta's near-death state and the unstable annihilation core in his hand, as data streams flickered rapidly in her cosmic eyes. Vital signs, critical. Source depletion, 973. Annihilation Core Stability, 825, Duration, 113 Standard Cosmic Time. Star-Law's voice was devoid of emotion as she raised her hand, enveloping Vegeta in a soft silver energy of order, stabilizing his injuries at the brink of collapse and infusing him with formidable life force. Coughing, Vegeta, under the nourishment of the energy, barely managed to lift his heavy eyelids. His gaze was unfocused, yet deep within burned an indomitable flame. He struggled to raise the Annihilation Core, his voice hoarse like a broken bell. Lord Star-Law. I've managed to qualify, albeit barely. Star-Law's voice remained icy, but upon witnessing the result of Vegeta's near-fatal endeavor, a subtle shift seemed to stir in her eyes. Though the cost was exorbitant, had it not been timely, you would have turned to dust in the corridors. Vegeta grinned, revealing a blood-stained, ghastly smile. It was worth it. Master, I can feel the vortex of origin. Just then, a resonating force, indescribable and seemingly emanating from the very essence of the universe, enveloped the entire Order Sanctuary. No, it engulfed the entirety of the Order Star Sea, extending into the vast chaotic cosmos. All energies within the sanctuary surged with newfound fluidity. Damaged architectural structures began to self-repair at a visible rate. Exhausted warriors felt a surge of spirit, as if infused with renewed vigor. Even the cold gaze of Star-Law sparkled with incredible brilliance. What is this? Star-Law abruptly looked up towards the dome of the sanctuary. Her voice tinged with unmistakable astonishment. A resonance of origin. So pure, so vast could it be? Vegeta felt it too. The moment the tremor swept through his being, his depleted essence began to rejuvenate like a parched land welcoming rain. The crystalline scar on his forehead, on the verge of collapse, began to heal rapidly. The azure glow deepened and became more restrained, even acquiring an unprecedented, ineffable sense of rhythm. It seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the universe. Master, it is indeed you. Vegeta instantly understood. This force that made his essence rejoice and breathed life into all things originated from Loa. His master had broken through. She had reached a new, astonishing realm. Bai Shunxing murmured to herself, her usually cold visage betraying a rare expression of shock intermingled with awe. The device on her wrist flickered wildly, displaying chaotic data of cosmic energy fluctuations, ultimately freezing on a supreme insignia representing the acknowledgement of the cosmic source. A rank she had never encountered within her purview. Following the initial astonishment came an even deeper sense of urgency. Her gaze sharpened with unparalleled intensity as she regarded the rapidly recovering Vegeta, resonating with the source. Her voice was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Vegeta, Lord Roy has transcended to the 8th tier of the White God realm. This is a blessing of order. However, the abyssal demon Lord Entropy will not remain passive. The footsteps of the final battle are drawing near. We require strength. Every possible strength. With Starry's energy bolstering him, Vegeta struggled to rise. His eyes aflame with excitement and determination. What must I do? Lady Starry, I shall not hesitate for anything. Starry raised her hand, and a spatial coordinate surged into Vegeta's mind. The coordinate pointed towards a distant cosmic quadrant, relatively low in energy levels yet teeming with vibrant life. This was none other than the Dragon Ball universe. Proceed to this coordinate universe. Seek out a Saiyan named Broly. Starry's voice conveyed an undeniable command. Intelligence indicated that within this individual lay a dormant, ancient, and ferocious lineage of the legendary Super Saiyan, akin to Lord Roy's bloodline. Its potential was unmatched in the lower-tier universes, possibly even touching upon primordial combat principles. Find him, persuade him, bring him back to the sanctuary. A cold yet pragmatic gleam flickered in Starry's eyes. The threat from the abyss required all conceivable strength. His untamed potential, tempered by the flames of order, could become a sharp blade against the abyss. Time is of the essence. Depart immediately upon your recovery. Elio will assist you in locating and establishing a temporary passage. As Vegeta absorbed the coordinates, his pupils constricted sharply upon hearing the name Broly. A fragment of memory, long sealed away, surged forth, belonging to Goku and Vegeta before their fusion, concerning the green-haired Saiyan who had once roamed planet Vampa like a beast. The cataclysmic power of Broly flickered in Vegeta's eyes. A glimmer of complexity quickly replaced by resolute determination. To combat the abyss and to safeguard the order that his master had defended with his life. Every power was worth pursuing, even that of the once ferocious warrior. Understood. Lady Starry, I shall prepare to depart at once. Dragon Ball Universe, an unnamed desolate star. This was a forgotten planet, characterized by extreme environmental hostility. Beneath the crimson sky lay a scorched earth riddled with toxic swamps and active volcanoes. Violent energy storms ravaged the planet's surface like razors. In the depths of the hottest lava canyon on the planet, a colossal figure was immersed in the boiling, dark red magma. Broly. He was even taller and more imposing than Vegeta had recalled. His green hair billowed like flames, cascading over a terrifying physique. Muscular and adorned with both new and old scars. The massive suppressor collar remains locked around his neck, its surface marred by cracks and burn marks. Evidently bearing the weight of immense pressure, he lies with closed eyes, seemingly in slumber. Yet the furrowed brow and subtly trembling body reveal the tumultuous force within him relentlessly battering against its restraints, inflicting endless agony. Beside him hovers the ethereal figure of an elderly man composed of energy, Bardos. He gazes anxiously at his son, murmuring repeatedly, "Control Broly, control that power. It does not belong to you. It will destroy you, just like last time." Suddenly, a faint yet incomparably pure cosmic resonance, imbued with an essence that stirs even the wild blood within Broly, ripples through the air like a stone cast into a lake, penetrating the chaotic energy barrier of this desolate planet and sweeping across the entire lava canyon. With a start, Broly's eyes snap open. They are golden vertical pupils, reminiscent of a beast, filled with fury, pain, and a hint of confusion. The power within him ignites like a barrel of gunpowder set ablaze, boiling over in an instant. A roar erupts from Broly, shattering the surrounding rocks as he rises abruptly from the lava. An uncontrollable torrent of green energy erupts forth, pushing back the surrounding magma and creating a vast vacuum. The cracks in the suppressor around his neck expand instantaneously, emitting a cacophony of stress-induced sounds. "Broly, calm down. Control it." Bardos screams in terror, yet Broly appears oblivious. His golden vertical pupils fixate on the crimson sky above the canyon, as if he could penetrate the atmosphere and discern the source of the cosmic resonance. That power feels distant and unfamiliar. Yet the underlying order and rhythm of existence resonate oddly with the chaotic and tempestuous legendary power within him, generating both a peculiar resonance and repulsion. This sensation intensifies his agitation, driving him into further frenzy. Who's there? Show yourself." Broly bellows at the sky, his beast-like roar causing boulders to tumble down the canyon walls. The green energy blazes like an uncontrollable volcano, soaring into the heavens. Just as Broly's power threatens to erupt completely, shattering the suppressor, a silver-blue rift in space opens abruptly before him, like a torn canvas. From within the rift, a figure steps forth, clad in diamond star crystal armor, radiating a profound and subdued azure glow. A crystalline vertical mark gleaming with cold logic adorns his forehead. It is none other than Vegeta, who has just traversed the cosmos. He gazes down at Broly, a human calamity radiating an overwhelming aura. Feeling the familiar, yet more ferocious energy of the legendary Saiyan, his expression grave and complex. Taking a deep breath, his voice cuts through Broly's roar and the canyon's tumult. Resonating clearly, "Broly, long time no see. That power remains as impressive as ever." Chapter 103. Persuading Broly. Dragon Ball Universe. Unnamed desolate planet lava canyon. Vegeta's voice pierces through Broly's fury and the canyon's din, ringing out distinctly, "Broly, long time no see." This formidable power remains utterly impressive. Broly's golden, rage-filled, and pained vertical pupils instantly fixated on the airborne Vegeta. That visage, a fusion of Goku and Vegeta's traits, ignited the most primal hatred and fury deep within his soul. Kakarot's face, the very countenance that had plunged him into countless maddening nightmares. "Kakarot." Broly's roar echoed like the ultimate cry of a wounded beast, laden with boundless animosity. The legendary power within him spiraled wildly out of control. A terrifying green aura erupted like a tangible shockwave. The suppressor around his neck emitted a piercing metallic wail, its surface fracturing instantaneously. "Broly, no. He is not Kakarot. Calm down." Bardos' spectral energy flickered in panic, attempting to soothe, yet his voice was drowned in the tempest of chaotic energy. Boom! The suppressor, finally unable to bear the burden, shattered into countless metallic shards under Broly's cataclysmic force. Freed from his final shackles, Broly's power surged forth like a cosmic deluge unleashed, erupting without reservation. His physique expanded once more in the green blaze, muscles coiling like rugged mountains, his emerald hair standing on end like burning green flames. His golden vertical pupils were wholly consumed by a frenzied desire for destruction. Death. Broly propelled himself forward with a tremendous leap. The molten ground beneath him instantly collapsed into a massive pit. His colossal form transformed into a green comet, tearing through space with the terrifying might to shatter stars, delivering a devastating punch toward the airborne Vegeta. Even before the fist arrived, that pure, primal will to annihilate distorted and ruptured the very fabric of space. Confronted with this wrathful blow capable of obliterating galaxies, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. He did not choose to confront it head-on, nor did he evade. The ice crystal mark upon his forehead erupted with a profound azure radiance. Analyze. Spatial folds. Direct. Vegeta swiftly swept his hands before him. No longer a mere explosion of energy, but a precise manipulation of the rules governing space. A vast expanse of space before him was forcibly folded and distorted by an invisible force, forming intricate layers, like a kaleidoscope of complexity. Broly's earth-shattering punch struck fiercely into this folded space. Bang! Thunderous roars. The deafening sound reverberated. The power capable of shattering planets clashed wildly within the folded space. Refracting. Like a raging dragon ensnared in a quagmire, his strength was dispersed and diminished layer by layer. The tumultuous green aura collided violently with the distorted spatial energy, annihilating, creating a cataclysmic maelstrom of energy that leveled the peaks on either side of the canyon. When the energy tempest subsided, Vegeta remained suspended in place, the surrounding space gradually stabilizing. He panted slightly, with traces of energy burns etched upon his crystalline armor, yet he had not sustained any severe injuries. Broly, on the other hand, was jolted back several paces by the partial reflection of his own power, landing upon the searing lava rocks, his massive feet sinking deep into the stone. His golden vertical pupils bore down on Vegeta with a blend of fury and incredulity. He could not fathom why his full-force strike had been so effortlessly neutralized. Roar. Broly emitted a low, rumbling roar, his aura still raging fiercely. Yet the momentum of his assault came to an abrupt halt. He sensed a fundamental difference in his opponent's power, an icy, precise, all-seeing sensation, starkly contrasting with Kakarot's raw, fervent combat spirit. Vegeta gazed down at the still hostile but temporarily halted Broly, his voice steady and potent, cutting through the residual energy waves. See clearly, Broly. I am not Kakarot. I am Vegeta, a warrior from another universe, another dimension. He gestured to the crystalline mark glowing with cold, logical brilliance upon his forehead. Do you see this? It is the mark of the Eye of Chaos. The power to command the rules. It can analyze your strength, guide your attacks, and even pierce through the anguish that lies behind your rampant power. The mention of pain caused Broly's massive form to shudder slightly, and a fleeting moment of confusion flickered in his wild golden eyes. Paragus, too, looked upon Vegeta's mark with astonishment, having never witnessed such an extraordinary power. Your strength, Broly, is immense, truly formidable. Vegeta's voice held a note of acknowledgement, but it was laced with gravity, so powerful that you cannot even control it. It is like a beast bound by chains. Each eruption tears at your very being. Look at your body. Observe the wails of your soul. Is this what you desire? To be eternally tormented by this power? To live perpetually in the shadow of chaos and destruction? Vegeta's words struck like arrows, piercing the deepest fears of Broly and the most profound worries of Paragus. Broly instinctively touched the broken suppressor on his neck, glancing at his body, marred by countless scars, both new and old, releasing an unintelligible growl from his throat. Paragus, in anguish, closed his eyes. I can help you. Vegeta's voice was resolute, brimming with undeniable confidence. In my world, the Temple of Order, there exists a power that governs the universe's rules, a force that can comprehend the very essence of all things. Come with me. There, you can discover the true means of mastering this power. Not through suppression, not through fear, but through understanding, through harnessing. Transform this legendary fury into your true strength. Rather than a curse, he extended his hand, conjuring a small orb of gentle, silver energy imbued with the essence of order. Feel this. This is the power of order. It can soothe chaos and tame rage. There, you will find mentors more formidable than I, who can teach you how to construct an unbreakable dam with your mental prowess, guiding the river of your strength, rather than allowing it to flood uncontrollably. The gentle energy of order, like a glimmer of light in darkness. offered Broly a strange sense of calm. The power within him seemed to slightly subside. His golden eyes fixated intently on the orb, then shifted to Vegeta, as his violent intent was replaced by a powerful yearning and hesitation. Broly, my son. The apparition of Paragus floated before him, his voice infused with unprecedented excitement and hope. Is what he says true? Is there truly a place where you can control this power? No more suffering? He turned to Vegeta. Please, take me with you. Broly needs me. I am his father. I can care for him, assist him. Vegeta gazed upon the ethereal energy form of Paragus and the profound paternal love reflected in his eyes, stirring something within him. Yet, as he contemplated the dire state of the Temple of Order and the approaching tempest, his gaze hardened into ice. I'm afraid, Paragus. Vegeta's voice brooked no argument. The realm housing the Temple of Order was far from paradise. It was besieged by the looming threat of the abyssal demon realm. The intensity of the conflict surpasses your imagination. An entity of my caliber hardly qualifies as expendable. Your energy form would be annihilated in an instant amidst the tumult of such a battlefield. To bring you back would not be assistance, but a death sentence. Chapter 104. Balance. He turned to Broly. Broly possesses the potential that warrants the risk. But you cannot stay here. Wait. Alternatively, trust that your son will discover the path to mastering his power within the Temple of Order, and in the future, he will be capable of protecting you, and even leading you away from this desolate land. Paragus felt as though struck by lightning, his ethereal form wavering violently. Filled with resentment and anguish, he looked toward Broly. Broly, my son, you. Broly stood silently, his immense frame still. He gazed at his father's pained, spectral figure, and then at the orb of Order's light in Vegeta's hand, which brought him a modicum of tranquility. Finally, he cast his eyes down upon his own battered, yet powerful hands. A deep, guttural roar escaped his throat, akin to a beast in turmoil. Ultimately, the desperate yearning within his wild, golden-slitted pupils eclipsed the impulse for destruction. He slowly, though laboriously, nodded toward Paragus, forcing out a few indistinct syllables. Father, wait for me to gain control. Then, he abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Vegeta. His golden-slitted pupils still radiated ferocity, yet now imbued with a resolute will. Take me. Control the power. Vegeta felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression turning solemn. A wise choice. Hold on tight. He raised his hand, the crystalline mark upon his forehead shining brightly, as a more stable silver-blue rift in space opened beneath Broly's feet. Simultaneously, a gentle energy of order enveloped Broly's massive form, temporarily suppressing his surging violent aura to avert catastrophic repercussions during their spatial passage. Broly, Paragus cried out with a heart-wrenching wail. Broly cast one last lingering glance at his father's spectral figure, filled with both reluctance and determination, before his colossal form was consumed by the rift, vanishing into the void. The rift subsequently closed, leaving only Paragus's desperate cries echoing in the silent canyon. Temple of Order Confinement Training Grounds. Broly's immense form stood at the center of a vast training arena constructed from a special alloy, engraved with countless reinforcement runes. Gone was the oppressive weight of the barren star, yet the legendary power within him surged like an agitated volcano, green flames uncontrollably rising, battering against the surrounding energy barriers with a dull roar. His golden-slitted pupils scanned the cold, orderly, and unfamiliar environment with vigilance and agitation. Sizzle. A silver-blue portal opened at the edge of the training ground. The figure of Star Law emerged from within. His silver-blue hair was meticulously arranged, and his starry eyes resembled the most precise instruments, instantly locking onto the green giant radiating an aura of primal ferocity. A frigid gaze swept over Broly, scrutinizing every energy node within him, analyzing the trajectory of the chaotic power coursing through his veins and the root of its uncontrollability. With a growl, Broly sensed the emotionless, scalpel-like gaze of Zinglef, and in irritation, he emitted a low roar, hostility surging within his golden-slit pupils. Unperturbed by his growl, Zinglef's cold voice resonated like a command within Broly's consciousness. Broly, your power originates from your bloodline, thrives in chaos, and is destroyed by loss of control. The Temple of Order is not a place for your release. Should you lose control, I shall execute the ultimate purification protocol to eradicate the threat. To master power, first master the mind. He raised his hand, a minuscule silver point of light coalescing at his fingertip, radiating pure intent of order. This is the method to construct a mental anchor. Focus. Visualize. With will as the hammer and thought as the base, anchor this in the sea of your chaotic consciousness. A frigid, clear, and absolutely directive thought forcefully surged into Broly's tumultuous mind. A complex model and operational principles for constructing a mental defense core. A pained groan escaped Broly's lips as the forcibly injected order clashed violently with his chaotic, primal instincts, akin to boiling oil splashing into ice water. He felt as though his head might explode, and the feral power within him bubbled uncontrollably. Focus. Suppress the instincts. Construct the anchor. Zingel's voice was cold and merciless, akin to the most austere instructor. Your mental strength is like a runaway stallion. It must be bound by the reins of order. Pain. This is merely the beginning of control. Resist, and you shall forever plunge into the abyss of chaos. Broly's massive form trembled violently, his robust muscles tightening like iron. Veins bulging. He clasped his head with both hands, emitting a roar of agony, bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. He struggled against the icy order, yet deep within, the yearning to control his power and escape the torment shone like a solitary beacon in the darkness. To control power is to cease suffering. Broly's beastly roar was intertwined with an indomitable will. No longer merely resisting the cold intent, he began to attempt, like taming the fiercest stallion, to comprehend and guide the method of constructing the mental anchor with his own will. A faint yet resilient shard of self-will began to coalesce within the tempest of his chaotic consciousness, its form precarious like a sapling in a raging storm. Yet it had indeed begun. Within Zingel's icy, starry eyes, streams of data flickered rapidly, recording every struggle and fluctuation of Broly's mental power. He offered no encouragement, merely acting as the most ruthless overseer, continuously and precisely injecting commands and pressure for anchor construction into Broly's consciousness, compelling him to transcend his limits amidst suffering. In the deepest recesses of the chaotic corridor of the Temple of Order, on the 9th level, Vegeta sat cross-legged, suspended in a void. Here, it was no longer the simulated chaotic energy currents, but rather genuine fragments of the chaotic laws, close to the edge of the origin vortex. Fury and chaos, imbued with the essence of annihilation. His Diamond Star crystal armor had long since shattered during previous cultivation, leaving him reliant solely on the highly refined primordial chaos energy that enveloped him. The icy crystalline markings on his forehead shimmered with a radiance reminiscent of a profound cosmic vortex. Surrounding him were 9 cores of annihilation, each the size of a fist and composed of intensely compressed azure chaotic energy. They rotated slowly along arcane trajectories, interconnected by countless delicate threads of energy, glimmering with the light of obliteration, forming an extraordinarily intricate and ever-evolving three-dimensional matrix. This was the 9-star annihilation matrix he endeavored to construct. Drawing inspiration from the chaotic logic left by Luo Ye and melding it with his own comprehension of the essence of annihilation, the energy resonance frequency deviation of the 9th core was 0.0007, indicating a decline in the stability of the logical connections. Vegeta's cognitive core operated like an overburdened furnace, coldly processing vast amounts of data. The challenge of constructing this matrix exceeded imagination, requiring the precise control of energy output, logical connections, and spatial positioning of all 9 annihilation cores. Any error in a single aspect could trigger a terrifying chain reaction of obliteration, erasing him entirely from the fabric of existence. Beads of sweat, composed of highly concentrated primordial energy, continuously oozed from his temples, only to be annihilated by the fragments of chaotic laws around him. His concentration was razor-sharp, akin to walking on a multitude of tightropes. Impossible. The logical conflict between the 7th and 3rd cores cannot be reconciled. The matrix is on the verge of collapse. A chilling alarm resonated within his consciousness. The energy threads among the 9 cores began to flicker violently, distorting uncontrollably. A terrifying wave of annihilation surged forth, spiraling out of control. Abandoning the restructuring? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it was immediately suppressed by a more potent will. No. My master could merge with the rhythm in the land of the return. How could I falter before such a trivial conflict? The origin of annihilation is not destruction, but the foundation for the reconstruction of rules. Conflict is also an opportunity for reconstruction. A resolute light erupted in Vegeta's eyes. Instead of forcibly suppressing the conflict, He guided the clashing annihilation energies of the 7th and 3rd cores to collide violently at a predetermined, highly unstable singularity at the Matrix's center. Boom! Like a microcosm of the cosmic explosion, the terrifying energy erupted at the singularity, potent enough to obliterate Vegeta in an instant. Yet, in the billionth of a second before the explosion occurred, he defined the singularity as the origin of annihilation. The 9 stars returned to their positions. The Matrix was reconstructed. The crystalline markings on Vegeta's forehead radiated an unprecedented, blazing azure light. A chilling will, capable of penetrating rules and defining existence, was forcibly injected into the center of the erupting singularity. Buzz! The destructive energy unleashed by the singularity did not disperse. Rather, it was constrained, distorted, and reformed by this will. At the heart of the singularity, a new, more stable, and profound annihilation core was born in an instant. The other 8 annihilation cores, like summoned stars, immediately established a perfect logical connection with this newly birthed 10th core. The 9-star annihilation matrix vanished. In its stead arose a more complex and stable 10-directional wheel of silent annihilation, emanating an aura that sent shivers through even the souls of 5th-tier powerhouses. A slowly rotating azure wheel composed of 10 annihilation points. Within this wheel, the forces of annihilation and creation have achieved a dynamic and perfect balance. Thunderous roars echo. It seems as if some shackles within Vegeta have been completely shattered. A vast, icy torrent, imbued with an absolute will of annihilation, surges forth from the depths of his spiritual core. It sweeps through his entire being. His aura escalates wildly, instantly breaking through the limits of the 4th tier. Fragments of the diamond stardust armor reassemble and transcend in the azure glow. They become more refined and profound, with annihilation runes flowing across their surface like the swirling currents of a galaxy. The crystalline markings on his forehead glow with restraint, morphing into a more intricate and dark emblem, seemingly capable of devouring all light. 5th tier of the White God. Based on the genesis of annihilation, he constructs the Wheel of Universal Silence, mastering the localized rules of annihilation and reconstruction. Vegeta slowly opens his eyes. No longer do they radiate azure light, but instead resemble 2 endlessly rotating whirlpools of annihilation. He senses the unprecedented power of rule mastery within him, and a cold yet formidable smile curves his lips. Master and disciple have not disappointed you. The end of the abyssal entropy draws ever closer. In the abyssal demon realm, the eternal silence throne is occupied by the enormous, shadowy figure of entropy, undulating slowly atop the throne. Though devoid of distinct facial features, an oppressive aura of wrath and trepidation permeates the entire hall, freezing the very souls of those present. Just moments ago, it distinctly felt the gentle yet supreme tremor of cosmic origin emanating from the depths of the origin whirlpool. This rhythm, capable of momentarily quelling chaos and revitalizing all things, draws near to me. The echoes of chaos resonate throughout the silent hall, each syllable causing the prostrate abyssal giants below to tremble in fear. Loa, how dare you tread upon this realm? The shadow of sorrow trembles as it raises its head. My lord, Loa's breakthrough in the power of order shall undoubtedly elevate our demon domain. Silence. The chaotic will of entropy descends like a heavy hammer, silencing all the abyssal giants in an instant. The chaotic shadow of entropy pulsates violently. Loa's rate of breakthrough exceeds all expectations. He is on the verge of touching the rhythm of cosmic origin. Should he continue to comprehend, he might very well reach the threshold of the 9th tier, the Source Initiate. If Loa achieves the Source Initiate, it would spell utter catastrophe for the abyss and chaos. I shall not allow it. The origin whirlpool is the source of chaos and a realm that order cannot fully control. The echoes of entropy's chaos carry a chilling calculation. Loa, immersed in his comprehension, is at his most vulnerable. His intent penetrates layers of the demon realm, locking onto a massive abyssal giant beneath the throne. Clad in dark golden bone armor, exuding a cold and cunning aura, the heart-eating tyrant Mammon, the newly appointed successor. Mammon responds, "My subordinates are here." His enormous frame shudders, bowing respectfully. "You excel in concealment and soul parasitism." The voice of entropy, like a venomous serpent, carries the seed of the void into the origin whirlpool. A crystal resembling a solidified dark purple tear, radiating an aura of absolute silence, silently materializes before Mammon. A mere whisper of a leak caused the impenetrable armor of Mammon to emit a hissing sound, as if being corroded. This was a terrifying creation, a manifestation of the primordial force of entropy drawn from the realm of all things returning to the void. In the realm of Luo Ya's comprehension, the will of entropy was chillingly cold, and at the moment it resonated most deeply with chaos. It implanted this essence into its rhythmic core. This invoked the annihilation of the void, fundamentally dismantling the very foundation of its existence from within. Obediently following the command of my master, Mammon's eyes sparkled with a fervent and cruel light as it cautiously enveloped the terrifying seed of the void with its power. It was acutely aware of the peril of this undertaking, yet should it succeed in extinguishing Luo Ya, its position in the abyss would remain unshakable. Remember the final warning of entropy, as frigid as ice. Should you be exposed, you shall endure my boundless wrath. If successful, the abyss shall grant you the right to devour the cosmic sea of order. Mammon's colossal frame trembled slightly with excitement. I would face 1,000 deaths without hesitation. I shall turn Luo Ya into the dust of the void. Its immense silhouette gradually melded into a writhing shadow, bearing a deadly mission, silently advancing towards the origin whirlpool, the most perilous forbidden zone of the universe. Upon the throne of eternal silence, the chaotic shadow of entropy slowly calmed, yet those two orbs, composed purely of the laws of entropy, pierced through the boundless expanse of time and space, seemingly landing upon the incandescent figure deep within the origin whirlpool. Luo Ya, your time has come, whispered the chaotic murmur, laced with icy malice, echoing silently throughout the desolate hall. In the domain of the laws resonating within the origin whirlpool, Luo Ya's incandescent form floated at the center of an immense vortex composed of chaotic primordial essence. This place was no longer the silent void, but an extraordinary realm where chaotic energy flowed, collided, annihilated, and was reborn, adhering to some profound rhythm. Countless manifest runes, condensed from chaotic laws, drifted like stars within the whirlpool, living and dying, emitting a silent cosmic whisper. The incandescent wheels of Luo Ya, formed from primordial law runes, slowly revolved, reflecting the trajectory of the entire law whirlpool. He had entirely immersed himself in the resonance with the chaotic origin, his consciousness seemingly expanding, merging with this vortex, feeling the most primal movements and rhythms of existence. Each fluctuation of energy, each birth and death of law runes, mirrored his very breath. He was analyzing, comprehending, laboriously advancing toward that higher, unknowable realm of primordial origin. At this moment, he was part of this chaos, in the most focused and unguarded state. Yet amidst this seemingly harmonious rhythm, a thread of extremely subtle, deathly stillness, incongruent with the surrounding chaos, seeped in like the tiniest of viruses. Mammon's enormous body had already transformed into an almost ethereal, writhing shadow, perfectly blending into the tumultuous energy backdrop of the origin whirlpool. Its body, draped in dark golden armor, was enveloped by a chaotic force field emanating from entropy, distorting the information of its existence, evading the natural repulsion of chaotic laws. Its pair of crimson eyes, hidden deep within the shadows like molten lava fissures, fixated intently on the figure at the vortex's center, radiating a gentle, incandescent glow. The heart of Mammon was engulfed in a tumultuous blend of trepidation and greed. It was unnerved by the unfathomable aura of its counterpart, a presence that made its very soul tremble, yet it was consumed by avarice for the unparalleled rewards that awaited in the devouring of the Order's cosmic seas. With meticulous care, it maneuvered through the shadows, akin to droplets skimming across a boiling cauldron, deftly avoiding the vibrant runes of law while gradually approaching the pulsating core of Loa. As it drew nearer, the dread within Mammon escalated. It felt as though it were nearing the heart of a living universe. The rhythmic pulse emanating from that incandescent form was gentle, yet harbored an irresistible might, causing even the abyssal powers within it to momentarily stagnate. Clutching the dark purple crystal, a gift of entropy that exuded an aura of absolute annihilation. It recognized this as its sole hope, its only weapon. Resonance was upon them. Mammon keenly detected the moment when the rhythmic vibrations surrounding Loa reached a pinnacle of perfect resonance with the entire vortex of law. The runes swirling within the incandescent wheel seemed to freeze for an instant, as if consciousness had fully immersed itself in the deepest of insights, rendering external perception to its bare minimum. An opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Die Loa. Return to the eternal void. Mammon's heart roared silently. In an instant, its vast shadowy form erupted from concealment, akin to a great shark breaching the depths of the ocean. The dark golden armor gleamed ominously amidst the chaotic energies. It raised its claws, firmly grasping the seed of the void, channeling all its strength and fervent devotion to the abyss into that terrifying crystal. Buzz! The seed of the void was fully activated. No longer a frozen tear, it transformed into a silent, dark purple beam, imbued with the will to obliterate all meaning of existence. This beam lacked a cataclysmic explosion of energy. Instead, it embodied an ultimate negation and a resolute intention of finality. It shot precisely towards the core of Loa's incandescent form, where the two slowly rotating incandescent wheels converged, representing the singularity of its existence's rhythmic essence. The speed transcended the very concept of time and space. Mammon envisioned the incandescent light being eroded by the dark purple annihilation, disintegrating before its eyes, its gaze shimmering with a cruel ecstasy. However, just as the dark purple beam was about to touch the rhythmic core of Loa in a fraction of a second, the two wheels, seemingly immersed in contemplation, suddenly erupted in a brilliance a billion times more radiant than the birth of a star. A voice, serene to the utmost, resonated deep within Mammon's soul, akin to the final decree of the cosmic laws. The annihilation of the void is but a facet of the rhythm. Your malice disrupts this tranquility. Buzz! Loa's incandescent form did not even flinch. The dark purple beam aimed at its rhythmic core, when mere inches away, appeared to collide with an invisible wall, a sigh constructed from pure existential will. Hiss! There was no explosion, no shockwave, only a profound obliteration and dissolution at the level of the laws themselves. The dark purple beam, imbued with an absolute will for annihilation, dissolved silently and swiftly like snowflakes cast into boiling water, disintegrating before the naked eye. The negating principles constituting its existence were forcefully overshadowed, assimilated, and returned to the void by the more grand and primordial rhythms surrounding Luoya. No, this is impossible. The ecstasy within Mammon was instantly supplanted by boundless horror and dread. It let out a silent, mental scream. The power of the Seed of Ruin was enough to obliterate a being at the pinnacle of the seventh tier in an instant. Yet it was so effortlessly nullified by the opponent. This was not an assassination. This was a self-inflicted trap. Mammon's enormous shadowy form trembled violently with ultimate fear. Without hesitation, it turned to tear through space and flee. What abyssal rewards, what devouring of stellar seas, paled in comparison to the threat of death. Could it simply come and go as it pleases? Luoya's voice remained calm, yet bore the chilling cold that could freeze the very soul. He slowly raised a hand composed of incandescent flame, the motion seemingly slow, yet transcending the confines of time. This realm of chaos is not your playground. Disturb my understanding, and you shall pay the price. His fingers pointed toward Mammon's direction of escape, and with a gentle grip, the entire domain of resonating laws seemed to freeze in an instant. The flowing primal chaos came to a standstill. The fluctuating runes of law were arrested in midair. Mammon's vast shadowy form was ensnared like an insect trapped in solidified amber, maintaining the fierce posture of flight, yet held fast in the void by an invisible, terrifying pressure emanating from the entire chaotic realm. Even the surging abyssal energy and terrified thoughts within it were forcibly frozen. Mammon felt as though the weight of the entire universe bore down upon it. The shadows and bone armor comprising its body emitted groans of unbearable strain, cracking inch by inch. Its soul felt as if it were being ground into powder by this irresistible might. Its crimson eyes were filled with boundless fear and despair. Is this the extent of Luoya's power? It was entirely beyond a single dimension. Luoya's incandescent form floated closer, hovering before the imprisoned Mammon. The incandescent wheel composed of primordial law runes gazed calmly upon it, as if scrutinizing a trivial experiment. Heart-devouring tyrant Mammon, Luoya's voice resonated like a data retrieval. The harbinger of entropy carries the venom of annihilation. Mammon could not even muster the thought of pleading for mercy, left to await the final judgment in utter terror. It had no doubt that with but a thought, its existence could be utterly erased. However, Luoya did not strike immediately. The runes within his incandescent will flowed as if calculating something. Killing you is as easy as flipping a hand. Luoya's voice bore a hint of indifference. Yet your existence still holds some value. The terrifying pressure confining Mammon suddenly diminished, allowing it a glimpse of consciousness and the ability to act. Yet it remained bound by the formidable power of the laws, unable to escape. Deliver a message to entropy. Luo Ya's voice turned as cold as millennial ice, infused with the intent to pierce through time and space. The brilliance of his incandescent form became blinding in an instant, as an overwhelming, incomprehensible pressure descended, freezing even Mamon's very soul. Tell me of the chaotic source, the enchanting vista of the vortex of origin, where I shall await. On the day I set foot in this primordial realm, the voice of Loa resonated like the thunder of the cosmos, each syllable imbued with unyielding will and power, searing itself deep into the soul of Mammon. It shall be the moment when the abyssal demon domain succumbs to utter obliteration. Let him cleanse his neck and prepare. Boom. As the final words echoed, Loa, with a hand forged of radiant flames, struck fiercely at Mammon. An irresistible force, suffused with the chaotic repulsion of will, instantaneously bore down upon Mammon. No, Mammon could only emit a desperate mental wail, its colossal shadowy form akin to a rag doll struck by a cosmic hammer, violently hurled away by this overwhelming power. Along its path, it shattered countless crystallized runes of law, tore through vast expanses of chaotic essence, transforming into a pitiful stream of dark golden light, expelled at speeds exponentially surpassing that of light, careening helplessly towards the abyssal demon domain. Loa retracted his hand, the brilliance of his incandescent form settling into tranquility, as though he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. He did not glance at the direction Mammon had vanished, instead redirecting his gaze toward the slowly flowing vortex of laws, imbued with infinite mysteries. Entropy, I hope you shall not keep us waiting too long. The cold words dissipated into chaos as Loa's figure once again melded into the profound rhythm, continuing his ascent towards the primordial realm. The vortex of origin regained its ancient calm, with only the shattered runes of law, silently recounting the brief yet momentous clash that had just transpired. Chapter 107. A message. Abyssal demon realm, eternal throne of silence, deathly stillness, oppressive as the suffocating calm before a storm, enveloped the grand and eerie hall of the eternal throne. All the abyssal titans prostrated on the ground, their breaths cautious, acutely aware of the terrifying rage roiling within the chaotic shadow above the throne, capable of freezing souls. Entropy awaited. Suddenly, swoosh, a ghastly stream of dark golden light, akin to a shell fired from a cosmic cannon, violently shattered the distorted spatial barrier surrounding the hall, carrying with it fragments of chaotic essence and dissipating abyssal energy, crashing destructively against the unyielding ground below the throne, composed of solidified chaotic laws. Boom! The deafening sound of impact accompanied by the ear-piercing crack of shattering bones reverberated throughout the hall. Dust, essentially chaotic energy particles, swirled. As the dust began to settle, all the abyssal titans gasped in horror. There lay Mammon, its immense body deeply embedded in the ground, resembling a crushed beetle. Its once proud dark golden exoskeleton was marred with a spiderweb of cracks, large sections shattered and flaking away, revealing charred flesh beneath, scorched and eroded. Several stout limbs twisted grotesquely at unnatural angles. Viscous, ominous dark purple blood flowed from various wounds like a stream, pooling on the ground. Its lava-like crimson eyes dimmed, filled with profound dread and agony, its breath faltering to the point of extinguishment, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Mammon, the shadow of sorrow, emitted an incredulous exclamation, while the other abyssal titans were struck with horror. This was the newly ascendant heart-eating tyrant, a being of formidable prowess among their ranks, yet it returned in such a woeful state. Upon the throne, the immense chaotic shadow of entropy abruptly ceased its tumultuous writhing, becoming as still as frozen ice. A chillingly cold will fixated upon the ailing Mammon below. Had he failed? The echoing voice of chaos resonated like ancient ice scraping against metal, each syllable causing Mammon's battered form to convulse violently. My lord Mammon, he struggled to lift his head, his throat producing a hoarse sound reminiscent of a winded bellows, mingled with blood. My subordinate, the wretched Loa, is not even human. With every ounce of strength, he spoke with a blend of post-catastrophe terror and profound resentment. My subordinate infiltrated as planned, striking when the resonance with chaos was at its zenith. The seed of oblivion was fully activated. It could have obliterated that stellar power. But, Mammon's voice suddenly soared, tinged with incredulous dread, Loa? He did not even move. Merely by the presence of his will, he wiped away the power of the seed of oblivion as one would brush away dust. What? A stifled gasp reverberated throughout the hall. The power of the seed of oblivion was effortlessly nullified. Even Entropy's chaotic shadow quivered slightly. He had already discerned his subordinate's plight. Mammon's voice trembled with a sob-like fear. He had been toying with his subordinate. He had imprisoned him as easily as one crushes a bug. The memory of being crushed under the weight of the entire universe flooded back, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Imprisoned you? Entropy's voice held a hint of suppressed fury. Why yes, my lord. Mammon seemed to find an outlet for his anguish. His tone becoming spiteful and exaggerated. He imprisoned my subordinate, as if looking down upon ants. And then, with that lofty demeanor, he commanded my subordinate to convey a message to you. A message? In Entropy's chaotic resonance, for the first time, there was a discernible fury, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. The temperature in the grand hall plummeted, as if even the very fabric of space would freeze. Why yes, my lord. Mammon's eyes glinted with vengeful light, eager to stoke his master's wrath. He struggled to mimic Loa's cold and indifferent tone, yet deliberately distorted and exaggerated the arrogance and murderous intent therein. He said to inform that elusive source of chaos that the scenery of the vortex of origins is quite splendid, and I shall await him here, when I set foot on the day of primordial origins. Mammon's voice suddenly sharpened, filled with incitement. It shall be when the abyssal demon realm is utterly consigned to oblivion. The final words he nearly howled, infused with deep-seated hatred and exaggerated fervor. He said for Entropy to cleanse his neck and await. Make it pristine. I shall come to take his wretched life at any moment. Boom. The instant Mammon's proclamation echoed through the air, an indescribable terror, as if the end of the universe had arrived, erupted like an invisible tsunami from the eternal silence throne. Crack, crack, crack. In the hall, the solid ground composed of solidified chaotic laws fissured inch by inch. The colossal pillars, constructed from the bones of powerful demon gods that supported the dome, emitted groans under the unbearable strain. All the crawling abyssal titans were mercilessly slammed to the ground by an invisible hand. The weaker among them suffered instant shattering of bones and sinews, emitting piercing wails of despair. Even the likes of the Morning Shadow and the Abyss General Ball, renowned apex entities, were firmly pinned to the ground, unable to move, their very souls screaming in terror, awaiting their fate. The chaotic resonance of Entropy transformed from a low rumble into a cataclysmic roar akin to the simultaneous explosion of a billion stars. The entire abyssal realm quaked violently at that moment. Countless feeble abyssal creatures were instantly reduced to dust within their lairs. The shadow of chaos boiled, swelled, and twisted, emanating an absolute darkness that devoured all light. Those two orbs, forged from the pure laws of entropy, emitted a furious crimson glare capable of piercing through the multiverse. Loa. The roar of entropy morphed into a tangible, devastating shockwave of chaos, sweeping through the grand hall in an instant. Mammon, already in a state of ruin, was hurled like a tattered sack against a distant colossal pillar, spewing forth foul blood, his breath growing ever weaker. Yet a glimmer of twisted satisfaction flickered in his eyes. His goal had been achieved. How dare you be so arrogant? Such sacrilege! The will of entropy surged like boiling lava, saturating the entire space. The primordial source, the abyss of oblivion. Seek my life? Within the chaotic shadow, countless chains of pure destruction and disorder thrashed wildly, fracturing in a display of entropy's utmost fury. I have slumbered for millennia, and yet these ants of order dare to contemplate deicide. The whirlpool of origins shall be your grave. I shall personally rend your incandescent form into shreds, casting your audacious soul into the furnace of eternal silence to burn for eons. The furious roar resonated like the cosmic tolling of doom, heralding the complete madness of a supreme existence. The colossal shadow of entropy abruptly rose from the throne of eternal silence, if that roiling form could be deemed as standing. The terrifying will of chaos pierced through the endless realms of darkness, echoing in the souls of all abyssal lords and beings. Chapter 108. Scheming Murderous Intent. Loa. The roar of entropy is the death knell of a crumbling universe. Inside the hall of the throne of eternal silence, an invisible storm of annihilation raged. The ground, composed of solidified chaos laws, resembled fragile glass, groaning and fracturing under unimaginable pressure, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly, consuming every inch of space. The massive skeletal columns supporting the grand dome emitted agonizing groans, with bone shards cascading down, as if on the verge of complete collapse. The abyssal titans, prostrate on the ground, found even their cries of anguish a luxury. The weaker ones, akin to clay pots struck by a mighty hammer, were drowned in the fury of entropy, their bones shattering with a brittle sound, tainted blood and mangled limbs instantly torn to nothingness by chaotic energy. Apex entities like the Morning Shadow and General Ball of the Abyss were as if pressed to the ground by an invisible mountain, every bone creaking, their souls shrieking and twisting in an endless tempest of fear. Mamon's tattered form was violently hurled by the furious shockwave, crashing against a precarious giant pillar, spewing forth thick, viscous blood, its breath faint as a wisp of smoke. Yet, deep within its lava-like eyes flickered a glint of both malice and satisfaction. The distorted, embellished whispers ignited the killing intent of the Lord of the Abyss, akin to pouring fiery oil into a furnace. The chaotic shadow surged violently upon the throne of eternal silence, expanding and warping. A pure, absolute darkness, which devoured all light, spread forth. Its scarlet gaze, formed by the laws of entropy, resembled two impending supernovae, unleashing a furious light that pierced the soul. The source, the abyss of annihilation. Seek my life. The will of entropy erupted like countless supernovae detonating simultaneously at their cores, each chaotic syllable resonating with a tremor that shook the very structure of the demonic realm. Peeling away the order as the ants dared to dream of slaying a god. The vortex of origin shall be thy burial ground. The chaotic shadow abruptly rose from the throne, not in the biological sense of standing, but as an ineffable form of chaotic existence that surged forth, coalescing into an even more terrifying and oppressive pose of annihilation. The pure will of chaos pierced through the layered barriers of the demonic realm like countless invisible steel needles, brutally stabbing into the soul essence of all abyssal lords and creatures, branding them with an irresistible decree of madness. Loya must perish. Only I can vanquish this beast. That will swept violently over the prostrated titan, ultimately locking onto the nearly forgotten, waning Mammon in the corner of the grand hall with two beams of concentrated, lethal scarlet light, akin to searchlights. The voice of entropy deepened, yet it resonated with a chilling dread that gripped the heart more than its previous roar, each word imbued with a frost that could freeze souls. The two insignificant creatures, Veget and Elia, who attended Loya, felt Mammon's shattered form convulse violently. A flicker of cunning flashing through its molten eyes as it struggled to raise its head, blood dripping from the jagged edges of its broken armor. Indeed, my lord, those two insects are pathetically weak. Although my subordinates did not engage them directly, their perceptions cannot be mistaken. That male Veget is at most a fourth-tier waste in their eyes. The female is even less worthy, not even qualifying as cannon fodder. It deliberately paused, emphasizing its tone, infusing it with venomous resentment and disdain. Loya arrogantly took such burdens to the vortex of origin, an act of sheer folly. It is a profound disrespect towards my lord. A cold huff echoed, like ice scraping across the entire hall. Within the surging chaotic shadow of entropy, countless chains of laws, composed solely of destruction and turmoil, writhed frantically, snapping and instantaneously reassembling, revealing the boiling rage of the utmost superiority offended by mere ants. Did Loya think that bringing along two ridiculous pets could provoke the abyss? The will of entropy brimmed with a bone-deep mockery and a chilling ruthlessness, for he could not protect them. The scarlet gaze suddenly shifted away from Mammon, like two tangible swords of judgment, piercing towards a certain direction beneath the grand hall. There, the space distorted violently, collapsing like stones cast into water, forming a swirling, light-devouring vortex of darkness. General Ball of the Abyss. The decree of entropy resounded like a thunderclap. The colossal shadow, firmly pinned to the ground, quivered violently, forcing its grotesque head to rise. Its massive form, encased in a heavy obsidian shell, struggled against the omnipresent pressure, emitting a muffled response. Here, my lord. The voice of the abyssal serpent, Kasso's entropy, resonated with an undeniable absolute will, bestowing upon it the honor of offering a tribute to the abyss. Target, Bajisha. Each name bore the chilling weight of a death sentence, as they were about to step beyond the sanctuary of the temple. Erasure. These two words fell like a heavy hammer, declaring an irrevocable fate. Their wails and obliteration conveyed to the chaos of entropy a tumultuous intent to kill, nearly tearing the void asunder, the price of provoking the abyss beginning with the annihilation of the vermin beside it. At your command, my lord. The voice of Baal trembled with fervent anticipation, its head crashing heavily against the cracked ground. Its immense body erupted with a potent abyssal energy. A dark stream imbued with its will, brimming with commands of annihilation, instantaneously shot into the distorted vortex of darkness. The vortex shrank violently, vanishing without a trace, as if it had never existed. The vast chaotic shadow of entropy slowly returned to the throne, the roiling darkness subsiding slightly. Yet those two scarlet eyes glowed with a deeper, colder intensity, akin to twin wells leading to the universe's end, fixated on the origin of a distant vortex. The chaotic whispers of Loa echoed in the silence of the hall's aftermath, imbued with a chilling patience and cruelty. Once I return to the pinnacle, I shall first collect this interest before personally ushering you into eternal silence. The sacred radiance enveloped the outer corridors of the Temple of Order like a tangible veil, gently shrouding them in purity. Massive columns, composed of some crystalline white energy, supported the lofty dome above, where intricate order runes flowed, silently resisting the encroaching chaos from the outside. The air was refreshingly pristine, imbued with a peculiar tranquility. Beget and Yar walked side by side in the corridor, their feet gracing the jade-like floor. Unlike the pervasive, almost solid solemnity found within the Grand Temple, this atmosphere teemed with a lively vitality. Beget remained clad in his simplistic yet sharply tailored white combat attire, golden locks flowing under the soft light of the temple, shimmering like fragments of gold, while his azure eyes, calm as the deep sea, seemed to harbor countless stars following some arcane trajectory of existence and dissolution. His aura was harmonious and restrained, akin to a slumbering volcano, yet the invisible gravitational field subtly diverted the flowing energy of order in the corridor towards him. Yer walked slightly behind him, adorned in a modest moon-white gown, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, the tips swaying gently with her movements. She tilted her head slightly to gaze at Beget's austere profile, her crystalline eyes reflecting a hint of imperceptible concern intertwined with a steadfast trust. Is it truly safe for Lord Loa to enter the core of the origin vortex alone? Her voice was soft, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the strings of a harp, resonating with exceptional clarity in the desolate corridor. Even a lord of the abyss, like Mammon, could easily infiltrate. Chapter 109, Outdated Intelligence. Beget's steps did not falter. His gaze was fixed upon the end of the corridor where a soft white light enveloped the exit, a portal to the boundary where order and chaos ambiguously intersect. His voice was steady, imbued with a reassuring confidence. The position occupied by the teacher had long transcended the dimensions comprehensible to those insects. In his eyes, Mammon's ambush was scarcely more significant than dust brushing against a garment. A faint, almost icy smile graced his lips. The abyss's probing would only hasten their demise. He slightly inclined his head, his gaze falling upon Yar, and the chill was instantly replaced by a profound warmth. Our task is to eliminate the discordant murmurs attempting to undermine the teacher from behind. He raised his hand, fingers splayed, devoid of radiance or energy fluctuations, yet the light in the surrounding corridor seemed to momentarily, imperceptibly, solidify, as if he grasped the very threads of existence within that space. The fifth tier of the white deity was sufficient to impart the lesson that outdated intelligence incurs a price. At the very moment his words fell, the soft white light at the end of the corridor extinguished without warning. No, it did not extinguish. It was consumed and shrouded by an even deeper, purer darkness. It was as if an enormous brush, saturated with thick ink, had violently swept across the canvas. An absolute darkness, capable of devouring all light, instantly engulfed the exit, spreading with terrifying speed along the pristine walls, floor, and ceiling of the corridor. The sacred order runes screeched in agony upon contact with that darkness, their brilliance fading rapidly as if corroded by a potent acid. Silence. A thick, almost soul-freezing silence replaced the tranquility of the temple corridor. The air grew heavy as lead, each breath akin to swallowing shards of ice. A chilling malice, reminiscent of countless invisible poison needles, converged from all directions, carrying with it a curse to drag all life and order into the depths of despair. Beget, Yar gasped, her pure eyes instantly shimmering with a vigilant silver light. A thin, ethereal halo, swirling with lunar and stellar patterns, enveloped her, barely resisting the pervasive invasion of malice. The warmth on Vegeta's face vanished in an instant. He halted, his posture still erect as a javelin, and within the depths of his azure gaze, the trajectory of life and death accelerated abruptly, as frigid as ancient ice. He slowly turned to face the source of the all-consuming darkness. A soft, almost imperceptible scoff escaped him, like a sharp shard of ice slicing through the air, shattering the suffocating silence. This laughter bore no trace of surprise, only a condescending indifference, as if he had already seen through everything. The abyss's vermin were indeed swifter than anticipated. It seems your furious master can hardly wait to collect some interest. His voice, though not loud, penetrated the viscous darkness and oppressive malice with remarkable clarity, each word striking like a cold lance at the heart of the shadows. In response to Vegeta, a chilling laughter echoed, reminiscent of countless bones grinding together, sending shivers down the spine. This laughter was sharp and distorted, brimming with unabashed malevolence and a cruel delight akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As the eerie chuckle resonated, the darkness at the end of the corridor, which devoured the light, began to churn violently, contracting and coalescing. The darkness receded like a receding tide, revealing the pockmarked, rune-dimmed walls and floor of the corridor, eroded by its presence. At the core of this collapse, a figure gradually rose. It was not a solid entity, but rather a highly concentrated, shifting humanoid shadow. Composed entirely of pure darkness that reflected no light, its edges were indistinct, as if it could dissolve into the surrounding void at any moment. Lacking facial features, it had only a head, from which 2 points of crimson light suddenly flared to life, resembling 2 drops of congealed, venomous blood, locking onto Vegeta and Jarl with deadly intent. Those eyes were filled with an unbridled desire for destruction and a deep-seated hatred for all beings of order. Emanating from the abyss, an even more concentrated and ferocious pressure descended upon them. This force, imbued with the chaos and corruptive essence unique to the abyss, tore at the remnants of order within the corridor like countless invisible tendrils, seeking to drag this space into a quagmire of chaos. The air groaned under the unbearable weight, and the ground trembled subtly. A raspy, dry sound, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against bone, emanated from the humanoid shadow, each syllable echoing with a nauseating resonance from the abyss. The 2 crimson lights swept over Vegeta, the malice nearly overflowing. Vegeta, a mere 4th-tier waste, felt the gaze turn toward Jarl. The malevolence now tinged with a twisted disdain and a hint of greed. Another delectable morsel. I am Kossos, the throat of annihilation. The shadow's form swelled slightly, radiating an even stronger wave of darkness, proclaiming its name, as it declared, by the supreme will of entropy from the abyss, I bestow upon you, wretched insects, eternal annihilation. Kneel. Kossos's voice suddenly crescendoed, imbued with an undeniable will to destroy, crashing down like a tangible hammer. Offer your fears and wails as a tribute to behold the abyss. This is your only glory. The terrifying pressure descended like a tsunami, coupled with the command to kneel, bearing down upon the 2. The ground of the corridor cracked with a sharp snap, fissures appearing in its surface. The remaining order runes emitted their final lament, shattering into nothingness. Jarl's protective aura fluctuated violently, the silvery light flickering in haste. Her complexion paled slightly, a flicker of pain crossing her pure gaze, yet her spine remained resolutely straight. Her teeth clenched, resisting the weight that threatened to crush her very soul. The moon-white gown beneath her stirred without wind, and a denser halo of starlight struggled to unfurl beneath her feet, battling against the encroaching darkness. However, at the eye of the storm, Vegeta stood firm like an ancient, unyielding rock. The terrifying oppressive force, potent enough to shatter an ordinary white god of the 4th tier in an instant, descended upon him, yet failed to stir even a single golden strand of his hair. He remained poised in his turning stance, upright and unwavering, as if merely brushed by a gentle breeze. The command from Kossos, imbued with the will of the abyss, collided with his tranquil azure gaze as if it were a cow sinking into the sea, creating not a single ripple. White god of the 4th tier, Vegeta finally spoke again, his voice devoid of any tremor, as though he were stating an inconsequential fact. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling slightly before him in a motion as casual as brushing away dust. At this subtle gesture, the overwhelming pressure from Kossos, which bore down like a mountain, along with the viscous, all-consuming malice of the abyss, met an invisible yet insurmountable wall of size upon reaching a mere foot before Vegeta. A low, resonant tremor rippled through the fabric of space. Chapter 110. The Power of Vegeta, White God of the Fifth Tier. Centered around Vegeta, the space within a foot of him suddenly transformed into an impenetrable bastion of clarity and strength. Those formless tendrils of chaos, venomous barbs, and encroaching darkness, like mist exposed to the blazing sun, emitted a silent shriek as they were instantaneously repelled, purified, and obliterated. An absolutely pristine and stable spherical domain silently expanded, safeguarding both him and the figure of Yar behind him. At the periphery of this domain, the repelled abyssal energy twisted and boiled in reluctant fury, but could not breach a single iota. Vegeta's azure eyes finally lifted, meeting the 2 points of bewildered crimson gaze from Casos, the cold curve of his lips deepening. Did your master fail to inform you before sending you here? His voice turned icy, akin to the frigid winds sweeping through the depths of an Arctic glacier, each word imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Outdated information can lead to death, you know? Before his words had fully settled, Vegeta moved. There was no cataclysmic eruption of energy, no dazzling display of light. His figure momentarily blurred in place, as if merely a slight refraction of light. In the next 1/10,000th of a second, before the writhing shadowy form of Casos, the space fractured silently like fragile glass, creating a minute fissure. Vegeta's figure emerged as if conjured from the void itself, appearing unannounced within 3 meters of Casos. Swift, beyond the limits of spatial communication, it was as though he existed simultaneously in that very spot, the process of movement entirely erased. At such a close distance, the 2 crimson lights in Casos's eyes suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. An instinctual, overwhelming sense of peril, akin to a cold serpent coiling around its core, surged forth in the face of a higher-dimensional predator. A roar filled with rage, fear, and ferocity erupted from the shadowy form. Casos, after all, was a meticulously crafted machine of slaughter from the abyss, with instincts for battle etched into its very core. Confronted with this unforeseen, ghostly ambush, it did not attempt to retreat, for the space had been ensnared by the opponent's uncanny ability, and the path to escape was all but obliterated. It would retaliate. Only the most ferocious counterattack can carve out a sliver of hope. The writhing shadow's form suddenly collapses inward, coalescing into a more profound and ominous dark singularity. 2 crimson glimmers flicker like burning wraiths, wildly flashing at the core of the singularity. The oblivion dark devouring wave. Casos unleashed its most potent roar of destruction. The condensed dark singularity abruptly expanded, erupting. There was no sound, only a wave of pure, all-consuming darkness, as chaotic as the primordial void at the dawn of the universe, expanding in a perfect sphere around Casos. Wherever it passed, the pristine white walls and floor of the corridor, along with the remnants of order runes, silently dissolved and vanished, as if they were white paper immersed in a fierce acid. The very fabric of space was frenziedly twisted and torn, revealing the chaotic, void essence beneath. This was an ultimate obliteration capable of rendering even the pinnacle 4th-tier beings of the White God into nothingness in an instant. The dark wave swiftly engulfed the nearby Vegeta. It also consumed the struggling Yar, who upheld the starry halo behind. The cries of Vegeta and Yar were drowned in the tide of absolute annihilation. However, just as that all-consuming darkness was about to envelop Vegeta's form, a tranquil, yet chilling commentary resonated from the core of the darkness. Vegeta's figure emerged clearly amidst the destructive wave of dark devouring force. He did not even bother to adopt a defensive stance, casually lifting his left hand. His fingers spread wide, palm facing forward. There was no radiance, no energy barrier. His palm seemed to grasp an absolute void. As the tumultuous, annihilating oblivion dark devouring wave approached within mere inches of his palm, it collided with an invisible, unshakable promontory. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a faint sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The darkness, capable of obliterating stars, was forcibly parted before Vegeta's seemingly ordinary left hand. Like an invisible, exquisitely sharp blade, it precisely cleaved the surging tide of black fury. The destructive dark torrent was compelled to split apart, roaring in discontent as it surged violently towards the depths of the corridor, annihilating everything it touched into chaotic nothingness. Yet Vegeta stood unscathed at the center of the cleaved dark passage. His raised left hand remained utterly steady, golden strands of hair gently swaying in the turbulent winds of energy, while his azure eyes calmly pierced through the dissipating darkness, locking onto the core where Kaios, slightly unstable from its full eruption, resided. How is this possible? The twisted will of Kaios emitted an incredulous shriek, crimson lights flashing wildly, filled with the horror of a shattered perception. Its signature lethal move, the Oblivion Dark Devouring Wave, capable of gravely wounding or even erasing beings of equal standing, had been so effortlessly cleaved apart by the opponent. This was beyond the realm of what a fourth-tier white god could achieve. Absolutely impossible. Nothing is impossible. Vegeta's voice rang coldly, akin to a judge's decree. He raised his left hand, his 5 fingers abruptly curling into claws. Instead of grasping the tangible form of Kaios, he directed his fierce grip towards the void, consumed by darkness, which twisted in a frenzied attempt to self-repair. A deep and resounding tremor reverberated through the fabric of space. In that moment, as Vegeta's fingers transformed into claws, the area before him, torn asunder by the waves of annihilation, writhed like a wounded entity amidst the chaotic currents of space, undergoing an unimaginable transformation. The flow of time within that region appeared to be forcibly halted by an unseen hand. The wildly writhing folds of space, the rampant energy currents, the dissipating particles of darkness, all dynamic entities within the grasp of his fingers abruptly froze. It was as if a pause button had been pressed on a vivid tableau. Then, an even more domineering and intrinsic power emanated from Vegeta's claws. It was the power of definition, the authority to rewrite. The solidified fragments of space began to be forcibly corrected. The twisted folds were smoothed out by an invisible force. The chaotic energy currents were organized and restrained, much like a wild stallion being reined in. Those dissipating particles, emblematic of obliteration and chaos, let out a silent lament as they encountered an overwhelming force of order, being forcibly deconstructed and transformed into pure, luminous specks of order's dust, softly glowing with a faint white light, drifting away into oblivion. The space ruptured by Kaios' ultimate technique, resembling a scar upon the cosmos, was, under Vegeta's distant grasp, being repaired at a visibly rapid pace. The process was fluid, natural, imbued with an indescribable sense of control, as if he were not mending space but effortlessly smoothing out an unsightly wrinkle on a canvas. What on earth are you? Kaios' twisted will emitted a terrified shriek, the shadowy singularity oscillating violently, its 2 crimson lights filled with an incomprehensible dread. The technique to obliterate it with bare hands could be so easily rewritten, restoring the heavily tainted laws of space by abyssal power. This surpassed its comprehension of power. Something. Vegeta slowly withdrew his left hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In his azure eyes, the cold trajectories of stars accelerated once more, his gaze piercing like tangible ice spikes into the core of Kaios, for the dying worm need not know too much. Before his words could fully escape, his figure vanished once again, not in the previous manner of transcending space, but leaving behind an exceedingly brief, almost imperceptible visual afterimage. His true form had instantaneously appeared directly above the shadowy singularity of Kaios. The speed surpassed the limits of Kaios' mental lock. Abyssal protection. Kaios howled in a panic, its shadowy form writhing frantically, attempting to disperse into nothingness to evade this lethal strike. Simultaneously, its 2 crimson lights erupted, unleashing 2 concentrated beams of annihilation. The rays were as dark as ink, yet within them roiled molten dark red, exuding a malevolent curse that burned the soul. This was its final desperate counterattack. The soul-burning demon light, aimed directly at Vegeta's forehead and heart. Too slow. Vegeta's cold voice resonated like the whisper of death above Kaios' head. Chapter 111. Your Dog's Life. Faced with the 2 beams of malevolent magic capable of piercing stars and incinerating souls, Vegeta did not even raise an eyelid. He simply raised his right hand nonchalantly. His fingers splayed. He flicked them towards the 2 rapidly approaching beams of soul-incinerating magic, as if brushing away a cobweb. Yet, in the wake of his fingertips, the space seemed to ripple as though a stone had been cast into water, creating an imperceptible wave imbued with a certain supreme principle. The 2 beams, ripping through space and laden with insidious curses, underwent an unfathomable transformation the moment they touched this ripple. Their speed plummeted suddenly, as if ensnared in the thickest amber. The chaotic energies of abyssal destruction and curses that constituted the magic light seemed to be forcibly dismantled by an unseen giant hand. The energy structure became instantly loose and disordered, and the cursed runes melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Even more bizarrely, the trajectory of the magic light was forcibly distorted. The two terrifying rays, originally aimed directly at Beget's vital points, were deflected as if tamed, veering off course with a comical, dulled demeanor, skimming past Beget's sides and smashing into the already ravaged corridor walls behind him, leaving only two shallow scorch marks that emitted wisps of smoke. Beget's right hand, which had swept through the air, now curved into claws, embodying an absolute will to rend all asunder, disregarding Kasos's attempts to dissipate into shadows, and struck down fiercely towards the writhing core of darkness. No. Kasos let out a desperate shriek, his shadowy form contracting and coalescing frantically, attempting to conceal the core within the deepest chasms of chaos. A dull and strange sound erupted, not the tearing of flesh, but more akin to tough leather being forcibly pierced, accompanied by the sound of spatial structures being ruptured. Beget's right hand, enveloped in an invisible force field, plunged effortlessly into the highly condensed shadow core of Kasos. There was no blood, no explosion of energy, only a terrifying sensation of existence being forcefully invaded, violently seized. Kasos emitted a scream of unparalleled agony, one that twisted his very soul. This was not physical pain, but rather the core of his existence, the source of his power, the abyssal laws he relied upon, gripped directly by a cold and merciless hand. Beget's fingers, like 5 burning irons, plunged deeply into a thick, cold mass of darkness that writhed and resisted. His expression remained impassive, his azure eyes reflecting the birth and death of stars as he coldly analyzed the chaotic and fragile energy structure of his prey. Suddenly, his fingers exerted force, digging inward with fierce intent, severing. The cold words were akin to a decree of judgment. Buzz, an invisible and overwhelming order erupted forth, centered on Beget's right hand that had penetrated Kasos's core. The chaotic writhing of Kasos, a shadow singularity attempting to resist, abruptly ceased its struggles, akin to ice plunged into an ultra-high temperature furnace. The abyssal magic energy that constituted its form, chaotic and corrosive, reacted violently under the cleansing force of absolute order, hissing like cold water splashed into boiling oil. More terrifying still was the fact that Vegeta's hand was not merely destructive but engaged in a higher dimensional deconstruction and extraction. Stop, you thief of order. Kasos emitted a soul-piercing wail, transcending mere pain, filled with profound terror. It acutely sensed the core laws imprinted upon its existence, bestowed by the abyss. The chaotic primordial runes that defined its essence, being inexorably stripped away by an irresistible force, as if unwinding silk from its very foundation. Vegeta's hand slowly withdrew from the violently trembling, dimming core of shadow that was Kasos, devoid of any flesh or energy remnants. Instead, between his fingers, there entwined and tightened threads of law, shimmering with a faint dark golden hue. These were not tangible threads, but highly refined, manifest chaos essence, the very embodiment of the abyssal laws that constituted Kasos's existence. Several dark golden threads, writhing as if alive, connected one end to the tips of Vegeta's fingers while the other end delved deep into the disintegrating shadow core, being forcibly pulled out inch by an absolute power, akin to a tug of war. With each thread extracted, Kasos's shadowy form trembled violently, its dim crimson glow fading further, and its wails growing weaker. No, my lord of the abyss, entropy. Kasos let out a final, mournful cry filled with endless resentment and fear, its voice waning like a flickering candle in the wind. Its will crumbled under the agony of the laws being stripped away, the last vestiges of thought consumed by a profound hatred for entropy's erroneous information. Vegeta's azure eyes were as cold as ancient ice, and he suddenly yanked his fingers outward with great force. A sound akin to the very fabric of space being torn asunder echoed sharply. The dark golden threads connecting Kasos's core were severed by Vegeta, as if he were snapping decayed ropes, completely breaking and extracting them. Kasos's final, heart-wrenching scream, no longer resembling that of a living being, abruptly ceased. That writhing shadow singularity imploded inward like a burst balloon, subsequently unleashing a silent ripple of darkness. The chaotic energy constituting its form lost the sustaining core laws, instantly losing all cohesion, dissipating into countless strands of uncontrollable black mist, akin to desperate wasps bereft of their hive, emitting a pitiful hiss under the remnants of order's light, swiftly fading, vanishing into the void. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no raging energy storm. A being of sufficient power to rival the pinnacle of the fourth rank of the White God, an abyssal harbinger of slaughter, was utterly erased from this battle-scarred space by Vegeta's seemingly casual grasp and pull. Only the lingering, nauseating scent of the abyss and the faint, charred aroma of obliterated laws bear witness to what once was. The corridor lay enveloped in an eerie silence. The crumbling walls and floors silently recounted the ferocity of battle, while the scattered remnants of order's dust slowly settled beneath the remnants of the temple's fading light. Beget slowly retracted his right hand, his fingers loosening. The few threads of the dark golden law belonging to Kassos, forcibly withdrawn, crackled faintly like fragile ice crystals exposed to sunlight, dimming rapidly, shattering, and ultimately dissolving into imperceptible specks of dark gold, vanishing as if they had never existed. He cast a glance at his fingers, pristine and untainted, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Behind him, the radiance of the starry moon halo gradually receded. Yer hastened forward, her pure gaze still reflecting a hint of trepidation, but more so, awe at Beget's formidable power. She scrutinized him closely, relieved to find that not even the hem of his garment bore a trace of damage. A white god at the fifth tier, she whispered reverently. Is this the power that rewrites the laws? To directly strip away the primordial laws of the Abyssal Lord? The essence of power lies in the understanding and mastery of rules. Beget's voice regained its earlier calm as he turned, directing his gaze toward the exit at the end of the corridor, now more dilapidated from the aftermath of the battle. The chaotic essence from outside seeped through the fractured barrier in thin wisps. The creatures of the abyss know only to ravage and consume, forever incapable of grasping true power. He stepped forward, approaching the exit with steady strides, traversing the uneven ground and scattered shards of order, emitting faint sounds. Let us proceed, Yar. Beget's voice resonated clearly in the shattered corridor, carrying a sense of indifference as if the dust had settled. It is time to meet our main course. Who awaits with a clean neck? Yar nodded and quickened her pace, her moon-white gown brushing against the minute energy dust on the ground. Her gaze lingered on Beget's upright silhouette before sweeping over the remnants of black energy, stubborn stains left in the wake of Kassos's obliteration. These remnants silently corroded the temple's pristine floor, emitting a barely audible sizzle. A subtle frown creased her pure brow, a deeper worry flickering in her eyes. The pollution of the abyss proved to be more tenacious than anticipated, akin to a maggot in the bone. Seemingly oblivious to Yar's gaze and the anomaly on the ground, Beget reached the end of the corridor, where the shattered exit revealed a blurred boundary interwoven with order and chaos. Beyond lay the vast void leading to the source of that ultimate battlefield. He halted, not turning back, his cool voice piercing through the barriers of space, echoing clearly above the silent ruins, each word sharp with the icy edge of severed laws, resonating with authority, inform entropy. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to embody a power capable of penetrating all barriers, resonating toward the deepest darkness of the abyssal realm, toward the direction of that eternal throne. Thunderously transmitted forth. Prepare for a clean neck. His life, I shall claim at any moment. Chapter 112. Cleanse the neck. Cleanse the neck. His life, I shall claim at any moment. The chilling words, akin to blades forged from eons of frigid ice, pierced through the layered barriers of the abyss, disregarding the chaos and tumult of space, and striking with unparalleled precision at the suffocating core of the throne of eternal silence. Boom! A tempest of destruction, even more ferocious and pure than before, erupted within the throne hall without warning. This time, it was not merely a show of power, but an overwhelming rage from the chaotic core of entropy, capable of tearing apart the very foundations of the multiverse, unleashed in a torrent of unrestrained fury. The titans of the abyss below, whether in lamentation or despair, including the gravely wounded Mammon, all emitted a piercing wail that distorted the air. Their bodies, as if cast into the core of a supernova, began to crack under the absolute force, fissures spreading like a web. The tainted blood of magic erupted like a fountain from these cracks, only to be instantly shredded into the finest particles by the tempest of chaos. Their souls felt as if pierced and churned by countless searing needles of law. Crack, crack, Crack. The colossal skeletal pillars that supported the dome could bear it no longer, emitting a sound of despair as they shattered. One after another, they broke and collapsed. Massive bone fragments, entwined with destructive chaotic energy, plummeted like meteors, smashing into the cracked ground and creating deep pits, the chaos-strewn debris further ravaging the unfortunate titans nearby. The entire hall resembled the onset of an utter apocalypse. The spatial structure, like a shattered mirror, was riddled with cracks, while chaotic energy surged wildly through the fissures, obliterating all. The so-called immortal ground beneath the throne, composed of solidified chaotic laws, was now turned over as if plowed, revealing vast, unfathomable chasms. Loya, Vegeta. The roar of entropy transformed from a mere echo of chaos into a tangible wave of destruction, as if millions of stars extinguished simultaneously. The immense shadow of chaos swelled violently, distorting and boiling. The all-consuming darkness instantaneously engulfed the entire throne area, with only those two crimson eyes of entropy, like twin erupting volcanoes of devastation, casting forth a light of wrath capable of freezing time and space. How dare the ants of order blaspheme so? Each word accompanied by violent tremors in space. The dome of the hall collapsed entirely, revealing the endless void of the demonic realm above, swirling with destructive thunder. Do you believe that by slaying a useless insect, you can defy the majesty of the abyss? The shadow of chaos abruptly contracted, coalescing into an even more profound and terrifying singularity of destruction. At the center of this singularity, those two crimson gazes locked fiercely onto the direction from which Vegeta's voice emanated, filled with a murderous intent to drag the entire ordered universe into eternal silence. I have slumbered for millennia, and it seems the ants of order have forgotten the fear of being ruled by chaos. Forgotten that I, entropy, am the sovereign of all endings. Excellent. The voice of entropy suddenly ascends, transforming into a soul-rending shriek, compelling you to remember once more. Let the wails and obliteration of all beings of order serve as a sacrificial offering. The singularity of chaos erupts violently, engulfing all light in darkness. The colossal, unfathomable will of entropy, akin to a cataclysmic deluge, instantaneously sweeps across the entire abyssal realm, penetrating all dimensional barriers. Embedding within the very essence of every abyssal lord and creature, a frenzied and absolute decree. All of the abyss, heed my command. Total war commences. Target, all territories of order. All beings of order. Kill, 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 kill. Not a single one shall remain alive. Transform their flesh and blood into sustenance for the abyss. Cast their souls into the eternal furnace, to be refined for millennia. Until no trace of order remains in the multiverse. Until all returns to my chaos. The mad battle cry erupts like a plague across countless abyssal plains. Billions of creatures roar in their lairs, responding to the murderous will of their supreme overlord. The horn of war is sounded at this very moment. From the deepest recesses of the abyss, and upon the ruins of the throne hall, the condensed singularity of chaos does not dissipate. Rather, it collapses inward, becoming ever more profound and refined. The chaotic whispers of Loyabejet resonate like the death knell of the universe, echoing at the eye of the storm of destruction. Imbued with a bone-chilling calmness, your arrogance shall exact a price. The vortex of origin is your grave, yet I require but a small preparation. The chaotic singularity trembles violently. An indescribable force, as if capable of devouring time itself, suddenly erupts with an insatiable pull. Buzz. The entire ruin of the eternal silence throne hall, along with the shattered pillars of demonic bones, the fractured ground, and even those abyssal titans nearly crushed beneath, including the recently jubilant Mammon, are instantaneously drawn in, as if cast into a black hole, consumed by the terrifying gravity of the singularity. No, my lord, spare me. Ball emits a desperate scream, its immense obsidian form disintegrating under the force. Ah, entropy, you. The anguished specter writhes violently, attempting to struggle, yet is drawn into the singularity like a moth to flame. Mammon barely has time to scream, its broken form and vengeful gaze swallowed entirely by that pure darkness. The entire throne area, along with its foundational essence, which has crystallized the chaotic laws of the abyss over eons, is devoured under this dreadful force, as if a colossal beast were consuming a cake, large chunks peeling away. Collapsing into the most primal torrent of chaos, continuously flowing into the ever-spiraling, collapsing singularity. Entropy, the sovereign of the abyss, the harbinger of all endings, embarks upon an unprecedented, terrifying seclusion at the cost of devouring its own foundational realm and the essence of the abyssal titans under its command, solely for the purpose of annihilation. The chaotic singularity pulsates like a heart in the void, each beat emanating an even more terrifying, purer aura of destruction. On the surface of the singularity, countless anguished and contorted faces faintly emerge, remnants of the wills of the devoured titans, emitting silent wails, only to be ultimately crushed and assimilated by the singularity itself, becoming an integral part of that annihilating force. As I emerge from my confinement, chaotic whispers resonate from the depths of the singularity, imbued with a frigid resolve to extinguish all existence, heralding the day when order shall irrevocably succumb to eternal silence. All beings of order, prepare your necks and await my claim upon your wretched lives. Meanwhile, far removed from the cacophony of the annihilating storm in the abyssal demon realm, at the very edge of the domain of order, lies a peculiar arena of phenomena, an independent space beyond the multiverse, crafted through the unparalleled might of the star law. Loya. Here, the concepts of up and down, left and right, hold no meaning. Beneath my feet flows a resplendent ribbon of light, akin to a liquid star river, while above, countless celestial bodies traverse their arcane trajectories, casting shadows. The very fabric of space is in a constant state of folding and stretching, simulating the most extreme environments of the cosmos. Furious energy currents, capable of freezing the soul in absolute zero coldness, and terrifying gravitational whirlpools that can rend celestial bodies, manifest in this space like the rhythm of breath, alternating between emergence and calm. At this moment, at the heart of this space, a tempest of chaotic energy rages. A deafening roar, akin to the lament of a wounded beast, carries within it the fury to devastate worlds. At the center of this storm stands a muscular figure, as formidable as a small planet, bathed in a boiling emerald flame. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 113. The legendary Super Saiyan. His current state is extraordinarily unstable, engulfed in a seething, emerald blaze reminiscent of liquid jade. His hair stands on end, equally blinding in its vivid green. Muscles swell to their limits, veins pulsating beneath his skin like twisted serpents. His eyes are entirely consumed by a frenzied crimson glow, devoid of reason, driven solely by a mad desire to annihilate all. Kill, kill, kill. Broly screams, each roar unleashing energy hurricanes potent enough to tear planets asunder. He wildly swings his fists and kicks, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts like an uncontrolled meteor shower, indiscriminately bombarding the ever-shifting simulated space, igniting a series of violent explosions. He is at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, yet it is evident that his rampant power has completely devoured his mind. Just as a colossal energy beam, capable of piercing stars, is about to strike the flowing barrier of the Star River at the edge of the arena, a faint hum resonates, almost imperceptible, yet seemingly imbued with the rhythm of the universe. A figure silently materializes before the destructive beam, none other than Star Law, Loya, clad in an immaculate white robe. His silver hair flows like starlight. In the face of an assault fierce enough to obliterate even ordinary deities, he merely raises a finger calmly. The fingertip glows not, nor does it pulse with energy. He merely taps lightly. Pop. A sound akin to the bursting of a bubble breaks the tension. The cataclysmic emerald energy beam, upon touching the fingertips of Loya, dissipated silently like a shattered illusion. The ferocious energy did not explode nor expand. Rather, it flowed like a gentle stream, disintegrated by an invisible force, guided and merged into the surrounding luminous currents of the stellar river, becoming an integral part of the energy cycle within this arena. Loya's gaze settled calmly on the chaotic green figure at the heart of the tempest. His eyes were profound, seemingly piercing through Broly's violent facade to glimpse the core of his tortured consciousness, ensnared by primal bestiality and struggling in agony. Broly, Loya's voice, though not loud, resonated like a resounding bell, imbued with a peculiar penetrating power that reverberated directly upon the chaotic essence of Broly's soul, drowning out his beastly roars. Power is a tool, not a shackle, much less a beast that devours you. This voice, imbued with a semblance of law, caused Broly's frenzied assaults to abruptly falter. His crimson eyes flickered violently, revealing a fleeting glimmer of profound pain and confusion amidst the raging bloodlust. He emitted incomprehensible hissing sounds, his body trembling from the internal turmoil. "Feel it." Loya's voice flowed like a gentle stream, guiding him to sense the surging energy within, to recognize the source of the roiling power coursing through his veins. "That is not a curse, Broly. It is the authority bestowed upon you by legend, the universe's acknowledgement of your bloodline." Loya's figure materialized before Broly in an instant. Disregarding the tempestuous aura that could rend space itself, he extended a finger, surrounded by an almost imperceptible yet unimaginably pure order of starlight, gently touching Broly's violently heaving chest, filled with chaotic energy. But authority requires will to wield. Anger is fuel. Uncontrolled rage will only reduce you and everything around you to ashes. His fingertip struck at the precise location of Broly's heart. A hum, a wave of cool, cosmic order, akin to the first light of the universe, surged through his fingertip, infusing Broly's tumultuous core. Ugh! Broly unleashed a cry that entwined torment and liberation. The boiling emerald flames enveloping him fluctuated violently, contracting as if plunged into icy water. The ferocious, all-consuming aura receded like a tide, and within his crimson gaze, the madness ebbed away like melting snow, revealing beneath it the bloodshot, yet partially clear emerald pupils. His swollen muscles deflated as if deflating, and his once tousled green hair gradually fell back into a more subdued state. The form of Super Saiyan 3 could not be sustained. His energy rapidly diminished, stabilizing at the relatively tranquil stage of Super Saiyan 1. His massive frame swayed slightly before he sank to one knee upon the flowing stellar river. Gasping for breath, perspiration cascading from his forehead like a stream, his eyes filled with the exhaustion of survival and a profound fear of his own power. Broly's voice was hoarse and dry, imbued with a heavy sense of guilt and helplessness. He gazed at his trembling hands, still enveloped in a green aura, as if they were formidable weapons poised to strike. Control arises from understanding. Luoya retracted his finger, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice regaining a calm authority as he began from the most fundamental principles. Envision the legendary power as an integral part of your being, akin to your limbs. He raised his hand, pointing towards the edge of the training grounds where a massive projection of a planet, composed entirely of high-density stellar core material, slowly took shape. The objective, shatter it. Only normal power is permitted. Broly inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the feral instincts surging from the depths of his bloodline. Rising to his feet, his gaze sharpened, the green aura around him receded, his form returned to normal, and his hair reverted to its natural black. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, no longer uncontrollable, and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The shockwave generated by a sheer physical force struck the stellar core planet violently, leaving a substantial dent on its surface, yet it remained unbroken. Not sufficiently refined, Luoya remarked, noting that 70% of the power had dissipated. Imagine your strength as a line, rather than a cloud of mist. Try again. Gritting his teeth, Broly once more concentrated his energy and threw a punch. Boom! The dent deepened, cracks spread across the surface, yet the planet stubbornly endured. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, time slipped away in monotonous repetition. Broly, like an unwearied machine, continuously adjusted his technique under Luoya's precise guidance, compressing energy and honing his will. Sweat soaked his battle attire, his muscles ached. Yet the wildness in his eyes was gradually replaced by a resilient determination through relentless focus. Finally, after countless punches, a hum resonated. His fist struck forth, and the space ahead shimmered with an almost imperceptible ripple, akin to water's surface. The force transformed from a chaotic shockwave into a near-invisible, highly compressed force field. Whoosh! Silently, that hardened stellar core planet appeared as if cleaved by an unseen blade. From its center, a web of cracks rapidly spread until it silently disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, swiftly absorbed by the training ground's energy recycling system. Broly maintained his punching stance, staring at his clenched fist, and for the first time, a faint glimmer of mastery over his power flickered in his eyes. Well done. Luoya's voice carried a note of approval. You have initially grasped the line of your normal state. Now ignite it. Ignite the wrath of the legend. But remember, you are the wielder of fire, not the kindling. Super Saiyan 1. The target, the nebula storm ahead. Broly let out a low growl, and in an instant, Golden flames erupted. His hair turned golden, standing on end. The wild power surged through him once more, yet this time, the crimson madness did not wholly consume his gaze. He endeavored to recall that feeling of concentration, forcing the raging golden flames to be contained at his surface, forming a denser layer of energy armor. He charged into the simulated nebula energy storm ahead, capable of tearing apart warships. The tempestuous currents of energy tore at his protective aura, producing a piercing sound of friction. Broly resembled a fragile vessel amidst the tumultuous seas, his body swaying violently, the golden aura fluctuating incessantly, the crimson rage that had just been subdued threatening to resurface. That desire for destruction coiled around his reason like a venomous serpent. Anger is fuel, not a master. The voice of Loya resonated like a stabilizing force, penetrating the storm, urging him to discern its trajectory. Yield to it. Guide it. Use your thread to slice through the chaotic torrent. Broly forcefully suppressed the impulse of annihilation. Striving to open his eyes, stung by the tumultuous energy, attempting to capture the wild yet not entirely chaotic flow of energy within the storm. He struggled to pivot his body, condensing the golden aura into a fist, swinging it like an invisible hammer, striking at the core of an energy vortex within the storm. Boom! The gathered power erupted at the vortex's center, akin to dropping ice into a boiling pot of oil, instantly triggering a chain reaction. The energy storm in that area was forcibly disrupted, neutralized, and quelled. Effective. A flicker of joy crossed Broly's eyes, but soon, more chaotic currents surged from all directions. He once again found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, roaring, throwing punches, and kicking, his golden figure darting through the destructive tempest. Each strike striving to concentrate power at a single point, tearing open a small safe zone within the storm, though still beleaguered. And the golden aura continued to fluctuate violently under the onslaught of chaotic energy. The crimson rage in his eyes remained suppressed deep within his pupils, never fully erupting. Steady yourself. Anger is your strength, not you. Loya's voice continued to guide him. Time flowed amidst the extreme confrontation. When Broly finally burst forth from that simulated nebula storm, he was drenched in sweat, which was, in fact, highly concentrated energy dissipating. The golden aura, though dimmed considerably, still burned steadily, his gaze weary yet clear. The power of Super Saiyan had, at last, begun to come under his control. The next phase. Loya offered him no respite, pointing to a distorted fold in space. Super Saiyan 2. The objective: traverse this dimensional labyrinth and reach the light at the other end. Do not disrupt the structure of space. Broly growled, his golden aura surging once more. Lightning-like arcs of gold leapt around him, cracking like thunder. His power soared again, and his speed surged. He transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, plunging into that continuously folding and stretching space, akin to a kaleidoscope. The speed was overwhelming, so fast that his consciousness could barely keep pace with his body's instincts. The spatial scene before him twisted and morphed wildly, countless exits flickering into existence only to vanish. The ferocious power, in its rapid movement, instinctively sought to tear apart the obstructing barriers of space. Slow down. Loya's voice thundered deep within Broly's soul. Speed is a tool. Harness it with your will. Spatial awareness. Lock onto the target. Your thread must become a needle that penetrates dimensions, not a hammer that shatters all. Broly forcefully suppressed the primal instincts that surged once more due to the escalating speed, gritting his teeth, striving to concentrate his racing consciousness. As if steadying the helm amidst tumultuous waves. Deep within his scarlet eyes, a flickering emerald light, emblematic of reason, struggled to penetrate the layers of spatial fog, seeking to lock onto the coordinates of a distant glimmer. There, he had captured it, ignoring the sensation of space tearing apart from his rapid movement. He forcefully altered his body's trajectory, enveloping himself in a highly concentrated golden aura, transforming into a piercing beam of golden light that surged toward the faintest wrinkle in space he had sensed. A faint sound of spatial friction whispered through the air. Broly emerged from the other side of the spatial wrinkle, steadying himself before the softly glowing point. The spatial wrinkle behind him rippled slightly before returning to calm, showing no signs of violent rupture. He gasped for breath, the golden arcs surrounding him gradually abating, while the crimson hue in his eyes receded like a receding tide, leaving behind a lingering dizziness from the swift movement and a tinge of exhilaration from his success. Super Saiyan 2, a preliminary harmony of speed and strength. Next came Super Saiyan 3. A roar reminiscent of an ancient giant echoed across the training ground, as his emerald hair soared skyward, muscles bulging to the brink. And a tempestuous energy that threatened to rupture the very fabric of space descended once more. This time, Loya refrained from immediate guidance. He simply observed Broly, witnessing the violent flickering in his eyes as they struggled between crimson and emerald, noting his trembling form as he fought to suppress the primal beast within. "Feel it, Broly." Loya's voice resonated with an unusual penetrating clarity, reaching deep into the chaotic core of Broly's being. "Feel the vastness of this power, sense the instinctual impulse to annihilate everything. Then, remember who you are. You are not a slave to power. You are Broly, the heir of the legendary bloodline. Your will surpasses this boiling blood. Use your thread to weave a net. Find the beast within you. Make it serve you." Broly let out a tortured howl, his teeth grinding audibly. His body trembled violently from the clash of two wills. The frenzied emerald energy erupted like an uncontrollable volcano, surging forth in a wild attempt to break free from the invisible constraints. He struck down upon the starry light beneath him with a mighty fist. Boom! The entire training ground trembled violently. The light was smashed into a massive crater, and the rampant energy surged outward like a tsunami. "Control it." Loya's voice turned sharply authoritative, transforming the impulse of destruction into a will of protection. "Envision what you wish to protect. Anchor your fury upon that guardianship." Guardianship. This unfamiliar term struck Broly's chaotic mind like lightning. In his scarlet eyes, fragmented images flashed: the cold life pod, his father Paragus' mad and greedy gaze, the unending torment. Battles, pain, and hatred spreading like venom. But then, the scene shifted. Loya's calm and profound gaze, the cool force of order infused into his heart, guiding him back from the edge of chaos time and again, and a faint yet genuine feeling of being treated as a person rather than a weapon. To protect. To safeguard this hard-won peace. To guard this visible existence. A faint glimmer, a fragment of Broly's own will, flickered like a candle struggling against the wind, defiantly illuminating the core of his soul, which was engulfed by tumultuous power. Ack! He emitted a roar that was far from human, yet this time, amidst the agony, there was a hint of resolute struggle. He forcefully raised his violently trembling hands, entwined with destructive energy, and crossed them fiercely over his chest. The surging emerald flames around him were, as if an invisible giant hand was coercively compressing them inward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fierce clash between the flames and his will produced a deafening sound of friction. Broly's body seemed on the verge of being torn apart by this conflict. Yet he gritted his teeth, his verdant gaze fixating on the figure of Loya, like a beacon of hope in despair. Gradually, the violent, space-rending flames were forcibly confined to a mere inch around his body. Though still tumultuous, akin to an impending volcanic eruption, they were at least temporarily restrained within the mountain's confines. Broly maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form, kneeling on one knee, his body trembling violently under the immense burden. Sweat, mingled with dissipated energy, cascading down like a waterfall. Yet he lifted his head to gaze at Loya. Within his emerald eyes, the frenzied bloodshot remained. But at the very depths, the madness was finally supplanted by an almost exhausted yet unwavering will. He had succeeded. Under Loya's guidance and that faint yet genuine protective intent, he had, for the first time, maintained his final line of rationality amidst the raging form of Super Saiyan 3. Loya observed the struggling yet clear eyes and nodded slightly. Remember this feeling. The boundary of anger is defined by your will. The next step, Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 115. The strongest individual. No extraneous words were uttered. The environment of the training arena shifted once more. The gravity index soared to astronomical levels, instantly reaching billions of times that of a neutron star's surface. The space became as viscous as glue. The feral power that Broly had just subdued began to stir restlessly once again under this terrifying pressure and spatial confinement. Roar! Broly re-entered the Super Saiyan 3 form, but this time, he actively guided his power. The emerald flames swirled wildly around his body, battling against the horrific pressure. Dense red fur began to sprout from his skin. Power was compressed to its limits, tempered. Break the boundaries. Loya's voice resonated like a law, urging the wildness to return. Yet the will reigned supreme. Return to essence. Under the extreme pressure and spatial binding, the legendary bloodline within Broly seemed to ignite completely. He unleashed a roar that shattered space itself. The emerald flames enveloping him suddenly receded, transforming into a deeper, more profound crimson energy. The red fur covering his body blazed like fire. A thick, robust tail, entwined with dark red energy, swayed behind him. A rebellious lock of black hair fell over his forehead, and his eyes turned into a cold, predator-like dark golden hue. Super Saiyan 4. A perfect fusion of wildness and power. Though the dark golden gaze still retained a feral glint, it no longer exuded chaotic madness, but rather a cold, highly focused demeanor of a hunter. The sense of power is both intrinsic and overwhelming, with each movement exuding a primal force that rends the very fabric of reality. Very well. A flicker of approval glimmers in Luo Ya's eyes. Super Saiyan 4 signifies a return to raw instincts and the commencement of mastery. Maintain this focus. In an instant, the environment of the training ground transforms into an absolute void. No light, no matter, no energy, not even the concepts of time and space exist. Only an abyss of despair, an eternal emptiness prevails. Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6. Luo Ya's voice reverberates through the void, igniting your existence within the emptiness. Let the light of legend illuminate this ultimate nothingness. Broly, feeling the absolute void capable of plunging any being into eternal despair, instead awakens the indomitable, rebellious instincts woven deep within his bloodline. He lets out a low, battle-filled roar. Buzz. The dark red aura of Super Saiyan 4 instantly transforms into an intensely radiant platinum hue. Pure and dazzling, it seems to contain the very light of creation. His hair, eyebrows, and body hair all transmute into resplendent platinum, each strand crystalline and translucent, akin to the most pristine energy crystallization. His eyes turn to a chilling ice blue, seemingly able to freeze time and space. Surrounding him, the lightning is replaced by runes of law, pure constructs of existence's will, resembling rifts in space. Super Saiyan 5. The manifestation of pure existence. The platinum radiance carves out an absolute domain within this void. Wherever the light reaches, the unworthy are forcibly expelled, and the essence is defined. But this is not enough. A flicker of determination flashes in Broly's ice-blue eyes. He suddenly spreads his arms wide, as if to embrace the entire void. Within him, the legendary bloodline ignites, detonated by the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5. Roar. A bellow resonating from the very birth of the universe erupts forth. The platinum light abruptly collapses inward, condensing. Then it explodes. An indescribable hue, transcending the very concept of light, spreads out. It embodies the convergence of countless possibilities, the ultimate harmony of chaos and order. Broly's form undergoes yet another transformation. His platinum hair elongates and flows gracefully, the tips shimmering with an enigmatic, ever-changing spectrum. His body is enveloped in a membrane of energy reminiscent of a liquid cosmos, tracing the trajectories of stars and esoteric runes. His eyes transform into pure silver, as if containing the entirety of the cosmic river. A vast aura, surpassing all existence, emanates as if he embodies the very essence of the universe itself. Super Saiyan 6. The legendary legend. The divine realm. Broly quietly hovers within this void, illuminated by the radiance of his own existence. His silver eyes remain tranquil, flowing with the might of the cosmic essence. The fury, anger, and primal instincts that once plagued and consumed him now flow like a gentle river. Under the absolute dominion of his will, he opens his palm, and within it, a miniature, ever-revolving vortex of stars spins slowly. With a single thought, life emerges, and all things evolve. With another, existence fades, and the stars return to silence. He gazes down at his palm. Power, vast and unprecedented, yet devoid of uncontrollable fear. He could distinctly feel within him the legendary primordial force, slumbering like a mighty beast, powerful yet docile, waiting for the command of his will. At that moment, Broly's gaze fell upon his chest, where hung a remarkably simplistic, even somewhat unsightly, bone pendant. It was crafted in his childhood on planet Vampa from an oddly shaped beast bone he had fortuitously discovered and painstakingly polished into a pendant. This was the sole possession that belonged to Broly amidst the dark childhood where his father had trained him as a weapon, not merely an instrument of destruction. It symbolized the faint flicker of his self-awareness, the most humble yearning within his heart for freedom and identity. In that instant, The small bone pendant appeared minuscule and fragile against the radiant energy of the universe that flowed through the Super Saiyan form, a stark contrast to its surroundings. Deep within Broly's silver eyes, a wave of emotion stirred. He slowly extended his hand, cautiously and almost reverently, gently grasping the pendant. The warm touch brought forth the chilling essence of the winds and sands of planet Vampa, intertwined with the clumsy focus he had displayed while crafting it alone in a cave during his youth. Countless fragmented memories of humanity, overwhelmed by ferocious power, trickled through his heart, which, though vast and tempered like the cosmos, remained cold. A single tear, unbidden, slipped from Broly's silver eyes, which seemed to contain the entirety of the galaxy. This crystalline droplet was not composed of energy, but was a genuine liquid, infused with complex emotions. It coursed down his cheek, covered in the cosmic sheen, and fell onto the back of the hand that held the pendant. Plop! A sound so subtle it could almost be overlooked. The moment the tear met his skin, a hum, an indescribable, extraordinary wave, transcending the realm of mere power, surged forth, radiating from Broly's core. This wave was not a destructive force, but a resonance, a profound echo of existence arising from the deepest essence of life itself. It pierced through the independent barriers of the training arena, disregarded the dimensional separations of the multiverse, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples across the vast sea of intertwined order and chaos. Where the ripples traversed, in a distant star field, the remnants of a dying star flickered with newfound vitality. The faint core spark pulsing weakly as if infused with fresh life. Within a silent nebula of cosmic dust, a few fundamental particles fortuitously collided amidst chaotic currents, merging to form an unprecedented, exceedingly simple organic molecular structure. On a war-torn, orderly planet, a dying mother cradled her newborn, praying in despair. The faint ripple of prayer coincidentally brushed against this wave, causing the originally weak heartbeat of the infant in the mother's embrace to suddenly strengthen and stabilize for a brief moment. Chapter 116, The Crisis of the Seventh Universe. At the source of this spreading ripple, Broly's hand clasped the back of the bone pendant, where a droplet of tear had soaked. The shimmering energy membrane flowing with the essence of the cosmos, rippling outward like a stone cast into still waters, conveying an ineffable rhythm of life. This ripple silently merged with the Super Six energy surrounding him. Within his silver eyes, the velocity of the swirling galaxies seemed to undergo an almost imperceptible shift. Cold and vast it remained, yet within the profound depths of those galaxies, there appeared a faint, almost undetectable glimmer of compassion. He was no longer merely a vessel of power, nor merely an instrument of destruction. He had discovered an anchor point, that small bone pendant, that genuine tear, akin to the needles stabilizing the seas, deeply anchoring his universe-shaking power with the essence of Broly's existence. He slowly lifted his head, his silver gaze piercing through the spatial confines of the arena, as if peering into the deepest recesses of the abyssal realm, towards the chaotic singularity that existed solely for the purpose of slaughter. His voice, though soft, resonated with a tranquil strength capable of birthing stars and commanding the universe to listen, echoing in the void. Anger guards me. I have come to understand. My power is my own. Abyss, prepare yourself. Broly's calm yet weighty words gradually dissipated in the void of the myriad phenomena arena. That tear, now infused with the essence of Super Six energy, was like a stone cast into the river of fate, sending forth ripples that silently spread, penetrating the barriers of space and the dark curtain of the abyssal realm that devoured all, leaving a faint, indelible trace of ordered fluctuation at the precipice of the boiling will of destruction inherent in the chaotic singularity. In the center of the desolate realm of eternal silence, the chaotic singularity, which had devoured countless abyssal titans and was wildly siphoning the essence of the demon realm for its ultimate transformation, trembled ever so briefly and subtly. Like a dormant beast of annihilation, it was lightly pricked at its core dream by a cold needle of order from a far-off shore. Within the singularity, the roiling, seething chaotic core, which condensed the will of all things demise, suddenly stirred with a discordant ripple. The absolute focus of entropy, born solely for the purpose of destruction, was momentarily disrupted. The chaotic core will emitted a cold astonishment. That ripple bore the nauseating essence of order from Loa, yet was intermingled with a strange, primal, and violent force that ultimately settled into a peculiar tranquility. More importantly, This fluctuation did not penetrate through brute force, but resonated from the essence of life itself. This touched upon entropy's blind spot in understanding order, eliciting an instinctive discomfort of being observed. Does Vegeto Loa have new variables? The whisper of chaos, laced with offended fury, declared that even the smallest of insects could find new ways to provoke me. The rotation speed of the singularity abruptly accelerated, and the terrifying pull intensified exponentially. More fragments of the demon realm, even the chaotic essence of distant planes, were forcibly torn asunder and cast into this furnace of annihilation. Entropy demands a purer, more absolute power to obliterate every conceivable threat. An icy will, cold enough to freeze the soul, commanded from the depths of the chaotic singularity, pierced through the void, directly branding the twisted souls of the few remaining, unconsumed secondary abyssal lords in the depths of the abyss. The origin of Vegeta's realm. All associated existences. Eradicate. Completely obliterate. With the deepest despair as a tribute to the gift for Lord Zeno. The destructive will contained within the command caused the souls of the abyssal lords receiving it to wail in terror. They dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately mobilizing the most secretive and malicious probing forces of the abyss, those devouring thought worms lurking within the crevices of the multiverse's information flow, and those memory-eating bats that preyed upon the memories of living beings, parasitizing the threads of time and space. The tendrils of the abyss, laden with profound malevolence, began a silent yet efficient tracing, following the life imprints left by Vegeta within the multiverse, resonating with the echoes of battle and power. The target was the unremarkable corner of the vast cosmic sea known as the Seventh Universe, Vegeta's homeland, the Dragon Ball world. In the Seventh Universe, the Xeno's palace floats above all dimensions of time and space, epitomizing the apex of cosmic order. The palace itself is constructed from crystallized pure order energy, shimmering with brilliance. Eternally serene, the Grand Priest stood, as ever, beside the exquisitely ornate throne, exuding grace and composure, a gentle yet distant smile gracing his features. Upon the throne, the childlike figure of Zeno swung his little feet, curiously gazing at the light screen below, constructed of angelic power, displaying the miniature reflections of countless cosmic civilizations. Everything was as perfect, orderly, and all-controlling as it had been for billions of years. Suddenly, buzz, an indescribable, piercing wail, as if the universe itself were being violently rent asunder, echoed throughout the entire palace without warning. It was not merely sound, but a violent distortion of spatial structure. A wailing that directly affected the essence of all existence, born from the trembling foundations of laws. Crack. The palace's crystalline walls instantaneously became webbed with dark, spider-like fissures. These cracks writhed as if alive, spreading forth and emanating a pure malevolence and chaos that could freeze the very soul. The eternal luminescence of order flowing within the palace dimmed rapidly, retreating as though encountering a sworn enemy. What? The gentle smile on the Grand Priest's face instantly froze. In his deep violet eyes, an unprecedented horror ignited. This was destruction beyond the reach of any force within the cosmos. This malevolence, this chaos, was unfamiliar and terrifying, bearing an absolute negation that transcended all known rules. Zeno also ceased swinging his little feet, his small face revealing a hint of confusion and a barely perceptible tension for the first time. He sensed an unsettling feeling he had never experienced before, as if the throne representing absolute power beneath him had suddenly become less stable. Lord Zeno, please be cautious. The Grand Priest's voice lost its usual calmness, tinged with urgency. He stepped forward, instantly positioning himself in front of Zeno's throne. The immaculate staff of the celestial angel manifested in his grasp, its tip erupting with an unparalleled radiance of divine order, endeavoring to mend the inky fissures that marred the walls, expelling the malevolent intrusion. Yet, the resplendent light, imbued with the supreme might of the archbishop, faltered upon contact with the dark cracks, vanishing as if a cow plunged into the ocean. Not only did it fail to restore, but the cracks, akin to ravenous maws, voraciously consumed and assimilated the radiant energy, causing their spread to accelerate dramatically. Impossible. The archbishop's pupils constricted sharply, a breathless exclamation escaping his lips. The power he held in such esteem, capable of erasing the cosmos, had proven ineffective. In that moment of sheer horror, the very fabric of space at the heart of the temple warped violently, collapsing as if disturbed by a stone cast into still waters. An indescribable entity began to seep forth from the abyss of the collapse. It bore no fixed form, resembling instead an ever-shifting mass, an absolute shadow that devoured light. The edges of the shadow were indistinct, as if poised to meld with the tainted fissures of the surrounding space. At its core, 2 points of crimson light flickered to life, reminiscent of congealed blood, exuding a chilling, lifeless aura devoid of emotion, embodying a singular, pure will to obliterate all existence. There was no oppressive force, no explosive energy, only a suffocating stillness and despair, as if countless invisible hands tightened around the throats of every being within the temple. The luminous veil of civilization constructed by the angels extinguished in an instant, shattering into fragments. Even the crystallized energy of the temple itself groaned under the unbearable weight, its brilliance rapidly dimming. "What are you?" The archbishop gripped the angelic staff tightly, his deep violet eyes fixated on the shadow, his voice imbued with an unprecedented gravity, tinged with an unrecognized tremor. He could not perceive the entity's level of power, akin to a mortal gazing into the infinite void, met only with coldness and an unfathomable dread. This transcended his comprehension of strength. The crimson light at the core of the shadow, like a frigid scanner, disregarded the archbishop, locking onto the sovereign upon the throne. A dry, distorted sound, reminiscent of countless rusted metal fragments grinding together, resonated deep within the souls of all present in the temple. Not as language, but as a direct proclamation of will. Target confirmed. One of the core management nodes of the seventh universe. Authority, partial rule eradication. Threat level, low. Execution, complete obliteration. The moment the declaration concluded, the 2 points of crimson light blazed with intensity. No energy beams, no fluctuations of law. Chapter 117. Annihilation. The archbishop felt an incomprehensible, irresistible will, as if invisible chains of myriad strands instantaneously traversed the void, entwining the sovereign upon the throne. The sovereign uttered a brief, perplexed syllable. Then, his diminutive form, along with the magnificent throne symbolizing absolute power, quietly faded from view before the archbishop and all the attending angels, as if gently erased from the canvas by an unseen hand. There was no explosion, no flicker of light, no dispersal of energy. The concept of the All-King's existence, along with his dominion over obliteration, and even the imprints of all information he left in this realm, were meticulously expunged under the gaze of his crimson eyes, as if a higher dimensional force had eradicated them like redundant data, leaving behind nothing but an expanse of pure, despairing void. It was as if the All-King and his supreme throne had never existed. Silence, absolute silence, enveloped the temple of the All-King. All the angels in attendance, including the battle-hardened guardian angels, stood frozen like statues, their faces etched with profound astonishment and incomprehensible bewilderment. Had their exalted master vanished? Had he been erased in a manner entirely beyond their comprehension? The high priest's body trembled violently. The angelic staff in his grasp emitted a lament of unbearable weight, and fine cracks began to appear along its shaft. For the first time in billions of years, his deep violet eyes were clouded by a shadow named fear. Not fear of death, but the most profound dread stemming from the complete subversion of the meaning of his existence and the fundamental principles of the universe. Impossible. The high priest's voice emerged hoarse and raspy, laden with despair from the collapse of his faith. The crimson glow at the core of the shadow, the very essence of the rules, coldly turned towards him. Secondary management node. Authority, order maintenance, and rule coordination. Threat level, low. Execution, complete obliteration. The same proclamation, the same chilling will, locked onto the high priest. Damn it, he bellowed, a roar filled with boundless fury and despair. All his elegance and composure shattered in that moment. The angelic staff erupted with the most resplendent, resolute divine radiance of his life. He summoned all his power, striving to invoke the primordial forces of order from the entire seventh universe to resist obliteration. The high priest screamed, pointing the staff's tip at the shadow. This was his most formidable authority, capable of erasing any existence from the fabric of cosmic rules. However, that obliterating force, potent enough to annihilate galaxies, met the shadow and, in an instant, flowed into a black hole without stirring a single ripple, greedily consumed and absorbed by the shadow. Its form seemed to solidify further, deepening in essence. Inefficient authority. Absorb. Replenish. Did that twisted will carry a hint of mockery? A faint sound emerged, barely perceptible. The high priestess pride, the angelic staff, began to crumble from its tip, disintegrating silently like a weathered sand sculpture into countless specks of shimmering black dust, dissipating into nothingness. Next was the hand that gripped the staff. His arm, his body, his face, etched with horror and despair, all under the gaze of countless terrified angels. The supreme guardian of the seventh universe, the leader of the angelic race, the high priest, like his staff, was silently and utterly erased from existence under the cold scrutiny of those 2 points of crimson light. No trace remained, not even a ripple of energy. Despair, akin to the coldest tide, instantaneously froze the hearts of all the angels within the temple. Even the high priest and the Omni-King were effortlessly erased like mere dust. What could they possibly do? A scarlet radiance swept across the terrified angels. Subordinate maintenance unit. Threat level, none. Execution, secondary purge. There were no superfluous proclamations. The shadow quivered slightly. Buzz. An imperceptible wave, imbued with an absolute will of negation, swept through the entire temple like an unseen scythe in an instant. Pop, 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 pop. The subtle sounds of bursting bubbles merged into a chorus. The standing angels, the mighty guardian angels, their forms disintegrated into nothingness upon contact with the wave, vanishing silently like punctured phantoms. The pure angelic power offered no resistance whatsoever, being utterly decomposed and assimilated into the shadow. In mere moments, the temple of the Omni-King, symbolizing the supreme order of the seventh universe, was transformed into a desolate ruin of silence. The crystalline order lay dimmed and devoid of luster, marred by malicious fissures. The once sacred majesty had vanished, leaving only cold despair and a peculiar shadow suspended in the center of the ruins, exuding an aura of annihilation. The scarlet light flickered once more, locking onto the invisible passage leading to the material realm of the seventh universe below the temple. Source of contamination confirmed. Execution, extermination directive. Target, all marked existence. Priority, highest. The shadow writhed, akin to dark ink diffusing into clear water, beginning to seep into the material realm. Earth, West City. Alarms blared throughout Bulma's laboratory. On the immense screen, the energy readings representing Earth, the solar system, and even the fringes of the galaxy fluctuated wildly. Numerous red dots indicating unknown, higher dimensional, and incomprehensible sources of terrifying energy spread across the cosmic map, like a plague, flickering. What on earth is happening? Bulma's face turned ashen, her fingers frantically pounding the console, sweat soaking her hairline. The energy readings exceeded the database limits entirely. Spatial parameters were in disarray. Even the signal from the Omni-King's temple had vanished. She watched as the eternally radiant golden point representing the temple faded and disappeared. A chilling dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Bulma. Gohan's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. He instantaneously appeared in the lab, followed by Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, and others, all with grave expressions and heightened energy. They too sensed the suffocating despair and cold malice enveloping the entire planet and universe. Something ominous was approaching, far more terrifying than any adversary we have encountered. Boom! The alloy dome of the laboratory was torn apart by an invisible force as if it were made of paper. It was not an explosion, but as if erased by an eraser, revealing not a blue sky outside, but a tumultuous expanse of murky darkness, flowing with viscous malevolence beneath a chaotic canopy. That strange shadow that appeared in the temple loomed silently above West City like a nightmare descended upon the earth. 2 points of scarlet light, akin to the gaze of death, coldly swept over the terrified city below. Target association, lower life planet. A profound connection has been detected, marked by an ominous seal. The dry and distorted proclamation reverberates once more within the very souls of all Earth's beings. How infuriating! Whatever it may be, it shall not desecrate our planet. Sun Wukong's voice resonates with resolute fury. He materializes instantaneously before the shadow, his form ablaze with a dazzling platinum aura, the essence of ultimate freedom. His silver hair dances in the air, and his eyes transform into shining silver. He elevates his power to an unprecedented pinnacle. Kakarot, do not act impulsively. Vegeta follows closely behind, his deep blue aura surging fiercely, entering the super blue evolution state. His expression is grave as he senses an unparalleled threat of death emanating from the shadow. Kamehameha. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong unleashes his most formidable attack. The torrent of platinum energy erupts forth like a celestial beacon, imbued with the force to shatter stars, roaring as it hurtles toward the shadow above. Simultaneously, Vegeta bellows. Final flash. The deep blue beam of destruction tears through the fabric of space, merging with Sun Wukong's Kamehameha into an even more terrifying wave of annihilation. This is the combined strike of two of the universe's mightiest warriors, powerful enough to obliterate galaxies. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic onslaught, the shadow does not even shift in form. A crimson glow flickers faintly, inefficient energy impact, absorbing that terrifying torrent of energy, potent enough to devastate galaxies. Upon touching the shadow, flows seamlessly as rivers into the sea. There is no explosion, no shockwave, not even a ripple of energy. As it is silently devoured by the writhing darkness, the outline of the shadow appears all the more defined and profound. What? Sun Wukong and Vegeta's pupils dilate, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. Their mightiest assault has been consumed. Chapter 118. The beginning. The shadow's crimson light locks onto Sun Wukong and Vegeta. High correlation target identified. Threat level, medium. Execute, complete termination. A frigid intent descends, locking onto them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously perceive an indescribable, terrifying sense of confinement, as if the weight of the entire universe bears down upon them. Their bodies, their energy, even their very souls are being forcibly restrained and dissected by a power of a higher dimension. The essence of death has never been so palpable. Damn it! Move! Vegeta lets out a beastly roar, his deep blue aura raging fiercely, striving to break free from the invisible shackles. Blood vessels burst beneath his skin. Yet his proud strength stands as feeble as an ant attempting to shake a tree against that confinement. In Sun Wukong's silver eyes, stars swirl as his body instinctively seeks to enter a deeper state of evasion. Yet the surrounding space feels as though it has solidified into amber, suppressing even the very concept of evasion. The crimson light suddenly blazes intensely. Father, Uncle Vegeta, quickly evade. Gohan's eyes widen in desperation as he unleashes all his strength. A golden aura soaring skyward in an attempt to rush forth and save them. Piccolo's eyes blaze with green light as he swiftly positions himself before Gohan. Gohan, do not go. It is dangerous. A faint sound, almost imperceptible, yet it plunges the entire battlefield into a profound silence. The figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta faded away like images erased by a delete key, dissolving silently under the gaze of two crimson beams of light. There was no struggle, no explosion, no last words. Existence was utterly annulled. Father! Gohan's heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. The golden aura surged violently, tainted by a hint of frenzied blood, fueled by profound grief and rage. Kakarot. Vegeta's furious roar seemed to linger in the air. Yet the trace of his existence had completely vanished. Despair engulfed everything like a chilling tide, submerging all surviving warriors of Earth. Even Sun Wukong and Vegeta were effortlessly erased. What hope remained? The shadowy crimson light coldly swept over the cities of Earth, now engulfed in despair and chaos. Extermination protocol in progress. Progress 1003. Its ever-shifting shadowy form quivered slightly, and countless finer, yet equally lethal crimson gazes, akin to the searchlights of death, instantly dispersed, locking onto every being on Earth emanating a powerful aura. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and those ordinary martial artists who unleashed faint energy in their terror. Gohan, run! Piccolo seized the nearly uncontrollable Gohan, using all his strength to push him towards the direction away from West City. Survive. Seek hope. His green form radiated a final resolute light, charging towards the multitude of crimson beams aimed at him. Special beam cannon. Piccolo let out one last roar. The beam, concentrated with his life force, shot towards the shadow in the sky. Thud. The beam vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Piccolo's figure, under the gaze of converging crimson lights, disintegrated silently like grains of sand scattered by the wind. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, pushed aside, turned back to witness this scene, letting out an even more anguished scream, his golden aura completely shrouded in blood. Yet he did not lose his last shred of sanity. He could not betray the chance Piccolo had fought for with his life. Gritting his teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred and boundless sorrow, he transformed into a blood-golden streak of light, desperately fleeing beyond Earth. Thud, 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 thud. Below, In West City and other cities, countless crimson beams descended, like the scythe of death reaping wheat. Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and all the warriors who attempted to resist, even those ordinary martial artists merely targeted for their robust life energy, vanished silently under that cold gaze, like phantoms erased from existence. The cities crumbled in silence. Buildings peeled away as if weathered, dissipating into nothingness. The terrified cries and desperate screams echoed, only to be swept away by the crimson light in the next moment, along with their sources, returning to the void of silence. Earth, the homeland of Vegeta, once a world brimming with fervor and battle, now appeared to be plunged into a die of despair. The sky was tainted with murky darkness, the land silently perishing, and survivors fled like lambs to the slaughter, pursued by crimson gazes with nowhere to escape. The shadow suspended above the planet resembles a brush of annihilation, coldly and efficiently erasing every trace of life, civilization, and memory from the cosmic canvas. The crimson glow scans the ravaged Earth with the detachment of a scanner, locking onto the faintest remnants of resistance. The proclamation of Extinction Protocol in progress. Progress. 99871 resonates like a funeral toll. At the core of the vortex of origins lies not a tempest of raging energy, but an absolute void that consumes all concepts. Time, space, matter, energy, and even existence itself dissolve here like thin ice plunged into boiling water, returning to oblivion. This is both the genesis and the ultimate end of all things, the chaotic womb that nurtures everything, as well as the final resting place that buries all. Loya floats within this void, devoid of aura or light. His pure white robe seems to merge with the emptiness, while his very presence stands as an unwavering anchor in a realm where even existence is denied. His silver hair no longer flows with starlight, but resembles a frozen river of stars, each strand bearing the weight of the extinguished universe. With closed eyes, his visage is as tranquil as ancient, unyielding ice. Within him, a transformation beyond mortal comprehension unfolds. At the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the white deity, his life form has ascended to a realm where stars are cells, and the universe serves as the very veins of his being. Each gesture embodies the birth and demise of galaxies, the evolution of laws. Yet, at the heart of this vortex, the boundless might of the 8th tier is but a grain of sand in an ocean, instantly diluted and consumed by the infinite void. Pressure. An unparalleled pressure, not of physical compression, but an ultimate negation of all forms of existence emanating from the cosmic source. Under this pressure, every cell formed from compressed stars, every thread woven from the laws of the universe within Loya, emits agonizing groans, as if on the verge of being utterly decomposed, assimilated, and returned to an eternal silence by this absolute nothingness. Yet, Loya does not vanish. Like a rock forged over eons in tumultuous waves, he remains unshattered, beginning a deeper reincarnation under the weight of this ultimate denial. Existence and non-existence define negation and the return to origin. Countless fragments of profound laws, touching the very foundations of universal logic, surge into the depths of Loya's tranquil consciousness as if drawn by a magnet. These fragments transcend concrete energy or laws, embodying more primal and abstract concepts. They collide, annihilate, and reconstitute, with each minuscule shift accompanying the complete disintegration of a stellar cell within Loya and the rebirth of a form more pure and ineffable. This process is both agonizing and gradual. Each disintegration feels as though a cornerstone of existence is being thoroughly uprooted. Each rebirth entails a terrifying consumption that forces the void to anchor itself as existence. Beneath the tranquil visage of Loya lies a fierce struggle between will and the primal laws of existence. His consciousness oscillates precariously along the boundary of existence and non-existence, teetering on the brink of oblivion, ready to dissolve into the void of origin and become part of the chaos. Time is an enigma here. It may stretch into an instant or linger in eternity. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, the silver orbs, akin to an infinite galaxy, suddenly open. There is no eruption of light, no surge of energy, only the completion of a definition. Buzz. At the center of Loya, amidst the absolute void, a thread of white emerges abruptly, yet with an astonishing naturalness. It is neither light nor flame, nor even energy. It is something more fundamental. The ultimate manifestation of existence itself, forcibly defined and endowed with form. This thread of white, though exceedingly faint like a flickering candle in the wind, is pure and resilient. It burns tenaciously, undeterred by the surrounding void capable of obliterating all. Within the minuscule area it illuminates, the absolute nothingness is forcibly expelled in a microcosm. A stable domain composed solely of pure will to exist is instantaneously defined. White God, Ninth Order. Entry level. Loya slowly lowers his head, gazing at his outstretched palm. In the center of his hand, the faint yet eternally undying white dances quietly. He can distinctly feel the transformation within him. He is irrevocably changed. The Eighth Order signifies mastery over the universe, while the Ninth Order signifies the inception of attempts to define the very foundations of the cosmos. It is the true threshold to the authority of origin. Chapter 119. Ruthlessness of Faint. Almost relieved chuckle escapes Loya's lips, reminiscent of dust settling. He feels within himself a rebirth, a new force turning slowly like the embryo of the universe, along with the nearly infinite possibilities represented by that white flame. He lifts his gaze, as if piercing through the layers of chaos in the vortex of origin, to behold the abyssal domain, where chaos is voraciously devouring and undergoing ultimate transformation. The gap is closing. Loya's voice is calm, yet imbued with an air of omnipotent confidence. Your seclusion has not been in vain. Yet, a cold smile curls at the corner of his mouth, and the white flame in his palm flickers, exuding an aura that invites all to silence. This place is indeed a superb training ground. Once I stabilize this realm, Loya's gaze sharpens like a blade. It will be the end for you. At that moment, a clear, melodious alert, imbued with a distinctly human concern, unexpectedly resonates within Loya's consciousness. This sound feels utterly out of place in this desolate realm of origin. Detection of a rupture in the hyperdimensional causal chain. Source: Anchor's root dimension, 7th universe. The cold arc on Loya's face freezes instantly. A translucent virtual interface, swirling with soft blue and white data streams, disregards the laws of the vortex of origin and projects directly into Loya's line of sight. At the center of the interface, a model of the blue star map representing the 7th universe, once stable and luminous, now flickered wildly in a blinding crimson hue. Countless black cracks, signifying existence's demise, marred the model's surface, and it dimmed and disintegrated at a visibly alarming rate. The system's voice, imbued with an unprecedented gravity and a hint of sorrow, urgently reported, "Alert! The core management node of the 7th universe, Xeno, has completely vanished. Existence marks forcibly erased. Abyssal source-level denial authority. Annihilate the executor. The shadow of annihilation unit is at 0. Alert! The secondary management node of the 7th universe, Supreme Kai, has completely vanished. Existence marks forcibly erased. The method of cancellation is the same. Alert! The material realm planet of the 7th universe, Earth, is under massive destructive attack. Energy characteristic analysis has pinpointed the attack source to the shadow of annihilation. The directive traces back to the direct will command of the abyssal sovereign entropy. Objective: annihilate all individuals and dimensions causally linked to the anchor, Vegeta. Lines of chilling text scrolled across the interface, accompanied by brief yet harrowing visual fragments. The ruins of the Xeno's temple, riddled with dark fissures, where the sacred light had been extinguished. The visage of the Supreme Kai, fading into silence under the gaze of blood-red radiance. The terrifying scene above West City on Earth, where a shadow exuding the essence of obliteration loomed, and the city below dissipated like a phantom without a sound. Goku and Vegeta, united in their assault, were engulfed, their forms vanishing in an instant beneath the scarlet glow. Piccolo pushed Gohan away, turning to ash under the focus of several crimson beams. Familiar faces like Krillin and Tien, erased like dust beneath the falling red gaze. Finally, the image froze on Gohan, tears of blood streaming as he fled desperately into the vastness of space, while behind him, the entire Earth, shrouded in the shadow of annihilation, rapidly lost its color like a fading photograph, heading towards utter void. The merciless crimson progress bar flickered. 99,871. In that moment, Loya's pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints upon witnessing the frozen image. An indescribable, terrifying chill, potent enough to freeze the entire vortex of origin, erupted violently from his core. The flickering strand of pure white flame, symbolizing the 9th-tier entry of the White God, surged violently, its hue shifting from pure white to a heart-stopping, soul-piercing golden blaze. This flame no longer contained the essence of creation, but instead embodied a cataclysmic wrath capable of obliterating all. Impossible. For the first time, Loya's voice lost its absolute calm, infused with a hint of incredulity and a cold, rasping metallic tone. He fixated on the point where Goku and Vegeta had vanished, and in his silver eyes, which had just ascended to the 9th tier, the trajectories of countless stars spiraled into a chaotic tempest. These were warriors he had personally guided. The father and brother linked by blood to Vegeta. They were the cornerstone of his domain of order. The system's voice, tinged with a touch of human-like sorrow and urgency, continued, alert ongoing. Based on the residual information flow, Abyss has employed the highest level of information contamination sources, the erosion thought worm and the memory-eating bat, to conduct a hyperdimensional tracing along the life imprint of Vegeta, precisely locating the 7th universe. This extermination operation is a direct act of vengeance by the Abyss sovereign entropy against the obliteration of its messenger, Cossos, and the communication actions of Vegeta. Its aim is to sever the roots of the anchors and, in doing so, deliver a devastating blow to your psyche and that of Vegeta. Revenge severing roots, Loa murmured, each syllable emerging like shards of ice squeezed through clenched teeth. He gazed upon the final, desperate freeze frame of Earth, witnessing Gohan's diminutive yet profoundly vengeful golden bloodlight fleeing into the unknown. An unprecedented, frigid fury surged within him, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons, erupting violently from the depths of his newly ascended soul core. Buzz, the very core of the origin vortex, that absolute void, seemed to tremble at this moment. Shaken by Loa's uncontrollable wrath, invisible ripples emanated wildly from him. The blazing golden flames of fury surrounding him surged and twisted, illuminating him as if he were a vengeful deity returned from the abyss. Entropy, a roar transcending the realm of sound, imbued with the terror of tearing through the fabric of cosmic laws, erupted from Loa's lips. This roar transformed into tangible waves of destruction, crashing violently against the chaotic barriers of the origin vortex. How dare you touch my people? The blazing golden flames burned fiercely in Loa's eyes. The silver galaxy, which should have defined all with its clarity as he ascended to the 9th tier, was now tainted a dark crimson by boundless murderous intent. He fixated intently on the system interface, where the dark mark representing the chaotic singularity of the Abyss Demon Realm incessantly consumed and expanded. Very well. You wish to play for keeps. Loa's voice resonated like millennia of frozen ice scraping against steel, each syllable laced with the intent to freeze souls. He clenched his fists tightly. The pure white flame, newly coalesced and symbolizing the supreme power of the 9th tier, flickered wildly due to the turbulence of his emotions, oscillating violently between blazing gold and the absolute darkness of annihilation. Each flicker provoked the surrounding chaotic essence to emit piercing shrieks of terror. His dark golden eyes remained fixed on the final, despairing image of Gohan, the fleeting golden bloodlight vanishing into the depths of the universe, while behind him, the entire Dragon Ball world faded like a weathered photograph. Under the chilling announcement of the Crimson Progress Bar, 99,871, it silently succumbed to utter voidness. Extermination directive executed. A soul-rending chill of agony, accompanied by a wrath potent enough to incinerate star seas, fiercely grasped at his heart. It was the last piercing alarm from Bulma's laboratory. The frozen astonishment and defiance of Goku and Vegeta before their disappearance, the resolute green glow as Piccolo pushed Gohan away, the final silhouettes of Krillin and Tien in their last stand, and the ultimate terror etched on the faces of countless ordinary beings before their silent obliteration. That was the root. It was Vegeta's root. It was also a once vibrant part of Loa's domain of order. A tremor, delicate yet profound, manifested in the voice of Luoya for the first time. It was not born of fear, but rather a deeper essence was fracturing within him. In Chapter 120, Emotional Turmoil, the three-dimensional model representing Luoya's energy state on the virtual interface flickered dangerously in ominous shades of dark red. 9 chains of law, newly solidified and symbolizing the 9th tier authority, quivered violently, with one even exhibiting fine cracks. Meanwhile, the model representing the abyssal chaotic singularity seemed to accelerate its voracious expansion the moment Luoya's emotions erupted. Ah, that entropy revels in your current state. Will you fall into his trap? Witness your own impotence. The system's voice pierced Luoya's boiling fury like a chilling steel needle. The tragedy of the 7th universe is irrevocably sealed, irretrievable. Yet, Vegeta remains. Broly endures. You are still here. The core coordinates of the origin vortex lie tantalizingly close. To rush forth now would not only fulfill Entropy's sinister designs, plunging Vegeta and Broly into deeper despair and peril, but it would also lead to the total obliteration of the entire realm of order. What could possibly change? What could change? Luoya murmured, his dark, golden eyes fixated on the ever-expanding abyssal mark, observing the precarious state of his energy model on the system interface. The system's cold, ruthless logic washed over him like a torrent of icy water, dousing the flames of his fury. Indeed, to charge forth? With the unstable power of the ninth tier at this moment, to confront the entropy, which had devoured the very foundations of the demon realm and was now at its peak of transformation. What would the outcome be? Mutual destruction? Being ensnared and entirely consumed by entropy's grasp? Or collapsing alongside this freshly attained yet unstable realm, only to witness entropy's malevolent laughter as he obliterated the origin vortex, dragging down Vegeta, Broly, and all that he cherished, along with the entire realm of order, into the abyss of complete erasure that the seventh universe had just endured? The final blood-curdling cry of Son Gohan, Bulma's frozen terror, and Piccolo's resolute silhouette were their sacrifices merely to satiate his fleeting wrath, hastening the demise of the entire realm of order? Luoya abruptly shut his eyes, emitting a howl of excruciating pain, akin to a trapped beast. His tightly clenched fists creaked under the strain, the knuckles protesting against the unbearable burden, while the flickering, scorching black flame in his palm threatened to sear through his flesh. Reason and rage clashed violently within the depths of his soul. One side represented cold logic, the harshness of reality, and the weight of the survival of countless beings resting upon his shoulders. The other, a boiling bloodlust, an agonizing hatred, and the ultimate suffering of watching his home erased. Powerless to intervene, time seemed to freeze within the eerie silence of the vortex's core. Only the turbulent, unstable energy fluctuations surrounding Luoya and the frantic, flashing red alerts on the system interface testified to the ferocity of this silent battle. Uncertain how long this standoff lasted, perhaps merely a fleeting moment, or an eternity, Luoya's clenched fist gradually began to loosen. The flicker of flame in the palm of his hand, after a violent dance of brightness and dimness, ultimately converged with great difficulty, transforming back into the original pure white, a symbol of definition and creation. Yet within that pristine whiteness lingered an inescapable trace of cold ash. He slowly opened his eyes. Those orbs were no longer the burning dark gold, nor the silvery gray of one at the dawn of the ninth tier, but rather an unfathomable black, as if it had absorbed all light, reminiscent of the absolute void before the birth of the cosmos. There was no anger, no sorrow, no emotional turbulence, only a profound stillness that froze time and space, encasing the soul in an absolute silence. The tumultuous energy radiating from him was abruptly stilled, as if held down by an invisible hand. The precarious chain of ninth-tier laws ceased its trembling, its cracks forcibly sealed by an even colder, more potent will. The blinding red alerts on the system interface quietly extinguished, restoring a stable flow of blue and white data. The system's voice emerged, still cold and precise, but with a deeper, more human concern. It sensed that Luoya's calmness at this moment was far more terrifying than his earlier rage. Luoya did not respond to the system. His dark, abyssal eyes, akin to wells leading to the end of the universe, gazed tranquilly at the dim gray mark on the system interface, signaling the complete annihilation of the seventh universe. When Luoya finally spoke, his voice was as calm as a placid surface, devoid of any ripples, as if the cold metal were grinding against itself in an environment of absolute zero. All matters pertaining to the seventh universe must not be disclosed to Vegeta. I can assist you in blocking this. The records of the seventh universe extinction event and related details, Zeno, the Grand Priest, Earth, Son Goku, etc., are under the highest level of logical ban. Information shielding for Vegeta, Broly, and all others has been activated, shielding intensity, conceptual level. Any information flow that might provoke associative thoughts will be forcibly filtered and distorted, the system promptly responded. Reason for shielding, Luoya's voice remained unwavering. Vegeta's current power and mindset cannot endure the pain of severing origins. An extreme emotional outburst could lead to a loss of control over his power, disrupting the core strategy of the origin vortex and potentially allowing for entropy to exploit it. Broly has only just begun to grasp the legendary power, and his mental anchor remains unstable. Luoya merely uttered a simple syllable in acknowledgement. His obsidian gaze shifted elsewhere, seemingly penetrating layers of chaos, where he beheld the golden-haired figure of Vegeta, exuding a stable aura of the fifth tier, engaged in conversation with Yar, the very same warrior who had just vanquished Casus. Radiating absolute confidence, and boldly proclaimed his readiness against the Lord of the Abyss. The child who had recently lost his father, brother, all blood relatives, and his entire homeland. A fleeting, excruciating pang, subtle yet potent enough to freeze the soul, flickered deep within the frozen lake of Luo Ya's heart. So swiftly that even the system could not capture it. Adjust the plan. Luo Ya's voice resonated once more, cold, efficient, devoid of any emotion. Core Vortex Coordinate Analysis. Priority remains unchanged. Elevate monitoring of entropy's power to the maximum. I require the most precise data at the moment he emerges. Beget and Broly's gazes swept across the energy markers representing them on the system interface, akin to a final blade, sharp, unyielding. Monitoring level has been elevated. Beget. Broly's status monitoring has been synchronously reinforced, the system responded. At that moment, a gentle point of light flickered at the edge of the interface, indicating a communication request. Master. Beget's voice resonated through the system, steady and powerful. The units lurking in the abyss have been completely eradicated. Casus has been obliterated, and his fundamental laws have been stripped and annihilated. I have conveyed the message to the abyss as per your prior instructions. He paused, his tone imbued with absolute confidence and a hint of cold, lethal intent. The life of entropy is within my grasp at any moment. Loya quietly observed Beget on the screen, noting the pride and battle spirit reflected in his azure eyes, and the decisive ruthlessness with which he spoke of entropy's life. All of this was built upon the thoroughly erased foundation known as home. Well done, Beget. Loya's voice emanated through the system, calm, gentle, imbued with unwavering praise and guidance. Devoid of any discord. Your command over power has become increasingly refined. The demise of Casus will make the abyss understand the cost of outdated intelligence. He paused slightly, a profound stillness dwelling within his obsidian eyes, akin to the deepest winter frost. Continue to solidify your realm. The core coordinates of the origin vortex are about to manifest. The final battle is nigh. The abyss's counterattack will be all the more frenzied. You and Broly shall be the blades that rend the darkness. Maintain this edge and composure. Yes, master. Beget's battle spirit surged, nodding vigorously. Broly and I are on standby at any moment. Rest assured, Lord Loya, yours softly affirmed. Her pure gaze filled with steadfast determination. The communication ended, and the virtual interface vanished. In the core of the origin vortex, only Loya remained, accompanied by the eternal roar of chaos. He hovered in silence, his obsidian eyes directed toward the abyssal domain, toward the chaotic singularity that devoured all, born solely for destruction. In his palm, a thread of pure white flame quietly burned, emanating an essence that defined all existence. Yet, at the core of that pure white, a shadow darker than ink, colder than the abyss, settled silently like the deepest of imprints. Frozen wrath burned within the stillness. Suppressed murderous intent was tempered in silence. Abyss of entropy, cleanse your neck and await. Chapter 121. Impact. The chaotic storm at the core of the origin vortex gradually calmed behind Loya, akin to a tamed beast. His obsidian gaze swept over the rolling, viscous darkness, penetrating through endless time and space to precisely lock onto the two waiting figures in the outer corridor of the sanctuary. Beget's golden hair shimmered with a sharp brilliance under the light of order, while Broly stood like a silent volcano, the newly harnessed legendary power surging within him, accompanied by a barely perceptible wildness. Time was running short. The voice of Luo Ya resonated within the stillness of the vortex, cold yet imbued with an undeniable determination. Before he swiftly returned to the temple, a hum reverberated as Luo Ya's figure momentarily blurred in place, akin to a distorted image plagued by poor signal. In the next instant, he silently appeared upon the warm, jade-like floor of the temple's pristine corridor, merely 10 paces away from Vegeta and Broly. The transition of space was so seamless that it bore no hint of disturbance, as if he had always been standing there. Master. Vegeta was the first to notice, his cerulean eyes locking onto Luo Ya with the sharpness of a hawk. He promptly bowed, his posture a blend of respect and fervent combat spirit. Beside him, Broly was slightly slower to react. His massive form tensed subtly, and as his silver eyes, which contained the power of the cosmos, regarded Luo Ya, They reflected a newfound reverence mixed with an instinctual wildness. Master, Elia also hastily bowed, her pure gaze filled with concern. Luo Ya's eyes, like cold probes, swiftly scanned the three. Vegeta's internal power at the 5th level of the White God was harmonized and restrained, akin to a perfectly polished diamond. Broly's aura resembled a profound nebula, vast yet tinged with the recently tamed ferocity, his Super Saiyan Blue state stable. Though Luo Ya distinctly perceived the crude bone pendant within the depths of his soul that served as a psychological anchor, Elia's power, though relatively weak, was marked by a pure and resilient will to protect. Indeed, Luo Ya nodded slightly, his obsidian eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation, his voice steady as ever. The outer perimeter has been cleansed thoroughly. Kasos's information has been utterly obliterated. The Abyss will not be able to decipher his demise in the short term. He paused, his gaze settling upon Vegeta, whose calm demeanor belied an invisible pressure, as though his very soul were being scrutinized. Control at the 5th level is commendable, yet it lacks sharpness. Luo Ya's voice carried a chilling timbre. The backlash of entropy will far exceed that of Kasos. He has consumed the very foundation of the abyssal demon realm, and his power is undergoing a frenzied metamorphosis. The next appearance will be either his true form or the destruction weapon forged by his own hands. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, his azure pupils igniting with fierce determination. Whatever comes, I shall shatter it completely. Master, my power can grow even stronger. He clenched his fists, the platinum flames dancing momentarily upon his surface, causing the space around him to emit a subtle hum. Broly also let out a low growl, the brilliance of the cosmic source flowing through him slightly rippling, as the wild light flickered in his silver eyes. Power needs to be tempered through battle. Luo Ya's gaze shifted to Broly, his dark eyes seeming to penetrate the very essence of his Super Saiyan Blue form, perceiving the slumbering primordial beast deep within his bloodline. The legendary power is preliminarily tamed. Yet, your will has not yet truly transcended the instincts of your lineage. His voice struck Broly's heart like a cold hammer. Anger is your source of strength, but uncontrolled rage will consume you and annihilate all around you. What you require is not merely power, but the heart to wield that power. Broly's massive form shuddered slightly, a flicker of struggle and confusion passing through his silver eyes, as he instinctively tightened his grip on the bone pendant at his chest. Time is the singular resource we find ourselves lacking. Loya's gaze swept across the trio before finally settling upon a portal at the depths of the corridor, composed of countless flowing runes of order. This portal serves as the entrance to the core area of the temple, the Hall of Temporal Spirits. The coordinates of the origin vortex are on the verge of revealing themselves, and the moment of entropy's emergence draws near. We cannot afford to wait for nature to take its course. He raised his hand, pointing toward the portal, where the runes danced in perpetual motion. The Hall of Temporal Spirits, within which the flow of time is under my command. An instant in the outside world equates to a millennium within. It shall be your final crucible. In Loya's obsidian eyes, beneath the stillness that froze all existence, a glimmer of absolute control flickered. Vegeta, your objective is to transcend the threshold of the 6th tier of the White God, to touch the very edges of causal interference. Broly, your task is to ignite the legendary blood within you completely, merging primal instinct with will, to strive for the fabled Super Saiyan 7. He turned his gaze toward the two, his voice suddenly heavy, akin to a decree of the laws. I shall personally oversee every breath you take, every ounce of power you wield. The process will be excruciating, potentially annihilating your very souls. Now, tell me your choice. Step through this portal, and bear the consequences of life and death. To retreat, too, would bring no reproach. Vegeta hesitated not at all. He stepped forward, his golden locks swirling without wind, his azure eyes ablaze with fierce combat spirit and unwavering confidence. Master, I choose to enter. The dog's life in the abyss must end by my own hand. What is this pain, after all? The aura of the 5th tier of the White God erupted around him, warping the very space in the vicinity. Broly paused for a moment, his massive hand gripping the bone pendant at his chest, the rough pads of his fingers brushing against its cold surface. He lifted his gaze, the silver in his eyes shining with unprecedented clarity and resolve. I will go in. Power is mine to wield. To protect requires strength. The cosmic aura enveloping him instantly solidified and deepened, akin to a star core on the brink of eruption. Excellent. A nearly imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of Loya's lips, though the curve held no warmth. Yar, Guard the entrance to the Hall of Time. Any who approach, be they friend or foe, shall be put to death without exception. Yes, my lord. Yar responded with solemnity, her pure eyes instantly shrouded in icy intent. A concentrated halo of starlight unfurling beneath her feet, as a powerful protective barrier enveloped the area around the entrance. Loya spoke no further, his dark sleeves sweeping gracefully. Suddenly, the portal of order runes swung open. Within was not a scene, but a chaotic whirlpool, ceaselessly twisting and swirling, as if capable of devouring all light. A breath of temporal turbulence, far surpassing that of the temple, surged forth, enough to freeze the very soul. Follow. With that command, Loya stepped into the chaotic vortex, his figure instantly consumed by the distorted light. Vegeta and Broly exchanged a resolute glance, each recognizing the fierce determination mirrored in the other's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they followed suit, transforming into two streaks of light, plunging boldly into the entrance that led to the unknown realms of time and trial. Chapter 122. The Cosmic Spirit Time Chamber. The Cosmic Spirit Time Chamber is not a conventional room, but rather an extraordinary dimension forcibly defined and isolated from the myriad multiverse timelines. Beneath one's feet lies a flowing expanse of shimmering light, reminiscent of a liquid galaxy, both resplendent and frigid. Above, countless cataclysmic cosmic phenomena, simulated by the will of Loa, rage in a tempestuous dimensional storm. With a gravitational field so terrifying it could crush a white dwarf star, and an entropy-infused cold realm capable of tearing souls apart. Extreme environments emerge and dissipate like breaths in this chaotic space. Loa hovers at the center of this dimension, akin to a creator wielding dominion over all. His obsidian eyes observe with calm intensity the newly arrived Vegeta and Broly. As they step into this realm, the omnipresent, terrifying pressure mercilessly slams them against the flowing light. Ugh! Vegeta lets out a muffled groan, his fifth-tier protective field compressed to its limits, emitting a strained whine under the unbearable burden. He feels as though he has been cast into the core of a neutron star, every bone within him screaming in agony. Roar! Broly unleashes a deep growl, his Super Saiyan form vibrating violently, the wild light in his silver eyes flaring up. The overwhelming pressure and chaos ignite the primal fury buried deep within his bloodline. Adapt to it. Loa's frigid voice resonates like a decree, echoing in the depths of their souls. Every ounce of pressure here serves as a precursor to the entropy that will soon assail you. Your objective is not to resist, but to master. Master the environment, just as you master the power within yourselves. With a gesture, he points towards a newly formed area of deadly storms, composed of countless chaotic spatial rifts. Vegeta, enter. Utilize your will of existence to define those chaotic fissures, to untangle and smooth them, transforming them into a part of your domain. Fail to do so, and await a fate of being ravaged by the shards of space. Vegeta grits his teeth, his eyes resolute, devoid of any retreat. With a fierce roar, his platinum aura erupts, defiantly confronting the immense pressure as he becomes a streak of light hurtling into the storm of death. Sizzle, sizzle, countless spatial rifts, akin to ravenous sharks, lunge toward him instantaneously. Vegeta channels his fifth-tier defining power to its utmost, his hands sweeping forth as the intangible force of order attempts to forcibly smooth out the rifts. Yet, the chaos of this space far exceeds that of the outside world. His power is but a drop in the ocean. As he momentarily smooths one rift, three more tier open beside it. A shard of space, like an invisible blade, swiftly cleaves through his protective aura, leaving a gaping, bloody gash visible to the bone on his left arm. Too slow. Definition is not mere brute force. Loa's voice pierces his mind like an icicle, resonating with the strings of spatial perception. Identify their chaotic nodes. Use your will to manipulate them. Like plucking the strings of a harp, Vegeta endures the excruciating pain, his azure eyes reflecting the rapid birth and death of stars, his focus sharpening to an extraordinary degree. He no longer attempts to forcibly smooth out every rift, but instead condenses his perception into the finest thread, probing into the depths of the tempestuous spatial turbulence. He sees it. The spatial rifts are not entirely chaotic. Their source lies within a few frenetic nodes, swirling like the core of a vortex. Give me order. Vegeta roared, channeling all his will and strength into his fingertips, and with a fierce jab at one of the most violent nodes, he struck. Buzz. The chaotic spatial rift in that area twisted madly, as if the pause button had been pressed, suddenly freezing. although it lasted but a fleeting moment before being violently torn apart by even more chaotic currents. That brief moment of control ignited a spark in Vegeta's eyes. Effective. No longer hesitating, he navigated through the storm of death with great difficulty, each precise jab managing to momentarily solidify a region of chaos. Though still battered and his breath rapidly depleting, his mastery of the power of definition was evolving before the eyes, becoming increasingly exquisite and efficient. Meanwhile, Broly, Loa's cold voice turned toward the green figure struggling like a wild beast within the terrifying gravitational field. Here, the gravity index was billions of times greater than that of the outside world, and the space was as viscous as glue. Broly's Super Saiyan form was compressed tightly against his skin, each movement akin to traversing through hypersolid metal, accompanied by the groans of muscles and bones under immense strain. In his silver eyes, the crimson madness surged like a tide, relentlessly crashing against the rational barrier instigated by the bone pendant. Suppress your fury. Feel it. Guide it. Loa's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Anger is fuel, not a shackle. Infuse your will into every boiling drop of blood. Let the wildness become your armor. Not an uncontrollable beast. Loa raised his hand, reaching out to Broly with a firm grip. Boom. The gravitational index surrounding Broly skyrocketed once again. Simultaneously, an absolute zero cold wave, capable of freezing souls, materialized out of thin air, crashing down upon him. The extreme pressure and frigid cold bore down simultaneously. Broly's cosmic film instantly became riddled with minute cracks. He let out a painful roar, the legendary blood within him igniting like a powder keg. The furious power striving uncontrollably to burst forth and shatter this damned restraint. Ugh! Broly's eyes were instantly engulfed in crimson. The primal roar nearly tore through his throat. His massive form trembled violently, muscles stretching to their limits, veins bulging like twisted serpents beneath his skin. The tightly gripped bone pendant was on the verge of being crushed in his grasp. Steady yourself, Broly. Loa's thunderous admonition resonated like a clap of thunder, urging him to remember what he was fighting to protect. Is your power meant for destruction, or to safeguard that which exists? Guard the bone pendant, and let Lord Loa's guiding gaze illuminate that which has been humanized, a faint yet incredibly resilient glimmer of will, struggling to shine through the tempest of chaotic power and pain that filled Broly's soul, like an anchor chain clinging desperately amidst raging waves. Roar! Broly unleashed a roar that was entirely different from before, no longer merely a cry of pain and madness, but infused with a struggle, a resolute will. He forcibly suppressed the primal force about to erupt within him, compressing the anger capable of tearing apart galaxies inward, as if forging steel in a furnace, injecting it into his every limb and sinew. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Beneath the immense pressure, biting cold, and the relentless constraints of his own will, the fragile cosmic membrane of his being began to implode, coalescing into a denser, more substantial form. It resembled a liquid nebula collapsing into a star. The tumultuous force emanating from within was forcibly contained, transmuted into a more profound and terrifying defense. He abruptly lifted his gaze, within the silvery depths of his eyes. A flicker of resolute will locked onto Loa, akin to a beacon of hope amidst despair. Despite his body trembling under the weight of pressure and chill, the chaotic aura threatening to spiral out of control was brutally suppressed. Excellent. A glimmer of approval flashed in Loa's obsidian eyes, though it quickly turned colder. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Vegeta, Broly, your adversary shall not grant you respite. The next round commences. Time raced wildly in this dimension, wholly under Loa's dominion. While mere moments may have passed outside, within this temporal sanctuary, a century, even a millennium, had elapsed. Under Loa's merciless tutelage, Vegeta relentlessly pushed his limits. Chapter 123. A dual breakthrough dimensional labyrinth. He was thrust into an ever-folding, stretching space, akin to a kaleidoscope, where he had to maintain absolute spatial awareness amid rapid movement to narrowly evade fatal dimensional traps, all while employing his defining power to stabilize delicate spatial nodes. Slow down. Spatial perception. Your line must become a needle piercing through dimensions. Loa's admonition was as relentless as a parasite. Law storm. He found himself amid an energy tempest composed of chaotic fundamental laws, where the frenzied currents of law could tear apart any structure of order. He had to utilize his domain of existence to decipher, assimilate, and even forcibly reverse those chaotic laws, turning them to his advantage. Analyze it. Deconstruct it. Your will surpasses chaos. Define your order. Countless times, Beijite's domain shattered, his body drenched in blood, yet Loya relentlessly pulled him back from the brink of death, compelling him to continue. Mirror Duel. Loya, based on chaotic primordial essence, created a mirror clone that perfectly replicated Beijite's current powers, including combat experience and instincts. The two Beijites engaged in a frenzied battle in an extreme environment, with each clash pushing the limits of power control and battle acumen. Defeating him means conquering your past self. Only by surpassing oneself can one touch the threshold of the sixth tier. Beijite was repeatedly driven to the edge by his own mirror image, battered and bruised. Yet in this brutal training, he refined his power, achieving an unparalleled mastery of his will. Broly's trials were even more primal and feral. Primal battlefield. Loya simulated the chaotic battleground at the universe's inception, where laws were yet to be established. Countless colossal beasts, born of pure destructive will, charged at him in an unending wave. Broly had to maintain absolute rationality amidst this slaughtering hell, transforming his rage into the strength to annihilate these titanic foes, tearing them apart with the most ferocious of attacks while safeguarding the spiritual anchor formed from the bone talisman within him, preventing the carnage from consuming his very essence. Rage is a weapon. Will is the hand that wields the blade. Kill. But remember who you are. Broly roared amidst a sea of corpses and blood, his silver eyes oscillating between crimson and clarity. With each successful suppression of his fury, the cosmic membrane enveloping his form became increasingly refined, his power more profound. In the realm of the heart's demons, Luoya directly summoned the deepest memories of Broly's soul, the chilling life pod, the avaricious and deranged gaze of his father, Paragus, the unending battles, and the myriad of agonies that flooded his mind with negative emotions, urging him to unleash his rage completely. Broly was adrift in a hellish abyss. Each temptation from the illusions to release his power was met with the stinging pain of the bone pendant lodged in his chest, awakening him from the trance. He grasped the pendant as if it were a lifeline, emitting a pained yet resolute roar within the illusion. I am Broly, not a weapon. This power is mine. In the entropy cage, Luoya constructed a realm of absolute decay, simulating the power of entropy. Within its confines, Broly's strength would irreversibly dissipate, decomposing, with even his will being eroded. He must ignite the deepest spark of vitality from his legendary bloodline amidst the despair of his waning power, forcibly reversing the decay, and achieving rebirth through destruction. In the culmination of demise, he sought the flicker of life. The blood of legends shall never extinguish. Ignite it. Amidst the terror of swiftly vanishing power, Broly unleashed a defiant roar, repeatedly extracting the potential of his lineage. The cosmic membrane on his surface transformed, shifting from a dark red to a more profound and restrained shade of purple gold, amidst the tug-of-war between decay and renewal. Yair stood guard at the entrance of the time house, feeling through the rune-etched portal the terrifying waves of energy emanating from within, akin to the apocalypse of the universe, and the occasional oppressive roars of pain that penetrated the barrier. Her heart tightened, her pure gaze filled with concern. Yet her resolve to protect the barrier remained unwavering. Time lost its significance. Within the time house, moments stretched into eternity. Vegeta found himself in a terrifying expanse composed of pure causal turbulence. Countless illusory threads representing the possibilities of past, present, and future entangled wildly, fracturing and reconstituting. He was ensnared by innumerable causal threads, dragged towards an inevitable fate of death, obliteration, and failure. His realm of existence fluctuated violently under the turmoil. On the brink of collapse. Define. Intervene. Luoya's cold voice resonated like the final judgment. Causality is also a rule. Why cannot your will become a new cause? Vegeta, drenched in blood, felt utterly drained, yet his eyes shone with an unprecedented brilliance and madness. He relinquished his resistance against the forces dragging him down, instead consolidating all his remaining will and strength into a singular point, like the last desperate strike from the depths of despair. He directed a roar, surpassing his limits. At the thickest causal thread linking him to his obliterated fate, my existence is the variable. Cut it. A surge of entirely new power, transcending mere definitions of law, erupted from the depths of his soul. It was not sheer brute force, but a higher dimensional intervention. Like an invisible hand of fate, it forcibly intervened in that causal thread. Crack. The sound echoed as if the strings of destiny had been severed. The thread connecting Annihilation's cause and effect, under the overwhelming will of Vegeta, was forcibly twisted and redirected towards an entirely new, unknown outcome. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as if a barrier within Vegeta had been utterly breached. A vast torrent of power, imbued with peculiar interferences, surged forth. The shimmering platinum aura surrounding him transformed into a deeper, more intrinsic dark gold. Countless intricate runes, akin to threads of fate, flowed and flickered across his form. He attained the sixth-tier realm of causal interference. Simultaneously, Broly found himself suppressed by a colossal scarlet beast. A monstrous manifestation of his uncontrolled rage, magnified 100-fold. The beast opened its fearsome maw, intent on devouring him along with the bone pendant. Protect myself. Broly let out a hoarse, desperate roar. No longer did he attempt to stifle the overwhelming fury. Instead, he ignited all his wrath and primal instincts, merging them with the warmth of memories and unwavering resolve that the pendant evoked. A roar erupted, akin to the birth of creation itself, shaking the very fabric of the mental time chamber. The purplish-golden cosmic membrane enveloping Broly shattered like a fragile eggshell. In its place emerged an indescribable, primordial radiance reminiscent of the dawn of chaos. His form did not expand, but instead became more refined and potent, rather than fur. His body was cloaked in a layer of dark red energy resembling flowing cosmic magma. His hair transformed into a blazing white, engulfed in chaotic flames, each strand standing erect, with tips glowing like celestial orbs. His eyes became a profound black, akin to black holes devouring all light. A tail, crackling with chaotic lightning, thrashed wildly behind him. Even more terrifying was the aura he exuded. No longer the vastness of cosmic origin, it transcended the laws, embodying the absolute wildness and power of primordial chaos. With every movement, space silently disintegrated, and the flow of time became erratic. The Super Saiyan 7, born of chaotic fury. Chapter 124. The surging throne. The beast that had suppressed him crumbled in the face of this pure, higher-level chaotic ferocity, akin to encountering a true monarch, emitting a fearful wail before disintegrating into nothingness. The dimensional space of the mental time chamber reached its breaking point. Overwhelmed by Vegeta's sixth-tier breakthrough and the chaotic force of Broly's transformation. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering echoed continuously. The flowing starlit ribbons fractured inch by inch. The simulated cosmic wonders dissipated like bubbles. The entire dimensional space was laced with web-like fissures of darkness. Turbulent temporal currents surged madly through the cracks. Oomph, Luoya scoffed, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his inky eyes. He raised his hand abruptly, grasping at the crumbling dimensional space. Buzz, an immense force of platinum order, imbued with absolute defining will, erupted explosively. Like an invisible web, it instantaneously enveloped the entire space on the brink of collapse. The rampant turbulence of time and space was forcibly stilled, smoothed out. The shattered spatial structure resembled a reversed image, rapidly mending and restoring. In mere moments, this dimension, ravaged and riddled with wounds, was forcibly restored to its former state under the might of Luoya's ascension to the 9th tier. It was as if the cataclysmic breakthrough had never transpired. Only the two figures standing at the center of the space bore witness to the transformative changes that attested to the reality of it all. Vegeta radiated a profound, dark golden glow, with the threads of fate manifesting as ethereal runes upon his surface. He gently clenched his fist, sensing within him a newfound power, capable of subtly altering the threads of destiny, his eyes gleaming with a sharp brilliance that spoke of mastery over all. At the 6th tier, Broly hovered silently. His formidable physique, cloaked in molten crimson armor, coupled with his blazing white hair ignited by chaotic flames, presented an image of primal ferocity. His obsidian eyes, akin to black holes that devoured all, emanated an untamed wildness that silenced the cosmos. The power of the Super Saiyan 7 surged within him. Akin to a slumbering chaotic behemoth, he cast a glance at his energy-laden hand, then gradually raised it, tenderly grasping the bone pendant upon his chest, a motion imbued with a reverent gentleness that contrasted starkly with his overwhelming might. Luoya's ebony eyes swept over the two, and beneath the chilling stillness that froze all existence, a barely perceptible satisfaction flickered within him. He spoke slowly, his voice still icy, yet tinged with a resolute finality. The training is complete. The battle between Vegeta and Broly is about to commence. In the abyssal demon realm, Within the region of the eternal silence throne, there was no throne, nor was there a region. Only a pure void remained, thoroughly consumed. Absolute darkness served as the sole backdrop. Space, time, and even the very concept of existence had been twisted and diluted to their limits within this realm. Only a singular core point, an existence beyond description, signified the dominion of this place. It was not a singularity, but the very essence of annihilation. No longer violently expanding and consuming, it had collapsed to an extreme, condensed to an unimaginable density. Its form was ever-changing, at times resembling a slowly rotating black hole that devoured all light, at other times transforming into a tumultuous nebula, seemingly housing billions of universes simultaneously fading into silence, and at moments crystallizing into a vague, yet immensely terrifying phantom of a throne of destruction that made the multiverse tremble. Each transformation was accompanied by a silent, yet soul-crushing resonance of law. It was the ultimate echo of entropy's culmination, the finality of all existence. In the other regions of the abyssal demon realm that had yet to be consumed, a profound silence and frenzied shuddering had already taken hold. Those abyssal lords, demon gods, and even the lowest-tier fiends who had narrowly escaped the engulfing void, regardless of how distant they were in twisted dimensions, felt their souls ensnared in a single moment by an irresistible, terrifically cold will that froze thought itself. I have returned. A voice reverberates deep within the very essence of all beings from the abyss. No longer is it a chaotic echo, but rather a chilling, clear declaration, imbued with an absolute will that transcends all creation. Each syllable strikes like the hammer of an unyielding law upon their consciousness. Boom! Countless abyssal realms tremble violently at the moment this will descends. The weaker fiends are rendered to dust before they can even utter a cry, obliterated by this pure pressure of intent. The powerful abyssal lords and demons find themselves crushed beneath an invisible hand, their souls emitting piercing screams of unbearable burden. The throne of eternal silence is but a memory. I am the abyss. I am the end. That frigid voice proclaims, akin to the universe's final judgment. The order of the insignificant, Loa Yabiajite Broly, who has usurped the origins in a bid to obstruct my return, has sullied my majesty with the blood of the abyss. The voice suddenly escalates, transforming into a soul-rending shriek. Such sins must be punished. Their flesh, blood, and souls, along with all the remnants of the order they protect, shall serve as a sacrificial offering for my ascendance to the primordial source. A terrifying intent akin to a corporeal ice storm engulfs all abyssal beings. Countless realms freeze instantaneously, cracking under the weight of this decree. All denizens of the abyss heed my command. The cold voice, carrying an undeniable absolute mandate, heralds the commencement of the holy war. The target, the whirlpool of origins, the temple of order, and all entities associated with Loa. Kill, kill, kill. Tear apart the barriers of order with your claws. Incinerate the traces of life with your demonic flames. Use your souls to carve a blood path to the primordial source. I shall personally descend upon the battlefield and eradicate Loa and all its minions from existence. Their wails shall transform into the eternal battle song of the abyss. Should we triumph, chaos shall engulf all. All shall ultimately return to my eternal silence. Should we falter, you, along with the realms you inhabit, shall become my sustenance. There is no retreat, only annihilation or being annihilated. Battle. The final word ignites the fuse of cosmic destruction. Boom. Chapter 125. The end approaches the abyss. The entire abyssal realm erupts into chaos. Countless fiends unleash frantic roars from their lairs. Bloodthirst, madness, and an absolute terror of that supreme existence ignite their deepest, primal desires for destruction. The horn of war is sounded at this moment, by the very essence of the end. The abyssal lords struggle to lift their heads under the oppressive force, their eyes gleaming with a blend of greed, fear, and madness. They comprehend that this is the ultimate gamble. Victory means stepping into the primordial realm alongside the sovereign, gaining unparalleled power. Defeat implies eternal damnation. For the abyss, for the Lord of Endings. The howls of the Abyss Eater General Ball, residual projection, resonate in some realm. Tear apart order. Devour everything. The wails of the demonic shadow, newly emerged, echo through the distorted space. Kill, kill, kill. The roars of millions of fiends converge into a torrent of annihilation. The spatial barriers of countless abyssal realms are forcibly torn asunder. The abyssal warships, diverse in form, are colossal beasts of war composed of the bones of demons and chaotic energies. They surge forth like an unstoppable deluge, accompanied by an unending tide of monstrous entities, enveloping everything in raging infernos of magic and chaos, akin to a cataclysmic flood bursting through the banks, emerging from countless dimensional rifts. Their target, the very core of the realm of order, the vortex of origins, and the temple of order. At the moment of the return of the Lord of the End, the war machines of the abyss ignite with unparalleled madness, operating at full capacity. And at the fringes of the abyssal core, now wholly consumed, where only the essence of annihilation remains, lies a profoundly secretive absolute, forbidden zone, formed by the twisted and layered chaos of countless laws. Here, the space manifests a morbid, blood-red hue that perpetually seeps, while the flow of time is chaotic, occasionally freezing, then accelerating to unimaginable speeds. At the center, a colossal blood-colored chrysalis pulsates slowly, reminiscent of a living heart. Its surface is adorned with a multitude of abyssal runes that writhe incessantly, emanating a terrifying aura older and more obscure than that of the Eternal Throne. Each heartbeat elicits anguished moans from the surrounding dark red space, as if the very foundation of the abyss is drawing strength from it. Within the chrysalis, a far larger and deeper silhouette can be vaguely discerned, radiating an unsettling gravitational pull that transcends ordinary abyssal titans, hinting at a connection to another realm. This force greedily absorbs the purest essence of chaos condensed in this forbidden zone, as well as the despair and destruction emanating from battlefields scattered throughout the abyss. On the surface of the chrysalis, an ancient abyssal rune composed of pure destructive will flicker subtly, conveying a chilling and potent wave of intent. The end has returned. The curtain shall rise. What I require is more sustenance, more despair. When I break free from my chrysalis, the origin and the end shall both be my nourishment. All kings, Loa and entropy, shall be my stepping stones to ascendancy. The pulsations of the blood-colored chrysalis seem to grow stronger and more ravenous with the transmission of this intent. It is the ultimate predator lurking in the darkest recesses of the abyss, patiently awaiting the commencement of the final feast, eager to devour every victor and vanquished soul. The Lord of the End has descended, and the torrent of war has commenced. Within this blood-soaked forbidden zone, another ancient and insatiable king is poised to conclude its prolonged slumber. The entrance to the vortex of origins and the pure white radiance of the Temple of Order have become the final beacon and sole target in this sweeping war of annihilation across the multiverse. The torrent of war from the abyss surges forth like a myriad of murky rivers, entangled with destruction and madness, bursting from countless torn dimensional rifts. They tear through the fragile spatial barriers at the edge of the realm of order, akin to a ravenous swarm of locusts descending upon the last oasis. Their aim directed at the floating lighthouse of the Temple of Order, positioned at the crossroads of chaos and order. Surrounding the temple, the once pure white corridors, which had been touched by the battle between Vegeta and Kossos and subsequently restored by the might of order, have now become the forefront of a bloody battlefield. Boom, 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 boom. Countless beams of destruction, ablaze with the infernal flames of the abyss, poured down upon the protective barrier of the sanctuary like a torrential downpour. The war beast, forged from the bones of demons and twisted metal, unleashed a corrosive breath that could erode the very fabric of law, relentlessly battering against the shield. Even more terrifying was the seemingly endless tide of monstrous entities, surging forth like a black tsunami. Fearless in their assault, they sacrificed their claws, their bodies, and even unleashed chaotic energies through self-detonation to drain the barrier's strength. The sanctuary's protective barrier throbbed violently, its pure order glowing dimmer under the relentless onslaught of the abyssal flames, emitting strained groans as fissures spiderwebbed across its surface, mending only to crack again. Hold fast. For the sanctuary. For order. A celestial general, clad in resplendent starry armor and wielding a colossal war trident, roared defiantly. He brandished his weapon, the blinding light of divine order sweeping away the encroaching fiends into ash. Yet, more monsters immediately rushed to fill the void, their crimson eyes ablaze with a singular desire for destruction. Repair team. Energy node overload. The strength of the third quadrant barrier has decreased by 37. Another deity, controlling a massive crystal magic array, cried urgently. The order runes cascading from her fingertips flowed like a waterfall, desperately mending the damaged nodes of the barrier. Long-range fire. Concentrate on that star-devourer beast. Its acidic breath poses a grave threat to the barrier. Commanded yet another divine being, orchestrating the sanctuary's defensive array. As pure energy beams shot forth like arrows towards a moving mountain of abyssal monstrosity. However, the abyssal onslaught was utterly frenzied, the sheer numbers overwhelming. The fiends seemed inexhaustible. Their relentless assault accompanied by the booming firepower of colossal beasts and warships. Though the sanctuary's defenses were elite, they were but a fragile vessel amidst the tempest of absolute numbers and the overwhelming will for destruction, teetering on the brink of collapse. Deities fell in the fierce clash, their forms dissolving into the radiant light of order, their divine blood staining the pure white corridors. Just as the defensive line was on the verge of being completely submerged by the monstrous tide, two figures pierced through the darkness like dawn's first light, crashing into the heart of the battlefield at unimaginable speed. Scraps, are you impatiently waiting with your next baird? A voice boomed with unrestrained arrogance across the battlefield. The figure of Vegeta materialized above a colossal abyssal war beast, which was striking the barrier with its massive claws. An aura of dark golden light enveloped him, akin to a burning star, as the runes etched upon his body glimmered with newfound intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, without any preparatory stance, he simply brought his foot down upon the head of the gargantuan beast, clad in thick arcane armor. A wave of invisible, causative energy rippled outward instantaneously. The beast's head, armored to withstand the bombardment of entire star systems, felt as fragile as glass beneath Vegeta's foot. Its internal structure twisted and weakened on a fundamental level. The sound of shattering echoed not from physical impact, but from the very collapse of law itself. The colossal war behemoth, from the moment its cranium was crushed beneath Vegeta's foot, began to shatter like a toppled domino. Its vast form cracked and crumbled inch by inch. The chaotic magical energy that constituted its existence surged forth uncontrollably, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. Without even a mournful cry, this war creature, capable of giving deities a headache, was entirely erased from existence under what appeared to be a casual step from Vegeta. Then, a more primal and ferocious roar erupted from the densest area of the magical tide, reminiscent of the birth of the universe itself. Broly's silhouette appeared as if by instantaneous teleportation. His body, cloaked in dark red, lava-like armor, did not seem particularly enormous, yet the raw, untamed essence emanating from the very chaos of creation caused the surrounding space to freeze in trepidation. His blazing white hair ignited with chaotic flames, while his pitch-black eyes resembled voids that devoured all. Faced with the oncoming tide of demonic beasts, Broly did not assume an aggressive stance. Instead, he simply spread his arms wide. Boom! An invisible, absolute force field erupted with him as its epicenter. This was not a wave of energy, but rather the very rejection and annihilation of space itself. Within a radius of several thousand kilometers centered around Broly, the fabric of reality cracked like fragile ice under the weight of a colossal stone, instantly marred by a web of inky fissures. All abyssal creatures, small warships, and even the dissipating chaotic energy within this range were obliterated the moment the cracks appeared, as if the delete key had been pressed, fading away without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust. The realm of Super Saiyan 7's wrath of chaos fell silent. With merely his appearance, Vegeta shattered the war behemoth, and Broly cleared a vast expanse of the demonic tide. The pressure on the crumbling defenses of the temple lightened significantly. It was Lord Vegeta, and the legendary warrior. The gods of order felt invigorated, erupting into cheers. Kill. Follow the two great lords. Drive the abyssal scum back. The divine generals roared, their war spears radiating even more fervent divine light. Vegeta and Broly plunged into the tumultuous war tide of the abyss like two indomitable, sharpened blades. Vegeta flickered across the battlefield, each appearance accompanied by an enigmatic fluctuation that interfered with causality, causing enemies' defenses to inexplicably falter, their attack trajectories to deviate bizarrely, and even their own energy to spiral out of control and backfire. Wherever he tread, the formidable abyssal lords fell like puppets played with by fate, succumbing in humiliating defeat. In contrast, Broly resembled a pure machine of destruction. He needed not to deliberately seek out targets. Merely the chaotic force field generated by his movements was sufficient to silently annihilate all abyssal beings that approached him. Occasionally, powerful abyssal demons attempted to obstruct him, only to be met with a glare from his obsidian eyes, leading to their immediate consumption and disintegration by spontaneously manifesting black hole-like spatial vortices. The wild power of Super Saiyan 7 was firmly harnessed by his unwavering will, transforming into the most efficient storm of destruction. With the addition of these two harbingers of death, the perimeter defenses of the temple not only held firm, but began to push back. The brilliance of order once more eclipsed the flames of the abyss. However, within the very core of the temple, meticulously guarded by layers of orderly laws, the atmosphere was as heavy as if frozen in time. Here, there was no smoke of battle, only countless luminous strands flowing with the primordial information of the cosmos, gently swirling and converging towards a central vortex composed of pure energy of order, a constantly pulsating gateway to the heart of the origin. Loya hovered before the vortex, his obsidian eyes calmly observing the ever-changing chaotic scenes within, as if the thunderous roars of war from the outside world were merely distant background noise. The aura surrounding him was harmonious and restrained, akin to an unfathomable abyss of the universe, where the absolute force of the ninth tier of the white god lay dormant within him like a slumbering primordial beast. In a slightly delayed position beside him, the fabric of space warped slightly, revealing a humanoid silhouette composed of flowing starlight. It was the embodiment of the will of the Temple of Order, the guardian spirit of the most fundamental cosmic rules. At this moment, however, the edges of the starlit silhouette shimmered with subtle fluctuations, betraying the intense unease of its core intent. The voice of the starlight spoke directly within Loya's consciousness, no longer resonating with the usual ethereal vastness, but tinged with an unmistakable urgency. Entropy has returned. I can sense the impending doom, not just of the abyss, but of the entire multiverse, collapsing towards him. His power has exceeded the limits of my understanding. He is tearing through the outer defenses. Although Vegeta and Broly are formidable, the starlight body pointed towards the vision manifested within the crystalline vortex, revealing the core of the abyssal demon realm, a constantly shifting existence that exuded an aura capable of sending the cosmos into tremors. How much time do we have left? Your realm compared to his. The starlight did not complete its thought, yet the unvoiced question hung heavily in the air like a mountain pressing down on the fabric of space. Loya's gaze remained fixed on the figure of entropy within the vortex. Deep within his dark eyes, beneath the frozen stillness that stifled all existence, lay a cold willpower. Swiftly deciphering all, he could clearly perceive that within entropy's form, which had collapsed to an extreme state, was a terrifying power that extrapolated the law of entropy to its absolute terminus. This power resembled an ever-accelerating black hole, destined to consume all, pure and tyrannical, wielding an absolute negation of all existence. This level of power was infinitely close to the threshold of the primordial sea, in terms of its accumulation. Having devoured the very foundations of the abyssal demon realm, it had already surpassed his own existence, which had only just crossed the threshold of the ninth tier. Loya slowly began to speak, his voice as calm as a still pond. As if stating an objective fact, he has consumed the foundational roots of the demon realm for millennia, forcibly elevated himself. His power is like a castle built on sand, unstable and violent, lacking a true comprehension of the essence of the primordial. My ninth tier arises from the heart of the origin vortex. Having endured the chaotic tearing of obliteration, and through the cycle of life and death, I have grasped a solid foundation, a mastery over existence and definition that far surpasses his. He paused slightly, a glint of absolute calmness flashing in his dark eyes. However, in terms of pure power, Loya slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. A strand of pure, defining white flame flickered quietly to life. At this moment, what he gathered was akin to the vastness of the starry sea. Loya's fingertips, delicately hovering above the wisp of white flame, pressed down imperceptibly, symbolically, over a distance nearly indiscernible. All that I possess is but a flicker in my palm. The difference lies in that slender line. The body of stellar law quivered violently, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Though Loya spoke with a casual demeanor, that slight disparity could very well represent the chasm between life and death in their confrontation at this level, especially with the adversary bolstered by the entirety of the abyss, their power continually coalescing and ascending. The voice of stellar law resonated with a profound sense of helplessness. Yet, this very line, in the ultimate confrontation, could prove fatal. Though Vegeta and Broly are formidable, they might not sway the scales against the essence of entropy. Loya interrupted stellar law, his voice remaining cold and steady, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. They are the blades that can rend the darkness, the variables that may forge a sliver of hope. His gaze turned toward the vortex, as if penetrating through space, witnessing the carnage wrought by Vegeta and Broly on the battlefield's periphery, and also glimpsing within the depths of the temple a luminous cocoon pulsating like a cosmic embryo, isolated by countless layers of temporal and spatial restraints. This is where the King of All is striving to attain the ultimate realm. Chapter 127. Lament of the Stars. See, the target of entropy is the primordial vortex, the very genesis of the obliteration of all order. He shall surely make his presence known. Loya's voice rang out like a chilling warhammer, sealing the trajectory of the future. The moment he steps foot in the temple, I shall confront him. Meanwhile, within the inky depths of Loya's eyes, the core of that white flame harbored a shadow more profound than ink, colder than the abyss, silently settling and coalescing. Their mission is to sever the claws of entropy, to strike at his seemingly invulnerable form of annihilation. Loya's fingertip flicked lightly at the inky spot at the heart of the white flame, carving out that slender fissure. Stellar law fell silent. The fluctuations of starlight gradually subsided, replaced by a solemn gravity. It comprehended Loya's design. Using itself as a shield, it would confront the mightiest lord of annihilation, creating the sole opportunity for those two exquisitely honed blades. I shall draw upon the essence of the temple, exerting all efforts to maintain the outer barrier, granting you time. The voice of stellar law regained its ethereal quality, yet carried an unprecedented chill of slaughter. At this pivotal moment, the breath of the King of All was undergoing a significant transformation. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted, an indescribable, terrifying pressure, as if the very foundations of the multiverse were being violently shaken, surged forth like an apocalyptic tsunami from the direction of the abyssal realm, piercing through countless planes and crashing against the protective barrier of the Order Temple. Crack, crack, crack. The outer sanctum, upheld by countless deities and the essence of stellar law, resembled fragile glass, instantly marred by vast fissures that spanned the entire firmament. No longer did the cracks stream with the brilliance of order. Instead, they flowed with a pure, chilling, and despair-inducing aura of annihilation. All deities maintaining the barrier, including the corporeal form of stellar law, were struck as if by an invisible hammer, letting out muffled groans as their energies instantly waned. On the battlefield, amidst the countless deities and demons engaged in ferocious combat, an overwhelming pressure descended, freezing their movements like trapped insects. Even the figures of Vegeta and Broly momentarily faltered, gripped by an instinctual terror emanating from the very essence of life itself. The battlefield was plunged into an eerie silence, a bizarre stillness that enveloped all eyes, be they those of order or abyss, compelling them, filled with profound dread, to gaze toward the temple barrier, beyond which lay a void torn asunder by the breath of annihilation. From the shattered rift in the void, space twisted and collapsed like a melting candle. An indescribable entity began to emerge, lacking a fixed form, appearing as a conglomeration of all concepts of destruction and finality. At times it manifested as a slowly rotating, light-devouring black hole. At other moments, it surged forth as a chaotic nebula, where countless stars flickered and extinguished simultaneously. And at times, it coalesced into a hazy silhouette of a throne of annihilation, exuding an aura that froze the very soul. Each transformation was accompanied by a silent, yet palpable, lament of the laws that made the entire temple dimension tremble. 2 points of crimson light, resembling coagulated blood, slowly ignited from the core of this ever-changing form, radiating a chilling indifference and a will of destruction that surpassed all existence. It had arrived, the abyssal lord of annihilation, entropy, its gaze, akin to 2 beams of destructive energy piercing through all, disregarded the faltering temple barrier and the myriad beings on the battlefield, precisely locking onto the figure suspended before the vortex, with eyes as dark as ink. A voice, cold and resonant with the echoes of cosmic oblivion, reverberated deep within the souls of Loa, Star Rhythm, and all beings of considerable power. Loa, I have come to claim your life and the remnants of order within this realm. Within the core of existence, the air seemed to solidify into impenetrable ice, The star rhythm's body quivered violently, akin to a candle flickering in a tempest. In the external battlefield, all battling deities and demons, under the gaze of those two crimson points, were frozen like insects trapped in amber, their thoughts rendered to a standstill. Only the terrifying entity, constantly shifting in form and radiating the essence of annihilation, hovered at the fractured rift, akin to a sword of destruction suspended above the temple of order. Loa, suspended before the vortex, met that piercing crimson gaze with calm black eyes. His aura remained harmonious and restrained, like a bottomless cold pool. Yet beneath the surface lay a cataclysmic volcano poised to erupt. A faint, mocking laugh escaped his lips, slicing through the silence like a shard of ice. This laughter held no fear, only a deep-seated contempt, as if to say, "You wish to take my life? By what authority, you wretched being, a mere shadow lacking form?" His voice resonated through the core of existence, clearly penetrating the temple barrier, echoing in the ears of every frozen soul on the battlefield. Imbued with a defiant audacity, "You expect me, Loa, to follow you? Desire to indulge in folly? Come closer and take a whiff." The words of Loa ignited like sparks thrown into boiling oil. The ever-shifting form of entropy abruptly froze. The core's two crimson points blazed with an intensity reminiscent of two utterly enraged celestial bodies. A surge of destruction, fiercer and purer than before, erupted with a cataclysmic fury. The entire temple realm trembled as if thrust into the core of a supernova, groaning under the strain. The already cracked barriers emitted pained cries, with fragments cascading down. Arrogance. Insects. The voice of entropy transformed from a cold proclamation into a soul-rending shriek. The mutable form collapsed instantaneously, coalescing into a clearer and more terrifying shadow of a throne of annihilation. This throne, forged from the pure essence of entropy, displayed a terrifying panorama of countless universes succumbing to oblivion, stars returning to dust, all flowing and lamenting upon its surface. Upon the throne, two scarlet orbs glowed like a burning blood moon. "I bestow upon you the final mercy." The voice of entropy resonated with a profound anger at being utterly affronted. Imbued with a twisted sense of benevolence, "Kneel, offer your soul's imprint. Become the first servant to tread upon the primordial source of my being. Otherwise, the shadow of the throne shall exude a chilling aura that freezes all existence, and I shall strip your essence inch by inch. Your soul shall be cast into the eternal furnace, scorched for countless eons. You shall taste suffering beyond imagination, a fate wherein life is unattainable and death eludes you." The twisted malice embedded in these words dimmed even the brilliance of the celestial laws. On the battlefield beyond, some of the mentally weaker divine beings began to show signs of soul fracture under the unadulterated psychological pollution. Yet Loya's smirk grew ever more pronounced, as cold flames of wrath ignited within his inky eyes. "Mercy, servant? You, who skulk in the shadows, only daring to emerge by devouring your own territory and subordinates. Dare speak of mercy? Dare suggest that I, Loya, should serve you?" He took a decisive step forward. The repressed aura around him erupted with a thunderous force. The pure, platinum-hued might of order, representing definition and existence, surged skyward like a pillar of light splitting the heavens. It forcefully tore through the overwhelming pressure of entropy's impending doom, carving out an absolute domain that belonged to him. "If it is battle you seek, let us engage. Why all the idle chatter?" Loya's voice rang out like a multitude of divine swords drawn simultaneously, resolute and unyielding, imbued with the determination to sever all. "I, Loya, traverse the cosmos with the audacity to fight to the death, never to kneel in cowardice for the sake of survival." He raised his hand, pointing toward the shadow of the throne of destruction, his fingertip entwined with runes of platinum law capable of defining the birth and death of stars. Each word fell like a cold hammer. "Come, let me see how much weight your end, built upon the devouring of your own lair, truly carries." Chapter 128. Arrogance and Hubris. Excellent. 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 Entropy's fury transformed into a twisted smile, the shadow of the throne of destruction quaking violently, reverberating with the horrifying echoes of countless universes collapsing simultaneously. "Very well, Loya. Your arrogance and defiance are to my liking." The crimson gaze fixed unyieldingly upon Loya, a desire for annihilation twisted with a perverse excitement and greed. "I shall not allow you to perish too swiftly. I will personally confine you, strip you of your power, crush your pride. I shall make you witness the cherished order you hold dear crumble to dust before your very eyes. Then, the voice of entropy suddenly took on a somber, viscous tone, saturated with a nauseatingly twisted pleasure. I shall lavish my affection upon you, this rare toy, allowing you to wail for mercy amid eons of eternal agony and regret. This grotesque proclamation cast an eerie silence over the battlefield. Even the frenzied abyssal creatures seemed daunted by this warped will. For the first time, the brows of Loa furrowed in earnest. Within those inky depths of his gaze, beyond the chilling intent to kill, there flickered an unmistakable repulsion. Loa regarded the throne of destruction with the disdain reserved for cosmic refuse, his eyes scanning it with palpable contempt. Love me? A toy for Ians? He seemed utterly revolted, spitting in disdain, albeit without substance. Bah! I have no interest. With such a ghastly visage, devoid of even the most rudimentary aesthetic, you presume to play the captor? In an instant, the platinum might of order surrounding Loa surged with fervor. He uttered no further words, his form momentarily blurring in place. In the next heartbeat, he appeared as if by teleportation, standing beyond the crumbling barrier of the sanctum, directly confronting the tainted void corrupted by entropy's breath. Come forth if you dare. Spare me your repulsiveness. Loa bellowed, his voice resonating through the starry expanse. Show yourself. As the echoes faded, Loa struck. There was no hesitation, no restraint. With a decisive motion, he unleashed the absolute defining power of existence, a mastery attained after transcending the ninth tier. With fingers splayed, he directed his hand towards the colossal phantom of the throne of destruction, grasping fiercely at the air. Definition: the order of this realm shall remain unyielding. A resounding hum erupted. An indescribable force, reminiscent of the first glimmer of light at the dawn of the cosmos, burst forth. Centered on Loa, a realm of absolute clarity and stability unfurled in an instant. Wherever this domain extended, the void, tainted by the breath of entropy and twisted like molten wax, emitted a horrifying wail as if cast into a superheated furnace. Chaos was forcibly quelled. Distortion was mandatorily rectified. The shattered fabric of law was rigidly restored. The pervasive, despair-inducing breath of oblivion, as if encountering its nemesis, was ferociously repelled, purified, and annihilated by this realm of pure order. With that single grasp, Loa endeavored to redefine this universe, sullied by entropy, back into a state of order. This was the most fundamental and direct clash at the level of law. Petty tricks. Entropy's throne of destruction emitted a chilling scoff. From atop the throne, 2 points of crimson brilliance erupted, unleashing 2 pillars of concentrated, murky light. These beams were not mere energy. They embodied the highly concentrated manifestation of the law of entropy increase. As they traversed, even the edges of Loa's forcibly defined order began to show minute black spots, akin to acid corrosion. Negation. All shall fall silent. The 2 murky pillars collided violently against the domain of order Loa had conjured. There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a reaction as intense as cold water poured into boiling oil, eliciting a visceral response. The radiant white light of order and the murky chaos of annihilation eroded one another in a frenzied dance of obliteration. 2 diametrically opposed forces, embodying the ultimate laws of the universe, engaged in a most brutal and primal struggle within this void. At the epicenter of their collision, invisible shockwaves of the law rippled outward, silent yet swift, like harbingers of destruction. Boom, 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 boom. The colossal, lifeless planets, akin to satellites encircling the sanctum of order, were crushed into oblivion by the unseen hand, disintegrating into cosmic dust before the brilliance of an explosion could even manifest. In the distance, an ancient star cluster composed of hundreds of stars witnessed its stable gravitational structure collapse in an instant. The stars detonated like ignited firecrackers, succumbing to a chain reaction of violent explosions. Within a billion-kilometer radius, it transformed into a desolate realm filled with storms of destructive energy and shattered remnants of celestial bodies. Merely a ripple from the clash of laws effortlessly erased all celestial entities within light years. Ugh! Roya's body trembled slightly, and the trajectory of stars in his obsidian eyes momentarily became chaotic. The edges of his domain of order, tainted by the encroaching murk, rapidly expanded and spread. The opposing force indeed held a quantitative advantage. The order he had forcefully defined felt like a solitary boat struggling against the current, bearing immense pressure in the face of absolute denial. Do you perceive it, insect? This is the absolute chasm. The voice of entropy carried a hint of twisted delight. As the phantom of the throne of destruction surged forward, the two murky beams thickened and solidified abruptly. The rate of erosion accelerated dramatically. Roya's domain of order was compressed inward, emitting groans of unbearable strain. A disparity? Roya abruptly lifted his head, and his dark eyes erupted with an even more fervent platinum radiance. This was not mere energy, but a pure brilliance of will. Such brute force could not possibly represent a disparity. His left hand, fingers together like a sword, flowed with countless arcane and intricate runes, swiftly outlining the perilously compressed edge of his domain, where the black spots of erosion spread wildly. Analyze, reconstruct, define the reversal of entropy. Buzz. A strange wave of law emanated from Roya's fingertips. Upon contact with this wave, the chaotic structures of entropy within the tainted spots were forcibly deciphered and dismantled. Then, under Roya's unfathomable defining power, their direction of operation was forcibly reversed. Hiss! The murky black spots, as if encountering their nemesis, experienced a sudden plummet in their rate of erosion. Within the spots, a faint flicker of pure white light, symbolizing the rebirth of order, began to emerge. Though this white light was exceedingly weak and fleeting, it signified that Roya was attempting to reverse the power of entropy from the most fundamental level of law. What? For the first time, the phantom of the throne of destruction trembled visibly. The scarlet gaze brimmed with disbelief. How dare you profane the laws of annihilation? In response, Loa unleashed an even more ferocious assault. Come forth, you pitiful wretch hiding within your shell. Loa bellowed, his right hand maintaining the domain of order to counter the polluted beam of light, while the power of the laws that reversed entropy surged violently in his left hand. Akin to countless invisible chisels of order, fiercely stabbing at the colossal shadow of the throne of destruction. Seeking death, entropy roared in utter fury. The immense shadow of the throne of destruction trembled violently, instantly transforming from an illusion into reality. No longer merely a projection, it became a tangible entity, coalesced from the pure essence of the laws of annihilation. The throne, carved from the deepest obsidian, bore a surface flowing with the terrifying imagery of countless universes meeting their demise, where innumerable tortured souls silently wailed in agony upon its surface. 2 points of crimson light glimmered like deathly gems embedded at the pinnacle of the throne's backrest. Chapter 129. The battle intensifies the moment the throne materialized. A far more terrifying and pure pressure of annihilation descended with a thunderous force. Loa's chisels of law, which reversed entropy, met the throne's essence and produced a deafening screech, as if colliding with the hardest barrier in the cosmos, shattering and dissipating into nothingness. Kneel before me. Entropy's roar resonated like the simultaneous explosion of countless stars. The colossal throne of destruction, wielding a terrifying power capable of crushing all, disregarded the distance of space and descended upon Loa with overwhelming force. Wherever the throne passed, the very fabric of space was obliterated, leaving behind a pure void in its wake. This was pure, brute force, and absolute domination through sheer might. In the face of this world-shattering blow, there was no trace of fear in Loa's eyes. Instead, a more fervent battle spirit ignited within him. "Kneel, you fool," he cried, his voice reverberating throughout the cosmos. The platinum might of order surrounding him flared to its utmost intensity. He ceased maintaining the compressed domain and instead concentrated all his power, will, and authority into his fists. Upon his fists, countless arcane runes of law spun wildly, merging together. Ultimately, they transformed into 2 ever-shifting platinum imprints, seemingly containing the very essence of the nascent universe. The wrath of cosmic creation. Loa did not retreat, he advanced. His figure transformed into a brilliant stream of platinum light, tearing through the darkness of annihilation, and with his fists resembling colossal axes that could cleave the heavens. He struck fiercely at the descending throne of destruction. Boom, boom, boom. This time it was a true, ultimate clash on the material and energetic planes. An indescribable, terrifying radiance erupted instantaneously. It engulfed Loa, consumed the throne of destruction, and obliterated everything at the edge of the battlefield. This radiance was not mere light, but the cataclysmic primal light released during the collapse of laws, the annihilation of energy, and the shattering of space. A silent yet more terrifying shockwave than any sound surged forth, expanding in perfect spherical form at speeds beyond light, spreading madly in every direction throughout the multiverse. In its wake, a spiral galaxy spanning hundreds of thousands of light-years was reduced to chaos, as if thrown into a blender, with billions of stars silently vanishing, while the once magnificent spiral structures were instantaneously leveled, transforming into a cloud of chaotic energy dust. A cosmic wall composed of high-density nebulae, fragile as a delicate glass facade, shatters and disintegrates in an instant as the shockwave sweeps through. This magnificent structure, stretching across millions of light-years, collapses with a thunderous roar. In the distance, countless galaxies, star clusters, and even rogue planets adrift in the cosmic void, irrespective of their size or proximity, succumb to the annihilating shockwave. In that fleeting moment of contact, they dissolve silently like snow under the scorching sun, returning to the void. This is a divine battle, a clash between the ultimate wielders of cosmic laws. Its destructive force transcends the realm of mortal comprehension. Each encounter is a cosmic calamity on a galactic scale. At the heart of the brilliance, the chaotic primordial light of destruction gradually dissipates. Loa is hurled backward, crashing violently against the already cracked and dimly glowing barrier of the Temple of Order. With a gasp, a jet of divine blood, shimmering with a platinum sheen and infused with the essence of order, erupts from his mouth. His pristine white robe is tattered in several places, revealing skin flowing with runes of law. At this moment, those runes have also dimmed significantly, and his skin bears fine, porcelain-like cracks of black. In his inky black eyes, the celestial trajectories appear sluggish, suffused with fatigue. Moreover, the colossal throne of annihilation has been forcefully pushed backward across an unfathomable number of light-years by Loa's furious act of creation. Upon the throne's surface, a deep, obsidian-like material bears two unmistakably clear fist imprints, plunging several meters deep, their edges glowing faintly with a platinum light. Surrounding these imprints, intricate fissures spread like a spider's web. At the apex of the throne's backrest, two crimson lights flicker violently, evidently distressed. Coughing, Loa steadies himself against the void, wiping the divine blood from the corner of his mouth. His dark eyes fixate intently on the cracks upon the throne, a cold smirk curving at the corners of his lips. A castle built upon sand remains vulnerable, no matter how high it rises, to the might of my fist. Insect. The roar of entropy is filled with wounded and humiliated rage. The immense throne of destruction shudders violently. The fissures on its surface and the two glaring fist imprints rapidly mend and vanish under the overwhelming aura of annihilation. Yet, the murderous intent in those crimson eyes has reached a boiling point. I shall tear you apart. The throne erupts once more, releasing a terrifying aura of finality. This time, it is not merely a manifestation of law, but a complete liberation of form. The colossal shadow of the throne collapses inward, transforming. Countless visions of cosmic obliteration surge madly into its core. Ultimately, they coalesce into a figure of similar height to Loa, radiating a suffocating presence that stifles the entirety of the multiverse. No longer resembling a throne, it transforms into the ultimate humanoid embodiment of entropy itself. Its body consists of swirling, ever-dying cosmic dust, manifesting a morbid dark gray hue, with murky energy veins coursing across its surface. Lacking facial features, its entire visage is a miniature black hole, perpetually rotating and consuming light. Only at the center of this black hole do 2 points of crimson glow, like gateways to the abyss, fixating unyieldingly upon Loa. Even more terrifying is the aura he emanates. Refined, pure, more perilous than in his throne form. This signifies a mastery over annihilation at an elevated echelon. The entropy of his humanoid form is the true battle stance he employs for ultimate destruction. To compel me to reveal this entropy, with a visage akin to a black hole, distorting will that directly reverberates through space. You may take pride, but are fated to endure profound suffering. He raises his arm, forged from cosmic dust, and points towards Luoya from afar. With a single gesture, all things return to dust. There is no grand spectacle, only an absolute darkness, distilled to the finest thread. This strand of darkness silently pierces through the void, disregarding distance, and instantaneously appears at the center of Luoya's forehead. In its wake, even the chaotic primordial light is thoroughly consumed, obliterated. It resembles a passage to absolute nothingness. A lethal sense of crisis coiled around Luoya's heart, like a frigid serpent. His pupils constricted. The terminal law encapsulated in this gesture is 100-fold more refined than previous assaults. It is enough to instantaneously nullify his core existence. Not a chance. Luo Yu emitted an indomitable roar. In his obsidian eyes, an unprecedented platinum radiance erupted. He rapidly formed seals with his hands before his chest. Countless intricate and profound order runes surged forth, combining, defining, an absolute barrier of existence. Stacking. Causal interference deviation. Block it for me. Buzz. 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 Barriers composed of pure existence will instantaneously materialize before Luo Yu. Each barrier flows with fate-like causal runes, seeking to disrupt and deviate the trajectory of that deadly finger. However, hiss, hiss, hiss. The terminal finger, refined to the utmost, pierced through like a heated steel needle through thin paper. The dozens of existence barriers hastily erected by Luo Yu failed to hinder even a millionth of a second, shattering like fragile soap bubbles. The runes of causal deviation collided with the absolute darkness, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, instantly annihilated. The finger of death surged forth, unimpeded, aiming straight for Luo Yu's brow. Its speed was such that even thought struggled to keep pace. Teacher, within the sanctuary of the temple, Bajite, witnessing this scene, let out a heart-wrenching roar. The dark golden flames raged furiously, ready to charge forth recklessly. Roar! Broly's obsidian eyes flared with chaotic flames. His lava-coated form tensed abruptly. In this moment of dire peril. Chapter 130. The light of creation, a flicker of determination flashed in Luo Yu's eyes. He relinquished all defenses, channeling his final strength, all his will, into the tip of his right index finger. At the fingertip, a point of purest essence, seemingly embodying the very source of all cosmic definitions, ignited brilliantly. Though diminutive, it radiated a creative might capable of bringing forth existence from nothing. The origin of universal definition is born. He stood firm, unflinching, and directed the platinum point, imbued with a lifetime of cultivation and will, directly at the deathly black line piercing his brow. Needlepoint against the wheat's edge, the platinum point against the terminal black finger, before the center of Roya's brow. In a space less than an inch, a collision occurred. There was no sound, no light, no shockwave, only an absolute void, an indescribable point of absolute darkness, devouring all, quietly emerged at the heart of the collision. It then abruptly collapsed inward. Boom! This time, it was the true ultimate annihilation at the scale of a cosmic Big Bang. A confrontation as sharp as a needle against a weed-on. The platinum origin. The black finger of demise. Just an inch before Roya's brow, the collision transpired. No sound, no light, no shockwave. Only an absolute void. An all-consuming point of darkness appeared at the collision's core, then frantically collapsed inward. Boom! The true cosmic explosion replayed at this moment. The silent waves of annihilation erupted at speeds billions of times beyond light. Where the waves reached, a grand spiral galaxy spanning 300,000 light-years. Erased like a pencil drawing by an eraser, countless star systems along with their civilizations instantly transformed into streams of fundamental particles. A gravitational wall formed by a cluster of black holes shattered like soap bubbles at the moment the waves swept past. The curvature of space-time forcibly flattened, leaving behind an emptiness of utter flatness. Further out, countless drifting asteroid belts, comet clouds, and even dormant dark matter nebulae returned to the primordial chaotic energy soup. At the heart of the destruction waves, that all-consuming point of absolute darkness suddenly expanded. Roya's figure shot forth like a severed kite from the expanding dark domain. His skin, flowing with the runes of laws, cracked inch by inch, the web-like black lines of demise spreading wildly. Each flicker of the lines releasing a torrent of platinum divine blood. His once pristine white robe had already turned to ashes, revealing a body of order that continuously collapsed and forcibly restructured beneath. In his pitch-black eyes, the trajectories of stars ceased to move, replaced by a gray desolation representing the depletion of power. His right arm vanished below the shoulder. The severed in not flesh, but a law-inflicted wound where platinum brilliance and the power of demise annihilated each other. Ugh! Roya emitted a muffled groan, stifled to the utmost. His remaining left hand pressing desperately against his chest, attempting to suppress the chaotic onslaught of the power of demise within him. He resembled a meteor burning out, crashing heavily into the already crumbling barrier of the Order Temple. Crack! Boom. The already fractured temple barrier collapsed under the weight of Roya's impact, creating a massive hole several thousand kilometers in diameter. The shattered crystalline order rained down like a torrential downpour. Teacher. Within the barrier, Vegeta's eyes widened in fury. His dark golden aura tinged with blood from sheer rage and fear. He transformed into a streak of light tearing through space, recklessly charging toward the collapsing opening. Lord Roya. Broly's pitch-black eyes burned with chaotic flames. His lava-coated form erupted with a roar that tore through the void, following closely behind Vegeta. Ants. This is the fate of those who defy demise. A chilling and crystalline voice, imbued with supreme authority and a hint of twisted delight, pierced through the remnants of obliteration, resonating within every existing soul. The figure of entropy emerged from the slowly stabilizing center of the annihilation void. It maintained a cosmic dust form, embodying the ultimate humanoid. Its visage resembling a miniature black hole that devoured light, with two crimson points akin to the gates of hell. Yet, at this moment, upon its dark gray exterior, there remained a gaping wound the size of a fist, its edges shimmering with a faint platinum flame. At the sight of the injury, subtle laws of order writhed like maggots in a festering wound, resolutely resisting the restorative power of oblivion. Clearly, the genesis of that desperate strike by Loa was not without consequence. Entropy cast its gaze downward, the black hole-like face fixating on the penetrating wound in its chest. The scarlet glow pulsating violently, reflecting the turmoil of its core in furious wrath. This injury was a disgrace. It was the most vile desecration of the authority of annihilation by the insignificant ants of order. Its eyes, like two blood-stained icicles, viciously pierced the gaping hole in the barrier, locking onto the silver-haired figure, barely clinging to life against the remnants of shattered defenses. Loa Entropy's voice no longer resonated with divine dominance, but instead dripped with a venomous malice akin to a serpent's hiss. I shall ask you one final time. The miniature black hole-like visage slowly turned, the crimson light ensnaring Loa's ashen eyes. Kneel. Submit. Offer your soul's imprint. Become my vanguard and witness as I tread upon the primordial source. Only then can I absolve you of the sin of wounding me and bestow upon you the glory of serving in eternal silence. Loa gasped violently, each breath mingling with blood that shimmered with platinum light in the darkness of oblivion. His remaining left hand clawed desperately into the fractured crystalline barrier, supporting his faltering body. Upon hearing Entropy's condescending offer of surrender, he struggled to lift his gaze. In his great eyes, there was neither fear nor submission, only a profound, instinctual loathing and contempt. Bah! Loa spat forth a mixture of divine blood and visceral remnants, his voice hoarse, yet as clear as a steel blade scraping bone. Spare me your snarling nonsense. My ears are clean and cannot bear filth. You. The cosmic dust form of Entropy momentarily froze, the two crimson points shrinking to pinpricks. The wound in its chest burst anew with fury, releasing even more tainted breaths of oblivion. It had never suffered such raw humiliation from a dying wretch. Loa cracked a bloodied smile, an expression of mockery that bordered on the grotesque, and with his last ounce of strength, he roared, "Do as you will. If you wish to kill or maim, I shall not resist. You want me to kneel? Dream of being reborn as a dog wagging its tail in your next life. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Entropy's roar shattered the icy calm, transforming into a cataclysmic wave of destruction akin to the simultaneous eruption of countless supernovae. The entire realm of the Order's sanctuary groaned under the weight of this pure rage. Just as Vegeta and Broly surged toward the breach in the barrier, they were violently hurled away by this terrifying wave of will. In the midst of the tumultuous waves of sound, Loya's form resembled a flickering candle in a tempest, yet he steadfastly upheld his spine, his ashen eyes ablaze with a defiant fire that burned to its zenith. "Cease your incessant whining, you wretched embodiment of despair," he seemed to utter, as his remaining left hand, though burdened with immense difficulty, slowly raised a single middle finger towards the entropy that loomed ahead, embodying an extreme affront. "Beware, for a mere breath of creation from me could obliterate your pitiful existence." At that moment, entropy, the supreme force governing the end of all things, descended into a state of utter madness. The corporeal shell, composed of cosmic dust, surged violently in response to an overwhelming fury, twisting in chaos. A minuscule black hole on its visage spun frantically, emitting twin scarlet beams capable of piercing through the multiverse itself. The grievous wound upon its chest was forcibly torn asunder, expanding with the rampaging energy. Words were no longer necessary. The malevolent intent spilling forth was a direct proclamation to utterly, slowly, and painfully shatter Loya, along with every trace of his existence, into a finer essence than the most fundamental particles of nothingness. I shall claim your soul, your spirit, and scatter it into eternal oblivion, ensuring you shall never know rebirth. Chapter 131. Order entropy transformed into a pure stream of annihilation, disregarding the fabric of space. With an unwavering resolve to obliterate all in its path, surging towards the barrier where the silver-haired figure stood, depleted yet defiantly holding his head high. Wherever it passed, shattered fragments of barriers and the dissipated energy of order, even the very essence of space itself, crumbled like fragile ice underfoot. The hand it extended, sculpted from cosmic dust, bore fingers like claws, with tips flowing with the most unadulterated force of existence's cancellation, reaching fiercely for Loya's head. Should this claw find purchase, Loya would be irradiated from the very source of his being. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Vegeta and Broly, overwhelmed by a terrifying will, were immobilized, helplessly observing as the claw of destruction descended towards Loya, their rage boiling yet unable to stir even a finger. The luminescent form of Star Rhythm erupted in a desperate glow. Just as Entropy's obliterating claw was about to graze the tips of Loya's hair, a subtle hum resonated, a sound so faint, yet imbued with the heartbeat of the universe's inception. This sound did not emanate from the outside, but arose from the very core of the Temple of Order, encapsulated within a blood-red cocoon, separated by countless temporal and spatial barriers. Then, with a swift motion, a light emerged, a light that defied definition by any color. It did not radiate outward, it simply manifested, as if it had always existed in the precarious chasm between Entropy and Loya. This light was gentle, pure, devoid of the slightest hint of combustion. It bore no searing heat, no violent energy surges, and not even an imposing pressure. It merely existed. However, at the moment Entropy's fearsome claw made contact with this light, a sound akin to a faint sigh resonated, as if a red-hot iron had plunged into the absolute zero of ice, devoid of cataclysmic collision or fierce resistance of laws. Entropy is composed of cosmic dust, flowing with the power of existence's extinguishment. In the fleeting moment it touches the radiance, it dissipates silently like mist exposed to the blazing sun. It is neither destroyed nor negated, but rather smoothed over, akin to a mischievous child erasing doodles from a sand table. That terrifying force of annihilation, in the presence of this gentle light, appears as if it had never existed, rendered entirely null. What? The furious roar of Entropy abruptly ceases. The visage of the miniature black hole abruptly turns toward the source of the light, its crimson eyes filled with unprecedented horror and disbelief. At the place where its erased hand once was, the tainted force of annihilation surges wildly, attempting to regenerate, only to be met with terror as it discovers that at the wound touched by the light, a higher order, like the most stubborn of brands, firmly suppresses its authority to regenerate. The light ripples gently, parting like waves in water. From the heart of the radiance, emerging from the shattered crimson cocoon, a figure steps forth slowly. There is no blinding divine light, no overwhelming pressure crushing the stars. Its form is not grand, even appearing somewhat slender, enveloped in a flowing garment that seems composed of the miniature light and shadows of countless born and dying universes. Its visage is indistinct, as though veiled by a flowing star mist, revealing only a pair of tranquil, profound eyes that seem to contain the rise and fall of all stars in the multiverse, the ascendance and decline of all civilizations, the intricate dance of order and chaos. In those eyes, there is no anger, no intent to kill, only a compassion born of enduring countless trials and a faint weariness that transcends time. With each step, it traverses the void, the shattered space beneath its feet silently mending and stabilizing, like a canvas of creases smoothed by an invisible hand. Its gaze sweeps across the fragmented sacred barriers, over the starry realms polluted by the breath of annihilation, and past the weary yet resolute Loa, ultimately resting upon the momentarily stunned Entropy, whose hand had been erased. A gentle, calm voice, resonating as if it emanates directly from the laws of the universe, softly reverberates. Entropy, cease your actions. This voice is not loud, yet remarkably penetrates the boiling will of annihilation, resonating clearly within its core of existence. The body of entropy, composed of cosmic dust, quivers violently. The face of the miniature black hole spins wildly, its crimson eyes erupting with furious flames. Cease! The voice of entropy shrieks, sharp as the simultaneous scraping of a billion shards of glass. Great monarch, you wretched old thing, clinging to life in a pitiful manner, dare you command me to cease? It points to the platinum wound in its chest that still resists repair, then gestures toward the erased hand. The force of annihilation boiling over with rage. Behold this affront from the ant of order. Witness the universe's defiance against annihilation. Order is a fallacy. It is a shackle. Only returning to my eternal silence is the ultimate and sole destiny of all things. The figure of entropy suddenly rises. The breath of annihilation crashing against the gentle light like a cataclysmic flood. You have survived in seclusion for millennia just to utter this nonsense. Today, whether it be you or this cursed order, both shall meet their absolute end in my hands. Confronted by the cacophony of entropy's hysterical roar and the cataclysmic torrent capable of obliterating the stellar seas, the figure of the great All-King, enveloped in a shroud of light and shadow, remained serene. He merely shook his head gently, and within his eyes, which encapsulated the birth and demise of the cosmos, the hue of compassion deepened. Obsession is not liberation. The end is not a sanctuary. What you seek is merely an eternal void and solitude. A gentle voice, imbued with a penetrating power, ignited the last flicker of reason within entropy. Silence, old one. I do not require your pity, least of all your sermons. The roar of entropy transformed into a tangible wave of destructive sound, causing the entire sacred realm to tremble once more. Since you choose to be buried alongside order, then be transformed into the cosmic dust with Loa in eternal agony. Entropy's form was utterly liberated. The body of cosmic dust erupted violently, morphing into a nebula of demise that spanned tens of thousands of light years, within which countless cosmic bubbles were birthed in a frenzy, only to extinguish in an instant. At the core of the nebula, two crimson points coalesced into Death Stars that devoured all light. The terrifying gravitational pull of the end erupted with a force 100-fold greater than before, targeting the great All-King and the severely injured Loa behind him. This was an endeavor to drag both into the eternal void. Unyielding, a hint of sigh crept into the great All-King's gentle voice. Just as the nebula of demise, shrouding the starry sea, was about to engulf everything, the great All-King made his move. Chapter 132, The Return to the Abyss. He simply raised his right hand lightly. His slender fingers, enveloped in the flowing light of the cosmos, gestured toward the all-encompassing nebula of demise, as if brushing away the dust before his eyes. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no roaring clash of laws. Only an indescribable, soft yet irresistible light. This light was not energy, but the awakening of existence itself. It was the ultimate manifestation of authority. Where the light reached, the frenzied birth and extinction of cosmic bubbles froze in an instant. As if the pause button had been pressed, then silently dissipated like dew under the sun. The all-consuming gravitational pull of the end collided with a wall of size, instantly vanishing into the formless void. The terrifying nebula of demise that engulfed the starry sea diluted and faded at a visible pace, akin to ink thrown into a purifying spring, ultimately transforming into a clear, transparent space devoid of any attributes. The two crimson cores of entropy, akin to Death Stars, emitted a horrifying wail as they were corroded by the light, dimming rapidly. Impossible. The distorted and horrified will of entropy shrieked through the void. The forcibly purified nebula of demise twisted violently, collapsing inward, attempting to reassemble into a more formidable combat form. However, the great All-King afforded him no opportunity. His outstretched hand did not retract. Instead, his fingers gracefully closed inward. The myriad phenomena returned to order. With this calm decree, the freshly purified, pristine region of space underwent an unfathomable transformation. Space itself began to fold. The flow of time began to weave. The most fundamental constants of the universe have begun to adjust. Countless crystalline chains, forged from the pure laws of order, disregarded any defenses and transformations of entropy, as if they sprouted from the void itself, instantly entwining around his continuously collapsing core, which sought to coalesce. These chains of law are not restraints, but rather corrections. They forcefully infiltrate the essence of entropy's existence, commencing a higher dimensional intervention to redefine the chaotic and violent nature of entropy's demise. They endeavor to compel it from its terminal state back to an ordered, stable, primordial condition that belongs to the realm of existence. Oh! Entropy emitted a wail of unprecedented anguish, a cry that twisted the very fabric of the soul. This torment transcended the physical realm. It was the ultimate torture of having the foundation of existence forcibly altered and denied. Its ever-shifting form writhed violently under the constricting chains of law, contorting as if pinned upon a laboratory slab like a ferocious beast. Two crimson cores flickered madly, unleashing destructive rays of annihilation. Yet these were silently absorbed and neutralized by the space defined by the Great Order. Release me, you wretched old being. You shall not distort my essence. The roar of entropy brimmed with fear and madness. It perceived its power being forcibly untangled, constrained, and even stripped away by those seemingly gentle chains. Not a distortion. The voice of the Great Order remained calm, imbued with an undeniable absolute authority. It was a guiding force, an awakening. Your essence is also a part of this vast order, merely lost for too long in the path of destruction. His eyes, which contained the cycles of cosmic birth and demise, gazed upon the frantically struggling entropy, akin to observing a lost wanderer rolling in a mire, oblivious to its plight. Return. Release your obsession with the end. Has not this eternal solitude and annihilation sufficed? Release. The struggles of entropy intensified, its terminal power burning, erupting in a desperate attempt to break free from the chains of law. I am the end, the destination of all things. This is the purpose of my birth. My glory. How could you, a mere survivor, comprehend it? Glory? The Great Order gently shook his head, a trace of faint regret flickering across his nebulous visage. To consume destruction, to accompany solitude, to perceive all things as dust, and oneself as the terminus. Is this the glory you pursue? His gaze seemed to penetrate the frantic struggles of entropy, revealing the initial glimmer of order, enveloped by boundless annihilation, at the deepest core of its existence. Behold this universe. The voice of the Great Order resonated like a resounding bell, echoing through the soul of entropy. Stars are born, civilizations rise and fall, life proliferates. An order weaves an endless tapestry of possibilities. This vibrant vitality, does it not merit your guardianship more than the cold, eternal void? Rather than destruction? Guardianship. Ha 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 ha. Entropy erupted into maniacal laughter as if it had heard the most absurd joke in the universe, its two dim crimson cores quivering violently in hysteria. Hypocrisy. Pseudo-morality. Order is but a fleeting illusion. Chaos is eternal. I was born to end this ridiculous cycle. Suddenly, it ceased its futile struggle, its ever-shifting form collapsing inward to an extreme, transforming into a highly condensed, dark gray sphere radiating unstable waves of destruction. On the surface of the sphere, countless abyssal runes symbolizing self-destruction and the liberation of annihilation flicker madly. You wish for me to abandon the end. The voice of entropy resonates with a resolute madness that seeks to obliterate all, a delusion of the highest order. Since you, old one, insist on protecting this wretched order, then let it be utterly obliterated alongside me in my ultimate return to zero. The dark gray sphere suddenly erupted into an absolute darkness that devours all light. A cataclysmic, self-destructive force capable of shaking the very foundations of the multiverse is on the verge of complete eruption. This is the final madness of entropy. Using its own existence as a catalyst, it drags the entirety of the Grand King and all the order of this star realm into the grave. Alas, confronted with entropy's ultimate madness of mutual destruction, the figure of the Grand King, shrouded in a veil of light and shadow, finally released a long, heavy sigh. Within that sigh lie resignation, compassion, and a hint of resolute finality. The eyes that encompass the ebb and flow of the multiverse slowly closed. Then, abruptly, they opened wide. In those eyes, there was no longer compassion, only a chilling judgment that could freeze time itself. Thus, in its obstinate ignorance, the end approaches. The left hand, which had long borne the weight of responsibility, was slowly raised. With both hands before his chest, he formed a seal, the mystical return to the void seal, ancient and profound, as if it were forged from the first law of the universe at its inception. Chapter 133. Pure space. At the moment the Grand King formed the seal, time and space within the core region of the Order's sanctuary seemed to plunge into absolute zero, abruptly solidifying. This was not merely freezing. It was the ultimate manifestation of definition. It was the absolute submission of the cosmic laws themselves to their source will. The purified space before him transformed into the perfect vessel for the power of the seal. Countless crystalline chains of law entwined around the core of entropy's self-destruction erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Above the chains, billions of arcane runes, more radiant than stars and older than time itself, illuminated simultaneously. Each rune represented the ultimate embodiment of a fundamental cosmic law's gravitational anchor, the ordering of electromagnetism, the constraints of the strong nuclear force, the recirculation of the weak nuclear force, even the weaving of space-time, the convergence of causality. These runes were not attacking. Rather, they were executing a higher-dimensional formatting. The dark, gray, self-destructive core of entropy, highly condensed and on the brink of triggering the ultimate return to zero, emitted a shriek that transcended pain and the limits of the soul as it was illuminated by the seal's radiance. The tumultuous force of annihilation constituting its core, under the absolute definition of the mystical return to the void seal, began to be forcibly deconstructed, as if exposed to the blazing sun, like solid ice melting away. Not annihilation, but disassembly, stripping away, restoration. The chaotic primal runes embodying the characteristics of annihilation were forcibly extracted and shattered from the core. The frantically flickering marks of self-destruction were forcibly smoothed and returned to zero. The chaotic energy torrent supporting its existence, rooted in the abyssal demon realm for ages, was forcibly combed, purified, and transformed into the most primordial attribute-less chaotic energy. What is truly terrifying is that the power of the imprint technique resembles an invisible chisel, attempting to forcibly erase the self-awareness mark of entropy, the ruler of the end, striving to correct the essence of its existence, forged from the will of destruction. Back to the primordial chaos energy state of the universe's inception. This represents the ultimate denial of existence itself, infinitely more horrifying than death. Do not even think about it. Old One, I am the end. No one can deny this. The will of entropy roars madly within its core, struggling. The surface of the dark gray sphere erupts with the final, most blinding blood light of self-destruction represented by abyssal runes. It no longer seeks to detonate. Instead, it concentrates all remaining power, all frenzied will, into a singular point to resist the overwhelming force of the cosmic void pressing down like a great weight. It strives to preserve that last trace of entropy's self-imprint. A deafening roar reverberates without sound, shaking the very fabric of the laws. The pure spatial region transforms into the ultimate battlefield. The resplendent white light of the cosmic void imprint collides violently with the blood-red power of entropy's self-destruction, annihilating everything in its path. The white light signifies the dominion of order, ruthlessly erasing and correcting all existence that does not conform to its will, while the blood light embodies the final madness of the end, akin to a ferocious beast trapped in the wild, gnashing its teeth and resisting the fate of being formatted. Each clash at the law's level causes the entire order's sanctuary dimension to tremble violently. The already crumbled fragments of the barrier surrounding the sanctuary are further reduced to dust by this shockwave emanating from the core. Countless order runes that sustain the sanctuary's operation flicker into oblivion, emitting cries of impending collapse. Vegeta and Broly are pinned to the ground by this lost storm far beyond their comprehension, struggling to even lift their heads. Even the silhouette of the Omni-King, shrouded in a veil of light and shadow, trembles slightly under the ultimate resistance of entropy, as the edges of its hands forming the seal seem to dim slightly. Clearly, forcibly formatting the essence of an entity of equal standing is no simple task, even if the opponent is at their last gasp. Both sides find themselves locked in the most perilous and protracted law stalemate. The white light and blood light coil around each other like two colossal cosmic serpents, thrashing and tearing within the pure space. The balance of victory and defeat sways ever so slightly. At the edge of the massive breach where the sanctuary's barrier has collapsed, shattered order crystals float like cold star fragments amidst the void filled with the remnants of the end and chaotic law currents. The battered form of Luo Yi leans against the largest fragment, where the jagged edge of his right shoulder continues to witness the annihilation between platinum divine blood and blackened power, each flicker bringing excruciating agony that rends the soul. His faded gaze fixates intently on the cataclysmic law clashes in the core battlefield, observing the Omni-King's somewhat dimmed light and the blood light of Entropy's core, struggling yet still ferocious. Coughing violently expels more fragments of divine blood, as Luo Ya's consciousness blurs from the pain and exhaustion. Damn it, this bastard strikes with such ferocity. He mutters under his breath, each word pulling at the wounds that threaten to tear him apart. As his gaze swept across the core battlefield, the cataclysmic tempest of arcane laws caused his obsidian pupils to constrict sharply. The great monarch's forceful correction was a drain on his resources, and in an instant, Luo Ya discerned the perilous nature of the situation. The great monarch's power undeniably transcended that of entropy. Yet the consumption inflicted by the wondrous return seal upon one's psyche, especially when contending with a similarly formidable being like entropy that was fiercely resisting, was nothing short of terrifying. Although entropy had become a cornered beast, its desperate counterattack, fueled by a self-immolating fervor, was sufficient to shake the very stars. At present, the two were at an impasse. Luo Ya painstakingly analyzed the circumstances. The great monarch held the advantage with unparalleled realm and pure power, but at a steep cost. Entropy's defeat was inevitable. Yet its ferocity in this desperate struggle was alarming. The longer the standoff persisted, the more it would tilt against the monarch. A chilling anxiety slithered through Luo Ya's heart like a venomous serpent. The great monarch was the last bastion of order. Should he exhaust too much energy here, the consequences would be unimaginable. The deadlock must be broken. Luo Ya's eyes scanned the periphery of the battlefield, where Vegeta and Broly were rendered immobile by the tempest of laws. Relying on their intervention at this juncture was akin to chasing a delusion. The only variable lay in Luo Ya's remaining left hand, which clutched the remnants of an order crystal fragment beneath him. In his ashen gaze, the defiance and madness that belonged to Luo Ya reignited. Damn it, let us go all out. He plunged his consciousness deep into the recesses of his soul, reaching out to the nearly consumed spatial system tainted by the power of annihilation. Core energy depleted, terminal contamination detected, host life signs critically low. The system's cold voice crackled intermittently, laden with severe static. Spare me the chatter, Senzu. Luo Ya howled with the last vestiges of his willpower. Buzz. A faint yet extraordinarily pure emerald light struggled to pierce through the rampant black energy of annihilation within Luo Ya's body, manifesting within the palm of his remaining left hand. It was not a physical being, but rather a conceptual senzu, forged from the most refined laws of life and the essence of order. This was a life-saving trump card Luo Ya had created after comprehensively analyzing the origins of the senzu in the Dragon Ball realm during his early travels across the heavens, combining it with his own laws of order. Just this one. It contained not merely the power of physical restoration, but a one-time refresh and redefinition of his state of existence. Chapter 134, Core Dimension. Watch how I end you. You wretched creature. A glint of ferocity flashed in Luo Ya's eyes as he unhesitatingly pressed this conceptual senzu into the most grievously eroded wound on his chest, ravaged by the power of annihilation. Buzz. Like a withered tree meeting the spring, like the universe igniting into existence. An indescribable torrent of life and the might of order erupted from Luo Ya's chest. Hiss. The blackened markings of annihilation that madly spread across his surface screamed in a wretched wail, as they were purged and dissipated at a visible speed by the emerald radiance. At the horrific severance on his right shoulder, platinum light surged forth. His bones, meridians, flesh, and even the skin coursing with runes of law began to grow, define, and reconstruct at an unfathomable pace. Within mere breaths, a brand new right arm, intact and flowing with even more potent runes of order, had been reborn. The rampant power of annihilation within him was forcefully washed away and suppressed by this overwhelming torrent of life and order, ultimately obliterated. The pallid pall of despair was dispelled in an instant. In the depths of his obsidian eyes, the once stagnant celestial orbits resumed their dance, now more resplendent and profound than ever. The fragmented aura surrounding him coalesced into a harmonious, robust essence, even surpassing his pre-injury state in strength and refinement. The initial stage of the 9th tier of the divine white was firmly established, and he could almost sense the threshold of the mid-stage. The power of the celestial being was indeed formidable. Not only did it instantaneously heal all his wounds and dispel the taint of oblivion, but it also propelled his condition to an unprecedented zenith. Loya exhaled a long breath laden with verdant motes, abruptly rising from the shards of order. His tattered robe had long since turned to ash during the process of rebirth, and now he was enveloped in an energy armor composed of pure order runes, radiating an immortal luster of platinum. His shattered right arm clenched into a fist, feeling the surging, even more formidable power coursing within him. His cold gaze was akin to blades forged in the ice of eons, piercing through the chaotic storm of laws, resolutely locking onto the core of entropy in the heart of the battlefield, still wildly resisting and emanating a dying crimson glow. It was time for the old dog to settle the score. Loya's voice resonated with the grinding of ancient ice, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Yet, he did not immediately charge into the fray. He understood better than anyone that even in his current state of fullness and improvement, his strength was still insufficient when faced with entropy, which could contend with the Supreme King in a stalemate of laws, even if the opponent was nearing their limit. His power was far from adequate. At the initial or even mid-stage of the 9th tier of the Divine White, against a master of oblivion willing to sacrifice themselves to resist, his abilities could at most serve as a distraction, lacking the decisive force. The ferocity of entropy's dying counterattack was enough to drag any 9th tier being that approached into a mutual destruction before the formatting was complete. He must become stronger. Loya's fists cracked audibly, his nails digging deep into his palm, formed of order energy. 9th tier was not enough. Far from it. His gaze suddenly shifted towards the depths of the Temple of Order, to the gateway composed of flowing order runes leading to the Hall of Cosmic Temporalities. Although the dimensional stability of the temporal hall was on the brink of collapse after the breakthroughs of Vegeta and Broly, with his current might at the 9th tier of the Divine White, combined with the residual power of the Supreme King, he could forcibly stabilize and open it. It was the only option. A flicker of resolute madness ignited in Loya's eyes. Only the Hall of Cosmic Temporalities could offer salvation. In the outside world, a fleeting moment equated to a millennium within. He must ascend to the 10th tier of the Divine White before the Supreme King could no longer hold on. This thought ignited a wildfire of fervor in Loya's soul. The 10th tier of the Divine White, a legendary realm. It was the true touch of the sea of primordial origins, capable of resonating with it in supreme elevation. It was a domain not even the Supreme King had clearly achieved, merely referenced in ancient prophecies. Risks? The chance of death was a mere trifling matter. To forcibly breach that legendary realm while still recovering from grievous wounds, with his foundation unsteady, any misstep could lead to complete annihilation of both body and spirit, erasing even the imprint of existence. But did he have a choice? As he gazed upon the core battlefield, the resplendent brilliance of the myriad manifestations of the void seemed to dim ever so slightly under the frenzied retaliatory bloodlight of the entropy core. There was no hesitation left in Luo Yu's heart. System. Lock onto the coordinates of the time house. Initiate spatial folding. Activate. His will surged forth like a blazing star, crashing into the core of the system. Spatial folding activated. Target. Core of the myriad manifestations, spiritual time house. The electronic voice of the system resonated with a sharpness of desperation. Buzz. In an instant, Luo Yu's form vanished from sight. It was not mere high-speed movement, but a direct transcendence of space itself. The next moment, he stood before the rune-etched portal. Remnants of the fissures left by Broly's Super Saiyan 7 aura still faintly visible. Without casting a backward glance at the ultimate battlefield that determined the fate of the universe, he raised his newly reborn right hand, adorned with flowing platinum runes, and pressed firmly against the portal. Define. Stabilize time and space. Limit flow speed to 10,000 times. Open. With a thunderous roar, the remnants of cracks upon the portal instantly mended under the might of the 9th tier. The entire portal erupted in a brilliance unprecedented. A tempest of chaotic time and space, more violent and unstable than when Vegeta and Broly had entered, surged forth. Luo Yu's silhouette, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, plunged resolutely and madly into the swirling vortex leading to the unknown extremes of time and life and death. The doors of the time house thundered closed behind him, severing all ties to the outside world. All that remained was the relentless clash of white light and blood light in the core battlefield, along with the tightly shut rune door, pulsating with an aura of danger. Within, there was a desperate, all-or-nothing rush. Outside lay the ultimate stalemate determining the cosmos' fate. Meanwhile, time flowed with frenzied abandon. As Luo Ya's form disappeared into the ruined door radiating perilous light, it resembled a cold star cast into the boiling furnace of the universe. The doors of the myriad manifestations' spiritual time house slammed shut behind him, completely isolating the cataclysmic storms of law, the dying wails of entropy, and the seemingly eternal, yet drastically depleting majestic shadow of the Omni-King from the core battlefield. Inside, there existed another dimension. A purgatory where time was stretched to madness and space compressed to its limits. The myriad manifestations' spiritual time house, core dimension, was devoid of sky and earth, existing only as an intensely chaotic torrent. Here, time ceased to flow smoothly like a river, transforming into a tumultuous waterfall of billions of twisting, tearing, and colliding streams. Space was no longer a stable framework, but a sharp mirror of countless shattered, folded, exploded, and reconstituted fragments. Golden torrents of chaotic time and silver shards of space twisted like two cosmic serpents engaged in a frenzied struggle, with each collision unleashing a storm of laws potent enough to rend divine bodies asunder. This realm was the graveyard of dimensions, the inferno of time. The collapse triggered by Vegeta and Broly's breakthrough had yet to subside, and as Luo Ya forcibly activated the 10,000-fold limit flow rate, it was akin to tossing a star into a furnace core on the brink of explosion. Chapter 135, Fantasy as Luo Ya's form materialized. He scarcely had time to observe before being violently struck by an irresistible torrent of chaotic time and space. The armor adorned with order runes emitted a piercing groan, instantly adorned with a web of cracks. The furious force of time sought to accelerate him to an unbearable limit, while the chaotic power of space attempted to forcibly tear each atom of his being into disparate dimensions. The agony inflicted was more direct and fundamental than that caused by entropy, swiftly engulfing his very soul. Definition: order anchored. Loya's eyes burst forth with a platinum divine light, and with a fierce grip of his remaining left hand, it seemed as though he grasped the intangible backbone of the universe. The ninth-tier power of the white deity, recently elevated to its zenith by the conceptual divine being, erupted without reservation, transforming into an exquisitely condensed cocoon of platinum light that barely enveloped him. The cocoon trembled violently amidst the raging currents, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, on the brink of capsizing. Each impact from the temporal and spatial turbulence felt like innumerable blades of law simultaneously severing his will and the essence of his power. Not nearly enough. Loya's teeth nearly shattered. Merely maintaining his existence against this tempestuous time and space consumed vast amounts of his divine power and mental fortitude. This was far from a place of cultivation. It was a vortex of annihilation. System: is there an optimal path? Analyze the core frequency of the temporal turbulence. Loya's will roared from the depths of his soul. Ding. Environmental energy levels exceed system limits. Analysis failure rate 998, forcibly attempting to model established. The core turbulence exhibits periodic vortex nodes, where energy is relatively stable, yet the duration of stability is less than 0.00001 seconds. Node coordinates are dynamically shifting. With a prediction success rate below 1.1, a frenzied flame ignited in Loya's eyes. At a 1,000-fold flow rate, 0.00001 seconds of external time equated to a full second here. A second to breathe, a second to coalesce, represented the divide between life and death. Lock onto predicted coordinates. Prepare for spatial leap. No longer hesitating, he abruptly withdrew a portion of the power sustaining the cocoon, allowing the chaotic forces of time and space to tear at his body, bringing excruciating pain, yet simultaneously infusing that power entirely into the runes of order within his legs. Now, whoosh, his figure abruptly vanished amidst the turbulence, only to reappear near an extremely vague coordinate point predicted by the system. Almost simultaneously, an intense pulling force hurled him into the center of a nascent micro-temporal vortex, scarcely a meter in diameter. Boom. The violent tearing force suddenly ceased. Although the surrounding currents continued to roar and surge, this small vortex center, akin to the eye of a storm, manifested an instant of suffocating, absolute tranquility. The flow of time here became unusually viscous, with the spatial structure as stable as a mountain. Loya gasped for breath. The glow of his order rune armor dimmed, revealing faint traces of blood beneath his skin. This single leap had nearly drained 1/10 of his divine power. Yet he succeeded, seizing a precious second. resonance of the primordial sea. He did not pause for a moment, immediately settling into a meditative position, his consciousness plunging into the deepest recesses of his soul, fervently calling upon and communicating with the legendary primordial sea that nurtures all laws and the ultimate source of existence. The White Goddess 10th tier is not merely a simple accumulation of power, but rather a transcendence of the essence of life, an elevation of the imprints of existence. It requires an imprint of one's own order and laws to resonate profoundly with the ethereal, yet omnipresent primordial sea, drawing forth a thread of primordial power to fundamentally transform oneself. This demands absolute focus, unwavering will, and a fleeting chance of the intangible. In a brief moment of tranquil turbulence, Luo Ya's consciousness soared infinitely, as if liberated from the tumultuous confines of the temporal chamber, detached from the temple of order, and even freed from the shackles of the entire universe. His mental tendrils reached into the dimensions that transcend time and space, beyond comprehension, cold, silent, and vast. He beheld an ocean that defied description by color, form, or even concept. It was neither liquid nor energy. It was the state prior to existence, the very cradle of definition. Countless incomprehensible and indescribable chaotic orbs floated within, rising and falling, each orb imbued with the mighty force to create and redefine laws, while emanating an ultimate void potent enough to annihilate all existence. Merely brushing against this spiritual perception, an indescribable grandeur and terror instantaneously shattered Luo Ya's mental tendrils. Like an ant gazing up at a cosmic giant, his soul trembled, the sense of his own existence reduced to near nothingness. Suddenly, in reality, Luo Ya expelled a torrent of platinum divine blood, his spirit suffering a devastating blow. The tranquil vortex around him began to violently fluctuate, on the verge of vanishing. No. Connect to me. Luo Ya's eyes widened in desperation. A roar surpassing all limits erupted from the depths of his soul. His indomitable and rebellious will transformed into a blazing sword, fiercely thrusting toward the indifferent primordial sea. Buzz. Just as the mental sword was about to be utterly crushed by the might of the primordial sea, an incredibly faint yet chilling breath, imbued with unimaginable vitality, seemed to respond to this ant-like yet remarkably resilient will, quietly flowing along the impending rupture of the mental connection, like the first ray of light piercing through eternal darkness. Boom! Luo Ya's battered body convulsed violently. The dim order runes on his surface erupted into an unprecedented brilliance. No longer merely platinum, but a profound, cold hue, as if imbued with the chaotic colors of the ancient starry sky. Within him, the once surging divine power of the 9th tier, akin to a parched riverbed, was flooded with a torrent of creation, beginning to swell uncontrollably, undergoing a qualitative transformation. Each strand of divine power greedily consumed that fleeting breath of primordial essence, becoming more refined, more substantial, imbued with a trace of the highest characteristics of origin. However, fortune often conceals peril. Just as Luo Ya's imprint of law began to be transformed and elevated by the breath of the primordial essence, the lurking end pollution, temporarily suppressed, yet not entirely eradicated by the concept of the celestial being within the deepest recesses of his soul, erupted like a shark sensing blood. He, primordial, order, all shall succumb to my end. The whispers of entropy, filled with madness and malice, do not emanate from the external world, but rather explode directly from the very core of Lia's soul. The black power of annihilation, no longer an external corruption, springs forth from the divine essence of his own transforming abilities. It surges forth like the most vile sludge erupting from a clear spring. It relentlessly taints the freshly drawn primal essence, distorting the newly born chaotic runes of order, attempting to drag Luoya's entire process of transcendence into the abyss of chaos and destruction. Luoya emits a howl intertwined with pain and fury. One half of his being radiates the divine light of chaotic order, vibrant and evolving towards a higher form of life. Yet the other half begins to reveal grotesque black patterns of annihilation, flesh twisted and exuding a stench of decay and ruin. Internal demons. This is a heart's trial far more perilous than any external foe, stemming from the dark side of his own power. From the mark of destruction left by entropy upon his soul, in the realm of the mind, illusions abound. He witnesses Vegeta and Broly wailing in the blood-red light of entropy, turning to ash. He sees the Temple of Order utterly collapse, the towering figure of the Omni-King dimming and dissipating amidst the maniacal laughter of entropy. He observes countless cosmic stars bursting like soap bubbles under the tide of annihilation. As life is reduced to ruin, and all returns to the void, he sees himself, ensnared by chains of annihilation, wielding the blade of destruction, striking at the resplendent light that symbolizes the source of order. Each illusion strikes at the deepest fears and vulnerabilities within him, violently challenging his resolve to maintain order and protect all that exists. Begone! Luoyazwil ignites within his soul, transforming into a blazing star, clashing furiously against the surging black tide of annihilation. Each collision rends his soul, as the newly born chaotic divine power engages in a brutal tug-of-war with the retaliatory force of annihilation within him. The external calm vortex has long since vanished, and he is once again swept into the tempestuous currents of time and space. Yet at this moment, he seems to forget the pain of his corporeal form, fully immersed in this battle of transformation and destruction that determines life and death at the level of the soul. The runes of order and the patterns of annihilation flicker across his surface, as two cosmic forces vie for the ownership of this vessel. Time races by at 1,000-fold speed. What is but a second in the external world stretches into nearly 3 hours here. With each passing second, he struggles on the brink of life and death, transcendence and downfall. In the core battlefield of the Temple of Order, the sensation of suspended time and space remains unyielding. Yet within that absoluteness brews a terrifying storm capable of overturning the balance of the universe. In the pure space region, the brilliant white light of the void's imprint clashes with the dying dark red light of entropy, akin to two colossal cosmic serpents engaged in a frenzied struggle, annihilating one another. Each collision at the level of the laws causes the entire temple dimension to groan under the unbearable strain, as more chains of order shatter and extinguish. The Omni-King, shrouded in a veil of light and shadow, emits a faint sound, subtle enough to freeze the souls of the perceptive Vegeta and Broly. The edges of his gesturing hands dim slightly, as the flowing cosmic light wanes. It is not a physical injury, but rather a profound depletion of the primordial spirit. To forcibly reformat an entity of equal standing, especially one like the End Lord, who fiercely resists with the burning imprint of its own existence, comes at an unimaginable cost. The core of entropy, a highly condensed dark gray mass, is now marred by a web of white cracks, markings left by the violent deconstruction of the myriad manifestations. The ferocious power that constitutes its core has been extensively stripped, shattered, and reverted to primal chaotic energy. The imprint of its self-awareness as the End Lord has become indistinct under the overwhelming correction of white light, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The agony has long surpassed its limits, leaving only the most unadulterated madness. You shall not erase me, Old One. The will of entropy emits a final, frenzied roar from its core. The dark red bloodlight suddenly retracts, as if compressed to its utmost limit, causing the core to violently collapse inward. In the next instant, boom! A torrent of destruction, more ferocious, more desperate, and more pure than any before, erupts explosively from the core of entropy. This is not an attack, but a complete self-immolation. It no longer seeks to preserve any vestige of entropy, igniting the last remnants of its primal imprint, its final will, and the last trace of its end attributes like fuel, all for the purpose of unleashing an ultimate counterattack capable of shaking the myriad manifestations and possibly inflicting severe damage upon the great All-King before its complete obliteration. The dark red pillar of destruction, embodying the will to annihilate all definitions and return everything to nothingness, surges forward, not with struggle, but with resolute determination towards the resplendent myriad manifestations. In its wake, even the purified space, once defined and solidified, begins to crumble inch by inch, reverting to chaos. Entropy. Stand down. The voice of the great All-King, like countless stars whispering in unison, pierces through the roar of destruction, carrying a rare, clear gravity. Such burning will cause your existence imprint to utterly vanish, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. The world will collapse, and the end will cease to exist. Why cling to this delusion? Cling to delusion? Ah! The manic laughter emanating from the burning core of entropy is twisted and deranged, filled with ultimate mockery of all, the destruction of the world, the return to the void. How beautiful it is! I am the end. The fate of the end is to let everything return to nothingness. Come, old one, let us witness this ultimate spectacle together. The might of the dark red pillar of destruction surges once more amidst entropy's final manic laughter. With a madness that seeks to incinerate everything and drag the entire universe down with it, it crashes violently into the core of the myriad manifestations. Crack! A sound reminiscent of the very foundations of the universe fracturing. The resplendent, seemingly eternal light of the myriad manifestations trembles violently for the first time. At the center of the imprint, a tiny yet shocking fissure suddenly appears. The once steadfast presence of the great All-King, akin to the cosmic anchor, shows a notable lean for the first time. The shroud of light encasing it ripples violently, the edges momentarily blurring. Its hands, forming the seal, tremble slightly. Madman! The voice of the omnipotent king turned utterly frigid, and for the first time, the vast expanse of his eyes reflected a chilling intent to kill. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to annihilate you completely. Annihilate me? With that seal you have been shaken by? The will of entropy let out a final derisive laugh amidst the flames, as the destructive beam raged fiercely against the fissured void seal. Come forth. Let me witness how the source of order meets its demise. The clash between the two forces reached a fever pitch. The white light of the void seal frantically mended the crack, while simultaneously unleashing an even more formidable force, accelerating the disintegration of entropy's core. The dark red beam of destruction, born from the self-ignition of entropy, clung to the fissure like a relentless parasite, viciously eroding the very foundation of the void seal. With every collision, the core area of the Temple of Order experienced vast spatial collapses, revealing the violent turbulence of the outer dimensions. The floating shards of order surrounding the temple evaporated instantaneously, as if they were ice thrown into a furnace. The lamentations of the plane itself morphed into a deathly shriek. Vegeta and Broly were forcefully pinned to the ground by the sudden intensification of the lost storm, their Super Saiyan God auras flickering like candles in the wind. On the verge of extinguishing, blood poured from their mouths and noses, their bones groaning under the insufferable strain, their thoughts nearly frozen by the incomprehensible force of the collision. With great effort, the omniscient king raised his head, his golden eyes reflecting the glaring fissure upon the seal, a chilling dread washing over him like never before. That bastard is desperate, Broly growled, his green aura flickering uncertainly under the terrifying pressure, his eyes filled with frenzied rage, yet he could not even lift a finger. The aura beneath the omniscient king's ethereal garments exhibited clear fluctuations. It was evident that entropy's final and most frenzied combustion posed a genuine threat to him. He had to mobilize more primal power to maintain the stability and potency of the void seal, a consumption that escalated geometrically. The core of entropy was rapidly diminishing in size, visibly shrinking under the violent deconstruction of the void seal and its own frantic combustion. The dark gray hue swiftly fading into transparency, as if it would dissipate entirely at any moment. The frenzied will was also weakening rapidly, yet the fervor of its destructive obsession burned to its zenith, akin to a dying star releasing its final, most lethal light and heat. The fissure on the void seal slowly and resolutely spread. The core of entropy was accelerating its collapse. The light of the omniscient king dimmed slightly amidst the consumption. The Temple of Order teetered on the brink of complete disintegration amidst its lamentations. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each moment felt like an eternity of torment. The scales of victory and defeat swayed amidst the brutal consumption, yet the shadow of destruction loomed over the entire battlefield, extending towards the endless cosmos beyond the temple. Just as the standoff that would determine the fate of the universe reached its most harrowing climax, a peculiar hum, not from the battlefield, resonated like the first heartbeat of the universe, suddenly echoing deep within the souls of all present. Chapter 137. The power of fear. The rune-ensconced door leading to the Hall of Infinite Spirits exploded without warning, not destroyed by external forces, but rather ruptured from within by an unimaginable, indefinable, and all-encompassing ultimate power. Countless shards, imbued with the laws of space and time, scattered like fragments of stars, only to be reduced to dust by the tempest of laws raging across the core battlefield. From the epicenter of the explosion, a figure emerged with a single step. It was Luoya. Yet, he was no longer the same Luoya who had entered the Hall of Time. The shattered order of his runic armor had vanished, replaced by a form seemingly sculpted from the profound chaos of the cosmos itself. Beneath his skin, flesh and blood had given way to swirling galaxies of countless stars. Ancient and arcane chaotic runes, even older than the imprint of infinite return, ebbed and flowed across his surface, each flicker resonating with and commanding the laws of time and space surrounding him. His right arm remained unscathed, radiating a platinum light of order. Yet within this divine luminescence lay the depths and chill of the chaotic cosmos. Conversely, the left half of his body emanated a peculiar, disquieting dark golden sheen. His skin was adorned with twisted, living black lines of annihilation, exuding a destruction aura that, while stemming from entropy, seemed more restrained and far more terrifying. Order and annihilation, two utterly opposing forces of the cosmic essence, which should have obliterated each other, had, in him, forged a bizarre and devastatingly tense equilibrium. Most soul-chilling of all were his eyes. The right eye gleamed with pure, icy platinum, its depths entwined with countless chains of order, unraveling the ultimate truths of cosmic creation and destruction, representing absolute authority of definition. The left eye, however, was a boundless dark golden abyss. Its depths did not reveal an iris, but a slowly rotating miniature black hole that consumed all light. Surrounding this black hole were shattered stars and warped space-time, emanating an ultimate will to end all existence, to render being null. The platinum right eye and the dark golden left eye, order and annihilation, definition and termination. The ultimate powers of the universe found a fleeting yet terrifying unity within him. He did not exude a cataclysmic aura. Instead, he radiated a suffocating void. It was as though he had become a singularity, consuming all energy, all laws, and all existence. Merely standing there, the tempest of laws on the battlefield, in proximity to him, was forcefully drawn in and quelled, like rivers converging into the sea. He lifted his head slightly, his mismatched, inhuman gaze coldly surveying the ravaged battlefield. Where his eyes fell, the frenzied core of entropy hesitated, the dark red pillar of destruction dimming ever so slightly. Even the gaze beneath the Grand King's shadowy garments shimmered with an imperceptible tremor. Luoya's gaze ultimately settled upon the core of entropy, riddled with white cracks and ablaze with chaotic flames. He slowly raised his right hand, infused with the powers of chaotic cosmos and platinum order. No words, no wars. He stood before the very essence of entropy, at the ultimate battleground where destruction and order collided in a frenzied clash. At the pivotal point determining the fate of the universe, his 5 fingers gradually converged, as if grasping the very throat of existence itself. An invisible, terrifying will, transcending the laws of nature, awakened like a slumbering cosmic deity, descending with thunderous might. Time seemed to crystallize in that singular moment. Time, space, laws, energy, all that exists, fell into an absolute, suffocating stasis in the instant this will manifested. The tumultuous maelstrom of chaos, illuminated by the pure white light of creation and the dark red pillars of annihilation from the core of entropy, appeared as if 2 colossal insects were frozen in amber, rigidly suspended mere inches apart. The radiance remained dazzling, the aura of destruction still menacing, yet their trajectories of movement, the oscillations of energy dispersal, even the collisions of laws were forcibly pressed into a state of suspension. Even the grand figure of the All-King, shrouded in veils of light and shadow, seemed enveloped by this intangible will, his gestures exhibiting a minuscule delay, while profound astonishment flickered in his vast eyes. Vegetto and Broly, whose protective divine light had nearly extinguished, suddenly found it stabilizing, the overwhelming pressure that threatened to shatter their bones receding like the tide. The 2 gazed upward in astonishment, witnessing the silhouette of Loya, a confluence of chaotic starry skies and abyssal destruction, alongside his slowly clenching fingers. What manner of power is this? Vegetto's golden eyes contracted sharply. He sensed that this was not merely an energy suppression, but a definition from a higher dimension. It was as if Loya's will, at that moment, transcended all laws governing the battlefield. Roaring, Broly's green pupils reflected the dark golden sheen and writhing patterns of demise upon Loya's left side, instinctively feeling a tremor and resonance arising from the very essence of life itself. It was a pure, ultimate aura of destruction, yet restrained by an order so cold it was almost unyielding. The core of entropy, frantically ablaze and riddled with white fissures, trembled violently for the first time under the will of Loya's converging fingers. Not from fear, for it had long surpassed that, but from a primal instinctive rebellion against the force of a higher caliber that sought to suppress its very existence. The will of entropy erupted with a crazed wail from the frozen core, attempting to unleash the stilled pillars of annihilation. Loya, Ant, what power have you stolen? Do not think to suppress me. Yet, Loya's response was simply to tighten his grip fiercely. Boom. This time, it was a tangible, unimaginable impact. At the core of entropy, the defined and solidified pure space, along with the surrounding frozen storm of laws, shattered like a glass mirror struck by an invisible cosmic hammer. It was not a physical shattering, but a collapse at the level of existence itself. The solidified white and crimson light instantaneously transformed into countless drifting fragments of law. The dark red power of annihilation burning upon the surface of the entropy core was forcibly stripped away like paint, breaking off in large chunks, obliterated. The final remnant of his core existence, burdened with the indelible mark of annihilation, emitted a mournful cry. Teetering on the brink of complete dissolution under the relentless will of Loya that transcended the laws of reality. With a resounding impact, the core of entropy, akin to a struck sandbag, was propelled forth at a velocity surpassing light, yet paradoxically slow, trailing a series of shattered remnants of law and dissipating dark crimson energy. Wherever he traversed, space was rent asunder like fragile canvas, leaving behind a gaping, unhealable black scar, flowing with chaotic currents. Ultimately, this source of annihilation, once causing the cosmos to tremble, descended upon the edge of the Order Temple, crashing onto a vast crystalline platform, long transformed into scorched earth. With a final flicker of dim, erratic crimson light, akin to a fallen star, the thundering sound resounded like the tolling of the death knell for annihilation. The platform shook violently, fissures spiderwebbing across its surface. The core of entropy was deeply embedded within the crystal, its once dark gray hue nearly faded, revealing a lifeless, translucent gray, marred by countless white cracks resembling shattered porcelain. The once furious column of destructive light extinguished entirely, leaving only the core's interior to flicker intermittently, reminiscent of the feeble glow of a candle in the wind. His essence had waned to its utmost limit, as if it might dissolve entirely into cosmic dust at any moment. An absolute silence enveloped the battlefield. Chapter 138. Annihilation. The tempest of ferocious laws had subsided, leaving only the lament of dimensional turbulence at the breach of the temple. The radiance of the All Things returned to the void seal, gradually retracted. The figure of the great All-King remained imposing, yet the luminous veil that shrouded him appeared softer and more subdued, his gaze settling upon Loya with an air of scrutiny, imbued with an ineffable depth of meaning. Vegetto, propping himself up on his knees, gazed at the desolate, scorched platform in the distance, then turned his attention to Loya's otherworldly silhouette, his voice laden with incredulity. Is it over? Broly rose as well, his emerald aura gradually calming, fixating on the core of entropy embedded within the crystal, then shifting to the dark golden sheen and writhing patterns of annihilation upon Loya's left arm. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice, brimming with surprise and admiration, shattered the silence. Master. A small figure, akin to a fledgling swallow soaring into the woods, dashed forth from a relatively intact bastion of order on the temple's edge. It was Yar. Her delicate face bore traces of tears and the pallor of survival, yet her large eyes sparkled with the brilliance of stars as she recklessly rushed towards Loya. Master, you are amazing. Her tiny hand grasped Loya's right hand, which flowed with the chaotic cosmos and platinum order, the cool yet soft touch radiating unreserved dependence and adoration. You defeated that big bad guy. Master, you are the best. In that fleeting moment when Yar's small hand made contact, Loya's otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a chaotic abyss, quivered ever so slightly. He lowered his head, his soul-stirring heterochromatic gaze resting upon Yar's uplifted, blissfully joyful face. The cold, platinum radiance emanating from his right eye seemed to soften slightly, while the rotation of the dark golden black hole in his left eye imperceptibly slowed. He raised his left hand, entwined with the patterns of annihilation and exuding an aura of destruction, and gently stroked the top of Yar's head. The gesture was somewhat awkward, yet imbued with a tenderness that starkly contrasted with the essence of devastation, a warmth that belonged to Luoya. He murmured softly, his voice no longer akin to the sound of ice grinding against ice, though it still retained a metallic chill. Do not draw too near. At that moment, The voice of the great All-King resonated like the symphony of countless stars, calm yet profound, revealing all truths. He is not yet dead. This statement struck like a frigid alarm bell, abruptly awakening the crowd, who had been lost in shock and joy. Vegeta and Broly immediately tensed, their energies surging once more as they warily regarded the semi-transparent core embedded within the crystal. A low, raspy laughter, reminiscent of a worn-out bellows, echoed intermittently from the scorched platform. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the deeply embedded core within the Order Crystal, riddled with fissures and nearly translucent, flickered with a final, faint crimson glow that struggled to ignite. Crack! Crack! The Order Crystal surrounding the core emitted a sound of overwhelming fracture. An exceedingly faint yet nauseatingly decayed and destructive black-red energy seeped through the cracks of the core, akin to the last venom expelled by a dying serpent. Slowly coalescing in the air, twisting. Ultimately, it formed an ethereal, nearly transparent humanoid silhouette. This outline was indistinct, its features contorted, as if it might disintegrate at any moment, barely resembling the form of entropy. It hovered above the core, composed of thin black-red energy, like a ghostly flame flickering in the wind. Lacking substance and power, it bore only the final imprint of a will steeped in endless madness and resentment. The spectral shadow of entropy struggled to turn its blurred head, fixating on the distant Luoya. Its voice, hoarse and fragmented, uttered words that felt like curses squeezed from the depths of the soul. How could you possibly become so powerful so suddenly? Its gaze swept across Luoya's right half, reminiscent of a chaotic starry sky, then over his left half, flowing with dark golden brilliance and patterns of annihilation, ultimately settling upon the pair of inhuman, heterochromatic eyes. The illusory form quivered violently, saturated with disbelief and profound malice. Thief! Scoundrel! The remnant of entropy erupted in a hysterical shriek. You have stolen my power of annihilation. No, not just that, but also the primal source. This is impossible. This is sacrilege. This is an affront to annihilation. Luoya remained expressionless, his heterochromatic eyes of platinum and dark gold coldly gazing down upon the phantom remnant of entropy, as a deity might regard a maggot in the dust. He subtly pushed Yar, who was holding his right hand, towards Vegeta behind him. Vegeta immediately understood, enveloping Yar in a soft protective barrier of divine energy. Sacrilege. Luoya's voice was like ancient ice, devoid of emotion. You dare speak of sacrilege? He slowly raised his left hand, adorned with the intricate patterns of a dark golden arm that seemed to pulse with life. His fingers splayed open, palm directed towards the ethereal remnants of entropy. The left eye of your finality, Loya, with its miniature black hole, suddenly accelerated. A profound golden light surged forth, merely a chaotic residue, as his right eye, bound by cold platinum chains of order, interwove frantically. A blinding divine light pierced through the void. An eye buzz, a terrifying gravitational force, indescribable in its intensity, erupted from Loya's left palm. This was not mere physical attraction, but an ultimate deprivation directly acting upon the very essence of existence. Oh! The spectral remnants of entropy emitted a chilling wail, almost inhuman in its agony. The sparse black-red energy that constituted his specter was, like smoke thrown into a black hole, uncontrollably drawn away, wisps and strands being forcibly extracted, rushing madly towards Loya's palm. No, stop. That is my last vestige of existence. The will of entropy screamed in despair. He could distinctly sense the last remnants of his existence, the very essence that upheld the name of entropy, being forcibly stripped away, consumed. Once fully absorbed, he would utterly dissipate, leaving not a trace, a true eternal oblivion. I want you dead. The pinnacle of despair birthed a final frenzy. The phantom of entropy erupted violently, not in self-destruction, but compressing all energy, all will, all the overwhelming hatred towards Loya into a singular moment, igniting it. A thread so fine it was almost invisible, yet distilled to perfection in a dark red hue, disregarding the distance of space, bearing the ultimate curse of a burning existence and a will of annihilation, pierced directly towards Loya's brow like the first ray of destructive light at the birth of the universe. This was entropy's final, desperate strike, forsaking all remnants of existence. Its might capable of penetrating stars and obliterating the very souls of deities. Hurry! It approached its zenith, surpassing the laws of reaction. Vegeta and Broly merely glimpsed a flash of red light, their hearts almost ceasing to beat. The King of All's light seemed to lean slightly forward. Yer covered her mouth in terror. However, in the face of this annihilating curse, potent enough to slay gods, not a ripple stirred upon Loya's face. His right eye blazed with radiant platinum light. Definition: none. The condensed dark red curse, less than an inch from Loya's brow, collided with an invisible wall of absolute negation, abruptly halting. Immediately after, Loya's left eye spiraled with the frenzy of a dark golden-black hole. Conclusion: void. The suspended curse of red light, as if cast into an ultimate void furnace, lacked even the time to struggle, instantly shifting from red to gray, from substance to nothingness. Like pencil marks erased by an eraser, silently and completely obliterated. Not a trace of energy ripple remained. The final imprint of entropy's existence, along with that ultimate cursed strike, was thus effortlessly defined and concluded by Loya into the void. The phantom of entropy, at the moment the cursed red light vanished, burst like a popped bubble, emitting a soft sound, completely disintegrating into the most primordial particles of energy, dissipating into the cold air of the sanctuary. Chapter 139. Laughter and joy. The gray-white core embedded in the crystal finally extinguished the last flicker of bloodlight, causing the surface cracks to swiftly widen and spread. With a shattering sound, the core completely crumbled into a handful of lifeless gray-white dust, cascading down to merge with the charred crystal platform, leaving no trace behind. The true obliteration of both form and spirit had occurred. Even the remnants of its existence were entirely erased. Silence descended once more profound and weighty than before. Vegeta and Broly stood frozen, as if turned to stone. They had witnessed the complete downfall of a cosmic entity, brought to an end by two seemingly casual phrases and a mere gaze that seemed to brush away dust. This power had transcended the bounds of their comprehension. Yar hid behind Vegeta's divine shield, her large eyes filled with trepidation, but more so with unconditional admiration and reassurance for her master. The gaze of the Grand Zeno, shrouded in light and shadow, remained calmly fixed upon Luoya. In the depths of the cosmic light and shadow, it seemed as though billions of stars were being born and extinguished in a celestial dance. Luoya slowly lowered his left hand. The chaotic starlight and dark golden lines of finality that flowed across his skin gradually receded, and his otherworldly, heterochromatic pupils slowly returned to a profound obsidian. Yet, deep within those eyes, it appeared as if the essence of ancient galaxies and eternal voids had settled, forever altering his being. He slightly turned, his gaze sweeping over the devastation of the crumbling Order Temple, over the survivors, Vegeta, Broly, and Yar, before finally resting upon the eternal and majestic figure of the Grand Zeno. There were no proclamations of victory, no ostentatious displays of power. Only a statement, calm to the point of indifference, echoed through the desolate ruins of the temple. It is over. The gray-white dust blended into the charred crystal platform, akin to the ashes of finality returning to the earth. The faint crackling sound emitted when the entropy core shattered became the sole remnant of sound in this silent battlefield, soon to be swallowed by the weeping dimensional turbulence at the temple's breach. An absolute silence lingered, as if for an entire epoch, until a small, incredulous sob shattered the suffocating stillness. Master? Yar peeked out from the edge of Vegeta's divine shield, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet filled more with bewilderment and immense joy at having survived. Was that terrifying villain truly gone? Her voice was soft, tinged with tentative exploration, as if afraid to disturb something, yet akin to the first stone cast upon a tranquil lake. This tender sound seemed to unlock invisible shackles. Vegeta took a long, almost greedy breath, as though he sought to expel all the fear and oppression that had accumulated within him. His previously rigid back relaxed slightly, and his clenched fists gradually loosened, the skin of his palms pierced by his own nails, allowing droplets of golden divine blood to seep out. Yet he remained oblivious. The tension and vigilance in his golden eyes melted away like snow, replaced by overwhelming fatigue and euphoric relief. It was over, truly over. His voice carried a subtle tremor, which soon transformed into a low roar that pierced through the ruins, imbued with a sense of catharsis. He abruptly turned his head to face Broly, his expression betraying unrestrained excitement. Broly, did you see that? Master is incredible. So powerful it's beyond comprehension. Broly did not respond immediately. His emerald eyes remained fixed on the shattered core of entropy, his heavy breathing reminiscent of a bellows. The violent green aura surrounding him gradually subsided, becoming subdued. Yet his muscles remained taut, akin to a beast that had just escaped a trap. After several seconds, he slowly turned his neck to gaze at Luoya, who had once again adopted a profound and introspective demeanor, seemingly harboring endless galaxies and the void within his silhouette. A deep, unintelligible growl emerged from the depths of his throat, not out of anger, but rather an instinctive reverence and acknowledgement in the face of an incomprehensible power. He nodded, the motion somewhat stiff, yet within the depths of his green gaze, amidst the Saiyan warrior's defiance. The mark of submission, a recognition of absolute power, was etched clearly for the first time, not as an acquiescence to authority, but as an understanding of sheer strength. Master, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, stopping a few steps behind Luoya, excitedly waving his arms in an attempt to describe the soul-stirring scene they had just witnessed. That last blow, that fist, and those two phrases. Definition, none. Conclusion, void. My heavens, what power! Even the laws themselves seem to have been trampled beneath your feet. That madman of entropy, his very existence has been erased by you. What a relief. His words tumbled out in a flurry of excitement, his golden eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. Broly silently joined him, standing beside Vegeta, though he remained wordless. His tense posture and unwavering gaze upon Luoya spoke volumes of the turmoil within him. Even the figure of the Grand King, shrouded in eternal luminescent garb, seemed to quiver slightly. In the vastness of his cosmic eyes, the myriad stars, which perpetually spun in a dance of calculation, appeared to freeze for a moment, reflecting the silhouette of Luoya. There were no words, yet within the timeless tranquility, there seemed to be an indescribable scrutiny, a glimmer of understanding buried in the depths of the universe's origins. His gaze appeared to penetrate Luoya's currently reserved facade, revealing the essence interwoven with the chaotic cosmos and the dark golden end. Master, you are truly amazing. You finally broke free from Vegeta's protective barrier. Bounding joyfully to Luoya's side, her small hands clutching his right hand that hung beside him. This time, she no longer feared the lingering chill and depth that emanated from Luoya. Her little face radiated pure, unclouded joy. The bad guy has been chased away. Master is the strongest of the strong. She tilted her head back, her large eyes sparkling as if stars were twinkling within them, embodying the purest trust and reliance upon her guardian. Luoya lowered his head. In the depths of his obsidian eyes, the sedimented galaxies and void seemed to be gently disturbed by the girl's untainted brilliance, creating a faint ripple that was nearly imperceptible. He raised his left hand, which not long ago had been entwined with the living patterns of demise, exuding an aura of destruction. At this moment, those patterns had receded deeply, leaving only the faint luminescence of dark golden veins beneath his skin. His movements retained a trace of stiffness, as if this body had yet to fully adapt to the metamorphosis of the soul. His fingers gently rested upon Ura's soft hair, tenderly ruffling it. He murmured softly, his voice calm like the eternal night sky, devoid of exuberance, resonating instead with the tranquility that follows the settling of dust. The cold metallic sensation had diminished slightly, yet it still bore an ineffable sense of detachment. It is over, he reiterated his earlier words, his gaze drifting past the jubilant crowd and settling upon the vast rupture of the Order's sanctum, leading into the infinite void beyond. There lay the direction of entropy's final collapse, the spatial coordinates of the abyssal realm. Vegeta remained oblivious to the fleeting glance from Luoya, immersed in a profound excitement. Your Majesty, Master, we have triumphed. Order has prevailed. Now, we must restore the sanctum and eliminate the remaining minions of the abyss, and peace shall return to the universe. His eyes sparkled with visions of a hopeful future. Broly nodded in agreement, emitting a low grunt, though his expression remained impassive, his taut muscles appearing notably more relaxed. Chapter 140. The return to origin. The king of all luminescent forms slightly inclined its head, as if the universe itself were acknowledging them. A grand and serene voice echoed once more, resonating over the ruins. Order shall ultimately endure. In this battle, each of you has played an indispensable role. The restoration of the sanctum and the reforging of order are of utmost urgency. His gaze swept across the devastated core area, where the shattered chains of order flickered with faint light, reminiscent of dying stars. Yes, Your Majesty, Vegeta proclaimed, puffing out his chest. as if he could already envision the brilliance of order illuminating the cosmos anew. Broly clenched his fists in solidarity. Yer joyfully shook Luoya's arm. Master, does this mean we won't have to fight anymore? Can we go home? Home. Luoya's fingertips lingered imperceptibly in Yur's hair for a fleeting moment. Within the depths of his inky eyes, a solitary galaxy lay in desolation, and the void spread. He slowly raised his gaze once more, looking out into the profound darkness beyond the breach of the sanctum. There, it seemed as though something had fallen completely silent, or was brewing in a manner more clandestine and thorough. He did not respond to Yur's inquiry. At the base of the abyssal monarch's throne, this place transcended the conventional understanding of space. There was no up or down, no distinction between light and darkness. Only a viscous, inextricable, pure void existed. This was the origin of the abyss, the primordial membrane from which the concepts of chaos and destruction were birthed. It was the ultimate point of zero, forcibly defined by entropy eons ago, anchored in its own existence, torn from the chaotic disorder of the primordial sea. Absolute silence. Absolute void. Even the concepts of time and space lost their significance here, as only the eternal end itself flowed slowly and coldly. However, at the very instant when entropy was grasped tightly by the 5 fingers of Loa within the sanctum of order, its will crushed and its existence utterly erased. Something appeared to ignite in the viscous sea of nothingness, in its most profound and darkest depths. It was not a flame, but a pure negation of existence. Like a drop of molten iron plunged into a chasm of absolute zero, this essence emerged from the annihilation of entropy, coalescing all its madness, resentment, unwillingness, and the ultimate denial of existence itself, stirring an unprecedented, silent maelstrom in this sea of nothingness that embodies the very source of its power. Ah, Loa. Not a tangible sound, but a piercing wail resonating through the primordial layer of the sea of nothingness, emanating from the essence of existence. This wail carried the purest curse of malice at the fall of a cosmic entity, instantly piercing through countless twisted dimensional barriers of the abyssal realm, reaching the deepest recesses of every abyssal soul. Boom! The viscous sea of nothingness erupted, roaring, no longer silent. It transformed into an ultimate vortex that devours and obliterates all. At the vortex's center lay the flame of negation ignited by the final will of entropy. This flame greedily and frantically absorbed. It consumed the very essence of the primordial obliteration that constituted this sea of nothingness. It siphoned the grotesque abyssal demons, the distorted void beings, and the corrupted fallen deities from countless dimensions within the abyssal realm, regardless of their corners in the abyss, whether they were battling, slumbering, or praying. In that moment, their bodies melted silently like wax figures cast into a furnace, collapsing. Their powers, regardless of strength, were forcibly stripped away and drawn forth like rivers converging into the sea. Their vitality, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, was instantaneously extinguished and plundered. Even the last remnants of existence within their souls were greedily devoured and assimilated by the flame at the vortex's center. There was no resistance, no wailing. For this deprivation acted directly upon the very foundation of their existence, stemming from the source of their power and life. This was the ultimate demand from the Father God, the final destination inscribed in the essence of their being, returning to oblivion. In that moment, the entire abyssal realm transformed into a silent altar. Countless beings, whether mighty or meek, wise or ignorant, became offerings. Their flesh, power, souls, and all that constituted their existence were being frantically consumed and refined by the core vortex of the sea of nothingness, all to nourish that flame of negation burning with the utmost hatred. At the center of the vortex, that flame, under an endless tide of offerings, began to swell, coalesce, and reshape, no longer a mere phantom of illusionary will, but a silhouette, a blurred, constantly twisting and changing outline composed of pure negation and the essence of oblivion. It bore no fixed form, sometimes resembling a collapsing black hole, at times extending like the wings of annihilation, and at others coalescing into the indistinct and grotesque visage of entropy. With every transformation, the entire abyssal demon realm trembles violently, accompanied by the silent obliteration of countless dimensions. Numerous dimensional bubbles, akin to stars, silently shatter in the darkness, transmuting into pure torrents of chaotic energy that converge into an infinite vortex, nourishing the reshaped silhouette. Hatred and murder, intermittent shards of malicious intent, imbued with extreme venom, emanate from the continuously reforged outline, piercing this desolate space like a myriad of icy, poisoned needles. Loya. The silhouette quakes violently. The distorted visage of entropy materializes once more, its eyes ablaze with black-red flames, fixated on a certain direction, penetrating the barriers of endless dimensions, locking onto the figure in the ruins of the Temple of Order, who has just lowered their left hand. Thieving, insignificant pseudo-deity. Each thought is laden with a heart-wrenching malice, erasing my existence and desecrating the source of the ultimate fusion. You shall perish. 1,000 deaths would not atone for your sins. The fluctuations of the silhouette intensify, and the collapse and obliteration of countless dimensions within the abyssal demon realm accelerate abruptly. More power is forcibly extracted, compressed, and infused. I behold your strength, cold order, the primordial chaos, and my ultimate end. The thoughts are imbued with a twisted, almost frenzied excitement. What a perfect vessel. What a blasphemous fusion. Yet this power rightfully belongs to me. It belongs to the end. Do you believe that erasing me equates to victory? The thought rises sharply, laced with utmost mockery and madness. Foolish. Death is but a beginning for me, merely a return to the origin. I am the end. I am the embodiment of the void. The extinction of existence is the ultimate manifestation of my power. Chapter 141. The calm before the storm. The vortex of the sea of nothingness spins at an unparalleled velocity, the core silhouette becoming increasingly solid under the infusion of the boundless abyssal essence. The emanating aura of destruction and negation grows ever more terrifying, beginning to subtly shake the very fabric of this void space defined by entropy itself. Feel the lament of the abyss, Loya. Listen to the curses of billions of sacrifices. Loya. Draw from the universe's deepest and purest void, Loya. The congealed silhouette erupts in a silent roar. Await my true form's reconstitution. Await my consumption of the abyss's final endless numbers. I shall breach the Temple of Order. I shall personally rend your laughable corporeal shell. I shall siphon your primordial essence. I shall strip away your order. I shall reclaim my rightful end. Then, under your despairing gaze, I shall bestow upon this abhorrent universe the true ultimate zero. Ahahaha. Madness, resentment, and a silent, destructive glee resonate in the core of the sea of nothingness. The last glimmers of the abyssal demon realm rapidly fade, as billions of dimensions collapse in accelerated ruin, the remaining abyssal life forms, akin to insects thrown into a meat grinder, are unable to emit even the faintest cry of despair before being utterly drained, dissolving into nothingness. All power, all existence, is being continuously solidified at the vortex's center, devoured by the negation that causes the very universe to tremble. It is returning, with the entire abyssal demon realm as its sacrificial offering, with the ultimate principle of effortless action as its foundation, bearing an indelible and pure hatred and murderous intent towards Loa, towards order, and towards existence itself. In the ruins of the Temple of Order, the atmosphere of celebration, after a brief eruption, began to settle into a weary yet hopeful tranquility. Bijit had commenced the arduous task of utilizing his divine powers to communicate with the fractured chains of the Order runes, endeavoring to guide them back into connection. Although his efforts bore little fruit, he approached the task with remarkable seriousness, his countenance imbued with the mission of rebuilding their homeland. Broly silently approached the edge of the temple's breach, resembling the most loyal sentinel, vigilantly gazing at the chaotic dimensional turbulence that still raged outside. Green flames flowed slowly across his surface, mending the subtle damages inflicted during battle. Yura remained nestled beside Loa, her small face reflecting the weariness of relaxation. Clinging to Loa's arm, her little head bobbed as she drifted into slumber, as if true peace could only be found in her master's presence. The shadow of the Grand King still hovered above the core area, his hands gracefully moving through the void, each motion conjuring a gentle halo of light. These halos, as if imbued with life, caressed the battered barriers of the temple and the fractured rune bases. In the areas touched, the speed of the rifts in space began to noticeably accelerate their healing, as the shattered order crystal fragments seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, slowly and laboriously reassembling and coalescing. Though there remained an immense distance to the complete restoration of the temple, this was undoubtedly an exhilarating beginning. An expansive power, akin to the breath of the cosmos, gently and resolutely soothed this scarred land. Loa stood quietly, resembling an ancient monolith. He allowed Ur to lean against him, his dark eyes cast downward, observing the final remnants of gray-white powder merging into the obsidian crystalline platform beneath his feet. Is it over? His fingertips unconsciously brushed against Beerus' hair, the warmth and softness carrying the pulse of vibrant life. Yet, deep within his soul, amidst the chaotic starry sky that had just resonated with the primal sea and fiercely battled the end-of-being demons birthed from within, a faint, chilling tremor, replete with absolute negation, unexpectedly pierced him. Like a slumbering cosmic beast, it opened its vengeful eyes from the depths of an endless abyss. Loa slowly lifted his eyelids. In the depths of his inky pupils, the sedimentary river of stars abruptly ceased its flow, as the cold void spread like a frozen tide. His gaze penetrated the barriers of the temple, transcended the chaotic dimensional turbulence, and pierced through countless planes, coldly and resolutely locking onto the most obscure and tainted depths of the abyssal realm. The hand resting atop Beerus' head tightened ever so slightly. The wind seemed to grow colder. That minute tightening of his hand, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, created ripples that only he could perceive. The frozen river of stars and void within his dark eyes steadfastly fixed upon the direction of the abyssal realm, the chilling tremor emanating from the very essence of existence, sank like a serpent's fang deep into his soul's perception. Yet in the next moment, that profound chill was forcibly suppressed, as if the abyss had been temporarily sealed beneath a heavy layer of ice. He slowly lowered his head, his gaze resting upon the serene face nestled in his arm, the tranquility brought on by fatigue. It drifted towards Vegeta, who was diligently attempting to mend the broken rune chain, hope of reconstruction evident on his countenance. It then settled on Broly, whose broad back stood sentinel like a rock at the edge of the temple's breach, enveloped in silence. Peace. A hard-won peace, tinged with exhaustion and pain, yet also imbued with the promise of rebirth. This tranquility ought not to be shattered at once, yet it must be confronted. Some truths, like lingering ailments, may hold a glimmer of hope if faced sooner rather than later. Loya gently lifted the slumbering Yar, his movements tender as if cradling a fragile star. He proceeded towards Vegeta and Broly. The light and shadow of the Grand Minister still hovered above, a gentle halo continuously soothing the temple's wounds. His gaze seemed to pierce through the fabric of space, subtly shifting as Loya moved, exuding an insight that delved into the depths of all things, yet remained unspoken. Vegeta. Broly, Loya's voice resounded, calm and unwavering, akin to the timeless night sky, yet colder than the chill winds that swept through the temple's ruins. Vegeta, who had been cautiously channeling a strand of divine energy into a fractured order rune chain, immediately halted at the sound. He turned, his face still bearing the remnants of concentration and a hint of relief at completing a task. Master, what is it? He noticed Loya cradling Yar, instinctively softening his tone. Broly also pivoted sharply, his green pupils locking onto Loya, muscles instinctively tensing like a predator sensing danger. Although Loya's aura was subdued at that moment, the weight of the cosmic abyss and the lingering, disquieting profundity from his recent transformation kept Broly's innate wariness ever vigilant. Loya stood a few paces before them, undeterred by Broly's watchful gaze, his eyes fixed firmly on Vegeta's face. Within the depths of his dark pupils, it seemed as if cold stars were slowly descending. The seventh universe, Loya began, each word articulated with clarity and chill, akin to ice shards striking stone, obliterated by entropy. Boom. This proclamation detonated within the very souls of Vegeta and Broly, akin to a chaotic divine thunderclap. The ease and focus on Vegeta's face instantly crystallized, as if molten lava had been abruptly frozen. His pupils contracted to the utmost, and in his golden eyes, all glimmers of hope, the light of reconstruction, the glow of survival, were snuffed out like a candle extinguished by a tempest. In their stead lay a profound silence, an incredulous void. What? His lips moved, the sound rasping like sandpaper, so faint it was nearly inaudible, as if the very strength to speak had been abruptly drained. His body swayed slightly, instinctively retreating a half-step, his heel colliding with a shard of broken order crystal, producing a dull thud that he remained oblivious to. The hands that had just been laboring to repair the rune chain now hung limply at his sides, fingertips trembling slightly. Chapter 142. Hope. Broly's reaction was even more immediate. His entire being was engulfed in a green flame, as if doused in boiling oil, erupting with an explosive force. A violent shockwave of energy radiated from him, sending the already shattered crystalline fragments flying once more. From his throat came a sound, suppressed to the utmost. A low growl akin to that of a wounded beast on the brink of death, as his green pupils were instantaneously filled with frenzied blood. It was not merely anger. It was a tempest of rage and despair, ignited by the annihilation of a fundamental belief, springing from the deepest recesses of his very bloodline. With a thunderous roar, Broly surged forward, shattering the hard, crystalline ground beneath him. He fixed his gaze upon Loya, his chest heaving violently, heavy breaths escaping him like a worn-out bellows, each syllable laced with agonizing pain and frenzied inquiries. Who? Destroyed? Where? Vegeta seemed to awaken from Broly's roar. The suffocating silence abruptly replaced by an overwhelming torrent, potent enough to incinerate reason. No. Impossible. He abruptly lifted his head, a terrifying light bursting forth from his golden eyes, his voice rising sharply, piercing the sanctuary's stillness. Master, what did you say? The seventh universe has been destroyed. When? Wasn't he entropy already? He pointed vehemently towards the shattered core of entropy, his finger trembling violently. His people, when we left, the seventh universe was perfectly fine. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, Lord Beerus, and all those on Earth, Krillin, Gohan, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Goten, and Little Trunks, what about them? Vegeta's voice quivered, immense fear and sorrow constricting his throat like a frigid vice, nearly choking him. Those vibrant faces, his comrades who had fought side by side. The bustling cities and mountains flashed through his mind, ultimately crystallizing into a void of utter devastation. His body quaked violently, not from cold, but from a seismic tremor deep within his soul. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta suddenly grasped at a thought, like clutching the last straw of hope. His voice tinged with desperate plea. The Eternal Dragon. Yes, the Eternal Dragon. As long as the Dragon Balls are gathered, we could. His words halted abruptly as he beheld the expression in Loya's eyes. Within those obsidian depths lay no denial, only an unfathomable coldness and weight. The Eternal Dragon. Loya's voice was calm to the point of cruelty, shattering Vegeta's final illusion, along with Namek and everything in the seventh universe, which had been reduced to nothingness in that cataclysm. With a gasp, Vegeta felt as though struck by a heavy blow, violently expelling a stream of golden divine blood. His body could no longer withstand the weight, collapsing onto one knee, shattering the crystals beneath him. He pressed his hands against the ground, golden blood trickling through his fingers, staining the charred crystalline dust crimson. His shoulders heaved violently, not in weeping, but in uncontrollable spasms born of a soul being torn asunder. In his golden eyes, the blazing light had completely dimmed, leaving only an abyss of emptiness and ash-gray despair. Broly howled to the heavens, a wail that transcended human sound. Filled with unspeakable anguish, a furious green flame soared into the sky, casting a ghastly emerald hue across the shattered ceiling of the temple. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, as dark green blood mingled with the rampaging flames and dripped down. He suddenly turned, ready to charge toward the temple's breach, racing into the boundless void, as if yearning to return to the seventh universe at once, to tear apart every enemy, even if only emptiness remained. Broly. The voice of Luoya was not loud, yet it resonated with the unyielding authority of cold iron, slicing through Broly's furious roar like a bucket of ice water, dousing his burning soul. Broly's forward motion abruptly halted, the violent flames being forcefully suppressed as if by an invisible hand, wavering and contracting violently. He struggled to turn his head, his bloodshot green eyes locking onto Luoya, filled with a tempestuous inquiry, profound agony, and an unrecognized flicker of reverence and vague expectation, akin to confronting an abyss. Anger does not resolve problems. His gaze swept over the trembling figure of Vegeta on the ground and the forcefully restrained Broly. Deep within his inky pupils, a cold river of stars flowed slowly. For destruction had become a reality. Yet he paused, his voice heavy as if laden with the weight of the cosmos, causing the despondent Vegeta and the raging Broly to instinctively hold their breath. There remains a glimmer of hope. Vegeta abruptly raised his head, his tear-streaked face stained with blood, suddenly igniting with a faint yet intensely fervent light amidst the ashes of despair. Master, are you saying there is still a way? To resurrect the seventh universe? To bring everyone back? Broly's eyes, almost ablaze with green fury, fixed intently on Luoya, his heavy breathing momentarily stalling, all his chaotic power teetering on the brink of eruption, awaiting the fateful answer. Luoya slowly raised his right hand, the palm facing upwards, fingers slightly curled. A faintly indescribable light began to emanate from his palm. This was not the glow of energy nor the manifestation of laws, but a primordial chaos, seemingly encompassing all existence while returning to the void. The light rapidly coalesced, stretched, and transformed. A sphere gradually emerged above Luo Ye's palm. Its size was merely that of a fist, radiating an indescribable chaotic hue, as if all colors, all possibilities, and the duality of creation had been forcefully blended, melted, and compressed into one. The surface of the sphere was not smooth but covered in countless intricate, ephemeral runes, each transcending the definitions of order and chaos, embodying the raw, primal power of the concept of wishing. These runes flowed across the chaotic sphere like living entities, breathing and exuding a supreme aura that made even the king of all glance askance, sending shivers through the very souls of Vegeta and Broly. The Chaos Wish Sphere. This object, Luo Ye's voice was akin to expounding the laws of the universe, calm yet commanding, capable of reshaping the cosmos. Vegeta and Broly's breath came to a complete halt at that moment. Their gazes were fixated on the swirling sphere of chaos, akin to drowning souls clinging desperately to a single piece of driftwood. Hope ignited like a wildfire upon the desolate ruins, illuminating the depths of despair. With no further words, Luo Ye raised his right hand, cradling the chaotic wish orb, and thrust it skyward. In my name, I summon the chaos. Manifest the divine form of the primordial covenant. Arise, O Chaos Dragon. Boom. The entire ruins of the Order Temple, nay, the very dimensional space of the temple itself, trembled violently. This was not the tremor of destruction, but rather the awakening of a colossal entity that had slumbered for eons. The laws of the dimension cried out under the unbearable strain. Beyond the temple's vast breach, the chaotic dimensional currents were forcibly parted by an unseen force, an indescribable presence, transcending dimensions and surpassing all existing concepts of the universe, began to descend from the primordial source of chaos. What first caught the eyes of Vegeta and Broly was a shimmering scale. But could it truly be called a scale? It resembled a swirling galaxy, where countless stars were born, evolved, and ultimately perished. Nebulas, black holes, and the magnificent wonders of cosmic star clusters merely served as the fundamental units of its texture. The essence emanating from this scale was a chaotic primordial aura potent enough to disintegrate ordinary deities into fundamental particles. Then came the second scale, the third, and an innumerable multitude thereafter. It was unfathomable to conceive the sheer magnitude of the dragon's body, slowly manifesting in the void beyond the breach. Its form seemed to be composed of endless, ever-cycling chaotic stardust, every inch of its being flowing with primal power that transcended the laws of creation and annihilation. Its existence appeared as a breathing, living prototype of a multiverse. The immense, indescribable dragon had gradually extended into the breach of the Order Temple. Even the portion that entered filled nearly the entirety of their vision. This dragon head was not composed of flesh and blood, but rather constructed from countless swirling chaotic star orbs, flowing rivers of law, and flickering primal runes. Two colossal dragon eyes slowly opened. The left eye, akin to a cosmic womb nurturing billions of stars, radiated warmth and boundless vitality. The right eye, embodying the ultimate abyss that devours all existence, was cold and harbored the essence of annihilation. As these eyes opened and gazed upon Luo Ye, an indescribable, supreme pressure descended, causing even the mightiest of gods to momentarily freeze in awe, akin to the very gravity of the universe bearing down upon the souls of every living being. Vegeta and Broly instantly felt as insignificant as mere dust, their thoughts nearly frozen in place. The divine power within them, the Saiyan bloodline's strength, became as trivial as fireflies against the brilliance of the full moon, nearly non-existent in the face of this overwhelming force. Only Luo Ye, under the gaze of the Chaos Dragon, stood unwavering, like a steadfast pillar amidst the tempest. The Chaos Dragon, formed from countless cosmic wonders, slowly opened its maw. What emerged was not sound, but a grandeur that resonated at the very core of existence, a profound, ancient torrent of thoughts, as if it had existed since the dawn of time itself. In the mind of my master dwells absolute submission and reverence, a recognition of the bearer of the Chaos Wish Orb, and an awe for the status that Luo Ye now embodies, one that intertwines order, the primordial essence, and a whisper of the ultimate end. Its colossal head bowed slightly, adopting a humble posture, as if awaiting a decree from the supreme sovereign. You who wield the contract of chaos, call upon my true name. What desires do you wish for this humble servant to fulfill? Its thoughts swept across the dilapidated sanctuary, glancing over Vegeta and Broly, then over the slumbering Yawl, before resting briefly on the silhouette of the Omni-King, only to refocus once more on Loya. Before this primordial creator of chaos, even the Omni-King seemed but a relatively significant link in the chain of cosmic order. Cradling the Chaos Wish Orb, Loya's inky gaze met the imposing figure of the Chaos Dragon. His voice, though soft, penetrated the grand torrent of thoughts with undeniable resolve. Revive the seventh universe. Restore all beings, planets, civilizations, everything that has been obliterated. Rewind time to the moment before destruction occurred. Restore all original trajectories and causality. Each demand was articulated clearly and succinctly, yet imbued with a tremendous power capable of shattering any known laws of existence. In the Chaos Dragon's eyes, which contained both creation and destruction, the chaotic light swirled intensely for a moment, as if undergoing an incomprehensible calculation and confirmation beyond mortal understanding. As per my master's command, the Chaos Dragon's immense head shot upward. The entire Order Sanctuary trembled violently once more. Its vast form, composed of chaotic stardust, began to emit an unprecedented radiance. The light from its left eye, the eye of creation, was gentle yet vast, resembling the first ray of light at the universe's inception. The light from its right eye, the eye of the abyss, was cold and profound, as if it could smooth all wounds and mend the wrinkles of time as chaos. An ineffably grand wave of thought surged forth, pulsating like the heartbeat of the cosmos, centered around the Chaos Dragon, instantly piercing through endless dimensional barriers and transcending the confines of time and space, precisely locking onto the coordinates of the seventh universe, now reduced to remnants under the claws of entropy. In the name of chaos, existence shall be reshaped. The predetermined sorrow shall be traced back to the origin of time and space. Causal trajectories shall be replicated. Wishes shall be realized. As these 5 declarations, imbued with supreme power, echoed deep within the soul, the Chaos Dragon's unimaginably vast form spiraled and contracted. It transformed into a chaotic stream of light that spanned countless dimensions. This luminous stream disregarded spatial distances and temporal barriers, vanishing in an instant beyond the sanctuary's breach, directly aiming at the temporal coordinates of the seventh universe. Vegeta and Broly felt as though they were engulfed by an indescribable chaos light, their souls seemingly drawn into a storm of time and space that transcended understanding. A gentle yet irresistible force enveloped them, including Luoya, who cradled Ya-Er and the ethereal silhouette of the Supreme King, suspended high above, all being drawn together. The sensation of space twisting and time reversing was strikingly vivid. As the blinding chaos of light dissipated, the familiar touch of earthy soil, fragrant with grass, greeted their feet, while the sweet, melodious chirping of birds filled their ears. Vegeta and Broly abruptly opened their eyes. Sunlight, warm and radiant, filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patches of light. The air was fresh and vibrant, imbued with the scent of rain-soaked earth and grass. Before them lay a lush forest, with the familiar outline of the city of West Capital faintly visible in the distance. Even further, the distinct shape of Baozi Mountain stood clear. In the sky, a small aircraft adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem glided leisurely, as if time had frozen at that moment. On the streets, pedestrians strolled with relaxed smiles. In the park, the laughter of children chasing each other rang clear and joyful. From the martial arts dojo, the muffled sounds of punches and kicks echoed faintly. Krillin was pushing the wheelchair of Android 18, who wore a gentle smile, as they walked under the shade of trees. From Bulma's laboratory, her frustrated shouts and the dull thud of something exploding could be faintly heard. At the cabin on Baozi Mountain, wisps of smoke curled upward, carrying the tantalizing aroma of cooking. Above the temple, Mr. Popo was quietly sweeping the floor. On King Kai's planet, North Kai was animatedly gesturing while recounting his rather unamusing jokes, while Bardos and Guriguri dozed nearby. In the realm of destruction, Beerus curled up on his divine throne, sleeping soundly, while Whis elegantly polished his staff. Everything was precisely as it had been when they departed from the seventh universe to aid the Temple of Order. There were no traces of destruction, No charred ruins, no silence of the void. The seventh universe was vibrant and functioning as usual. All the familiar faces, familiar scents, and familiar life paths had returned. Vegeta stood rooted to the spot, his golden eyes trembling violently as he beheld the ordinary yet precious scenes unfolding before him. A monumental joy, akin to a tsunami, surged through his heart, nearly suffocating him. He yearned to laugh aloud, to cheer with fervor, to rush forward and embrace each individual. Yet his throat felt constricted, only allowing incoherent sobs to escape. Chapter 144. The Birth of Shadows. Broly clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his robust arms bulging. His savage green eyes scanned the vibrant world below, gliding over figures whose names he might not recall, yet whose presence felt profoundly familiar. The furious rage that once threatened to annihilate everything receded like a tide, replaced by an unprecedented and almost clumsy sense of reassurance, alongside a deeper reverence for the formidable power that transcended life and death. His taut body gradually relaxed. Yet the violent rise and fall of his chest betrayed the tumultuous waves within, far from the calm he outwardly displayed. Even the slumbering Yer seemed to sense this returning tranquility and vitality, snuggling closer in Luo Ye's embrace, sinking into a deeper sleep. Loya stood silently, his obsidian eyes sweeping across the newly reborn seventh universe. His face bore little expression, exuding a profound tranquility. Yet, deep within his soul, the chilling tremor originating from the abyssal domain had not subsided with the resurrection of the seventh universe. Rather, it stirred forth clearer and more perilous ripples, akin to stones cast into a deep pool. That frigid sense of negation seemed to solidify further within the boundless ocean of the abyss. The silhouette of the Grand Supreme Kai hovered silently among the crowd, his vast gaze also traversing this resurrected cosmos, ultimately resting upon Loya's seemingly tranquil profile, which concealed a galaxy of chilling depths beneath its surface. Beneath the veil of light and shadow, it appeared as though the trajectories of countless stars had subtly altered their course. At the base of the throne of the abyssal domain, the absolute ocean of nullity no longer existed. In its stead arose a colossal vortex, unimaginable in size, composed purely of negation and the essence of termination. At the vortex's core, the distorted and shifting outline had fully solidified, no longer a mere remnant of a phantom will, but a terrifying specter straddling the realms of existence and non-existence. Its form continued to morph, at times resembling a towering god of destruction, its shadowy body flowing with viscous black-red blood of annihilation. At other times, it collapsed into a singularity that devoured all light, emanating an aura of extinction that made the universe itself tremble. It stretched forth countless massive claws and skeletal wings woven from pure negation, tearing through the void. The entire abyssal domain, across myriad dimensions, had now been utterly transformed into a silent expanse of ruins, perpetually collapsing into oblivion. All power, all life, all existence had been completely consumed and refined by the demonic shadow at the vortex's center. It had become the singular, absolute entity born from the ultimate void, a paradoxical and terrifying presence. Laughter, rife with madness and malice, reverberated at the vortex's heart, no longer an echo but a soul-piercing wail akin to the simultaneous explosion of a myriad stars. The demonic shadow, perhaps better termed as the newly birthed entropy, slowly lifted a colossal claw, formed from the coagulated essence of black-red annihilation, feeling the unprecedented and terrifying power surging within. This power was purer than at its zenith, closer to the essence of termination, for it was no longer a rebel against order, nor a destroyer of the cosmos. It was the abyss itself, the embodiment of nothingness, the most pristine manifestation in the universe's journey toward ultimate extinction. This force represented the ultimate power of the void, the mind filled with a twisted ecstasy, so perfect, so flawless. The lament of the abyss, the curse of countless sacrifices, ultimately transformed into my flesh and blood, my will. The shadow clenched its colossal claw tightly. Boom. The remnants of collapsing dimensions around it shattered like fragile soap bubbles, instantly reverting to the most primordial chaotic particles under its pure will of power. Loya, the little thief, the shadowy visage, composed of countless shattered stars and warped space-time, once again emerged, its eyes ablaze with a black-red flame piercing through the endless void, fixating intently on the figure that had just resurrected the seventh universe. The malice and murderous intent within its thoughts were so potent they could taint the very stars. Do you believe that reviving a universe can halt the march of oblivion? Foolish. Absurd. Feel the essence of my rebirth. Experience the ultimate force of annihilation that you have unwittingly facilitated. Once I stabilize this true form of nothingness, once I flawlessly merge this newfound power with my will, I shall shatter all the order you strive to protect. I will compel you to witness how the freshly revived universe succumbs to despair and dissolves into nothingness once more. I shall make you taste a suffering 1,000-fold greater than my own. Despair will be your only fate, neither able to live nor to die. Ah ha ha ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, the shadow's form twisted violently once more, contracting and coalescing. The power that had devoured the entire abyssal demon realm was greedily absorbed, refined, and solidified by it. The swirling vortex began to slow, yet the aura of denial and annihilation emanating from its core grew more restrained, more terrifying. Akin to a cataclysmic volcano on the verge of eruption. On the nameless peak of Earth in the seventh universe, a gentle breeze wafted, carrying the scent of fresh grass and the distant clamor of the city below. The sunlight warmly bathed his form. Vegeta inhaled deeply, savoring the rejuvenating vitality that had been restored to him. A tremendous joy burst forth, finally breaking free from the confines of his throat. He opened his mouth, eager to laugh heartily, to express boundless gratitude to Loya. Yet, the instant his gaze fell upon Loya's silhouette, all sounds caught in his throat. Loya remained there, cradling the slumbering Yar, standing quietly with a posture as erect as a pine tree. However, Vegeta could distinctly see Loya's left hand, which hung by his side, entwined with the dark golden threads of annihilation, trembling ever so slightly and uncontrollably. The amplitude was minimal, yet the frequency was astonishingly rapid, as if suppressing something with great effort. A bone-chilling cold surged up Vegeta's spine without warning, instantly dispelling all joy. Following Loya's subtly tilted gaze, he looked up to the sky, the sun, the bright blue expanse adorned with white clouds. Yet within Loya's eyes, dark as the cosmos, imbued with the essence of galaxies and voids, Vegeta perceived a gathering storm of destruction coalescing in the universe's most shadowy corners. Master, Vegeta's voice emerged dryly, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. What troubles you? Loya did not turn. He merely inhaled deeply the fragrant air of the seventh universe, as if to engrave this newfound essence into his soul. Then, with a voice so calm it approached the realm of nothingness, he softly replied, "It is nothing. Merely a persistent sense of foreboding. The storm has only just begun." His gaze continued to pierce through the warm sunlight and the vibrant earth, coldly and resolutely locking onto the abyss that even the radiance of the Chaos Dragon could not illuminate. Chapter 145. Rite of passage. The wind atop the peak carried the fragrance of grass and the distant clamor of the city, gently caressing the surroundings. The sun cast a warm, gentle glow upon the skin, while beneath, the earth was solid and teeming with vitality. Everything in the seventh universe had returned, vibrant as ever. Yet, the words of Loya fell like an invisible shard of ice, plunging into the heart of Beerus, which had just been filled with euphoria. The storm had only just begun. The excitement and relief that had adorned Beerus' face instantly froze, as if an unseen brush had swept away his emotions, leaving only bewilderment and a swiftly spreading chill. Following Loya's gaze, he beheld the azure sky, clear and serene, with clouds drifting lazily, a picture of tranquility. However, in the depths of his master's eyes, which held the weight of galaxies and the void, reflected was anything but the peace before him. Beerus felt as though he truly glimpsed it. In the darkest corners of the universe, untouched by sunlight, ominous clouds of destruction, thick as ink, were gathering furiously, swirling with suffocating malice. "Master?" Broly also sensed the anomaly, his deep voice laced with confusion and a hint of renewed vigilance ignited by Loya's grave demeanor. His green pupils narrowed slightly, scanning the surroundings like a beast that had caught the scent of an invisible danger. The slumbering Ura seemed affected by the suddenly tense atmosphere, stirring uneasily in Loya's arms, emitting a dreamlike whimper. Loya slowly withdrew his gaze from the abyss, that cold stare piercing through the cosmic veil, once more focusing on the present reality. He glanced down at the restless Ur, then at the pale-faced Beerus and the alert Broly. In the depths of his dark eyes, the frozen galaxies and void appeared to be forcibly suppressed, settling into a tranquil depth like a still pond. He exhaled softly, as though attempting to expel the unease that arose from the abyss, his voice regaining its prior steadiness, albeit tinged with an almost imperceptible fatigue. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, the fleeting curve cold and brief, as an inexplicable anxiety lingered within him, much like walking upon seemingly solid thin ice, beneath which lay an unfathomable chasm. His gaze swept across the sky once more, scrutinizing. Could it be that entropy, that fellow, truly had not perished? Like a cockroach, his resilience was nauseatingly tenacious? He paused momentarily, then a chilling intent, as sharp as eons old ice, subtly yet distinctly emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had dropped several degrees. Forget it. Loya's voice regained its indifferent yet resolute tone. If he had not fully perished, then he would be slain once more, until the very concept of existence faded from him entirely. The tone was as if he were stating an inconsequential and self-evident fact. At this, Beerus and Broly felt a jolt in their hearts. The resolute and merciless nature of their master's words made them acutely aware that the battle, which had seemed to reach a conclusion, perhaps harbored deeper dangers. Loya's gaze settled on Beerus, appraising his fused form. Beerus, master. Beerus straightened immediately, forcing his mind to focus amidst the unease. Your current state. Loya's fingertips unconsciously traced a gentle pattern on the sleeping Beerus' back, is the product of the Patera fusion. Maintaining fusion necessitates a continuous expenditure of mental energy, particularly during commonplace circumstances devoid of intense conflict, which can impose a burden on the will of both individuals involved. Now that the crisis has temporarily abated and the seventh universe has been restored, do you wish to dissolve the fusion and revert to the independent forms of Son Goku and Vegeta? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, only to realize with clarity the dual consciousness residing within him, belonging to the two Saiyans. Indeed, after enduring fierce battles and the recent emotional upheaval, while the power of the fused state is formidable, the subtlety of the constant coordination required does indeed bring a barely perceptible fatigue. More importantly, he yearned for his family, for the simple, individual lives of Son Goku and Vegeta. Yes, master. Vegeta nodded without hesitation, a relieved smile gracing his features. We both wish to return to see Chi-Chi, to see Trunks, to see Gohan, as their familiar father and husband. He cast a glance at Broly, who remained silent beside him. Surely, Broly too must have a place he longs to go. Broly emitted a low, muffled sound of agreement, his once tempestuous aura now subdued, revealing a flicker of yearning for tranquility and a particular figure. Loa nodded slightly in understanding. Dissolving the fusion is quite simple. You merely need to relinquish the will to maintain it simultaneously. However, he shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant landscape, eventually resting on the presence of the Grand Zeno, who floated nearby, exuding a profound tranquility akin to the cosmos itself. Your Majesty, Grand Zeno. Loa's voice bore an unusual gravity when addressing such a supreme entity. The figure shrouded in ethereal light quivered slightly, its boundless gaze turning towards Loa, silently inquiring. The seventh universe has recently undergone destruction and rebirth, its foundations of order still precarious, with potential threats lurking in the future. Loa stated, as crucial guardians of this realm, Son Goku and Vegeta bear the responsibility of guiding and training the native forces. However, the Order Temple, as the nucleus of cosmic order, equally requires their strength. The frequent traversal between the seventh universe and the higher dimensions where the Order Temple resides burdens them with considerable expenditure of their power and time, rendering it inefficient. He paused, presenting a core request. In order to facilitate their duties, maintain stability in the seventh universe, and ensure a swift response to summons from the temple when necessary, I humbly beseech your Majesty to permit a unidirectional weakening of the dimensional barriers specifically for the seventh universe. This would allow both of them, utilizing their unique soul imprints or the order beacons I bestow, to traverse freely between the seventh universe and the higher dimensions without compromising the overall strength of the barriers protecting the seventh universe from threats of other dimensions. The Grand Zeno's luminous form fell silent for a moment, as if myriad stars were computing within the flowing light of the cosmos. After a brief pause, a grand and serene voice resonated deep within the souls of all present. The chain of order is interlinked. The stability of the lower realms is intrinsically tied to the peace of the higher realms. Your request is in accordance with the path of balance. With the proclamation of this idea, a subtle, yet almost imperceptible halo, infused with the power of supreme laws, emanated from the light and shadow of the Grand Zeno, silently merging into the void of the seventh universe. Both Vegeta and Broly, along with the dormant souls of Goku and Vegeta within them, felt a gentle warmth deep within their souls, as if they had been marked by an invisible, universally sanctioned seal of passage. The right to traverse had been granted to Goku and Vegeta alone, allowing them to freely navigate between this realm and the sanctuary. Though barriers remained, they seemed to hold no significance for them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Loya bowed slightly in gratitude. A look of appreciation graced Vegeta's, the combined consciousness of Goku and Vegeta, face as well. "Thank you, Grand Zeno," Broly muttered in a subdued tone. With the passage rites established, the dissolution of their fusion was a natural progression. Vegeta glanced at Broly, and they exchanged a tacit nod before simultaneously relaxing their will to maintain the fusion. Buzz! A brilliant yet gentle light erupted from Vegeta, enveloping the space. Within this luminescence, the perfect form they had fused into rippled like water, separating. As the radiance subsided, the figure of Vegeta vanished, replaced by the familiar silhouettes of Goku, clad in orange martial attire, and Vegeta, dressed in deep blue combat gear. Chapter 146. Days of Peace. With a long sigh of relief, Goku stretched his limbs, his face adorned with his signature, slightly foolishly radiant smile. "This feels so liberating. My body feels much lighter." He clenched his fist tightly, sensing the surging power within him. Though it was not as boundless as during their fusion, it was more harmonious, filled with the pure, unadulterated fighting spirit of a Saiyan. "Humph!" Vegeta crossed his arms, allowing a characteristic scoff to escape his lips, his chin raised in royal arrogance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the tension around his mouth had eased slightly, revealing satisfaction in regaining his individuality. His gaze instinctively swept over the familiar outlines of West City below, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. "Daddy," Uncle Vegeta, Yar, who had been hiding behind Vegeta's previously protective barrier of divine power, awoke with the dazzling transformation. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she beamed with delight upon recognizing Goku and Vegeta, her previous drowsiness vanishing entirely. Goku laughed heartily, stepping forward with an endearing, silly expression as he looked at Yar. "Yar? You seem like a little child." Yar giggled, wrapping her arms around Loya's neck. "I love hugging my master." While Vegeta remained silent, his gaze softened as it rested on Yar. "All right," Loya observed this joyful reunion, a faint warmth flickering in the depths of his dark eyes before settling back into tranquility. "Go forth. The seventh universe needs your comfort and protection. Cherish this hard-won tranquility." "Yes, master." Goku nodded vigorously, taking Yar with him. Vegeta also inclined his head slightly towards Loya, understood. No longer hesitating, Sun Wukong gazed at the jubilant Yar, with Vegeta closely following, transforming into two streaks of light, eagerly racing towards their home at Bowsy Mountain and the West City Capsule Corporation. Broly offered a slight bow towards Luo Ya and the Omni-King before metamorphosing into a green beam, soaring towards a more distant and desolate place, his true home. Atop the mountain, only the silhouettes of Luo Ya and the Omni-King remained. The gentle breeze persisted, and the sunlight was just right. Standing alone on the mountaintop, Luo Ya's garments fluttered softly. He inhaled deeply the air of the seventh universe, imbued with the scent of grass and the warmth of the mundane, as if striving to etch this ordinary warmth into his very bones, a countermeasure against the lingering, chilling tremor that arose from the abyss of his soul. 1 month later, at Bowsy Mountain, the golden sunlight pierced through the mist, cascading over the tranquil forest. The melodious chirping of birds awakened the slumbering valley. A robust shout shattered the serenity. In the clearing before the small cabin on Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, clad only in his iconic orange martial arts pants, engaging in the most fundamental punching exercises. His movements were not swift, even appearing somewhat clumsy, yet each punch embodied pure strength and will. Sweat glistened as it trickled down the defined contours of his muscles, sparkling in the morning light. "Come on, little fool. Faster." Yar, dressed in a petite training outfit, her adorable bun hairstyle bobbing, diligently imitated Sun Wukong's motions beside him. Her tiny fists swinging with enthusiasm, her cheeks flushed with vitality. "Hee, Yar, watch closely." Kamehameha wave. Sun Wukong, in a playful spirit, suddenly turned, clasping his hands at his waist, striking a pose to gather energy, as a gentle blue light ignited between his palms. Wow! Yer clapped her hands in excitement. Wukong. A high-pitched voice filled with irritation erupted from the cabin as Chi-Chi, apron-clad and wielding a spatula, stormed out with fervor. Teaching you those violent techniques again so early in the morning. Breakfast is ready. Hurry and wash your hands to eat. And you must finish today's milk. Not a drop should be left. More milk again. Sun Wukong's expression immediately soured, the faintly gathered energy dissipating with a puff. You couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the man's dismay. In the gravity training room of the West City Capsule Corporation, a deafening roar reverberated between the specially designed alloy walls. Under an environment of 500 times normal gravity, Vegeta's form moved with such speed that he appeared as a mere deep blue blur. His fists, akin to superalloy battering rams, struck the specially crafted energy target with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. Each blow unleashed a terrifying shockwave. Beep, beep, beep. Power peak exceeds critical value. Target tolerance at 90 warning. Target body nearing overload. The cold electronic voice rang out urgently. Useless. Vegeta withdrew his fists, standing with a slight pant. A hint of dissatisfaction on his face, yet his eyes burned with the fire of enthusiasm. Can't even withstand 500 times? That contraption Trunks designed still lacks durability. Daddy. The door to the training room slid open, and young Trunks peeked in, his face a blend of admiration and helplessness. Mom asked me to tell you it's time for dinner. She said if you break her new target machine again, she'll deduct this month's research fund from your allowance. Vegeta responded with a grunt. Understood. He coldly huffed, deactivating the gravity device, his battle suit drenched in sweat. As he stepped out of the training room, Trunks offered him a towel. How was training today, Dad? He inquired. Fairly mediocre, Vegeta replied, taking the towel to wipe his brow, his tone still haughty. Yet his gaze towards his son bore a subtle hint of approval. The energy absorption buffer system you designed has proven somewhat useful. Next time, increase the material strength by 3 magnitudes. Yes, Dad. Trunks' eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. In Bulma's laboratory, frustration erupted. Another failure. Bulma raked her hands through her blue hair, staring at a heap of components on the workbench, smoke billowing from them. What is wrong with the energy circuit of this spatial coordinate stabilizer? The calculations were flawless. Irritated, she scrolled through complex formulas and data streams on the screen. Miss Bulma, your coffee, a gentle voice chimed. Whis appeared in the lab, holding a cup of coffee emitting an unusual aroma. Mr. Whis. Thank you. Bulma's eyes lit up as she took a hearty sip of the coffee, feeling rejuvenated. By the way, Mr. Whis, with your vast knowledge, could you help me assess the compatibility of this spatial anchor point algorithm? Whis smiled gracefully, his finger delicately pointing to an intricately nested formula on the screen. Here. The dimensional coupling coefficient seems to have overlooked the periodic disturbances caused by the initial chaotic tides. Adding a correction parameter based on the 6th-dimensional string vibrations might stabilize it considerably. Bulma's eyes widened in realization as she absorbed Whis's nonchalant corrections. Oh my. So that's it. How did I not think of that? You're incredible, Mr. Whis. She immediately immersed herself in the modifications, her earlier frustration forgotten. In the wilderness, Broly resided within a desolate, uninhabited expanse. Massive rocks had been forcefully shaped into a simple, yet sturdy cave. Outside, Broly silently processed a gigantic beast resembling a triceratops. His hands, capable of effortlessly crushing stars, now skillfully wielded a bone knife to skin and carve the meat, each motion exuding primal precision. The campfire blazed brightly, thick chunks of beast meat sizzling over the flames, juices dripping and filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. Broly sat cross-legged beside the fire, his immense figure appearing somewhat solitary yet profoundly serene in the flickering light. He picked up a piece of perfectly roasted meat, tearing into it with satisfaction. In his green eyes, the tempestuous aura had settled, leaving only a pure tranquility belonging to the wild. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze towards the direction of Mount Payaz or the sky over West City, a fleeting glimmer of indescribable warmth flashing in his eyes. On an unnamed peak somewhere on Earth, Luoya often stands alone, gazing down upon a world brimming with the warmth of life. His obsidian eyes occasionally overlook the bustling realm below, while at other times, they peer into the void, casting their gaze into the unfathomable abyss. His left hand, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns, trembles ever so slightly on seemingly tranquil days, an involuntary quiver that renders the stars and void within him even colder. He has witnessed the harmonious dinner of Sun Wukong's family on Baozi Mountain, where Chi-Chi fusses over Gohan's studies and Goten's mischief, while Sun Wukong, amidst his meal, mumbles a promise to take Goten fishing the following day. He senses Vegeta maintaining his stoic demeanor at dinner. Yet a hint of a smile flickers at the corners of his mouth when Trunks boasts about the parameters of his newly designed gravity chamber, while Bulma rolls her eyes, lamenting the training obsessions of both father and son. He observes Broly, lost in thought by the campfire under the moonlight, clumsily attempting to draw distorted Saiyan characters in the sand using his energy. The cacophony of the city's nightlife envelopes him. The bustling streets, the flickering neon lights, the whispered words of lovers, the laughter of children, and the strains of traditional opera emanating from an elderly man's radio. Chapter 147. Beyond the realm of cognition, this tapestry of ordinary warmth flows gently like a stream, silently saturating his soul, which has been forged through chaos and finality into something almost inhuman. He greedily absorbs this vitality, akin to a parched desert yearning for rain. Each breath seems to engrave this nascent essence into the imprint of existence, establishing a foundation against the malevolence of the abyss. This month serves as a tranquil harbor before the storm, a time for battle-worn warriors to tend to their wounds, gather strength, and cherish precious moments with loved ones. The sun remains bright, the breeze gentle, and the seventh universe continues to operate serenely along its established path under the might of the chaotic dragon. Yet atop the peak, Luoya stands as though he were a statue, his obsidian pupils reflecting the myriad lights and vibrant life of the seventh universe below, while deeper within lies a thick, swirling shadow from the abyss. The warmth of that month, akin to a precious current, seeps into his cold, hardened core, yet in contrast, it sharpens the clarity of the lurking malevolence, making it more palpable and chilling. The silent notion of entropy reverberated in his consciousness, cold and resolute. Whether in death or in life, no matter the schemes he harbored, hidden in the dark recesses where he licked his wounds, his left hand, adorned with intertwined dark golden patterns, subtly tightened, the knuckles paling from exertion. I shall not allow you to succeed. This hard-won tranquility shall remain untouchable. Thoughts surged like wild stallions freed from their reins, galloping through the vast river of time. In a previous life devoid of world-shattering power, only the mundane existence of daily life, grocery bills, mortgages, and the burdens of routine. Ordinary, trivial, even tinged with a sense of oppressive helplessness. Yet now, in retrospect, it gleamed with a warm, golden halo known as home. The visage and laughter of my parents emerged from the depths of memory, imbued with the aroma of home-cooked meals and their gentle, incessant concern. With a long, almost inaudible sigh, it melded with the mountain breeze. How long had I traversed this Dragon Ball world? Long enough to become a legend in the eyes of others. Long enough to shoulder the burden of safeguarding the cosmic order. That former life, like a scene viewed through frosted glass, was hazy yet palpable. Are my parents well? After all these years, in the face of life's relentless changes, perhaps I have become merely a cold symbol on a missing persons list, or worse. They may have long extinguished their life's flame, their souls reincarnated countless times. An ineffable sense of solitude, buried deep beneath the weight of power and responsibility, quietly enveloped me. System, Loya called out within the depths of his consciousness, his voice tranquil and unruffled. Host. The cold electronic voice responded promptly, tinged with an imperceptible hint of human concern. Detection of abnormal low-frequency resonance in host's mental waves, suspected triggering of deep memory recall. Shall we proceed with the emotional consolation protocol? Unnecessary. Loya's thoughts were unwavering. Answer me this. Can I return to my original world? To that moment in time? To that coordinate? The system fell silent for several seconds. The brief pause stretching in Loya's heightened perception like a century. Theoretical analysis conclusion. The probability approaches 0.000000001. The tone of the system bore an unusual gravity. The space-time coordinates of the host's original world, the dimensional parameters, the chains of causality, and the current multiverse structure of the host exist in complete isolation. An unobservable information island. To forcibly locate and breach the barriers of that world requires an energy level and depth of interference with the laws of time and space that surpasses the total limits of all known laws in the current multiverse, potentially triggering unpredictable chain collapse effects. In Luoya's eyes, the stars remained eerily still. Limits? Are not the laws of this realm defined by the Omniversal King? He is the source of order. Misconception correction. The electronic voice of the system suddenly escalated, carrying an almost cautionary tone. Host, consider, why does this realm, referring to the current multiversal system, exist? Before the birth of the Omniversal King, before order was defined, what was it prior to the emergence of all concepts? Luoya's pupils imperceptibly contracted. The system continued, based on the ultimate database core fragment information unlocked by the host's authority. This realm was originally a void. It is a spontaneous evolution of an existence bubble born from the collision of endless chance and necessity in the primordial sea of chaos. His Majesty the Great King is the first being born within this bubble, the most powerful definitor and maintainer of order. He established the framework of laws and upheld the stability of the bubble. However, he is not the creator. He is also a part of this existence bubble, deriving his power from the anchoring of cosmic order rather than from the creation of the universe itself. The void bubble, Luoya, pondered these two terms. And within the depths of his inky black eyes, it seemed as if chaotic stellar orbs were swirling. Indeed, the system's voice resonated with a cold insight into the roots. There exists but one theoretical possibility. The host's power level must utterly transcend the totality of all laws within the current multiverse system, reaching a degree sufficient to fundamentally negate or reconstruct the very existence of this bubble, perhaps allowing a glimpse of the primordial coordinates that lie beyond the void. A sliver of dawn returning. However, this is merely a theoretical deduction, and the probability of success is incalculable. The risks involved are enough to reduce even a being at the Great King level to mere dust in an instant. The wind atop the mountain seemed to grow colder still. To transcend this very bubble, Luoya slowly raised his left hand, observing the dark golden patterns faintly visible beneath his skin, feeling the chaotic power within him that melded order, primordial essence, and a hint of finality. It appears I must continue to elevate myself. His voice remained calm within his consciousness, yet it harbored a determination heavier than the stars. That fleeting nostalgia for his past life was overshadowed by a deeper pursuit of the essence of power and vigilance against unknown threats. Master, what are you contemplating? A voice, imbued with a touch of foolishness yet brimming with vitality, abruptly shattered the mountain's silence. Sun Wukong appeared beside Luoya as if he had instantaneously teleported, scratching his head with his trademark cheerful smile, though a trace of barely discernible concern lingered in the depths of his golden eyes. He had just teleported from Baozi Mountain, still carrying the aroma of the meal prepared by Chi-Chi. Luoya did not even turn his head, yet the aura that had been as still as a statue slightly shifted. Ah, Sun Wukong. His voice was calm and unperturbed. It's nothing. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, as if penetrating through the clouds to land upon some unknowable dimension. Chapter 148. Birthday Party. Sun Wukong followed Luoya's gaze, seeing nothing but blue skies and white clouds, yet he keenly sensed the lingering, disquieting heaviness emanating from his master. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he leaned in a little closer, donning a fawning smile. Do not think of sparring with me. Luoya finally cast a glance at him, his eyes tranquil like an unfathomable cold spring. I could reduce you to nothing with a mere finger. Ah, no, master. Sun Wukong quickly waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. I would never dare. I merely. He scratched the back of his head, and pure, blazing light erupted from his golden eyes. I wish to ask you how you became so formidable. That final blow in the temple was simply beyond belief. Is he stronger than the Grand King? Indeed, he surpasses him by an immeasurable margin. His eyes brimmed with an unadulterated yearning for power and an unwavering reverence for his master. Diligently he practiced. Luoya withdrew his gaze, his words succinct yet resonating with an undeniable truth. There are no shortcuts. After a brief pause, he added, I have matters to attend to at the Holy Temple. Turning to Son Goku, he spoke with a hint of entrustment in his tone. You and Vegeta possess power that far exceeds that of the Grand King of the Seventh Universe. You are the rightful guardians of this realm. Protect it well. Safeguard this hard-won tranquility. As his words lingered in the air, Luoya's figure dissolved like ink merging with sunlight, becoming ethereal and transparent, ultimately vanishing without a trace, as if he had never existed. Son Goku stood rooted in place, gazing at the spot where his master had disappeared, his smile gradually fading. A flicker of gravity igniting in his golden eyes. To safeguard tranquility, he pondered, as he clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. Beneath the seemingly mundane words of his master lay a deeper concern. He turned his gaze toward the vibrant earth below, a resolute flame igniting within him. Rest assured, master, I shall grow stronger, strong enough to protect everyone. 1 month later, at the West Capital Capsule Corporation, Bulma Brief's birthday was never a trivial affair, especially when this brilliant scientist and the helm of the Universal Capsule Corporation decided to celebrate in grand style. This year's birthday party was of such scale and grandeur that it would be etched in the annals of the seventh universe, perhaps even encompassing neighboring realms. The arc of creation was a masterpiece, the culmination of Bulma's integration of Earth's resources, borrowed angelic technology from Saiyan material science, and Namekian bioengineering, thanks to Dandy's unwavering support, combined with her own boundless imagination. She had devoted nearly half of the Universal Capsule Corporation's resources over the course of an entire year to secretly craft this ultimate creation, a super aerial vessel suspended above the Earth's stratosphere. Its size rivaled that of a small continent. The streamlined hull shimmered with a silvery luster reminiscent of starlight, forged from a unique alloy capable of self-repair and capable of absorbing and converting cosmic energy. The surface of the hull was not smooth, but intricately adorned with deep blue energy conduits that pulsated with the flow of energy, weaving complex patterns that exuded a sense of technological beauty. Most astonishing was its deck, which defied the traditional flat design, instead simulating a micro-ecosystem bound by formidable forces. At its center lay a shimmering circular swimming pool, the water crystal clear, exuding a gentle essence of life. Encircling the pool was a lush, ever-spring floating garden, where exotic flowers vied for attention, including rare species transplanted from distant star systems. Beyond the garden, a leisure area furnished with comfortable loungers, holographic entertainment devices, and an open bar beckoned. At the very edge of the deck, a transparent energy shield offered an unobstructed view of the azure earth below and the resplendent starry expanse above, a breathtaking vista that left one utterly awestruck. The heart of the vessel's propulsion lies in a miniature, controllable artificial black hole, ensnared within a myriad of dimensional force fields, quietly suspended in the depths of the hull, providing an almost limitless source of clean energy. The entire ship embodies a vast ecological cycle, a mobile bastion where technology and nature harmoniously intertwine. At this moment, the arc of creation glows brilliantly, resembling a resplendent star suspended in the heavens. Melodious strains of music, a fusion of interstellar motifs and classical rhythms, waft through the air. The protagonist of the soirée, Bulma, adorned in a shimmering silver gown woven from starlight, exudes her mature and confident aura to perfection. Holding a goblet aloft, she navigates through the guests, her smile radiant and her countenance aglow. Friends like Chi-Chi, number 18, and Bidalai gather around her, laughter and chatter filling the atmosphere. Yet, if the attendees were merely the affluent elite of Earth, this gathering would be nothing more than a display of opulence. However, the guests aboard this ark could leave any ruler of the cosmos utterly astounded. At a colossal table carved from a single block of dark star rock, aglow with an eternal flame, sit the most fearsome entities in the universe. Beerus, lacking any semblance of decorum, sprawls across the table, his head resting on a mound of lava-heart barbecue from the culinary planet, lost in a blissful slumber, drool nearly spilling onto his plate. Beside him, sits elegantly, sipping a cocktail infused with the luminous essence of the galaxy, accustomed to the slovenly habits of his deity. Katra, the destroyer of Universe 6, and Zampa, the destroyer of Universe 10, are engaged in a heated dispute over the last piece of black hole chocolate mousse, their divine energies pulsating slightly, causing the nearby servant robot's circuits to nearly short-circuit from fright. Badass, the angel of Universe 6, and Kusu, the angel of Universe 10, exchange resigned smiles as they each attempt to quell their respective destroyers. Lamsi, the destroyer of Universe 11, raises a wooden barrel, larger than his own head, filled with honey mead from the giant planet, and clinks it with the equally robust Vegetto, the destroyer of Universe 3, their laughter echoing with exuberance. Other destroyers gather in small clusters, savoring the culinary delights of their respective universes or exchanging or bickering about their insights or grievances on the art of destruction. In contrast, their angels exhibit a far more graceful demeanor, savoring fine wines, appreciating the music, and admiring the starry expanse. The angels have retreated to a tranquil corner, resembling a serene celestial garden. Around several floating circular tables woven from starlight vines, the grand priest sits in a position of honor, a gentle yet aloof smile gracing his features. Before him rests a clear cup, emanating a faint white mist, filled with the primordial spring, seemingly containing the very essence of the universe. His presence alone commands an invisible authority, rendering this area particularly serene and solemn. The angels encircle him, their postures respectful and elegant. Whis is quietly introducing to the Grand Priest a newly developed stardust spice that temporarily enhances taste perception. Margarita, the angel of the second universe, wielded her enchanting staff, transforming the liquid within her cup into an array of fantastical, ethereal creatures that captivated the nearby Hellas. The female god of destruction from the second universe, who gasped in youthful wonder. The other angels exhibited their own charming tricks, engaging in profound exchanges, their aura contrasting starkly with that of the god of destruction, resembling two entirely disparate realms. In Chapter 149, The Newborn Magic, the most jubilant area of the party was a playground adorned with soft, cloud-like carpets, overflowing with enormous plush toys and holographic gaming devices. Little King Zeno and his two attendants, who were essentially his avatars, rode upon a magnificent, vibrant unicorn formed of pure energy, their laughter ringing out with delight. Nearby, Dandy, the earth god, Mr. Bobo, the temple attendant, and the old Kai, who had been reluctantly dragged along, busied themselves in playful chaos, with the old Kai sporting several notes on his face from losing games. Goku accompanied Gohan, Goten, and Little Pan, while Vegeta was seen with Trunks. Even Broly, rarely invited, sat quietly in a corner, observing the children play, clutching a massive roasted leg of meat. The children's joyous laughter filled the air, resonating with unadulterated happiness. The culinary offerings at the food and drink party were nothing short of a cosmic feast. The gods of destruction favored boisterousness and energy, showcasing a whole roasted star core beast leg, dripping with a lava-like, fiery sauce, towering piles of gravity star diamond crab claws, their shells as hard as diamonds, yet yielding tender, delectable meat, enormous supernova popcorn buckets, each kernel brimming with faint energy sparks, and the explosive god of destruction spicy sauce, complemented by an array of high-proof, energy-infused stellar brews and black hole spirits. The angels, however, emphasized exquisite refinement and harmony. Their molecular gastronomy-level nebula salad, resplendent with colors reminiscent of a blossoming nebula. Time river sashimi, the fish melting in one's mouth, as if one could taste the flow of time and rhythm of Law's desserts. Crafted from an assortment of rare cosmic fruits and nectars, offered layers of rich flavors with a lingering finish. The beverages included various floral and fruit teas infused with life, energy, and tranquility, dewdrops, and a balanced cocktail concocted by the esteemed West. The king exuded childlike wonder and earthly charm, with a massive rainbow cake tower adorned with delightful planets and spaceships made of frosting, dancing jelly puddings, cotton candy that could blow bubble clouds, as well as an abundance of earthly pizzas, hamburgers, and fried chicken, prepared specifically by Bulma for the children and nostalgic adults alike. The drinks consisted of assorted juices, sparkling waters, and Bulma's specially crafted universal capsule cola. Amidst this joyous setting, waitstaff, intelligent robots developed by Bulma, programmed with impeccable etiquette, navigated the crowd, providing tailored service to guests in different zones. As the music shifted, a lively dance tune began to play. Bulma, awkwardly invited by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, both forcibly brought by Chi-Chi and Bulma, slid into the center of the dance floor. Vidalai tugged Gohan along, while Android 18 blushed at Krillin's invitation, reluctantly accepting despite her disdain. Trunks and Mai soon joined the lively scene. Even in the realm of the destroyer, Kampa was half dragged and half pushed by Beerus, swaying his portly form, while Quitella mocked from the side, only to be pulled in by Meruz with a smile. The Grand Priest silently observed this vibrant spectacle filled with a festive atmosphere, his gentle, seemingly eternal smile deepening with an almost imperceptible curve. Even the mist rising from the cup of creation before him appeared softened. Achan, riding his rainbow unicorn, darted along the edge of the crowd, emitting peals of laughter, with his attendants closely trailing behind. This was a celebration belonging to Universe 7, a jubilant festivity after calamity, an extraordinary scene where deities and mortals gathered together. Laughter and joy, exquisite delicacies, brilliant lights, and the reflection of the starry river formed a dreamlike tableau. Yet, at the heart of this exquisite splendor and joy, in an unnoticed shadowed corner, the figure of Luo Ye quietly emerged. He did not partake in the revelry, but simply leaned against a massive pillar pulsating with azure energy. Holding a cup of clear water, his obsidian eyes scanned the dance floor where Sun Wukong and Vegeta clumsily danced, where Bulma laughed heartily, and where Broly quietly munched on a meat leg, his gaze gentle. He glanced at Achan, carefree atop his unicorn, finally resting on the Grand Priest's steaming cup of creation. The fingertips of his left hand unconsciously caressed the smooth wall of the cup. Beneath his skin, the dark golden patterns of termination seemed more pronounced than usual, faintly transmitting a sensation of extreme subtlety, akin to ice needles piercing through marrow, a sense of both thrill and repulsion. As if the very existence of this vibrant and joyous arc was provoking something deep within the abyss. Warning! The system's voice resonated coldly in his consciousness. Detected an increase in transcendent-level negation intent waves. Source: Abyssal Demon Domain Coordinates. Wave frequency resonates abnormally with the residual mark of the termination pattern on the host's left arm. Resonance strength: 0.0010002, steadily rising. Preliminary assessment: target entropy, new form, is rapidly expanding its malicious perception range regarding the concept of existence. Now able to slightly interfere with the stability of the current universe plane. Luo Ye's gaze sharpened instantly, as the cup of clear water in his hand rippled slightly before returning to absolute stillness. He tilted his head back and drained the cup, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, yet failing to extinguish the increasingly vivid warning deep within his soul. He cast one last glance at the center of the dance floor, where Bulma was doubled over in laughter at a comical spin from Sun Wukong, her radiant smile shining like the stars. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth lifted ever so slightly, a fleeting, almost ethereal arc. Then, he set down the empty cup, his figure swallowed by shadows, vanishing once more without a sound, unnoticed by anyone. The empty cup remains in its place, droplets of water condensing on its walls slowly sliding down, reflecting the dazzling lights above and the distant, profound starry sky, seemingly concealing endless malice. The final revelry before the tempest continues unabated. Yet, the gaze from the abyss has penetrated the barriers of dimensions, like a cold, venomous serpent, silently coiling around this vessel named creation. The droplets on the cup's wall descend, mirroring the illusory splendor atop the arc and the boundless malevolence of the deep void. Loya did not return to the clamor. Instead, he tore through the dimensional barrier, stepping directly into the cold, desolate ruins at the core of the Order's sanctum. The eternal silhouette of the great ruler hovered above the shattered Order's pedestal, the flowing cosmic light appearing more stagnant than ever before. Loya stood in the center of the ruins, his feet planted in the ashes merged from the complete collapse of the core of entropy. In the depths of his obsidian pupils, the galaxy froze, and nothingness spread. The chilling sensation he had felt on the arc, the penetrating cold that breached the dimensional walls, now lingered like a festering wound, subtly burning upon the concealed dark golden markings of his left arm. Chapter 150, Tempered Through Trials. Indeed, he had not perished. A frigid thought reverberated in his mind, laced with a familiar intent to kill. If this couldn't kill you, you are more stubborn than the dirtiest abyssal worm. A relentless adhesive plaster. System, host. The system's electronic voice resonated at an unprecedented gravity. Deep scan analysis is complete. Based on the information flow released at the moment of the core of entropy's complete annihilation and the anomalous state of the abyssal domain's original energy being entirely depleted, combined with the resonance reaction of the residual mark on the host's left arm. The conclusion is revised. The target's existence imprint of entropy at the battlefield of the Order's sanctum has indeed been thoroughly erased by the host. Theoretically, it is considered dead. Loya's gaze flickered, remaining silent as he awaited further information. However, the system's voice suddenly escalated. The essence of its power, the concept of finality and negation, has not perished. The abyssal domain, anchored by entropy's existence, is a realm torn from primordial chaos, functioning as the extension and vessel of entropy's power. before its demise. Entropy activated the ultimate mechanism of the abyss, using its last flicker of existence as a beacon, devouring and refining countless beings that had been tainted, distorted, and enslaved by its power, which can be viewed as secondary vessels or avatars of entropy's force. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, the system's analytical display rapidly unfolded within Loya's consciousness, an array of complex data streams and deductive models racing by. These beings are all derived from the power of entropy, bearing fragments of finality's characteristics. Before its complete vanishing, entropy initiated the ultimate mechanism of the abyss, forcibly reclaiming and refining the strength, life, and existence marks of all secondary vessels, beings. Its purpose was not to resurrect the old body, but to forge a brand new, more closely aligned with the concept of finality's source, negation body upon the altar of the abyssal domain, using millions of beings as fuel. In simple terms, entropy is dead, yet the source of its power has not perished. Rather, it has birthed a new entropy, one that inherits all its malice, resentment, and dominion over annihilation at the cost of the entire abyss. This new form is purer and far more terrifying. Having shed the flaws of its former existence and the shackles of will, this is the ultimate manifestation of the concept of annihilation. The dark golden patterns on Luo Ya's left arm suddenly became blazing hot, as if black flames were coursing beneath his skin, resonating with the molten fire of the abyssal core described by the system. The system's electronic voice, imbued with an icy chill, issued a solemn reminder, based on energy level extrapolation and the analysis of the intensity of negation concept fluctuations. The newly birthed entropy, new form, will possess a power level vastly exceeding that of the host's current state. A conservative estimate suggests it could be several times greater. Its very existence constitutes the ultimate denial of order and existence itself. Danger level, world annihilation. Several times greater? Luo Ya's voice resonated with the sound of ancient ice scraping against itself, a calm surface concealing turbulent undercurrents. He slowly raised his left hand, gazing at the blazing, pulsating dark golden patterns, feeling within him a chaotic power that fused order, primal origin, and a hint of annihilation. The power of the initial stage of the White God at the 10th tier was deemed utterly insufficient by the system's assessment. A suggestion? Luo Ya's thoughts turned frigid. The host is advised to spare no effort in elevating their power to the utmost limit in the shortest possible time, and to seek a qualitative breakthrough. The system's voice was resolute, objective, before the new entropy fully stabilizes its true form and completes the fusion of powers. The host must possess sufficient strength to completely erase it once more. Otherwise, the Order's sanctuary, the seventh universe, and even the current multiverse system will face ultimate obliteration. Elevate to the limit? A qualitative breakthrough? Luo Ya's gaze pierced through the gaping maw of the sanctuary's ruins, directing itself toward the rune portal leading to the Hall of Infinite Spirits and Time, which he had previously repaired and reinforced. The last time he entered, he had barely escaped with his life, achieving a transformation to the 10th tier. This time, confronted by a more terrifying adversary, he needed to venture even further. System. Lock onto the core of the Hall of Infinite Spirits and Time. Time flow rate. 1,000,000 times the limit. Luo Ya's voice bore an undeniable resolve. Warning. The risk coefficient exceeds critical values due to the instability of the core dimensional collapse at the 1,000,000 times flow rate. The probability of disintegration for the host's physical body and soul exceeds 95. Do you confirm? Confirm. Buzz. The portal to the Hall of Time erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to the explosion of a cosmic singularity. Luo Ya transformed into a stream of chaotic light, unhesitatingly plunging into the radiant vortex. The portal thunderously closed behind him, severing all ties to the outside world. Core dimension of the Hall of Infinite Spirits and Time. 1,000,000 times flow rate. This place was no longer purgatory, but rather a rehearsal for the universe's end. Time was no longer a rushing waterfall, but a chaotic maelstrom of countless threads tearing, annihilating, and being reborn. The golden river of time and the silver fragments of space had long been shredded by the ferocious energy, mingling with remnants of the Order's laws. The ashes of primal chaos, and a hint of the annihilation taint left over from Luo Ya's last breakthrough, forming an ultimate energy storm that defied description and definition. In the tempest, each vortex of energy harbors the dual might of creation and annihilation, with every collision potent enough to reduce ordinary deities to mere fundamental particles. The moment Luo Yi manifested, the energy armor enveloping him, forged from chaotic order runes, emitted a groan of overwhelming strain. The temporal rift induced by the million-fold velocity was far more formidable than the last, exceeding it by more than 100 times. He could feel every cell in his body, every thought of his soul, being simultaneously sliced, accelerated, and distorted by billions of blades of law. Definition: order anchoring. Chaos barrier. Luo Yi's eyes erupted with a blinding radiance, intertwining platinum and chaos, as the power of the white god at the 10th tier surged forth without reservation. A more refined, platinum cocoon, flowing with chaotic starlight, instantly enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. The cocoon trembled violently within the raging storm, akin to a speck of dust amidst tumultuous seas. With each impact, the cocoon's brilliance dimmed, and the divine power within Luo Yi surged forth like a broken dam. Sustaining the external time, the relative time under a million-fold velocity, for less than a minute, a trickle of platinum divine blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Not enough. Far from sufficient. Luo Yi roared. Merely maintaining existence was so arduous. How could he ever hope to ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation, let alone achieve a breakthrough? Detected environmental energy levels exceeding host's current tolerance limit. Initiating auxiliary program. The system's cold voice rang with a sense of desperation. Plan 1. Guide the chaotic storm to temper the divine body, forcibly enhancing the physical carrying capacity. Plan 2. Analyze the host's bloodline origin, attempting to merge the ancient Saiyan bloodline potential with the power of the white god, seeking an essential leap in strength. Risk accumulation. Success rate unknown. Two-pronged approach. Luo Yi hesitated not a moment. On the brink of life and death, there was no choice but to embrace rebirth through annihilation. Command confirmed. Initiation underway. Let us rise. Buzz. The power of the system intervened forcefully. No longer mere calculations, it became an invisible conduit, channeling the most ferocious part of the chaotic energy storm. After preliminary filtering and weakening, though still terrifying, directly into Luo Yi's cocoon. A pain a billion times more intense engulfed him in an instant. It was no longer mere slicing. It felt as if his body had been cast into the core of the cosmic furnace. Bones restructured amidst their lament. Flesh reborn from obliteration. Meridians were forcibly widened, torn, and then repaired by the violent energy. Each cell emitted a dying shriek within the cycle of destruction and rebirth. Platinum divine blood gushed forth like a fountain from his pores, only to evaporate swiftly under the onslaught of chaotic energy. This was the most barbaric and brutal tempering. Using the million-fold temporal turbulence as a hammer and the chaotic storm as fire, Luo Yi's body was forged like a stubborn iron, undergoing an inhumane trial by fire. Chapter 151. Fusion of ancient factors at the same time. The power of the system delved deep into the very essence of Luo Yi's bloodline. There lay dormant an ancient force, wild and ferocious, sourced from the progenitor of the Saiyans, the power of the ancient Super Saiyan. This force, throughout the journey of Luo Yi's growth, has long been suppressed and assimilated by the power of order and the white god. Yet, the primal essence of combat, evolution, and the breakthrough of limits, the furious factor, still lies dormant within the depths of his genes. Initiating fusion simulation. Objective: activation of the primal Saiyan bloodline, combat, evolution, fury, and the divine power of the white god at the 10th order. Definition: creation, primordial source. Energy conflict model construction and compatibility calculation. Boom. As the system attempts to awaken a trace of the ancient Saiyan's furious factor, akin to a primordial beast, and make initial contact with a strand of pure divine power from the 10th order, Luo Yi's body detonates like a supernova. The balance between order and chaos is shattered in an instant. The primal ferocity of the ancient Saiyans, born solely for battle and destruction, surges forth like a rampaging dragon, violently clashing and tearing at the white god's order, which embodies definition and creation. The divine power instinctively attempts to suppress and organize, yet provokes an even more violent backlash. Puff! Luo Yi violently expels a mouthful of platinum divine blood mixed with internal fragments. The cocoon of light surrounding him flickers wildly, instantly covered in a web of cracks. The dark golden patterns of annihilation on the left half of his body spread wildly, bulging and writhing as if alive. Meanwhile, the chaotic starlight runes on the right half become disordered and dim. The first attempt at fusion fails. A severe backlash ensues. Warning: energy conflict exceeds model limits. Host life signs are rapidly declining. Persist. Luo Yuzhuo burns like a radiant star, forcefully suppressing the storm of destruction within and mending his wounds. Adjusting parameters. Reducing the activity of the ancient factor. Enhancing order guidance. Commencing the second fusion attempt. Boom. Terrifying energy collisions erupt within once more. This time, the furious ancient factor is weakened, but the suppression of the white goddess order is too overwhelming, utterly stifling the wildness brimming with evolutionary potential. Fusion fails. Power diminishes instead of increases. Third attempt. Balance point deviation fails. Form collapses. Fourth attempt. Introduction of primordial breath fails to harmonize. Unforeseen mutation occurs. Fifth attempt. Sixth attempt. Time and again, attempts are made. Time and again, failures arise. Each failure brings with it an even more devastating backlash and injury. Luo Yu's body repeatedly fractures and mends within the cocoon of light, with platinum divine blood nearly drained. His soul is repeatedly torn and scorched amidst the energy collisions and conflicts of laws. At 1,000,000 times the flow rate. What seems like a second in the outside world equates to several days here. He endures what feels like eons of torment in an infernal abyss. The seventh fusion attempt sees the energy core spiral out of control, nearly leading to self-detonation. The eighth attempt sees the ancient factor retaliate violently, almost completely tainting the white goddess power. The ninth attempt draws perilously close to success, under the harmonious breath of the primordial source. The two powers momentarily achieve a balance filled with destructive tension. A faint glow of chaotic silver, laced with golden lightning, begins to emerge from Luo Yu's surface. However, just as stability seems within reach, buzz. The dark golden end of days patterns on his left arm, stirred by the breath of the abyssal new entropy, erupted like a barrel of explosives thrown into a fire, unleashing a wave of interference imbued with an essence of negation. The balance shattered in an instant. A more ferocious backlash engulfed him like a tsunami. The cocoon of light shattered with a thunderous crash. Loya's body was flung like a broken doll, colliding against the turbulent walls of time and space, the sound of shattering bones resonating clearly. He crashed heavily onto a field of relatively stable energy fragments. Teetering at the brink of exhaustion, his divine aura dimming, the peculiar silver glow that had just emerged vanishing entirely. Coughing violently, Loya struggled to rise. Blood pouring from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his own entrails. In his pitch-black eyes, the once milky galaxy lay shattered, leaving only an abyss of unending fatigue and a sliver of impending despair. 9 attempts, 9 failures. Each time, success was tantalizingly close, yet ruthlessly cast deeper into the abyss. Particularly the last attempt, where the interference from the depths felt like a parasite gnawing at his very essence. Host. Vital signs are critically low. Severe soul damage detected. Immediate termination of training is advised. Exit the time chamber now. The system's warning rang with unprecedented urgency. Terminate? Withdraw? Loya lay upon the cold shards of energy, gazing up at the chaotic storm raging above, seemingly intent on tearing all existence asunder. To withdraw meant to squander all his efforts. It meant facing a new entropy, a force multiple times greater than his own, with no hope of victory. It meant that everything he had vowed to protect, Order's sanctuary, the seventh universe, Bulma, Goku, and Yar, would be devoured by that ultimate negation, dissolving into nothingness. No, absolutely not. A will, primal and wild, emanating from the depths of his soul, more ancient than the Scion bloodline, erupted like a volcano pushed to its limits. System. Loya's voice rasped like sandpaper, yet bore an unwavering resolve to incinerate all. One last time. The 10th attempt. Pour all the deduced data, all the failures, all the primal forces, along with the damned end-of-days corruption from my left arm. Everything. Host. Risk factor has surpassed theoretical limits. Failure results in total annihilation. Even the imprint of existence cannot be preserved. Breakthrough or obliteration. A terrifying light erupted in Loya's eyes, burning with an obsession for guardianship, a yearning for power, and a fierce rebellion against his own fate. There is no third path. Merge. Command confirmed. Final plan initiated. Allocate all computational power. Channel all primal reserves. suppressed the left arm's end of days interference, forcefully awakened the ancestral Saiyan bloodline's essence for ultimate fusion. Buzz. The storm within the core dimension of the time chamber seemed to pause. The system's power surged into Loya's battered form like a cosmic tide. Precious primal reserves were injected without regard for cost, transforming into the purest amalgam and catalyst. The restless dark golden end of days patterns on his left arm were forcibly subdued and contained by a more potent order will, drawn from Loya's very soul. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the Loya bloodline, that ancient and primal will, older and more untamed than the golden giant ape, was thoroughly awakened. A roar, reminiscent of the very dawn of creation, filled with raw ferocity and indomitable spirit, erupted from the depths of his soul. The exterior of Loya's shattered form suddenly radiated an unprecedented brilliance. No longer was it the hue of platinum, nor the shade of chaos, but a coldly exquisite, yet fiercely burning, chaotic silver flame. His body ascended, suspended within the silver flames. Fractured bones were reformed amidst the silvery blaze, resonating with a thunderous sound akin to stars being forged. His shattered innards were enveloped by the silver flames, reigniting a vitality more potent than ever. Upon his surface, the dim order runes were completely incinerated, replaced by intricate and profound dark golden divine patterns that emerged from the silver flames. These patterns no longer represented the pollution of an end, but embodied a new law imprinted with the amalgamation of the ancient Scion's ferocious bloodline. The might of the White God's order, the primordial chaos essence, and Loya's own unyielding will. His hair, ablaze in silver flames, grew wildly, transforming from deep black to a flowing silver adorned with starlit specks. Each strand seemed to harbor the power to rend the cosmos asunder. His visage became ever more austere, with features chiseled like stone. At the center of his brow, a mark resembling a vertical spear, crafted from dark golden divine patterns, gradually emerged. Most astonishing were his eyes. In his right eye, the icy hue of platinum order faded entirely, giving way to a profound, boundless chaotic silver, within which swirled a miniature universe. A microcosm of birth and demise. It represented an all-encompassing chaos order, defining all existence. In his left eye, the dark golden micro-black hole vanished, replaced by a pair of vertically slit pupils ablaze with pure golden flames. Deep within, pulsed the most primal, ferocious, and indomitable fighting spirit, akin to the awakening gaze of an ancient behemoth. The silver flames surged skyward, forcefully dispersing and assimilating the surrounding chaotic tempest. An unprecedented aura, surpassing the initial stages of the White God's 10th tier, descended with the cataclysmic force of a slumbering cosmic deity awakening. This aura embodied both the Order's definition of the White God's power and the vastness of primordial chaos, infused with the ancient Scion bloodline's savage ferocity, which fought to the death beyond limits. Under the relentless spirit of Loya and the system's unwavering support, these seemingly opposing forces achieved a perfect and terrifying unity, harmonized by the primordial power and the suppression of the end's interference. Synthesis successful. The system's electronic voice, tinged with an almost frail excitement, announced. Energy level has surpassed the threshold. Life essence transition complete. New form stabilized. A silhouette hovered within the silver flames, slowly opening its eyes. The chaotic silver gaze and golden vertical pupils surveyed the turbulent temporal rift that had nearly obliterated him. Gradually raising his right hand, fingers spread wide, palm facing the chaotic storm tearing at the fabric of reality. Without uttering a word, a mere shift of thought sufficed. Definition: quell. Will: submit. Buzz: the tempest, fierce enough to rend the very stars asunder, was suddenly tamed as if caressed by an invisible cosmic hand, transforming into a placid stream that gently flowed around Luoya, emanating an aura of submission and intimacy. He had triumphed, at the cost of countless brushes with obliteration, at the terminus of a million-fold temporal purgatory. He finally took that ultimate step. Super Saiyan White God, level 10. His power had undergone a qualitative transformation. Yet, as he reveled in the surging energy within him, a force seemingly capable of commanding the universe, the system's cold voice resonated once more, imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Warning: abyssal coordinates. The intensity of negation waves is escalating exponentially. The true form of the new entropy is nearing its final stabilization. Its power level still surpasses the host's current estimations. Luo Ya's thoughts turned as frigid as the depths of space. Within the chaotic depths of his silver eyes, the cosmic star whirlpool began to spin with sudden acceleration. The flames igniting in his golden-slit pupils surged violently. The recently quelled battle fervor reignited with explosive intensity, as if doused in boiling oil. Was the nascent level 10 still insufficient? To what terrifying extent had the creature in the abyss evolved after consuming the entire abyssal demon realm? Then let it continue. Luo Ya's voice resonated amidst the tempestuous energy flow, carrying an unyielding resolve to sever all retreat. System. The ancient Saiyan power is not the end. Awaken the deeper essence of the ancient Super Saiyan, level 2. Objective. To completely integrate its frenzied battle intent and destructive ferocity into the body of the White God at level 10. Achieve ultimate fusion. Warning. The system's electronic tone pierced the air with an alarming shriek. The core of the ancient level 2 power is an unrelenting fury and an infinitely proliferating destructive ferocity. This fundamentally conflicts with the defined order of the White God at level 10, destabilizing the essence of existence. The risk coefficient for forced fusion has surpassed theoretical limits. Failure will lead to existential disintegration. The host's current state is only preliminarily stable. Risk? A chilling smile curled at the corners of Luo Ya's lips as chaotic silver flames erupted from his skin, even more intense and refined than before. I have just clawed my way back from the precipice of annihilation. What risk could be more terrifying than the abyss's negation? Execute. Command confirmed. Forcibly awaken the ancient Super Saiyan, level 2 bloodline essence. Fusion simulation overload initiated. Boom. This time, it was not the external tempest being summoned, but a nuclear explosion originating from the deepest recesses of Luo Ya's bloodline, the very foundation of his soul. A roar, older and more primal than before, filled with boundless wrath and a desire for destruction, erupted from the core of Luo Ya's soul. This roar seemed to stem from the dawn of the universe, the first colossal beast tearing apart nebulae for survival. A viscous energy, thick as blood yet ablaze with dark golden flames, surged forth from every cell in his being, unleashed like a cataclysmic demon. The ancient Super Saiyan, level 2. Its power was not for combat, but for annihilation. Unceasing, indiscriminate, infinitely proliferating destructive ferocity. The pure torrent of destruction erupted with a ferocity akin to a shark sensing blood, lunging wildly towards the chaotic silver flame coursing within Luo Ya, which embodied order and definition, the divine power of the White God at the 10th tier. Sizzle. It was as if boiling oil had been poured into ice water. No, it was akin to the violent collision of two opposing stellar cores. Luo Ya's chaotic silver eyes were instantly flooded with a savage crimson. The flames within his golden slit pupils twisted into a frenzied totem of annihilation. His recently reformed, perfectly sculpted body, adorned with dark golden divine patterns, felt as though it had been thrust into an invisible meat grinder. His skin cracked inch by inch, revealing the frantically writhing silver order power and dark red destructive energy beneath, which tore at each other. His bones groaned under the unbearable weight, as if they would be ground to dust by the colliding forces within him at any moment. Oh, this agony surpassed all previous torment. It was no longer merely the tearing of flesh, but a rejection and obliteration at the very essence of existence. The power of the 10th tier White God instinctively constructed barriers of order, striving to define, untangle, and suppress this wild force of destruction. While the ancient 2nd tier's fury was like a trapped beast of annihilation, savagely gnashing and destroying everything that attempted to confine it. With each clash, Luo Ya's soul was pierced as if by countless red-hot steel needles. His consciousness, battered by the excruciating pain and the ravenous desire for destruction, flickered like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. Suppression. Source primordial harmony. Maximum power. The system's voice pierced through with a sharpness that threatened to shatter, injecting precious source primordial energy into Luo Ya's body without regard for cost, transforming into adhesive and a buffer. Simultaneously, the system operated beyond its limits, frantically calculating the minute trajectories of the collision between the two forces, attempting to find a thread of opportunity for fusion amidst the tidal wave of annihilation. Buzz. Boom. Luo Ya's body convulsed violently in the void, rolling. The chaotic silver flames and dark red destructive energy wove and annihilated upon his surface, only to be reborn anew. At times, he transformed into a humanoid figure of orderly silver radiance, while at others, he was completely engulfed by the dark red flames of destruction. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from him, sending the surrounding tranquil currents of time and space into a tumultuous upheaval once more. Fusion Degree 1. Energy collision out of control. Host's left arm divine pattern shattered. Fusion Degree 3. Introduced combat will anchor point. Local reconstruction of order barrier. Failure. Destructive wildness backlash. Fusion Degree 5. Attempting to use the remnant mark of the end as a bridge for warning. Initiated abyss resonance. Interrupted. Interrupted. Each minor advancement was accompanied by increasingly brutal failures and backlashes. Luo Ya's body resembled a ceaselessly exploding and reforming energy furnace, with platinum and dark red blood mingling with splintered viscera, continuously splattering and evaporating within the chaotic energy. His soul oscillated between order, destruction, madness, and the fervent obsession with guardianship, sinking and struggling in a relentless cycle. At 1,000,000 times the flow rate, time lost its meaning. Every second felt like an eternal torment. Luo Ya's will, akin to a solitary vessel navigating through tumultuous waves, was repeatedly battered into the abyss by colossal surges. Yet time and again, through the marrow-deep obsession with protection and an overwhelming hatred for the abyss, he stubbornly resurfaced. Chapter 153. The sole destination beneath the throne of the abyssal realm and absolute silence has been shattered. The immense vortex, which has consumed the entirety of the abyssal realm, composed of pure negation and the essence of annihilation, has slowed to a near standstill. At the vortex's core, the distorted and ever-changing silhouette of a demonic shadow has now solidified, becoming resolute. It has transcended its former nebulous form, emerging as an entity that defies precise description in any known language. It possesses no fixed shape, seeming instead to be formed from a viscous, flowing essence of non-existence. At times, it collapses into an absolute singularity, devouring all light and warping the very concepts of space and time. At other moments, it unfurls into a vast expanse, a cataclysmic nebula constructed from the remnants of countless shattered stars and the flowing dark red blood of annihilation. And at times, it condenses into an indistinct humanoid outline, the edges of which continuously emanate black particles of negation, with its facial features perpetually rotating, resembling a miniature black hole capable of ensnaring souls. Across its form, a dark red, lava-like energy coursed through, a manifestation of the final wails and curses of myriad abyssal creatures that had been refined. Its breath is no longer merely one of destruction, but embodies a deeper, more despairing negation of existence. The mere fluctuations radiating from its being cause the remnants of collapsing realms surrounding it to silently disintegrate into the most primal void, rendering even the process of annihilation entirely superfluous. An ineffable, terrifying wave of will, transcending the very hierarchy of energy, emanates from this newly birthed essence of non-existence. Akin to the sigh of the cosmos itself, sweeping across the boundless void in an instant. A mad, satisfied laughter, imbued with an absolute indifference that surpasses all, reverberates not as sound, but as a tremor within the very fabric of universal laws. The last vestiges of spatial structure within the abyssal realm crumble to dust under this laughter, like fragile glass shattering into powder. This place has completely returned to a realm of pure, entropy-defined void. The newly born entropy, perhaps more aptly termed the core of annihilation or the source of negation, takes a slow, deliberate breath. The flowing essence of non-existence that forms its body rises and falls slightly with this breath. This force is suffused with pure ecstasy and a chilling sense of control. How magnificent! This is the true abode, the authentic power. Its gaze, formed by miniature black holes, pierces through the layered barriers of dimensions, disregarding the distances of space and time, precisely locking onto the ruins of the Order's sanctuary. It fixes its sight upon the vessel named Ark within the seventh universe, ultimately focusing on the tightly sealed rune-ensconced portal of the Hall of Temporal Spirits. It witnesses Loa, amidst a hellscape of a million-fold acceleration, engaged in a desperate struggle against two primal forces. Struggle, you insignificant ant. The thought carries an exquisite mockery and a hint of cruelty akin to a cat playing with a mouse. As I allow you to burn through your pitiful life and hope before my arrival. Its form quivers slightly, as the encompassing shape of the cataclysmic nebula gradually retracts, collapsing once more into that profound, all-devouring absolute singularity. A chilling surprise looms, echoing like the death knell of the cosmos. It is time to bestow a grand revelation upon those wretched creatures, lost in their false euphoria, as the dying order meets its end. The space surrounding this singularity begins to twist violently, collapsing into a colossal, inward spiraling vortex of emptiness. At the vortex's edge, even the brilliance of laws is devoured and obliterated, heralding the arrival of its new sovereign. With this declaration, the singularity, emblematic of ultimate negation, sinks silently into the void it has torn open, a gateway to uncharted coordinates. There is no earth-shattering spectacle, only an absolute, heart-stopping void, slowly mending itself in place. The abyssal demon realm, once the most sordid corner of the universe, now harbors only an eternal, frigid nothingness. A being imbued with the will of ultimate negation has quietly departed its birthplace, embarking on a journey to toll the death knell for the entire multiverse. Its targets are the Order's sanctum, the seventh universe, or perhaps that figure, battling desperately in the crucible of time to protect all that exists. The storm is no longer brewing. It has already arrived. The vortex leading to the abyssal demon realm, akin to a cosmic wound, slowly begins to heal, leaving behind an eternal, suffocating void. The entropy, carrying the will of ultimate negation, has set forth on its path to annihilation. Its objectives are clear and cold. The Order's sanctum, the very source of cosmic order, the lair of that ancient entity, and that petty thief, Loya, who has pilfered the primordial source and the Order, even tainting it with a hint of demise. Destruction shall commence from the source itself. In the ruins of the Order's sanctum, the shadow of the great sovereign lingers above the shattered foundation of order, the flowing cosmic light now dimmer and more stagnant than ever. His gaze pierces through dimensional barriers, resting upon the abyssal coordinates that have reverted to nothingness. In the depths of his vast eyes, the myriad stars, continuously unfolding, seem to have succumbed to absolute stasis, leaving only a profound, weighty insight into fate. The star Law stands nearby, the enforcer of the sanctum's order, appearing diminutive and powerless in this moment. Gripping the Order's staff, a symbol of his authority. His knuckles turn white from exertion, and his handsome visage is marred by anxiety and deep concern. He can distinctly sense an indescribable horror, a malevolence seemingly emanating from the very end of the universe, rushing with incomprehensible speed through layer upon layer of dimensions, heading straight for the core of the sanctum. Your Majesty, the voice of the star Law quivers slightly, as he seeks guidance or solace from that eternal light and shadow. Is that presence entropy? It truly is. The shadow of the great sovereign offers no response. Instead, the aura cloaked in its luminous veil suddenly becomes as ancient and vast as the dawn of the universe. Slowly, it raises its hands, the fingertips, flowing with cosmic light, begin to trace out runes more intricate and ancient than the imprint of all things returning to the void. Each rune's birth elicits a strained groan from the crumbling sanctum, as the collapsing chain of order runes erupts in its final, most dazzling radiance, akin to a dying star. It has come. The resounding and tranquil voice of the great king resonates like the prelude to a fateful conclusion, echoing through the depths of the soul within the cosmic melody. As his words linger in the air, a sudden crack reverberates. The space within the core of the temple, tenuously stabilized by the combined efforts of Loa and the great king, shatters like fragile glass. This is not merely a physical rupture, but a forceful negation of existence itself. An erasure, a singularity, profound enough to consume all light, quietly manifests at the center of the fractured space. There are no energy fluctuations, no ominous signs of destruction, only an absolute void that freezes the very essence of the soul. The singularity slowly unfurls, viscous tendrils of nothingness flowing and transforming, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying shadow born of entropy, teetering between existence and oblivion. Its gaze, composed of miniature black holes, immediately locks onto the eternal light of the great king. The chilling intent of entropy reverberates at the level of cosmic laws, cold and indifferent, embodying an absolute supremacy that looks down upon the struggling order, proclaiming that its time has come to an end. The voice of entropy's great king remains calm, yet imbued with the weight of a collapsing universe. Sacrificing the abyss to become the ultimate void into which you have utterly descended, with no path of return. A return? The notion of entropy erupts in frenzied laughter. As the singularity-like shadow pulsates violently, I am the return, the singular terminus of this universe. Today, I shall take your order's source point as the first offering upon my ascension to the throne of nothingness. Chapter 154, The Great Battle. No more words. The ultimate will of negation erupts with thunderous intensity. The fluid body of entropy extends abruptly. A colossal claw, forged from the pure concept of denial, seemingly capable of enveloping the entire star domain, disregards spatial distances and defenses of law, lunging fiercely towards the light of the great king. Wherever the massive claw passes, concepts of space, time, energy, and matter are instantaneously erased as if wiped away by an eraser, plunging into absolute nothingness. Even the radiant order runes of the temple, bursting forth with energy, extinguish silently and dissipate upon contact with this claw of negation. Definition: order barrier. All phenomena return to their source. The light of the great king erupts in an unparalleled brilliance. The ancient runes being inscribed instantly solidify, transforming into a colossal shield of light, swirling with billions of stars, illustrating the profound truths of cosmic creation and annihilation. Upon this shield of light, countless chains representing the ultimate laws of gravity, electromagnetism, strong and weak forces, as well as space-time and causality intertwine, exuding an indomitable, transcendent aura that defines all existence. This is the ultimate defense available to the source point of order. Boom. The claw of negation slams down upon the shield of light that embodies the return of all phenomena. There is no earth-shattering explosion, no collision of energy torrents, only a silent obliteration. The order barrier, capable of defining all within the universe, the chains of law that evolve through the birth and death of stars, upon contact with the claw of negation, are forcibly erased at a visible speed, like snow exposed to the blazing sun. The order runes constituting the shield of light rapidly darken, disintegrate, and vanish into nothingness. The ethereal garment shrouded in the light of the great king quakes violently, its edges blurring and disintegrating in an instant. The eternally grand figure now displayed a noticeable tremor and dimness for the first time. A faint yet profoundly chilling groan emanated from the depths of light and shadow, freezing the very soul of Zingolf. Your Majesty. Zingolf's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the luminous shield, emblematic of the universe's ultimate defense, shatter under the colossal claws of entropy in less than 3 breaths, disintegrating into a flurry of vanishing fragments of law. The claws, imbued with an unyielding will to annihilate, ruthlessly descended upon the core of the light and shadow. Guardianship. The chain of order. Zingolf could no longer remain a passive observer. Fear was overwhelmed by an indomitable courage. He roared, channeling all of his divine power into the order staff he held. Countless crystalline chains, forged from pure laws of order, erupted from behind him, entwining themselves around the negating claws, reaching for the cosmic monarch like moths drawn to a flame. This was the utmost strength he could muster, representing the protective will of the temple executor. However, within the icy consciousness of entropy, there was only a chillingly indifferent scoff, akin to the disdain one holds for mere dust. The encircling chains of order, upon encountering the void exuded by the negating claws, swiftly disintegrated, as if delicate threads cast into potent acid. Not even the slightest resistance was offered, as they silently shattered and dissolved into nothingness. The divine power and will Zingolf had infused were akin to a cow submerged in the sea, failing to stir even a ripple. In this realm of combat, the contemptuous thoughts of entropy were unmasked, as if to say, could a mere waste like you truly participate? The colossal claw advancing towards the cosmic monarch altered not its trajectory. It merely flicked in Zingolf's direction, as casually as one brushes away dust. Buzz. There was no energy shock, no physical contact. Zingolf experienced an irresistible, incomprehensible, and indefinable will of negation that instantly penetrated his divine defenses, his ordered form, and the core of his soul. The order staff in his grasp, crowned by a gem symbolizing authority, quietly transformed into gray dust, cascading to the ground. His mantle of the order executor, along with its protective runes, crumbled and decayed as if weathered by eons in mere moments. From his fingertips, his skin, flesh, and bones succumbed to a speed that transcended the passage of time, rapidly losing their luster, vitality, and all traces of existence, transforming into pale, fragile dust, ready to disintegrate at a touch. Your Majesty, Zingulf barely managed to emit a final, hoarse whisper filled with boundless astonishment, resentment, and dread, as his vision was swiftly enveloped by an absolute grayness. In the next instant, poof, where Zingulf had stood, there remained only a handful of lifeless gray dust, slowly dispersing. Along with his soul imprint, every trace of his existence was utterly erased by that gentle flick of negation. Even the process of death was omitted. He was directly negated from existence to nothingness. Zingulf, a roar, filled with profound fury and an overwhelming intent to kill, erupted like a thunderclap of chaos, reverberating with explosive intensity, not from the all-encompassing king, but from behind the tightly sealed runic portal leading to the temporal sanctuary of infinite realms. The thunderous roar erupted. At the very moment the stellar law was utterly obliterated, the runic portal of the time's sanctuary shattered as if struck by the cataclysmic force of a cosmic explosion. Countless fragments embodying the laws of time and space erupted like a tempest of stars. A figure emerged from the eye of the explosion. It was Luoya. Yet, he was no longer the same as when he first entered. His silver-white hair cascaded like a burning waterfall of stars, dancing wildly without wind, each strand shimmering with a chaotic silver radiance of destruction. His countenance was as stern as eternal ice, marked by a dark golden divine pattern at his brow forming the sigil of a war spear, exuding the sharpness of tearing apart the laws. His right eye was a boundless abyss of chaotic silver, with the cosmic stars swirling madly within, depicting the mighty order that defines all existence. His left eye was a vertical pupil ablaze with pure golden flames of annihilation, pulsating with the ferocious battle intent of the ancient Scion, unyielding and relentless. His entire being was cloaked in armor adorned with flowing dark golden divine patterns, no longer a taint of the end, but rather a new imprint of laws intertwined with order, chaos, primal ferocity, and indomitable will. A terrifying aura transcending the initial phase of the white god's 10th tier, fused with the primal essence of the ancient Super Saiyan's second tier of chaotic destruction, descended like an awakening cosmic titan. With merely the step, the crumbling dimension of the holy temple froze in its tracks. The rampant dimensional turbulence instantly subsided, bowing in submission. His gaze immediately locked onto the last traces of the faded gray-white dust, remnants of the stellar law. Within his mismatched eyes, chaotic silver light and golden flames erupted in an overwhelming fury capable of incinerating galaxies and a chilling, lethal intent that could freeze time and space. Entropy. Luoya's roar resounded like the simultaneous eruption of a billion supernovae, infused with a soul-rending hatred, fixating upon the terrifying shadow that aimed to negate the core of the all-encompassing king. You seek death. Chapter 155. Eruption Entropy. You seek death. Luoya's roar mirrored the first thunder of creation, carrying a tempestuous wrath that melded chaotic order and ancient annihilation, instantly shattering the dying silence of the holy temple. With one step, the crumbling foundation of order beneath him collapsed violently. His silver hair danced like a burning river of stars, within his right chaotic silver eye. The cosmic stars spun backward, while the golden vertical pupil of his left eye consumed the void with annihilating flames. Oh, the shadow of entropy, composed of flowing nothingness, hesitated slightly, its gigantic claw of negation halting midair. Its gaze, formed by miniature black holes, turned toward Luoya, for the first time imbued with a hint of clear astonishment and icy scrutiny. Thief, you have dared to take this step? Have you merged with the primal power of those lesser apes? It has indeed provided me with an unexpected delight. That delight, however, was laced with deep-seated resentment and greed, as if a more perfect prey had been unveiled. Delight. Luoya's voice was as frigid as the depths of time, as he slowly raised his right hand, the dark golden divine patterns shimmering with chaotic silver light flaring to life. I shall deliver you the surprise of eternal descent. No probing, no idle words. Blood feuds can only be resolved with blood. Definition: the spear of annihilation, where all phenomena return to their origin. Buzz. A chaotic silver radiance erupted from the palm of Luoya's hand. A colossal war spear, purely condensed from the power of definition, materialized from thin air, adorned with dark golden divine patterns. The spear's shaft entwined with the ceaseless cosmic shadows of life and death, its tip gleaming with a silver light that harbored an ultimate will of destruction capable of making the very laws shudder. This was no longer the spear of order, but rather a chaotic instrument of annihilation, fused with the ancient science while destructive nature. Whoosh! The war spear was released, defying the constraints of space. It instantly appeared at the core of entropy's singularity, imbued with all of Luo Ya's fury and murderous intent. Where the spear tip passed, even the void energy emanating from entropy was forcibly repelled and torn apart. Humph! A mere trick. Entropy's mind was cold and disdainful. Its flowing void form suddenly collapsed inward, transforming into an exceedingly profound singularity. The moment the annihilation spear pierced the singularity, it felt as though it had penetrated the very end of the universe. The chaotic force of destruction contained within the spear erupted violently, attempting to tear, define, and shatter the singularity. Yet, the singularity remained utterly unmoved. Instead, it unleashed a purer will of negation, denial, erasure of existence. Sizzle! That spear, capable of piercing stars and obliterating laws, was as if cast into the ultimate eraser. Beginning from the tip, it silently disintegrated into gray-white dust, scattering with the wind. Even the erupting energy was thoroughly erased, as if it had never existed. Your definition, entropy's consciousness mocked with chilling derision, became mere dust before my denial. The collapsing singularity suddenly expanded and unfurled. A more refined, viscous dark red claw of negation, flowing with the blood of ultimate demise, descended upon Luoya with the intent to obliterate all. Its speed surpassed the perception of time. Before the claw reached, the space surrounding Luoya began to peel away, transforming into nothingness. The terrifying will of negation pierced toward Luoya's soul like a million cold, venomous needles. Roar! The golden slit pupil of Luoya's left eye erupted with a blazing golden flame. The furious destructive wildness, originating from the ancient Scion's second stage, was ignited in its entirety. He advanced rather than retreated. Will, indestructible. Power, shatter. The chaotic silver flame erupted with a thunderous roar. Luoya's figure vanished from the spot, not through high-speed movement, but by directly shattering the barriers of space with pure will of destruction. He appeared above entropy's massive claw, his right fist, amalgamating chaotic order and wild destruction, entwined with boiling dark golden divine patterns, descended with overwhelming power capable of shattering galaxies and defining annihilation. Striking fiercely at the joint of the claw. Boom! This time, it was no longer a silent obliteration. It was a tangible, terrifying collision that shook the very foundations of the universe. The chaotic silver flame clashed violently with the dark red blood of demise, annihilating everything. The terrifying shockwave of energy rolled through like a cosmic behemoth, instantaneously reducing the remnants of order runes, shattered bases, and floating dust in the core area of the sanctuary to mere powder. The entire dimension emitted a dying wail, as massive fissures spread across the space like a spider's web, revealing the raging chaotic currents of the outer dimensions. Ugh! Loya emitted a low groan as the dark golden divine patterns on his right fist flickered violently. The chaotic silver flames were corroded and suppressed by the viscous dark red blood of the ultimate demise. That negating will clung to him like a parasitic worm, voraciously eroding the very essence of his power. He felt an irresistible force surge forth, propelling his body like a meteor, crashing through layers of dimensional barriers and carving a fiery trail through the tumult of the multiverse. Wildness, after all, was merely wildness. The cold intent of entropy remained unchanged. And upon the massive claw struck by Loya, the dark red blood rippled slightly, revealing a subtle dent, flowing with chaotic silver flames, which was swiftly restored to its original state by the surging substance of the void. Struggling before the absolute void would only lead to a more agonizing demise. The colossal shadow of the demon took a step forward, disregarding the barriers of dimensions, instantly pursuing Loya's flying figure. Another massive claw, imbued with even more terrifying negating intent, descended upon Loya like swatting a fly. This claw contained the negating power derived from the recently refined imprint of the law of the stars, its might even more formidable. Definition: temporal and spatial barriers. Will unyielding. Loya forcibly steadied himself amidst the turbulence, as his chaotic silver eyes erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. He crossed his hands before him. Layers upon layers of temporal and spatial barriers, composed of the laws of chaotic order, unfolded, each layer shimmering with dark golden divine patterns, remarkably sturdy. Simultaneously, the destructive golden flames in his left eye blazed fiercely, transforming into a tangible golden wool armor enveloping his entire being. Boom! The negating claw struck mercilessly against the temporal and spatial barriers. Crack! 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 The barriers, capable of withstanding the collision of galaxies, shattered like fragile eggshells. That terrifying negating will pierced through layers of defense, violently impacting Loya's golden will armor. Splurt! Loya, as if struck heavily, coughed up a mouthful of liquid, a mixture of chaotic silver flames and platinum divine blood. The golden will armor crumbled inch by inch, and his body, akin to a kite severed from its string, was once again violently sent flying. This time, he crashed directly through the core barrier of the Order Temple realm, plunging into an even deeper and more tumultuous dimensional storm. The battle, a struggle so fierce it defied description. In the ensuing rounds, Loya summoned his newly awakened power to its zenith. He defined the laws with his chaotic silver gaze, conjuring the Order Judgment Sword to tear through dimensions, only to have it erased by entropy's negating authority. A claw nearly ripping open his chest in retaliation, he unleashed the boundless destructive wildness of the ancient Scion's second transformation, transforming into a cataclysmic golden flame storm that consumed the void, yet entropy's flowing void-like form absorbed and assimilated it like a sponge, rendering its escaping ultimate blood even more viscous. He attempted to communicate with the chaotic using the primal force to create a primal prison that ensnared all beings, but entropy, with pure negating will, obliterated the prison along with that segment of dimensional space into nothingness. Chapter 155. Ian's Loya's figure flickered continuously within the violent dimensional turbulence, colliding and being sent flying. Each clash was accompanied by cataclysmic energy eruptions and the large-scale annihilation of space. His chaotic silver flames dimmed with each collision, while the destructive golden fire in his left eye flickered unsteadily under relentless assaults. The armor, adorned with dark golden runes, was already marred by numerous cracks, and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth had never ceased. In stark contrast, entropy, though occasionally disrupted by Loya's furious onslaught, could swiftly draw upon the void surrounding it, restoring itself to its original form as if standing invulnerable. 300 exchanges? Your struggles, mere insects, have become tiresome. The essence of entropy surged with a newfound fury, its colossal shadow contracting abruptly, collapsing once more into that profound absolute singularity. Surrounding the singularity, the tumultuous dimensional currents were instantly devoured and obliterated, giving rise to a realm of absolute nothingness. It is over, Loya. Return with your order, your wildness, and your ludicrous guardianship into the ultimate void, the light of the great negation at the end of all things. Buzz. That profound singularity erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Not light, but the utmost darkness. A light that devoured all illumination, all hues, and every concept of existence. Representing the ultimate negation, this light resembled the gaping maw of the universe itself, wielding an absolute will to annihilate all definitions and terminate all existence, hurtling toward Loya, who had just stabilized amidst the chaos, his breath already waning. In its wake, the dimensional currents, shattered spaces, and even the very concepts of law silently dissolved into nothingness. An absolute, ever-expanding path of nothingness pointed directly at Loya. Loya's pupils constricted sharply. He sensed an unprecedented threat of death. This strike locked onto the essence of his existence. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to evade. Then let it come. A final, soul-consuming madness erupted in Loya's eyes. The brilliance of chaotic silver and destructive gold intertwined in an instant. He unleashed all the residual power within him, chaotic order, divine energy, ancient destructive ferocity, primal essence, and even the terminal corruption mark originating from entropy, suppressed deep within his left arm, detonating them without reservation, extracting every ounce of potential. The chaotic origin met its end in obliteration. The ultimate flash of the Super Saiyan White God at the 10th tier. Boom. A torrent of horrific energy, indescribable by any color and blending chaotic silver, destructive gold, primal white, and terminal dark red, erupted thunderously from between Luoya's palms. Within this torrent, the chains of order defining all things shattered and reformed. The roars of ancient behemoths reverberated. The chaos of the universe's inception surged. Even a trace of entropy's own negation surged back in a fierce roar. This was Luoya, amalgamating all powers, wagering his life, executing the ultimate strike beyond his limits. The two forces, embodying the ultimate opposition of the universe, absolute negation and the obliteration that encompasses all, collided like two colossal dragons tearing through the multiverse. Upon the ruins of the Order Sanctuary, amidst the howling dimensional storms of countless realms, they crashed together. Boom! An indescribable roar. Not merely sound, but the lamentation of the universe's foundation trembling and the framework of laws being torn asunder. An unfathomable chaos of pure annihilation energy manifested instantaneously as a colossal sphere of light. Within this radiant orb, all notions of time, space, energy, and matter succumbed to absolute disarray and dissolution. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a spherical form. The once central bastion of cosmic order, the realm of the Order Sanctum, was struck by the reverberations of this ultimate clash, akin to a delicate glasswork cast into a furnace, emitting a final, mournful wail. The remnants of barriers, pedestals, and runes were instantaneously transformed into the most primordial stream of particles. The entire realm disintegrated, morphing into a swirling nebula of chaos and shattered laws. In the heart of the explosion, a figure emerged, akin to a fallen star, trailing a fiery path intertwined with chaotic silver flames and the dark crimson blood of obliteration. Forcefully and helplessly ejected from the center of the blast, it was Loa. His dark golden patterned armor lay utterly shattered, revealing a form riddled with terrifying fissures, from which flowed not blood, but a chaotic liquid amalgam of silver, gold, and dark crimson energy. His once lustrous silver hair lost its sheen, clinging dimly to his blood-streaked visage. The brilliance of his chaotic silver eye dimmed, the cosmic star rotation nearly at a standstill, while the golden slit of his left eye flickered with a feeble flame of destruction, frail as a candle in the wind, imbued with resentment and exhaustion. His breath was but a whisper, akin to a flickering ember amidst a tempest on the brink of extinction. As the dreadful sphere of chaos gradually dissipated, the shadow of entropy, composed of flowing nothingness, began to coalesce anew within the roiling chaos energy. Subtle cracks, coursing with chaotic silver flames and increasingly abundant dark crimson blood, materialized upon its singular form, its essence pulsating with violent fluctuations, evidently paying a considerable price for Loa's ultimate flash that transcended limits. Yet it stood resolute. That negating will remain cold and formidable. For the first time, entropy's thoughts bore a clear, uncontainable fury and astonishment, resonating through the fabric of laws. Despite my return to the pinnacle as the embodiment of ultimate nothingness, I still cannot deal with you, this thieving wretch. Its gaze, formed of miniature black holes, fixated intently on Loa, who floated weakly like a battered puppet within the chaotic nebula, its murderous intent thick enough to become tangible. Excellent, excellent. Entropy's thoughts twisted in extreme rage. You have successfully provoked me. I shall make you taste all the agonies this universe has to offer. You will witness everything you hold dear dissolve into nothingness before your very eyes. Then I shall extract your soul and sear it upon the flames of nothingness for eons. Today, I shall end you. The shadow of entropy, composed of flowing nothingness, surged violently within the chaotic nebula, dark crimson blood like furious magma coursing over its surface. Although Loa's ultimate flash that surpassed limits could not completely obliterate it, it left clear fissures upon the almost insurmountable essence of nothingness, shaking its arrogant resurgence to the peak. The anguish inflicted upon him transcended mere physical wounds, igniting a rage unparalleled. Thief! Ant! You dare to harm my true form. The essence of entropy shrieked madly at the level of the laws, akin to countless icy, venomous needles piercing through the remnants of a shattered dimension. I shall ensure your eternal descent into oblivion. Before your soul is annihilated, you will witness the seventh universe reduced to dust. You shall behold that little insect, the one called Yar, alongside Bulma and Son Goku, lamenting before you, dissolving into nothingness. The palpable intent to kill, thick as tar, coalesced into a tangible form, The profound core of the singularity ignited once more, brewing an even more terrifying light of negation. This time, it targeted not just Loa, but an invisible, malevolent thought pierced through dimensional barriers, ominously directed towards the seventh universe. It aimed to obliterate everything he cherished in full view of Loa. Chapter 156. Fusion in the distance. Loa floated amidst the chaotic nebula, his broken form resembling a flickering candle in the wind. He strained to lift his arm, attempting to muster the last remnants of his strength. Yet the chaotic silver flames and destructive golden eyes within him had dimmed to their utmost limit. The powers of order, origin, demise, and primal savagery nearly extinguished in the recent ultimate clash. From the shattered wound of the dark golden divine pattern, chaotic blood mingled with the dark crimson of annihilation, continually seeping forth. Observing the rekindled destructive singularity of entropy and sensing the malevolence piercing through dimensions aimed at the seventh universe, a chilling despair, intertwined with overwhelming fury and reluctance, threatened to engulf his remaining will. Is my power insufficient? A thought flickered through Loa's fragmented consciousness, laden with insurmountable weight. Is my guardianship destined to fail? Just as the despair of the universe's demise seemed an inevitable conclusion, buzz, a resplendent golden beam, infused with indomitable battle spirit and pure intent to protect, erupted like the first light of dawn piercing the eternal night, violently tearing through the chaotic dimensional turbulence surrounding the ruins of the Temple of Order, crashing down into the nebula of chaos between Loa and entropy. As the radiance faded, a tall figure emerged. Vegeta. No. In this moment, he exuded an aura entirely distinct from before, still in a state of perfect fusion. The flames enveloping him were no longer merely the pure red or blue of Super Saiyan God, but transformed into an unprecedented platinum hue, radiating with the brilliance of orderly light and fierce golden battle intent. Within the depths of his golden eyes, cosmic chains seemed to intertwine, igniting the unyielding flame of Saiyan spirit, a vast aura surpassing that of a Super Saiyan God, even brushing against the threshold of the white god, erupted with a thunderous force. Master. Vegeta's voice, laced with a desperate urgency and determination, instantaneously teleported before Loa, shielding him from the terrifying malevolence of entropy aimed at the seventh universe. He gazed at Loa's battered and feeble form, and his golden eyes filled with bloodshot fury, immense sorrow and anger erupting like a volcano. You scoundrel! What have you done to my master? Vegeta? Loa's waning consciousness was abruptly jolted back to clarity by that familiar voice and presence. His chaotic silver eyes struggled to focus, a flicker of incredulous astonishment crossing his features. How could it be, Your Majesty? Vegeta's voice resonated with unwavering authority as he suddenly lifted his gaze, casting an intense glare upon the terrifying shadow of entropy. In the moments before the complete collapse of the temple, the Grand King had expended his final strength to forge a one-way passage between the seventh universe and this realm. He sent me to aid you. He proclaimed that the hope of order resides within you. We must not allow annihilation to prevail. There was an indescribable sorrow in Vegeta's words. He clearly sensed the total obliteration of the temple and perhaps even the fall of the cosmic law itself. Aid me? The manifestation of entropy erupted into a maniacal laugh. The singularity that harbored the light of negation subtly pivoted towards Vegeta, radiating utmost disdain. A slightly stronger ant? Let us together be reduced to mere dust. The malice directed at the seventh universe remained unyielding, instead giving rise to an even colder will of denial, akin to invisible shackles that instantaneously ensnared Vegeta. He emitted a muffled groan, his platinum aura oscillating violently, as if crushed beneath the weight of countless mountains. He felt the very foundation of his existence tremble, his power swiftly waning. Yet, he gritted his teeth, the combat spirit within his golden eyes igniting to its zenith, refusing to retreat even a half-step. Master. Vegeta struggled against the omnipresent will of denial, his voice hoarse, yet brimming with resolute conviction. Unite. Just as before. Take all my power. Together, we shall vanquish this wretched fiend. Unite. Vegeta's declaration thundered like a bolt from the blue, reverberating within the nearly extinguished soul of Roya. Last time, within the Temple of Order, he had united with Vegeta, unleashing a power that transcended limits, barely withstanding entropy's onslaught. Now, in the wake of the temple's destruction and the Grand King's final gift, Vegeta's strength seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation. stepping into the domain of the White God. More importantly, coursing through Bajite was the pure Saiyan bloodline, an ancient lineage of indomitable fighting spirit. This primal ferocity was one of the sources of power he had gained after merging with the ancient second-tier strength. A notion, nearly frenzied yet embodying the sole glimmer of hope, instantaneously took shape within Roya's will. Very well. Within Roya's shattered chaotic silver eyes, the last flicker of starlight erupted, radiating a brilliance that could incinerate all. With his remaining strength, he extended his broken right hand towards Bajite. Without hesitation, Bajite mirrored the gesture. Their palms met firmly amidst the swirling energies of destruction under the watchful gaze of entropy's ominous shadow, enveloped within a chaotic nebula. In the name of Roya, in the name of Bajite, order and ferocity, protection and combat. Here, they unite as one. A hum reverberated. A light more resplendent than the birth of the sun erupted from the clasped hands of the two, instantly consuming Roya's fragmented form and Bajite's figure ablaze with platinum flames. This union was unlike any that had come before. No longer a mere amalgamation of power, but rather a merging of essences, a transcendence of life. Within Roya dwelled the chaotic 10th-tier power of the White God, intertwined with order, the primal essence, the mark of annihilation, and the ancient second-tier destructive ferocity. Within Bajite lies the essence transformed by the ultimate power of the Omni-King, embodying a pure will to protect and the primordial strength of a Saiyan who has stepped into the realm of the White God. Additionally, deep within their souls lies an overwhelming resolve to safeguard a shared homeland and a mutual loathing for a common foe. Three forms of cosmic power, originating from the same source, the essence of the White God, yet differing in attributes, the definition of order, the will to protect, and the ferocity of destruction, commenced an unprecedented ultimate collision and fusion, fueled by their life as wager and their will as the crucible. The entire dimensional storm came to a standstill. An indescribably immense vortex of energy spun wildly around the two. Within the vortex, chaotic silver radiance, platinum order, destructive golden flames, and dark red twilight intertwined, annihilating and rebirthing in a frenzied dance of colors. The terrifying turbulence of energy momentarily halted entropy, who was poised to unleash a devastating strike. Within the gaze formed by miniature black holes, a flicker of clear astonishment surfaced for the first time. No, impossible. The essence of entropy resonated with a wave of incredulity. How dare inferior beings encroach upon the ultimate domain? It sensed a threat potent enough to overturn its very essence was gestating within that chaotic energy vortex. Chapter 157. Logit, stop them. The wrathful essence of entropy erupted. The burgeoning light of negation no longer hesitated, disregarding the seventh universe, instantly redirecting its course, transforming into an all-consuming ultimate dark current. Surging toward the core of the merging energy vortex, it aimed to obliterate this unknown threat, along with those two insignificant beings in their nascent state. However, just as the terrifying light of negation was about to engulf the vortex, all light, all energy, all colors within the vortex's center collapsed inward, coalescing into a singular point. A singularity beyond verbal description. In the next instant, the singularity erupted. Not an explosion of energy, but a transcendence of existence. The proclamation of the laws. A hum. An ultimate will, surpassing the universe itself and transcending definitions and negations, awakened like a slumbering deity of creation, crashing down with tremendous force. As the light dispersed, a brand new figure quietly hovered amidst the chaotic nebula. This being, or rather, this entity, amalgamated the stoicism of Loya with the stature of Bajite, yet transcended both, radiating an absolute majesty that overlooked the ancient rivers of stars. Its hair was neither silver nor gold, but a vast gray flowing with chaotic starlight, seemingly containing all possible colors, moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, akin to the flowing of the galaxies. Its visage was perfect yet indifferent, and at the center of its brow, a mark composed of pure will, reminiscent of the first light that cleaved the heavens, quietly burned. Its eyes, the left, a boundless abyss, depicting the rise and fall of the universe and the definitions of all things. The right, a flame of pure gold, eternally ablaze, symbolizing the primordial will of life's most fundamental battles and evolution. Surrounding its being, there was no aura, no armor, only a faint luminescence, as if woven directly from the fundamental laws of the universe. The luminous glow, gentle yet restrained, instantly quelled the surrounding tempestuous dimensional turbulence, rendering it submissive. Even the terrifying light of negation, entropy, quietly dissipated like a cow sinking into the ocean upon coming into contact with this radiance. Behold, the 11th stage of Super Saiyan White God, the singular sovereign of the origin of order's demise. Slowly he raised his gaze. The chaotic sea of stars and the eternal fire resting calmly upon the shadow of entropy, formed from the flowing essence of the void. There was no anger, no intent to kill, only an absolute indifference akin to observing a cosmic error in need of rectification. Entropy, a voice as tranquil as if elucidating the truths of the universe, resonated, not that of either Loya or Vegeta, but a fusion of their wills, transcending both to embody the voice of the cosmos itself. Your negation, your nothingness, is but a ripple of imbalance in the primordial sea of chaos. It is time to restore tranquility to this ripple. How dare you? The thought of entropy erupted into a hysterical scream, a manifestation of the ultimate terror and madness born from the essence of existence being gazed upon by a higher paradigm. I am the void. I am the ultimate. What are you? Annihilate me. The colossal shadow of entropy recklessly collapsed into a singularity once more, channeling all remaining power, along with the fear of the unknown, into its core. A beam of greater intensity and purity, a grand light of negation imbued with the will to obliterate all, surged forth towards the newly born figure with a thunderous eruption. This was its final, most frenzied gamble, in the face of this ultimate blow capable of erasing the multiverse. The fusion warrior, Lojit, merely raised his right hand calmly. There were no intricate seals, no accumulation of energy. Simply 5 fingers, gently grasping the cataclysmic light of negation. Definition: existence invalidated. Proclamation: the end returns to the source. Buzz: no earth-shattering collision. No annihilation of energy torrents. The grand light of negation, containing all of entropy's power and will, vanished silently in the void less than an inch from the palm of the fusion warrior. As if the delete key had been pressed. It was not countered. It was not shattered. Rather, it was entirely declared invalid from the very conceptual level of existence. As though it had never been discovered. What? The singularity-like shadow of entropy quivered violently, filled with incomprehensible horror and despair. Its very essence, the power of negation that transcended the laws, had inexplicably failed, erased from existence as easily as dust wiped away. This was impossible. The voice of the fusion warrior remained calm and unwavering. His left eye, swirling like a chaotic sea of stars, subtly focused on the violently oscillating singularity shadow of entropy, based on the denial of order and existence. Yet, his right hand slowly opened, palm facing entropy. I am definition. I am existence. I am order, the origin, the singular truth of the end. With this proclamation of cosmic truth, a glimmer of light ignited from the fusion warrior's palm. It was not the light of energy, nor the manifestation of laws. It was the very first ray of existence itself. In the primordial sea of chaos, the luminous origin of all possibilities emerges. Before this radiance, entropy, a being forged from the fabric of nothingness, begins to melt away violently, akin to ice exposed to the searing sun. No, entropy emits its final, most anguished wail of the soul. It frantically summons the powers of negation, striving to deny this light, to deny this existence. However, its power of denial, upon encountering the luminescence that symbolizes the origin of existence, is assimilated and absorbed as if a droplet of water plunged into the ocean, losing all significance. The very foundation of its existence is fundamentally shattered by the opposing force. I am the end. The thought of annihilating entropy struggles in despair, as the singular shadow of its essence desperately contracts inward, seeking refuge in a deeper void. The end is, after all, a state of existence. The voice of the unified warrior, imbued with an indifferent omniscience, declares that returning to the primordial source is your soul's sanctuary. With outstretched fingers, it gradually draws them together. As it does so, the point of light representing the origin of existence suddenly expands, transforming into a gentle yet irresistible veil of light. It swiftly envelopes the frantically contracting singular shadow of entropy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This time, it is not obliteration. Rather, it is purification, assimilation, return to the source. The body of entropy, composed of flowing nothingness, dissolves rapidly under the brilliance of the light of existence, akin to filth cast into pure water. The viscous, dark red blood of oblivion, encountering its nemesis, emits a mournful wail, dissipating into wisps of blue smoke. The core of its negating will collapses and disintegrates like darkness dispersed by sunlight. Ah, Loria, Vegeta, I curse you all. Chapter 158, Peace Descends. The anguished wail of entropy, filled with endless resentment, defiance, and fear, reverberates wildly within the veil of light, yet grows increasingly faint. Its shadow completely vanishes, and the profound singularity, akin to a stubborn stone cast into the purifying furnace, is decomposed and restored in the radiance of existence, ultimately transforming into a thread of the purest, attributeless primordial essence of chaos. This essence no longer bears any will of entropy or any property of negation, resembling a newborn infant, pure and gentle, slowly dispersing amidst the chaotic nebula, eventually merging with the dimensional energy flow that nurtures all creation. The existence of entropy, birthed from the abyss and embodying the ultimate void, aiming to return the universe to nothingness, has all traces, all imprints, and all powers of negation thoroughly eradicated from its roots by the unified warrior, through the transcendent force of the origin of existence above definition and negation. It has transformed into the most primordial nourishment of the universe's inception. Silence. An absolute silence envelopes this chaotic nebula, formed by the destruction of the Temple of Order. The dimensional turbulence no longer rages violently, seemingly subdued by the aura of the ultimate battle, gradually calming. Fragments of shattered laws float like stardust, flickering with a faint glow. The unified warrior quietly hovers at the center of the nebula, the luminous aura of existence gradually retracting around it. He lowered his head, gazing at his hands, which flowed with an endless gray hue. In the depths of the chaotic starry sea and the eternal fire, a flicker of complex light passed through his eyes. An echo of the profoundness of Loya intertwined with the fervor of Vegeta. It is finished, a voice resonated, imbued with Loya's tranquility and Vegeta's sense of relief, yet harmoniously unified. A gentle hum, a soft radiance emanated from the fused warrior. Within this luminescence, the magnificent and imposing figure rippled like water, separating. As the light dissipated, the forms of Loya and Vegeta re-emerged in the void. The wounds on Loya's body remained strikingly evident, his breath weak, yet within the depths of his obsidian eyes. The sediment of the galaxy and the void now bore a shade of profundity and peace, forged through ultimate trials. Vegeta gasped for air, his platinum aura long extinguished. Returning to normalcy, his golden eyes brimmed with fatigue, yet sparkled with the immense joy of survival and a hint of awe at the ultimate power they had just wielded. They exchanged glances, words unnecessary, for everything was conveyed in silence. "Master," Vegeta exclaimed, concern evident in his gaze as he observed Loya's injuries. "It is nothing." Loya waved his hand dismissively, his eyes sweeping over the desolate wasteland that had once been a sacred temple, ultimately resting on the direction of the seventh universe, where a faint warmth flickered deep within. "Let us return. They await us." 3 months later, on Earth in the seventh universe, at the Capsule Corporation estate in West City. The sun shone brightly, and the lawn was meticulously manicured. Beneath a colossal parasol, a long dining table overflowed with a variety of delectable dishes, beverages, and a grand birthday cake adorned with cream planets and chocolate spaceships. The air was thick with the aroma of food and the sound of laughter. Bulma, clad in comfortable casual attire, orchestrated the placement of cutlery by intelligent robots, her face radiant with joy. Nearby, Goku lay sprawled on the table, eyes fixated hungrily on the sizzling roast in the oven, nearly drooling. Vegeta stood a short distance away, arms crossed, casting a disdainful look at Goku, though a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. Trunks and my busily arranged streamers, while Gohan cradled Pan and engaged in soft conversation with Videl. Old friends, including Krillin, Android 18, Tien, and Yamcha, were all present. Even Broly sat quietly in a corner, holding an oversized burger crafted by Bulma. The children, Goten, young Trunks, Pan, alongside Krillin and Android 18's daughter Marin, chased and played on the lawn, their bright laughter scattering like sunlight. There were no gods, no destroyers, no angels, only those who had survived, reveling in the simplest yet most precious gift of peace and reunion. This was Bulma's rebirth party, a celebration of the resurgence of the seventh universe, rejoicing in the safe return of all. Dinner is served, Bulma joyfully announced. The crowd cheered as they gathered around. Goku was the first to dash towards the roast, and Vegeta scoffed, yet his movements were equally swift. Chi-Chi busied herself with wiping Goten's sweat, while Bulma smiled and distributed cake to everyone. Loya sat alone at the edge of the lawn, distanced from the throng, leaning against a grand tree. He donned a simple white garment, the scars upon his body having long since vanished under the influence of the chaotic divine dragon's power and his own restorative abilities. His aura was subdued and profound, akin to a tranquil abyss. In his hand, he cradled a cup of clear tea, his inky black eyes calmly surveying the vibrant scene bustling with the essence of life. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns of light upon him. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the fragrance of fresh grass and the delectable aroma of food, accompanied by the carefree laughter of children. He took a delicate sip of the tea, experiencing its subtle bitterness followed by a sweet aftertaste. In his mind, the system's cold electronic voice resonated for the final time. Deep scan completed. Multiversal dimensions. Target, entropy, the ultimate formlessness. Existence traces, 0. Threat level, 0. Luoya set down his teacup, a faint yet profoundly genuine smile curving at the corners of his lips. The storm had finally subsided completely, and this ordinary life, infused with the warmth of human existence, represented the ultimate significance he had safeguarded through his journey across life and death. The end.